Family. Chinyu was completely stunned when silver-haired brother Finya pointed at his abs and asked, "Do you want to touch?" This all started when she crossed over to the primeval forest, climbed trees to pick fruits, and encountered Finya. He helped her pick fruits, brought her meat, and applied medicine. A series of actions that left her bewildered, and it only got more exciting from there. I tell you, I was dumbfounded at that moment. That guy, the one with all those muscles, the silver-haired brother, pointed at his 8-pack chocolate abs and said to me, "Do you want to touch? It's hard, come touch." Who understands this? Family. I just wanted to sing him thank you right then and there, buddy. Your moves in 2025 are too advanced. But let me start from the beginning. Chinyu, an ordinary worker in the 21st century, was just putting on a face mask in my rental room a few days ago. I closed my eyes and opened them again, and boom, I was dropped right into Jurassic Park. A flash of white light. And I was packaged and shipped to a primeval forest with a few giant beasts the size of trucks fighting next to me, shaking the big trees like they were noodles. I was so scared that my soul almost flew away, and I ran like mad, but then I stepped into thin air, and everything went black. I crashed. When I woke up, I'd been rescued by a girl named Yunduo, who was wearing animal skins and took me back to her tribe. With my innocent doll face and my height of 1.66 meters among a group of females averaging 1.75 meters, I was treated like a minor and protected. Let me tell you, my savior Yunduo was full of energy. I went to find her for 3 days, noon, evening, early morning, and the commotion in her cave never stopped. It was quite a fierce battle. I felt embarrassed to go in, afraid of interrupting her contributions to the tribe's reproduction. With no other choice, I had to fend for myself. This cursed place has 3 seasons, and now it's the hot season. If I don't stock up on food, we'll be drinking the northwest wind in the next 2 seasons. Looking for a partner? Don't joke around. Just looking at those muscular guys who can shapeshift makes my legs cramp. I don't have that thought for now. So I set my sights on a wild fruit tree near the tribe. But that tree was straight and slippery, and with my small frame, hugging that trunk thicker than my waist, I was bouncing up and down like a monkey with springs, but couldn't get up. My legs were about to wear out. Just as I was about to try again, after sliding down for the 3rd time, a giant shadow loomed over me. I turned around and wow, it was like a wall. This guy must be 2 meters tall, with muscles bulging everywhere, looking like he could punch a cow to death. He had silver hair and dark green eyes, a walking hormone bomb, the kind with a fuse. He didn't say a word, just stared at me intently, his gaze like a wolf eyeing a little lamb, sending shivers down my spine and making it hard to breathe. I thought, could this be Yunduo's partner, Xiaoning? I quickly pointed Xiaoning is in the cave with Yunduo. He raised an eyebrow, as if to say, what do I care where they are? I instantly felt intimidated, watching the sweat beads roll down his abs, making me dizzy. He suddenly spoke, "Little female, I haven't eaten for several days. Give me that fruit next to you." Could I dare to say no? My life was at stake. I hurriedly picked up a fruit that had just fallen and timidly handed it over. He took it, chomped down, and the sound was like chewing on stones. I quickly grabbed another to munch on, fearing he would finish mine. He finished one in just a few bites, tossed the pit far away, and when he saw me guarding my food like a little hamster, he actually laughed. That laugh almost choked me. He stood up, and the pressure from him instantly enveloped me. I stepped back, my heart racing. Then he said, "Don't you like fruits? We'll go pick some for you." Huh? I was dumbfounded. Would such a fierce person do something nice? Before I could react, he swiftly climbed the tree and shook it vigorously. The scene was like hail falling, fruits raining down all around. My eyes lit up, but in just a few seconds, I started to feel heartbroken. Half of them were smashed to bits. He jumped down and asked if it was enough. I wouldn't dare say it wasn't. I nodded and thanked him repeatedly, even politely saying I'd bring him some dried fruits after they were sun-dried. He surprisingly agreed and then irritably scratched his head as if regretting eating fruits. That night, Yunduo took me to eat roasted meat, saying it was brought back by someone called Yega. Just as I was asking who Yega was, it turned out to be that silver-haired guy from earlier. Yunduo told me that he had won this mountain through fighting, had a terrible temper, and was either fighting or on his way to fight. I decided right then and there to avoid him in the future. But guess what? That silver-haired brother, Finya, directly handed me a whole roasted thigh. It was bigger than my face. The small piece of meat Yunduo gave me was shoved back by him. How domineering. He also said, "You're too skinny, eat more meat to grow taller." Thank you, brother, but I've already passed the age of growing taller. The meat was so hot, I couldn't hold it. He took it back, cut it into small pieces with a bone knife, and handed it back to me. His gaze never left me, making me feel uncomfortable, as if I was the next piece of meat on his plate. I mustered the courage to eat 2 pieces and said I was full. He didn't insist, but then devoured the rest with a crunch, making my teeth ache. After dinner, he insisted on walking me back to the cave. even though it was just a 10-minute walk. I followed behind him, not daring to breathe. The next day, I woke up and went out to check on the dried fruits I had put out, but when I returned to my little cave, I found Fignes sitting on my bed made of dried grass. He had a pile of herbs next to him. I couldn't step in, my heart racing. He opened his eyes, glanced at my scraped legs, and said, "Come lie down, I'll apply medicine for you." Lie down. My mind was racing, and I kept backing away. Why did I need to lie down to apply medicine? I refused to go in, and he came over, crushed some herbs in his hand, and let the green juice flow down, telling me to apply it myself. I turned my back to apply the medicine, feeling like he was staring right through me. This guy was not only hard to get along with, but also not serious at all. After I finished applying the medicine, he smashed a fruit and handed it to me, saying he was hungry. I glanced at his well-defined abs, thinking he didn't look hungry at all. But when I looked a little too long, he noticed. Then the scene at the beginning happened. He saw me sneaking a peek at his abs and came right over. "It's hard, come touch." I was really trembling at that moment, thinking, what kind of jungle play is this? If I don't touch, his gaze looks like it could snap my neck. In the end, I nervously stretched out my little hand and touched it. I swear it was just once. That feeling was both hard and hot, like touching an electric hot plate. I was so scared my soul almost left my body, and I tried to run. But he lazily said, "You can't outrun me." He also mentioned that the medicine I had just applied to my foot would come off if I ran. Great. I had no choice but to timidly walk back. He actually grabbed my foot and personally applied medicine to the soles. His rough big hand brushing against my foot made goosebumps rise all over me. I was wondering if this guy had some special kink when he suddenly said he was going hunting and told me to wait. Before long, he returned, but the tribe leader shouted, calling him away. Before leaving, he specifically instructed Xiao Ning and the others to bring me meat. Wow, this guy really has something going on. He didn't pounce on me, but instead continued to apply the ointment with a steady hand. I was in shock and confusion, trying to process what was happening. "Can you please just tell me who you are?" I finally managed to ask, my voice trembling. He paused for a moment, looking me directly in the eyes. "I'm someone who cares about you," he replied calmly, as if that explained everything. Cared about me? In the middle of the night, invading my cave and touching my feet? I couldn't wrap my head around it. "Listen, I appreciate the concern, but you really need to respect my space," I said, trying to sound assertive despite the fear still coursing through me. He chuckled lightly, an unexpected sound that somehow eased the tension just a little. "You're right. I didn't mean to frighten you. I just saw you were hurt and wanted to help." I took a deep breath, tried to regain my composure. "Okay, but next time, maybe just knock or something. You can't just barge in here like that." He nodded, looking slightly sheepish. "He'll keep that in mind. I promise." With that, he finished applying the ointment and finally released my leg. I quickly pulled my skirt down, trying to cover myself better, feeling a mix of relief and lingering anxiety. "Thank you," I said quietly, still unsure about this whole situation, but grateful that he had at least meant well. I have recently come to know that their tribe has a rule prohibiting contact with females who have not yet reached maturity. Goodness. I nearly found myself embroiled in an adult situation. After he finally finished applying the medicine, I assumed he would take his leave. However, he remained seated with an unwavering demeanor, staring intently at me, which sent shivers down my spine. Just as I was contemplating how to usher him out, he suddenly grasped the back of my head, leaning his face close to mine, his breath brushing against my skin as he whispered in a dangerously low tone, "You have no partner, and neither do I. Shall we become partners?" At that moment, I was utterly bewildered. Who among my family could comprehend this? Wasn't this progress a tad too swift? Even a rocket wouldn't launch so rapidly. I hastily replied that we had only met a few times, and that it was too soon, suggesting we take our time. Yet, unabashedly, he asserted, in our tribe, when two individuals are attracted to each other, they mate on the same day. We have already established a mutual attraction days ago. This is not hasty. Who exactly has he established an attraction with? I attempted to use my immaturity as an excuse, but he insisted that he could support me until I came of age. I expressed my desire to decide for myself, to which he responded that in our tribe, mature females without partners are assigned one by the chieftain, leaving no time for leisurely selection. Ultimately, he delivered a summary of his qualifications. "I am an exceptional hunter and fighter. I will ensure you are never hungry or bullied. We are quite compatible." I was completely taken aback. This was not courtship, but rather a coercive transaction. Noticing my hesitation, he simply stood up and walked away, leaving me with a chilling remark. "If you are unwilling today, I shall return tomorrow. If you remain unwilling then, I will have to resort to my methods." Was he implying that compliance was inevitable? What could I do? Under his roof, I had no choice but to acquiesce. I pondered throughout the night, realizing that I would have to find a partner eventually. At least the Lang tribe practiced monogamy, which was preferable to being a breeding machine or a mere outlet in another tribe. Thus, I decided to accept the proposal. The next morning, I awoke before dawn, anticipating his return to press for an answer, yet there was no sign of him. I reluctantly made my way to the river to freshen up. Just as I dried off, I noticed a fruit as large as a winter melon floating in the water. To my astonishment, a head with silver hair emerged. It was Fengya. My face flushed crimson, and I hurriedly donned my bee skin skirt. He emerged from the water, without a word, and pulled me into his embrace, asking, "Have you agreed?" What could I say but a timid affirmative? My greatest fear was that he might resort to violence. So I quietly inquired if he would ever hit me. His laughter caught me off guard, and his cold chuckle sent chills down my spine. In the next moment, he hoisted me up, instructing me to clasp my legs around his waist. The position was simply overwhelming. He whispered into my ear, "Hit you? It would be more likely I would cause you pain in that regard." My cheeks burned with embarrassment, and I questioned what would happen if I could not bear children. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, "If you cannot give birth, then so be it." His words provided a sense of reassurance. Touched, I promised him that I would treat him well in return. He smirked, a hint of mischief in his smile, replying, "You said it. You mustn't complain of fatigue in the future." Initially, I was taken aback, but after a prolonged moment of contemplation, I realized he was playfully teasing me. I shot him several incredulous glares, to which he remarked, "Stop lingering on my neck. If you keep looking at me like that, I might lose my composure." I muttered under my breath, questioning what lingering even meant. He leaned in closer, stating, "It certainly does not count as lingering. It only counts when it involves you." I was left speechless, obediently resting my head on his shoulder in feigned death. Yet, he did not relent, squeezing my waist and commenting that I was too thin. With all my weight concentrated in the front, my mental fortitude was nearing its limit. I pleaded silently for him to cease. Thus, he carried me back to his cave. Upon arriving, my heart sank. This was not a home, but a vast, empty stone cavern, containing only a large stone bed and a pile of bee skins. Had I just married a penniless individual? He did not rush into anything. Instead, he sliced a melon for me to eat before heading out to hunt. In no time, he returned with freshly caught game, expertly starting a fire to roast the meat. I mentioned my desire to craft clothing from the bee's skins, to which he nonchalantly replied, "Those are all yours. Create whatever you wish." When the meat was ready, he handed me a piece, and I tore half to give to him, suggesting we share the meal. He paused for a moment, seemingly taken aback, but ultimately accepted it. Watching him crunch through the bones with ease piqued my curiosity about the seasoning he had used on the meat. In this desolate wilderness, where did the salt come from? I asked, and he produced a fruit, explaining it was called shui yingua. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. He fixed his gaze upon me, his expression turning icy as he interrogated, "Which tribe were you from? How is it you do not recognize the shui yingua?" His tone and demeanor were reminiscent of an interrogator, cold and unyielding as he pressed, "Are you for the western part of the beast realm?" My heart raced in fear, as I sensed that a nod could lead to my demise. I fervently shook my head, insisting I was from far away. Yet, he remained unconvinced, relentlessly questioning me about how I had traversed the sea from the east and south. I was left speechless, ultimately stating that I had simply awakened in this place. The atmosphere plummeted to an icy silence. Genuine fear gripped me, fearing he would doubt my origins and cast me out of the tribe. In a moment of desperation, I began to market myself. I can build a fire pit. I won't let anyone freeze to death in winter. I possess many skills. I can create value for the tribe. Please do not expel me. As I stumbled over my words, he suddenly sighed, pulling me into his embrace with a softened tone. He pinched my cheek, apologizing for having frightened me. He explained that his tribe had fought a significant battle against the Western Orcs a year prior, resulting in the loss of many males, which caused him to lose control at the mere mention of the West. So was PTSD, with a misunderstanding resolved. I felt relieved, only for him to plunge his face into my neck and begin licking me, causing my emotions to shift faster than AI could generate artwork. I was simultaneously irritated and ticklish, forcefully pushing his head away as I scolded him. "Are you throwing a tantrum?" Before I could finish my thought, a long howl of a wolf echoed from outside the cave. "What is happening?" I inquired. "Nothing. Just a few who came seeking a fight," he replied. "We shall continue our conversation later." As he stood up, he tousled my hair with a large hand, leaving it in disarray, before departing with a casual command to wait for him at home. Wait for him? What a ridiculous notion. Yet, I was left with no choice, as a fragile woman. Entering the fray would render me a living target, necessitating his protection. Thus, I resigned myself to remaining at the cave entrance like a passive observer. Shortly after Fengye left, two figures swiftly approached, transforming into human form as they landed. They were his brothers. The more boisterous one, Feng Ming, breathlessly exclaimed, "Brother, trouble. That little scoundrel Yumo has summoned his parents. He is spreading rumors that you have abducted an underage girl. Let me tell you, this brother's tongue was as rapid as a machine gun. He was always eager to report, behaving like a surveillance camera. And I often wished I could knock him out for a few months." The other, more composed brother, Feng Yin, remained silent, but his gaze scanned me like a spotlight, clearly questioning. "Brother, how long has it been? Where did you find this underage sister-in-law? Let me see her." Fengye, however, paid them no mind, leaning against a rock with an air of indifference, as if he were merely observing their antics. Yet Feng Ming, oblivious to the tension, leaned in closer, asking, "Brother, where's the sister-in-law? Is she really underage? I want to take a look." Feng Yin seized his hair from behind, likely cursing inwardly. "You truly have no fear of death." Indeed, Feng Yi shot a piercing glance, causing Feng Ming to instantly fall silent. I must tell you, Feng Yi was in a particularly foul mood. Already annoyed, now a group had come to provoke him, and his expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Before long, the clan chief and his wife, Feng Ye's uncle and aunt, arrived. Shortly thereafter, two colossal beasts carried three individuals into the scene. Goodness, with such a display, one might mistakenly think a tribal assembly was about to commence. A fellow named Xiaoning, clad in a beast hide around his waist, clearly just emerged from a warm embrace, stood beside Feng Yi fanning the flames. "Brother Yi, that kid Umo is quite swift, coming here so soon." Feng Yi completely ignored him, instead glancing back toward the cave entrance where I was peeking out. Our eyes met, and I trembled in fear. He then impatiently told the group, "If you have something to say, spit it out. If not, be gone." "There's something." Yumo's mother, resembling a rapid response buzzer, shoved her son aside and rushed to the front. "Feng Yi, my son has informed me that you have taken a minor partner. I tell you, she is as thin as a monkey, clearly incapable of bearing offspring. Even if she could, she wouldn't be able to sustain them." As she spoke, she pulled her daughter Yuji to the forefront. "Look at my Yuji. She is about to come of age, well endowed and ample. She can bear as many as you desire." The girl named Yuji turned pale, shrinking back at the sight of Feng Yi's icy demeanor. "Mother, please stop," she pleaded. Previously, she had paraded before Feng Yi, only to be met with his stern warning to keep her distance lest her brother receive a beating, leaving her with a psychological scar. Umo and his brother were equally embarrassed. They had come to confront Feng Yi about breaking the rules, only to find their mother turning the situation into a matchmaking spectacle. What a ridiculous turn of events. Feng Yi's brothers were dumbfounded, watching the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, the aunt continued her relentless chatter. "Feng Yi, we have known each other for ages. Yuji is far superior to those outside." Feng Yi could no longer contain himself and darkly interrupted her. "What kind of relationship do we have?" "A relationship that spans several mountains, where we barely meet once a year. Whether your daughter can bear children is of no concern to me." With that, his glare, sharp as a blade, swiftly fixed upon Umo and his brother, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. "However, you two have an ample history with me. I advise you, on your way home, to run with all your might and hope I don't catch up to you. Otherwise," the threat was palpable. In the tribe, as long as no one was killed in a fight, who would care? His two younger brothers perked up, joining in the ruckus. "Exactly. They're itching for a fight. It's the perfect opportunity to practice." The aunt panicked, unaware of Feng Yi's intentions, and immediately sought refuge beside the clan chief, exclaiming, "Clan chief, you must intervene. If my son is harmed, I will come to you." The clan chief, overwhelmed, waved his hand dismissively as if shooing away flies. "All of you, return home. Stay away from here in the future. Don't come looking for trouble, only to return here crying after a fight." But Umo was defiant, jutted his chin towards Feng Yi's cave. "Clan chief, you are biased. He has taken a minor female back. You cannot shelter him. The shaman has arrived. Just a touch of the bones will reveal my truth." Feng Yi scoffed. "She's a minor. I will raise her until she comes of age. What business is it of yours? She is in my cave. If she didn't wish to be here, would she stay?" With that, he kicked a large stone into the path, making his intentions clear. Who dares to take another step forward? I must confess, at that moment, Feng Yi was quite anxious himself. He feared that if I emerged and heard their words, I might indeed follow the clan chief away, abandoning him. Thus, he adamantly prevented anyone from approaching. Little did he know, I was inside the cave, nearly driven to madness. Yin Duo, Xioning's partner, appeared at some point. Noticing my distressed expression, in a hushed tone, I asked her sister Yin Duo, does the shaman truly determine my age with just a touch of the bones? She initially thought I was a captive, intending to comfort me, but upon hearing my words, her eyes widened in shock. What? You come of age? I lamented yes. Just today. So, you weren't taken by Brother Yi? No, I came willingly. Yin Duo smacked her thigh, nearly losing her composure. My heavens. Then why aren't you going down? Brother Yi is keeping them at bay, fearing you'll follow the clan chief. I was taken aback. So that was the situation? Yin Duo pulled me down, and after much ado, it turned out to be a huge misunderstanding. As I stood, I heard Feng Ye's younger brother Feng Ming rallying the crowd below. What is the matter? Outnumbered, are we? My brother and I, several brothers from Ning Ji's family. My uncle is the clan chief, and he has many brothers. My aunt has several uncles, and they too have numerous males. UNT survived this. What a display of bravado, relying solely on bloodline superiority. I nearly burst into laughter, but felt the weight of my own predicament and could only stifle it. Feng Ye's gaze shifted upon seeing me descend. He wished for me to return, but said nothing. The moment I appeared, the atmosphere fell silent. Without hesitation, I approached the clan chief's wife and extended my wrist. Clan chief's wife, I have come of age. Please take a look. Feng Ye appeared to be utterly petrified. Just yesterday, I had told him I was still a minor, and now I was publicly contradicting him. His expression darkened dangerously, clearly displeased that he had been outsmarted in front of everyone. The clan chief's wife, Mu Yu, squeezed my wrist, and before she could speak, the clan chief inquired, Qin Yu, do you willingly wish to become Feng Ye's partner? I cast a furtive glance at Feng Yi, intending to respond affirmatively, but he erupted. Am I dead? If she didn't wish to be with me, would she have come down from my cave? He aimed to prevent me from saying anything that might embarrass him. However, UMO, lacking sense, leaned in. Don't be afraid of him. If you dislike him, you can be my partner. Before I could refuse, Feng Yi roared, transforming into a beast, and pounced on UMO, bringing him crashing to the ground, his jaws snapping. The scene spiraled out of control, devolving from a duel into a chaotic brawl. The ant shouted at me, hurry and restrain Feng Yi. Restrain him? Have I lost my mind? He was like a mountain. A mere touch could send me flying. Besides, he was not at a loss. I shot a glance at the ant and replied coolly, your bones are sturdier. You should go. I had already deceived him and was feeling guilty enough. I certainly wouldn't walk into danger. Yin Duo, overhearing, was in stitches, nudging me and fanning the flames. Qin Yu is right. Dear ant, you are older, and your bones are indeed hard. You want to be harmed. The ant was furious, yelling in exasperation. Yin Duo, unfazed, leaned closer to me, brimming with gossip. So, what do you think? Is Brother Yi fierce? Do you like him? My face flushed. Was this really the time for such discussions? She continued, don't be shy. I like Xiaoning because he is strong in a fight and can protect me. He excels in many respects. I quietly inquired, does it hurt? Yun Duo, Lianing In, rambled on, making my ears burn with embarrassment. She imparted wisdom. Listen, with a straightforward man like Brother Yi, you must express your desires clearly. If you want him to pick fruits or prepare beautiful beast hides, you must tell him directly, otherwise, he won't think of it. I nodded. I understand. I will seek you out tomorrow. Yinduo chuckled. Tomorrow? You might not be able to get out of bed. The day after tomorrow, you may not have the time either. She is truly exasperating. Over there, the battle had concluded, and Yuma was left battered, resembling a wretched mass, bloodied and in human form. Feng Ye grasped his neck, his voice akin to that of a creature risen from the depths of hell. If I hear those words again, I will end you. The death of a male within the tribe in silence is not an unheard occurrence. Yuma was so frightened that he dared not make sound. After his family carried him away, the chieftain scolded Feng Ye for over 10 minutes, pointing an accusing finger at him. Feng Ye, however, appeared indifferent, pulling me into the shade. It was not until the chieftain's ire turned towards me that Feng Ye lazily spoke. It's fine to scold me, but do not speak of her. Can her fragile form stand against me? Besides, she is timid. If she were to be frightened sick, I would dig a cave nearby to ensure Auntie is cared for daily. This provoked the chieftain to the brink of beastly transformation. After they departed, Feng Ye kicked aside the pestering Feng Ming, who incessantly called me sister-in-law. Then, he bent down effortlessly lifting me into his arms, carrying me towards the cave. Startled, I quickly wrapped my arms around his neck, only to notice a gash on his shoulder, several centimeters long, oozing blood. "You are injured," I exclaimed anxiously, urging him to come with me to retrieve the herbs I had collected yesterday. Fengye did not halt his pace, while Feng Ming, who had just regained his footing, kindly reminded, "Sister-in-law, males heal quickly. This minor injury of elder brother S will be fine by tomorrow." As soon as he finished, his brother Feng Yin delivered another kick, sending Feng Ming rolling several times. Fengye coldly replied, "Approximately." "Oh no, he is angry." I cannot discern whether his ire was directed at Feng Ming or me. The atmosphere was painfully awkward. After a prolonged silence, I timidly asked, "Are you angry? You promised you wouldn't hit me. Even if you are angry, you cannot." He paused, pinching my face to meet his gaze, his expression a mixture of helplessness and slight hurt. "Why do you always think I want to hit you? When you are silent and not smiling, you appear quite fierce," I timidly replied, noting that he was still pinching my face, which made him appear even more intimidating. The grip on my face loosened slightly as he stated, "I promised I would not, and I will not. Do not ask such questions in the future." I find him displeasing. "Oh," I inquired again, "are you angry?" "Not really," he replied, his voice a bit hoarse, indicating he was struggling to contain himself. "When did you become an adult?" My mind raced, and I quietly replied, "It has been several hours." Upon hearing this, he clenched his teeth and suddenly smiled. "Ah, you truly know how to speak." I dared not utter another word. He placed me on the stone bed, his gaze as if he wished to consume me whole. He said, "Earlier, you asked why I always look at your neck, but it is not just your neck. I wish to see the areas that are covered as well." What he desires, he pursues directly. At this moment, he desired me. My mind was in turmoil, my body drenched in sweat, feeling unbearably sticky. I grasped his wandering hands, stammering, "Fengye, let's go take a bath. It is too hot." He raised an eyebrow. "Outside?" My face turned crimson in an instant. No. He laughed, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Rest assured, this is my territory. No one will intrude. I will not allow others to see you. Only I can." Without awaiting my response, he gathered several animal skins and, cradling me, proceeded towards the riverbank. Upon arrival, the icy stream enveloped me, and he pressed a fierce kiss upon my lips. Just as he was about to take further action, I hurriedly grasped him, my voice trembling. "The clothes are not yet ready." Instead, he whispered several words in my ear, leaving me so flustered that my scalp tingled. When I awoke, it was already noon the next day. My body felt as if it had been dismantled, raising my hand to find numerous bruises. Fengye's strength was indeed excessive. As he entered, noticing my struggle to move, he rushed over to embrace me, planting a gentle kiss on my forehead, his voice dripping with tenderness. "Lie down. I will apply the medicine for you." He produced a package wrapped in leaves, and upon recognizing its contents, I instinctively recoiled. He sat down beside me, urging me to lean against him, asking if it still hurt. This medicine was specifically obtained from Annie. My goodness, this fellow is far too direct, discussing such matters. The disparity in strength between males and females in the tribe is considerable, hence this medicine is a staple. Just as he attempted to lift my skirt, I quickly pressed down. "I will do it myself." He leaned back lazily, a knowing smile on his lips. "Afraid I'll see?" It was more than just last night. He began to utter those dizzying words again, prompting me to bury my head in his shoulder, exclaiming, "Say anything." I insisted on doing it myself. Yet he unexpectedly pressed me down. "If I cannot use my hands, then let us change tactics." His chest was as solid as iron, rendering me immobile. I could only beg softly, which only fueled his irritation further. Ultimately, he refrained from pursuing any further, fearing he might lose control, and stepped outside to fetch me something to eat. It was freshly roasted meat and gathered fruits from early morning. I sat beside him as he tore small pieces to feed me, insisting I eat more, claiming he wanted to fatten me up for a more comfortable embrace. After finishing, he held me in the cave by the water, the entrance shielded by branches, providing a refreshing coolness. I initially intended to sleep, but upon observing the cave, akin to his own, barren of adornments, even the animal skins were merely those he had brought the previous day. Suddenly, my desire for slumber vanished. Given Fengye's stamina, it was evident that we would be living this shameless lifestyle in the cave for a considerable time. However, to achieve a stable existence, one must possess the necessary resources. The most fundamental living conditions must be established. So what happened? Let me tell you, this cave was akin to a bare-bones version of a home. Not a single pot or utensil in sight, Merely a bare stone bed. How could I possibly sleep? I tossed and turned, growing increasingly vexed with the chill of the day. Even a warm soup was unattainable. How could I endure this? I resolved to sit up abruptly, nudging the nearby man, who resembled a heated iron. Hey, are you asleep? I cannot sleep. To my surprise, he inhaled sharply, his Adam's apple bobbing, and with a gaze that felt as though he might devour me. He hoarsely retorted, "You're wriggling in my arms like a little pig. Do you think I can sleep?" My face flushed instantly, and before I could retort, he had already descended upon me. That kiss, I assure you, was both domineering and restrained, imbued with an aggressive yet restrained desire. Even my breath felt scalding. Once he had his fill of kissing, a thought struck me, and, panting, I exclaimed, "Since we cannot sleep, let us rise and work." By work, I naturally meant construction. I reiterated my plan for the heated Kong, and this time he finally seemed to grasp it, his expression turning serious. He then confided in me that he would need to leave for a while. It turned out that every year, he was responsible for training the new recruits in the tribe, teaching them how to hunt for survival. This was crucial for the entire tribe's KPI, and he could not decline. Upon hearing this, I understood it was akin to military service in our homeland, where one must be fully equipped before entering the battlefield. Stay obediently at home for me, his gaze soft and affectionate. I will return promptly and ensure you have food and drink arranged. You can play with Yunduo. He acted swiftly. Fengye transformed back into his beast form and released a long howl towards the sky. The sound echoed as if broadcasting across the entire region, instantly summoning all nearby males. I hurriedly gathered some vines and leaves to cover myself, for who would comprehend my plight with a throng of bare-chested men gathering? I truly felt I might perish. Xioning and Yunduo dashed over first, drenched in sweat, inquiring what had happened. Fengye instructed them to wait until everyone was assembled before explaining. Yunduo initially feared it was the Western group causing trouble again, her face paling until Fengye clarified it was not a fight, at which point she exhaled in relief. I discreetly confided in Yunduo Jia about the heated bed, and her expression shifted from shock to disbelief. Once everyone had gathered, with just a glance from Fengye, I assumed the role of chief engineer. I meticulously explained every detail, from the principles to the steps involved. And what was the outcome? Those big brothers stared at me wide-eyed, their expressions mirroring mine during a calculus lecture. Accompaniment was their only response, as they understood nothing. I was utterly baffled. Ultimately, it was Fengye who stepped up. Despite his handwriting resembling a chaotic scrawl, the orcs surprisingly managed to comprehend it. He promptly assigned tasks, with each person responsible for a specific material, urging them to hurry and gather supplies. To facilitate the experiment, Fengye directly named Fengming, suggesting they conduct a trial in his cave. The fellow was overjoyed, grinning widely. "Brother, you truly are kind. I'm the first to be considered for such a good thing." However, Fengye quickly silenced him with a curt remark, "You're thinking too much. Neither you nor Fengyan has a mate, so if it explodes, you can squeeze in with him." Haha. The look on Fengming's face at that moment was akin to receiving a punch of reality. He shot a resentful glance at Fengye before heading out to gather materials. Yunduo Jia and I waited in Fengming's spacious cave, where she suddenly hugged me tightly and planted a flurry of kisses on my face. "Qingyu, you are truly wonderful." I was utterly taken aback by this unexpected display of affection. "If this heated bed works out, you will be my benefactor, a benefactor to the entire tribe." She then shared with me numerous tales of the brutality of the Western beastmen, the mortality rates of females and cubs during the cold season, her eyes reddening as she spoke. It turned out she had escaped from the West, where females were treated as mere breeding machines. She had stubbornly insisted that Xioning bring her back from that dreadful place. I must say, this sister is a force to be reckoned with. Watching those strong men work was impressive. With the sounds of clattering all afternoon, the initial form of the heated bed emerged. As the evening drew near, Fengye instructed them to wrap up and then squatted down to carry me. I must tell you, when he becomes attentive, it's quite overwhelming. He had already noticed that my bare feet were sore from walking. On the way back, his hands became mischievous, frequently squeezing my thigh, causing my heart to race. I quickly said, "Stop squeezing. Let us hurry back for a bath." I'm all sweaty. During the bath, I felt liberated, soaking in the water and reluctant to leave, ultimately being dragged ashore by him. He gripped the nape of my neck, his face stern as he stated, "I've called you 3 times. Didn't you hear? A female's body is weak. Soaking too long can make you ill." I muttered that it had only been 20 minutes. But he paid no heed and simply carried me back to the cave, waiting for me to don my beast skin before he would relent. That evening, while enjoying roasted meat, I remembered Yuji's clothing and promptly inquired about it. He informed me it was made from something called xianxiu, which grows on trees. I was astonished. In 2025, such a miraculous material still existed? That stuff breaks easily, and he thought it useless. But my eyes lit up. My dear friends, this is natural yarn. With this, wound tea, we have a solution for warm undergarments for winter. I immediately launched into a passionate discourse, painting a beautiful vision of the future. He went from astonishment to amusement, finally placing a hand over my mouth. I'll believe you. Tomorrow I'll gather some for you. After a long day, I fell asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow. However, in the middle of the night, I felt someone moving around me. I must tell you, Fengya's body temperature was like a small furnace, making it impossible for me to sleep as I tossed and turned to evade him. He pulled me back twice, and I even kicked him once. Clearly displeased, he sat up to examine my injuries. After checking, he leaned close to my ear, his voice low and husky. I know you're awake. Are you feeling better? My soul nearly fled in fright. I quickly turned away, diverting the subject. If I'm feeling fine, why does my back hurt a bit? Did a bug bite me? Yes, it was you big bug. Upon hearing this, he laughed, and oh, what a laugh it was. Yet, in the end, his heart softened, and he ceased his antics, merely holding me tightly, inhaling the scent of my neck until I fell asleep. The next morning, I insisted on going to the xianxiu. Fengya, unable to refuse me, had no choice but to take me along, also summoning Yinduo Jie. He cautioned me repeatedly not to climb, and I promised, but turned around and scampered up like a monkey. Yinduo Jie below commented that this material was delicate and troublesome, preferring bee skins. I advocated for it, explaining that in winter, it would make excellent undergarments with bee skins over it, providing warmth. It could even serve as a towel. Upon hearing this, her eyes sparkled, and, thinking of the heated bed, she chuckled and began to climb up as well. As we chatted, Yinduo Jie suddenly slapped her thigh, exclaiming, "Those long hairs and white balls will be even more useful." My dear friends, upon hearing this, I realized it was cotton. Just as I was getting excited, she added that once it matured, she would take me to gather it, mentioning that since I had come of age, it would be useful during my time of bleeding, and she would give me some beforehand. This sister is quite direct. Then came the most thrilling part. Yinduo Jie began to gossip about her love story with Xiaoning. It was a tale of a woman pursuing a man, relentlessly until she captured the aloof beast man. I was utterly engrossed. But just as she reached the part about us happily being together, she stopped. I asked her what happened next, and she surprisingly retorted, "You want to hear about mating as well?" At that moment, I was flabbergasted. Such matters were not something we should be privy to. While we were in conversation, Fengya returned. He transformed into his beast form, his large head squeezing through the branches, grunting at me with an expression that clearly said, "Why are you being disobedient again?" I must tell you, I simply could not resist that furry head. I immediately began to pet him. He squinted his eyes in pleasure and gestured for me to climb onto his neck. My dear friends, riding a large wolf, although I was a bit afraid of heights, the sensation was unparalleled. In no time, he had gathered the xianxiu and then squatted down to indulge in some playful banter. How can you sleep so soundly at night, yet have so much energy during the day? You should rest more in the cave, so you have strength at night. My face flushed bright red. It's broad daylight. Please be serious. However, this fellow only became more excited, claiming that I was too serious, which was why he let me be so. You run fast during the day, but at night, it's just pain. Alarmed, I quickly covered his mouth. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll pinch you. To my astonishment, he licked my palm. I was utterly stunned, my mind buzzing. After a minute, I finally regained my composure, blushing as I murmured quietly, "Why do you lick everywhere? My hands are sweaty. You seem to enjoy it that day. I could feel it," he said in a deep voice, and I felt as if I had been struck by lightning, leaving me utterly speechless. Fengya's sharp gaze swept over me, making me feel as though I were unclothed. I was truly on the verge of breaking down. "You can't talk like that, Fengya. We're in public. If you keep this up, I will really be angry." What did this rascal do? He plopped down on the ground, stretching his long legs to encircle me closely, drawing in proximity. He mentioned that Xiaoning and Yinduo had left early, and no one could hear us. Was this not the perfect time to speak? I was in desperate need of help. How could he be so brazenly flirtatious? His gaze seemed as if he intended to swallow me whole, and I could not push him away, ultimately resigning myself to his tight embrace. While I contemplated a way to escape, he softened first, resting his chin on my forehead, muttering, "Let me hold you. I've missed you terribly since we Haven team met for a while." He also cautioned me not to venture out in the heat of the afternoon, promising to come find me once he finished with the heated bed. I later learned that while we were indulging in our affection, his brothers were holding a meeting in the cave to criticize him. His brother Fengming complained, saying, "My brother used to be completely silent, but now that he has a sister-in-law, he talks so much. Can she handle him?" And guess how Xiaoning responded? He spat out a mouthful of water, saying, "He just couldn't be bothered to talk to you. You did not observe him today, incessantly chattering to the Qingyu, to the point where it felt as though he was perched upon my shoulders." But that was merely the beginning. Fengming, that rascal, began his mischief again, expressing his desire for a companion. However, the young lady found him unappealing. Why, you ask? Because Fengye had previously thrashed her brother. Hilariously, this is what one might call a precise backstab from an elder brother. Then, his younger sibling abruptly shifted the topic, mentioning how her grandmother once intended to introduce a robust and resilient female to Fengye, expressing concern that my petite frame might be bullied. Upon hearing this, my heart sank. Yet Fengye seemed utterly unfazed. His attitude was one of indifference, asserting that whether they liked it or not was of no consequence to him, as long as he was content. My dear companions, the sense of security he exuded was simply overwhelming. In the afternoon, I spent time with Sister Yunduo in the cave. Upon noticing the marks on my neck, she chuckled heartily. I wished I could have found a crack in the ground to hide myself. I covered my neck, exclaiming it was too exaggerated to face anyone. She promptly brushed my hand aside, her eyes wide with astonishment, proclaiming a memorable line. "Goodness, all of Brother Ye's strength has been expended here. Who understands, dear ones?" My face flushed crimson. I could only weakly respond. "That is the only place it can be used, woo. Do you know that blend of pain and embarrassment?" Sister Yunduo instantly grasped the situation, winking suggestively and stating that one would grow accustomed to in time. I spent the entire afternoon listening to her impart wisdom, my face transitioning from red to numb. In the meantime, I fashioned a simple dress and shoes for myself, and made a pair of shorts for Fengye. It was only after darkness had descended that Fengye returned, carrying a heavy stone pot. He set it down and squatted, inviting me to climb onto his back. Just as I was about to do so, he insisted, "No, come sit on my shoulders. My hands are too occupied to hold you." I was utterly bewildered. Shoulders? He stood at 2 meters tall. My legs turned to jelly. Once I clambered up, I clung desperately to his head. His body was slippery, making it impossible to find a firm grip, and I timidly inquired, "Can I hold your ears?" To my surprise, he gritted his teeth and replied in the affirmative. I felt as though I might stretch his ears. Upon returning to the cave, I discovered he had brought numerous new items, such as a water container and fruits. Overwhelmed with gratitude, I spontaneously hugged him. However, after bathing, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. He suddenly questioned me with a serious expression. "Did you not say you would not deceive me?" Astonishingly, he had realized my wounds had healed, and I had been feigning. I felt utterly intimidated. He threatened me, declaring that if I deceived him again, I would find myself bedridden for several days. I was so frightened that I dared not move, but then he grinned, pulling me onto his lap, whispering a statement that left me utterly stunned. "Since you believe I possess great strength, then you come to me. Do you comprehend? You come to me." Such audacious words. My mind went blank as I gazed at his chiseled abs and his shimmering silver hair, a veritable embodiment of raw masculinity. In a moment of reckless courage, I decided to take the plunge. I cautiously caressed his abs. The sensation was divine. Summoning my courage, I pecked his lips and then kissed his Adam's apple. In that instant, he awakened his primal instincts. The next moment, the world spun, and I found myself in a dominant position. My small flicker of desire ignited into an uncontrollable blaze in his presence. The following day, I awoke late to the sun high in the sky, only to find he had left me roasted meat. Angered by his earlier insensitivity, he entered carrying a pot of soup. When he noticed my cold demeanor, he awkwardly apologized. "Qingyu, I was wrong." Observing his defeated expression, I nearly lost my composure. Just as I was about to forgive him, he added, "Drink more soup, so you won't feel faint again." I was taken aback. Was there still room for conversation? Infuriated, I pinched his cheek, but his tough skin was impervious, leaving my hand reddened with no effect. Seeing that I was genuinely upset, he hurried to appease me, promising to fetch some fruits I had never tasted. I wished to accompany him, yet he insisted I remain behind due to the sun's intensity. I suggested he invite Xiaoning, bringing some for Sister Yunduo as well. To my surprise, he became instantly jealous. Why was my partner fixated on another female? My dear companions, merely mentioning Sister Yunduo had unleashed his possessiveness. Hastily, I clarified that Sister Yunduo was our matchmaker, prompting him to reluctantly depart. Once he was gone, I approached the stone pot, observing the fragrant bone soup he had prepared. Remarkably, he possessed a knack for living well. Fine, I could not let him toil alone. I must contribute as well. I grabbed the bone knife and made my way to the nearby low trees, intending to gather some large leaves. Once he returned with fruits, I would slice them and place them to dry atop the leaves. However, I overestimated my abilities, with my slight frame wielding a bone knife. Attempting to cut leaves felt akin to scraping skin, and I struggled for ages without success. At that moment, suddenly, two burly men leapt out from behind a large rock. Goodness, I nearly toppled off a stone in fright. I clung tightly to the tree trunk to steady myself, and upon focusing, my heart sank. Were these not the two fellows who had been beaten to a pulp by Fengye just days prior? Yumo and Yulin? What were they doing here? Had their injuries healed so swiftly? Were they here for revenge? My mind raced with alarm bells, and I quickly sought a stable footing, gripping the bone knife tightly, glaring at them with suspicion. What do you want? Internally, I was in a state of utter panic. This location was far from Fengye and Fengming's cave. Even if I screamed at the top of my lungs, they might not hear me. With Fengye absent, should these two lunatics attack, I would surely meet my end today. To my astonishment, the two exchanged glances, scratching their noses and heads, looking utterly sheepish. I was perplexed. This was not the demeanor of aggressors. Instead, they appeared as two bumbling giants, unsure of themselves. They remained silent, climbing the trees with surprising agility, swiftly knocking down leaves with their feet. I watched in awe. In no time, several trees were nearly stripped bare. Yulin jumped down and foolishly inquired, "Is this enough for you?" At that moment, I had but one thought, to stall until Fengye returns. However, Yumo, noticing my silence, dragged out a freshly killed prey from behind a rock. Placing it before me, "This is for you." Offering both leaves and meat with an eager expression, I suddenly realized their intentions. My dear companions, could they still be hoping I would become their partner? After being thrashed, did they dare to approach me again? Truly bold. I hastily drew a line, declaring, "I am already Fengye's companion. I do not want your offerings. Take them away." I even emphasized my threat. Fengye will return shortly, and if I lose a single hair, he will surely dismantle you both. Fengye and Fengming resided not far away. A single shout would summon them. To my utter disbelief, Yulin retorted, "You are lying. We arrived this morning. Fengye and Fengming are digging stones." Fengye left with something in his mouth. He must be out picking fruits and won't return soon. I was rendered speechless. So, these two had plotted this all along, carefully surveying the terrain before making their appearance. Fear surged through me. I could neither fight nor flee, and my distress signal could very well be blocked. I glanced at the sky, seeking an area devoid of branches, and began to scream for help. The two men were immediately taken aback, their faces paling, likely fearing they would summon Fengye back. Yumo rushed over, attempting to cover my mouth. "Do not shout." Seeing him approach, I turned and ran, continuing to call out. Yet, these two buffoons, one carrying leaves and the other dragging the prey, pursued me relentlessly. They swiftly reached the front, blocking my path. Yumo gazed at me as if he had encountered ghost. Finally coming to his senses and hastily explaining, "I know you are Fengye's companion. We did not intend to snatch you away. We merely wished to inquire about something." Yulin, standing beside him, nodded fervently. Yes, yes. We truly just have a question. Why are you running so fast?" I leaned against a large stone, panting as if I were blowing a bellows, and looked at the two of them. Goodness, while pursuing me, they did not forget to carry their KPIs, one with leaves, the other with prey. They certainly had their work cut out for them. Observing their demeanor, it seemed they truly had no ill intentions towards me. My throat was nearly hoarse from shouting, so I decided to stop running, leaning against the stone for a while before saying, "I initially asked what you intended to do. You two were chopping trees and delivering meat without uttering a word. How was I to interpret that?" These two fellows appeared quite aggrieved, stating that they simply wished to bring a gift before asking questions, as all the males in the tribe did. Who would have thought that not only would I refuse their offerings, but I would also shout for help, leaving them utterly flabbergasted. I was truly speechless. The thought process of these two straightforward men was utterly bewildering. "Speak quickly if you have something to say. Ask your question without delay," I said with irritation. "We just wanted to ask about what happened yesterday in Fengye's cave." Yumo began, but suddenly his expression changed, and he grabbed Yulin, turning to flee while shouting, "We'll come back another day to ask you." With that, They transformed into their beast forms and sprinted away faster than rabbits. Don't be afraid. And you two needn't be afraid either. I realized their sudden retreat indicated the arrival of Feng Yin and Feng Ming. In the next moment, I saw their beast forms bounding through the branches with remarkable agility, landing before me in a few swift movements. Feng Yin was the first to land, transforming into human form. And upon seeing I was unharmed, he sighed in relief. Sister-in-law, what happened? Feng Ming followed closely, sniffing around, and they both exclaimed in unison. Yumo and Yulin came? I nodded helplessly, pointing to the spoils on the ground. They were chopping trees and delivering meat, which startled me. Later, they said they wanted to ask me something, but fled upon seeing you two arrive. Feng Ming's temper flared, and he clenched his fists, ready to confront them. These two are incorrigible. They're still keeping tabs. I'll go teach them a lesson. However, Feng Yin remained composed, pulling him back and addressing me. Sister-in-law, let Feng Ming stay here with you while I go clarify things. After Feng Yin left, I began to pry information from Feng Ming. This child was quite naive and certainly could not keep secrets. Why do they persist in tailing Feng Yin despite their inability to confront him? Feng Ming, disdainfully handling the prey, muttered that the meat was not tasty. When I inquired, he pondered for a moment before earnestly answering. I don't know. These two fools have been following my brother since last year, occasionally peeking at him, and have been beaten several times but refuse to change their ways. It's quite infuriating. Well, that was indeed a wasted inquiry. This child was rather gluttonous, gazing at me with longing. Sister-in-law, this prey's meat is tough and unappetizing. May I eat it? I'll catch a plump mau-mau beast for you later. I couldn't help but chuckle. Go ahead and eat. There's still some soup made from your brother's meat in the pot. He quickly shook his head. No, that's for you to eat, sister-in-law. I'm not picky. With that, he transformed into beast form and swiftly tore into the prey, creating a rather bloody and thrilling scene. Before long, Feng Yin returned with the two timid ones in tow. You should have seen that sight. Moments ago, they told me not to be afraid, and now they appeared as timid as quails. Feng Ming, upon seeing them, became enraged and tossed a few bones at them. Get to work while you sharpen your bone knives. The two of them began their task, shrinking back, and finally, I felt my grievances dissipate. After much hesitation, Yumo finally stammered. We just wanted to know what you were doing in Feng Ming's cave yesterday. I was taken aback. You've been watching for so long. Why not just ask them directly? What do you come to me for? I am but a weak woman, utterly powerless. What do you expect me to know? Feng Ming was also infuriated, brandishing a bone as if to strike. Yumo, frightened, cowered back. Feng Yin, you promised that if we came back and clarified, you wouldn't harm us. Feng Yin shot a warning glance at Feng Ming, and only then did Yumo look at me with a hurt expression. Do you think we don't want to ask? Asking is futile. They completely ignore us. Feng Ming retorted angrily. That's my brother, not yours. Why should he take you along? Finally, it dawned on me. To put it plainly, these two were fervent little fans of Feng Ye, desperately wishing to accompany their elder brother, yet Feng Ye had no intention of letting them join. Thus, these two peculiar-minded fellows embarked on a year-long tailing endeavor, enduring beatings and scoldings, all to gain their idol's attention. Such tenacity was indeed remarkable. Just as I was left speechless, I heard commotion in the distance. The two fellows, upon hearing it, promptly transformed into beast forms and fled, their speed suggesting they feared being caught by Feng Ye. Feng Ming scoffed. What's the use of running? Brother's nose is keen. He'll surely know they came to frighten you, and will make them regret it. I quickly urged, let go. They haven't truly harmed me. No sooner had I spoken than Feng Ye returned, his immense beast form laden with rosy fruit. Upon landing, he transformed into human form, neglecting the fruits, and immediately pulled me over to inspect me from head to toe, ensuring I was unharmed before his furrowed brow eased. He grasped my hand, his tone grave. You haven't become too foolish. You still know to call Feng Yin and Feng Ming. Feng Ming was still fuming. Brother, teach them a lesson. They frightened sister-in-law. Yet Feng Ye remained surprisingly calm, simply instructing them to return home. Once everyone had departed, he took my hand and led me to the water's edge, quickly cooled down. Watching him leap into the water, I realized he was concerned about his long journey. When he emerged from the water, he finally confided, Yumo and Yulin will likely come often. I have tasks for them. I was momentarily taken aback. And he continued, our father and mother perished last year when the Western Orcs invaded. Upon hearing this, my heart tightened, and I instinctively embraced him. He returned my embrace firmly, his voice low and powerful. Qingyo, it was fine when I was alone. But now that I have you, I cannot continue as before. Though they are impulsive, they mean no harm, and they live closest to us. They can be quite helpful in critical moments. What does family truly understand? A once solitary wanderer began to strategize for me. This newfound sense of security is simply invaluable. I cupped his face, earnestly asking, will handling such trivial matters become burdensome? He suddenly became playful, his warm hand roaming across my back, a smirk playing on his lips. Burden? Yet I find joy in it. He leaned closer, whispering in my ear, before meeting you, I thought I disliked those who were weak and cried. It was only upon encountering you that I realized I am drawn to the weakest and most tearful. Preposterous. I am not one to cry, I retorted. He nodded with utmost certainty. You don't cry normally. You only do so when you're beneath me. My goodness, the speed of his words left me momentarily speechless. I replied with irritation. Your fur color is all wrong. You should be covered in yellow fur to match your personality. To my astonishment, he completely misunderstood. He earnestly inquired about the colors of citrus and bananas. Upon my reply that they were both yellow, he concluded, oh, so you prefer yellow? All right, next time I'll pick yellow fruits. I wanted to punch him. No need for that. You're already quite yellow. There is no need to add more yellow to the cave. He noticed I was genuinely annoyed, flicked his tongue against his molars, and ceased his teasing, turning to lay the sliced fruits on the stones. After finishing this, he approached me, scooped me up under my armpits, lifting me effortlessly. I was still holding a wooden stick used for weaving towels, almost poking him in the face. This man was truly reckless, not even fearing for his eyes. And then, guess what happened? He not only showed no fear, but also raised his hand to display his feet, claiming he had crafted a pair of shoes for himself, enabling him to walk independently. I must confess, I felt an overwhelming urge to roll my eyes. Dear brother, this is not about your ability to walk. Rather, it is my reluctance to be held in your embrace. Clinging to him like a koala, I had to part my legs to wrap around his waist, while his body radiated heat akin to a small furnace. Who could endure that? Yet, he boldly remarked, I saw your shoes yesterday, but I wanted to hold you. A rather unassailable rationale, I must admit. He carried me back to the cave, and, like a whirlwind, swiftly fetched several large bags of fruit. Considering the heat, I decided to wash a stone pot and cut some fruit to brew a drink. To my dismay, Feng Yi took a sip and promptly rejected it, while I consumed an entire pot by myself. Later that night, as I lay down to sleep, he once again nestled close to my neck, inhaling deeply. I pushed him away with a swift motion. Family, who understands? If this continued for another night, I truly felt I would be laid to rest the following day. To make matters worse, I had stayed indoors all day, clad in nothing but my bare skin, only to find his brothers, Feng Yin and Feng Ming, present in the cave. Feng Yin, thankfully, glanced over and quickly turned his head away, but that little rascal, Feng Ming, stared at me as if I were some rare species, glancing back and forth several times. I was so embarrassed that I could have dug a 3-bedroom apartment with my toes. Was this freshly matured child not overly curious? The next day, I groggily awoke, feeling a chill across my body. Upon reaching out, I discovered, lo and behold, that Feng Yi had stripped me of my clothing while I slept. I distinctly remembered wearing a skirt to bed. As I opened my eyes, daylight flooded in, and I hastily attempted to shift my legs from his body, only to find one of his thighs pressing down on mine like an iron chain, rendering my legs numb. I struggled mightily to push him away, but his muscles were as unyielding as stone. Just as I managed to make a move, he rolled over and pulled me into his embrace, my back to him. That sensation sent shivers down my spine. My voice faltered as I quickly uttered, Feng Yi, didn't Tiwi agree to start the fire for the heated bed today? He responded with a grunt, and after a moment, languidly said, early in the morning, please refrain from squirming on me. I might lose control. I felt utterly wronged. It was he who pinned me down. When I shifted, it somehow became my fault for brushing against him. Is there no sense of fairness? He leaned down to sniff and lick at my neck, toying with me for several minutes before releasing me. At last, we ventured outside, where we encountered Sister Yin Duo. Her sharp tongue was merciless, teasing me right away. Oh, today you're not hiding behind leaves? Brother Yi is indeed straightforward, allowing Qing Yu to sit on his lap, even early in the morning. My face flushed crimson, sensing the double entendre in her words. However, I reasoned that since everything that needed to be seen had already been seen yesterday, I might as well let it go. I hurriedly requested Feng Yi to set me down, but he continued to squeeze my waist several times before relenting. Walking ahead with Sister Yin Duo, she quietly inquired whether I had been frightened by the 2 brothers from UMO yesterday. I recounted Feng Yi's ingenious idea of utilizing resources, which she also deemed quite favorable, sparing us from daily skirmishes. As we conversed, we arrived at Feng Ming's cave. The scene was truly magnificent. Feng Yin and Feng Ming had transformed into their beastly forms, diligently clawing at two enormous stones, each taller than myself. Feng Yi called out for them to cease, declaring, "Stop digging. Soon Umo and Yulin will come to assist." Upon hearing that someone would relieve them, Feng Ming swiftly reverted to his human form, finally able to take a break. Sister Yin Duo leaned in to enlighten me. "They're crafting a stone basin for you, while Xiaoning is making a stone table and chairs. As for Brother Yi, his role is primarily one of companionship." My heart warmed at her words, yet I couldn't help but glare at her, feeling as if my color was changing the longer I spent with them. Approaching the two massive stones, I measured them. My goodness, they were nearly 1.60 meters in height. How would I fetch water without tumbling in entirely? Moreover, with such large objects occupying the cave, if Feng Yi transformed back into his beastly form, there would likely be no space for him to roll around. Just as I was contemplating this, Feng Yi tousled my hair and said, "You are particular about cleanliness. One will be placed in the cave for heating water in winter, and the other will be outside for processing prey. I will excavate another cave for wood and food storage." Upon hearing this, my eyes brightened. It turned out he had devised a plan all along. I was so touched that I stood on my tiptoes to plant a kiss on his cheek. However, dear family, who understands the pain of a husband who is too tall? I jumped for what felt like an eternity, but still could not reach. Ultimately, he bent down to meet me. Just as our lips touched, Feng Ming, oblivious as ever, approached and asked, "Sister-in-law, are these stones big enough? I specially selected them. Do you like them?" Feng Yi's expression darkened instantly, his gaze cold enough to silence Feng Ming. Just as the awkwardness set in, Xiaoan arrived with his partner and brother. Upon seeing me, he exclaimed, "Sister Yi." My smile froze on my face. "Sister Yi? How that sounds so much like Wild Man." I quickly urged them to call me Qingyu. With everyone gathered, Feng Yi led us into the cave, preparing to light the fire and test the heated bed. I tell you, everyone squeezed inside, each stretching their necks, even more excited than I was. Feng Yi ignited the fire, and after a while, he reached out to touch the heated bed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he turned to me, his voice quivering. "It's warm. Come try it." No sooner had he finished speaking than the men, acting as if they had never seen warmth before, clamored to leap onto the bed, directly pushing me into Feng Yi's embrace. Goodness, the heated bed, which was already spacious, was instantly obscured by these towering, muscular men. I found myself watching an impromptu muscle show. Their physiques were truly impressive. Feng Yi, sensing my gaze, suddenly gripped my chin, gritting his teeth as he questioned, "Am I not enough for you to look at? Why are you staring at them?" I swear, I was merely appreciating the view. His jealousy flared far too quickly. I hastily denied it. At that moment, Feng Yin and the others excitedly shouted, "Big brother, sister-in-law, it's really warm." We did it. Feng Ming even threw himself on a bed, exploring every corner. The sight was utterly unbearable. Eventually, Sister Yin Duo could no longer contain herself, shouting, "Have you all had enough? If you have, let me try." With that, the men awkwardly parted. She and Han Han reached the heated bed, trembling with excitement. Han Han was pregnant, so this development significantly increased her comfort. I kicked off my shoes and climbed up to feel it. It was indeed warm, albeit unevenly so, but that was a minor issue. Feng Yi gazed at me, suddenly serious, asking, "Qingyu, if in the future you were to undertake something while the entire tribe watched, would you be afraid?" The cave fell silent, all eyes on me. I shook my head. I simply wished to live quietly and did not aspire to be a focal point. Feng Yi seemed to have anticipated my response. He stood up, addressing everyone loudly. "This heated bed was my idea. No matter who asks, say it was my idea." Sister Yin Duo nodded in agreement. "Yes, just say it was Feng Yi's. Otherwise, those people in the tribe will swarm around you, and it will be utterly bothersome." Even Feng Ming, for once serious, added, "Yes. It's best to say that Big Brother thought of it. If he shouts, half the tribe will come to help. Sister-in-law, you one team manage without Big Brother as support." Before he could finish, Feng Yi shot him a deadly glare. I looked at Feng Yi, feeling a twinge of worry. Wouldn't all the risks fall squarely on his shoulders? However, his brother Feng Yin stepped forward, stating, "Say it was my idea." Feng Yi glanced at him and coolly replied, "You should find a partner." He then turned to instruct Feng Ming to summon the chief, who happened to be his uncle, as well as those two unfortunate souls from UMO. While waiting for their arrival, Feng Yi held my hand, reassuring me, Males must face danger at all times. We are accustomed to it. I will be at ease knowing you are safe at home. My heart felt both sour and warm. To ensure my safety, he even discussed relocating the chief's family to our mountain peak. Naturally, I had no objections, though I couldn't resist teasing him. Then the chief will have even more reasons to scold you. Before long, the clan leader Fengzhou approached in a fit of anger, encountering Yumo and Yulin along the way, assuming that Fengye was once again causing trouble. However, upon seeing them, Fengye wasted no time and pointed at two large stones, commanding, "I wish to craft a water tank. You two, transform into beast forms and prepare them." Relieved that they were spared from punishment and merely tasked with work, the two boys eagerly complied. Fengye then turned to his uncle, stating, "Uncle, it is too cool outside. Let's seek warmth in the cave." I nearly laughed aloud at his words, which turned the clan leader's face a shade of green, his nostrils flaring with rage. To ease the tension, I quickly guided them into the cave. Upon entering, Fengzhou sensed something amiss. The deeper he ventured, the warmer it became. When he spotted the heated Kong, he was momentarily stunned. He reached out, recoiling as if burned, and gazed at us in astonishment, his voice trembling. "Who created this?" That foolish lad Fengming jumped in, exclaiming, "I did. I thought of it. Isn't it simple?" With a single glance from Fengye, the clan leader silenced him. Ultimately, Fengye looked at his uncle and directly proposed, "You and Aunt should move here. This way, I can venture out with peace of mind." Initially, the clan leader believed Fengye was merely afraid for his life and sought additional protection. Just as he was about to chastise Fengye, he caught sight of me and instantly comprehended everything. His gaze turned to me, emotion welling in his eyes, and he stammered, "Qingyu, you are the benefactor of our tribe." I was utterly taken aback. What happened to discretion? Fengye immediately shielded me behind him, his gaze resolute as he addressed the clan leader. "Uncle, Qingyu is still young and knows nothing. For external matters, let be known that this was my idea." Upon hearing this, the clan leader's expression shifted to one of mixed emotion, both touched and anxious. He was ready to make a decision right there, declaring that he would bring people to dig the cave the following day, initiating a grand relocation of the entire tribe. Fengye, ever quick-witted, restrained him, saying, "Uncle, do not rush. This must be approached step by step." He knelt down and swiftly sketched a map of our tribe, suggesting that a few clever brothers come to learn and prepare the Kong in the core area of our cave first. Once they master the technique, they could then expand outward, ensuring that by winter, all could enjoy the warmth of heated rooms. At that moment, I thought to myself, this man is reliable. However, his subsequent actions were nothing short of explosive. He pointed to the neighboring Zunzinglang tribe on the map, stating that this technology could be imparted to them. Upon hearing this, the clan leader grasped the implications. The Zunzinglang tribe possessed a remarkable fruit known as Zungli Gua, which greatly benefited our females. Yet we had to trade a significant amount of animal hides annually for only a few. The elder contemplated whether to request half of their harvest this year. Yet, Fengye's words left me momentarily speechless. He looked at me with a commanding presence and declared, "What 1 year? I want half from every year henceforth." I was astounded. This was akin to equity in technology with perpetual dividends. The clan leader's expression morphed into one of despair as he protested that this was impossible. Their tribe relied heavily on this fruit for reproduction, and demanding half was akin to taking half their life. Fengye remained unfazed, countering, "Our Khan can save them countless females and cubs from perishing in the cold. This deal is advantageous for them. Moreover, our tribes have sworn before the beast god to assist one another. They need not fear any treachery from us." Seeing the clan leaders still conflicted, I, Qingyu, a commercial prodigy, took it upon myself to provide them with a lesson. I leaned in and whispered, "Uncle, this is straightforward. Their psychological threshold is half. We should initially aim high and demand a substantial portion. They will surely refuse, and then we can gradually lower our request, employing a strategy of extreme negotiation. By the time we reach half, they will feel they have gained a tremendous advantage." As I finished speaking, Fengye's gaze towards me shifted dramatically, filled with fervor. He decisively announced, "Let it be so." The clan leader stood beside us, bewildered, his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside. "Is this truly possible?" We replied in unison, "Indeed." Fengye then fully embraced his dominant role, asserting, "I shall secure half of the Zungli Gua each year, not just from the Zunzinglang tribe. Once we grow strong, we will share this Kong technology, and all surrounding tribes will have to offer valuable goods in exchange. However, All transactions would be bound by an unwavering prerequisite, a solemn vow before the beast god to unconditionally protect the females and cubs of our Jukinglang tribe. Family, who understands? In one moment, he was strategizing and mapping out plans, and in the next, he swiftly changed the subject, turning to the clan leader and stating, "All right, uncle, you should return to make arrangements. I'm taking Chinyu out for roasted meat." Both the clan leader and I were momentarily petrified. The shift in topic was swifter than a tornado. The elder, likely accustomed to such abrupt changes, slipped away with remarkable speed. Fengye turned and effortlessly lifted me, striding forward. The two boys, Yumo and Yulin, upon hearing that they could learn the technology after finishing the digging, were as excited as two energetic pups, digging with renewed vigor. As I rested on his shoulder, observing the sculptural quality of his profile, I felt an undeniable sense of joy. I had previously found fault with my husband's lack of wealth, but now I realized that marrying him was akin to winning the lottery. Just as I was reveling in my thoughts, I innocently asked, "Are you going to be very busy soon?" Detecting the excitement in my tone, he mischievously replied, "Indeed, I shall be quite busy, leaving early and returning late. But I will come back at night." I asked, "Could you possibly change the subject?" To my surprise, he did not relent, plaintively questioning why I was unwilling, insisting that it was indeed quite pleasurable. I could only sigh. While it may be pleasurable for him, it was not for me. Each time I asked him to be gentler, he insisted he was already light enough, making communication nearly impossible. I resolved to remain silent and ignore him. Upon reaching Xioning and their cave, the meat was already roasted. Fengye busily cut my portion into small pieces while directing everyone else. He instructed Xioning and Xiuan to excavate a new cave adjacent to ours so that Sister Yinduo and the pregnant Henin could come and converse with me. I was genuinely touched by this gesture, but then he leaned in and whispered, "Being too close is inconvenient. I wouldn't want to hear the sound from other families." I was both amused and exasperated. This man seemed preoccupied solely with his ambitions and me. The following morning, Fengye departed early to attend to his tasks, while Sister Yunduo and I busied ourselves with our industrial upgrade. I taught her how to slice fruits and sun-dry them into preserves, and how to dry wild vegetables for stews in winter. Initially, she found the tasks cumbersome, but soon realized their practicality, becoming more enthusiastic than anyone else. However, it soon became apparent that her stamina was lacking. After 2 days of slicing fruits, her arms were too sore to lift, leaving her to soak in water daily. I glanced over, and, my goodness, her physique was quite impressive. I lowered my gaze to my own form, and silently resolved to eat more and perhaps gain a bit of weight. While I was helping her massage her arms, I discovered that the females in her tribe spent their time eating and sleeping, doing little else, leaving their bodies quite frail. Just then, Sister Yunduo suddenly grabbed my arm, exclaiming that she wanted to show me something wonderful. We walked for an hour until we reached an open area filled with small trees several meters high. She pointed to the ground beneath the trees, claiming there was a delicious fruit. As she began to dig with a bone knife, she soon unearthed a massive, white, tender object that resembled a gigantic radish. Just as I reached out to touch it, she swiftly cut into it, causing juice to splatter everywhere, and handed me a piece to taste. To my surprise, it was quite crisp and sweet. Gazing at the vast expanse of land, I couldn't help but exclaim, "My heavens! This is endless. We could never finish digging it all." Sister Yunduo looked at me as if I were foolish, saying, "One is sufficient for 10 days or more. Why dig so much?" On our way back, my eyes suddenly lit up as I spotted a plant adorned with several bright red objects resembling lanterns. My DNA stirred. Was this not chili peppers? As I attempted to draw closer, Yunduo Jia abruptly seized me, her face pale with fright. She warned, "You mustn't touch that." In the past, a female mistook it for a fruit and took a bite, resulting in swollen lips for several days. My excitement only intensified upon hearing this. If it merely caused swelling, it suggested a lack of poison. If it were chili peppers, they would be invaluable. They could warm us in winter and serve as a means of self-defense with chili spray. However, Yunduo Jie kept a vigilant eye on me, as if guarding a prisoner, resolutely preventing me from approaching. Ultimately, she invoked Fengye's name to exert pressure on me. With no other option, I was reluctantly led away, glancing back multiple times. In the following days, the few of us females gathered together, sun-drying vegetables while listening to Hanin and Yunduo Jie gossip. It was then that I learned, astonishingly, that werewolves here have a gestation period of 6 months. After giving birth, they must drink something called milk fruit. This defied logic. yet it felt fitting in this beastly world. I even imparted my knitting skills to them, crafting fabric from the silk of the lime tree that was soft and dense, far superior to their tattered cloth full of holes. When Henin and Yunduo Jia received the small scars I knitted, their eyes sparkled, and they immediately honored me as their teacher. Days passed in this manner, yet I couldn't shake my thoughts of the vibrant chili peppers. Once Fengye was done with his business, I was determined to persuade him to take me back for another visit. I thought if I played a bit coy, I might succeed. However, while I was flipping pancakes, I pondered why he had not yet returned. Surely, he must come back to sleep at night, right? Just as I was lost in thought, trouble arose concerning the chili peppers. In the dead of night, as I slept soundly, I felt a weight on me. Recognizing that familiar scent, I knew Fengye had returned. He had been working tirelessly, rising early and returning late to teach the rough men of the tribe to build heated platforms. He would sneak in, steal a couple of kisses, and refrain from waking me. Yet, tonight was different. I must have been dreaming of food, mumbling chili peppers, and suddenly sensed something was off. His breathing was heavier. Then, without warning, he kissed me fiercely, as if devouring a bone, urgent and fierce, nearly taking my breath away. Finally managing to push him away, I gasped for air and noticed his eyes were dark, as if he were a predator ready to pounce. Still somewhat dazed, I tentatively inquired, "You're back?" In response, he traced a finger across my face, his voice sounding as though it emerged from a cellar, asking, "Whose chili peppers are they?" My dear friends, I was utterly bewildered, and I burst into laughter. Was this not a classic, "I just want to be quiet" scenario? I cover my face, rolling on the animal skin in laughter, while his expression darkened further as he seized my hand. Observing his murderous glare, I quickly gathered myself, cupping his handsome face, and explained that it was merely food, a type of wild vegetable, neither male nor female. I must tell you, his expression resembled that of a frozen server, completely stalled. Unable to contain myself, I teased, "Are you reassured now?" He said nothing, merely stared at me intensely, then leaned down, his entire body pressing against mine. With the misunderstanding resolved, the atmosphere naturally heightened. Tonight, he was entirely different. He exhibited remarkable patience, leaving me feeling utterly weak. At last, it was not solely pain, which certainly warranted high praise. Afterward, I grew restless, resting my head on his arm, poking at his sculpted abs, and cheekily asked, what if I had indeed shouted a male's name? Without opening his eyes, he replied without hesitation, "I would kill him." I pressed further, "And what about me?" This time, he fell silent, staring at me for a while before finally responding, "You would also be taken to the stone bed." I thought to myself, this man is a powerhouse. I dared not provoke him further and promptly closed my eyes to sleep. The next day, I awoke feeling refreshed. Fengye had already left, but had left 2 large round fruits for me in the water. Just as I finished my morning routine, Yunduo Jie and the others arrived, with Xiaoan carrying her and Henin, calling me to join them in picking milk fruit. Once I climbed onto Xiaoan's back, I became timid, clinging to Yunduo Jie like an octopus. They nearly laughed themselves to tears, claiming my grip could strip Xiaoan of his fur. Upon arrival, I saw that the milk fruit resembled giant baby bottles, each weighing 5 or 6 pounds. Yunduo Jie swiftly twisted one open for me. I took a sip, and how should I describe it? It had a curious flavor, a blend of milk and coconut juice with a hint of fishiness, yet it was quite delicious. We gathered a substantial amount. While I was happily picking fruits, I later discovered that Fengye's side was a chaotic construction site. Most of the blame fell on someone named Yumo, who was clumsy and caused Fengye to kick him in frustration. To make matters worse, he had secretly undertaken a significant project, stating he was expanding the cave while I was out, even digging a storage room beside it. His reasoning? He wanted to ensure I had a place to store the treasures I might find in the future. When I heard this, I must admit, it warmed my heart. Unable to contain myself, after 2 days without seeing him, I decided to visit. I thought I would roast a thigh for him as a gesture of comfort. But, my friends, I ended up turning it into charcoal. Yunduo Jie nearly lost it on the way, saying Fengye would surely shed tears of sorrow upon seeing it. As I dawdled to the cave entrance, I spotted him lounging like a lazy giant, a wicked grin plastered on his face. After days apart, I must say, my cheeks flushed instantly, especially since I was holding my culinary disaster, creating a rather embarrassing scene. I felt too shy to speak, but without a word he approached, pulled me inside, and took the charred mess from my hands, biting into it with his mouth covered in soot. I winced at the sight, urging him to stop, but he wrapped his arms around me, asking if I found him dirty. How could I ever complain? Covered in mud and sweat, my heart ached for him. I took a towel to wipe his face, and he didn't shy away, allowing me to do so. Such moments are rare, and I understood that this man could be my partner, largely due to his audacity. Now that I knew to appreciate him, he must be feeling quite pleased. Noticing his exhaustion, I suggested he rest while I explored the cave. To my surprise, the cave had expanded significantly. The original stone bed area had been transformed into an enormous heated platform, more than double the size of the previous bed. I questioned him about the necessity of such a large structure, deeming it wasteful of firewood. Befriended turned his head to look at me, his gaze laden with meaning. You tend to move around in your sleep. A larger space allows you to roll freely. I pondered his thoughtfulness, only for him to leisurely add, more importantly, it's convenient. That was quite an exaggeration. Even if I were restless, I wouldn't roll into the cooking pot, would I? He explained that the stone pot was not connected to the heated platform for fear of my falling in. Whether connected or not was irrelevant. He was free to do as he pleased. Befriended pointed to a corner where I planned to build another smaller heated platform. In the future, when you go out with Xiaoning, Yinduo can come to keep you company. When I heard this, my heart swelled with warmth. How considerate of him. I could only think to bestow a resounding compliment upon him. However, my joy was short-lived, for this man could hardly maintain his seriousness for 3 seconds. His handsome face suddenly leaned in closer, his eyes gleaming like a wolf's, and I realized his intentions were almost written on his face. Exhausted, I struggled to catch my breath, managing to push him away slightly. Yet before I knew it, I found myself nestled in his embrace, seated on his waist. My dear friends, who understands the muscle memory ingrained in DNA? Gazing into his eyes, my heart skipped a beat. Is it possible, my dear brother, that at this hour, with your eyes weary and reddened, you are still preoccupied with such trivial matters? My heart aches for you. All those tender thoughts have vanished in an instant. I promptly urged him to return home, wash up, and sleep, so he could rejuvenate himself for another day. Yet, he clung to me stubbornly, nuzzling against my neck, which tickled me immensely. With a rather suggestive tone, he inquired whether I had been thinking of him at night, whether I found it difficult to sleep without his embrace. I pushed him away with a hint of irritation, but he merely took the opportunity to recline, lazily smiling at me, playfully questioning my feelings. I felt my face flush with embarrassment from his bold honesty, and I finally conceded, admitting I had indeed been thinking of him, which elicited a satisfied grin from him. It dawned on me that his mischievous antics were merely a ploy to avoid returning to rest. Not even the strongest oxen in the production team could endure such extended hours. I shifted away from him, adopting a stern tone, insisting he return to sleep. He raised an eyebrow, seemingly enjoying my concern, and swept me back towards the riverside cave before plunging into the water for a bath. I must say, this beast man was unlike any other. Moments ago he appeared listless, but upon emerging from the water, he was invigorated, as if he had been recharged with a new battery. As I laid out the animal hides in the cave, he entered, and I quickly grabbed a towel to dry him off. Oh my! His chest rose and fell with each breath, causing my cheeks to redden. I feigned nonchalance as I instructed him to sit still while I dried his hair. The position was rather awkward, with him sitting wide-legged and me standing too tall to reach comfortably. I had no choice but to kneel on the animal hides. However, I soon noticed his chest growing increasingly warm, and upon glancing down, I saw his eyes were reddened too. A singular thought crossed my mind. If this continued, he might very well collapse from exhaustion. Without hesitation, I pushed him down, insisting he rest, but he grasped my hand tightly, pulling me onto him. His breathing grew heavier, and I pondered how I could possibly sleep like this. The more I struggled, the tighter he held me until I succumbed, resting weakly on his chest. Whispering that if he let me go, I could indeed sleep. In one swift motion, he rolled over, enveloping me in his embrace with his long legs wrapped securely around me. He buried his head in my neck, inhaling deeply, and murmured in a muffled voice that we needed to complete the work on the heated bed quickly, for soon he would be free to accompany me every day. Listening to his words, I felt his hands begin to wander, which was not what I had anticipated for a moment of rest. He gazed at my flushed face, his lips slightly parted, with an expression that seemed to suggest he wanted to devour me. Ultimately, he could not resist, cradling the back of my head. He leaned in for a kiss. After a prolonged moment, he released me, clearly reluctant to part. He understood that if he lingered any longer, I would not leave today. He sat up, surveying the dried fruits and herbs I had laid out, pressing his forehead in contemplation. He likely intended to suggest he would handle it upon his return. But the words remained unspoken as he cautioned me about the heat and treacherous paths, urging me not to seek him out on the mountain. and to have Xiuan assist with the meat preparation. I nodded obediently, acknowledging his words. He departed, glancing back multiple times, and once he left, 3 days passed. Upon his return, he had dispatched Yumo and a few others to seek the chief and arrange for apprentices, while he busied himself in the cave. I could tell he was eager to finish, so he could return to me for rest. Just as he was halfway through his tasks, the unmistakable voice of my exuberant younger brother, Feng Ming, echoed from outside, his loud voice carrying from afar. "Brother, why are you allowing Xiaoning and the others to dig caves by the river? You previously Wunti even let me, or urge go." This boy, having been praised for teaching others how to construct heated beds, returned to boast to Xiaoning, only to be met with the suggestion that he too should find partner, which infuriated him to the point of seeking out Feng Ye to complain. His grievances became increasingly absurd, questioning whether his single status prompted such treatment. Feng Ye and Urge, exchanging glances, ignored him entirely. Feng Ming, with his lack of memory, continued to be teased by Xiaoning, falling into the same traps repeatedly. Frustrated by the lack of attention from his older brothers, he whirled around in circles before finally approaching to offer assistance, meekly stating, "Brother, I also want to dig a cave there," while cautiously inching away, fearful of a kick from Feng Ye. "Go ahead, but stay far from me," came Feng Ye's curt reply. Feng Ming, elated, seized Urge and attempted to leave, only to realize, "Why should I stay far away? Can't I dig right beside you? It would be wonderful to see you every day." In a swift motion, Feng Ye picked up a sizable stone and hurled it in his direction, causing Feng Ming to duck behind Urge, a look of indignation on his face. "If you want to go, dig far away. If not, then forget it," was Feng Ye's unmistakable message. "Try digging nearby and see what happens." With no other choice, Feng Ming took Urge and dashed towards the water's edge to stake their claim. Feng Ye paid them no mind, focusing instead on finishing the cave, transforming into his beast form and racing towards me. When Feng Ye returned, I was engaged in knitting alongside Yin Dua and the others. Upon entering the cave, he first addressed the shaman, asking if she had learned the task. Aunt Miyu looked utterly speechless, her expression seemingly questioning why he would want her to leave so soon after arriving. Then, his gaze fixated on me with an unmistakable plea. "I am exhausted. I wish to hold you as I sleep." Misinterpreting his intent, I shot him a disapproving glare. After days of toil, he should be resting rather than thinking about such matters. Moreover, it was broad daylight, and with Aunt Miyu, Yin Dua, and Han Han present, I was concerned about how his behavior would affect my reputation. Nonetheless, I set aside my annoyance and retrieved the pair of large undergarments I had made for him, suggesting he wash up in the deepest pond. To my surprise, he merely stared at the undergarment, refusing to take it, instead declaring loudly, "I will eat first. By the time I return, they should be gone." His voice was so loud that Yin Dua could not help but chuckle nearby, causing me to feel a rush of heat rise to my forehead. I inhaled deeply, reminding myself to remain calm and to encourage him to hunt, eat well, bathe, and rest properly. Seeing my embarrassment, Feng Ye said no more and turned to leave. As he departed, I returned to my spot, blushing, while Yin Dua continued to tease me. Eventually, they all left one by one, and just before Yin Dua exited, she handed me a generous piece of roasted meat, whispering in my ear to eat well so that I would have strength later. I swore I saw Xiuan beside me stiffen at her words. I promptly pinched Yin Dua's waist, exasperated at her audacity. With everyone gone, I simmered a large pot of bone broth to cool while continuing to knit. However, as I sat there, my mind began to wander, and inexplicably, I found myself heading for a bath. Oh no, I felt something was amiss, my thoughts becoming increasingly inappropriate. Just then, the light in the cave was suddenly obscured, and when I looked up, I saw Feng Ye standing there, completely unclothed, droplets of water glistening on his muscular frame, leaving me at a loss for where to direct my gaze. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, and all I could hear was the sound of my own heartbeat. After a long pause, I blurted out, "What happened to your undergarment?" "What undergarment?" he asked, only to realize, "Oh, the one you made?" I quickly nodded, embarrassed that I had used modern terms in my panic. He chuckled, crouching beside me, stating, "I'm going to sleep now. Why would I wear that?" Indeed, he seemed to prefer sleeping in the nude, and not just for himself. He wanted me to join him in that state as well. With no words left to say, I shifted aside, silently urging him to lie down and rest. He held a towel to dry himself, yet he lifted my chin to meet his gaze. His voice, low and husky, echoed in the air. "Haven't seen you in days. Don't you miss me?" With my chin firmly in his grasp, I could only reply honestly, "I think of you." At that, he smiled, released his grip, and swiftly untied the edge of my animal skin skirt before pulling me onto the pelts beside him, enveloping me in his warm embrace. My back pressed against his blazing chest, causing a shudder to ripple through me. After a lengthy pause, without further action from him, I began to think perhaps I had misjudged his intentions. He merely wished to hold me as we slept. Therefore, I sought a comfortable position, preparing to close my eyes. However, before I could do so, his large hands slipped around my waist, lifting me off the ground and shifting me backward. I slept soundly in the cave for 2 days. During this time, Feng not only ventured out to hunt, but also kept me company in our cave. After this period, I concluded one thing. Surviving is indeed a stroke of luck. He entered with a bowl of soup, noticing I was awake, and helped me sit up, insisting on feeding me. I refused his offer and attempted to take the spoon myself, yet he promptly brought it to my lips. With a resigned sigh, I accepted a sip. Today's bone soup was lukewarm, unlike yesterday's, which had nearly torn my cracked lips. He leaned in to inspect my injury. Feigning innocence as he asked, I deliberately let it cool before bringing it in. Does it still hurt? I shot him a reproachful glance, thinking that it was too late for such queries after he had been rough with me. He licked his lips and, surprisingly, remarked that he, too, did not understand why my skin had peeled, questioning if a mere kiss could cause such damage. Goodness, while I was aware of his strength, I had to realize my own fragility. Hearing him mention that he had no obligations in the coming days and intended to gather wood to craft storage boxes, I nearly choked. After 2 days of merely eating and sleeping, I feared I might begin to rot. I gazed at him with a pitiful expression, and his features softened. He pinched my cheek, suggesting I could connect 2 caves and create a stove in the other, giving you a larger area to move about. Although I declined, warmth filled my heart. After finishing the soup, he prepared to fetch me another bowl, but I quickly grabbed his arm, insisting that I could eat no more. He placed his hand on my abdomen over the animal skin, a habitual gesture to gauge my fullness. However, that scorching palm lingered, making me feel as if I might begin to sweat. When I looked up, his gaze had transformed into something deep and shadowy. I was instantly drenched in sweat, inwardly lamenting his lack of restraint. I needed to divert the conversation, urging him to show me another stone cave. He clicked his tongue, seemingly aware of my intentions, yet still lifted me into his arms. Upon reaching the new cave, I excitedly began to envision where to place items and how to set up a cooking area, speaking animatedly until I was parched. However, upon turning around, I found Feng Yi leaning casually against the wall, a smile on his face. But it was clear he had absorbed none of my plans. I felt defeated, realizing my words had been in vain. Just as I contemplated repeating myself, what emerged from my lips was, "I'm a bit thirsty." Feng Yi clenched his teeth, bemused, and presented me with the fruit he had prepared earlier, stating, "I've remembered everything you said. If I missed something, feel free to remind me." Seeing the earnest yet mischievous light in his eyes, I couldn't help but approach him, wrapping my arms around his waist and planting a gentle kiss on his firm chest. This action elicited a ticklish response from him. He grasped the back of my head, pressing me against his chest, causing my nose to collide painfully, bringing tears to my eyes. Noticing my distress, he immediately grew anxious, exclaiming, "Don't cry." In his fervor, he inadvertently applied too much force. Just as I was about to assure him it was fine, the sound of hurried footsteps resonated from outside, followed by Feng Ming's urgent and panicked voice, growing closer and more piercing. "Brother, trouble. Grandmother has brought the matriarch, and there's a newly grown female. Surely the one the matriarch mentioned as a potential partner for you." Feng Yi frowned. "Brought a female?" In an instant, Feng Ming burst into the cave, breathless, and upon seeing me, struggled to catch his breath. "Sister-in-law, grandmother still doesn't know that brother has a partner. Last year, she said she would find one for him, and now she has brought that female. She can be fierce, but her heart is good. Once she knows you're a brother-esque partner, she surely won't make things difficult for you. Even if she does, we will support you." I was utterly bewildered. The good news was that I had already become a part of the family. No amount of disdain from his grandmother would change that. The bad news was that she might indeed be harsh and utter unkind words. Seeing my dazed expression, Feng Yi found it amusing, reassuring me. "What is there to fear? With me around, she cannot scold you." What could I do but nod in agreement? Feng Ming, noticing my gentle demeanor, worried that I might be upset by his grandmother's words, quickly dashed out to seek assistance. Feng Yi and I stood at the cave entrance, watching as his second brother Feng Yin approached, accompanied by 2 elders, along with a female. "Grandfather, grandmother," Feng Yi called out. as his grandmother approached. She cast a scrutinizing glance at Feng Yi, her gaze honing in on me like radar. She surveyed me from head to toe, and her expression shifted from appreciation of my beauty and fair skin to one of disapproval. I could almost hear her inwardly exclaiming to the beast god, "How can one so slender bear offspring?" Pointing at me, her voice trembled slightly as she asked, "Is this your partner?" Without missing a beat, Feng Yi pulled me close, his demeanor unwavering. "What's there to ask? Is it not obvious that she is my partner?" His grandmother's agitation was palpable, her breathing quickening in response to his words. After all her efforts to find robust mates within the tribe, he had chosen solely based on looks. Beside her, grandfather offered a sigh of resignation, but she remained unconvinced, turning her attention back to me with a pointed inquiry. "How many males and females did your mother bear? How many siblings do you have?" Upon hearing this, I realized her intent to criticize me. I replied truthfully, "My mother had only me. I have no siblings." I could see her expression shift dramatically from green to white, a truly captivating sight, and her gaze toward me grew even more hostile. Feng Yi, sensing the tension, stepped forward, blocking me protectively with his tall figure. A casual smile gracing his lips. The essence of a partnership lies in feelings. Aside from Qingyu, I have no interest in any other females. It felt wonderful to have someone defending me. His grandmother, unable to see me, grew more furious, attempting to slap Feng Yi, only to be restrained by grandfather. She glared at Feng Yi's back, fuming. "If you take your partner out, others will only assume she is your offspring. She hardly resembles your partner at all." Feng Yi, growing increasingly frustrated by her words, raised his voice to interject. "We are already partners. Your words are futile. Look at Feng Yan. I have a partner. But Feng Yan and Feng Ming do not. Find partners for them instead. Why focus solely on me? Can I not have many children with Qingyu? Find each of them one. That way, we will have many offspring." Just then, Feng Ming returned, and Feng Yi clapped his hands. "Feng Ming has returned. Grandmother, be thorough in your search. They must be attractive and capable of bearing children." I hid behind Feng Yi, biting my lip to suppress laughter. The legendary saying of sacrificing a friend to save oneself was certainly in play. Upon hearing this, his grandmother conceded, realizing that Feng Yi was not a viable option, and turned her attention to the tall and composed Feng Yan, beginning to offer him earnest advice against following in his brother's footsteps. Feng Yan, overwhelmed, was about to speak when he was interrupted by the newly arrived female, who cautiously looked at Feng Yi and gently called out, "Yi Ge." At that moment, all eyes converged on her. Feng Yi instinctively glanced down at me, and I widened my eyes at him, silently asking, "Do you know her?" Feng Yi showed no signs of concealment, stating plainly before everyone, "I have never seen her. I do not know her." My heart remains unsettled, and the female across from me has begun to speak again. "Yi Ge may not remember me, but I have always remembered Yi Ge. A year ago, on my journey from the west to the tribe, I am grateful to Yi Ge for bringing me back." Her large, expressive eyes were fixed intently on Feng Yi, filled with affection. She hardly regarded my presence. Her gaze flickered, conveying a clear message. As long as she could stay, anything was possible. Initially shielded by Feng Yi, I had not paid her much attention, but now she stepped out from behind him. The female wore a garment crafted from silk thread, her skin undeniably fair, and her figure was exquisitely curvaceous. Her bold and direct gaze towards Feng Yi was laden with emotion, exuding an indescribable allure. I must tell you, that allure bore a hint of insincerity, akin to the taste of stale green tea. The customs of the Jukinglang tribe are stringent. One is bound to a single mate for life, and the only way to change partners is through death. What does her unwavering gaze imply? Is she hoping for my untimely demise to claim her position? My close friend Yunduo, who also hails from the west, instantly understood the intentions behind this woman's eyes. She leaned closer and whispered, "Be cautious. Some females from the west would do anything to seize a man. You must keep a close watch on Feng Yi." Goodness, I had yet to utter a word, and Yunduo had already entered a state of readiness for battle. I stepped forward, locking eyes with the woman, conveying a clear message. "Sister, make no mistake, this man is mine." Feng Yi's grandfather sensed the tension and hurriedly attempted to usher his elderly wife away. This matriarch had previously sought to pair Feng Yi with a mate, but now that he had me, she aimed to introduce this woman to Feng Yi's younger brother instead. Yet the problem lay in the fact that the female's gaze remained glued to Feng Yi. This was no mere matchmaking. This was a blatant provocation. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward, with only Feng Yi grinning broadly, seemingly delighted. He quietly admitted to me that seeing me step forward to defend our bond filled his heart with joy. Then, this fellow stepped closer and embraced me, his robust arm encircling me as he whispered in a voice both sultry and husky, "What is yours now shall always be yours." With that, he turned his gaze, sharp as a knife, towards the female named Hanya. I recalled that when we journeyed to the west, over 300 from our Jukinglang tribe had gone, while the Zunzonglang tribe sent over 200. Hanya was left bewildered, nodding in a daze. Feng Ye's smile was icy, dripping with disdain. "It is not just I who rescued you. If you wish to express gratitude, you may do so individually. Our tribe is vast. I shall find you a guide to help you extend your thanks house by house, which will take you at least 10 days to complete." My goodness, I was astounded by this turn of events. A true strike to the heart. Hanya's face flickered between red and white, resembling a painter's palette. She stood there, her mind racing, for a full minute, before her eyes darted towards Feng Ye's brother, Feng Yen. With her head lowered, she began to squeeze out tears, her voice dripping with feigned sorrow. "I will surely find the time to thank them. But this time my grandmother brought me here to—" Her words trailed off as she continued to weep. Feng Yi, exasperated, interrupted, "I have a maid, as you can see. It is time for you to leave." Yet, this woman was relentless. She lifted her tear-streaked face to the matriarch, then turned back to Feng Yen. "I know Yi Ge has a mate. Since Yi Ge is so wonderful, his brother must be equally so. Yin Ge is also seeking a partner. I wish to stay." Yin Duo and I exchanged a glance, realizing she was attempting to secure her position through a convoluted strategy. While professing her desire to be Feng Yan's mate, her eyes constantly flickered towards Feng Yi. The pressure now shifted entirely to Feng Yen, who was at a loss for words, caught up in this spectacle. He coolly replied, "I am not interested. I do not fancy you." Feng Ye's youngest brother, Feng Ming, who had been utterly confused, now grasped the situation entirely. This woman aimed to use his second brother as a stepping stone, ultimately pursuing his elder brother. He stood up and exclaimed, "Do you like my elder brother or my second brother? If you say you like my elder brother, why do you wish to be my second sister-in-law? If you claim to like my second brother, why do your eyes keep wandering to my elder brother? Are you trying to bring calamity upon our family?" Now, the entire family had made their stance clear. Hanya, realizing her indirect tactics were futile, steeled her resolve and looked directly at Feng Yi, revealing her true intentions. "Yi Ge, your mate cannot bear offspring. I have consumed the Zengli fruit. I can bear many, many children. Even though you have a mate now, I can." Upon hearing this, the string within my mind snapped. Was she not suggesting that Feng Yi should dispose of me to elevate her status? Right before my eyes, my rationality evaporated in an instant, and fury flushed my vision red. I forcefully shrugged off Feng Ye's arm draped over my shoulder, crouched down, and seized 2 stones, hurling them at her face without a moment's hesitation. One struck her forehead, while the other hit her shoulder. "Oh, so you think you're special just because you can bear children? Does that mean you can steal another's mate? Then go to another tribe and bear as many as you wish." "Ah!" Hanya shrieked, feeling the blood on her face in horror. Everyone around was stunned, unable to believe that I, who appeared so delicate, could act so decisively. Feng Ye's expression darkened, not out of anger towards me, but in fury directed at that woman. He typically worried about me stepping on stones, yet this female dared to wish me harm? As I threw the stones, he stood silently behind me, like a bodyguard, ready to defend against any assault from her. Yin Duo, seeing me take action, also bent down to grab a stone, joining the fray. Hanya, overwhelmed, could only hide behind the matriarch. Feng Ming also picked up a stone, aiming carefully, but Feng Yin stopped him, signaling that a male's aggression carried a different weight. If there was to be a fight, it must be done discreetly. The matriarch, alarmed, interjected, "Let us discuss this calmly. There is no need for violence." My fury boiled over as I pointed at her, shouting, "She knows full well that Feng Yi has a mate. Yet she dares to suggest I should die, so she can take my place. I am still standing here. Does she think I am dead?" Hanya, cowering behind the matriarch, retorted defiantly, "You're talking nonsense. There are few females. If you are willing, you can approach the chief to dissolve the mating bond." I was momentarily taken aback, for had not Yinduo said that in the Jukinglang tribe, one could only change partners upon death? But now is not the time for such contemplation. I shot back. "Why would I dissolve my bond when I have such a wonderful mate? Just because you, a fool, caused this uproar today." Yinduo chimed in, "Shameless creature, coming here to demand they dissolve their bond. Have you lost your mind?" The matriarch, sensing the rising tension, realized Hong Ye had spoken out of turn and hurriedly tried to usher her away. At that moment, Feng Yi spoke coldly. Yunyu and Yunduo are correct. They have every right to retaliate. If any other male dared to take Qingyu from me in my presence, I would not hesitate to eliminate him. She only speaks so freely because she is a female. It would be best for you to remain within the Zunzhonglang tribe and not venture out. Otherwise, I will find a way to send you back to the west. Upon hearing this, Hongyu was left speechless, too frightened to utter a word. Ultimately, it was Feng Ye's grandfather who stepped in, diffusing the situation and dragging the entire family of drama queens away. Though the people had departed, my anger had not dissipated. Feng Yi observed my expression, concern etched on his face, resembling a chastised dog unsure of how to appease me. His two younger brothers, sensing the tension, quickly fabricated an excuse about digging caves and made their escape. Yunduo, fearing I might do something drastic, cautiously advised me, Yiga did not mean it that way. Please do not genuinely consider dissolving your bond. Could I possibly be unaware? I was simply incensed. I pulled Yunduo aside and whispered, Did you not say that in the tribe, one can only change partners upon the death of their mate? How is it that this woman claims one can seek the chief to dissolve the bond? Yunduo explained, that rule exists, but it is a privilege granted to females, and no female has ever utilized it. Our tribe's males treat their mates so well. Who would be foolish enough to dissolve their bond? Just as I was about to assert that I would never do such a thing, Feng Yi approached. Without a word, he lifted me into his arms, gently patting my back as one would soothe a child. I was not truly angry with him, and now all my ire had dissipated. I nestled against his neck and assured him, I'm not upset with you. Feng Yi let out a sigh of relief and resumed his calculations. Then why did you just ask Yunduo those questions? I hastily clarified that it was merely curiosity for confirmation. He narrowed his eyes and scrutinized me for a long moment, making my heart race with anxiety. I quickly pledged my loyalty. I would never sever our bond over a few words from others. Only then did he seem satisfied, leaning closer and stating in a tone that brooked no argument. In our tribe, there is no dissolution of partnerships. It never has been and never will be. Do you understand? Yes, I obediently nodded. Just as we were moving past this matter and indulging in each other as company, we spotted Yunduo running back as if she had seen a ghost. Breathless as she cried out, Yiga, my mother is coming. You need to have Qingyu accompany me to hide. Goodness, just as one wave departed, another approached. I was aware that Xiaoning's mother held a disfavor towards Yunduo, but I did not expect it would frighten her to this extent. I rushed over to support her, only for her to burst into tears, lamenting that her mother pressured her daily to bear children. Starting from the moment they formed their partnership, constantly watching her belly, which caused her immense stress. When Xiaoning was away, her mother would come specifically to nag her, and her words became increasingly harsh. Upon hearing this, I felt overwhelmed. Was this not a vicious cycle? The more the pressure, the greater the anxiety, and the more anxiety, the harder it would be to conceive. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck me, reminiscent of a television drama I had once watched. I leaned into Yunduo's ear and whispered, What if we pretended that Xiaoning was ill? Do you think he would be angry? Yunduo looked utterly confused. What illness? I explained helplessly, not a real illness. Just something to say to keep your mother from pressuring you anymore. It may be a bit unscrupulous, but it would be effective. Feng Yi overheard and surprisingly agreed, stating that Xiaoning had been nearly driven to despair over this matter. He instructed me and Yunduo to walk slowly while he first spoke to Xiaoning to clear the air and then greeted Annie, hoping to resolve the situation quickly. As I spun this light effortlessly, I already had the follow-up all figured out. I felt like a little genius. As Yunduo and I made our way back, we soon encountered Xiaoning's mother. The moment she laid eyes on Yunduo, her expression soured. I quickly donned a sweet smile and approached her, Auntie Xiao, and introduced myself again. Auntie Xiao scrutinized me, her gaze clearly conveying another frail one who cannot bear children. Nevertheless, as I was Feng Ye's partner, her demeanor remained relatively mild. She was disinclined to engage with Yunduo and attempted to pull her aside for a private reprimand. I swiftly stepped in front of Yunduo, feigning surprise. Auntie Xiao, aren't you here to find Xiaoning? I thought you knew he was ill and came to visit him. Auntie Xiao halted in her tracks, skepticism etched on her face. How could someone so robust fall ill? She questioned incredulously. When did Xiaoning fall sick? I felt my eyes nearly pop out and quickly interjected, Oh, it happened last stormy season. As I rambled on, I discreetly pinched Yunduo's waist behind me, urging her to play along. I was referring to the upper thigh, if you catch my drift. Guess what? Yunduo, the bystander, listened more intently than anyone else, her eyes wide as saucers. Frustrated, I mouthed to her, cry. You need to cry. How can this act proceed if you don't? To my surprise, she grasped the cue. The mere thought of possibly never having children sent her into a torrent of tears, wailing as if the heavens were falling, leaving Auntie Shio utterly bewildered. Auntie Shio's foul expression suggested she could not fathom why Yin Duo, usually as resilient as a cockroach, was now behaving like Lin Daiyu. She shouted, "Why are you crying? What is going on?" Yin Duo, having absorbed my true teachings, resorted to silent sobs, only weeping without uttering a word. I hastily fanned the flames, sighing dramatically. Auntie Shio, please do not inquire further. Mentioning this topic only brings her pain, and I find it hard to discuss. Perhaps you should ask Shioning yourself? This combination of tactics transformed Auntie Shio's expression dramatically. Her mind raced, and she posed a piercing question. Yin Duo, how long has it been since you and Shioning? Yin Duo's sobs faltered. Even she understood the necessity of not revealing the truth. After a moment, she weakly replied, "It has been over 10 days, I suppose." She cast a glance at me, seeking confirmation. I was left with a look akin to an elderly subway passenger peering at a phone. "Sister, my dear sister, the injury occurred last year, and you mentioned 10 days ago. Are you trying to roast me alive?" My heart raced with urgency, and I could only awkwardly backtrack. "Oh, Auntie Shio, please. Do not mention it. Just recently, Yin Duo attempted to, but alas, it ended abruptly. She cried all day, hardly eating, convinced that she would never bear children. I must say my acting skills could earn me an Oscar." Auntie Shio finally comprehended. It dawned on her that it was not a matter of inability, but rather an issue of circumstance. Her expression shifted from disbelief to shock, then to fury, resembling a quick change in a Sichuan opera. Without another word, she turned and stormed towards Xioning's cave like a cannonball. Yin Duo, in disbelief, clutched my arm and asked, "Did that really work?" I urged her to follow, repeatedly instructing, "Remember, do not say anything. Just mimic Xioning, sighing and lamenting. If she asks too much, just cry. The key is to appear utterly lost, understand?" To my relief, she nodded earnestly, promising, "Do not worry, my cries will be heard all the way to the neighboring mountain." Goodness, sister, no need to be so dramatic. By the time we arrived, Auntie Shio was already confronting Xioning. Xioning, ever the thespian, sat on the ground, drawing circles in the dirt, embodying a state of despair and a plea for solitude. In his heart, he must have been laughing hysterically, as this scheme was utterly brilliant. A scolding in exchange for a peaceful life without the burdens of partnership. What a lucrative arrangement. After exhausting her reprimands, Auntie Shio softened, insisting they seek a shaman. Exclaiming, "Do you not care about your own well-being?" Xioning, after calculating the timing, leisurely replied, "Let us wait until nightfall. I prefer not to divulge this matter to others." Only then did Auntie Shio regain her composure, realizing the importance of discretion. She promptly directed her ire towards us. "You must keep an eye on Yin Duo, and that Qingyu. Ensure she doesn't prattle on." My temper flared. Xioning shot back. "If it weren't for your incessant urging for her to bear children, would Yin Duo confide in Qingyu? Yin Duo may have a gentle temperament, but Qingyu is not so easily swayed. If you approach her, she will let the entire tribe know." When Yin Duo and I arrived, the atmosphere was thick with melancholy. I quickly sought an excuse to whisk Yin Duo away. "Auntie Shio, we're going to fetch some fruits to quench your thirst." Yin Duo, eager to smile at Xioning as we departed, almost prompted me to twist her waist in reprimand, extinguishing her infatuated thoughts. This sister truly excelled at being a liability in crucial moments. Meanwhile, Feng Yi had already summoned Annie Muyu, the shaman, initially reluctant to partake in such unscrupulous affairs. She was soon cornered by Feng Yi's relentless persuasion, claiming, "Auntie, Yin Duo was brought back by Qingyu, and now she cries to Qingyu daily. Qingyu is distressed. If you do not assist, she will only cry to me. If she falls ill from her sorrow, I will have no choice but to move into your cave." Auntie Muyu, unimpressed, retorted, "The impact is minimal, yet the insult is profound." Ultimately, she begrudgingly agreed to assist. By the time we returned with fruit, the curtain had fallen on the grand performance. Auntie Shio departed, looking utterly dejected, while Auntie Muyu shot me an irritated glare, warning, "This must not happen again." With the crisis averted, Yin Duo immediately embraced Xioning, showering him with affection. Feng Yi raised an eyebrow at me, wearing a smug expression. Yet, the climax was yet to come. "Mo iu ashem remarked. Feng Yi mentioned that you're feeling unwell, so I came to check on you." Just as Feng Yi attempted to clarify that it was merely an excuse, I obediently approached. Shung, I am experiencing some discomfort in my lower abdomen. Who among my family understands? I suspect it may be due to the excessive indulgence these past few days with Feng Yi. Shung took my pulse, gently pressed on my stomach, then cast a sidelong glance at Feng Yi and said nonchalantly, refrain from mating for the next few days. Feng Yi, still in a daze, inquired further, is it due to excessive force or too many times? Shung replied with a calm demeanor, both. I was utterly stunned. My face flushed as if it could fry an egg. Discussing such matters in front of an elder made me feel as though I could excavate an entire cave with my toes. Sister Yin Duo, sitting nearby, chuckled and imparted her wisdom. It's nothing. Xiao Ning is quite vigorous as well. You'll get used to it, and soon you'll discover the pleasures it brings. At that moment, I genuinely wished to escape this planet. Upon Feng Ye's return, he brewed medicine and sliced fruits for me. The medicine, I must say, was nauseating just by its scent. I pinched my nose and forced it down, feeling as if my innards were protesting vehemently. That night, as I lay down, Feng Ye's warm hand gently rubbed my abdomen, filled with guilt as he said, it's my fault. I won't do this again. I thought this was somewhat acceptable and asked, will you keep your word? He looked at me earnestly, counting on his fingers. I calculated it. We mated 12 times over the past 2 days, which is indeed excessive. Let us reduce it to 10 times over 2 days. That way your stomach won't hurt. I was left speechless. Are you serious? Reducing from 12 to 10 times is hardly a decrease. Angered, I pushed his hand away, exclaiming, stop rubbing. It hurts more. He observed my apparent discomfort and leaned in closer, his tongue flicking over his teeth, his gaze dangerously intense. Little Qingyu, I hope you are not deceiving me. Goodness, how could this man's instincts be so sharp? I stubbornly retorted. Have you forgotten what Shang said? If it doesn't hurt, would I be drinking such bitter medicine? Though I said this, I felt an inkling of guilt. I quickly turned over, burying myself in his embrace and pouted, it really does hurt. He ceased his inquiries and gently patted my back, coaxing me to sleep. The next morning, before dawn, Feng Yi roused me, saying he would take me to pick fruits while the weather was still cool. We rode on his large tiger-like form, racing through the morning breeze, an exhilarating experience. We returned with a type of fruit, green-skinned with pink flesh, both crisp and sweet, reminiscent of peaches, absolutely delectable. Yet, another pressing matter weighed on my mind. I gathered my courage and approached Feng Yi, wrapping my arms around his waist, shaking him gently. I want to go pick some chili peppers. I went with Sister Yin Duo last time. It's not far from here. Will you take me? I employed all my skills of persuasion, yet he stood firm, unmoving like a mountain. My efforts left him breathing heavily. He lowered his head and kissed me, leaving me dizzy and nearly forgetting my intention. Once he had his fill of kisses, he hoarsely said, let us go. Yes, I knew he would relent. However, upon arrival, Feng Yi's expression darkened at the sight of the vibrant red chili peppers. He swiftly pulled me back, his tone serious and intimidating. Little Qingyu, other foods are permissible, but not this. My smile froze on my face. The sudden shift in atmosphere startled me. He regarded me as if I were handling a hazardous item. This is not for eating or touching. Come along, we are going back. As my chance to obtain the chili peppers slipped away, I hurriedly explained, I'm not picking them to eat. I want them for protection. What if you are not around and bad people come? I can use this to splash water in their eyes. Feng Yi crossed his arms, scrutinizing me as if I were a suspect, delivering a line that left me speechless. In beast form, Yu wouldn't reach their eyes. He added, Yin Duo must have informed you. This plant causes pain upon touch and burns if consumed. You fear pain, yet you still wish to pick them? He saw through my every intention, leaving me no choice but to come clean. I can eat this. Just a bit in meat will enhance the flavor. Adding some to soup when it's cold will warm you up. He paid no heed to my pleas, effortlessly lifting me and heading back. I lay on his shoulder, watching the chili peppers grow distant, feeling utterly aggrieved, murmuring softly, you're so fierce today. And how did he respond? This man, holding me tightly at the waist, said, let me tell you, this is the best I can do. I've given you all my patience. I thought to myself, if firmness doesn't work, I must resort to softness. I immediately switched to an innocent expression, turned my head, and planted a big kiss on his face, sweetly pleading, just trust me. I swear I won't touch them. I just want to take a look. I assure you, Feng Yi only responds to softness, not firmness. Initially, he was likely troubled, pondering what would happen if he went hunting one day and I picked them on my own. Yet, upon seeing my tearful, flushed face, his heart melted like wax. Seeing my opportunity, I wrapped my arms around his neck and showered him with kisses. He finally couldn't help but laugh, pinching my cheek and saying, "Did you calculate that I am easier to persuade than Sister Yinduo?" I bit my lip, nodding vigorously under his amused gaze. So what happened in the end? He had no choice but to set me down and obediently pick two for me. Holding the two large red chili peppers, they looked like two grand lanterns. He solemnly instructed me to keep one for myself, while he would take the other to a shung for evaluation, until I received approval. I was absolutely forbidden from touching it. I nodded like a little chick pecking at rice, my heart already bursting with joy. Upon returning to the cave, Fengyi was drenched in sweat and immediately jumped into the water. I longed to join him, feeling sticky from his touch. And just as I dipped my toes into the water, he approached me stealthily, causing me to retract my foot in fright. After his bath, he began preparing the medicine. Suddenly, I heard him cursing, "Where's my medicine? That huge bundle of herbs?" He paced around, scratching his head, trying to recall where he had placed it. Meanwhile, I sat beside him, feeling guilty, staring at my hands, pretending I hadn't heard a thing. When his gaze swept over me, I knew I was in trouble. He quickly squatted down in front of me, frowning. "To avoid taking the medicine, you've got quite a few tricks up your sleeve, haven't you? Tell me, where did you hide it?" I lowered my head, unable to meet his gaze, and he grasped my chin, lifting my face. Upon looking up, I was met with the sight of his chiseled abs, glistening with water droplets from his recent bath, a blatant temptation. My mind went blank. As I regained my senses, I hastily explained, "That medicine is far too bitter. My stomach no longer hurts. If I drink more, I won't be able to eat." Just as he was about to respond, I interjected, "If you had listened to me, would my stomach still hurt?" This statement left him momentarily speechless. And after a pause, he finally managed to say, "I will be gentle from now on." I doubted his sincerity. This matter was brushed aside. But my mischievous heart remained undeterred, my gaze drifting toward the two large chili peppers. Upon noticing the bone knife beside me, Fengyi instantly understood, narrowing his eyes. "Oh, you seem quite prepared, even planning where to dry them." I quickly defended myself. "I just want to slice them open to dry. I never said I would eat them right away." He laughed at my boldness, remarking that my courage was growing. Ignoring his words, I turned to retrieve our long, heavy cleaver, determined to dissect the peppers. However, as my hand reached for the handle, Fengyi swiftly seized the knife from me, leaning in closely, his breath warm against my face as he sternly warned, "This knife is extremely sharp. Do you understand? Do not mess around." His proximity made my face flush and my heart race, prompting me to dash away from him. What do you think happened next? He meticulously cleaned the knife and instructed me to keep my distance. In a swift motion, he sliced through the large chili peppers with such speed that I was left in awe, akin to a primitive version of a fruit ninja. When I stepped closer, I found that the peppers had been reduced to a pile of delicate slices. He cautioned me that the aroma was particularly pungent and advised against approaching, warning that if I did, not only would my hands sting, but I would also face his wrath. I dared not defy him, as I could already sense the sharp scent from afar. Once he saw that I was unharmed, he declared his intention to hunt for prey. The moment he turned his back, I instinctively wrapped my arms around his waist, wanting to convey that I was no longer in the mood for roasted meat and craved something different. To my surprise, he turned around, lifted me effortlessly, and with an intensely deep gaze, lowered his voice to inquire if I was yearning for mating. I was utterly bewildered, exclaiming, "What on earth?" He maintained a serious demeanor, stating that Aishing had mentioned I should endure for a few days, or else I would suffer discomfort. My face flushed crimson, and I hastily retorted that I had no such intentions. He, however, openly confessed that he indeed had such thoughts. I was left utterly speechless. I quickly clarified that I merely wished to fetch some chestnut trees to cook. Once the misunderstanding was resolved, we ventured out to gather chestnuts for cooking. I then took a piece of charcoal to jot down items we needed, as our cave was lacking many essentials. Just as we were about to begin, distant howls of wolves echoed through the air. Fengyi remarked that Mo and the others had captured a black strip and invited us to join them for a meal. When I inquired about the black strip, he explained it was a creature resembling a snake. My heart sank. Upon arrival, I was taken aback to discover that it was no mere snake, but a colossal python, measuring 6 to 7 meters in length and thicker than my waist. It was adorned with vibrant colors, causing my legs to weaken in fear. Fengyi pulled me close to the fire, and before everyone, he began reciting my list of needs. Qing requested bamboo tubes for water, both large and small. Stone slabs for roasting meat, as the current one was only suitable for stewing. Also, We needed water scoops, cutting boards, wooden spatulas, and chopsticks. His companions, Mo and Xiaoning, stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape in disbelief. Xiaoning rubbed his temples, exclaiming in exasperation that all these items were dictated by Qing Yu, questioning how much more we needed to prepare. Even with my thick skin, I felt the heat rise in my cheeks, and quickly explained that these items would last for many years. Futamura hanan uos pregnant, and it would be prudent to prepare more for the winter months. Upon hearing this, everyone acquiesced. Thus, for several days, these burly men began their construction endeavors with much clamor. Feng even built a cooking platform within our cave. Meanwhile, I busied myself making clothes. However, when I attempted to work with the thick animal hide, I exerted all my strength, turning red in the face, yet the bone needle would not pierce through. When Feng Yi returned, he found me nearly flattened against the hide, grimacing in frustration, a sight that was quite embarrassing. He stood at the cave entrance, his mouth twitching, likely pondering how his partner had become so inept. I sheepishly wiped the sweat from my brow and remarked on the incredible toughness of the hide. Feng Yi apruruchit took the hide from me and effortlessly pierced it with the needle. I was left utterly dumbfounded. His strength never ceased to astonish me. He explained that only males could handle such thick hides, and that he had learned this skill in adulthood to better care for his partner in the future. My heart melted at the thought of such a devoted husband. As he spoke, he diligently stitched my clothing with meticulous care, surpassing my own efforts. Overwhelmed with emotion, I circled behind him to give him shoulder rub. However, his muscles were as hard as stone, and after a futile attempt, I resorted to lightly punching him, creating a sound akin to a drumbeat. He halted his work and turned to me, raising an eyebrow in disbelief. You just praised my prowess, and now you're striking me? Embarrassed, I explained that I was merely giving him a back rub. He casually remarked that my attempts felt like mere tickles. Resigned, I gave up and sulked off to prepare the roasted meat. We had acquired a new stone slab for roasting, which I cleaned before placing the meat upon it. As I watched it cook to perfection, a mischievous thought crossed my mind. I stealthily retrieved 2 small pieces of sun-dried chili, no larger than a fingernail, and tossed them onto the meat. Feng Yi, who had been focused on his sewing, soon caught a whiff of the enticing aroma wafting through the air. His work came to an abrupt halt as he strode over. I was already sweating profusely and blushing furiously when our eyes met. I quickly offered him a piece of meat, but he dismissed it with a glance, his voice low and menacing. So you sneakily eat when I told you not to? Terrified, I hurriedly discarded the remaining chili, stammering that Aixing had permitted a small amount. Feng Yi clenched his teeth. While Aixing had indeed said the chili was non-toxic, he had explicitly instructed him not to let me eat it. He had agreed wholeheartedly, yet in the blink of an eye, I had disregarded his warning. He remained silent, his expression serious as he fixed his gaze upon me, raising an eyebrow. Go on. Continue eating. I was too frightened to comply. In the sweltering heat, his stare made me sweat even more, and I could only retreat to the river to cool off. Just as I finished swimming a lap, he approached and hoisted me from the water, his arm around my waist, carrying me like a sack towards the cave. I struggled, pleading that I felt unwell. But despite his anger, he adjusted my position. My heart raced. I feared the repercussions of my disobedience. Upon entering the cave, he swiftly stripped me of the wet animal hide and flipped me over, pinning me firmly against the hide, rendering me immobile. I was utterly bewildered by the turn of events. I was exposed. Feng Yi gazed at my bare back, likely contemplating his next move. He seemed torn between wanting to discipline me and his reluctance, his gaze finally settling on my backside. I was so frightened that my voice quivered as I pleaded. Feng Yi, let me go. It's too hard, it hurts. He erupted into laughter. Who was it that said the straw was soft? Now you complain about the hardness? He raised his hand, wavering for a moment, but ultimately refrained from striking. Taking a deep breath, he flipped me back over. I quickly grabbed a nearby hide to cover myself, looking at him with a pitiful expression, softly admitting my fault. I was wrong, I won't eat it again. He noted the redness in my eyes, no longer believing my words. With one hand, he secured the back of my head while the other pinched my mouth, commanding, "Open up." Unsure of his intentions, I complied. He leaned in closely, meticulously inspecting my mouth and tongue for any signs of redness or swelling before finally relaxing. I must say, Feng Yi is quite mischievous. He raised an eyebrow at me, stating that half of the skill is technique, while the rest relies on deception. I was left utterly perplexed, thinking that we were there to provide technical assistance, not to engage in deceitful practices. He remarked that my little fibs would serve well against the leader of the Sun Zone Wolf tribe. Who among our family comprehends the trivial matters I had deceived him about? To him, it seemed I had become a master of deception. As we approached the entrance of their tribal cave, my heart raced, and I quickly grasped his arm. I said, Hey, let's clarify our terms first. If they are unwilling, I must at least know which nearby tribes exist and what treasures they possess. I need to instill a sense of urgency in him, to stretch this negotiation to its limits. And guess what happened? Feng Yi burst into laughter, his mirth causing his entire demeanor to tremble, saying, "What are you so nervous about? Just let me handle it while you play on the side." They were far more anxious to seek us out than we were. I was so exasperated that I couldn't help but twist his handsome face. He seemed to relish it, allowing me to squeeze while leisurely informing me about the surrounding tribes. Meanwhile, in the cave, my uncle Feng Zhou sat composedly, while the anxious leader of the Sun Zhong wolf tribe, Sun Yu, was like an ant on a hot pan, pacing in circles, nearly wearing a groove into the stone. Unable to bear the sight, my uncle tossed a fruit his way, saying, "Stop moving around, you're making me dizzy." Sun Yu caught the fruit, hesitating whether to bite into it or not, ultimately settling down. He was well aware that our Juqing wolf tribe had developed this heated bed system specifically to lure him in for their precious Zhang Ligua, the lifeblood of their tribe. Yet he could not resist the temptation. He attempted to take the initiative, addressing my uncle, Feng Zhou. "What is our relationship? If there is something to discuss, just tell me directly, don't involve that rascal Feng Yi." He understood Feng Ye's reckless nature and thought my uncle, as the tribe leader, would be more amenable. Let me tell you, my uncle's acting skills could earn him an Oscar. He immediately cleared his throat, wearing a troubled expression, and said, Sun Yu, I truly cannot make this decision. This heated bed is Feng Ye's idea, and he has the final say. He even forced me to swear that he would be fully responsible for this matter. The implication was clear. Feng Yi would take advantage of his own tribe. So when it came to you, brace yourself for something even harsher. After saying this, my uncle pretended to leave, stating, "If he arrives, I shall take my leave. You can discuss it among yourselves." Sun Yu dared not let him go, rushing to block his path. Feng Yi was solely focused on the Juqing wolf tribe, not at all concerned about the Sun Zhong wolf tribe. With my uncle there as a buffer, he was compelled to remain. Thus, my uncle stayed, listening as Sun Yu lamented the hardships of his tribe. My uncle likely rolled his eyes internally, thinking, is it only your tribe that struggles? Is our Juqing wolf tribe any easier? As these two old foxes engaged in their extreme tug-of-war, we arrived. Feng Yi gently set me down for his arm, and we both politely called out to the others. The moment Sun Yu caught sight of Feng Yi, he got straight to the point. "Feng Zhou says you are in charge. What do you want in exchange?" Feng Yi remained calm and collected, first ensuring I was seated comfortably before leisurely responding, "Uncle Sun, we are already halfway through the warm season, and you only just realized how urgent and important this task is. If it weren't for the oath we took before the beast god, declaring us as brothers, this opportunity would not even be yours." The underlying message was clear. We would not be asking for less. Sun Yu's face turned green, gritting his teeth as he said, "Just say it." "Very well," Feng Yi replied, sitting firmly with a smug smile, then casually stated from now on, 60% of all Zhang Ligui you gather annually will belong to us. He specifically clarified, if you collect 100 fruits, we get 60. I sat nearby, witnessing the transformation of Sun Yu's complexion from green to black, eventually turning a deep purple. My uncle struggled to suppress laughter, recalling how, in the past, they had to beg and plead for Zhang Ligua. Now they were finally able to lift their heads high. Sun Yu's hands began to tremble as he pointed at Feng Yi, incredulously asking, "What did you say?" Feng Yi emphasized each word, stating, "Uncle Sun, you heard correctly. From now on, every year it will be this much." I genuinely feared that the tribe leader might faint from shock. He exploded in protest, shouting, "No, absolutely not. This is absurd. The Zhang Ligua is the foundation for our tribe's growth from a medium to a large tribe. Losing such a significant portion permanently. I sent that asking for my life." Feng Yi remained unfazed, as if he hadn't heard, leisurely offering me a fruit while saying, "This matter is not urgent. Uncle Sun can return to the tribe to discuss it." His demeanor was one of complete control. Sun Yu, out of options, turned his ire toward my uncle. "Feng Zhou, are you in agreement?" Without a moment's hesitation, my uncle nodded. Indeed. At this, Sun Yu was utterly bereft of any rebuttal. Forced to watch as Feng Yi peeled the fruit from me, his frustration evident. My uncle, sensing the tension, felt a pang of anxiety. fearing Feng Yi might jeopardize the negotiations. Feng Yi directly clarified, Uncle Sun, while Zhongligua benefits the health of the females without the heated beds, the offspring will perish from cold. You know which is more crucial. Furthermore, my uncle chimed in, reminiscing about the days when the Sun Zhong wolf tribe was still insignificant, relying on our Juqing wolf tribe for protection. Now that you have grown strong, you start to guard against us? He grew increasingly agitated, pointing a finger at Sun Yu, exclaiming, You ungrateful wretch. Are you just waiting for your tribe to grow powerful enough to swallow us whole? The two leaders began to argue back and forth, their faces flushed with anger. I quietly asked Feng Yi, Isn't this negotiation going off script? Feng Yi, while feeding me fruit, replied, Don't worry, Uncle is merely venting. The grievances from when they sought fruits will be repaid today. After over half an hour of bickering, Sun Yu finally relented, offering 55 fruits from every 100. Adamant that he could not go any higher, the cave fell silent, save for the sound of me crunching on the fruit. I glanced at Feng Yi, who had previously indicated that 55 was acceptable, but his expression now clearly showed dissatisfaction. As expected, Feng Yi shook his head, stating, Uncle Sun, please return to the tribe to discuss. My demands remain unchanged. Sun Yu began to play the stubborn card, sitting firmly in place, clearly intending to stall. Seeing this, I realized it was time for me, the naive female, to take action. I stood up abruptly, brushing off non-existent dust from my skirt, grasping Feng Yi's hand in a particularly spoiled and bossy tone, saying, Let us go. You haven't caught any prey for me today. I'm starving. Feng Yi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood, standing up to follow me outside. My uncle and Sun Yu were left bewildered, wondering why we were leaving before negotiations concluded. Sun Yu was frantic, shouting after us, Feng Yi, 56 for 100. It truly cannot be more. I hurriedly led Feng Yi away, and my uncle discreetly signaled me to ease off. However, I trusted Feng Yi. He had promised me that not a single fruit should be spared, so I pretended not to see my uncle's gesture. Once we had distanced ourselves, I looked back to see Sun Yu, exasperated, slapping his thighs in frustration. I quickly informed Feng Yi, he just wants to wear us down until we agree. The moment I leave, he LL panic, and look, he has already added one more. Feng Yi smiled, acknowledging my cleverness. Before long, the two tribe leaders caught up with us again. I leaned toward Feng Yi and whispered, What about 59? Just one less, making him feel like he has gained something. It's like the difference between pricing something at 59 and 60. It feels entirely different. Feng Yi paused, then nodded in agreement, all right. I turned to my uncle, dramatically proclaiming, Uncle, you're deceiving us. You clearly said our relationship with the Sun Zhong wolf tribe was the best, that we would grow strong together. Yet Uncle Sun doesn't think so at all. He even threatened us about our tribe's females being unable to bear offspring. Sun Yu's face turned numb at that moment. He indeed had that intention, but being confronted directly by a mere little female was far too embarrassing for him. He hurriedly sought a breakthrough. I didn't mean that. How about this? In addition to the 56 for the tribe, I will give you one separately each year. What a joke. Trying to win me over with just one a year? I rolled my eyes and continued to act for my uncle. Uncle, see? I told you he is too sentimental. He doesn't appreciate it at all. My previous proposal was far better. Sun Yu's heart sank. What proposal? My uncle was equally puzzled. He had no idea about any proposal. I cleared my throat and spoke loudly. Originally, Uncle wanted to strengthen our alliance, so he didn't ask for many fruits. Since Sun Bo is so reluctant, why don't we simply trade our hot Kong for animal skins with the Chiwa tiger tribe, and then exchange for females with the Bailing mouse tribe? Once every male in our tribe has a mate, even without the Zhongli fruit, we can still have a continuous flow of offspring. We have the hot Kong. One born means one survives. By then, our tribe will grow stronger, while your tribe's offspring will die off in large numbers, and the gap will only widen. Don't blame Uncle for not bringing you along. This lengthy speech struck hard, completely breaking down Sun Yu's last psychological defense. He stood there, mouth opening and closing, unable to utter a single word. My uncle quickly stepped in to ease the situation, signaling that it was enough and not to push too hard. At this moment, Feng Yi spoke up, his tone softened. Out of 100, give us 59. Sun Bo. That one less is out of respect for the good relationship between me and your uncle. My uncle hurriedly patted Sun Yu's shoulder, implying, Brother, the steps have been laid out for you. If you don't step down now, it will lose its meaning. What else could Sun Yu say? Even if his heart was bleeding, he had to nod in agreement. Once the deal was struck, I immediately had my uncle take Sun Yu to see the actual effects of the hot Kong, to put his mind at ease. As for me, I held hands with Feng Yi, leisurely making our way back. Feng Yi complimented me as we walked. Little Qing Yu is quite impressive. My heart swelled with joy. It wasn't just because he praised me. It was because I realized that while he was ruthless towards others, he was gentle and considerate towards me. This unique affection was truly intoxicating. I told him, "You big men understand these principles, but when you say them, it feels like a threat, hurting feelings. I'm different. I'm just a little female who knows nothing and has a bad temper. What I say, Sun Bo would only think I'm making a fuss," making it easier for him to accept. Upon hearing this, Feng Yi immediately lifted me onto his shoulder. He asked if I was hungry, and I said I wasn't, just looking for an excuse. I even boasted to him that I had marinated the leftover meat from lunch with water and salt fruit, so he wouldn't need to go hunting tonight. However, upon hearing this, Feng Yi's expression changed, and he seriously told me that meat in the hot season shouldn't be kept, as it could cause illness. He even threatened me, saying if I didn't behave, he wouldn't listen to me when I came to him in the future. What could I say? I had to obediently keep quiet. When we reached the cave, without saying a word, he went straight into the water and fished out the bowl of marinated meat. Upon opening it, the meat was still bright red and didn't smell spoiled. He directly cut a small piece with a bone knife and ate it raw. Who would understand my family? I was frozen in shock, instinctively leaning back. I had only seen him eat roasted meat. This was the first time I saw him eat raw meat, and the visual impact was overwhelming. At that moment, I thought to myself that I might not be able to kiss him today. Feng Yi was so perceptive that he immediately noticed my reaction and, looking a bit disappointed, asked, "Don't you like me eating raw meat?" I quickly waved my hands. No, it's not about liking or disliking. It's just that I've never seen it before, so I'm not used to it. See me like this. He silently finished the whole bowl of raw meat, saying he was afraid I would get sick. Then, he surprisingly went to the water's edge, took out the toothbrush I made for him, and meticulously cleaned it. After doing all this, he came over, sat me on his lap, and asked, "Can we kiss now?" Without waiting for my answer, he leaned in to kiss me. I pushed him away, saying it was too hot. He was covered in sweat, as if he was dripping with water. Yet this guy held me even tighter, asserting dominantly, "Even if I'm sweating, you have to endure it." Sigh. Then he told me he needed to make a trip to the Sun Zone wolf tribe, fearing they might steal the fruits, and he had to go keep an eye on things personally. Before leaving, he fussed over me like a mother hen, telling me a whole list of things. Eat on time, find someone if I'm bored, and reach out if I need help. After giving his instructions, he hurriedly left, transforming into his beast form and speeding away without looking back. The next day, I went to find Yinduo Jia to play and happened to run into Xiao on delivering game. Just as I arrived at the entrance of Yinduo Jia's cave, I heard that familiar sound again. Yes, you know the one. Goodness, it's this sound again. Xiao awkwardly laughed beside me, saying his older brother and sister-in-law had only been coming out for lunch in the afternoon these days. I was utterly impressed by Yinduo Jia. After waiting for a long while, they finally emerged. Upon closer inspection, I noticed Yinduo Jia was limping as she walked. I was immediately taken aback. I asked if she had fallen, and she just laughed. In that instant, everything clicked for me. Dear family. I realized my knowledge was still far too limited. Yinduo leaned over to tell me she had heard about the zhongli fruit and was hoping to conceive this year. I was shocked. Didn't T uncle say he would trade every year? Why isn't T she had any? Han beside me explained. The zone leader doesn't bring back many zhongli fruits. They are first given to females who are pregnant or have just given birth, to help them recover and care for the cubs. Only then did I understand how the zhongli fruits were distributed. Once I grasped this, my heart felt somewhat at ease. Turning around, I noticed Yinduo Jia gazing lovingly at Han's slightly protruding belly, her eyes soft enough to produce tears. Once she finished her affectionate touches, I quickly pulled her back to discuss serious matters. Yinduo Jia, our thread is almost gone. Shouldn't we go gather some white round balls? Yinduo, being a woman of action, immediately nodded. Yes, we need to get some back to store. Otherwise, I can't stop thinking about it. Just then, Xiaoning brought over some roasted meat and dropped a huge piece of gossip. The mountain peak where Brother Hai used to live, near the outskirts, had a whole patch of that stuff. Upon hearing this, my eyes lit up, but glancing at the scorching sun outside, I decided to first check the nearby trees. Perhaps just a few would suffice. After discussing the matter at hand, I planned to head home and casually chop down a chestnut tree. Let me tell you, this thing tastes like potatoes when boiled. Without it, my carbohydrate cravings would be unbearable. As I carried it back, the sap was dripping from the trunk, but suddenly, my ears perked up. Something was off. There was the sound of flowing water nearby, but I felt there was something else mixed in, a a sound as faint as a mosquito buzzing. My heart dropped. Didn't Feng Yi say that the mountain peaks where females reside had been cleared? Now with this noise, it was all over. Wild beasts had respawned in the safe zone. My scalp went numb, and I didn't dare to check what it was. I just turned to run. However, after just a few steps, I stumbled into a pit. A pit filled with bright red, shiny, freshly born cubs, crawling around and making noise. This made me even more frightened. Who would understand, dear family? If there was a nest of little ones, the larger ones must be nearby, lurking invisibly. At that moment, only one thought raced through my mind. Run. I shouted for Yin Duo GF first, but then quickly realized she wouldn't be able to handle it either. So I called out for Xiaoning and Xiaoan. Upon hearing my cries, their faces changed, and they charged over like two arrows released from a bow. As they reached me, Xiaoning circled around me to ensure I was unharmed before gravely asking, "Where's the prey?" I gasped for breath and pointed to the pit, right there. 7 or 8 of them. Xiaoning furrowed his brow, and his gaze shot towards Xiaoan, implying, "Did you slack off on patrol?" Xiaoan felt a jolt under his brother's gaze and quickly exclaimed, "I wander the mountains every day." However, as I leaned in to count, I realized something was amiss. There had been 8 just moments ago, yet now only 6 remained. Just as confusion washed over me, Xiaoan scratched his head, his face flushed with embarrassment, and said, "Sister Qingyu, these are the ones I brought back." I was taken aback. He pointed to the vine beside him, explaining that he had used it to carry them back. There had originally been over 10, but he had no idea where the others had gone. The larger ones had already been consumed by noon, leaving only these smaller ones. Don't worry, they pose no danger. I was at a loss for words, feeling as if my adrenaline had surged for nothing. But then, a spark of inspiration struck my mind. I hurriedly pulled Xiaoning aside and asked, "What does a fully grown jiaoshu look like? What do they eat? Are they afraid of the cold?" Xiaoning informed me that this creature was called jiaoshu, which feeds on grass and fruit, matures in just over a month, can produce more than 10 offspring at a time, and grows thick fur to withstand the winter chill. Upon hearing this, my DNA seemed to awaken. Wasn't this a source of pure, renewable protein? They grazed. There was no shortage of grass on these mountains. Raising them would be a disservice to our appetites. My eyes sparkled with excitement. Will they dig holes? If we excavate a large pit to contain them, they won't escape, right? Upon hearing this, Sister Yunduo instantly understood my intentions. "You want to raise jiaoshu?" I nodded enthusiastically. Just think about it. Once we raise them, whenever we crave meat, we could simply retrieve one from the pit. How convenient. The male jiaoshu wouldn't have to struggle daily for food anymore. Sister Yunduo was also intrigued, but her practical side kicked in as she raised a concern. What will we do in winter when there is no grass? Won't they starve? Xiaoan added with a look of disdain, and they eat, drink, and relieve themselves all in one place. It will smell terrible. I couldn't help but laugh. I had the solution. I picked up a small stone and began sketching on a larger rock, creating an impromptu presentation. Look, we dig 2 large pits with a door in between. If this side gets dirty, we can simply move them to the other side, then flush it all out with water, allowing waste to flow down this little channel into the outer pit. What do we call this? It's called separation of wet and dry. Do you understand? As for their winter provisions, didn't we previously see those large fruits that could be stored for a long time? We could excavate enough to last them until spring. I tell you, once I finished explaining, the expressions on their faces lit up as if they had suddenly connected to 5G. Xiaoan was the first to leap up, shouting, "We must raise them." Without hesitation, he transformed into an excavator, digging a large pit not far from their cave. Sister Yunduo and I quickly gathered some tender grass, and I even indulged in squeezing a bit of milk juice to prepare a refreshing smoothie for the dozen or so little jiaoshu. After all our efforts, the sun was nearly set. We had a quick meal and then rode Xiaoning to check on the white round fruits. To my delight, several fruits on the tree had burst open, revealing the pure, white cotton inside. I climbed up to pluck a few, cradling them in my hands, unable to resist their charm. Bringing them close, I inhaled deeply, filled with the scent of sunshine. My dreams of a comfortable sleeping arrangement were finally within reach. No longer would I have to endure the discomfort of sleeping on prickly hay. Sister Yunduo called from below. Not all of them have opened yet. Let's come back in a few days to collect them all at once. I cheerfully agreed, my mind racing with plans. We needed to raise meat, and we also needed to harvest cotton. Both were essentials, and we couldn't afford to miss either. Just as I was deep in thought, Fengye's side was far from idle. Let me tell you, the brothers from Fengye's tribe had recently suffered a loss in a scuffle. They returned, bruised and battered, to complain. Fengye was fiercely protective of his own. Would he let this incident go unaddressed? Absolutely not. But he also couldn't lead his men back in a battle directly, as that would reflect poorly on us. So, he devised a cunning plan. The next day, he announced to everyone, from now on, we shall teach the Shuanzhong wolf tribe how to build a fire pit. His underlings were bewildered. Boss, we're here to seek revenge, not to play teacher. Fengye regarded them slowly, his reasoning impeccable. Our tribe's males have rather short tempers. If they struggle to learn and end up getting hit, isn't that perfectly normal? Who among us wouldn't understand that this was simply a legitimate bullying license? The cave erupted in laughter, everyone chuckling like villains. Even High Air, who lay on the ground moaning, couldn't help but join in. However, one of his more naive followers, named Yulin, took him seriously and asked, but what if they learn quickly? I was at a loss for words. An awkward silence enveloped the cave. Eventually, Fengyue, his sister, couldn't hold back her laughter, exclaiming, have you been hit in the head? With the speed you and your brother possess, how fast can you possibly teach anyone? This remark sent the entire cave into an uproar, laughter echoing off the walls. The men then began to stray from the topic, launching into a gossip session about Fengye, discussing everything from his sister-in-law, me, wanting him to carry her daily, to how we were scolded by his father for chopping wood at midnight. Fengye's face darkened at the cave entrance. Had it not been on someone else's territory, he might have unleashed a bear to deal with them. The following days were chaotic. The Shuanzhong wolf tribe was in a state of distress. Their chief, Sun Yu, even coming to plead, brother, enough is enough. If this continues, my people will be turned into pig heads, and will we even learn how to build that fire pit? And Fengye? He lounged beneath the zhongli fruit tree, casually munching on fruit, blissfully indifferent to the turmoil. Finally, when the fruits ripened, Fengye wasted no time. He swiftly climbed the tree, stripping it bare as if a swarm of locusts had descended, leaving not even a single leaf behind. The Shuanzhong wolf chief watched from below, his heart bleeding as he cried out, be careful. Don't break my branches. After dividing the spoils, Fengye slipped away. I tell you, the only time he had ever been so gentle was when he held me. Now, cradling a pile of fruits, he was as delicate as could be. He must have been overjoyed, eagerly anticipating our reunion after days apart for affectionate embraces. Upon their return to their mountain, Fengye barely had time to revel in his bounty before a single sentence from his father. Our chief Fengzhou wiped the smile off his face. I was busy with my tasks when I suddenly heard Fengye's beastly roar from the mountaintop, a sound I recognized all too well. I immediately dropped what I was doing and rushed up the mountain. Upon our meeting, without uttering a word, I pounced into his arms, nuzzling against him like a tiger seeking its prey. Days apart had made me long for him. Fengye, too, lowered his head to inspect me carefully, fearful that I had lost weight. Just as we were caught up in our affection, his father Fengzhou emerged, wielding a stick thicker than my arm. His expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot. I was puzzled, wondering what had transpired. Uncle was fuming, pointing at Fengye and shouting, Qingyu, you must judge this. This rascal claims that the zhongli fruit he brought back should be divided in half for you. He even said you could finish it within days. Can you even eat that much? I was taken aback. What? Half? Stealing a glance at the enormous pile of fruits resembling a small mountain, I realized that not only could I not eat them all, but there would be enough to bury me. Family. This excuse was so absurd it felt like something an AI would concoct. What could I do but unconditionally side with my man? I steeled myself and declared yes. Fengye said I could finish it all, so I surely can. Then I sneakily crept behind him and gave a firm pinch to the soft flesh at his waist. Take that for your foolishness. Fengye, however, felt nothing and simply grasped my hand, holding it tenderly. His father Fengzhou could hardly bear to watch, his forehead veins throbbing with anger. Finally, Fengye leisurely spoke, his logic sharp and infuriating. These fruits will spoil in 10 days at most. I want half, to trade for animal skins, which you will use to make clothes for Qingyu. As the elder was about to express his discontent, Fengye interjected. Why would I want your skin? If you lose it, just go to Fengyang and the others. If they are unavailable, seek Fengyan. If Fengyan is also gone, won't you still come to me? Going in circles like this is utterly pointless. Do I look like a fool to you? His words had his younger brothers stifling laughter to the point of near injury. The elder was left speechless, pointing at Fengye in frustration. Unfazed, Fengye continued, instead of wasting time here, why not hurry and find partners for your brothers? Once you do, I'll take care of the enhancement fruits for their mates, ensuring dozens of little ones will appear on this mountain in just a few years. Upon hearing this, his younger brothers, Feng Yin and Feng Yang exchanged glances and swiftly made their exit, each snatching an enhancement fruit on their way out, fleeing faster than rabbits. The elder shouted after them. Except for Feng Yin and Feng Yang, those of you without partners, drop the fruits. To which they replied as they dashed away. We're taking our share from Big Brother's portion. Don't bother us, old man. I hurriedly followed suit, calling out, Feng Yin, remember to leave the seeds behind. I have use for them. That left only the three of us in the cave, and the atmosphere was palpably awkward. Feng Yi continued to stoke the fire. I've never seen a chieftain like you, neglecting your own son while Aunt suffers alongside you. Noticing the elder's eyes nearly ablaze, I quickly covered Feng Ye's mouth. Brother, enough already. Don't genuinely provoke our father. Only then did Feng Yi soften his tone, revealing his true intentions. It turned out that he desired the fruits not only to distribute to the females on the mountain, but also to share with his good friends from UMO High. The remainder would be exchanged for animal skins from those in need within the tribe. The elder's expression eased slightly upon hearing this, yet he still seemed perplexed, attempting to ask several times, but ultimately gesturing frantically at me to inquire. Naturally, curiosity piqued, I leaned closer to Feng Yi and whispered, "What were we exchanging the animal skins for?" Upon realizing it was my inquiry, Feng Ye's tone instantly became gentle. Do you remember the Bai Ling Shu tribe I mentioned before? They may lack combat prowess, but they reproduce abundantly, particularly the females. Their aptitude for burrowing allows many of their young to survive even in the chill of winter. By exchanging enhancement fruits with our tribe S members, the beneficiaries will be the females. If they offer some animal skins in return, they will surely be willing. Then, I can take those skins to the Bai Ling Shu tribe and bring back some females. I was momentarily stunned. This was essentially a cross-tribal talent acquisition. He continued, the number of females in our tribe is limited. My brothers spend their days loitering around the tribe. If they had found someone suitable, they would have already paired up. We must venture outside to seek prospects. As for me, if I hadn't met you, I would still be alone. When he spoke those words, his gaze was profoundly affectionate. Moreover, as the chieftain, the elder had to consider the tribe as a whole. I, however, was different. My heart was biased, selfishly desiring strength for myself, my brothers, my friends, and our circle first. Only when we grew strong could we better protect you and the tribe, ensuring sufficient deterrence. Before I could fully digest this information, he pulled me along to see his Aunt Muyu. Muyu was the tribe's shaman, and after Feng Yi explained the situation, he gifted her several enhancement fruits. After leaving Aunt Muyu, Feng Yi summoned his brothers Feng Yin and Feng Ming, delegating the task of exchanging animal skins to them, while he carried a small bag of fruits back to our cave. Once inside, he transformed into his beast form and howled, summoning friends who were to receive the fruits. In the meantime, I finally tasted the legendary enhancement fruit. The green flesh was of average texture with a hint of sweetness. Yet, considering its effects, I consumed it completely, even carefully collecting the seeds. Once Feng Yi saw I was finished, he cautiously explained that these matters should have been discussed with me beforehand, fearing I might be displeased. Observing the tension in his eyes, my heart softened, and I found it amusing. Everything he did was motivated by our relationship, prompting him to consider so much. Could you please inform me in advance next time? I pinched his cheek playfully. He quickly nodded, grinning like an overjoyed puppy. Seeing him relax, I couldn't help but tease. Are you still upset with the elder? I think neither of you is wrong. He must consider the bigger picture, while you're fulfilling the roles he cannot. I suspected the elder was secretly quite pleased. Clearing my throat, I earnestly praised him. As your friend, I'm delighted. As your family and brother, I'm even happier. And, as your partner, I feel like I must have been blessed in a previous life. After uttering those words, I felt slightly awkward, especially under his inexplicable gaze. Feng Yi blinked, innocently asking, what is blessed? I must say, this man's thick skin could withstand bullets. My hand itched to see if it was indeed true. And as I reached out, I found myself lost in the contours of his handsome face, tracing from his brow to his chin. The smooth jawline and prominent nose were simply captivating. All I could think was how exquisite his modeling was. What happened next? My gentle touch caused him to momentarily freeze. Unable to move, grabbing the back of my neck, he lowered his head and kissed me, nearly rendering me breathless, as if I were deprived of oxygen. When he finally released me, I gasped for air while he licked his lips, relishing the moment. How many would comprehend the expression of sheer delight on his face when he touched the spot on my back where he had previously tugged? He claimed the enhancement fruit was effective, and he was pleased. I could hardly believe it. Then, As if invigorated, he scooped me up and dashed back to the cave, murmuring, "First, a bath. After that, we'll rest a bit before continuing." In that instant, I realized this was not merely a break. It was an intermission. What could I say? I simply closed my eyes and pretended to be lifeless in his arms. Seeing that I did not resist, he appeared quite pleased, swiftly washing and drying me off. However, just as he placed me on the animal skins, I was immediately enveloped in darkness, falling into a deep sleep. Truly, I fell asleep in an instant, achieving a state of extreme shutdown. Feng was utterly petrified, calling my name several times. When he received no response, he pinched my face. Oh, I was sleeping heavily, completely motionless. I could hear him grinding his teeth in frustration from a distance. At that moment, he was undoubtedly thinking, "This ungrateful little one, is she pretending?" She knew she would sleep upon returning, playing me for a fool. Left alone with his irritation, he seethed with frustration, unable to contain himself despite drinking several bowls of cold water to calm his temper. With his piercing gaze fixed on me, he felt helpless as I lay there, unable to do anything, driving him to the brink of tearing his silver hair out. In the end, seeing me sleep soundly like a pig, perhaps out of pity, he resigned himself to the situation. With nothing else to occupy his time, he began examining the cave, eventually picking up the shredded animal skin skirt I had just put on before he tore it to shreds. It was a sorry sight indeed. He probably forgot what he had done in his beastly state, rummaging through the cave for some thin animal skins, and surprisingly, he picked up a bone needle and became a seamstress overnight. He continued working until dawn. As for me, I didn't even stir throughout the night. Feng Yi gazed at me, his heart likely shattered, as an entire delightful evening was squandered on mending clothes. He presumed I had sufficiently rested, without uttering a word. He seized my legs and began dragging me towards him. I must confess, I was roused in such a vigorous manner that, upon opening my eyes, I found myself being dragged across the ground like a sack, utterly bewildered. My mind was blank, and the instinct for survival compelled me to exclaim, "Zhang Li Guo can help me grow taller. Sleeping is the golden time for growth. If you wake me now, it is your fault if I don't grow." I swear, after uttering those words, I wanted to slap myself. However, there was no other choice, for his gaze seemed ravenous. Feng Yi was momentarily stunned, his grip on my ankle suspended in midair as we exchanged bewildered glances for several seconds. His expression clearly conveyed, "Have you lost your senses? An adult female can still grow taller? Are you trying to fool me with such nonsense?" As he seemed poised to act again, I hastily shook my head to regain clarity and in my most pitiful voice pleaded, "I want to brush my teeth. I sweated profusely last night and also wish to bathe. I know this may be disappointing, but I cannot bear the stickiness." He was utterly disarmed by my request, resignedly lifting me and carrying me outside. Upon reaching the water's edge, he immersed himself in the water, his gaze fixed on me like a wolf, waiting for me to finish my leisurely grooming before sneering, "Now, is everything all right? Come here." That laugh sent shivers down my spine. I stood at the water's edge, caught in a dilemma between entering the water and returning to the cave. It proved to be a perilous choice to provoke an energetic man so early in the morning. In the next moment, he scooped me up entirely, my legs clinging to his waist as he held me firmly. His scorching breath brushed against my ear. "An adult female does not grow taller. Is it too dismissive to deceive me with that statement?" I bit my lip tightly to stifle a sound. The splashing water echoed around us. My face flushed crimson. I stubbornly insisted, "I am different. Perhaps my constitution as an outsider is unique." "Indeed, you are different," he replied, his voice deepening before he leaned down to seal my lips, warning, "Don't bite. It may hurt later, and I enjoy hearing it." As soon as he finished speaking, I, in a fit of indignation, bit down on his chest. To my astonishment, it was as if I had pressed a switch that heightened his excitement. He swiftly lifted me out of the water and pinned me onto the animal hide. What followed was 2 hours of chaotic passion, I tell you. Feng Yi was a madman today. My throat was hoarse from shouting, feeling like a rag doll, completely at his mercy. After it all ended, my legs trembled uncontrollably. He, however, regained his composure, using warm water to wipe my body, helping me sit up to drink, and asked why so silent. Too tired? That shouldn't be the case. I was infuriated. Was this even human conversation? He pointed to the scratches on his chest and arms, asking if I wished to see his back as well. I retorted by pinching his muscular chest. "Why did you use so much strength? Didn't you hear me say I couldn't withstand it?" He merely chuckled, claiming he initially intended to be gentle, but my passionate actions of biting and scratching drove him wild, making it impossible for him to hold back. I didn't want to argue the point. I pointed to the zhang li gua and insisted on eating it, desperately needing to recover. Holding the fruit, I nibbled away, feeling utterly frustrated. My consumption of the zhang li gua seemed futile. I had grown stronger, yet I was still the one exhausted. What kind of logic was this? For the next 10 days, or half a month, I feared I wouldn't be able to step outside. As I wallowed in my discontent, I lifted my gaze and spotted Feng Yi leaning against a nearby wall, a knowing smile playing on his lips. My heart sank. This guy had undoubtedly seen through my thoughts. He approached, squatted down, and gently said, "If you can't eat, then don't. There will be more in the future." I must admit, his gentleness left me at a loss. I acknowledged I was moved, yet my reason reminded me that my body was the foundation of my endeavors. An idea struck me, and I maliciously asked, "Then can we reduce the frequency in the future? Or perhaps shorten the duration?" Feng Yi was taken aback. Resting his forehead in his hand and taking a deep breath, "I thought you would find our frequency sufficient, and the time spent quite brief. Would you like to see what other beastmen do all day in their caves?" I thought, goodness, are we escalating this? I retorted, "I want to go." "You go." Angrily, I turned my head away. He found my reaction amusing, ruffling my hair and planting a kiss on my forehead, sincerely promising, "I'll be gentler in the future." I had heard that promise so many times it felt redundant, and his visions of grandeur were almost too much to bear. Seeing my skepticism, he added with a laugh, "Then we shall focus more on the essentials." I angrily reached out to hit him, but he caught my hand. All right, we will discuss future matters later," he said, pulling me outside, claiming he wanted to go hunting. The moment we stepped outside, I was taken aback. The effects of the zhang li guo were astonishing. Just moments ago, I felt utterly drained, yet now I was invigorated. As we reached the water's edge, fresh game was already laid out on the stone slab, undoubtedly provided by Xiaowen. My mind raced. Did that mean our earlier activities in the cave were broadcast live? Dear heavens! I was so embarrassed I could have dug a 3-bedroom apartment in the ground. Feng Yi, however, seemed oblivious to my expression, swiftly tending to the game. I glanced at the patch on his back where I had pulled his hair and the various scratches adorning his body, feeling a twinge of guilt. I reached out to gently touch him, asking, "Does it still hurt?" He laughed, assuring me it was fine, as males had strong healing abilities. I hurried to gather some herbs, crushing them and applying them to his wounds, while he cooked meat, watching me with a gaze that radiated warmth. It was his first time using wild herbs to cook meat. After tasting a bite, he maintained a stoic expression, commenting on the flavor of the meat. Upon seeing my face fall, he quickly amended, "Upon closer inspection, it is tastier than grilled." I thought, I wouldn't trust you, you who eat raw meat. What do you know? As I ate, I recounted the events of the past few days in his absence, and when I mentioned raising the horned beasts, he suddenly looked up, his gaze sharp and penetrating as he asked, "Raising horned beasts?" My heart sank. That tone and look indicated he felt insecure. I hastily nodded, saying, "Very safe." Then I reiterated the points I had made to persuade Xiaoning, elevating the benefits of raising horned beasts for the tribe several notches, waiting with wide eyes for his response. He raised an eyebrow, remaining silent and teasing me. As I grew anxious, he finally said slowly, "I will go check it out." His ambiguous response drove me mad. After finishing my meal, he took his time washing dishes and sipping water, and I could no longer contain myself. Pulling him by the arm, "Stop washing. We need to check on the horned beasts. It's urgent." I felt as if I were tugging on a stubborn bull. He usually walked with purpose, yet now he resisted, making me drag him along. Frustrated, I released my grip, only to be caught and embraced by him in the next moment. He held my neck and said, "Think carefully, as long as there is no danger. Which of the things you do have I not agreed to? You say I should help you, yet when you are upset, you bite and scratch." I was left speechless by his words and could only plant a kiss on his face. Satisfied, he remarked that Xiao Ning and the others believed it was acceptable, so there should be no major issues. He simply wanted to confirm for himself that I was not in danger. Only then did I feel entirely at ease. As we passed by Yin Duo's house and found it empty, we continued onward, soon spotting the horned beasts I had been raising. In just a few days, they had grown considerably, plump and quite adorable. Feng Yi cast a glance, emotionally detached, commenting, "They grow quickly. Soon they will be ready for eating." To him, these charming creatures were merely walking roasts. We moved on to another nest of slightly larger horned beasts. And goodness, their fur was a vibrant green, almost alarming, when still, they resembled a pile of leaves. I was curious how Xiao and the others had managed to catch so many. Feng Yi ruffled my hair, saying, Don't worry about how they were caught, just that they are back. There was no fault in that statement. We continued onward. And Feng, you mentioned that Feng Yan's cave was particularly lively and suggested I accompany him to see. Upon arrival, I was utterly taken aback by the scene before me. Goodness, the atmosphere was raucous, filled with the sounds of drums and firecrackers. I initially thought someone was celebrating a joyous occasion. The entire mountain was bustling with people, the ground strewn with an array of prey, numbering at least 100, a truly magnificent sight that left me momentarily speechless. It was only when Feng Yi gently squeezed my hand that I regained my senses. Feng Yin approached us, explaining that the tribe had brought gifts to express their gratitude for my suggestion of the heated Khan. Many of the offerings had to be sent back due to their size. Feng Ming chimed in eagerly, emerging from the side to boast about the colorful furs they had exchanged, urging me to choose one. He gestured enthusiastically, proposing a red top paired with green trousers, and 2 white sleeves on my arms, resembling large white wings. I nearly burst into laughter, imagining myself as a cyber butterfly. Feng Yin nodded seriously, assuring me that he would stitch any color I desired. Mistaking my amusement for delight, he declared he would make one for himself as well, prompting my smile to falter until he finally dropped the subject. Uncle Feng Zhou watched us with what seemed like envy, scolding his sons to find partners without delay. Turning to Feng Yi, he suggested he accompany them, expressing concern over their lack of intelligence. My heart sank at the thought of Feng Yi leaving again so soon after his return. My apprehension must have been evident. For Uncle Feng, Zhou quickly redirected the task to Xiaoning. Feng Yi, noticing my forlorn expression, likely found it amusing but masked it with a question about taking me out for a while. My eyes lit up at the prospect. Yet the weight of responsibilities at home clouded my excitement. I had to harvest the silky threads from the Chongmao trees, collect the white round fruits, dig a new home for the horned beasts, and plant Zhenli fruits. My face fell at the thought of all the tasks. Feng Yi, with a grand gesture, divided the work among us, assigning Xiao to take Feng Yin and the others to dig, while he and Xiaoning would gather the silky threads and white round fruits, even suggesting that Mo and the others could assist. Sister Yin Duo, eager to join the adventure, chimed in that there was no rush for the white fruits. We could gather them upon our return. With everything arranged, all my worries vanished, and my heart swelled with excitement. I would finally get to experience the world beyond. Sister Yin Duo eagerly recounted tales of the outside, describing fruits unseen in our tribes, and the thrill of catching slippery beasts from the water to roast. She had longed for this opportunity, determined to indulge. I was aware of the unfamiliar fruits, but slippery beasts? They must be fish, I mused. Listening to her speak of the myriad delicious foods outside, I felt my own anticipation rise. As long as we raised the horned beasts at home, we would not lack for food. The abundant resources here provided wild fruits and vegetables that could be harvested when ripe and dried, without needing to cultivate them. I considered planting staples. It had yet to discover anything suitable. Perhaps venturing out would reveal new possibilities. With an exhilarated heart, I relished a delightful meal before returning to the cave, contemplating what to bring for our journey. After a thorough search, I found little to pack. I gathered 2 changes of clothes, a pair of large trousers for Feng Yi, a sizable piece of bee skin for sleeping outdoors, and herbs to ward off insects. These herbs had been dried and crushed into powder, stored in bamboo tubes, to ensure I would not be unprepared against pesky mosquitoes. I had tested them, discovering that a simple application on the skin sufficed for protection. Feng Yi found my preparations both amusing and endearing, observing my enthusiasm without interruption. After circling the cave several times, I had managed to gather only a meager supply. Feng Yi looked at the 2 pieces of beast skin in disbelief. Was this all? Normally, Xiaoning would fill a vine bag when they went out with Sister Yin Duo, and he thought I should bring as much. I was caught off guard by his comment. Did he think I was underprepared? This was sufficient. We had our changes of clothes and insect repellents packed, and we could bring fire-starting stones to roast meat along the way. Sister Yin Duo mentioned the abundance of fruits outside, so I had no worries on that front. I only needed to bring a vessel for water, and our basic needs would be met. Feng Yi scrutinized my attire, suggesting I could bring an extra pair of shoes and a few more clothes. When it came to shoes, I had not given it much thought and replied honestly that the leather was thick and sturdy, lasting a long time. Upon his suggestion to pack more clothes, I recalled how many of mine Feng Yi had torn. I shot him a fierce glare, wondering how he could be so carefree when we were preparing to leave. In Chapter 90, with our household matters arranged, Feng Yi appeared bewildered by my expression, quickly realizing my thoughts, and smiled at me enigmatically. He had not considered it in that way, but perhaps he could try. My cheeks flushed at his smile, and I averted my gaze. We still had a few days before our departure, and there was no need to prepare in advance. Besides, I could easily remember the few items I had gathered. I suggested he come and keep me company for a while. What else there to sleep during the day? I retorted, feeling the warmth of his embrace, which felt like being near a fire. Before long, we would both be damp with heat. Noticing my reluctance, Feng Yi softened his tone. I haven't had a good night's sleep since we left the wolf tribe, and I didn't sleep well last night either. Tomorrow brings many tasks. So is it too much to want to hold you for a bit? If you feel too warm, just sit beside me. I'll be content. His intent was clear. He needed to hold me to find rest. As Feng Yi lay on the beast's skin, a satisfied sound escaped him. I looked at him skeptically, wondering if he was truly that exhausted. While I suspected he was feigning fatigue, my heart ached for him, and I slipped off my shoes to lean against him. I don't know how tired you are outside, but the next few days will surely be exhausting, so we should rest now. Feng Yi turned and placed his hand on my waist, mindful of my sensitivity to heat, and restrained his desire to pull me tightly into his embrace. The following day, we rose early, ready to embark on the tasks we had discussed. Feng Yi waited for me to finish eating before we set off. By the time we reached the halfway point of the mountain, Feng Yin and Feng Ming had transformed into their beast forms and begun digging. I had watched them use their claws to excavate stone effortlessly, and now their agility with earth was unmatched, as they dug with fervor, sending dirt flying. Their strength was indeed suited for tilling the land. Feng Yi set me down, reminding me to plant the Zhongli seeds, and patiently advised me to return to the cave when it got too hot. He lifted my arm and playfully pinched the delicate flesh, warning me to avoid sunburn. I want tea. If the sun becomes too intense, I'll come back. Sister Yin Duo watched in astonishment, her eyes nearly popping out as she observed Feng Yi's affectionate gestures toward me. Had he not seen enough of the closeness between Xiao Ning and me? Now, witnessing Feng Yi's attention, I couldn't help but smirk. He continued to dote on me, seemingly unconcerned with the passing time. With me watching, your Qing Yuan tea gets sunburned. Hurry and go pick the white round fruits. It will be too hot to go out at noon, and there are still tasks to complete. Unable to suppress a laugh, I found Feng Yi reluctant to release me. As they departed, Qing Yu plucked some vines adorned with leaves and fashioned 2 hats to adorn her head, draping them over her shoulders. She even wound some around her waist, for the sun was exceedingly fierce, and she sought to shield herself from its harsh rays. She took the bewildered Yin Duo, who was gazing at her leafy attire, to find a Bo Feng Zhou, observing the returned Zhongli Gua, sighed heavily. Upon seeing the 2 girls approach, he exclaimed in exasperation that it was sheer folly. I had mentioned yesterday that these seeds are not easily nurtured. The males of the Sun Zone wolf tribe have attempted to plant them without success, and to date, not a single one has sprouted. I had instructed Feng Chuan to plant them. It is far too hot outside, and venturing out might lead to illness. When he heard Qin Yu suggest attempting to plant them, he thought it wouldn't be too much trouble, so why not? However, he was genuinely concerned for the weaker females, fearing they might collapse from the heat. We must not find ourselves in a situation where the seeds fail to germinate, and the girls fall ill instead. Qin Yu recalled Feng Yi mentioning that a second Zhenligua tree had yet to be discovered. Yet she could not quell her desire to experiment with the seeds in her possession. Abo now regarded her with the same exasperation he reserved for Feng Yi, conveying a singular sentiment: unrest. Abo, please send Feng Chuan to assist in digging the holes. His claws are quite adept, and the task will be completed swiftly. Yun Duo remained silent behind them, feeling somewhat intimidated by the chieftain, having met him seldom since their arrival at the Juqing wolf tribe. Yet she shared the same anticipation as Qing Yu as she observed him. Feng Zhou wore a stern expression, and despite Qing Yu's incessant chatter, he found himself at a loss, for she was not Feng Yi, who could be struck with a few playful blows when angered. This petite creature, he feared, might cry even at a mere scolding. Thus, he summoned Feng Chuan to join in the digging. Once Abo consented, Qing Yu divided the Zhongli Gua seeds into 2 portions, one to be planted directly and the other to be dried before sowing. Lacking experience in planting, she could only resort to every method that came to mind. She planted some in areas with loose, dry soil and others in damp, moist locales. The holes varied in depth, even considering spots that basked in sunlight during the morning and those that enjoyed prolonged exposure in the evening. She marked these locations, intending to return and observe their progress periodically. Feng Chuan did not utter a single unnecessary word, following her instructions precisely, becoming covered in dirt while laughing heartily from the sidelines. His father had informed him the previous night that if he were to plant, he would simply dig a single hole and pour all the seeds in at once. Today merely involved digging numerous holes, akin to his original plan, with the addition of watering. Yinduo, however, was puzzled as to why such diligence was required. She had assumed they could merely find a random spot to plant. Qingyu had to provide a brief explanation. Some trees prefer to flourish in arid environments, while others thrive by the water's edge. Feng Chuan had just mentioned that the Zhongli Gua tree in the Sunzone wolf tribe thrived in a dry area. They had planted seeds in a dry locale, but none had ever sprouted. Thus they needed to change locations to increase the chances of germination. Yinduo and Feng Chuan grasped the concept. It was a matter of planting in various places, for if one location failed to yield results, perhaps another would succeed. In truth, Qingyu harbored no grand hopes. She merely wished to try. The act of planting was not exceedingly difficult. If even a single seed sprouted, it would be a monumental blessing for them. Upon returning to their cave halfway up the mountain, Qingyu placed the remaining seeds in a spot to dry, intending to plant some during the windy season and others during the cold wave. Whether they would germinate was left to fate. In recent days, Feng Yi gathered white round fruits and thick threads, and she had busied herself crafting bedding at home, waiting until there was a sufficient quantity, at which point Feng Yi ceased his foraging. The area for raising horned beasts had also been excavated, including a hole to shield them from rain. Additionally, several caves had been dug against the wall, designated for storing the large white fruits that the horned beasts would consume during the windy and cold seasons. All the horned beasts were relocated there, and their food was entrusted to the chieftain for management. Tomorrow, the males and females preparing to venture out returned home in high spirits, leaving Feng Zhou glaring after them, his eyes wide with displeasure as he observed their retreating figures. It felt as though his own young ones had all dashed out to play while he, as a father, remained home to toil tirelessly. Chapter 91. I will take you out to play. It is surely with me that you shall play. The fiery sun hung high in the sky, while the towering trees of the deep mountains cast a shadow over the land. Qingyu sat atop Feng Yi, enjoying the breeze, which provided a welcome respite from the heat. Ahead were several individuals burdened with animal skins, and nearby, a modest tree swayed precariously as they bumped into one another. Accustomed to their beastly forms, Qingyu found them increasingly endearing. Feng Yi was not running swiftly. She still had the leisure to chat and laugh with Yinduo, albeit such joy did not last long. Feng Yin and his companions had long vanished from sight, and Feng Yi was distancing himself from Xiaoning as well. The loud call from Yinduo was becoming faint in her ears. Qingyu, perplexed, patted Feng Ye's back, questioning if he had veered off course. For Xiaoning and Yinduo had already disappeared. She wondered where her younger brothers had gone to. Feng Yi abruptly halted, standing still, panting heavily before collapsing onto the ground. Qingyu, bewildered, dismounted and crouched before his large head, inquiring if he was fatigued. Then let us rest for a while. Feng Yi nudged her with his head, and she, caught off guard by the force, fell back onto the ground. Qingyu did not comprehend his intent and assumed he desired her to pet him. Hence she extended her hand to rub his head under his verdant gaze. The fluffy texture felt delightful, encouraging her to continue. Feng Yi closed his eyes in contentment, his ears drooping as he relished the affection from his companion. After she had thoroughly petted his head, he rolled over, exposing his belly, catching Qingyu unawares. His bright eyes seemed to beckon her to touch him. Gazing at his towering, beastly form, she yearned to caress the fur on his belly, but climbing atop him in this sweltering heat felt akin to donning a fur coat. She swiftly shook her head in refusal, urging him to transform into human form and take a break. If she became too enamored with petting him, who could predict what demands he would make? Feng Yi felt somewhat disappointed. The heat deterred Qingyu from indulging in his fur. Even in human form, he remained active, climbing a tree to pluck a leaf to fan her. Qingyu retrieved a pair of oversized shorts for him to wear and a towel to wipe the beads of sweat rolling down his chest. He cooperatively tilted his neck and even turned to allow her to wipe his back, his patient demeanor leaving Qingyu utterly perplexed. Knowing he had ventured out to play with her today, Feng Yi had surely fed well yesterday, so he could not possibly be hungry. His declaration of fatigue seemed insincere. It appeared he was deliberately pausing. Tentatively, she inquired, "Shall we not seek out Feng Yin and the others?" Feng Yi stood lazily, lowering his gaze to her small head, and let out a soft chuckle. Of course not. Qingyu realized that he was deliberately running slowly to avoid being with them, not even wishing to be with Xiaoning or Yinduo. Fortunately, Xiaoning shared his sentiments, and the two instinctively ran further away. Just moments after departing the tribe, Qin Yu chatted incessantly with Yin Duo, disregarding him entirely. Now, it was just the two of them, and any conversation could only be shared with him. With her sweat nearly wiped away, Feng Yi pulled her down to sit beside him, turning his head to observe her, sensing that his little companion had much to express. Yet in the end, she remained silent. TSK. Feng Yi gritted his teeth. I bring you out to play, and it is surely with me that you shall play. If you stay with them, you will leave me behind. And how can we play then? Qin Yu was rendered speechless by his words. The atmosphere was lively, and besides, ABO had asked you to come out due to concerns for Feng Yang and the others. Are you simply disregarding them? Feng Yi licked his lips, holding her close, leaning in to inhale her scent and nuzzled her neck a couple of times. She felt a tickling sensation on her neck and struggled to suppress it. He had been quite domineering when they first met, but now he resembled a large puppy, occasionally nudging her neck with his head. Yesterday, ABO allowed Xioning to follow them. But not me. I merely brought you out for some leisure. There is nothing else on my agenda. Feng Yi was not at all worried about them. Several males together would not encounter any trouble, and they were not far away. A single howl would suffice to alert them. Nothing would go awry. ABO was concerned that they might be deceived by the chief of the Bailing Shu tribe due to the large number of animal skins they carried. Following slowly behind, he resolved to appear only when necessary. With his decision made, Qin Yu chose not to speak further. The two of them were essentially on a trip together. The closeness between them allowed his scent to waft toward her nostrils. She looked up and suddenly understood the depth of Feng Yi's gaze. Hurriedly, she descended from him, stating, I'm a bit hungry. Let's eat some fruit first. She still had the zhengli fruit he had left for her, which she had brought along. Taking one out, she began nibbling slowly. Meeting Feng Yi's deep gaze made her feel a pang of embarrassment. She offered fruit in front of him, urging, You should eat too. Please eat. And then stop looking at me like that. Feng Yi leaned back slightly, watching his little partner's gaze flit around, deliberately avoiding him. Amused yet exasperated, he thought, at this moment, how could he possibly eat anything? Perhaps he would rather consume her. Qin Yu had gained a little weight over time, despite the sun's intensity. Her skin remained as fair and tender as when they first met, making him want to bite into it. With that thought, he reached out to grasp Qin Yu's arm. She quickly shifted back, her heart screaming. It was still broad daylight. In truth, the time of day was not the primary concern, but rather the possibility of encountering a male unexpectedly outside the tribe. There were no hiding places here, leaving her feeling extremely insecure. Absolutely not. It was simply impossible. Feng Yi understood her well. She had been shy upon becoming his partner, and she remained so even now. Out here, she would not agree. Yet he still desired to hold her. Qin Yu, feeling stiff in his embrace, dared not move, knowing that any sudden motion could lead to unintended consequences. The surrounding area was eerily quiet, with no other creatures present, save for the sound of her nibbling on the fruit. Feng Yi's gaze remained fixed on her lips, causing his throat to involuntarily constrict, which made Qin Yu pause her eating. They could not linger here for long, observing that he was on the verge of losing control. Qin Yu recalled what Sister Yinduo had said about the delectable schwa beasts found in the water. Cautiously, she spoke, I would like to eat roasted schwa beast. You surely know where we can find them. Shall we go catch them now? On the other side, Feng Yang and a large group of people had also paused. Some hunting, while others climbed trees to gather bird eggs. As the meet neared completion, they still had not seen their elder brother and sister-in-law. Where could they spot Xioning and Yinduo? Feng Yue, holding the meat, voiced his confusion. What is going on? They are not far behind us. Even if they do not run, they would have arrived by now. Feng Chuan wiped the sweat from his face and surveyed the area they had passed. He found it hard to believe that their elder brother could not find them. Perhaps their sister-in-law was simply too exhausted and needed a moment to rest. If I howl, elder brother and Xioning will know where we are, Feng Chuan declared, transforming into his beast form and howling loudly. However, after several attempts, he received no response. Could it be that elder brother has returned? Why else would he ignore me? Feng Yang offered him a piece of the roasted meat, which was hot, causing Feng Chuan to step back quickly to catch it with his hands. Why are you putting this in my mouth? Just hold it in my hands. Though not feeling the heat in his palm, placing it directly in his mouth was still quite hot. Feng Yang cast a sidelong glance at him, realizing that the meat had originally been intended for their sister-in-law and Yinduo. It seemed unnecessary now, and perhaps it was better to use it to silence Feng Chuan. He remarked how Feng Yin and Feng Ming had simply lain down while the others cooked the meat, seemingly uninterested in moving. Initially, he had thought they were reluctant to hunt, But now he realized they had known all along that elder brother and sister-in-law would not be joining them, hence their inactivity. He walked over and kicked Feng Ming lightly. You two are quite inconsiderate. Knowing that elder brother and sister-in-law wouldn't catch up, you didn't say anything. If you had, I would have been lying down sleeping too. Feng Ming groaned softly without opening his eyes, even rolling over to continue sleeping, mumbling. I suspect elder brother not only won catch up, but has also separated from Xioning. He never allowed us to look for him, and now, with sister-in-law, he is even less likely to let us. Feng Yang tossed a roasted bird egg at him. If that is the case, you can eat these bird eggs. Only then did Feng Ming sit up, shoving whole bird eggs, shells and all, into his mouth. Feng Yin remarked casually from the side, from now on, we needn't hunt. We can do as we please. The sense we leave behind will guide elder brother and Xioning here. They will appear when the time is right. With his words, everyone felt reassured, and one by one, they settled under the large tree to take a nap. Meanwhile, Qin Yu and Feng Ye had arrived at the water's edge. As she contemplated entering the water, Feng Ye swiftly grabbed her, saying with me around, do you really think you could just dive in? The water here is not as shallow as it is outside the cave. Be careful not to fall in. After saying this, he stepped further into the water, and Qin Yu followed closely behind, flashing a charming smile when he paused to look at her. You know I can swim. If it comes down to it, I'll stick by your side. I want to fall in. She was eager to swim freely, but since Feng Ye was intent on catching fish, she decided to wait until he was done before diving in. As for whether he would allow her to go alone, she had no worries. If she insisted on going, he would undoubtedly agree. Feng, exasperated, ruffled her hair. I know you're hot and want to soak in water, but I need to catch schwa beast first. I'll bring you back later. For now, why not dry off with a towel at the water's edge? It will cool you down significantly. Qin Yu obediently searched for a large rock, watching as he submerged himself in the water. Before long, he emerged, tossing several fish onto the shore. Each fish was roughly the length of her arm, lively and wriggling in the grass. As one threatened to tumble back into the water, she picked up a sizable rock and struck it on the head, causing the area to fall silent. The fish, entirely black and reflecting the sunlight, was unfamiliar to Qin Yu. Even in modern times, she would have struggled to identify fish species, let alone here. Feng Ye surfaced, water dripping from his body as he began to scale the schwa beast he had caught, while also gathering twigs to start fire. Qin Yu wished to assist, but he pulled her aside to sit. Her gaze could not help but linger on Feng Ye. Truth be told, he looked truly handsome when focused, and even in his playful moments, he remained charming. His long fingers deftly maneuvered the fish, creating a delightful spectacle. Qin Yu tilted her head, quietly observing. Being outside felt vastly different from being inside the tribe, as if she had been confined for too long and was now released in a fresh air. The fish is still a while away from being perfectly grilled. Suddenly, she had a whimsical idea, standing up to flip over stones by the water's edge, curious to see if any crabs might be lurking there. After turning over several stones, she indeed discovered a crab beneath a large rock, its body nearly twice the size of her palm. The imposing pincers made her hesitant to grab it, prompting her to call Windai for assistance. Although Windai was busy grilling the meat, his gaze remained fixed on Qin Yu. He watched as she took a step back in surprise, exclaiming, and then swiftly approached her. Grasping her hand, he pulled her back and stepped on the crab, followed by the sound of its shell cracking. Qin Yu was taken aback by his sudden action and stared at him blankly once he lifted his foot. I wanted you to catch it. We could grill this for a meal, she remarked. Windai replied, why does my little companion wish to eat everything? Looking at the crushed remains, there was a pile of shells, but not much meat to be found. What is there to eat? No, you can't. What? Windai, fearing she might attempt to catch another, guided her away. He had never witnessed other females consuming such creatures, fearing they might experience discomfort afterward. Furthermore, with those pincers, there was a risk of her being pinched. The thought of Qin Yu crying from such an encounter made him feel that they should not linger in that area. Qin Yu pondered whether any crabs might be toxic, but despite racking her brain, she could not recall any. She had eaten small crabs caught from ditches during her childhood, which could be deep-fried to a delightful crisp. She had also tasted the renowned Daza crab from Yangcheng Lake, though she was unsure if it truly came from there. Gazing at the large pincers, she was convinced there must be a substantial amount of meat within and, undeterred, inquired, are you truly certain no males or females have ever eaten them? Windai cast a deep glance her way, refraining from responding. He feared that should he say anything further, his little companion would insist on tasting it. Instead, he invited her to sit beside him, promising to feed her small pieces once the fish was ready. as the fish exuded a tantalizing aroma. Qingyo's obsession with the crab faded away. They shared the meal, each taking bites until nothing remained. Just as they finished, Feng Chuan, transformed into his beast form, approached. Qingyu stood up alongside Windai, apprehensively asking, "What is the matter?" Chapter 93. The weak will be beaten and robbed. She had assumed something urgent had arisen. But upon seeing Feng Chuan, he seemed quite relaxed, smiling from a distance after reverting to his human form. Qingyu glanced at Windai, questioning whether they were sought after because they had not joined the others. Windai shook his head, clarifying that it was for another reason. He glanced at Feng Chuan before turning back to pull Qingyu down to sit. It is not a critical matter. If it were urgent, Feng Chuan would have called out, and everyone would have known. "Have you eaten enough?" he asked, noticing a few ungrilled fish on the ground. Qingyu nodded. Having recently consumed a zhongli fruit followed by fish meat, feeling quite satiated. Her composure was not as steady as his, and she gazed at Feng Chuan, eager to learn the reason for his visit. Feng Chuan approached, eyeing the slippery beasts on the ground, licking his lips before addressing the pressing matter. "Big brother, big sister. Can you guess what we saw?" Qingyo's face lit up with curiosity, while Windai merely shot him a glance, choosing not to engage in conversation. Noticing Feng Chuan's playful demeanor, Qingyu inquired slowly, "What did you see?" With a broad smile, Feng Chuan recounted his recent discovery. While hunting, second brother had heard numerous female cries from afar. He stealthily peeked and deduced it was the males from the King Kong bear tribe, attempting to abduct females from the Bailing Shu tribe. One female had been severely battered, seemingly having lost her partner to a King Kong bear male. She resisted their attempts to take her and was kicked several times. Left lying on the ground, unable to move when second brother departed. Wendy's eyes narrowed as he focused intently on Feng Chuan, asking, "What do you intend to do?" In both the western and northern regions, females without male protection would not venture out of their tribes. If discovered by other males, they would be taken. Such occurrences were not uncommon, and Feng Chuan's visit indicated he had plans. Feng Chuan expressed his thoughts. "There are only 7 King Kong bears, and we can defeat them. We originally intended to exchange for females, but now that we have encountered over 20, we might as well seize them back. The pelts will still be ours, and we will have females as well." He felt no remorse for his intentions, as such tactics were commonplace among tribes. What was taken became one's own. Moreover, their tribe's females lived far better than those in the King Kong bear tribe, where they were often beaten and scolded. Although he thought this way, he had never acted upon it and felt uncertain, thus seeking his elder brother's counsel. Windai contemplated the fact that the Bailing Shu tribe's females would venture out to gather supplies during the warm season. Such incidents would inevitably occur again soon. Stay put and do not get involved. 20 females are not a small number, and the Bailing Shu will surely come after them. Do not create unnecessary trouble. Do not forget why we are here. Feng Chuan, initially eager, calmed down upon hearing Wendy's words. He decided it was wiser to observe from a distance. "Understood. I'll return and inform them." He snatched up a slippery beast from the ground and hurried back. Qingyo's heart raced upon entering the beast world. The first sight she had witnessed was the battle between the giant wolf and the King Kong bear. Had it not been for Sister Yunduo bringing her back, she would have undoubtedly encountered the males of the King Kong bear tribe. She dreaded to imagine what would have happened next. To her astonishment, on her first venture outside the tribe, she encountered them again, this time with intentions to abduct females from another tribe. Instinctively, Qingyu moved closer to Windai, gripping his arm tightly in search of reassurance. Males were inherently driven by bloodshed and plunder, a truth she had learned from Windai. They would go to great lengths for what they desired. To suggest to them not to abduct or exchange females would be to overestimate her own worth and naively foolish. The rules of this place were distinct. Her survival depended entirely on fortune. Windai turned to find Qingyu lost in thought, staring in the direction Feng Chuan had left. She did not even notice him turning to look at her. He waved his hand before her eyes, asking if she was frightened. Seeing her in a daze, unsure whether to nod or shake her head, he recalled how she had been brought back by Yunduo. Learning of other females being taken must have frightened her. He wrapped her tightly in his embrace, soothingly assuring her, "Do not be afraid. The males in our tribe will not allow such things to happen. We are stronger than the Bailing Shu tribe. The King Kong bears would not dare to act in such a manner." Ultimately, it was the lack of strength among the Bailing Shu males that allowed such events to persist. Windai had witnessed this repeatedly. The weak would be beaten and robbed. Each year, adult males in the tribe were trained to prevent such occurrences. Only when males grew strong could the females and young of the tribe be spared from such treatment. Qingyu gently nodded in Wendy's embrace, affirming, I know. You will protect me. She had heard Yunduo describe the outside world, but hearing about it and witnessing it firsthand were entirely different experiences. Wendai lowered his gaze to her expression, noticing her furrowed brow. He reached out to smooth it, softly suggesting, if you are afraid. Shall I take you back to the tribe? Qingyu looked up. If we encounter the King Kong bears and conflict arises, will my presence affect you? If so, I will certainly return to the tribe. If not, I wish to remain and observe. Since they were to live here, she felt it essential to adapt and accept. Hiding in the tribe for a lifetime was not an option. It will not affect me. Qingyu followed closely, and Fengye became considerably more cautious in his actions. Yet he responded without a hint of hesitation. Fengchuan mentioned that there were approximately 6 or 7 male Jingangxing, and they would not be defeated. Fengye took her to the location where Feng Yin and others were gathered, and upon arrival, Xioning and Yunduo were already there. When Yunduo saw Qingyu approach, she was the first to take her hand, and the two stood behind Fengye and Xioning, listening to their discussions. Yunduo noticed that Qingyu was not her usual self. Typically, even in silence, her face radiated a charming smile. However, today her brows were furrowed, clearly indicating her fear and concern, prompting Yunduo to draw closer to her. Do not be afraid. When I first arrived here, I heard Xioning mention that the males of the Jingangxing tribe are fond of stealing from others, and such incidents occur from time to time. Furthermore, the females of the Bailing Shu tribe are numerous, while the males possess lesser combat prowess, making them frequent victims of theft. Having lived in the western regions, where chaos and brutality were rampant, she found such occurrences commonplace. In the northern territories, such events had become rare. She did not perceive them as particularly unusual. Chapter 94. Uncontrollable Fury. Seeing Qingyu deep in thought, Yunduo spoke on. The act of stealing females is generally conducted covertly. Our timing coincidentally aligns with such an encounter. Qingyu smiled at her sister Yunduo and replied, it is all right. We may not even encounter them, and if we do, we can hold our ground. Although she felt fear, it was a marked improvement from her initial arrival in this place, where she was suddenly confronted with shape-shifting beastmen and fruits several times larger than modern varieties. Everything was so unfamiliar. She relied entirely on Yunduo to guide her on what was edible and usable. Having endured such an environment, she now felt anxious yet more accepting. The best way to dispel fear is to seek understanding and contemplate what one can do. The males hunt, fight, and vie for territory, while the females manage the tribe's affairs. The heated beds were already prepared, ensuring the survival of females and young during the cold season was resolved. Tasks such as making clothes from silk threads, drying fruits, and raising horned beasts were known to Abo and Ajin, and soon these practices would permeate every corner of the tribe. She had accomplished all she could, and there was no need to rush. They must wait for the tribe to grow stronger. Only when the tribes of the northern and western regions dared not act would they be truly secure. With these thoughts clarified, Qingyu's gaze turned resolute. Fear was futile. Only a robust tribe could withstand all harm. During her moment of contemplation, not only Fengye's eyes remained fixed on her, but the gazes of all the males present were also upon her. Everyone understood who had conceived the heated beds and recognized the gradual transformation of the tribe since Qingyu's arrival. Upon learning that the heated beds were her idea, the chieftain had issued orders to protect Qingyu at all costs. The males of Fengzhou were not afraid, for they were born into adversity. Yet the females required protection from their counterparts. Hence, their mission was not only to procure females from the Bailing Shu tribe, but also to safeguard Qingyu and Yunduo. Initially, they had kept this matter to themselves, considering that during the great wind season and cold tides, females could not venture outside, only enjoying the outdoors in warmer seasons. This practice was common across all tribes. With partners to guard them, they felt no concern until they unexpectedly encountered the Jingangxing. Fengye had originally taken Qingyu out for leisure. Not wishing to stir trouble, he urged everyone to disperse to avoid drawing attention from the Jingangxing with their scent. Approaching Qingyu, he took a deep breath, cradled her in his arms, and leaned in to kiss her lips. Qingyu wrapped her arms around his neck, burrowing her face affectionately against him. Feeling fortunate to be in his embrace at this moment, Fengye felt an inexplicable sense that he had chosen an inopportune time to bring Qingyu out. They should have been enjoying food, picking fruits, resting, and bonding, yet the actions of the Jingangxing had frightened his little partner. He was inherently perceptive, and being intimately familiar with her demeanor, he could gauge her emotional state through her every movement. Gently patting her back, Qin Yu sensed his action and gradually smiled within his embrace. Feng Ye had initially hoped that Jing Gangxing and Bailing Shu tribes would resolve their issues independently. Yet trouble had come knocking. Traditionally, the males of the Jing Gangxing would return to their tribe from the foot of the mountain, but unexpectedly, they made their way directly up the hillside. The males of the Jing Gangxing had intended to transport the stolen females back to their tribe swiftly. However, the females were disobedient, jumping down one by one after being hoisted onto their backs. Unable to manage the situation, they resorted to shifting into human form, binding the females together, and dragging them toward their tribe. Ascending the mountain was merely a tactic to save time, aiming to reach their tribe swiftly, unaware of the presence of other males and females. Recognizing two familiar males, with whom they had recently clashed, the Jing Gangxing felt a twinge of apprehension, contemplating whether to change their route. Yet, seeing only two males and two females before them, they resolved to protect their partners. The distance from the Jukinglang tribe was considerable, ensuring that even if they sought assistance, it would not arrive swiftly. In an instant, their fear dissipated. They had 7 on their side. While the opposition had merely 2, victory was assured. One male stepped forward, mocking them. "Ah, it's you too. Weren't you the ones who injured He Zhuang recently?" Feng Ye and Xiaoning merely fixed their unwavering gaze upon them, choosing not to respond. This only emboldened their adversaries further, who not only continued their taunts, but also let their eyes linger on Yunduo and Qinyu. Upon catching sight of Yunduo, the male's eyes gleamed. This female appeared desirable, and capturing her might yield numerous offspring. Glancing at the other, he frowned slightly, muttering under his breath, "This one won't do, though she looks fair and tender. She is too small to bear young." Then, directing his gaze toward his companion, his eyes glinted with lewd intent. "Though she cannot bear young, she still has other uses." Their whisperings were soft, and while Qinyu did not catch their words, the gaze they cast upon her made her frown. Feng Ye and Xiaoning, being males themselves, could hear their comments despite the quietness, and they were enveloped in an aura of murderous intent. Their beloved partners were being regarded in such a manner, and they were ready to seize the opportunity to tear them apart. Other uses? A cold light flickered in Feng Ye's eyes. They could serve as nourishment for many uncivilized beasts. The males of the Jing Gangxing exchanged glances, feeling that this was an opportunity worth seizing, transforming into their beast forms in preparation for battle. As Qinyu and Yunduo stood aside, while Feng Ye and Xiaoning shifted, Feng Ming and Feng Yang also leaped into action from nearby, charging forward. Feng Yin, having transformed into his beast form, positioned himself protectively in front of his sister-in-law and Yunduo, his gaze ever watchful on the impending conflict. The sudden emergence of so many males caused the Jing Gangxing to falter slightly. The males of the Jukinglang tribe understood that losing a fight outside would invite endless troubles. If the males were seen as weak, they would continually be bullied. Feng Ye's fury was unbearable, urging Feng Yin to emerge and safeguard Qinyu and Yunduo. He swiftly lunged forward, sinking his teeth into the neck of the male who had just spoken. A brutal tearing ensued, blood spurting from the wound, splattering onto the ground in a shocking display. In Chapter 95, To Survive, Dream On, the male, taken aback by Feng Ye's speed, collapsed to the ground, rolling in agony. In an instant, both sides were entangled in a savage struggle, with the golden bear howling in despair as it fell behind in the fight. In this shaded area beneath the trees, the wretched cries echoed hauntingly, heightening the sense of terror. Qinyu and Yunduo were shielded by Feng Yan's beast form, unable to see the unfolding chaos, yet the sounds sent chills down their spines. Meanwhile, the captured females screamed as they attempted to flee, but their feet were bound, causing them to tumble repeatedly to the ground. Before long, the golden bears lay defeated and gasping for breath, lacking the strength to retaliate. The initially vocal male, suppressing his fear, wailed loudly, "We are all males from the north. You cannot kill us. Do not forget that the males from the west are still eyeing us. If you slay us, the north will lose its fighting strength." Seeing the male from the giant wolf clan grow increasingly ruthless, intent on exterminating them, he was compelled to devise a plan for survival. As long as he could return to the tribe alive, he could seek retribution later. Feng Yi, however, paid no heed to their words, continuing to tear at the male's neck until it was severed, blood pooling beneath him as he convulsed and succumbed to death. Feng Yi, casting a cold smile at the lifeless male, mused, "Cannot kill them?" The contradiction has arisen. Allowing them to return now would only invite trouble. Thinking that only he and Xiaoning were present, emboldened by the notion of killing them, In reclaiming Qing Yu and Yin Duo, he dismissed any notion of mercy. Turning to those still alive, he swiftly dealt with them, as their resolve crumbled, pleading for mercy. Feng Yin and Feng Ming conducted a thorough inspection, confirming that all were deceased before shifting their gaze to the group of captured females. As Feng Yin transformed back into human form, Qing Yu finally grasped the scene before her. Males in beast form lay sprawled on the ground, while others in human form begged for mercy, their necks twisted. Frozen in place, she was overwhelmed. In modern times, life was comfortable and safe, and she had never witnessed such horror. While beast forms could be dismissed as mere animals, the sight of human forms, their bodies torn and bloodied, elicited a profound psychological discomfort. Despite her prior mental preparation, her complexion paled. Yin Duo, accustomed to such scenes, strode forward to check for injuries on Xiaoning. Observing Qing Yu's distressed expression from a distance, Feng Yi halted a few steps away, wishing to approach, but held back by the blood covering him from battle, fearing it would frighten her. Qing Yu, slightly dazed, watched as Feng Yi approached. His body stained red, even his face. He paused before her, concern etched in his eyes. Instinctively, she retrieved a towel and stepped forward to wipe the blood from his face, chest, and arms. Feng Yi obediently remained still, allowing his partner to cleanse him of the traces of battle. His back bore claw marks, and his arms showed bite wounds. As Qing Yu contemplated searching for medicinal herbs to treat the injuries, she was abruptly grasped by Feng Yi. "It's nothing. I will be fine soon," he said softly. Observing the shift in her expression from distress to urgency, he exhaled slowly, realizing that once they left the tribe, such occurrences would become commonplace, and he needed to have a serious talk with Qing Yu. The females of the Bai Ling Mouse tribe had not anticipated being captured by the Golden Bears, only to encounter the Giant Wolf clan, with all the males who had abducted them now dead. They had heard of the Giant Wolf clan, known for their ferocity and love of combat. In their eyes, the males from their own tribe seemed far more gentle. Now, fearing whoever might reclaim them, they huddled together, trembling, uncertain of what fate awaited them. Feng Yin assessed the condition of all the females and turned to report, "Eldest brother, the females are severely injured. The most gravely wounded can hardly walk." Feng Yi clearly noted the dire state of the females. Suddenly, he perked up, hearing the sound of approaching footsteps. It seemed the males from the Bai Ling Mouse tribe were arriving. The others present also noticed, looking to the eldest brother for guidance. "Let us wait for them to arrive before we speak," he instructed. Yin Duo listened as the females transitioned from soft sobs to loud cries, feeling their anguish deeply. Rendered speechless, Xiaoning pulled him aside, recalling the first time he encountered Yin Duo in the West, in tatters and covered in dirt, yet displaying a fierce determination to survive. He felt a pang of sympathy for Yin Duo's past hardships. Qing Yu's gaze shifted to the females, their hair disheveled, their animal skins tattered. Many bore wounds on their faces and bodies, bleeding profusely, their expressions filled with terror as they looked upon the group. It was evident they had endured significant torment. The males from the Golden Bear tribe had treated them with utter disregard for their humanity. Informing Feng Yi, she sought out her sister Yin Duo and brother Xiaoning, returning with some medicinal herbs. The males from the Bai Ling Mouse tribe arrived late, and upon seeing them, the females felt a glimmer of hope, unsteadily rising to approach. The gathered individuals did not impede them. Feng Chuan and the others had initially thought that since the Golden Bears were dead, the females were now theirs, but witnessing their suffering changed their minds. Qing Yu observed the beast forms of the Bai Ling mice, resembling regular mice, except for their entirely white fur. They were half the size of Feng Yi and his companions, appearing quite vulnerable in comparison. The sudden abduction of over 20 females from their tribe prompted the chief to arrive. After learning the details from the females, he approached Feng Yi and his group to express gratitude, noting their lack of intent to reclaim the females. Feng Yi then articulated their purpose for the visit, and Feng Yin, accompanied by Feng Yang and his brothers, presented the animal skins they had collected from elsewhere. They expressed their desire to exchange the skins rather than resort to theft. The chief hesitated briefly before agreeing. Unlike the Golden Bear tribe, the powerful Giant Wolf clan would not simply raid, but would trade for skins. They had previously exchanged with the Chiyu Tiger tribe, which had forged connections and allowed them to survive longer amidst the tensions. However, the chief had not anticipated the Giant Wolf clan would also seek to trade for females, as such events had never occurred before. Gazing at the numerous animal skins, he felt both joy and trepidation. While he was pleased at the need for a significant quantity of skins, He was troubled by the fact that their tribe had many females. Yet this was not the traditional method of exchange. The combat prowess of the giant wolf clan was well known throughout the north. And with their alliance with the Sun Zone wolf tribe, if they were to become a target, the demise of their tribe would be imminent. We can exchange with you, but not for a substantial number. If you're willing, we can trade for other items as well, the Bai Ling Mouse chief stated, his confidence wavering. For their tribe relied solely on the females to attract males from other tribes. Feng Ming was the first to object, finding little value in anything other than the abundance of females in their tribe. Just as he was about to speak, the chief mentioned a quantity that made him immediately hush, glancing at his second brother, realizing it was far more than they had initially hoped to trade for. Exchanging glances, they expressed their satisfaction. Feng Yi declined the chief's offer for them to rest in the Bai Ling Mouse tribe, acknowledging their lack of strength, but recognizing the need for vigilance. Qingyu paid no heed to their words, diligently grinding the herbs she had gathered, moving to Feng Ye's side to apply them to his wounds. After meticulously inspecting each injury to ensure nothing was overlooked, she placed a large leaf on the ground and continued her task, sensing that their conversation had reached a natural pause. Qingyu called for the gravely injured Feng Chuan to come forward for treatment. As the chieftain of the Bailing Shu tribe prepared to depart, Qingyu spoke up, gesturing toward the bundle of freshly picked herbs. Chief, they have sustained considerable injuries. These herbs we gathered just now should be applied to their wounds before you return. As a woman herself, it would be disingenuous to claim she felt no sympathy or compassion, yet her capacity to assist was limited to this. Fortunately, the herbs grew abundantly, sufficient to tend to their wounds. The chieftain paused, taken aback by the kindness extended from a tribe that was obviously more formidable than their own. He cast a deep glance at Qingyu and bowed his head in gratitude. He hoped that the exchange for females with the Jukinglang tribe would prove more advantageous than remaining with the Bailing Shu tribe. One of the males nearby, upon hearing the chieftain's words, swiftly picked up the herbs and rushed to the females, applying the medicine to their wounds before helping them away. Though the males of the Jingangsheng tribe had perished, they too bore various scratches and bites. Feng Yin protected Qingyu and Yunduo, untouched by any injury, while Feng Chuan bore the brunt of their misfortune, his bronze skin now smeared with green medicinal paste. Initially unfazed, he felt the weight of their gazes and lowered his head, realizing he was the weakest among them, even weaker than Feng Ming. Despite frequently causing trouble together, why did he possess greater strength? Feng Yue lifted him from the ground, urging him to gather his belongings so they might find a new place to sleep that evening. At this moment, brooding with his head down would not hasten the healing of his wounds. Earlier that day, while hunting, he had discovered an excellent spot suitable for sleeping at night, not too far away. With certainty, Feng Ye shouldered the items he had brought and approached, intending to lift Qingyu into his arms. However, before he could crouch down, she grasped his hand firmly. Feng Yue mentioned it isn't far. I'm still wearing my shoes. I can walk on my own. She pointed to his injuries, aware that while the herbs had staunched the bleeding, exerting himself would certainly be painful. Feng Yin, having returned unscathed, intended to ask his elder brother to carry the load, only to find his brother and sister-in-law nearly glued together. He quickly turned away, feeling it was only natural for his brother to carry the burden. Feng Ye relished the attention from his partner, walking hand in hand as they progressed forward. Noticing her glance over her shoulder, he understood her concerns. Soon after their departure, the bodies would be devoured by uncivilized beasts, leaving no trace behind. The Jingangsheng tribe lay distant from both their tribe and the Qiu tribe, and by the time their males arrived, they would find nothing amiss. The Bailing Shu tribe had long-standing animosities with them, and they were not foolish enough to disclose such matters. Feng Ye felt unburdened. The Bailing Shu tribe was the weakest in the vicinity, and their survival thus far indicated their intelligence, preventing them from making foolish decisions. Even if they did speak out, there was nothing to fear. If the males of the Jukinglang tribe were cowed by such trivialities, their fearsome reputation would be for naught. Qingyu, ruminating on Feng Ye's words, turned her gaze to the path beneath her. Though the ground was not difficult to traverse, it was littered with broken branches and fallen leaves. While her feet were clad in thick animal hides, stepping upon something hard would still cause pain. Hearing him say there was no need to worry allowed her to finally relax. Reflecting on the existing rift between the two tribes, she lifted her gaze to him, eager to understand the situation. What discord existed between them? Feng Ye adjusted his grip from her hand to her arm, wary of her slipping. Qingyu felt helpless. It was merely the thinness of her shoe soles that made her fearful of stepping on something hard. However, she was not so clumsy as to fall while walking. Feng Ye, attentive to his partner's every movement, hesitated to answer her question. Fortunately, Xiaoning, who was not far away, spoke up, recalling how long ago the Jingangxing tribe would steal females from the Bailing Shu tribe. Naturally, the latter resisted, deploying 3 times the number of males to eliminate more than a dozen from the Jingangxing tribe. Following this, hostilities between the two tribes escalated. With the males in the west keeping a close watch on the north, the Jingangxing tribe could not brazenly eliminate them. However, whenever the warm season arrived, they would often attempt to capture females. After several occurrences, the Bailing Shu tribe suffered heavy losses, ultimately resorting to trading females with the Chu tribe, which made the Jingangxing tribe more cautious, resulting in a temporary ceasefire. Since then, such incidents had diminished, and the Jingangxing tribe had become more discreet in their actions. Qingyo's mind was filled with questions. In the Jukinglang tribe, as long as females did not venture out alone, they were quite safe. Therefore, the females of the Bailing Shu tribe, knowing of the dangers, would surely refrain from wandering outside. Did this mean that these females had been abducted by the Jingangxing tribe from their own territory? Yinduo, equally curious, had focused most of her thoughts on Xiaoning since arriving. Grasping the general situation but lacking in finer details, her face alight with curiosity as she awaited an answer. Feng Ye noticed his little partner tilting her head at Xiaoning and gently redirected her face back towards him. Qingyu, perplexed, looked up at him and quietly asked, "What is it?" Feng Ye felt a twinge of irritation, pondering why she needed to gaze at other males. Yet, voicing this concern would only make him appear petty. He chose not to answer and, understanding that she was unfamiliar with these matters, began to describe the living conditions of the Bailing Shu tribe. The males of the Bailing Shu tribe, when hunting, tended to seek out prey smaller than themselves. The advantage was minimal male casualties. The disadvantage was their ceaseless toil. The females of their tribe consumed not only meat and fruits, but also other foodstuffs. Thus, when the warm season arrived, they needed to forage extensively to stockpile provisions for the harsh winds and cold tides of winter. Exiting the tribe to gather food was commonplace, making them easy targets for the Jingangxing tribe. Everything began to make sense. Qingyu wanted to inquire further about their need for numerous animal hides, suspecting it was due to the scarcity of usable hides from the smaller prey they captured. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she grasped Feng Ye's arm, looking up with urgency in her voice. What do they store for food? Chapter 97. How quickly things change. Feng Ye halted, raising an eyebrow at his partner's animated demeanor, instantly realizing she wished to bring those items back for storage. For the first time in his life, he felt the sting of distrust from someone close to him. While Feng Yin and Feng Ming would follow his directives without question, even if their father had countless objections, he was still listened to. Yet here, with his partner, it was different. She professed her trust in him, yet she was determined to gather her own supplies. Thoughts of her anxiety about hunger since arriving here flooded his mind. Drying fruits, foraging wild herbs, hoarding dairy fruits in large piles, raising horned beasts, and rendering oil in abundance. Now, she was curious about what food the females of the Bailing Shu tribe stored, eagerly scouring their home. Feng Ye rubbed his temples. While the previous items were at least edible, the new ones were decidedly unpalatable. Gazing into his partner's expectant eyes, he resignedly licked his lips and said, "It's just seeds from trees and weeds. They're not good to eat. During the cold tide season, they become hard as rock. You cannot bite into them." Feng Ye glanced pointedly at her teeth. Meat needed to be cut into small pieces for consumption, requiring much chewing. Those seeds were certainly inedible. If I could bite into them, just how hard can seeds from trees and grass be? Qingyu replied without a second thought, her mind racing with thoughts of which fruits might be edible from the trees. The more she pondered, the more excited she became, causing Feng Ye to furrow his brows in concern, yet he found himself powerless to deter her enthusiasm. Qingyu contemplated the seeds that sprouted among the weeds, realizing that the modern rice here might also be considered a weed. This thought made her heart race. The saying, "mice love rice," holds some truth. Perhaps they had already discovered such things. Her rice, without rice, any other staple would suffice. When we go tomorrow, shall we have the clan leader present it for us? Qingyo's eyes sparkled as she looked at Feng Ye, noticing his raised eyebrows directed at her, which made her a bit anxious. "If you want tea, speak. I shall have Xiaoning and Feng Yin inquire. Surely the clan leader will not refuse." Feng Ye had yet to decline, yet she was already threatening him. Her teeth ground together. How commendable. Qingyu noticed his eyes narrowing as he began to scrutinize her seriously, and an instinctive feeling of foreboding washed over her. He was displeased. Turning her gaze towards Sister Yunduo and Brother Xiaoning, she saw their eyes wide with interest, only to feign nonchalance when she glanced in their direction. The most vexing part was Brother Xiaoning, who shamelessly wrapped his arm around Sister Yunduo's waist as they walked away. And not at a slow pace either. Qingyu felt a pang of distress for Xiaoning. He always voiced what others could not. The male possessiveness of the giant Qingtian wolf was intense. If Yunduo were to say something like seeking another male in front of him, he would certainly grind his teeth in fury. The state of Fengye's heart was palpable even from a distance, and it was best to leave for now. Qingyu was eager to learn what those things were, not realizing her words would distress him. After all, one was his good brother, and the other was his sister. How could he misinterpret that? With them gone, Fengye continued to gaze at her, causing her to feel somewhat timid. Looking ahead, several younger brothers had already vanished, leaving not a single conversational partner in sight. She squeezed his arm with determination, but upon receiving no response, she playfully touched his abdomen. This childish gesture made her giggle uncontrollably. She truly had no knack for being coy. Upon witnessing Qingyu's first smile of the afternoon, Fengye's heart melted, and he reached out to pinch her cheek. I am familiar with some of those items, though they are not as comprehensive as those in their tribe. Grasping her little partner's hand, he strolled forward, noticing her gaze remained fixed on his face, prompting him to smile down at her. Tomorrow, let us have the clan leader present them. I will exchange what I have not seen before, and for what I have, I will procure some more. Qingyu's eyes seemed to radiate light. Her steps became notably lighter. Sweetly, she remarked, Fengye, you are truly wonderful. Fengye, content that his goal had been achieved, felt a sense of relief. If he were angry, she would only pester him further. How swiftly circumstances transformed. If she desired something, so be it. Acquiring it would merely require some time and effort, reducing the moments he could spend with Qingyu. She longed for it, and not bringing it back would only leave her with lingering thoughts. In the future, once she discovers it to be unsatisfactory, she would no longer desire it. Qingyu sensed Fengye's helplessness, avoiding his wounds as she embraced his waist, nuzzling her face against him. Her time outside the tribe was limited, since they had encountered this opportunity. She was determined to understand it fully. She hoped to return to the tribe with a bountiful harvest. The trees here towered high, and at night, the sleeping area received only a scant amount of sunlight filtering through the gaps. The forest was shrouded in darkness, creating an oppressive atmosphere in this unfamiliar setting. Fengye found a suitable spot, while Qingyu applied a layer of herbal ointment to ward off mosquitoes. Upon seeing Sister Yunduo return with a bounty of herbs, she too gathered some. Surrounding their sleeping area with a circle of herbs, she was resolute in her efforts to avoid mosquito bites. Once Fengye had prepared the game, skewering it with branches for roasting, he turned to see what Qingyu was doing. He observed her surrounding their sleeping area with a circle of herbs. Receiving his gaze, Qingyu pointed at her handiwork. What do you think? Although the scent is quite strong, this way, mosquitoes will stay far away from us. Fengye took a first glance, then couldn't help but look again. It was satisfactory. I shall heed your advice. This unspoken sentiment prompted Qingyu to scrutinize the nest she had crafted. Initially, it seemed fine, but upon closer inspection, she sensed something was amiss. The animal hides were laid out neatly on the ground, surrounded by a plethora of mosquito-repelling herbs, alongside unfamiliar small white flowers. She finally identified the issue and hurriedly approached to remove the white flowers. After a few more glances, she altered the arrangement of the mosquito-repelling herbs. Sister Yunduo had not been so particular before. Upon hearing Qingyu's advice on mosquito repellent, she followed suit, filling her own area with the herbs. Just as she finished arranging hers, she approached Qingyu and was taken aback to find her scattering herbs around the animal hides. Her sleeping area was nearly identical to Qingyu's, and she stood there momentarily, unsure whether to return and make adjustments. Squatting beside Qingyu, she inquired in a booming voice, "Wasn't what you had done just fine? Why did you change it?" Chapter 98. The bite on Big Brother's neck in the dimly lit forest, gazing at her creation. Qingyu felt a flicker of fear as she crouched to dismantle her earlier arrangement. Sister Yunduo's loud voice startled her, causing her to pause and pat her chest. Once her heartbeat steadied, she replied softly, "I spread them out a bit. This way, the mosquitoes can sense the scent from afar and will stay away." Hearing that Sister Yunduo had done it similarly to her before, she swallowed hard, meeting her curious gaze, and lightly tapped her forehead. "Sister Yunduo, you should also spread out the herbs like I did. It enhances the effectiveness against mosquitoes." Although Yunduo did not fully grasp the reasoning, she decided to comply. Fengye observed Qingyu's every movement from nearby. Turning his gaze to the roasting meat on the branches, he fell into contemplation. At times, he felt that Xingyu was out of place among the females of the tribe. He had previously noticed but dismissed it, believing her to be his partner now, and the past was inconsequential. After the male of the Jingang Bear tribe perished today, Yunduo remained largely unfazed, while the females of the Bailing Mouse tribe were fearful, likely due to the injuries sustained during the conflict and the worry of being taken back to their tribe. In contrast, Qingyu's reaction was markedly different and more pronounced. Once the meat was roasted, Fengya, as usual, prepared to feed her, yet Xingyu persistently shook her head. He had no choice but to offer her a fruit instead. Once everything was arranged, Fengya lay on the animal hides, holding his partner close. Just as he was about to speak, he felt her clutching him tightly. Normally, in such warm weather, she would surely keep her distance. She was afraid. Xingyu was indeed terrified. It was her first night sleeping outside. Lying directly beneath a towering tree with no shelter, and the vast darkness loomed above. The branches overhead swayed gently in the breeze. And witnessing the transformation of the beast into its human form before her eyes had instilled a deep fear. At that moment, she couldn't care less about the heat. She wrapped her arms around Fengya, burying her head in his embrace. Fengya gently turned her over, ensuring her back pressed snugly against him. Her head resting on his arm while her small hands curled up, perfectly shielding her eyes. Has nothing like this ever occurred in your previous tribe? Or have you never witnessed a young male die before your eyes? With her back against his chest, a sense of safety enveloped her. And just as the corners of her mouth began to lift, she heard Fengya broach this sensitive topic. It felt like a painful reminder, causing her body to tense momentarily. The image of her first encounter with this subject surfaced in her mind. After a brief pause, she spoke softly. Yes, the tribe I belonged to before was very safe. Unless someone died of old age or illness, I had never witnessed anyone die so gruesomely before me. Listening to the sound of breathing above her, after a while, he still did not speak, but only held her tighter. Do not fear. Even if I perish, you shall not. Fengya's tone was somber, yet resolute. This was the promise he could uphold. While he was alive, he would protect Xingyu diligently, and if he were to die, his family would likewise safeguard her. Upon hearing this, Xingyu's body shuddered. Although she knew he would protect her well, his words still made her eyes moist with unshed tears. It had been a long time since she felt such emotions, reminiscent of the warmth she experienced only when her grandmother was alive. Closing her eyes and taking a deep breath, she suppressed her tears. She disliked such heavy topics and feigned nonchalance, saying, "You are strong and healthy. You will certainly outlive me. Even if we age, I shall be the first to depart." She genuinely hoped for this. The one left behind would endure more pain. Between her suffering and Fengya's, she chose his anguish. Fengyi, who had rested his hand on her waist, now covered her mouth, his teeth gritting in frustration. "What nonsense is this? I merely wish for you to understand that you need not fear anything at all." At this moment, who cared about who would die first? He frowned, lifting his head to gaze intently into her verdant eyes, curious about the thoughts swirling in her mind. Her voice was soft, her tone gentle, yet the words she uttered could infuriate him. As soon as she spoke, Qingyu's earlier heavy heart dissipated entirely. She wanted to laugh but could not, wanted to cry yet found no tears. Turning away to embrace him, she inadvertently bumped her head against his chin, and both paused in surprise before bursting into laughter. "I'm not so afraid anymore." In that moment, Qingyu felt a sense of relief, Fengya's steady emotions allowing her to cast aside many of her worries. Fengyu was not one to articulate comforting words or offer solace. He understood that Qingyu's fear indicated his own inadequacy and strength. He needed her to know that he would protect her, and that her family would protect her, ensuring that she would no longer be afraid. Fortunately, after hearing his words, her fear seemed to lessen. When she looked into his sparkling eyes, she planted a gentle kiss on his flushed cheek. Unable to contain herself, she playfully bit him, leaving a faint mark. Ouch! Qingyu sat up, covering her face with her hands. She did not know how he had bitten her, but it hurt, and tears streamed down her cheeks. In the next instant, she threw a punch at the shadow before her. "Fengyi, you bit me again," she exclaimed, her voice raised in indignation. Unable to contain her frustration, she retaliated by biting him back. His habit of biting was truly unchangeable, despite her many reminders. He still did it. Fengyi pressed his tongue against the spot she had struck, speaking casually. "Zhengli Gua is indeed effective. Your strength has increased significantly." Qingyu had intended to let it go after one bite, considering his injuries, but upon hearing this, her anger reignited. She wanted to pounce on him again and let him feel the pain of being bitten. Feng Yi tilted his head aside, allowing her to lean on him while he secured her above, preventing her from falling off. Qing Yu did not bite too hard. It was more like playful banter. However, Feng Chuan, hiding behind a patch of grass, did not share this sentiment. He seized Feng Ming's arm with a tense expression, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law is biting brother." It was not merely surprise. The male's most vulnerable areas were the neck and abdomen. Exposing these to be bitten was akin to courting death. "Keep your voice down," Feng Ming hissed through gritted teeth, knowing they would be in trouble if caught. Hearing the commotion, Feng Yu whispered in Qing Yu's ear before quickly rushing over to kick them out. Just as Feng Chuan and Feng Ming thought they were about to face severe consequences that night, they suddenly heard their elder brother's voice. "Go call them all over." Chapter 99. Feng Yu begins to stir things up. Feng Chuan and Feng Ming exchanged furtive glances, puzzled by their brother's intentions. They typically did not engage in such antics. After all, they were preparing to seek mates, and it was possible they would have partners by tomorrow. Yet, they had never interacted with other females, leaving them bewildered by the whole affair. The only one among them who had delivered prey to Xiao Jiao was Feng Ming, and all eyes turned to him. Feng Ming, equally perplexed, had indeed delivered prey to Xiao Jiao, but she had not shown any interest in him, leaving him speechless. Eventually, they came up with a half-baked idea. They would split into two groups, one to observe Xiaoning and Yinduo, and the other to watch how the elder brother and sister-in-law interacted. Sneaking over to find their brother and sister-in-law, they had just hidden behind a patch of grass when they witnessed the sister-in-law punch the brother. Then she bit his neck, causing Feng Chuan to gasp in shock, thus getting caught. Qing Yu looked at them, bewildered, wondering what they were doing. Sneaking around to spy on them at such an hour, they deserved the kick they received. Seeing them frozen in astonishment, Feng Yi approached to deliver another kick, but Feng Ming, with experience, quickly scrambled to his feet and fled. Feng Chuan, slightly slower, received a kick to his backside and tumbled to the ground, shouting, "Sister-in-law, save me." Qing Yu thought they deserved to be kicked. Fortunately, she and Feng Yi had done nothing inappropriate, or would have turned into a live broadcast. Feng Yi lifted them up, ready to strike, as Feng Chuan's cries of agony echoed. Hearing him cry out in pain brought Qing Yu a sense of satisfaction, but she quickly urged Feng Yi to stop. "Do not continue. Feng Chuan is already badly hurt. Let him recover before you strike again." Feng Yi was still inclined to kick him further, but upon hearing her words, he paused, his gaze falling on Feng Chuan's injury. "If you are injured, do not be idle. Call them all over. If one is missing, I will have Feng Yang carry you back." At this moment, Qing Yu had found her shoes nearby and, relying on her instincts, slipped them on as she approached the two shadowy figures. Hearing Feng Chuan mention that this idea was proposed by Feng Ming, he spoke with indignation, claiming he had simply run too fast. "He is less hurt than I am. Brother, go punish him. Do not hit me anymore. I will go call them over right away." As he turned to flee, he added, "Sister-in-law, thank you. You are truly wonderful." Qing Yu thought he should not thank her. She was not a good person. Feng Chuan's figure quickly darted away, and Qing Yu turned to Feng Ming, saying, "Let us deal with Feng Ming later. He is not too injured today. We will wait for Feng Chuan to recover before confronting him." Despite Feng Chuan's speed, he had been listening intently to the commotion. Upon hearing his sister-in-law's words, he almost slipped and fell. Feng Yi contemplated whether it was due to their prolonged absence of discipline that these few had become increasingly unruly. Hearing his partner's remarks, he chuckled softly and lifted her, placing her on the animal hide. Indeed, it was time to properly address them. Just as they were about to call for them, they heard a series of pained cries from the direction of Yinduo and Xiaoning. Qing Yu turned to look in the direction of the sound, her lips twitching. Is that Feng Wu's voice? Have these rascals not only come here to spy, but also to intrude upon Yinduo and the others? What reckless fools! Feng Yi closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, and decided to wait for their arrival before addressing the matter. Qing Yu, sensing his irritation, nestled in his embrace and suggested, "They have not behaved this way before. Could there be something they wish to discuss?" As the tempest of anger subsided, thoughts shifted towards the possibility of other underlying reasons. Feng Yi remained indifferent to their potential explanations. These individuals were simply deserving of punishment. No sooner had the words left his lips than the sound of approaching footsteps reached them from afar. Qing Yu counted, and there were precisely 7. Feng Wu managed to escape without being caught by Xiaoning Gu, moving swiftly. Feng Yin and Feng Yang exchanged glances with their elder brother before seeking a spot to settle down, awaiting the inevitable reprimand for their actions. Among them, only the 2 of them exhibited calmness, as they had steered clear of the mischief. Feng Ming and Feng Chuan sprinted off, vanishing before any words of caution could be uttered. Feng Yun, Feng Yu, and Feng Hua took off in another direction, despite their attempts to dissuade them. These individuals were intent on provoking a confrontation, disregarding their warnings. Feng Chuan, having recently faced a scolding, now cautiously trailed at the back, inching forward. Their household dynamics were peculiar. Their father relished scolding the elder brother, who, in turn, derived pleasure from reprimanding them. This pattern had persisted since childhood, leaving a lasting impression that still instilled fear. The trio of Feng Yin contemplated visiting Xiao Ninggu, believing they would remain unscathed there. Observing their behavior, Feng Yi refrained from intervening, knowing there would be ample opportunity in the future. Instead, he directed them to encircle him and Qingyu. This maneuver left Feng Ming and the others bewildered, while Qingyu wore an expression of disbelief. What was the purpose of surrounding them? She simply could not fathom Feng Yi's intentions. Patting his little companion's back, Feng Yi urged the others to hurry along. Big brother, Feng Ming stammered. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Previously, the elder brother had only resorted to physical reprimands. He had never engaged in such perplexing behavior. At that moment, anxiety gripped him more fiercely. He could only steal glances, as the open scrutiny from the others was utterly disconcerting. The group stood motionless like statues. Who would dare approach? Getting closer might lead to punishment. Feng Ye's irritation grew as he observed their inaction, his brow furrowing. Hurry. Your sister-in-law is feeling a bit frightened tonight and won't be able to sleep. If you all surround her, she will rest easy. Remember to look elsewhere. Qingyu, vibrant and alert, occasionally glanced upwards and around, clearly not in the mood for sleep. It was evident that she was startled, but with everyone around her for protection, her fears would surely dissipate. Feng Yi reclined, embracing his little partner as they lay on the animal hide. Let's rest, he declared. Qingyu found herself utterly bewildered by Feng Ye's antics. Turning to Feng Ming and the others, she noticed several pairs of green eyes fixed on her. They seemed to be silently questioning if her insomnia stemmed from fear. Help! She had never felt so embarrassed. Her heart raced as Feng Yi began to stir the pot. Under the scrutiny of those eyes, she felt entirely awake. Sleep was the last thing on her mind. Chapter 100. Indeed, they were good brothers. What is it? Feng Yi leaned back, only for Qingyu to prop herself up with her hands, gazing at the pairs of eyes directed at her and Feng Yi. I instructed you to rest nearby, not to continuously watch us, he asserted with indignation. Feng Ming turned away, leading the others to follow suit. Qingyu took a deep breath, utterly exasperated. She finally voiced the question that had been nagging her. Why were they staring at them in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Feng Ming and Feng Chuan exchanged glances, remaining silent until Feng Hua hesitantly spoke up. Sister-in-law, after tomorrow, we will have partners, and we're just curious, so we came to take a look. The others nodded in agreement, affirming his statement. After reaching adulthood, Feng Yang had taken up residence in a cave of his own, and soon after, several of his sons were sent to join him by Feng Zhou. They were not usually monitored unless summoned for tasks, and like Feng Ming, they were filled with curiosity about everything. Feng Yi retorted, what is there to observe? You'll figure out naturally once you have partners. Have you not seen enough during the day that you must come at night? Qingyu nearly gasped for breath at such a rationale. Feng Ming had not considered any alternative perspectives. In his mind, the mating of males and females occurred regardless of the time of day. When the urge struck, one would sneak a look without giving it much thought. You should return to sleep. With your elder brother here, I am no longer afraid. Initially frightened, Qingyu had become too preoccupied with the commotion to dwell on her fears. She now comprehended why her uncle often scolded Feng Yi. His unconventional behavior could indeed leave one both amused and exasperated at times. In short, they were all far from innocuous. Feng Yin raised a hand to his forehead, bemused by the absurdity of the situation. Observing the group of fools standing indecisively, he coldly commanded, go sleep. There is much to do tomorrow, so do not linger here. Feng Ming and the others seemed liberated, darting away after Feng Yan. Qingyu, puzzled by Feng Ye's gaze, nestled into his embrace, closing her eyes to the rhythm of his heartbeat. It is my first night outdoors, and I am quite unaccustomed to it. Feng Yin and the others are not far away. There is no need to guard us. Besides, with you by my side, I am not afraid. In truth, she was too timid to voice her fears. If she admitted to being scared, Feng Ye's nature would compel him to summon the others back. Meeting his gaze, she recalled an important point that needed addressing. This fellow could never remain still while holding her. Even in sweltering heat, they typically slept separately, yet by dawn, She always found herself in his arms. His hands often drifted to inappropriate places, and she dreaded the thought of being discovered in such a predicament the following morning. Upon hearing Qingyu declare that she was no longer afraid, Fengyi disregarded whether the others stayed or left, pulling his partner closer as he began to drift off to sleep. At first light, Fengyi opened his eyes slowly, lowering his gaze to behold his partner sleeping soundly in his embrace, careful not to stir her. Last night, Qingyu had awakened several times, but as dawn approached, she finally succumbed to deep slumber. Feng Ming understood that although his elder brother was not currently punishing him, he could not escape his fate upon returning to the tribe, especially with the morning hunt awaiting him. If sister-in-law were to enjoy the game he brought back, perhaps her anger would dissipate, and he would be spared further reprimands. With this thought in mind, he busied himself, mimicking the way his brother usually prepared meat for sister-in-law. Preoccupied with his thoughts, Qingyu did not sleep long. Stirring in Feng Ye's embrace, his heart melted as he gently tousled her disheveled hair, only to find it becoming even more unruly. She paid little mind to this, sitting up to smooth her hair and using a stick to twist it into a semblance of order. She had crafted a wooden comb before, but had forgotten to bring it along, so she made do with what was convenient. Just as she finished and stood up, she spotted Feng Ming by a fire, grinning broadly. "Sister-in-law, I brought you some fresh roasted meat. I caught it in the middle of the night." "Do not deceive sister-in-law. You caught that this morning, and we all saw you," came the retort. "You keep talking nonsense, and you might just find yourself a trouble." As Qingyu observed the increasingly dark expression on Feng Ming's face, she couldn't help but smile, appreciating the camaraderie of good brothers who reveled in teasing one another. By the time they arrived at the Bailing Shu tribe, it was midday, and the chieftain had already gathered the females to be exchanged. Some wore blank expressions, while others held back tears, yet none exhibited any particularly frantic behavior, perhaps due to prior experiences of exchanging females, or perhaps because the chieftain had likely briefed them upon his return the previous day. A multitude of individuals encircled 30 female creatures, not out of curiosity for anything else, but to assess their physical condition and check for injuries. Once assured of their well-being, the transaction proceeded swiftly. Feng Yin presented the prearranged pelts before the chieftain, thereby concluding the matter. Instead of expressing joy at acquiring such an abundance of pelts, the chieftain bore a troubled expression. He turned to speak to the females, but hesitated, remaining silent. The necessary words had already been spoken the previous day. It was common knowledge that in the Zhu Qing Lang tribe, each male had but one mate throughout his lifetime. A serious commitment to sharing life together was deemed preferable to remaining in one's own tribe. Feng Yang perceived no cause for sorrow in this situation. Yet upon observing the chieftain's countenance, he offered a reassuring remark, urging him to remain at ease. The chieftain nodded. An increase in the number of females within the tribe could pose complications. Encountering a tribe like the Jinggang Xiong tribe would spell disaster for them. Meanwhile, Qing Yu's excitement grew palpable, and Feng Ye's gaze remained fixed upon her, intuitively understanding the source of her enthusiasm. "Chieftain, the food these females consume differs from ours. Could you show us what provisions they will require during the cold season? We need to prepare accordingly." Feng Yi, seeking a pretext for edible items, knew that the tribe could discreetly procure necessities without disclosing them to other tribes. "Very well," the chieftain replied, feeling somewhat relieved by his words, and ordered the retrieval of the food items. Qing Yu, more eager than anyone, craned her neck even before the provisions were presented. Feng Yi affectionately patted her head, urging her to be patient. Once the items were laid before them, Qing Yu eagerly pulled Feng Yi forward. They were contained within bamboo tubes. The first held yellowish morsels, encased in a shell about the size of a peanut. Another bore a black shell, the size of a fist. She circled the bamboo tube, noting the variety, though none of the contents were familiar to her. "Chieftain, is this all the food available for the cold season?" Qing Yu inquired, her tone laced with disappointment. The chieftain, puzzled by her question, answered truthfully. Upon receiving confirmation, Qing Yu eagerly peeled the shell off the peanut-sized morsel, revealing a creamy-colored food in her palm. It resembled a peanut in shape, yet its hue was akin to rice, less white than the rice consumed in modern times, but increasingly reminiscent of it, reigniting her hopes. "What does it taste like when cooked?" The chieftain, wiping sweat from his brow, replied that it bore little flavor when cooked, as they consumed it raw. "So it's eaten raw?" she exclaimed, recalling Feng Ye's comments about its hardness. Yin Duo picked one up and placed it in her mouth. The seed cracked audibly between her teeth. "I've never tasted this before. it truly lacks flavor. The black ones, known as hazy, I have eaten previously. When the shell is removed, they have a hint of sweetness. She reminisced about climbing trees during the warm season to gather fruits when meat was scarce, thus being quite familiar with them. Feng Yi recognized most of the items, particularly the black ones, which were abundant on many trees. However, the kind Qin Yu held was rare. Aside from that, he had encountered many others and planned to gather them later. He instructed several younger males to take note of the items, emphasizing their need to collect them in the future. Holding onto his little companion, he indicated it was time to leave. She expressed her desire to acquire these items herself. Qin Yu understood his intent, but remained still, turning to the chieftain, asking if they could exchange pelts for these goods. The chieftain readily agreed, directing others to procure additional items. Qin Yu declined, asserting they should exchange rather than receive freely, stating that they needed more of the rice-like food. She explained to the chieftain that they only needed a small amount of the other varieties, as those were easier to find. She intended to keep some as a reference for the males in her tribe when foraging. The reasoning behind their desire to exchange stemmed from the risks involved in gathering these items, as females faced the danger of being abducted. Opting for an exchange relieved her conscience, especially since they still had some pelts remaining. The tribe unanimously supported Qin Yu's decision, fully aware of the origins of the pelts. The exchange was concluded swiftly, and one by one, the males transformed into their beast forms, while the newly acquired females climbed aboard, glancing back longingly at their childhood homes and loved ones. From this day forth, they were to inhabit a new environment, each heart filled with apprehension about what awaited them. Feng Yi carried the exchanged goods, signaling for his companion to join him as they prepared to return. Initially intending to enjoy a day out with Qin Yu, they had encountered the Jin Gang Xiong, resulting in this unexpected exchange. First, they would deliver the goods, and then he would take Qin Yu elsewhere for amusement. Before ascending, Qin Yu nodded at the chieftain and could not suppress a final remark. Chieftain, these items are quite tough when eaten raw. They would taste better when properly cooked. Without awaiting a response, she hopped on a Feng Ye's back, waving goodbye as they hastened home. Having seen the cave where they would reside, she noted the narrow entrance and the darkness within, indicating a deep excavation. Cooking inside would be quite challenging. While it was manageable during the warm season, the cold season would pose a problem, as the deep cave would fill with smoke when attempting to light a fire. Thus, the need for ample pelts for warmth became clear. She had expressed her thoughts, acknowledging the difficulties, yet believed solutions could be found. After all, they had grown accustomed to their way of eating, and ultimately, the method of preparation would depend on them. On their return journey, no one lingered. They sprinted back, traversing one mountain after another, arriving at the tribe well past midnight. Qin Yu felt nearly jostled apart in Feng Ye's embrace as he oversaw the arrangement of living quarters for the females. Feng Yi wished to carry her home. Having had insufficient rest the previous night, he intended to sleep well upon their return, leaving the organization of the goods to the elder. Sensing Feng Ye's desire to leave, Qin Yu urged him to pause, leaning close to his face and softly saying, "Wait a moment, I need to speak with the elder." Feng Yi halted, gazing down at his little companion, whose face radiated excitement, showing no sign of fatigue. Not desiring to rest was fortuitous, as it provided an opportunity for him to indulge in his preferred activities. Qin Yu felt a flutter of anxiety as she met his gaze, glancing around furtively to confirm their privacy. With no one paying them heed, she lifted her head to plant a gentle kiss upon his lips. However, before she could fully engage, he firmly restrained her, leaving her momentarily immobilized, with his grip tightening around her waist. Qin Yu pushed against him with all her might for a while before finally breaking free, gasping for breath. Seizing the moment before he could react further, she hurriedly conveyed her thoughts. The elder has only temporarily arranged for them to stay here. Tomorrow he will undoubtedly be busier. If we return now, we may not find him tomorrow. There are so many tasks ahead. It would be exhausting for just a few of us to manage. The entire tribe will benefit from this, and since the elder is the chieftain, it is imperative he delegates tasks, ensuring all the males in the tribe become involved. With the staple food secured, she could indeed afford to take it easy in the cave, engaging in mundane chores while enjoying some carefree moments with Feng Yi. It was essential to note that before long, he would need to train the newly matured males, so time was of the essence to prevent anyone from slipping away. Feng Yi, while listening to her speak, kissed his way from her neck to her collarbone. "You are right. Let the other males handle it. We can remain in the cave every day without venturing out. People can certainly be found. No matter where ABO goes, he will locate him within the tribe." Searching for supplies isn't exhausting, but since Qingyu mentioned it, it must be tiring. This way, he and his little partner can enjoy ample time together. Qingyu and Fengya hurried to Abo's cave, meticulously cleaning the large stone pot and filling it with a substantial amount of water to start a fire. When Muyu saw that her partner had made the necessary arrangements, she returned to the cave and noticed Qingyu was preparing something to cook in the pot. With a teasing smile, Fengya remarked, "Did I take you out and leave you hungry? Now you're preparing something to eat." Chapter 102, The Benefits of These Things. Upon seeing Aunt S' smiling face, Qingyu was reminded of the recent occasion when she consumed the zhongli fruit and mentioned her estrus. Feeling slightly embarrassed, she lowered her head and shook it to dispel those thoughts, presenting the shelled seeds to Aunt for her to see. "Do you recognize these?" Muyu examined the seeds in her palm, having encountered many things throughout her life, and confirmed, "I have seen them before, though they lack a name. I've heard from your ABO that the female members of the Bailing Shu tribe consume these." Gazing at Qingyu's fair face, Muyu's eyes radiated affection. "This is edible, albeit not palatable. Only weaker tribes, during the cold season when food is scarce, would resort to consuming such items. Here, we need not eat these." Once she finished speaking, Muyu's gaze shifted to Fengya, who was increasingly ineffectual. He now permitted Qingyu to eat such things. Aunt remained silent, but Fengya understood her unspoken words. Sitting down with a furrowed brow, his little partner was curious about everything and wished to bring it all home. What could he do but acquiesce? "Let me handle these," he said as he took the seeds from Qingyu, "or my hand will turn red if I keep it for too long." Qingyu pulled Muyu to sit beside her and expressed her thoughts. "These are not tasty raw, but they will surely be delicious when cooked." She pointed to the contents simmering in the stone pot. In truth, Qingyu was uncertain of their taste, but at that moment, she felt it necessary to assert their appeal. "During the cold season, we can simmer a pot at home, sauté some vegetables and meat, and enjoy a warm meal together." Fengya raised an eyebrow. They had only just retrieved these items, and she was already attempting to persuade Aunt. Muyu patiently listened to her, a glimmer of insight in her eyes. "Are you hoping your ABO will send someone to gather more?" Before Qingyu could finish enumerating the benefits, Aunt had already grasped her intentions. Nodding with a smile, she replied, "You can trust me. These items are undeniably useful." "What is useful?" Feng Zhou, having delegated tasks to Feng Yang, approached the cave entrance and overheard Qingyu discussing the utility of something. Upon entering, he was astonished to find them cooking. His gaze fell upon the pot, where the water had begun to boil and items were swirling within. Fengya swiftly restrained the overly excited Qingyu, urging her to sit beside him. "Let's wait a moment. We will discuss this once it is ready." Feng Zhou, hearing Fengya speak, felt a sense of urgency. Why linger here cooking when they could be accomplishing more? Yet, seeing Qingyu's rapt attention on the pot, he remained silent, sitting obediently next to his partner, both watching the seeds to see when they would be ready. Qingyu found a wooden spoon and began stirring, believing these items, akin to peanuts, required an extended cooking time to become palatable. To her surprise, it took little time before the food began to swell, and soon it would be ready to eat. Fengya got up to fetch wooden bowls from a nearby spot, preparing to serve them once it was done. Qingyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she watched the contents become more luminous, resembling rice. From this moment onward, she would no longer lack for rice. Once she deemed it ready, she scooped some into a bowl. It had no strange flavor, only a subtle aroma akin to rice. After serving each person a bowl, she exclaimed, "Hurry and eat. We currently lack meat and vegetables. Otherwise, we could sauté a dish to accompany this, which would be the best meal." Qingyu's enthusiasm was infectious, and the three nearby couldn't help but laugh at her delight. As she raised the bowl to feed herself, Fengya gently took it from her hands. "This has just been cooked. It is still very hot. Let cool a moment." Her hands had been busy rubbing against the fur, and she was nearly overwhelmed with anticipation. It had been ages since she had tasted rice, and the aroma made her joyous. Fengya and Feng Zhou, however, felt no desire to eat. As males, they primarily consumed meat. Even if they devoured an entire pot, it would be akin to drinking water. It mattered little whether they ate or not. Muyu, on the other hand, was intrigued, bringing the bowl closer to her nose for a closer inspection. It bore no distinct scent, just a faint fragrance. Once it had cooled slightly, she took a sip, glancing at Qingyu, who was already half finished with her bowl, blowing on the contents as she drank. What was Qingyu thinking? Her partner was the tribe leader, and she was generally aware of tribal matters. So she likely understood Qingyu's intentions, yet she still inquired. Qingyu lifted her gaze from the bowl, her lips still glistening with broth, prompting Fengya to wipe it away. Feng Zhou felt a headache coming on. Her sticky demeanor was exasperating, yet he instinctively glanced at the corner of her mouth. "ABO aunt, I recognize that most females in the tribe consume fruits and meat, having grown accustomed to this diet for a long time. This item will surely appeal to some females while others may not favor it, but we cannot overlook the fact that it is edible and has a long shelf life. Starting next year, we will cultivate some. First, because I find it delicious and enjoy it, and second, because it can be stored for extended periods, serving as a reserve for emergencies. If the females cannot catch prey, their meat supply entirely depends on the males. Keeping a stock of this at home ensures that if the males are preoccupied, the females need not survive solely on fruits and wild vegetables." Qingyu had contemplated the state of the tribe. Their way of life had persisted for so long that change was not so easily achieved. Had she followed her previous notions, she would have claimed this food was beneficial for the body, but whether others would choose to eat it was of little consequence. After venturing outside, she realized how perilous existence in the beast world could be. Everything relied on the tribe's strength to sustain a secure life. Therefore, the solution she devised needed to be articulated clearly. The well-being of the tribe's females ensured that the males could focus on other matters. And a robust tribe would allow her to face any challenges without fear, enabling her to live at ease. Fengya comprehended his partner's intentions, and, once she concluded, he continued. "There are few edible items during the cold season. Aside from what Aunt and ABO previously knew about sun-dried fruits and wild grasses, they also raise horned beasts. Now, with this new food source, we need not worry about sustenance. These provisions will allow the tribe's females and young to endure the cold season more comfortably, while the heated beds will alleviate their fear of the cold, enhancing their chances of survival. The males will also have more time to train." At this, Fengya fixed a serious gaze upon Feng Zhou. "On our recent outing, we encountered a King Kong bear. They sought to eliminate us, believing their fewer numbers would allow them to seize Qingyu and Yunduo. Their audacity indicates that this has been their intention for some time. We must remain vigilant at all times." Chapter 103. Fengya needs to nourish his body. Following this incident, Fengya found himself filled with thoughts. He envisioned a tribe so formidable that no male or female from the Zhuiying wolf tribe would dare entertain any notions of hostility, regardless of their whereabouts. When Feng Zhou heard that this thing could be consumed, his reaction was rather subdued. However, upon learning that the Jingang Xiong intended to take aggressive action against them, he immediately sprang to his feet. What on earth was happening? Fengya recounted his encounter with the Jingang Xiong in great detail, amplifying the severity of the situation, which incensed Feng Zhou, prompting him to pace restlessly within the cave. The Jingang Xiong had previously only dared to target the Bailing Shu tribe, and now they had set their sights on them. "Tomorrow, I shall inform the males of the tribe to travel in pairs and deal with any Jingang Xiong they encounter without hesitation. As the leader, I shall show no mercy to those who harbor ill intentions toward the males and females of our tribe. We must eliminate them before they can strike." Qingyu stared at Fengya in astonishment, realizing what it meant to embellish a tale. He spoke with utmost seriousness, declaring the Jingang Xiong to be exceedingly arrogant and malevolent. He claimed that the Jingang Xiong had explicitly stated that not only would the females of the Bailing Shu tribe be in peril, but also those of the Juqing Lang tribe. It would not be long before they would seize them all. Qingyu was taken aback, recognizing that Fengya was adept at portraying the Jingang Xiong as an imminent threat. She felt a sense of urgency. Only by instilling a sense of crisis among the males of the tribe would they take the matter seriously and avoid being caught off guard. She listened intently as Fengya and ABO discussed the necessity of increasing the training duration for the tribe's males, even suggesting that juvenile beasts should also receive appropriate training. Muyu shared this sentiment, recognizing that any opportunity to strengthen the tribe should not be overlooked. However, such endeavors would require time. Once they concluded their discussion, Muyu decisively instructed that some males be sent out to collect seeds. With Muyu's support, these arrangements could be swiftly organized, and Qingyu's objectives would finally be realized. She discerned that both Fengya and ABO prioritized the tribe's strength, while Ani displayed a more nuanced understanding of the female situation. The two were engaged in a discussion on how to enhance the combat abilities of the males. Qingyu, lacking expertise in this matter, began to converse with Ani about whether the seeds, if planted this year, would yield a harvest. Muyu shook her head, explaining that she had seen these seeds before. Most would flourish near water, and they were now ripe. As the great wind season approached, it would soon rain, and planting them at this time would likely result in no harvest. There was also a matter that Muyu hesitated to mention. The males of the tribe had never cultivated anything, and neither had she. Upon hearing Qingyu suggest collecting the seeds this year to plant them next year in the tribe, she felt uncertain about how to proceed. Seeing Qingyu's beaming face, she voiced her concerns. Qingyu optimistically reassured her that it would be fine. "Auntie, didn't you say that this food grows near water? This year, we should take the time to identify a suitable location. Let ABO gather some males to clear the weeds first. Once they transform into their beast forms, their claws will swiftly turn the soil. After the cold season passes, we will plant them, and this task can be entrusted to ABO. After all, ABO knows the tribe best. He is aware of which areas are flat and where water is abundant without too many trees. As for a poor harvest next year, that is of little concern. This food has only just been brought back to the tribe, and we do not yet know if everyone will enjoy it. If it is well received, we can always venture out again to gather more. With experience from multiple plantings, we can surely expect better yields." Muyu, noticing Qingyu's confidence, ceased her further remarks and turned to her partner. "You must take this matter to heart and arrange it promptly. To ensure the males can dedicate extra time for training, the females at home must also be well organized." Fengye and Feng Zhou had long since ceased their conversation, listening intently to Muyu and Qingyu. At that moment, Feng Zhou realized that the responsibility had fallen upon him, casting a glance toward Fengye, who pretended not to notice and offered him a suggestion. "You could ask the unattached males in the tribe to go out and search. Any excess can be used to dig up roots. I am quite busy, as you know." Feng Zhou's frustration boiled over, and his voice rose sharply. "Busy? What are you busy with? You aren't even training the males right now. Aren't you just idling?" Qingyu cleared her throat twice, asserting, "He is busy." Before Feng Zhou could transition his expression, he turned to her. Qingyu, bracing herself, stated, "We need to fetch the silk threads. Dig up the Bai Guo for the Yang Jiao show, and enough." Feng Zhou interrupted, exasperated. "You should have collected those items before leaving the tribe. The Bai Guo has been under cultivation and is being harvested by UMO and the Haida brothers. There is nothing left to be done now." Unable to find an excuse, Qingyu adopted a fearless demeanor, childishly declaring, "He is indeed very busy. Before long, he needs to go out and train the males. And there isn't much time to rest. He needs to take care of his health." "Take care of his health? What does that even mean?" Feng Zhou's face was a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Every year, when the time for male training arrived, Fengye was always overly excited. Those who usually lacked time to spar could finally seize this opportunity to have a good bout. The notion of needing to take care of one's health was entirely new to him. Fengye sat on the stool, a broad smile on his face as he observed Abo's expression darkening. He felt a rising sense of delight. Qingyu was right. He hadn't been sleeping well lately, and he couldn't afford to overexert himself, or he would lack the strength for effective training. Qingyu eagerly nodded along, recalling how she had previously assigned tasks to the males of the mountain. Now, she had wised up. When there were tasks at hand, she would enlist ABO, who could then delegate to others. Should she pile everything onto her own shoulders, it would only lead to exhaustion. Feng Zhou, still irked and wanting to voice his thoughts, was interrupted by Muyu. "Every time at this juncture, you two end up in a quarrel. The solution was conceived by Qingyu, benefiting the entire tribe. It is paramount that all the males of the tribe become active. A partner may be wonderful, but it is always the case that they prioritize their own family first, ensuring their kin endure hardship before anyone else." It was precisely for this reason that Fengye and he had argued on numerous occasions. Now, with these words spoken by Qingyu, his partner had become somewhat more restrained. Fengye took a moment to appreciate Abo's inability to express his frustration, realizing that if he lingered any longer, he would be reprimanded. Having conveyed what needed to be said and the tasks that ABO was to undertake, it was now time to take his partner home and rest. Rising, he took Qingyu's hand and departed, leaving Feng Zhou seething at their retreating figures. This irritating demeanor, which he could not comprehend, had been perfectly amiable moments ago, only to now abandon their responsibilities so readily. Chapter 104 finds him unable to sleep. Upon returning to the cave, Fengye's first order of business was to take a bath. After soaking for a while, he began to heat water in a stone pot. Qingyu knew that the hot water was for her use. She preferred washing her hair with hot water, as cold water never felt quite clean enough. Fengye had always remembered this. She first dashed into the water to cleanse herself before coming out, locating the fruits given to her by Sister Yunduo, placing them in a wooden bowl, and mashing them with a tool. Adding water and stirring, the bowl soon filled with bubbles. She did not know the name of this substance, only that Sister Yunduo had told her it could be used for bathing and washing hair. Having been out for 2 days, she had not washed during that time, and in this weather, she felt sticky and sweaty, her hair resembling that of someone who had not washed in ages. Her hair had grown quite long, nearly reaching her waist, making washing a bit of a trial. She planned to cut it shorter in a couple of days for convenience, as it would dry more easily in the cold. After thoroughly cleansing her hair, Fengya offered her a towel. She, still bending over, took the towel to dry off some of the water from her hair. As she slowly began to comb her hair back, she grimaced with every stroke. This product did indeed cleanse her hair, but it always left it tangled after each wash. Combing her hair felt like a form of torture to her. Each stroke brought a pang of pain. Fengya observed her increasingly frantic movements and took the comb from her, meticulously straightening her hair bit by bit. However, he had never before dealt with such long tresses and possessed little experience, inadvertently causing her more discomfort. Qingyu glared at him with irritation, exclaiming, "This hurts terribly." "Fengya, I'm being gentle, but the length of your hair is to blame. Tomorrow, I shall use a bone knife to chop it all off." Fengya ran his fingers through his own hair, stating, if it were styled like mine, not only would it avoid tangling, but it would also dry quickly after washing. Qingyu was convinced that Fengya had a flawed sense of aesthetics. If her hair were cut into a crew cut like his, would it truly be appealing? To make things more manageable, she decided to trim it shorter, but not excessively so. No, that would be too unsightly. Fengya remained silent, seemingly indifferent. He simply watched her delicate hands as she combed her hair, and once all the knots were untangled, he picked up a towel to dry her hair. Qingyu reclined on his lap, relishing the service provided by Fengya. The hour was late, and she found herself drifting off to sleep. By the time her hair was nearly dry, she had already succumbed to slumber. Fengya gently lifted her face, which had been resting against his thigh, and softly squeezed her cheeks. Feeling his touch, Qingyu stirred awake, only to be met with his fiercely penetrating gaze, which startled her back to consciousness. "Am I too accommodating? Outside, it was unacceptable, but now that we are home, you're falling asleep. What am I to do?" After speaking, Fengya lifted her into his arms, and in response, Qingyu wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, leaning in to kiss the corner of his mouth. Fengya squinted slightly, his voice husky as he remarked, "Now you are being obedient." Qingyu nestled her face against his neck, inhaling his familiar scent, which always brought her a profound sense of comfort. She traced her fingers over the scars on his arm, which were slowly healing but not yet fully mended. "It won't hurt when you apply pressure, will it?" "It won't hurt, but you mustn't cry out." Qingyu turned her head and gently kissed the wounds, an action that stirred Fengya's desire, making him reluctant to return to the cave. He grasped the back of her neck, turning her face towards him, and leaned down to kiss her. His hand deliberately relaxed, causing Qingyu to believe she would fall, and she instinctively clamped her legs around his strong waist. As he kissed her, her body leaned back, creating a particularly enticing position. And Fengya's breath quickened at the sight before him, one hand supporting her back. Qingyu reached out, pushing his face away slightly. "Stop kissing me, it tickles." But just as she exerted pressure, he captured her hand with his larger one. Fengya pressed his lips against hers with increasing fervor, eliciting gasps and soft moans from Qingyu, which only intensified the fire building within him. "Hold me tightly." Qingyu wished for him to return to the cave, but his actions rendered her speechless. Her mind began to cloud, leaving only their heavy breaths echoing in the silence. After a while, Qingyu's hair was disheveled, exhausted to the point of immobility. Her watery eyes ignited a fervor within Fengya once more. His fingers trailed down from her shoulders to her delicate skin, inch by inch, and the heat of his breath brushed against her nose, causing her body to weaken under his touch. The temperature within the cave rose, making Qingyu feel faint. "I'm feeling quite warm. Could we slow down?" "No, I am equally warm. We cannot slow down." Fengya chuckled lightly, his words leaving no room for dissent as his fingertips traced the outline of her lips before wandering further. He was acutely aware of her sensitive spots, and the sensations he elicited made her tremble uncontrollably. The sight of her vulnerability nearly drove Fengya to madness. Had he not feared harming her, he would have rushed through this moment without hesitation. Qingyu's cheeks flushed deeply, and before she could speak, Fengya lowered his head, mirroring their past encounters. "Just you do it. I enjoy watching." In this regard, her bashfulness paled in comparison to Fengya's unabashed demeanor, leaving her at a loss for words. Outside, dawn began to break, yet Fengya remained entangled with her, savoring her sweetness. Qingyu found it impossible to evade or refuse him. He was excessively domineering, and even taking deep breaths felt like a luxury. Just before she drifted off into slumber, she regretted telling Uncle that Fengya needed to recuperate. She should not have felt pity for him. Instead, she ought to have let him remain busy, thereby expending his energy elsewhere rather than solely on her. As she watched her partner succumb to fatigue, Fengye finally relaxed his grip, his kisses becoming more tender. Qingyu was too obedient and gentle, perpetually tempting him to give in to his desires. Especially when she cried beneath him, it drove him to the brink of insanity. At that moment, Fengye felt a semblance of satisfaction as he held her close, their bodies pressed together, allowing him to exhale a contented sigh. He gazed at her slumbering face, still radiating a rosy hue, and could not resist pinching her cheek. He then traced the curve of her shoulders and her soft hands, every inch of her evoking his adoration. If he were to apply too much pressure, she would emit soft sounds of protest, igniting a tickling sensation in his throat and across his entire body. Burying his face in her softness, he licked her inch by inch, finally lifting his head to glance at the peacefully sleeping figure before him, his heart racing. He had watched her for a long time. At this moment, she was the only one capable of sleeping. Yet, he felt a sense of discontent, desiring her presence even more. Not only was he unable to sleep, but even closing his eyes felt impossible. Chapter 105. Soon, you shall weep. He contemplated how likely it was that awakening her would result in her anger. Ultimately, he resisted the urge and held her in his embrace, closing his eyes himself. When Qingyu awoke, the outside world was shrouded in darkness, leaving her uncertain whether it was morning or evening. Sitting up, she noticed the wooden bowl nearby, filled with cold roasted meat, instantly realizing that night was fast approaching. The impending darkness made her somewhat anxious, as once night fell, she would be unable to engage in other activities. She gently removed Fengye's legs from her own, and surprisingly, he did not awaken. It was understandable. He had hardly rested the previous night and had spent the day roasting meat, suggesting he had only recently fallen asleep. Seizing the opportunity while he lay quietly, Qingyu turned to closely examine his face. His features were sharply defined, and after a prolonged gaze, she could not resist leaning forward to plant a kiss on his cheek. At this moment, Fengye appeared most adorable, devoid of the penetrating gaze that usually made her heart race. His hands were not wandering inappropriately either, shifting her attention from his upper body to his lower body. Qingyu froze, her heart racing, suspecting he might be pretending to sleep. After scrutinizing his face for a while, she confirmed that he was indeed sound asleep. She gently patted her chest and rose with delicate movements, first attending to her hygiene before devouring the roasted meat. On such a hot day, the lean meat was not overly greasy, and she even treated herself to a post-meal fruit. Zhengli fruit. What a luxury! Oddly enough, the only time she felt a surge of energy was the first time she had consumed zhengli fruit. Afterward, the effects seemed to fade. Yesterday, Fengye remarked that she had grown, and when she lowered her head to examine herself closely, it appeared he was correct. In an instant, she stood up, eager to determine if she had gained height. However, lacking any measuring tools, even a slight increase would be unnoticeable. Not dwelling on her height, she dove into the water for a swim, feeling refreshed and invigorated before emerging from the water. She filled a bamboo tube with water to return and wiped Fengye's body. Though Fengye slept peacefully, his body was not overly hot. However, beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. After being warm for so long, the coolness of the water caused him to awaken abruptly, finding Qingyu diligently wiping his sweat. A smile crept onto his lips as he remarked, "I have grown accustomed to this warm weather. There is no need for you to wipe me. Before long, the weather will gradually turn cooler and the heat will dissipate." Fengye, holding her delicate hand, inquired if she had eaten. "Are you hungry now?" Qingyu shook her head, continuing to wipe the sweat from his chest. "I just woke up not long ago, had something to eat, and I'm not hungry now. You should sleep a little longer. I always feel you don't rest enough." Qingyu gazed into his eyes for a moment. There were no dark circles, truly a champion of late nights. Every time she fell asleep, Fengye was still awake, and when she awoke, he was also awake. It was rare to see him still sleeping when she had already woken. Fengye embraced her. "Then sleep a little longer with me." Males never truly sleep deeply, a lesson imparted by his father when he had just come of age. Usually, as soon as Qingyu stirred awake, he would sense it, but today he surprisingly overslept. Qingyu lay still in his arms, her eyes wide open, gazing upward at the cave ceiling. She had just awakened, and at this moment, sleep was far from her. However, considering how rare it was for Fengye to sleep so soundly, he showed no signs of wanting to rise. She decided to let him hold her, allowing him a bit more rest. Yet, as she complied, Fengye was restless. Suddenly, he flipped over and dashed outside, leaving Qingyu sitting there in bewilderment. Upon reaching the cave entrance, he was already soaking in water. She had intended to wipe his body to buy him a bit more sleep, but had she known he wouldn't sleep, she would have let him wash himself. When Fengye returned, he held a wooden bowl and spoon in his right hand and a bone knife in his left, and with a look from his partner, he took a zhengli fruit. Then came the sound of fruit being chopped into pieces, and Qingyu's reaction to tasting it for the first time was one of delight. She wondered if perhaps she hadn't eaten enough in recent days, as that joy seemed to fade suddenly. The more she thought about it, the quicker her hands moved. She needed to eat more. Fengye did not like fruits. If he were to eat, he would simply bite into them, but cutting them into pieces was undoubtedly for her. I just ate, and I can't eat anymore now. Qingyu felt her head nearly explode, her body slightly stiffening. Just days ago, she had told herself not to eat if she wasn't hungry, yet today he insisted she eat. What was he planning? Even from a distance, Qingyu sensed something amiss. I saw the meat I roasted. You barely took a few bites. Even if you had eaten one, you could still eat more. Fengye paused momentarily before leisurely continuing to chop the fruit. You said these fruits digest quickly. You'll be fine soon. Qingyu found herself at a loss for words. Having inadvertently dug a pit for herself. Some things should not be said in front of him, or before long, he would use those words against her. Swallowing hard, she stared blankly at the fruit by her mouth, unsure whether to commend Fengye's good intentions or to condemn his sinister scheming. The person before her was too persistent. Qingyu sighed and took a bite, savoring it slowly, as she saw him prepare to feed her another piece. She took the bowl and spoon from his hands and offered the fruit to his mouth. Perhaps her initial reaction to the zhengli fruit was due to it being her first time trying it. The following days had been perfectly normal. She hoped he wouldn't dream of anything else. Fengye, did he really express himself so overtly? Qingyu had previously asked Yunwujie, who had no reaction after consuming the fruit. Completely different from her experience. She wondered if her peculiar reaction stemmed from not being from this world. However, now seeing her strength slightly increased and her body feeling robust, she no longer cared about the initial response. Watching Fengye imitate her pace, eating slowly, she pondered if she typically ate too slowly. At this rate, how long would it take? I can't eat anymore, but you must finish. We cannot waste any. Also eat faster. Fengye chuckled at her spoiled tone, a smirk playing on his lips. This situation was complex. When outside, one might think of other matters, but in the cave, it was different. Don't feed me so much. My body is already feeling warm. I can endure your urges, but if I were to feel the same, you would soon be in tears. Chapter 106. Why does Fengye always seem to enjoy himself? He had eaten this fruit before, with no particular reaction, nor did it provoke any urges. He merely said so to tease his little partner. Usually, his partner would reason with him, drawing connections from one event to another. Noticing the raised brow of Fengye, Qingyu realized he was being mischievous. Whether he had eaten it or not, she was well aware of his reactions. Without hesitation, she fed him piece after piece of fruit. After Fengye finished, he lazily leaned against the wall, his gaze fixed on her. Qingyu felt spellbound, glancing down at the animal skin beneath her. Lying down on it would seem like an invitation. She didn't want to sit on the stool, as it would only make her appear foolish. Instead, she remained seated, straightening her back to appear more natural. Fengye observed her wandering gaze, looking everywhere but at him. Licking his lips, Qingyu was right. This fruit certainly digested quickly, making him hungrier the more he ate. Her partner's ears gradually flushed red, while Fengye's apple bobbed unconsciously. At this moment, he craved nothing but her. Don't refuse me. You know I will be leaving soon, and it will be a long time before we see each other again. His robust form quickly enveloped her, reaching to tear the animal skin apart. Yet, a small hand caught his, her eyes accusing him, as if to say that tearing the skin would lead to trouble. He had learned to feign misery to elicit her sympathy. Qingyu wondered if he had picked this up from her. In an instant, her clothes were nearly stripped away. The beautiful scene darkened Fengye's gaze. Without uttering unnecessary words, he leaned in to kiss her. Qingyu felt entirely filled, her hands gripping the animal skin beneath her. Her legs weakly draped over Fengye, escaping soft whimpers. The two engaged in unabashed intimacy in the cave for several days, leaving Qingyu utterly drained. At this moment, she sat at the cave entrance, staring blankly at Fengye, who was cooking meat. Yet her mind wandered to the memory of his tall physique pressing down on her. She slapped her forehead. Even now, thinking of such things still made her feel shy. Fengye, self-taught and quite inventive, continued to prepare their meal without turning back. The area enveloped in tranquility. Qingyu sat there, only hearing her own faint breaths. Her gaze fell upon the leaves outside, rustling in the wind. The weather here changed too quickly. Just days ago, it was so hot that one longed to soak in water, yet since yesterday, the midday sun was still strong. While the mornings and evenings had begun to cool, the wind offered a delightful respite. Fenya had informed her that it would rain soon. Coming back to her senses, Qingyu realized her strength had returned, and she hurried back into the cave to drink some water. Her throat had become dry and scratchy from the past few days, requiring frequent hydration. Fenya was outside preparing the rice she had mentioned, adding 2 large bones for flavor. As he chopped the bones, he had not heard any noise. Now, quiet. She heard sounds emanating from the cave and quickly walked over. Seeing her finish her water, he fetched a cup of cool boiled water and handed it to her. Qingyu accepted it without hesitation and took another sip. After drinking continuously, her throat felt much better, though her voice still held a slight rasp. Upon recalling the fierce strength he possessed, she found herself unable to endure it, resorting to scratching and clawing at him, yet failing to impede his actions. Unable to restrain her glare at this instigator, she reminded him of their agreement to heed her words, only to discover that Fenya had completely forgotten. As he approached her, his presence enveloped her, prompting Qingyu to instinctively retreat a couple of steps. This reflex had developed over the past few days. Each time he lunged towards her, she could not help but step back. Even now, just his proximity elicited an involuntary response from her. Fenya, witnessing her retreat, clenched his teeth in frustration, thinking it was an opportune moment to be doing this, especially since they were about to eat. "What nonsense is this?" Qingyu exclaimed. Fenya stepped closer, gently stroking her hair, recalling their previous encounters where they had mated numerous times over the course of 2 days. This time, concerned for her well-being, he had reduced the frequency, yet she still seemed unsatisfied. Since the incident where his partner had sustained injuries, he had made a conscious effort to lessen their encounters. Nevertheless, now that he held her in his arms, he questioned how a mere few instances could possibly suffice. Before having a partner, he had found the mating sounds from others in the tribe bothersome. Yet now, with a partner, he felt an insatiable desire to be close to her daily. A single day without such intimacy left him in a state of unease, especially considering his frequent absences. He cradled her in his embrace, carrying her outside where their meal was nearly prepared. The words "still not enough" ignited a flare of anger within Qingyu. He was fine, yet she was not. Qingyu no longer wished to engage with his comments. She was acutely aware that their previous encounters had been brief compared to this time, which was significantly more. The marks from last night still lingered on his arm, and she silently chastised him for it, glancing at the marks adorning her own body. She couldn't discern who among them was truly worse off. Fenya, maintaining his usual considerate demeanor, methodically prepared their meal, blowing on each spoonful before feeding it to her. Watching her eat, her cheeks puffed with food, brought him a sense of contentment. He offered her bites of meat and rice, and she, in turn, eagerly fed him pieces of meat as well. Yet, despite this exchange, she remained silent. Fenya sensed a shift in the atmosphere, feeling increasingly perturbed. As she finished the meat, he began to offer her water and fruit, his attentiveness unwavering. "Next time, I'll be gentler," he finally uttered, a phrase he often repeated. This caused Qingyu to cease her eating, waving her hand dismissively, signaling him to refrain from such talk. The food was too dry for her to swallow. Words spoken more than thrice without change lacked credibility, and Fenya had exceeded that number. In an instant, he grasped his partner's sentiments, irritably raking his fingers through his hair. He had learned how to soothe her only after she had become his partner, yet now his usual method seemed ineffective. Reluctantly, he set down what he was holding, drawing her close and placing a tender kiss at the corner of her eye. Qingyu shot him a reproachful glance, noting that he only sought to placate her after the fact. Though she found comfort in his embrace, the frequency was becoming overwhelming. She could not comprehend why Fenya could indulge in such pleasures perpetually. Observing the satisfaction radiating from him, she mumbled her thoughts aloud. Instantly, Fenya stiffened, looking up at her with gritted teeth. "What did you just say?" Chapter 107. The scheming wolf Qingyu remained unfazed by his cold tone initially, but soon she felt the weight of his sorrowful gaze, which made her slightly guilty. Strategically, she leaned against a nearby surface, clearing her throat to speak earnestly. "The tribe needs you, and so does ABO. The young males who have just reached adulthood require your guidance." As she watched Fenya's face darken, her voice gradually softened. "We must strengthen our tribe so that others dare not bully us. I believe you should advance the training schedule." Feeling overwhelmed by his gaze, Qingyu fought back tears, desperately trying to maintain her composure. She averted her eyes, unable to bear his incessant teasing. Had she not consumed the zhengli fruit? She doubted she could move at all in the cave right now. Fengye felt a constricting pressure in his chest, his heart racing from the intensity of his emotions. He furrowed his brow, fixing his gaze on her for what felt like an eternity before finally responding. Impossible. Well, if it's impossible, then so be it, Qingyu retorted. Fully aware he would not comply, she deliberately stated this to provoke him. Relaxing against the surface, she rubbed her full belly, occasionally enjoying a gentle breeze as she closed her eyes. Fengye observed this scene, his fingers rubbing together in agitation. He felt genuinely vexed. During the warm season, Su Ning and the others spent most of their time with their partners, while he had other obligations. Therefore, he cherished the moments spent with her, only for her to suggest he leave. Surveying her body, he contemplated how to intimidate her into relinquishing such thoughts. Yet, upon noticing the marks on her skin, he questioned whether he had gone too far. After much deliberation, he ultimately couldn't bring himself to act against her. Seeing his partner drowsy, her head nodding off, he gently lifted her, speaking softly, "It's uncomfortable to sleep here. Let us return to rest." Qingyu instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, inhaling his scent, which only intensified her desire for slumber. Fengye held the curled-up figure tightly in his embrace, unable to restrain his curiosity any longer. "Do you truly wish for me to leave quickly?" The more he contemplated, the more aggrieved he felt. His ungrateful little partner had not changed a bit. Qingyu, half asleep, could not help but chuckle at his question. "I was just teasing you. If I wanted you to leave, I wouldn't have mentioned to ABO that you have been busy these days. I simply wish for you to spend more time with me. It's not my fault you lack restraint." As she spoke, her tone grew increasingly melancholic. "Think about it. These days, aside from eating, I can hardly sleep peacefully. Don't you feel any sympathy for me?" Hearing the words he longed to hear softened Fengye's heart, and her gentle voice brought him to a state of utter tenderness. "Then I shall only say a couple of words," he began, but then fell silent. He understood that if he repeated himself too often, she would no longer believe him. "Am I not leaving soon?" he pondered. "Before I depart, I must partake in a few more encounters. Otherwise, how shall I endure the long wait ahead?" He had been acutely aware of his partner's reactions, noting that they were significantly better than during their initial encounters, which granted him the confidence to be so unrestrained. Was this not what it meant to truly care? "But Qingyu, you managed just fine before you had a partner, didn't you?" "That was different. The past is the past, and the present is the present." Qingyu found his tone somewhat pitiful, eliciting a mix of laughter and tears from her. "Our days are long ahead of us. Right now, I feel sore and need to rest properly. You should sleep as well." Fengye obediently lay beside her, watching her lashes flutter and her breaths lengthen. At that moment, he gazed deeply in her eyes, his own reflecting a flicker of hope. This method seemed effective. His little partner was no longer upset. Whenever he was irritable, Qingyu would speak to him in such a sorrowful manner, and he would always relent. He had not anticipated that this approach would also work on her, as she, too, enjoyed hearing him speak in such a way. Qingyu had already drifted into slumber. Otherwise, upon seeing his expression, she would have playfully scratched him and called him a scheming wolf. Time passed swiftly as they remained intertwined, and the temperature outside plummeted. No longer warm, but rather pleasantly cool. Nestled in Fengye's embrace, Qingyu listened to him speak. "The weather has cooled down, and rain is expected soon. Su Ning and Suan have already moved to the cave above. Shall we join them?" In recent days, Qingyu's health has shown improvement. He has brought down a considerable amount of supplies from the cave above, and whenever he has the time, he learns to create various items with Qingyu that are now piled up on the bed. Once they are properly arranged, they can finally enjoy a comfortable sleep atop them. The delay in moving them upstairs is intentional. Fengye wishes to have some private moments with his companion, free from interruptions. If they were to relocate the items, a bow would inevitably drop by, complicating matters. Qingyu nodded in agreement. It was indeed time to move. Fengye was aware that they would soon be venturing out, and he had already given numerous reminders. After relocating the items, daily affairs would be managed in conjunction with Yin Duo Jie and the others, allowing Fengye to feel more at ease during his excursions. The cave was still stocked with dried fruits and dairy fruits, and when he had the opportunity, Fengye would carry some of those up, leaving only the essential supplies and a large heap of bedding they had recently crafted. Once they organized their belongings into the wicker bag, they departed from the cave. Qingyu perched on Fengye's back, casting a glance back at the cave. This place had been their residence for quite some time, and she felt a fleeting sense of reluctance. However, it wasn't long before her heart settled. Next year, when the weather turns warm, they could return, and there would be no need for such sentiments. Upon reaching the cave halfway up the mountain, Qing Yu explored inside. It had been tidied up previously, so it was not in disarray. Additionally, Feng Yi had come by a few days prior to clean and organize the space, making it ready for habitation. As Qing Yu observed the heated Kong, which had now cooled, she spread out the prepared items on it and sat down, relishing the softness beneath her. She even lay back and rolled around, filled with immense satisfaction. She finally had a soft, spacious bed. Feng Yu was busy arranging the stone pots for roasting meat and cooking soup when he caught sight of her rolling on the Kong, an indescribable feeling swelling within him, radiating joy from deep inside. After all the efforts put into creating these items, seeing Qing Yu happy made it all worthwhile. Handle the household matters as you see fit, but do not overexert yourself. I shall attend to other tasks. After everything was set up, the 2 large water jars were filled to the brim. Meat would be delivered by Xiaoning in the future, ensuring they had no worries about food and drink. He need not fear Qing Yu would go hungry at home. However, one task remained unaddressed, and he took up the bone knife as he stepped outside. Qing Yu followed closely, sensing there was little else to do. What are you going out for? Chapter 108. Eldest brother only loves to hit me. Feng Yi pointed toward a large tree not far off, and Qing Yu quickly understood. He intended to chop wood. This was the perfect time to harvest branches, as they would soon dry out from the wind and could be taken back for burning. Stay at home and rest. Chopping branches is not difficult. I can easily climb the tree and cut a few down, he assured her, swiftly scaling the tree and making quick work of the branches. Noticing her desire to follow, Feng Ye's eyes held a meaningful glint, cautioning her about the potential insects in some trees. Be careful not to get covered in them. After spending so much time together, he was acutely aware of what frightened his little companion. A mere scare would suffice. Qing Yu fixed her gaze on him. I'm not foolish. Even if I follow, I won't get too close. You hurry up and go. I want to be with you. Though Feng Yi had been speaking nonchalantly, upon hearing the reluctance in Qing Yu's voice, he felt an equal sense of unwillingness. Yet as a male, he had many responsibilities and could not display such emotions as openly as his companion would, lest it intensify her reluctance. Regardless of his inner thoughts, his actions were honest as he walked over and took her hand, leading her outside. I won't be long. I will return swiftly. Qing Yu understood that dwelling on such feelings was futile. She merely wanted to express her thoughts to him. Upon reaching the base of a large tree, Feng Yi swiftly climbed up. Suddenly, she was reminded of the first time he had climbed a tree to pick fruits for her, conjuring 2 distinct emotions that made her smile. The sound of chopping would echoed far and wide, attracting Feng Yin and Feng Ming, who rushed over upon hearing it. Big sister, you finally moved up. They greeted her with expressions that implied disbelief, prompting Qing Yu to close her eyes and press her fingers against her temples. The same tone, the same formula, always left her speechless. Abo had visited their eldest brother several times, only to leave in anger upon finding the cave empty. Abo really loves to get angry. Feng Ming, oblivious to Qing Yu's expression, continued to chatter. Hey, big brother, do you need us to help you chop? Just as he finished his question, he swiftly changed his tone. It shouldn't take long. Big brother, you handle it yourself. I'll chat with big sister. The tone was somewhat cheeky, prompting a glance from Feng Yi, who was perched in the tree. He shot a cold look at Feng Ming, warning him, you wait. Training was imminent, and he was not worried about finding an opportunity to settle the score. Feng Ming received a dismissive glance from Feng Yan, who recalled the previous incident when they had left the tribe. It was clear that Feng Ming was about to stir up trouble again. Observing Feng Ming's eagerness to speak, Qing Yu interjected, I think it would be wise for you to keep quiet right now. Feng Ming's eyes widened in confusion. Why? Qing Yu couldn't help but chuckle at his naive expression. Have you forgotten that you will soon be going out for training? She motioned towards Feng Yi. Be cautious not to get beaten. It's fine. I'm used to getting hit by big brother every time we go out for training. Feng Ming replied nonchalantly, unfazed. Qing Yu thought to herself, what a character, and turned her gaze to Feng Yin, who shot a knowing look at Feng Ming. She tactfully remarked, if you observe Feng Yin, you will see he doesn't get hit, for he never speaks out of turn. Feng Mindu Segrid. No. Big brother just doesn't like hitting second brother. He only enjoys hitting me. Feng Hua is also quiet but still gets hit like I do. Hearing this, Qing Yu chose to remain silent. It was evident that Feng Ming had become rather accustomed to the beatings, displaying a resilience akin to a pig unbothered by boiling water. Feng Yin touched his nose, casting his gaze elsewhere. Feng Hua was astute and could always find someone to take his place in receiving punishment, while Feng Ming was simply the fool. These discussions were futile. It would be better to stay quiet and rest. Big sister, is there anything else to be done in the cave? We should finish everything while we haven't gone out yet. Qingyu reflected on the situation within the cave. They had essentially prepared everything they needed, save for the wood chopping. Feng Yin nodded, retrieving a large bone knife as he climbed a tree. The sound of branches being chopped resonating as they fell to the ground. Before long, a substantial pile of branches had accumulated beneath the tree. Qingyu gazed at the sizable branches, reminiscent of modern trees, and abandoned her earlier notion of dragging them back, opting instead to sit down again. She caught sight of Feng Ming, who appeared hesitant, his eyes darting as if he had something to inquire about. Upon noticing Big Sister's gaze, Feng Ming sheepishly chuckled, leaving Qingyu perplexed. Big Sister, I would like some dried fruits and dairy fruits. As a male, he felt somewhat embarrassed asking for such things. However, after observing the fruit trees, he found that the fruits had all fallen and spoiled, leaving him no choice but to seek assistance from Big Sister. Qingyu couldn't help but smile upon witnessing his bashful demeanor. It was the first time she had seen him like this. Feng Yi exchanged animal skins for females, which included a few for his brothers, all of whom were now paired. Seeing Feng Ming scratching his head and fidgeting brought her great amusement. Indeed, love was sweetest when observed in others. His demeanor made the air feel sweeter. Feeling increasingly uncomfortable under Big Sister's gaze, Feng Ming stood up, attempting to sidle away. You can just go take what you need. I have plenty laid out for drying. Take some back for your partner. The three brothers possess quite an interesting dynamic. Feng Yi, the least talkative among them, exhibits a tough exterior and an unyielding demeanor, having never shown a hint of embarrassment in Qingyu's presence. To her surprise, it is Feng Ming, usually the most loquacious, who reveals himself to be the shyest of the trio. When they emerged, why did they not bring their partners along? It is neither too warm now, and by the way, what is your partner's name? Feng Ming's ears flushed crimson as he attempted to gather his belongings and leave, only to be interrupted by his sister-in-law's inquiry. Stammering, he replied, her name is Mianyu. She is not yet of age and is currently residing in the cave prepared by our uncle. Feng Ming's mind wandered back to their uncle's words, as he animatedly mimicked the scenario to Qingyu, adopting the elder's tone. Among you, aside from Feng Yin and Feng Yang, none could be deemed reliable. Your partners shall reside here for the time being. At that moment, Feng Ming had retorted, wishing to take Mianyu back to raise her to adulthood, but was met with harsh reprimands from their uncle, whose words still echoed in his ears. You all behave like fools. There is nothing in that cave. And when you train outside, what will they eat? Chapter 109 Idols Away. Once you leave, the males of this mountain will be better able to care for them. Your mother and aunts will occasionally visit, providing more reliability than your attempts to bring them home. Day after day, aimless, yet you still dream of bringing your partners back. Such aspirations are futile. The brothers listened, enduring their uncle's lengthy tirade, transitioning from defiance to silence, relegated to covert visits. Qingyu was unaware of this situation. Feng Yi had only mentioned that they now had partners. They were oblivious to the fact that Mianyu could not consume all those strength-enhancing fruits, and he had even distributed one to each of them. Listening to Feng Ming imitate their uncle's reprimands, Qingyu found herself in fits of laughter. She considered her uncle's rationale quite sound. The newcomers to the tribe would undoubtedly feel out of place. Moreover, with their imminent departure, it would be even more disorienting for them to remain alone in the cave. After some time, once they had settled their affairs, it was possible their uncle would permit them to bring their partners home. Feng Ming shook his head, explaining that his visits to Mianyu were clandestine. For each time he did so, his aunt would glare at him, admonishing him for being reckless and potentially frightening the girls. Qingyu found it difficult to argue. Clearly, his aunt had her reasons. While Feng Yi and Feng Yin busied themselves, Feng Ming remained lost in thought. Observing his idleness, Qingyu stood and walked towards the cave, beckoning him to follow. Come along, I have something to show you. Feng Ming obediently followed her, still scratching his head. Upon reaching the cave, she pointed to the bedding she had woven. What do you think of these? Feng Ming nodded blankly. They look beautiful. In truth, he found them rather ordinary. Yet he felt compelled to praise them at that moment. Not only do these items enhance the aesthetic of the heated bed, but they are also exceedingly soft. You recognize this silk thread? I brought back quite a bit before. But now that you all have partners, it may not suffice. To ensure their comfort, seek out someone with a similarly leisurely disposition to gather more, which can be placed in their cave. I can teach you how to weave when I have the time, she elaborated, noticing Feng Ming's bewildered expression. Now that you have a partner, you must consider all matters. You cannot behave as you did before, or your partner shall certainly suffer. Feng Ming quickly shook his head, asserting, that is impossible. My partner will not endure hardship. He envisioned himself, much like his elder brother, providing grilled meat and an abundance of fruits for his partner, and with that thought, he could no longer remain still. Sister-in-law, I shall go find someone. With that, he turned and dashed away. When Qing Yu emerged, Feng Yi had already switched to another tree for felling. Feng Yin had just descended from a tree he had cut down. Observing his brother sprinting as if pursued by something, Qing Yu chuckled. I noticed he was restless, so I assigned him some tasks. Feng Yin did not question the nature of the tasks. He was simply glad to have something to do, hoping to avoid further idle chatter. After cutting several branches, Feng Yi paused. In previous years, a single tree would have sufficed for burning, but this year, with a heated bed, gathering more was prudent. He recalled the size of the fire pit, dragging some branches to the cave entrance and chopping them into smaller sections. The remnants from before had been used up. These could be directly utilized for burning. The rest could be disregarded, once thoroughly dried. He would transform into beast form and break them with ease. Feng Yi and Feng Yin chopped the branches, while Qing Yu collected them, placing them at the cave entrance to dry. Once dried, they must avoid rain, for the smoke produced would be stifling. She also set aside the tips of branches with abundant leaves, suitable for kindling. Each engaged in their own tasks, yet harmonious silence enveloped them until Feng Zhou arrived. Qing Yu spotted him first, calling out to him from a distance. Upon seeing her, Feng Zhou beamed. Yet his expression turned stern as he glanced at the two younger brothers. Feng Zhou had come to discuss matters with Feng Yi, but before he could speak, he emerged from the cave, wielding a bone knife. Come on, with more hands, the work will progress swiftly. You unruly brat, can you not stand to see me idle? He was treated like royalty by the tribespeople on other mountains, but when seeking Feng Yi, he insisted on doing the task himself. Feng Yin stifled a laugh, continuing to chop wood, knowing it was best to remain silent lest he incur their uncle's ire. Qing Yu's gaze shifted between Feng Zhou and Feng Yi as she continued to gather firewood. Idleness breeds idleness. When the time comes to act, one must be prepared. Besides, you are not getting any younger. If you continue this way, how will you fare against anyone? Feng Zhou shot him a sharp glare. Do not use such words to provoke me. I am perpetually on the move between mountains, never pausing, and my health remains robust. Though his tone was discontented, he quickly accepted the bone knife and joined them in chopping branches. Once satisfied with their efforts, Feng Zhou returned the knife to the cave and addressed Qing Yu. Feng Yi and the others will soon depart. We must discuss some matters. He gestured towards the haphazardly strewn branches outside. There are far too many. Wait for Feng Yi to return before we sort them out. If you find yourself bored, seek out your aunt. She is quite lively at the moment. Qing Yu nodded obediently, indicating her understanding. Feng Yi and Feng Yin also set down their tools, preparing to join him. Feng Yi, concerned that Qing Yu might remain overly busy at home, took her by the hand and urged her to come along. Let's go together. If you wish to listen, join us. If not, find your aunt. As his partner followed, she glanced back at the branches outside the cave, confirming her earlier thoughts. I shall tend to these upon my return. You work slowly, while I can accomplish it more swiftly. Qing Yu contemplated mentioning that she could manage at her own pace. That task should not solely rely on him, but upon seeing the earnestness in his gaze, she nodded in agreement. Noticing their interaction, Feng Zhou and Feng Yin deliberately slowed their pace. Feng Zhou found Feng Yi's demeanor irksome, and Feng Yin's nonchalant expression even more so. After observing for a moment, his irritation grew. What is your deal? Your elder brother has a partner, and your younger brothers are soon to have partners as well. Yet here you are, like a wooden block, amongst the many females returned. Not a single one has caught your eye. All of them have partners now. Why do you remain so anxious? Feng Yin inquired. Feng Zhou kicked at him in response, and Feng Yin swiftly dodged, narrowly avoiding the blow. I initially thought Feng Yi was the most vexing, but it turns out you're no different. Chapter 110 unveils the matters Feng Yi has not disclosed to her. Feng Yin, when he is angered by his elder brother, is the most reliable among his siblings. When his elder brother is not upset with him, he is quite similar to his elder brother. The commotion behind them was quite significant, prompting Feng Yi and Qing Yu to stop and turn around. Qing Yu looked up at the composed Feng Yi and inquired, Didn't you say that all your younger brothers have partners? Has Feng Yi not found a suitable one? He mentioned that he had someone he liked, but I do not know who it is. When the time comes, he will naturally bring her back. So there's no need to worry. Feng Yi held an unwavering trust in Feng Yin, his tone devoid of any urgency. Qing Yu nodded in agreement. If Feng Yi said so, it must be true. Feng Yin, lagging behind, noticed his elder brother extending another foot towards him and, retreating, helplessly explained, I have already mentioned that I have a female I am fond of. The last only fruit I took was for her. Why can't you believe me? Feng Yin felt wronged. Observing the affectionate bond between his elder brother and sister-in-law, he had long wished to bring his beloved female home. However, every time he approached, the gaze of Siyuan Bao's parents towards him was rather unsettling. Eventually, it was Siyuan Bao's mother who relented, stating that she was not yet of age, and they should wait until she matures to form a bond. His desire to bring Siyuan Bao home and nurture her until adulthood remained unfulfilled. Feng Zhou recalled the day of selecting partners, when Feng Yin merely stated that he had someone he liked and urged him not to concern himself with it. He had believed him at that time, but seeing him busy all day without visiting other mountain peaks, doubts began to creep in. After 2 days, he asked again, only to be told to mind his own business, which further fueled his skepticism. You only told me you have someone in mind, but you have yet to reveal who it is. You haven't even gone out these past few days. Feng Zhou's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Feng Yin, exasperated, pressed his forehead. It's Siyuan Bao. I never mentioned it because you never asked. Feng Zhou, irritated, retorted, if you didn't mention it, how would I know? As for why he hadn't gone out lately, Feng Yin paused and, under his elder brother's furious gaze, slowly began to explain, I only go out at night. This was beyond his control. To avoid the penetrating gaze of Siyuan Bao's father, he had to change his schedule. Fortunately, during the warm season, Siyuan Bao resided alone in a cave, making his comings and goings convenient. Upon hearing Siyuan Bao's name, Feng Zhou no longer doubted him and scrutinized Feng Yin from head to toe. No wonder he had never seen him out during the day, nor had anyone discovered that he had a female he liked. This child certainly knew how to choose his moments. Qing Yu observed Feng Yi and Feng Yin's faces closely, noting their brotherly resemblance in this regard. Nevertheless, Feng Yin had kept his secret well. He was indeed someone who preferred to work quietly behind the scenes. As they approached the elder brother's cave, Qing Yu noticed many unfamiliar faces. After greeting them, she took a turn to find a Shang. She could not provide any useful advice regarding training, so she refrained from joining the crowd. The elder brother had informed her that a Shang was in the cave storing herbs, instructing her to head directly there. Upon arrival, a Shang was busy placing dried herbs into the cave, which was already filled to the brim, leaving only a fire pit and a few stools unoccupied. Qing Yu offered her assistance, but was stopped by Mu Yu, who said, you sit and rest for a while. Qing Yu sighed. Wherever she went, the most common advice she received was to take a break. Noticing her boredom, Mu Yu contemplated teaching her to identify herbs, mentioning that this year's batch was the last, and they would have to wait until next year to gather more. As Feng Yi was preparing to leave, Mu Yu asked, you should be free now, right? This sparked Qing Yu's enthusiasm, her tone elevating, there's so much to do. Unbeknownst to her, Mu Yu had the intention of teaching her about herbs, but Qing Yu was aware that, while there were no significant matters ahead, there were plenty of trivial tasks. The large baiguan needed for raising horned beasts was beyond her capability to gather, but once the remaining males returned, she planned to dry some to provide variety for Han Chao, promising to bring some to a Shang. Additionally, she intended to teach the partners of her younger brothers how to use the silk threads she had collected, as there was little else they could do at this time. Since this knowledge needed to be passed down, she felt it imperative to teach those close to her first. Mu Yu almost voiced her thoughts but decided against it, resolving to take her time since she was still young and had plenty of it. Qing Yu and a Shang worked together, chatting occasionally. When they discussed Feng Yi and the others deliberating matters, Qing Yu inquired, I just saw so many males outside. Are they all going out to train together? Although she had heard Feng Yi mention that many came to see the elder brother, this was her first time witnessing such a large gathering. Mu Yu glanced at Qing Yu's oblivious expression. Didn't Feng Yi mention anything to you? Huh? What did he say? Qing Yu was bewildered. Was Feng Yi hiding something from her? Mu Yu realized she was genuinely unaware of the situation. Qing Yu's curiosity was piqued by a Shang's mysterious demeanor, prompting her to press further. Mu Yu, no longer teasing, explained gently, not only did we move here, but they also had the more formidable males from the tribe relocate nearby, surrounding our mountain. You simply didn't visit other peaks. The surrounding mountains are quite lively. Mu Yu continued her tasks, her tone playful. Feng Yi was never one to stay put, nor was he one for socializing. Neither your elder brother nor I anticipated that he would change so much after becoming your partner. At this, Muyu couldn't help but chuckle, leading everyone to believe he had been up to no good outside, with other tribe males wanting to take him down. Muyu understood what Feng Yi was worried about. Even if he didn't voice it, his partner would ensure everything was arranged. However, his frantic demeanor left her and her partner in fits of laughter. Qin Yu felt a shiver in her heart. Feng Yi was not someone easily frightened. He was merely concerned about her safety in his absence. She momentarily struggled to articulate her thoughts but found herself at a loss for words. Seeing Qin Yu sitting there in a daze, Muyu disclosed the matters they were discussing. Not all the males who arrived would be leaving. They were deliberating on splitting this year's training males into 2 groups. Chapter 111. Because he is the most difficult to deal with. Much has changed. Fearing the attention of malicious tribes and their ulterior motives, it was essential to leave enough males within the tribe. On the first day of Feng Ye's departure, Qin Yu wandered around the cave, searching for tasks to occupy her time. However, she found herself lacking motivation and, feeling disoriented, retreated to the sleeping area for a good nap. That evening, as she turned in her sleep, she instinctively reached for Feng Ye's waist, only to find the space beside her empty. Previously, when he left, she knew he would return soon, so she never felt discomfort. Perhaps because she understood this time he would be away longer, she felt his absence acutely. Being alone often led to overthinking. She needed to keep herself busy. The next day, she sought out a Shang to teach her younger brother's partners how to create things. Noticing Qin Yu's lethargy and her mind clearly elsewhere, Muyu's gaze flickered. Feng Yi just left? You're not accustomed to it yet. I've already taught them how to make leather using silk threads, and they learned quite well. Now, I plan to teach them the bedding items you mentioned. Naturally, she was attentive to the partners of the little ones, and as they gradually adapted to life here, she began to teach them these crafts. Qin Yu nodded and followed a Shang to another cave. Upon entering, Qin Yu was greeted by the sight of those who had been seated moments before, now rising to their feet, calling out in unison to Saw. Startled by their exuberant voices, Qin Yu regained her composure and smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. Her gaze fell upon their hands, each engaged in the delicate task of knitting sweaters with fine silk threads. Their faces, once marked by fear, now glowed with a rosy hue, their eyes sparkling with hope for the future. Muyu felt a sense of satisfaction. The companions chosen by her offspring were commendable, having displayed admirable temperaments during her observations. Although they were somewhat timid, given time, they would surely acclimate to the lifestyle here, proving more amiable than those troublesome females who thrived on discord. Having lived to this age, Muyu had encountered every type of female, and those who thrived on chaos only brought unrest to the home, making it impossible for her offspring to venture out in peace. Qin Yu found it challenging to remember the names as Aixing introduced her to each individual. After all, it had taken her some time to associate names with faces for Feng Yang and the others. Being inundated with too many names at once was truly overwhelming. The name she recalled most clearly was Mian Yu, as Feng Ming had mentioned it numerous times. With a complexion rivaling Feng Ming's, Mian Yu possessed large, expressive eyes and a captivating smile that revealed pearly white teeth. She appeared spirited, yet spoke in gentle tones. When Qin Yu looked over, Mian Yu offered her a soft smile, expressing her gratitude for the dried fruits and milk fruits. Feng Ming had informed her that these treats were taken from Desa's home, a detail she had not forgotten. Qin Yu shook her head, insisting there was no need for thanks, as these fruits were plentiful during the hot season and could be dried in abundance. Unfortunately, the fruit had fallen from the trees this year, and they could not dry any. However, Qin Yu suggested that next summer they should gather more to dry. As it was only their second meeting, everyone stood nearby, smiling and nodding, yet hesitant to engage in further conversation. Qin Yu took out the silk threads she had prepared for bedding and began teaching them how to weave. The silk from a tree was considerably finer than regular wool, making it ideal for sweaters and outer garments. The thicker silk, akin to the size of a pinky finger, was more suited for crafting bedding. Qin Yu referred to this as the Xian for clarity, as it was much simpler to weave than sweaters, and within a short time, everyone had grasped the technique. Sensing that they were nearing proficiency, Qin Yu decided not to linger any longer, as it might create discomfort. Muyu accompanied her outside, inquiring whether she wished to see the type of grain, called the mi, which the males had gathered. Qin Yu's interest piqued, recognizing its significance for their future sustenance. She had assumed all the rice was stored in Aixing's cave, only to discover that Aixing led her to a cave filled with medicinal herbs. Confused, Qin Yu noted that the cave was brimming with herbs, leaving little room for anything else. Aisheng moved swiftly, and though Qingyu held back her questions, she soon found that half of the medicinal herbs had been removed, replaced by bamboo tubes filled with unhulled rice. This must have been taken by the males who had ventured out for training, she concluded. Mu Yu confirmed her thoughts, acknowledging that the herbs for treating wounds were essential, especially during the hot season when many were gathered for the females' ailments. Noting Qingyu's distracted demeanor throughout the morning, Mu Yu playfully inquired if she understood why Fengye was chosen to train the newly matured males. Qingyu hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Why was that? Surely it was because Fengye was known for his strength and lack of mercy, coupled with his extensive experience in battles, making him the perfect choice for such a task. Qingyu's intuition was likely correct. Even if there were discrepancies, they would be minor. What she thought internally and what she expressed were two different matters. The truth was, he was the strongest. This assertion was not unfounded, as it was indeed his prowess that made him the suitable candidate. Mu igriku chaked. Recalling how from their very first meeting, Qingyu had unconditionally trusted Fengye, a sentiment that had not changed, still proclaiming his exceptional abilities. In years past, training had been conducted by other males who were overly gentle with the young ones of the tribe, resulting in negligible outcomes. Newly matured males, with their exuberant natures and increased numbers, often became uncontrollable, and the training yielded little success, necessitating a change in trainers. Eventually, when they realized that Fengye was the most formidable among them, they entrusted the responsibility to him. Qingyu suddenly recalled a lesson from her school days, where a teacher had remarked that to instill discipline in a class, one must appoint the most mischievous boy as the class leader, which would lead to an overall calming effect. Qingyu looked up at Aisheng with a smile in her eyes, understanding the implication. Fengye was not lenient with the newly matured males. He employed strict measures. Should anyone dare to defy him, he would not hesitate to teach them a lesson. This method, though simple and harsh, proved effective in ensuring compliance. Yet, Qingyu wondered why Fengye complied so readily. If Abo had asked him to participate, why did he simply acquiesce? Mu Yu shook her head, clarifying that Fengye had indeed been reluctant at first. At that time, Fengye's father and mother were still alive and had supported the decision. They would seek him out daily, and despite his attempts to evade them, he eventually relented. However, he did so begrudgingly, and his training was anything but gentle. Each newly matured male returned battered and bruised. From that point onward, every summer, she arranged for the males to venture out to gather herbs, even excavating a cave specifically for storage. The mere thought of that scene made Mu Yu shudder. The males who had previously trained had never endured such injuries. Their families had often come to complain, believing Fengye's methods were excessively harsh. During that period, Fengye had earned quite the reputation within the tribe. While the males quickly moved on, the females remembered those events vividly. Whenever he ventured to other mountain peaks, the females would not openly voice their discontent, but would undoubtedly cast disapproving glances his way. Consequently, the following year, Fengye's methods became even more severe. Observing Aisheng shake her head with a smile, Qingyu could surmise what was to unfold. Initially, it had been challenging, but over time, everyone had grown accustomed to it. Mu Yu nodded, then shook her head again, explaining that it was not merely a matter of habituation, but rather that the males had engaged in enough battles to establish a hierarchy. Males tended to admire strength, which gradually fostered harmony within the tribe. Qingyu acknowledged this, realizing that not only did males admire strength, but females were also drawn to such men. This phenomenon could be described as a yearning for strength. When seeking partners, women often hope to find a man who can shoulder responsibilities and confront challenges head-on, someone independent, confident, and capable of navigating life's trials. Although she did not consider herself particularly resilient, she adapted quickly and recognized her desires, which could be deemed a strength. Initially, Qingyu perceived Fengye as quite frivolous, his gaze sending chills down her spine. Yet, after spending time together, her experience surpassed her initial expectations, akin to unwrapping a blind box from which she had drawn a most delightful surprise. Upon contemplating this, Qingyu's spirits lifted, and she fixed her gaze upon the rice. Reaching out to touch it, discovering it was all quite dry. Having only purchased rice before, she was uncertain how best to store this variety, still encased in its husk. Yet as long as it remained dry, it would surely endure until next year. The seeds, once retrieved, would survive the cold snap, revealing the ecological conditions that yield a particular type of rice. Stored within the cave, they would undoubtedly remain unscathed. Mu Yu was aware of her fondness for this. And soon, I shall have Fengye bring you some. Qingyu inquired if all the retrieved rice was present. Indeed, there was more than enough. Not only was there a considerable amount here, but also plenty stored in the cave where we reside, and even a portion in the caves of Fengyang and his brothers. Your uncle had instructed the other males to deposit all their finds at his home, and there remains a substantial quantity yet to be delivered for sowing next year. Upon hearing this from Sheng, Qingyo eagerly nodded, unable to refuse the allure of rice. She declined Sheng's invitation to stay for roasted meat, and instead found a smaller bamboo tube, filling it to the brim to seek out Yinduojia. As she approached the familiar entrance of the cave, Qingyo instinctively paused to listen for any sounds within, hoping not to stumble upon anything inappropriate. Standing still, she pricked up her ears, confirming the absence of other noises before cautiously stepping inside. Just a few paces in, she felt a hand on her shoulder from behind. Lost in her own thoughts, the sudden touch startled her, causing her heart to race. Turning, she found Yinduojia gleefully smiling behind her, her laughter echoing delightfully. "Could you not call my name? Why frighten me so?" Qingyo chided. Yinduo, having just returned from checking on the horned beasts, had observed Qingyo standing motionless and had quietly approached to startle her. Noticing the fierce look on Qingyo's face, Yinduo quickly apologized, promising not to do so again. "However, why did you not come and find me? What were you doing just standing there?" Qingyo's mischievous side emerged. "Guess why you never saw me when I first arrived?" Yinduo replied. "Were you shy?" Unable to think of any other reason, Qingyo corrected her. "Wrong. I had sought you out several times, but upon nearing the cave, sounds emanated from within." "Do you know what sort of sounds?" As their camaraderie deepened, they became like inseparable confidants, with Qingyo now accustomed to Yinduo's teasing banter. Yinduo showed no embarrassment, finding such matters to be quite normal. During the warm season, visiting other males' caves often led to similar sounds. "You are correct. Do not disturb us during those times." Qingyo continued. "Whenever I think of you and Yeager in the cave, I quickly abandon such thoughts." Yinduo remained unabashedly straightforward, circling around Qingyo, her eyes scanning her frame. "I feel as though you've grown just a tad taller," she mused, frowning slightly in confusion, her hand instinctively reaching for Qingyo's waist. Giving a gentle pinch, Qingyo swiftly swatted her hand away. "Why pinch my waist if you think I've grown? Is that how one determines height?" Yinduo responded, "It's a habit. I wanted to see if you gained any weight. It seems you have." With that, she tugged Qingyo deeper into the cave, their arms contrasting sharply in color, prompting Yinduo to grin widely. "Why are you still so fair? I become quite tanned during the warm season." Qingyo placed her belongings upon the stone table, explaining, "I rarely venture outside, and even when I do, I wear a hat made of leaves to shield myself from the sun. Sometimes, I cover other parts of my body to avoid sunburn." It appeared she had not only avoided sunburn, but had also retained her fair complexion. "If you wish to be whiter, you could try my method," she suggested. Yinduo shook her head, dismissing the idea as too cumbersome, preferring to remain indoors. Understanding her friend's inclination, Qingyo pointed to the item she had brought, declaring, "We shall have this for lunch today." Yinduo agreed, recalling that she had brought some back from the Biling tribe. Later, the chieftain had instructed all the males in the tribe to retrieve more, and Xioning had participated. Now, there was an abundance in the cave. As Qingyo entered, she was greeted by the sight of numerous rice sacks, and upon recalling her own bamboo tube, which could only provide 2 meals, she felt quite inadequate. "What expression is that?" Yinduo remarked, unable to describe the oddity of Qingyo's face. "Nothing much, nothing at all," she responded, reflecting on how the males from the Biling tribe were busy working, gathering rice and digging for large white fruits, while she and Feng Ye lived a rather shameless existence in the cave, accomplishing nothing and becoming the laziest individuals in the tribe. Noticing Qingyo's fixation on the rice, Yinduo's gaze shifted, observing the marks upon her neck. "Hee, you two must have spent quite some time together in the cave during those days of seclusion. Indulging in intimate activities, were you not?" Yinduo's enthusiasm grew as she scrutinized Qingyo, even glancing at her exposed calves. Qingyo, bewildered, discerned a mischievous glimmer in Yinduo's eyes. Unsure of how to respond, she busied herself checking the cleanliness of the stone pot, rinsing it with water before starting a fire to cook. Yinduo exclaimed, "Qingyo, you've changed. You're not even blushing at my words anymore." Qingyo retorted, "What is this strange fixation of yours? You seem to enjoy watching me feel embarrassed. Do not speak of me. We are quite alike in this regard. Judging by our previous encounters, you have been far more daring," Yinduo replied, cheerfully removing the husks from the rice. "We have not been so adventurous. Recently, Xioning has been out gathering rice, and when he has the time, he goes to dig for large white fruits. We've been quite busy." Yundua observed the fresh marks on Qingyo's neck and added, "It's clear that Yega must have kept you quite occupied the night he left." Qingyo remained silent, and Yundua affirmed, "You're right. In these days, Weevee brought back plenty of rice. I do not particularly care for it, as it feels as mundane as drinking water. Occasional sips are fine. Since you have not gone out, I will have Xiaoning bring everything to your cave upon his return." As Qingyo gazed at the abundance of rice, her eyes widened in delight, knowing that she had a fondness for it. She waved her hand dismissively, saying, "There is plenty in Ah Sheng's cave. Fengyang will bring some over shortly." Understanding that her friend had sufficient food, Yundua did not press further, knowing she could always come to fetch more as needed. Qingyo poured the rice into the pot, igniting the fire and occasionally stirring it. It had been ages since she had savored rice porridge, and she did not mind Yundua's remarks about it resembling water. Qingyo had yet to master cooking dry rice in the stone pot and was uncertain of the proper heat. She would gradually learn. After retrieving a smaller pot, she planned to add some meat and vegetables, believing such additions would enhance the meal's flavor. Having prepared everything, she suddenly realized there was no meat. Lifting her gaze, she found Yundua munching on a grain of rice as if it were a snack, crunching it audibly. "Will Xiaoan be delivering meat shortly?" she inquired. Yundua's brow furrowed deeper with each bite, clearly unimpressed by the raw taste. Yes, he should be here soon," came the reply. No sooner had the words left her lips than Xiaoan called out, "Big sister," as Qingyo stepped outside to find him delivering meat. He held 2 large pieces, one meant for Yundua and the other intended for her. "Oh, Qingyo, you're here? Then I want Tini to come by." Qingyo realized it had been a while since she had seen them. Previously, whenever Fengye went out, either Xiaoan or Xiaoning had brought meat. Since Feng Ye's return, she had not encountered them at all. "Is Han Han home?" As Xiaoan heard Henin's name, her smile blossomed even brighter. Her belly had grown significantly, making it difficult for her to navigate the rugged terrain outside, so I did not allow her to venture out. Qingyo nodded in agreement, suggesting that he stay behind to prepare some food and dishes to bring back for Henin once they were ready. However, Xiaoan shook her head in refusal, explaining that Henin had already eaten. She needed to excavate another cave for raising the horns beasts. "Sister-in-law, Qingyo, you both eat. I must take my leave." Before Qingyo could respond, Xiaoning had already dashed away, turning to glance at Yundua. "I had only spent a little over 10 days in the cave. Yet so much had changed. Was the last cave I dug no longer sufficient for the horned beasts?" Yundua nodded, having just inspected it and being most familiar with the situation. In recent days, they had either been bringing back large white fruits or capturing horned beasts. The pit was now overflowing. Since Henin was with child, Xiaoan had not gone out, leaving the task of digging pits at home to him. At this moment, every male in the tribe was quite busy. Those who weren't training were certainly not idle. Yundua had not experienced this kind of busyness in the West, nor had she felt it since arriving at the Jukinglang tribe. Her greatest impression was of the solidarity among the males and their kindness towards the females. Since Qingyo's arrival, another feeling had emerged. The males and females of this mountain had long been busy without respite. Now, the entire tribe seemed unable to find a moment's peace. A smile crept onto Qingyo's face, reminiscent of homes where the men were busy working, leaving the women with nothing to do. Yet, thinking of Fengye's departure, she could not muster laughter. Qingyo slapped her forehead. Upon reflection, it could not be deemed idleness. The external environment, coupled with the presence of formidable beasts, afforded them no opportunity to venture out alone. They could only tidy up the home, albeit with differing focuses. Complementarity. Is Xiaoning off to dig for large white fruits? Indeed, he returns every noon, Yundua replied, gazing at the sun, which had just reached its zenith. He will be back shortly. At this, she increased the fire on the stove, hoping to hasten the cooking process. When Xiaoning returned, there would still be some for him to drink. Knowing Xiaoning had a hearty appetite, she added some rice and increased the water accordingly. Her flowing, cheerful movements made Qingyo feel somewhat superfluous. However, with tasks at hand, she stayed, washing the meat and cutting it into small pieces. She also rummaged through the wild vegetables, soaking them in water to stir-fry alongside the meat later. She longed to venture out for fresh wild vegetables, as they tasted better when freshly stir-fried. Initially, Yundua had been disdainful of these wild vegetables, but soon she couldn't stop herself, having stripped the nearby area bare. With the preparations in place, they waited for the meal to finish cooking before stir-frying. Rice could be eaten cold, yet meat was best enjoyed warm. When Xiaoning returned, the rice in the pot had thickened considerably, and she ladled it into bowls to cool. Qingyo was busy stir-frying meat in a small stone pot when she spotted him and exclaimed, "You're right on time. If you had delayed any longer, We would have started eating without you. You returned just in time. Let us see how well rice pairs with stir-fried meat, she added. Xiaoning nodded, crouching beside Qingyo along with Yundua to watch her cook. I'll have just a bit before I leave. The males in the tribe are all busy digging for large white fruits. I want to gather as much as possible while there is still plenty. Chapter 114. What is the reversal of cause and effect? Qingyo suddenly lifted her head, perplexed. This shouldn't be the case. Yundua had taken her to see the expanse where large white fruits grew, which stretched from one mountain to another. With such a vast area, could they truly fear it being exhausted? Xiaoning chuckled, explaining that after the chieftain had conveyed this matter, the males in the tribe had placed great emphasis on capturing horned beasts. Previously, the most abundant prey had been horned beasts, yet now none could be seen. They had all been caught. Raising so many required a considerable amount of large white fruits. And each male who captured a horned beast knew that it thrived on this food, leading them to dig even at night. Xiaoning found nothing strange in this. The Jukinglang tribe was a large one, with a male-to-female ratio among the highest in the north. One could easily imagine that if everyone focused on digging for that fruit, it wouldn't be long before it was completely exhausted. Qingyo swallowed hard, uncertain of how to respond, as she knew nothing of the tribe's capabilities. Xiaoning observed the dazed expressions on Yundua and Qingyo, his gaze softening. The area where the large white fruits grew was relatively close to us, while the more distant males had already ventured outside the tribe in search of them. How much do we still need to dig? Qingyo inquired. We can always capture horned beasts. Certainly, more large white fruits will be required. Yundua was equally invested in this matter, as it pertained to their continued access to fresh meat. She was quite concerned. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to check so early in the morning. This is hard to say. Unless the males are hunting for their mates, they wouldn't bother with such small creatures. So, whether these will breed during the cold season is also uncertain. We should prepare more. These fruits do not spoil easily. Xiaoning hastily drank a few mouthfuls of porridge before heading out with Xiuqing. Whoever found the large white fruits would claim them. Time was of the essence. Qingyo and Yundua listened to Xiaoning's words, hardly touching their meals. Once he left, they began to eat a dish each. Qingyo had grown accustomed to this manner of eating, relishing each bite. Initially, Yundua did not find it remarkable, but the more she ate, the more delicious it became. The difference from their usual diet of roasted meat was quite significant. They found themselves unable to stop, consuming several bowls in succession. Disdainfully glancing at Qingyo, Yundua remarked, I wonder how it's been so long, yet you still eat so little? Qingyo protested, I do not. She had certainly improved since her arrival. The wooden bowls crafted here were not the small ones of today, but were similar in size to soup bowls, capable of holding a substantial amount. Yet, she had to admit that her appetite could not compare to Yundua's. She had managed to eat one large bowl with the vegetables while Yundua had already polished off 3. Perhaps the lack of activity in recent days had diminished her appetite. So, after we finish eating, we should rest a while before we begin working, Yundua said, her expression perplexed. What work is there to do now? Qingyo pointed out that she had nearly completed the task of preparing the skins and laying them on the heated bed. There was little left to do. Observing Yundua pick up another bowl to drink again, Qingyo realized she hadn't taken the matter to heart. What did I say the first time you took me to see the large white fruits? Do you remember? Yundua looked up, bewildered. Huh, let me think. You said we should cut them into strips and dry them. But now the large white fruits were meant for the horned beasts. What would they eat if they consumed them? The beasts certainly ate far more than they did. Qingyo's eyes widened in surprise. What kind of logic was this? It seemed somewhat reasonable, yet upon deeper reflection, raising an animal while being unwilling to spare even the large white fruits was absurd. We raise horned beasts to eat. We must not reverse cause and effect. What does reversal of cause and effect mean? Before she could finish, Yundua interrupted with her question. It means prioritizing our needs. We must resolve our survival issues before addressing those of the horned beasts. Qingyo continued, we raise them for the purpose of enjoying fresh meat. Caring for them is to enhance our lives, so we must first address our own needs. Males do not favor these foods. They need not worry about their appetites. Yundua transitioned from confusion to understanding, realizing, indeed, I was only thinking about saving those large white fruits for the horned beasts. Having reached an agreement on this matter, the two of them, after finishing their meal, fetched 2 large bone knives. The large white fruits were simply too enormous to be cut without them. Upon arriving at the storage area for the large white fruits, Qingyo and Yundua exchanged glances, realizing they had greatly overestimated their capabilities. This object is indeed colossal. Neither of the two could lift it. While Yundua had grown accustomed to the sight of the Dabegwo, it failed to elicit much reaction. However, the Qingyu was different. She had previously seen it, but never in its entirety, nor with the same overwhelming visual impact as now. Such a massive item was something she had only encountered in fantastical television dramas. Instead of attempting to lift it, they decided to push the Debagwo that had fallen to the edge of the cave outwards, allowing it to roll out. Once on level ground, they used a bamboo tube to clean it, as it was covered in dirt, making it difficult to cut and unappetizing to consume in its unwashed state. Fortunately, after raising the horned beast, they had managed to divert water over. Otherwise, with their limited strength, it would have been a challenge to clean it thoroughly. As Chinyu washed away the dirt, she engaged in conversation with Yunduo, who expressed her agreement, recalling how they used to bring back only one or two from home. The task of cleaning was primarily undertaken by Xioning, who had not anticipated how laborious it would be. Given the circumstances, it seemed they would not be able to process much today. They would take whatever they could manage. Their objective was to gather enough to last through the windy season and the cold wave. Chinyu was particularly curious to see if the dried Debagwo would resemble dried radish. Suitable for stir-frying with meat, dried radish was quite delectable, and if the Debagwo could not be prepared in that manner, they could always serve it cold. As it was safe to eat raw, after cleaning, Chinyu found some large leaves nearby and laid them on the ground, intending to place the cut pieces on them to dry. She had used this method before when drying fruits, and now it felt second nature. The Debagwo was approximately 3 to 4 times the size of her family's water bucket, wielding her bone knife. She struck down, but only managed to cut through half of it. This was her utmost effort, and she found herself staring at the knife embedded within it in silence. Yunduo, beside her, could not help but mock her mercilessly, and after her laughter subsided, she too struck the Debagwo with her knife, achieving a similar result. Yunduo could no longer find humor in the situation. Turning to Chinyu, her gaze clearly conveyed, "I thought you were formidable, yet this is all you can do?" Undeterred, Chinyu resolved to try again, refusing to believe she could not sever it today. Thus began yet another day devoid of self-awareness. The mornings and evenings were refreshingly cool, yet the midday sun and wind were quite intense. Chinyu and Yunduo sliced the Debagwo into smaller pieces, which could be dried and stored for 2 or 3 days. Chinyu also informed Sheng, encouraging any male or female in the tribe with time to dry some for a change of flavor during the cold wave. As the Debagwo dried, rain began to fall, prompting Chinyu to weave bedding within the cave. She had previously crafted a few sets, but only 4 in total. During the hot season, a day of washing would suffice for drying. However, she feared that the cold wave might freeze these items after washing. So she opted to make more, concerned that there would be none left for washing later. Thankfully, Fengye had heeded her requests, returning with ample thick threads and white spherical balls, ensuring she had enough material to create many items. Initially, when Fengye had mentioned impending rain, she had not taken it seriously, as rain was a common occurrence. Yet, this rain persisted for half a month, sometimes pouring for an entire day, other times for 2 days with breaks in between, causing the cave to become damp. She spent her days crafting within the cave, occasionally stoking a fire to keep the interior dry. At first, such a routine felt unremarkable, but over time, it began to feel somewhat tedious. Observing the skies clear, she promptly sought out Yunduo. The paths outside were exceedingly moist, and she tread cautiously in her animal skin shoes. Despite her careful steps, she nonetheless slipped, her heart racing in alarm. Rising, she patted her chest, realizing that had she been less quick-witted, she might have fallen flat on her back. Looking down at her handmade shoes, both inside and out, they were caked in mud. With each step, her feet threatened to slide forward, exposing her toes. To avoid further slips, she deliberately chose to walk on the grassy parts, reasoning they would be less slippery than the mud. Unfortunately, her assumption proved erroneous. Whether due to her shoes or the grass, her foot slipped just as easily as it had on the mud. Deciding to remove her shoes, she carried them as she leisurely made her way back to their cave. Halfway through, she noticed other footprints on the ground and quickened her pace, spotting a figure ahead with a white umbrella. What was someone doing with an umbrella on a dry day? Stopping abruptly, she realized umbrellas were out of place here. The silhouette did not resemble Yunduo or Xioning, but bore a resemblance to Sheng. Tentatively, she called out, "Sheng?" Upon hearing her voice, Ashing struggled to turn around, cradling the white stalk and laughing at Chinyu's comical, sliding approach. "Are you looking for Yunduo?" Chinyu, recognizing Sheng's voice, quickened her steps, causing Sheng to feel a sudden pang of concern. "Slow down. I'll wait for you here." Currently, Fengye and Chinyu were the most favored individuals in the tribe. Fengye had constructed a fire pit, and Chinyu had informed everyone that fruits and wild vegetables could be dried for sustenance during the cold wave. earning their gratitude. A Sheng now regarded Qingyu with admiration, finding her both beautiful and charming. Aware that her current gait was somewhat awkward, Qingyu could not entirely blame herself. After all, she had not traversed such muddy paths in a long time. Since arriving, rain had been infrequent, and while the roads were bumpy, they were not slippery, unlike the present scenario. As she approached, she realized that what a Sheng had been holding was not an umbrella at all, but rather a gigantic mushroom. The mushroom's cap had cracked from prolonged movement, shedding strands as it went. Nonetheless, this did not diminish her joy. It was a mushroom. Mushroom soup, sautéed mushrooms, roasted mushrooms, so many culinary possibilities. Staring intently at the large mushroom atop a Sheng's head, she blurted out, "A Sheng, what is this mushroom called? Is it edible?" Although she had an inkling of the answer, she felt compelled to ask, as it was crucial to ascertain the edibility of such a substance. Of course it's edible. It's called Baigangan. This mushroom only appears after rains. I found many of them with the other females in the tribe. I'm heading to find Xiaoning, so he can eat some too. It's very nourishing and beneficial for his health. Upon hearing that it was edible, Qingyu felt a surge of excitement, until she learned it was referred to as Baigangan. There was a saying that went, Baigangan with red umbrella, eat it and lie flat. Uncertain of how to react, she looked at a Sheng, wondering if it would taste good once cooked. She was reluctant to harbor doubts. Yet the name itself made skepticism hard to avoid. She did not wish to risk poisoning or encountering misfortune. After all, medical knowledge here paled in comparison to the modern world, and one misstep could lead to dire consequences. Fearful of mortality, she deemed caution the better part of valor. A Sheng, misconstruing Qingyu's expression as disbelief in the mushroom's taste, quickly reassured her of its benefits. This mushroom is far tastier than those wild herbs. It can be roasted or made into soup. The matriarch has stated that it is good for the body. Laboriously lifting the Baigangan high, a Sheng revealed her face, slightly contorted from holding the large mushroom for too long. This is for Yunduo. You should eat it with her at noon. This one TB enough for Xiaoning. You should go find more and eat his fill before returning. One at a time, Qingyu swallowed hard, marveling at the male's robust constitution. They could consume anything raw. Thank you, a Sheng. I'll make sure to eat a bit more. The mushroom was exceedingly heavy, and a Sheng struggled to hold it. Qingyu stepped forward, offering, "Let me help you carry it." Shuashen turned around, briskly holding the mushrooms, exclaiming, "I'll manage this. It's rather heavy. I shall take it back first. Qingyu, you can come over at your own pace." Initially, she intended to walk slowly, but upon seeing Qingyu coming to assist, her pace quickened. She walked with a slight limp, concerned that if she carried the white pole alongside her, she might trip and fall. Qingyu immediately understood, feeling a twinge of disdain for herself. It was yet another day of lacking self-awareness. Carrying her shoes, she followed along, navigating uneven ground. Eagerly, she found herself intrigued by the mushrooms. Upon her arrival in the beast world, her first encounters were with fruits, leading her to make dried fruits while they were abundant. However, mushrooms were a rarity in her experience. Alone, she dared not venture into the thicket, fearing snakes, and the dense, shadowy forest filled her with trepidation. In her quest for survival, she avoided unnecessary risks, leaving many things beyond her reach. Chapter 116. What joy! Now that the mushrooms lay before her, she was determined to take them home. By the time she reached Yundui's cave, Shuaseng had already torn the mushrooms into pieces and threaded them onto branches, planning to roast them. Qingyu grimaced. These lacked oil and would surely burn if roasted dry. While burning was one concern, the prospect of undercooked mushrooms was far worse. Having seen too many cases of mushroom poisoning, she approached with caution. She hurried over to pull Shuaseng aside, saying, "You've walked quite a distance and must be tired. Please rest for a moment. Yundua and I will take care of this." Shuaseng was momentarily taken aback, then her face lit up with joy. Qingyu's words were indeed melodious and comforting. "All right, you two, I will tidy up the cave." She intended to send Xiaoning to fetch some white poles to eat, but he was busy and not at home, so she could only ask Yundua to relay the message. Seeing the cave in disarray, she thought to organize it. Yundua felt that her mother was truly wonderful. As long as she didn't constantly nag, she could do as she pleased without further demands. While Shuashen busied herself with other tasks, Qingyu asked Yundua to retrieve some oil. Together, they cleaned the large and small pots. The larger pot was to be used for mushroom soup, while the smaller one was for sautéing mushrooms. Once oil was added to the stone pot and heated, the mushrooms were tossed in, causing the oil to erupt with bubbling splashes. Yundua instinctively stepped back, warning Qingyu, "Stand back. This will splatter and hurt if it gets on your skin." This was precisely why she disliked cooking. it could genuinely burn. She had learned quite a bit from Qingyo, and before grilling meat, she now ensured to wash the ingredients thoroughly. However, this was suitable for roasting but not for frying, as demonstrated in this instance. The mushrooms were wet, resulting in the sizzling. After a while, it would settle down. Qingyo took a small step back, waiting for the oil to settle before moving forward to stir. While she was not adept at roasting meat, she excelled at frying. Her grandmother had long taught her the art of cooking, making it a trivial matter for her. After a few more stirs, the enticing aroma wafted through the air. Qingyo had consumed many mushrooms before, yet none had possessed such a rich fragrance. Initially cautious of burning herself, Yundwa stood at a distance. But as the delightful scent enveloped her, she craned her neck to peer inside. Even Xiaosha, who was tidying up, approached, remarking, "We used to roast them directly or toss them in water to boil. I never imagined this method would be so much more fragrant." Xiaoshan spoke while sniffing appreciatively, and Yundwa nodded in agreement, the aroma indeed promising a delicious meal. Just as she reached for her chopsticks, Qingyo nearly swatted her away, exclaiming, "Are you trying to eat it now? Have you no regard for safety? This needs to be cooked longer. Wait a moment to avoid poisoning." Observing their behavior, she recalled that when they had eaten before, they hadn't roasted for very long, suggesting the risk of poisoning was low. Yet, she couldn't shake off her apprehensions and insisted on cooking them longer. Noticing Yundwa lingering, Qingyo felt her mouth twitch in irritation. Meeting her eager gaze, she resolutely refused. "No, I will eat the white poles roasted as they are. Do you think roasting is safe while frying is dangerous?" Regardless of what she said, Qingyo remained unmoved. "I don't care. If you want to eat my sautéed mushrooms, you must wait the appropriate time." Since learning that Yundwa had been unable to conceive due to issues with her son, Xiaoshan had become more relaxed, her mindset now balanced. She contentedly listened to their playful banter. The sautéing process required few seasonings, resulting in a singular flavor. Yet these mushrooms were genuinely fresh. After a long period without mushrooms, Qingyo eagerly dug in, believing her actions were bold, only to find Xiaoshan and Yundwa simply holding their bowls and eating. Once they had their fill, Xiaoshan stood up satisfied, planning to inquire about Xiaoning's health with the matriarch. After explaining her intentions, Qingyo and Yundwa exchanged secretive glances. Yundwa felt a twinge of guilt, lowering her head in silence. Qingyo, however, saw no issue, suggesting that these mushrooms could be taken home for drying, cautioning that if they molded, they would be inedible. She asked Xiaoshan to convey this to her mother, saving herself another trip. Once Xiaoshan departed, Yunwa perked up, exclaiming, "These are delicious. Let's go gather more for drying." Her habits began to align with Qingyo's. Anything edible was worth bringing back to dry. Even without Yunwa's encouragement, Qingyo would have voiced similar sentiments. Mushrooms were seasonal, and once gone, they would not return. Xiaoshan had mentioned where to find them, and they could simply go gather them, carrying the vine bags. They would collect and store them together, waiting for Xiaoning and the others to carry them back. Upon hearing this, Yundwa began rummaging for the vine bags at home. Although the cave had been tidied up by her mother, the items were no longer in their designated spots. Despite the chaos, she knew where everything was stored. This year's cave held a considerable amount of belongings, but now the location of the vine bags was unknown. After a thorough search, the cave became disheveled again. Qingyo initially helped, but as she observed Yunwa's haphazard searching, she edged closer to the cave entrance, fearing that something might come flying and strike her. Who rummages through things and carelessly tosses them aside. The days ahead promised much joy, with safety assured and an abundance of provisions stored in the cave. She finally experienced the joy of foraging mushrooms, her heart soaring upon sighting the tender, white mushrooms. Thankfully, she retained her sense of reason, recognizing that she only knew this particular variety of mushroom was safe to eat and would only gather that. Only when Yundwa mentioned other edible mushrooms would she consider foraging for them. Dried wood ear mushrooms and shiitake mushrooms were typically dried whole. But these mushrooms were too large to dry intact, as they risked mold and moisture. Thus, upon gathering mushrooms, she would tie a sturdy thread in a sunny spot, tearing the mushrooms into appropriate sizes for drying. Every day, she would slide on the ground a few times, yet her enthusiasm remained undeterred. Exhausted during the day, she naturally slept soundly at night, even dreaming of foraging for mushrooms. One patch after another, the mushrooms were endless. What joy! At the training ground, Fengyak coldly observed the male participants learning combat techniques. As for hunting skills, he suggested that they could learn those afterward. Otherwise, the prey they caught might be snatched away. Watching them exhaust their stamina, Fengye stated in a calm tone, "That will be all for today. Rest for the night. We will commence the competition tomorrow. You all know the consequences of losing." A group of towering wolves, too fatigued to shift back to human form, lay sprawled on the ground, weakly howling. Some lay belly up, exuding a carefree demeanor that made Fengye grit his teeth in frustration. Approaching the male, lying on his back, I delivered a swift kick. The kicked male quickly flipped over, sprang to his feet, and shook his head in bewilderment, questioning the sudden assault. With an uneasy glance from Yigo, he craned his neck and howled, "Hey, Yigo, why did you kick me?" Chapter 117. "Qing, you need not suffer alongside me." The other males, frightened, hastily rose to their feet, fearing they might be next. Their brothers, having trained under Yigo, had often spoken of his harshness. The memory lingered in their minds. They understood that as long as they obeyed and did not cause trouble, they would avoid being punished. Otherwise, they would be carried back home. As males of the Zhu Qing Lang tribe, had they forgotten even the most basic vigilance? The abdomen is our most vulnerable area. A single claw from an enemy could easily pierce it, yet here they lay in comfort. The kicked male lowered his head, contemplating the absence of danger, but fearing retribution, opted to remain quietly on the ground. Seeing their compliance, Fengye refrained from further admonishment. They were utterly fatigued and wished to rest. Once they regained their strength, they would seek a place to sleep. Turning towards the temporary cave, he heard the sound of claws digging into the mountain before even approaching. Spotting a location, he focused his gaze, confirming the identity of the excavator, and quickened his pace. As he drew closer, the cries of cubs echoed from another cave, their high-pitched wails easily distinguishable. Leaning against a large tree, Fengye silently observed Li Qi. He had initially wondered why a cave needed to be excavated, only to discover that he had brought his mate and cubs with him. What kind of place was this suitable for bringing a mate and cubs? He had already been driven mad by Qing Yu's incessant thoughts. Now, with Li Qi's mate residing next door, his irritation intensified. Upon Fengye's return, Li Qi had noticed him, yet waited in vain for him to ascend. Turning to see Fengye leaning against the tree with an inscrutable expression, it seemed as if there was a deep-seated grudge between them. What was with that look? What are you staring at? Are you abandoning your possessions? Taking a deep breath, Fengye strode over to a conspicuous bamboo tube beside where they had placed their items. Lifting the lid, he discovered it was filled with salt. Was this all there was? Li Qi, displeased, turned away, exclaiming, "What do you mean, just this little bit?" The males of the Hai Zhu tribe had no fondness for animal hides or fruits. It had taken considerable effort to trade for this amount. "Do you want it? If not, leave it for me." Fengye did not intend to complain. He simply found the quantity of salt insufficient. The males and females within the tribe had grown accustomed to the taste of water, salt, and fruits, rarely exchanging for salt. He understood that trading for salt was no easy task. He did not anticipate it to be this difficult to obtain so little. Li Qi felt that since Fengye had found a mate, he had become increasingly taciturn. Previously, he would engage him in conversation, but now he remained silent. We all consume water, salt, and fruit. Why the sudden desire to trade for salt? Recently, he had mentioned that he would soon be training the newly matured males and requested Li Qi's assistance in acquiring some salt. The salt had been procured. It remained a mystery what it would be used for. Fengye raised an eyebrow, stating to eat. Li Qi was puzzled. Did he not know it was for consumption? He was uncertain whether he was asking a trivial question or if Fengye was merely speaking nonsense. Fengye had no intention of indulging his curiosity. The reason for acquiring salt was simply because Qing Yu desired it. After trading for rice, Qing Yu had expressed a wish for cured meat to prepare braised rice. He vividly recalled the expression on his mate's face, filled with longing. Later, she mentioned that making cured meat required a significant amount of salt, but the conditions were not conducive, and she had not brought it up again. Seizing a moment of leisure, he sought out Li Qi, requesting his assistance in procuring some. He wondered if this meager amount would suffice to prepare the desired cured meat. Though scant, he knew that Qing Yu would undoubtedly be pleased, and the thought made him unable to suppress a smile. Glancing at Li Qi's inscrutable expression, he quickly composed himself. "Why did you bring Zibai and the cubs here?" Li Qi cast a glance toward his mate's cave, feeling entirely at ease. "I'm not a newly matured male. I'm not bound by many rules. Besides, having been away for so long, Zibai would surely miss me. So I brought her along. When I return, I can see her immediately, alleviating my fatigue." Fengye retorted, "Why didn't you bring Qing Yu along? When she came to visit us, she barely spoke before leaving, and now you can endure being apart for so long." Initially displeased at seeing their family together, Feng Ye's irritation only grew as he questioned Li Qi. Taking a deep breath, he finally replied, Qing Yu is safe at home, able to pursue her desires. If she becomes bored, she can seek out Yin Duo for conversation. There is no need for her to accompany me and suffer. The incessant rain had rendered the cave damp, and the path outside treacherous. Being here was far more arduous than remaining at home. Li Qi, now agitated, retorted, What do you mean it's suffering to be here? Hasn't it always been this way? My mate does not suffer when she is with me. I brought plenty of supplies. With that, he produced the white spherical objects and animal hides he had brought, asserting that as long as he had prepared enough, Zibai would not suffer. Hearing their exchange, Zibai emerged from the cave, unsure whether to feel happy or otherwise upon hearing her mate's words. Li Qi made no mention of their cubs. After greeting Feng Yi, she took the items from her mate and laid them in a newly excavated cave. Feng Yi felt that since acquiring a mate had softened him. He made a rare, generous offer. You can stay in my previous cave. This one is newly dug and rather damp. Li Qi showed no reluctance, promptly taking the items meant for the ground and relocating them to another cave. Feng Yi, good brother, if you ever need more salt, I'll go trade for it again. Feng Yi felt a headache coming on, pressing his fingers to his temples, as he had experienced an excess of silence today. He pondered about Qing Yu back home, curious about what she was doing. When he left, the reluctant look in her eyes had compelled him to ask if she wanted to come along. However, he regretted asking, fearing he could not care for her properly. They trained not only during the day, but would also continue through the night. The eyes of the Zhu Qinglang allowed them to see in the dark, providing them with an advantage in hunting and fighting. They could not afford to waste such a gift, so they remained active at night. Otherwise, they would not have left the tribe for training. Without Qing Yu's presence, he could return at any time, ensuring he would not go long without seeing her. Although Qing Yu was reluctant to part with him, she ultimately declined, expressing concern that she might become distracted. Thinking of her, Feng Yi could not help but smile. Yet the two cubs at his feet swiftly brought him back to reality. These two were the offspring of Li Qi and Zibai, now eagerly climbing up his legs. Holding one cub in each hand, he threatened playfully, Look at your claws. If you scratch my legs, beware that I might just take your claws away. Chapter 118. Sleep eluded him. He simply could not rest. The mere month-old cubs he held began to wail, causing Feng Yi to furrow his brow. They certainly had loud voices. He neither disliked the cubs, nor was particularly fond of them. Feng Ming was the only one he had watched grow up, finding it amusing to tease him at times, yet at other moments he was simply vexed. It seems you are quite fond of cubs. Tonight, you shall sleep beside me. After Li Qi had tidied the cave, he emerged to find Feng Yi holding the wailing cubs, seemingly oblivious, and had already arranged their accommodations. Tonight, he could hold his mate and enjoy a good night's sleep. Feng Yi felt as though he had been dreaming since last night and had yet to awaken. It was a bright day, and he could not afford to be lost in dreams. He had entrusted his tasks to several younger brothers. Yet now one had come seeking to assign work to him. Zibai emerged from within, delivering a sharp smack to her partner, the sound echoing in the air, prompting Feng Ye to raise an eyebrow. Quite a resounding slap. As a father, how could you remain so jovial while your cubs are in stress? After delivering another slap, Zibai's actions left 2 red marks on Liquia's shoulder. Ouch, be gentle. If you hurt me, I won't eat, and you'll have to feed me. Zibai dismissed him with indifference, taking the 2 cubs from Feng Ye's hands, soothing them softly while stroking their fur until they quieted down. Feng Ye frowned, casting a perplexed glance at Liqui. It was as if he was meeting him for the first time. How could he utter such words? Feng Ming had never sounded so weak even when distressed. Liqui had often participated in their previous antics, yet after finding a partner and having cubs, their encounters had diminished. He never expected Liqui to transform in this manner. With uncertainty, he stole a couple of glances, noticing Liquia's pitiful expression, which was too much to bear, so he turned to leave. As Zibai stepped out with her belongings, she called Feng Ye back. This is the hide I made for Qingyo. Many females appreciate this color. Zibai had never met Qingyo, but had heard her partner express curiosity, to which Feng Ye had merely remarked on its beauty. She was unaware of just how lovely it was. The last time Feng Ye brought back a Zhongligua, he had glanced at this hide several times, prompting her to craft it for Qingyo. Feng Ye examined the hide, finding the white fur pleasing to both the eye and touch. He nodded, indicating that he would deliver it to Qingyo. He believed this pristine white hide paled in comparison to the one he had crafted, a multicolored hide that he had genuinely produced. His partner gazed at it for an extended period, clearly enamored, yet unable to articulate a single word. Holding the hide, he turned to leave, having not seen Qingyo for quite some time. At that moment, he wished to avoid witnessing their affectionate interactions, which would only amplify his feelings of loneliness. Residing outside, he had little concern for comfort, as the cave was merely lined with straw. Lequi, showing some compassion, had placed the straw in the cave he had recently excavated, allowing him to sleep directly upon it. He reclined casually, eyes closed, lost in thought. The training grounds for young males differed significantly from those for more seasoned males. Upon returning, Feng Yin and Feng Ming discovered that Lequi and his companions had occupied their cave. Zibai, when did you all arrive? Feng Ming asked, astonished. Lequi, you are quite fortunate. You get to train while having Zibai by your side. Much smarter than my brother, who leaves without his mate and lies awake at night, unable to sleep. Lequi shot him a meaningful glance while feeding the cubs. Zibai, familiar with them and aware of Feng Ming's nature, kindly cautioned, it matters not when we arrived. But your elder brother has returned. Be cautious of his wrath. Upon hearing this, Feng Ming promptly closed his mouth and began to glance around furtively. Although they were not training under their elder brother, he wondered if his brother had been informed. He had been severely beaten inside, sporting bruises of various colors. With no unscathed areas left, Feng Yin ignored his less-than-bright brother, entering the cave to gently touch the two cubs, mimicking Lequi's nurturing manner while exhibiting a tender expression. He held a fondness for the cubs, finding them obedient and adorable as he petted them. Within the cave, Feng Ye caressed the white fur, reminiscent of stroking his partner's hair. Reflecting on Zibai's 2 slaps to Lequi, he couldn't help but think how gentle Qingyo was in comparison. Aside from mating, she rarely struck him. He envisioned his partner's obedient face and the expression of reluctance when he departed, perhaps secretly shedding tears at home in his absence. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Feng Ye found it increasingly difficult to remain composed, taking several deep breaths to calm himself. Soon, once the males concluded this training session, Xiaoning would arrive. Most of the necessary teachings had been imparted. Xiaoning merely needed to follow his instructions while he occasionally checked in, ensuring the same outcome. He longed to return home, embrace Qingyo, and engage in activities they both cherished. Despite reassuring himself, lying on the straw, his thoughts were consumed by the image of Qingyo beneath him, looking delicate. Sleep eluded him entirely. At that moment, he heard Feng Ming's voice and sat up abruptly. Outside, Feng Ming was cautiously peering in, when he observed his elder brother, who had been lying peacefully, suddenly sit up, his gaze filled with an unspoken feeling. A chill rushed to his head, compelling him to flee. Come back, Feng Ye called out unexpectedly. After training for so long, I must assess your progress to ensure you aren't slacking off, lest you be punished later. The previous grievances had yet to be settled. He had initially intended to ignore him, but Feng Ming's timing was unfortunate. Feng Ming had barely taken a few steps when he was torn between fleeing and staying. If he ran, the punishment would be even harsher later on. However, remaining would lead to misery today. Gazing at his injuries, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Under his elder brother's piercing gaze, he stammered, Elder brother, perhaps we should postpone this. Look at these marks on my body. If you strike me again tonight, I may not be able to rise tomorrow. His life was precious too. Had he known his brother had returned, he would have kept his mouth shut. Elder brother, elder brother. Feng Ming's voice shifted from fear to despair as he realized that his brother was not joking, compelling him to transform into beast form and flee. Yet, he could not outrun him, tumbling to the ground in the process. Feng Ming felt bitter. Typically, apologies held no weight in such moments. Lequi emerged from the cave to witness the spectacle, expressing admiration for Feng Ming. Despite knowing he could not win, he still talked a great deal. Now, he found himself pinned to the ground, being roughly handled. Lequi remarked that Feng Ye had shown restraint. Had it been other males, they would have been beaten into submission long ago. Fortunately, Feng Yin had brought plenty of herbs when he exited, ensuring he would be lively again by morning. He had endured the previous beatings today, and he hoped he would learn from this experience. Feng Yin believed that a single beating might not last a year, but could certainly instill caution for 10 days or so. While Feng Ye and Feng Ming engaged in a fierce struggle below, the 3 observers above shared laughter and conversation. The 2 little cubs watched intently, occasionally letting out cries. Feng Ming, helplessly pinned to the ground, called out pitifully for help, but no one paid him heed. Exhausted, he ceased resistance and transformed into human form. Lying on the ground, he could hardly believe he had fallen to such a state. Surely, his elder brother would not hit him again. In truth, he was not mistaken. Upon seeing Feng Ming unable to lift a hand, Feng Ye finally halted. Observing the injuries on Feng Ming's body, a smile flickered in his eyes. Although Feng Ming was often foolish, he had not been negligent in his fighting skills, showing improvement from before. In Feng Ye's mind, a male's words could be clever and incite trouble, but they must be backed by sufficient strength. Otherwise, it was merely a jest. Given Feng Ming's temperament, neglecting his training could lead to dire consequences should he leave the tribe, perhaps even resulting in a beating due to his reckless words. Get up. Lying on the ground, Feng Ming felt every bone ache, yet he struggled to sit up. He feared his elder brother's lengthy lectures, but dreaded even more the short, terse commands devoid of inflection. Disobedience in such moments would only lead to punishment. Brother, could you carry me up? He no longer dared to call him elder brother, feeling that even uttering another word required immense effort. Feng Yi cast a fleeting glance at him, crouched down, and with one hand gripping his abdomen, hoisted him towards the cave. Feng Ming, already weak and feeble, found himself unable to resist this manner of being lifted. Despite his height, as his elder brother clutched his midsection, he was suspended with his head and feet directed downwards. While his head did not touch the ground, his feet were dragged along, exacerbating his injuries. Feng Ming attempted to protest several times, but no sound escaped his lips. His heart was heavy with bitterness. This was not how an elder brother should carry a sister-in-law. Yet here he was, being dragged along like a wounded brother. Feng Yi deposited Feng Ming in a corner of the cave, finding a comfortable spot for him to lie down. With a sigh of relief, he felt considerably better. The sound of rustling nearby caused Feng Yi to open his eyes once more. If you're injured, refrain from moving about. Otherwise, tomorrow will be even more painful, he stated calmly, as though Feng Ming's wounds were not inflicted by him. This remark incensed Feng Ming, who was still grimacing in pain. He muttered softly, "Are you truly my elder brother, who strikes their younger sibling with such severity?" The more he spoke, the more aggrieved he felt. No other younger brother had it as hard as he did. Feng Yi, having just heard that tone reminiscent of Li Qi, now found Feng Ming's voice increasingly akin to that of Li Qi's mannerisms. He struggled to articulate his feelings, sensing a shift away from a masculine demeanor towards something more feminine. Alarmed, he sat upright, staring intently at Feng Ming. "Brother, I was wrong. I should not have spoken like that. You only hit me because you care," Feng Ming whispered, recognizing that now was not the time to confront his elder brother head-on. The consequences would be dire for him. This was wisdom imparted by his second brother, teaching him the importance of admitting fault. Feng Yi said, "Bro, follow it deeper." Growing increasingly displeased with Feng Ming's demeanor. Males might engage in fights, sustaining wounds and bleeding, but they should not weep at the slightest provocation. In their family, only he and Feng Chuan were such cowards. "Remember this, for every time you cry, I will hit you," Feng Yi warned coldly, irritated by Feng Ming's tone reminiscent of Li Qi's. The very thought of Feng Ming weeping at the slightest trigger was intolerable to him. Feng Ming, even in his admission of fault, faced reprimand. He resolved to distance himself from his elder brother, his entire body aching and gasping for breath, unable to utter a sound. Even grimacing was a struggle. If he grimaced, it would be misconstrued as a sign of wanting to cry. Who did he think he was fooling? As for being labeled a coward alongside Feng Chuan, he instinctively brushed aside that notion. He and Feng Chuan had grown up under the duress of beatings. How could they not be timid in front of others? Casting a resentful glance at his elder brother, he remained silent. Any word spoken now would be misconstrued. However, Feng Yi felt a chill run down his spine from that glance. Provoking other males could lead to physical confrontation. This young one was angry, and a mere glare was insufficient. As Feng Yi prepared to lift him again, Feng Ming summoned all his strength to shout outside, "Second brother, eldest brother has gone mad. Even in my injured state, he still wants to hit me." Feng Yin, clutching medicinal herbs, entered the cave and was ready to throw a punch at his elder brother upon seeing him, but quickly intervened. "Stop hitting him. Let him rest for the night. He still needs to train tomorrow and face more punishment." Feng Ming realized that his pitiful state was likely due to something his elder brother had said. It appeared that his second brother was an accomplice as well. Neither his elder nor second brother was trustworthy. Once he returned home, he would seek out the elder to intervene on his behalf. Only then did Feng Yi retract his hand, while Feng Yin crushed the herbs and carelessly applied them to Feng Ming's wounds. The brothers were enduring a tumultuous existence, while Qing Yu thrived within the cave. She was either foraging for mushrooms or drying them, never at rest. When Feng Zhou and Feng Yang came to find her, they were met with a scene outside the cave that left them speechless. The places capable of being tied with string were filled, all adorned with white stalks drying in the sun. Even the cut branches were not spared. forming an entire patch of drying produce. Feng Zhou suspected that Feng Yi had been starving Qin Yu, as there was no other explanation for such an abundant harvest. Other females in the tribe would also go to gather white stalks for drying, but they would only collect as much as needed, unlike Qin Yu, who seemed eager to gather more each night. Feng Yang, however, held a different perspective, believing that the ample drying was meant for their elder brother. Sister-in-law, eldest brother does not enjoy this. There is no need to dry so much. The training ground also yields white stalks. If he desires them, he will fetch them himself. Qin Yu, hearing their conversation, did not even glance back, continuing to tear mushrooms to lay out for drying. The males residing atop the mountain would invariably visit her daily. A routine she had come to accept. I simply wish to dry them, she stated. Feng Zhou and Feng Yang exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of her meaning. Qin Yu struggled to articulate the joy she derived from mushroom gathering, knowing they would not comprehend, so she rephrased. For now, I have no other tasks at hand. It is prudent to dry a little more, just in case. As for whether she could consume all of it, she was unconcerned. If she couldn't, Feng Yu would surely assist, for with his appetite, the amount she dried would scarcely suffice for a day. Feng Zhou recognized that Qin Yu was merely seeking something to occupy herself. The two placed the stone they had been carrying onto the ground with a thud. Only then did Qin Yu turn, bewildered at the sight of the large stone. What is the purpose of moving such a massive stone? Chapter 120. Encountering problems and finding solutions. The stone jars for storing items and water had been prepared, yet she could not fathom the purpose of this large stone. Feng Zhou pointed towards the cave entrance, confident that Feng Yi had not considered the implications. The season of fierce winds was approaching, and the cave entrance needed to be sealed. Previously, Feng Yi had dwelled there without concern for the wind or cold, never having taken such precautions. I fear he may not think of this. We should take the time to seal it up with Feng Yang, Feng Zhou suggested, leading Feng Yang to assess the best placement for the stone. With their strength and speed, they quickly positioned the stone, also gathering damp earth outside the cave to fill the gaps, leaving only an entrance large enough for Feng Yi to pass through. After they finished, Qin Yu first peeked inside the cave. As she had surmised, the only area that was visible was the cooking space, while the rest remained shrouded in darkness, causing her to feel despondent. The cave's natural lighting was already poor, and with the entrance now sealed, it was almost unbearably dark inside. The oppressive darkness weighed heavily on her spirits, and Qin Yu sighed as she gazed into the abyss. Understanding that this was for her safety, she still found it uncomfortable. Upon noticing her expression, Feng Yang realized she was displeased, but there was little they could do. In the tribe, during the windy season and cold waves, the females were confined to the cave. Therefore, as soon as the warm season arrived, everyone yearned to venture outside, away from the cave. Sister-in-law, please bear with it for now. The cave must be sealed during the windy season. Otherwise, the wind will continuously blow in, and you will find it unbearable. Feng Zhou advised patiently. This year, we have made a heated bed. If the cold wave does not chill the cave too much, we can have eldest brother remove the stone. But even if the cave is not too cold, we must avoid removing the stone all at once, at most. Let Feng Yi enlarge the entrance a bit. If he can adjust, we can always remove it later. Females are different from males. While males can endure a bit of cold, females may fall ill from the same exposure, so caution is warranted. Qin Yu's most notable trait was her willingness to heed advice. With her elder and aunt-possessing experience in such matters, she understood the importance of listening. I understand, elder, she affirmed, assuring them of her compliance. The cave entrance must remain sealed, since she could not adapt to the darkness. She would need to find a way to illuminate the interior. She recalled her grandmother mentioning that in their era, many used kerosene lamps for light, and it seemed that cooking oil could also serve the same purpose. In this place, neither kerosene nor vegetable oil is available. Only the oil rendered from animal fat exists, though its efficacy remains uncertain. Without hesitation, Qin Yu began searching for a suitable container in the vicinity of the wooden bowls, yet none matched her requirements. Upon reflection, she realized that wooden bowls might burn, leading her to consider stones as a preferable alternative. She swiftly exited the cave to seek a stone that was modest in size, yet could be hollowed out in the center. Feng Zhou sealed the entrance, and, having concluded the necessary discussions, instructed Feng Yang to commence the task while he circled the cave. Feng Yang was busy retrieving the white sticks drying on the branches and placing them on leaves to continue drying. He then proceeded to break the nearly dried branches. Once Qin Yu had located a suitable stone, she observed Feng Yang's beastly form and instinctively glanced at his paws beckoning him. Come, Feng Yang. Use one of your claws to hollow out the center. Despite the male's keen eyesight, Feng Yang lowered his head to discern the true diminutiveness of the stone in his sister-in-law's hand. Examining his own claws, he realized that a single swipe would render the stone invisible. Lifting his paw to show her, it was unfeasible. Qingyu found herself momentarily stunned, as the stone in her grasp was smaller than one of Feng Yang's claws. Turning to see Uncle still pacing around the cave, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of leisure, she dashed over to convey her request. With the stone in his possession, she returned to the cave to fetch 2 bone knives. Gesturing for him to expedite the task, Feng Zhou sighed at the stone in his hands. Previously, Feng Ye had never been shy about demanding his assistance. And now, there was an additional burden. Finding a spot to sit, he flattened the base of the stone as instructed to ensure stability and carefully hollowed out the center, mindful not to create an excessive opening. With the bone knife making a crisp sound against the stone, it wasn't long before a vessel for oil emerged. He carried it into the cave, where he extracted the animal fat, which remained liquid in the mild weather, and poured it directly into the newly crafted stone vessel. Next, he twisted together several fine strands of thread and submerged them in the oil. Igniting the thread, he observed it burn steadily for several minutes, a smile blossoming on Qingyu's face that was impossible to contain. Uncle Feng Yang, come quickly. Qingyu's voice rang out with unrestrained joy. The firelight within the cave would suffice to alleviate the challenges posed by the fierce winds and cold fronts. Feng Zhou and Feng Yang entered, inspecting the stone with great curiosity, even leaning in to savor the aroma. This is the scent of meat, Feng Yang noted, recognizing that there had been no oil rendered within the cave due to a lack of a partner. However, Feng Zhou was familiar with the process. Qingyu had specifically asked for Mu Yu to render some oil to be used for cooking meat and vegetables. The oil produced had numerous applications. Qingyu nodded vigorously, explaining that the oil contained a wick made from a thread, which would continue to burn while submerged in the oil. Even a single flame would illuminate the cave adequately, and with multiple flames, the brightness would be amplified. Crucially, the fire produced minimal smoke, ensuring a comfortable atmosphere. Qingyu began to comprehend why, during the cold season, they could hardly burn a single branch from a tree. With the cave sealed for so long, any fire would emit copious smoke, making it difficult to breathe. Fortunately, she had persuaded Feng Ye to construct a vent similar to a heated bed, or else cooking within would have been unbearable. During the windy season, the males would venture out to hunt, ensuring an ample supply of oil. Most households possessed thread, so there was little concern regarding its availability. Feng Zhou and Feng Yang shared a moment of realization, recognizing the benefits of this arrangement, their eyes shining with excitement. Feng Zhou pondered what to present to Qingyu, realizing she lacked for nothing. The furs and various items in her cave far exceeded those in his own, just as he contemplated what she might require in the future. Intending to retrieve it from his own cave, the sound of males rushing towards them interrupted his thoughts. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Yumo exclaimed urgently, "It's dire, chief. The males from the Jing'ang Xiong tribe are approaching us, howling as they come." Feng Zhou's expression of delight froze on his face. The Jing'ang Xiong were howling as they approached. Yumo, having transformed back into his human form after a prolonged run, was sweating profusely, the moisture nearly obstructing his vision. After hastily wiping his face, he continued, "They claim we have slain over 20 of their males and demand an explanation. They are insisting we provide them with 100 females, which is utterly outrageous. Should we not simply eliminate them?" One suggested, recalling how they had previously bullied the Bailing Shu tribe, and now they dared to confront them directly. Qingyu instantly recalled her visit to the Bailing Shu tribe when several Jing'ang Xiong were killed. Upon returning, she had informed Uncle, who instructed the tribe's males to eliminate any who approached with ill intent. Now, with over 20 dead, much must have transpired during this time. Feng Yang scoffed, asserting that the Juqinglang were far superior to the Jing'ang Xiong and had established favorable relations with the Xuanzonglong tribe. Even if they harbored intense hatred, they would not dare to attack directly. Instead, they sought to create a spectacle to inform nearby tribes, hoping to compel the chief to appease them with 100 females. 100 females? The Jing'ang Xiong are delusional. Observing his sister-in-law as curiosity, Feng Yang felt compelled to explain slowly. When we went to the Bailing Shu tribe, we only killed a few, but upon returning, we discovered 2 groups of Jing'ang Xiong lurking around our tribe, although they did not intend to kill us. Several attempted covert attacks, all of which were thwarted by our males, resulting in a total of over 20 fatalities. Qingyu's immediate concern was whether their actions had been witnessed by other males from the Jingangxiong tribe. They must not have seen us, right? Yumo quickly shook his head, ensuring her, I can guarantee that no other males were aware of our actions. Before we struck, we thoroughly surveyed the area, and after our assault, we ensured their bodies were consumed by larger beasts, leaving no trace behind. Feng Zhou interjected, a few days ago, males from the Bailing Shu tribe visited, reporting that the Jingangxiong had come to their territory seeking individuals. Initially, they claimed ignorance, but eventually, the Jingangxiong went berserk, injuring numerous males from the Bailing Shu tribe, prompting their chieftain to reveal that we had exchanged females with them. I anticipated that the Jingangxiong would eventually come seeking retribution, though I did not expect their arrival would attract nearby tribes as well. Feng Zhou contemplated how to address this situation. The Juqing Long and Xuanzong Long maintained cordial relations, necessitating caution, yet he felt unrestrained in dealing with other tribes. In the past, he would have driven them away without hesitation, but circumstances had shifted. Exchanging glances with Feng Yang, Qingyu recognized that the Bailing Shu tribe's statements effectively implicated the Jingangxiong for the deaths of their males at the hands of the Juqing Long. If they had not done so, the males within their tribe might face even greater peril. To ensure their survival, their chieftain had no choice but to take such a stance. Feng Zhou understood that the Bailing Shu tribe's actions were a necessary survival strategy. In the past, they could have simply expelled them, but the Jingangxiong's cunning had drawn neighboring tribes into the fray, complicating matters. Yumo, anxious and perplexed, urged, Chief, we used to drive them away without hesitation. Why is it different this time? His confusion was palpable. Feng Zhou sighed. While it had been feasible before, the current circumstances demanded a different approach. Starting next year, they would pursue alternative strategies. Only then did Yumo fall silent, recognizing that he lacked the insight of the chief and would follow his lead. Feng Yang understood his father's concerns. Both his father and elder brother had already devised a plan to exchange the Fire Kong for goods with other tribes. However, initiating actions that would attract the attention of other tribes posed a dilemma. While trading itself might not present an issue, compelling them to swear an oath before the beast god would prove to be a formidable challenge. After all, no tribe wished to submit to one that could annihilate their male members at any moment. The threat to life would incite paranoia and vigilance among the other tribes. Qing had also surmised this. When she handed over the Fire Kong to the Sun Zhonglang tribe, Feng Yi had shared quite a bit with her. Upon returning from the Bailing Shu tribe, she had been jolted awake several nights in a row by the sight of the dead. Feng Yi had mentioned binding the northern tribes together, ensuring that no tribe would dare to harm the females of the Juqing Lang tribe when they ventured out. Yet, uniting all northern tribes with Juqing Lang was no simple endeavor. After a period of contemplation, Feng Yang concluded that their tribe's males had not been slain by them. Thus, there was no reason to dwell on it. Upon hearing this, Feng Zhou and Yumo stared at him wide-eyed. Qing Yu internally praised Feng Yang, recognizing his potential as the next tribe leader, and quickly nodded in agreement, asserting that those who make accusations must provide evidence. Without proof, they could not wrongfully accuse them. Qing Yu harbored no guilt, for their positions and thoughts diverged. Living in the Juqing Lang tribe, she felt content and prioritized the tribe's interests. Did those 20 or so males deserve to die? She believed they did. En route to the Bailing Shu tribe, they had not provoked them. The Jingangxiong assumed their numbers were small and sought to annihilate all the males. Furthermore, they aimed to reclaim Qing Yu and her sister Yinduo. For that alone, Qing Yu deemed their demise justified. Not to mention their subsequent treachery against the males within the tribe. Had it not been for the strength of the Juqing Lang tribe, their fate would have mirrored that of the Bailing Shu tribe, where killings and plundering were commonplace. To show mercy to adversaries is to be cruel to oneself. Yumo felt overwhelmed, running his hand over his head in disbelief. Why would evidence be necessary? He did not grasp what his sister-in-law was implying. Between males, matters were direct and once established, could not be altered. The demand for evidence was a concept he had not encountered before. Qing Yu earnestly replied that evidence was essential. They could not simply accept accusations of murder without substantiation. They could just as easily argue that the tribe's males were disunited and frequently engaged in mutual killings, leading to their demise. This was somewhat exaggerated, merely a hypothetical example. Qing Yu's gaze fell upon Yumo. Before you act, why not ensure that no males from the Jingangxiong tribe are nearby? Yumo stammered, stating that they were not openly killing. They must ensure their actions remained undiscovered. Exactly, she reiterated, their actions were meant to evade detection. Since no one discovered it, It could not be attributed to them. In Chapter 122, had they prepared their statements? Umo's composure faltered, leaving him unsure of how to respond. Regardless of their acknowledgement, the other parties were aware of their culpability. It was no trivial matter for the Bailing Shu tribe's males to attempt the assassination of several Jingangxiong. Moreover, with the tribe leader having made such statements, the Jingangxiong would certainly know who was responsible, not to mention the dozen or so who had perished near their tribe since they had arrived. The Jingangxiong tribe leader must have been aware, and no one else could have done it. Umo struggled to articulate his thoughts, but the reality remained unchanged. So what if they knew? Feng Yang, maintaining an impassive demeanor, articulated a crucial point. The Jingangxiong were merely posturing and did not dare to confront them directly. Hence, their opinions were of little consequence. What mattered was how other nearby tribes perceived the situation. Umo seemed to grasp this, albeit hesitantly, casting a glance at the tribe leader before falling silent. Feng Zhou found merit in this notion and believed it was actionable. The loss of over 20 males was significant. Hence, the multitude of tribes had come to observe. Transforming a serious matter into a farce was far more advantageous than fostering animosity among the neighboring tribes. As for the spectators, they were welcome to watch. Feng Zhou glanced at the others, noting only Umo's bewildered expression as he vacantly scrutinized himself. Then Feng Yang and Qingyu. Fortunately, Feng Yang was not so foolish. Otherwise, he would have received a swift reprimand. With several other tribes present, he felt compelled to supervise. After making this known, Feng Zhou instructed Qingyu to remain there, or seek out Yin Duo and Mu Yu, gesturing for Feng Yang and Umo to accompany him. The surrounding males could not be allowed to wander. It was vital to safeguard the females remaining there, especially partners and Qingyu. He planned to have Feng Yang vociferously call out, drawing the attention of idle males. Seeing them turn to leave, Qingyu hurriedly urged them to stop. Bypassing a bow and Umo tentatively, she addressed Feng Yang, asking if their strategy to convince the other tribes was well thought out. Feng Yang appeared perplexed. Was there a need to formulate how to articulate their stance? Under the expectant gaze of his sister-in-law, he articulated his thoughts. The Jingangxiong possess no evidence, and if we deny it, then it is sufficient. If they claim we are responsible for the deaths, we shall demand proof. Without it, they wrongfully accuse us. Qingyu remarked that while they excelled at fighting, their rhetoric was slightly lacking. Indeed, their stance was correct, yet lacked finesse. Feng Yang, catching the disapproving glance from his sister-in-law, glanced at his father and then at Umo, realizing they were equally baffled, which provided him some comfort. Feng Zhou, curious about Qingyu's upcoming comments, recognized her inquiry must have been driven by a particular thought process. Qingyu then focused her gaze on Umo, stating he had been entrusted by a bow to protect the tribe, and surely he was familiar with numerous males. Umo disregarded the latter part. Having heard the former clearly, his eyes lit up with excitement. He had indeed been thinking along those lines. Not long ago, many males had harbored disdain for him. Now the tribe leader had assigned him a task. He owed his gratitude to Yi Go, who had allowed them to spar with the Haida brothers, which caught the tribe leader's attention. Not only had the leader praised them, but also entrusted them with such an important responsibility. After Umo finished speaking, he beamed at Qingyu and flashed a toothy grin at Feng Zhou. Qingyu continued, once the males of the tribe gathered, they should identify those with loud voices. Since it was a farce, it should not be too serious. The more people, the merrier, and those selected would serve as support. In their own tribe, they could not afford to lose in fights, nor in arguments. If each of them spoke one sentence, they could leave their opponents bewildered, deterring any future troublemaking. Images of numerous formidable males flickered through Umo and Feng Yang's minds. Ultimately, their expressions turned conflicted. While they knew many skilled fighters, they were less certain about those who could articulate well. The only one they could think of was Yi Ge. Females might possess sharp tongues, capable of berating their partners for extended periods, but they feared being targeted and would not be allowed to appear at such a time. Feng Zhou and Feng Yang nodded in unison, acknowledging that those adept at insults were predominantly females. Qingyu was taken aback by this statement. Feng Ye, Feng Ming, Feng Chuan, and Feng Hua were all occupied with training, making them unreliable at this moment. Taking a deep breath, she instructed them to find individuals they deemed suitable or to relay the message to every male. Remember, Jingangxiong claims we have slain their males. So do not incessantly assert that we have not committed such acts. Firstly, demand they provide evidence. If they fail to do so, they are unjustly accusing us. their ulterior motive being a desire for the females of our tribe. Secondly, inquire whether they frequently covertly eliminate males from other tribes. How else would they possess such intimate knowledge? Thirdly, question whether they often slander other tribes for personal gain. Let the onlooking tribes take heed. Perhaps they shall be the next to be wrongfully accused. Let's freely discuss the nefarious deeds of Jin Gong Xiong over the years. For instance, in the past, they infiltrated Bai Ling Shu tribe to abduct females, and just this season, they attempted to steal our prey. Their current accusations against us stem from their covetousness towards our tribe's females. Should there be any further incidents, they may be revealed as well. I refuse to believe Jin Gong Xiong has not engaged in such conduct with other tribes. These comparisons will render the other tribes more inclined to trust us, ensuring we are not viewed unfavorably, thus facilitating our endeavors next year. Qingyo passionately articulated her points, her throat parched, observing the onlookers standing there with vacant expressions, uncertain whether they truly comprehended her words. Qingyo, return her Feng Ye to her. If Feng Ye were present, he would undoubtedly remember everything. Her confidence was unwavering. Previously, he had recalled everything she wished to convey, and this would be no different. Feng Zhou swallowed his saliva. Indeed, females possess a superior capacity for communication compared to males. I have taken note. I will have Feng Yang reiterate it for you. Feng Yang assured, sister-in-law, rest assured. I have retained all of this information and will ensure it is properly arranged. Yoma continued to murmur softly, first, second, and finally with pride declared, I remember too. Chapter 123 has long been scolded. Zhu Qinglong exhibits a strong territorial instinct. Aside from amicable tribes, they do not permit other males to enter their territory directly. When other males approach, there is a designated meeting place, requiring some time to reach. By the time Feng Zhou arrived with the males, both sides had already engaged in a verbal clash. Feng had already brought numerous males to this site. The mature males had transformed into their beast forms, while the newly matured males maintained their human forms, encircling Jin Gong Xiong and leaving a modest gap for onlookers from other tribes. Jin Gong Xiong mirrored this behavior, some adopting beast forms while others remained in human form. The exchange of insults persisted for an indeterminate duration, with the human form Jin Gong Xiong's face flushed with anger. Their necks reddened, while the beast form counterparts howled incessantly. However, despite the howling, they remained rooted in place, unwilling to advance. Jin Gong Xiong retorted, only when you wolves venture out do you prefer to travel in packs. Your numbers allow you to slay our males, yet you deny it. The Zhu Qinglong encircling Jin Gong Xiong countered, are your ears deaf? Did you not hear us just now asking who witnessed it? Who could provide proof? You claim we are the culprits. How do we kill them? Where did this occur? Did we first bite their legs or their bellies? Each rhetorical question ignited further fury within Jin Gong Xiong. Although they could not see, they were certain it was the Zhu Qinglong who had committed the act. Before Zhu Qinglong could finish, another male on the left side of Jin Gong Xiong posed another question. You Jin Gong Xiong mistreat your females. Each year, the females in your tribe either succumb to illness or are tormented to death. Are you lacking females and seeking to extort them from us through such means? Are you still dreaming? We are not the Bai Ling Shu tribe, which allows you to bully us, provoke the Zhu Qinglong, and you must be blind to reality. Although many males from Jin Gong Xiong had arrived, their numbers paled in comparison to the Zhu Qinglong. The sheer volume of the Zhu Qinglong males drowned out the claims of Jin Gong Xiong. Frustrated, the latter stamped their feet in place, fixating their gaze on the incessantly chattering males. Their tempers, already volatile, flared further at being rendered speechless, their fur bristling. The surrounding mature Zhu Qinglong, towering in their beast forms, stepped forward. Should they exhibit any inclination to attack, they would be swiftly dealt with. Feng Ye had previously stated they must not initiate violence. But should the Jin Gong Xiong charge first, they would be permitted to retaliate with lethal force. The rage that had recently surged within Jin Gong Xiong dissipated in an instant. The newly matured Zhu Qinglong, characterized by their impulsive nature, stood at the center. Bellowing with remarkable clarity, you males frequently leave your tribe to stealthily eliminate those from others. Each year, you also steal females from the Bai Ling Shu tribe. This behavior is not solely known to us. Any male from the north is aware of it. Thus, we understand this matter so well, using your habitual actions to frame us. This time it is us, the Zhu Qinglong. Next time, it may be the Qi Yue who nearby. The time after that could be the Songing tribe. Upon hearing this, others chimed in, expressing agreement. I concur. Jin Gong Xiong is indeed shameless. They have always operated this way, tarnishing the reputation of northern males. Jin Gongxiong entered the fray of insults, yet their numbers were insufficient. Their voices unable to compete with the Jiu Qinglong, rendering them helpless. The onlooking males, initially swayed by the assertions of Jin Gongxiong, began to reconsider. After all, the wolf tribe not only boasted formidable beast forms, but also exhibited exceptional combat prowess, easily capable of slaying over 20 Jin Gongxiong. However, they soon recognized the validity of the Jiu Qinglong's claims. Jin Gongxiong truly mistreated their females, and their theft of females from the Bailing Shu tribe was a known fact among the northern males. In contrast, while the Jiu Qinglong were indeed powerful, there had been no instances of them abducting females from the Bailing Shu tribe or stealthily raiding the prey of other tribes. The Chiyuehu and other tribes that preferred solitary hunting began to harbor doubts. Their males often perished annually. As they listened to the revelations about Jin Gongxiong, their suspicions grew, and their gazes towards Jin Gongxiong turned increasingly hostile. The animosity between tribes and the casualties incurred were common knowledge. However, within this charged atmosphere, the tempers of the onlooking males began to simmer. The verbal clash between the Jiu Qinglong and Jin Gongxiong continued unabated. Feng Zhou and Feng Yin exchanged knowing glances, both aware of the source of these statements. Only Feng Ye could have imparted such teachings. Qing You's lessons had been reiterated by the newly matured males multiple times. Jin Gongxiong seethed with rage, their teeth grinding in frustration, utterly powerless. The males who accompanied Feng Zhou, witnessing the spectacle being commandeered by these young upstarts, joined the fray of insults. Feng Ye, upon hearing the howls of Jin Gongxiong during training, had initially dismissed them, but then higher sought him out. After explaining the events, he realized that the elder was too kind and lacking in shamelessness, so he brought all the trained males with him. He instructed them on what to say and how to act, positioning them to witness the unfolding drama. Should Jin Gongxiong harbor any ulterior motives, the males of the tribe would be permitted to deal with them decisively, while the North must remain vigilant against the males of the West. The tribes of the North are disunited, and treachery is often easier to perpetrate from within than from the West. Observing Jin Gongxiong's reluctance to act, Feng Ye maintained his vigilance, contemplating how to address them. Previously, he had not entertained such thoughts, but having resolved to unite the entirety of the North, Jin Gongxiong now appeared as a menace within that collective. Feng Zhou approached, intending to commend Feng Ye's efforts, but instead blurted out, "Aren't you training the males? Why'd you brought them here?" Feng Yang was elated to witness the golden bear being bullied by his own kind. Just as he was about to speak to his elder brother, he heard their father pose a question. At this moment, he not only refrained from speaking, but also halted his steps. Feng Ye's gaze was fixed straight ahead, without a glance back. Training is training, regardless of the location. It is not only essential to instruct them in combat and hunting, but also to ensure they can hold their ground in verbal disputes. Previously, there were no opportunities, but now, has not the chance finally arrived? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Feng Yi cast a fleeting glance at Feng Zhou. One cannot simply mimic you, who only knows how to fight without the skill of verbal retort. The only insults directed at me have been those I have endured from you. Chapter 124. They are still young and cannot withstand this indignity. Feng Zhou glanced around, irritated by the impertinent boy who seemed to provoke him at all times. Stop looking around. All male eyes are on that scene, Feng Yi instructed, gesturing ahead, confident that no one would overhear. Feng Zhou gritted his teeth. Should I thank you for this? There's no need, Feng Yi replied nonchalantly. Witnessing the golden bear's pitiful state had initially delighted Feng Zhou, but now, Feng Ye's words had him glaring intently at him. Feng Yi feigned ignorance, allowing the stare to persist. After all, he had grown up under such scrutiny. Feng Yang anticipated this outcome and sighed from behind. Their father never claimed to have bested his elder brother. Ordinarily, he would not speak so boldly after suffering indignities. Yet their father insisted on this course of action. Father, brother, you have already scolded for quite some time. Continuing to berate holds little significance. Feng Yi laughed frivolously. Uncle, as the clan leader, you should step forth and say a few words. Feng Zhou huffed. This task is naturally yours to undertake. You excel at inciting ire. He had to concede that managing the tribe was indeed Feng Ye's forte. In matters of strategy and provoking others, he had never encountered anyone more adept than Feng Yi. Feng Yang glanced at Feng Yi, recalling a past conversation. I feel I have aged. Some matters should be left to the younger males. As for the position of clan leader, Feng Yi had intended to step forward, but upon hearing the familiar refrain about aging, he promptly withdrew his foot. Feng Yang, as the son of the clan leader, You must learn this well. You shall take the lead shortly. Feng Yang understood his father's intentions clearly. Despite his father's harsh words in front of his elder brother, he often praised him in his absence. Typically, it was only the elder brother who faced reprimand. The other siblings were not exempt from punishment either. He understood the elder brother's sentiments, yet he did not wish to comply. He recalled an incident from the recent warm season when the golden bear attempted to steal their already captured prey. Brother, you go ahead. I will observe from below and learn. Feng Yang interrupted his brother's words nervously and concealed himself behind their father. Feng Yi turned, while their uncle kept his gaze fixed ahead, feigning ignorance. Concealed behind, Feng Yang did not dare reveal his face. You wait for me, Feng Yang. His elder brother warned before striding forward. Feng Yang immediately regretted his words. He should have simply stepped up. It was better than allowing his brother to remember this moment. Though it had been a while since his brother had struck him, it did not mean he was incapable of doing so. Just as their elder brother was about to advance, their father mentioned the matter, and in the end, it was Feng Yang who bore the brunt. Feng Yi descended, allowing high air in his beast form to howl loudly. Instantly, all eyes, including those of the towering wolves and golden bears, turned toward him. Amidst the multitude of gazes, Feng Yi spoke calmly. Earlier this warm season, the golden bear attempted to seize our captured prey. They were left battered and bruised, pleading for mercy. Last year, our tribe's males took their mates outside the tribe for leisure, only for the golden bear to attack, injuring our males and abducting our females. However, they were apprehended midway. That day, 2 golden bears perished, 3 were gravely injured, and 1 escaped. They caused a commotion and were driven back once more. Upon hearing this, the golden bear felt a surge of resentment towards Feng Yi for exposing their prior defeats, revealing their vulnerability. Yet there was also shock within, as they pondered Feng Yi's true intentions. Had he not just denied all wrongdoing? Now he boldly acknowledged not only injuring their tribe's males, but even killing 2. Onlookers were perplexed, unsure whether Feng Yi aimed to demonstrate the strength of the Juqing wolf tribe's males, discouraging any future intentions of aggression. Only the Juqing wolves remained unfazed. They had been trained under Feng Yi's guidance. The confidence instilled in them led them to believe that Feng Yi's every action was justified. Once Feng Yi assessed the situation, he continued, "Thus, I wish to emphasize that we will unequivocally acknowledge our actions, without subterfuge." He proceeded with unreserved candor, directly naming the golden bear and substantiating their wrongdoings. "We shall not engage in the furtive abduction of females or clandestinely slay males from other tribes." The golden bear had initially been uncertain of Feng Yi's intentions, but was taken aback by his unabashed admissions, revealing their clandestine actions. While they did not fear the Bailing Shu tribe, they were wary of other formidable tribes and knew they could not openly provoke them. At this moment, the other tribes were present, and they were not foolish. They could not afford to admit to such actions. Do not speak recklessly. We did not kill males from other tribes. They ceased discussing the Juqing wolf slaying of over 20 golden bears and instead insisted on their innocence regarding other tribes' males. Feng Yi observed their successful diversion and remarked coolly, "If that's the case, then so be it." Ultimately, only the other tribes are aware of the truth. There is no need to reiterate it here. With a shift in tone, he continued, "Regarding your unfounded accusations against us, for the sake of all northern males, we shall let this slide today. However, should there be a next time, we will not be so lenient." After finishing his statement, Feng Yi exchanged a knowing glance with Feng Yin and Feng Ming. Feng Ming, injured, bent down to pick up stones from the ground and hurled them at the golden bear, while declaring, "Shameless creatures, you wrongfully accuse us. We shall strike you down with stones." Feng Yin gestured for the recently matured males to join in. The sturdy physiques of the males meant that these small stones would only serve as a mild annoyance to the golden bear, causing no real pain, but delivering a strong sense of humiliation. Feigning seriousness, Feng Yi scolded, "You young ones should not resort to throwing stones at others. These do not hurt, merely a playful jest." Onlookers noted that Feng Yi was not entirely wrong. The Juqing wolves did not exert much force, and these stones indeed lacked the capacity to inflict significant pain. All stones were directed at the golden bear's face, leaving them with no opportunity to speak as they were forced to retreat. Young ones, regardless of the tribe, are typically well protected, and any aggression towards them would lead to disdain from other tribes. The primary reason for this was fear. Thus, they had no choice but to fall back. Feng Yi explained to the onlookers, "They have only just reached maturity and cannot endure the humiliation of being wrongfully accused. They are still too young to act so rashly. I will inform the clan leader so he can properly discipline them." Seizing the moment, Feng Yi reiterated the grievance of the Juqing wolves. The golden bear, already seething from the earlier remarks about the Juqing wolves, could no longer contain himself. Just as he opened his mouth to accuse them of shamelessness, a stone flew directly into his mouth. The onlookers mostly believed that the golden bear had sought trouble, although a few sensed something was amiss but could not articulate it. Before they could ponder further, with the golden bear approaching them and stones flying closer, they immediately scattered in a frenzy. Chapter 125. The elder brother is not just my elder brother alone. The Jinggang Xiong moved in a rather awkward manner. As it distanced itself, it turned back to see that the stones thrown by the Juqing Lang could no longer reach it. However, the sounds of their loud accusations of being wronged echoed all around, much to their frustration as they cursed along the way. The onlooking males were left speechless, while Jinggang Xiong continued to grumble, too timid to turn back. The contemptuous gazes of the males grew more pronounced as they observed Jinggang Xiong's retreating figure. Wenming, having just reached adulthood, shouted with vigor amidst the chaos, capturing Wenzu's attention. Initially planning to merely glance at him, Wenzhou could not help but take a second look. Noticing the bruises on Wenming's legs and arms had yet to fade. Even his mouth and left cheek appeared slightly swollen. Yet he was the loudest and most animated among the group, jumping the highest and throwing stones the farthest. Wenzhou frowned, pondering how a male undergoing training could sustain such injuries, as sparring typically involved restraint. Observing Jinggang Xiong's departure, Fengye leisurely descended, relishing in the moment. Suddenly, Wenzhou realized that Wenming's condition did not resemble the typical aftermath of a fight with other males, which eased his concern, allowing him to dismiss the reason behind Wenming's injuries. Instead, he turned his attention to the group of newly matured males, who were incessantly proclaiming that they had been wronged by Jinggang Xiong and vowed to retaliate the next time they encountered him. Wenzhou and Feng Yan instructed them to cease their lamentations, commanding them to regroup and resume training. Wenzhou approached Feng Yan, pulling him aside amidst the busy atmosphere. Were these youngsters unaware that over 20 Jinggang Xiong had been slain by the males of their tribe? Feng Yan frowned in confusion, unsure why Wenzhou would pose such a question. With an air of exasperation, he replied, "Have you forgotten that any incidents within the tribe are communicated to them to make them aware of the dangers outside? Thus, how could they possibly be unaware?" Their continued shouting was merely an attempt to ensure their voices could be heard, even from a distance. Wenzhou began to doubt his own perception, as he was well aware of these facts, and had even made the decision himself. Yet, these youngsters were vocalizing their grievances with such fervor that he feared they might rush out to confront Jinggang Xiong the moment the other tribe's males departed. Faced with Feng Yan's speechless expression, Wenzhou felt equally at a loss and waved dismissively. "I was merely inquiring, nothing more. You may continue with your tasks." Without hesitation, Feng Yan led the males back to the training ground. While venting was necessary, training was paramount, and time could not be squandered. The youngsters, well trained, obediently followed Feng Yan's lead. Running in unison, Wenzhou struggled to articulate his feelings. While their actions were not incorrect, he couldn't shake the growing resemblance they bore to Feng Ye. They had been thoroughly taught to engage in cursing, fighting, and vexation. He could manage them for a few more years, but as they matured, their thoughts would surely multiply, at which point he might no longer be fit to be the tribe's leader. Some matters needed to be arranged early on. They needed to learn what was essential. Having trained for so long, it was time to assess their progress. Before he could turn away, Wenming rushed to his side, his voice urgent and expectant. "Abo." Wenzhou pretended not to hear and continued walking. Anticipating Wenzu's next move, Wenming quickly positioned himself in front of him, feigning a look of deep grievance. "Abo, why are you ignoring me?" Wenzhou shot him an irritated glare and attempted to sidestep him. However, Wenming was determined not to let him pass. He had come to lodge a complaint, and if Wenzhou left, who would advocate for him? Although he had relished leading the males in cursing Jinggang Xiong, he had not forgotten his own grievances. "Abo, look at my injuries." Wenming pointed to his arm and thigh. "All of these are from my elder brother. He no longer treats me like a sibling. You must scold him properly." He winced in pain while speaking and looked at my mouth and face. They were just as bruised. Despite his significant injuries, his elder brother had forced him to shout loudly, causing him great agony now. Wenzhou, unable to bear the sight of him, closed his eyes for a moment to collect himself before responding, "Your mouth and face are not bruised. They are merely swollen." Most of Wendy's threats towards Wenming were verbal. He only resorted to physical punishment when truly incensed. If Wen Ming had not provoked him with words, the likelihood of being hit would have been minimal. Now, when he recounted being struck by Wind-Eye, he refrained from mentioning what had been said or done. After speaking, he attempted to pull Wen Ming away, but the youth suddenly clung to his arm, refusing to let him go, leaving Wen Zhou exasperated and tempted to retaliate. "I advise you to behave yourself," Wen Zhou said, tilting his chin to indicate Wendy's direction. "He has glanced over here 3 times while you were speaking. He has nothing to occupy him now but to focus on what you and I are discussing. Be cautious. You may not have healed from your previous injuries, and new ones may arise." Wen Zhou said this without regard for Wen Ming's startled expression. If he attempted to leave, Wen Ming would block him, using Wind-Eye as a scare tactic. Upon hearing that his elder brother was nearby, Wen Ming stiffened, not looking back immediately. Thoughts of impending doom flooded his mind. When he had sought out Abo, he had not seen his elder brother in the vicinity. How had he suddenly appeared behind him? Watching Abo stride past, he hesitated to intervene, carefully turning to glance behind him. To his surprise, no one was there. After spinning around twice and scanning the area, he realized he had been deceived by Abo. Instead, he spotted Fengyang watching him with a smile from a distance. Was he merely enjoying the spectacle? Feeling wronged by Abo for not advocating for him? And with Fengyang's incessant laughter adding to his irritation, he snapped, "What are you laughing at? My elder brother is not just mine. He is also yours. Today, I have been beaten to this extent. Tomorrow, it could just as easily be you." Wen Ming had just used similar words to chastise Jingang Xiong, and now they flowed effortlessly from his lips, bringing him a sense of relief. The warning from his elder brother to wait echoed in his ears, causing Fengyang's smile to fade instantly. How had he found anything amusing just moments ago? Chapter 126. Let's all express our gratitude to Abo. Feng Yin led the males to the training ground, and soon after, Wind-Eye followed. Before long, Wen Zhou also arrived. He promptly instructed Feng Yin to organize sparring among the males. Eager to observe their progress, Wind-Eye watched calmly as all the males began to compete, and Wen Zhou felt satisfaction watching the proceedings. He visited the training ground each year, and each time it filled him with joy. This was the future of the tribe. Witnessing their growing strength always brought him contentment. Casting a glance at Wind-Eye, who was casually seated on the ground, he felt a rare pang of sympathy for his hard work. "I understand you conferred with Xiaoning to teach them the basics before allowing him to follow your lead. You should return with me." Wind-Eye, expecting Wen Zhou to leave after his observation, was taken aback by the invitation to accompany him. This made him squint in suspicion, wondering what Wen Zhou was up to. Having watched this mischievous lad grow up, Wen Zhou could easily see through his thoughts. A surge of frustration washed over him. "I have kept you out here for so long. Qingyu has been home alone, missing you and wishing for your return. What kind of look was that? Did Wind-Eye think you would allow him to engage in other activities?" Initially a skeptic, Wind-Eye was now convinced that Wen Zhou had ulterior motives for wanting him back. Settling into a more comfortable position, he remained there, unmoving. He stated that the old man was correct in saying that one must first suffer for their own kin. Today, he surprisingly used Qingyu as an excuse. "If there is something to be said, let it be spoken directly without beating around the bush. I know exactly what you are like. Regardless of what you request of me, I shall not comply." He is not foolish. He only needs to remain here for a couple of days, after which Xiaoning will arrive, and he can return home to embrace Qingyu. If he were to heed your words, who knows what he might be compelled to do? It is uncertain how many more days he would have to wait before he could once again hold Qingyu in his arms as he sleeps. Feng Zhou was truly incensed. He did not wish to force him into anything, yet he insisted that he must return with him. "Not only must you return, but all of Fengyang's brothers must return as well, for I have matters to discuss with you." Feng continued to sit there, seemingly unaffected by his words, which only further irritated Feng Zhou. This rascal always manages to provoke him. "I've already sent them back to fetch Xiaoning. There is nothing for you here. Why do you linger?" Noticing that he did not budge, Feng Zhou began to search for a stick, determined that today he would not leave without him. Upon reaching the cave, Qingyu was engaged in conversation with Aixing. Upon hearing voices from outside, she realized it was the old man, eagerly anticipating news of the situation with the King Kong bear. Just as she stood up, Fenya entered, followed closely by the fuming old man. The younger brothers dared not speak, keeping their distance from the old man. Qingyu wondered what had transpired and whether her suggestions had borne any fruit. However, this thought was fleeting, as she could not afford to ponder anything else at that moment. She cheerfully approached Fenya. As soon as Fenya entered the cave, his gaze fell upon Qingyu, and he could not resist ruffling her hair, instinctively pinching her arm. When he attempted to squeeze her waist, Qingyu swiftly grasped his hand, reminding him that there were still many people present, and he ought to behave. Not bad. You haven't lost weight. Yes, I also feel I have gained a little, Qingyu responded rather dismissively. The old man's gaze upon Fengye was sharp, as if he were on the verge of taking action. Noticing that Fengye held something against his back, he revealed a tightly sealed bamboo tube. Qingyo's curiosity was piqued, and she attempted to take the tube from him to see its contents. However, her efforts proved futile. She looked up at Fengye, her eyes full of questions. But upon seeing his stoic expression, she tugged once more, yet still could not move it. What are you doing? What is inside? Can I take a look? Her eyes brimmed with confusion. This was unexpected. Fengye clenched his teeth, his gaze fixed on his partner. After such a long separation, was a mere embrace all they could manage? Why was all attention focused on this inconspicuous bamboo tube, as if it held greater significance than he did? You may see it, but I do not wish to show you at this moment. Qingyu was taken aback. The old man had threatened him to return. Yet Fengye felt little agitation. After all, whatever the old man wished him to do, he might not comply. Discussions were merely discussions. His willingness was his own prerogative. However, Qingyu's behavior now unsettled him. Qingyu understood the source of his displeasure. She felt helpless as well. Aisheng was watching them with a smile, while the old man glared at Fengye, occasionally casting furtive glances at Qingyu, and when he noticed her looking back, he awkwardly smiled. To Qingyu, that smile was more unsettling than tears. When the younger brothers glanced her way, they quickly turned their faces aside. Yet, when they thought no one was watching, they unabashedly stared. The knowledge and upbringing she had received over the years made it impossible for her to display affection towards Fengye in front of her elders. Quickly changing the subject, she tightly grasped his hand. You've returned, so you want to be leaving again, right? The weather is turning cool, and it will surely be warm to sleep holding you. The expectation in her partner's eyes softened Fengye's heart, making it difficult for him to remain angry. The warmth radiating from her hand enveloped his, and he gently tightened his grip, wrapping her small hand snugly within his. Fengye's furrowed brow relaxed, and Qingyu slowly smiled. You're not angry anymore. Yes, Xiaoning has already gone over. I will visit when I have the chance. Initially, I was not supposed to return for another couple of days, but the old man said you would be bored alone at home, so he urged me to come back early. Let's both thank the old man. Feng Zhou chuckled softly. Feng Hua laughed as well, but upon noticing everyone's attention on him, he quickly composed himself and sat quietly. Qingyu glanced between Fengye and the old man, clearly sensing their mutual dissatisfaction. Stifling a chuckle, she said, Thank you, old man. You are the best. All right. Feng Zhou exclaimed, utterly exasperated. Enough of the trivialities. I mentioned that your early return was necessary for discussing important matters. His gaze swept over the two of them, their bodies closely pressed together, hands intertwined without any intention of separation. This is utterly inappropriate, especially in such a serious moment. They were seated, and he had important matters to address. The brothers of Fengyang remained discreetly silent, well aware that anything they might say at this juncture would be ill-timed. Even Feng Ming, usually so talkative, had fallen silent. He had no choice. His injuries had not yet healed, and he feared that if he said something amiss, he might end up bedridden in the cave for an extended period. Chapter 127. Reasons unfit to be clan leader. Didn't you say Qingyu was bored at home? Now, just holding hands is an issue for you? You really are meddlesome. Fengye held on tightly, pressing even closer to Qingyu and gripping her hand with greater force. Qingyu poked him gently with her other hand, prompting him to ease his grip. You childish fool. Seeing Fengye seated on the bench, attempting to pull her into his embrace, Qingyu politely declined, opting to sit beside him instead. She still felt too shy. With elders present, she could not let go of her inhibitions. Muyu had just been chatting amicably with Qingyu, but the atmosphere shifted dramatically upon her partner's return. She had no objections to what he wished to say or do. Yet, it was always he who ended up feeling agitated. She wondered what he was thinking. If you have something to say, just say it. We're all waiting. Feng Zhou sighed, glancing over each of the younger ones before finally fixing his gaze on Fengye. Fengye sensed the intensity of his stare. His fingers began to fidget, contemplating what the old man intended to convey. It was clear that he was directing his focus towards him, yet Fengye assumed he would speak directly. Surprisingly, his gaze shifted back to Qingyu. Qingyu, lacking the sharpness of intuition, did not realize the old man's scrutiny and continued to hold Fengye's hand. She became utterly absorbed in the sensation, captivated by the strength in his broad palm and distinct fingers. As she played with his hand, She found herself increasingly enchanted, lost in a blissful state. Qingyu, what do you think about being the clan leader's wife? Qingyu momentarily failed to comprehend, mistakenly thinking the old man was inquiring about Aixing. With a puzzled expression, she quickly regained her composure and replied earnestly, Aixing is beautiful, gentle, and treats us very well. She is the best Aixing. Feng Zhou was momentarily taken aback by her response, stunned into silence. What was she saying? How did this relate to his question? Feng Yan and the others remained silent. But Muyu could not help but laugh, lightening the atmosphere somewhat. Now, Feng Ye understood the old man's intentions, realizing that his words would not reach Feng Ye. He began to seek a way through Qingyu. Qingyu gazed at the assembled crowd, her expression one of utter bewilderment. She spoke no falsehoods, unlike Feng Ye, whose flattery felt insincere. Annie truly was that remarkable. What was amiss? Your uncle wishes for Feng Ye to assume the role of clan leader, while you would become the clan matriarch. Muyu observed the darkening countenance of her partner and interjected to provide clarification. This left Qingyu even more perplexed. With so many sons, why would uncle choose Feng Ye as the leader? She lifted her gaze to Feng Ye, who appeared entirely unfazed, even raising an eyebrow at her. A profound silence enveloped the cave as everyone awaited her response. Qingyu pondered how to articulate her thoughts. Uncle inquired whether she would be willing to become the clan matriarch, suggesting that it was Feng Ye's reluctance that prompted the question. She harbored no grand ambitions and had never envisioned herself as the clan matriarch. Clearing her throat under Uncle's eager gaze, she spoke. Why ask me about such matters? I am merely a naive female, and consulting me is futile. Is not futile. Feng Zhou interjected decisively. Once Qingyu agreed, there would be hope for Feng Ye's ascension as leader. Qingyu shook her head vigorously, turning to Feng Ye. I am still young and know nothing. I will follow his lead. She was 90% certain that Feng Ye did not desire the position of leader, given his previous inclination to remain passive. Even Feng Yin and Feng Ming were advised to avoid unnecessary encounters with him. How could he possibly wish to become the leader? The remaining 10% could very well stem from coercion. Here, everyone contributed to the tribe's strength, fostering unity and camaraderie among brothers, devoid of ulterior motives. Their current situation was splendid. With Uncle at the helm, minor tasks could be delegated to several younger brothers. Any thought she could be conveyed through Andy to the tribe's females. Aside from what was obligatory with Feng Ye, they were free to pursue whatever they wished. Everything was so perfect, she had no desire to disrupt it. Feng Zhou remained silent, recognizing that he could glean little from Qingyu. Her unwavering loyalty to Feng Ye was evident. Thus, he resolved to appeal to Feng Ye's heartfelt sentiments. This matter had been broached numerous times before, previously mentioned to him, but Feng Ye had never taken it seriously. Now, given the tribe's precarious situation, with the northern region plagued by the incessant disturbances of the Diamond Bear and the western males constantly watching them, they could not afford any missteps. Qingyu exchanged glances with Feng Ye, acknowledging Uncle's adeptness at setting the stage. Feng Yin understood that his involvement would be minimal moving forward, and he settled into a more comfortable position, closing his eyes to rest. Feng Ming remained silent, feeling that Uncle's tone was overly grave. The conflict with the Diamond Bear was not a new development. It had persisted for some time. Although he had never encountered the Western males, he had heard enough about them. The northern tribes had grown significantly stronger compared to the past. Even if challenges remained, they would not surpass previous hardships. Feng Ye did not engage with him, leading Feng Zhou to believe there was little hope left. He decided to voice all that he wished to convey. The heated stone bed was a notion conceived by Qingyu, yet it had been attributed to him. Now, both males and females within the tribe expressed profound gratitude towards him. Furthermore, the newly matured males had all undergone his training, endowing him with considerable prestige in their eyes. With this, Feng Zhou laid bare his innermost thoughts. You possess many ideas and strong capabilities. The males in the tribe respect you, making you the most suitable candidate for leadership. At this juncture, all eyes in the cave shifted to Feng Ye, eager to discern his response. Would he accept or decline? Yet, they were all acutely aware that the likelihood of refusal was quite high. Had he been inclined to accept, it would not have taken this long. Uncharacteristically, Feng Ye set aside his usual flippancy and earnestly articulated his reasons for being unfit for leadership. You are well aware of my temperament. Uncle, I differ from you. While you prioritize the tribe, I first consider my family and loved ones. On this basis alone, I'm ill-suited to be the leader. Feng Zhou felt that Feng Ye's reasoning was flawed. His inclination to prioritize family arose from the tribe's current prosperity. If the tribe faltered, he would undoubtedly rise to the occasion. Feng Ye paused, allowing a moment to pass before continuing. It is not sufficient for you to deem me suitable. I must also believe it to be true. For instance, while I may rationally perceive the Diamond Bear tribe as a potential asset against the Western males in moments of passion, I would rather eliminate them. Feng Zhou's frustration boiled over. He slammed his hand on the stone table, producing a loud noise that startled Qinyu, who feared the stone might shatter. Chapter 128. Feng Zhou feigns distress. Feng Ye, sometimes one must consider the larger picture and not solely oneself. What you have expressed cannot dissuade me from this notion. Feng Zhou's tone was grave. Why do I wish for you to become the leader? Because you are capable and the most fitting choice. Yet you obstinately refuse. Feng Ye, who previously would have reacted with physical aggression when angry, now resorted to striking the stone table. Uncle seemed somewhat off. His gaze swept across his younger brothers. Understood. I have spoken nothing but the truth, yet you refuse to heed it. I recognize your concerns. You simply wish to strengthen the tribe. Among us brothers, one must lead to better protect our loved ones. Feng Zhou replied, so you are aware. Although the males in the tribe do not provide the leader with prey, they are extraordinarily united. Once they acknowledge someone as the leader, they will follow without question. Why do you think so many powerful males reside around this mountain? It is because I am the leader. They act as I dictate. He indeed expended considerable effort and time, often neglecting his sons. Yet the benefits were substantial. His partner and kin received the finest protection from the tribe. Moreover, let's not forget that the next leader is not determined solely by my decree, but requires the consent of over half the males in the tribe. Feng Yang and his brothers had recently come of age, having experienced little, and their prowess did not match his own. Feng Ming's capabilities were not to be mentioned, while Feng Yin was indeed suitable, yet lacked the prestige of Feng Ye, making him the most appropriate choice. Feng Ming scoffed. While Uncle's words held merit, it inadvertently cast him as the least reliable among the brothers. Feng Zhou spoke with earnestness, methodically articulating his points. He did not intend to diminish the others, yet the reality was as such. My thoughts align with yours. The next leader must emerge from among us. Feng Ye acknowledged this statement as truthful. However, Uncle, if a person does not wish to assume a position they are thrust into, engaging in duties they do not desire, such a scenario will inevitably lead to neglect, which benefits neither the tribe nor the individual. Seeing that Feng Ye was resolute, Feng Zhou closed his eyes. He had said all that needed to be said, yet it had proven ineffective, leaving him with no viable alternatives. Thus, he resolved to employ a different approach. The cave once again fell into silence, broken only by the rustling leaves outside, stirred by the wind. Apart from Feng Ye, Feng Yang and Feng Yin were the most thoughtful and reliable among the brothers. After listening to uncle's and father's words, they found themselves grappling with numerous thoughts. Feng Yin, though appearing composed, recognized that he had his elder brother to rely on. Thus, he had not taken matters too seriously. Yet, in that moment, a sense of responsibility emerged within him. Feng Yang felt similarly, having been entrusted with various tasks by father due to his thoroughness. Some males would compare him with his brothers, speculating on who would become the next leader. However, he remained indifferent, believing that regardless of who led, the leader would always be one of his brothers. Moreover, witnessing father tirelessly traversing the tribe's various mountains at all hours, he felt a growing reluctance to assume the role of leader. Only those among the brothers who ascend to the position of clan leader can better safeguard their companions and kin. His gaze fell upon Anyang and then onto Sa, contemplating the other cave where their underage companions resided, and a sense of responsibility surged within him. Qinyu felt a wave of discomfort wash over her due to the somber atmosphere. She observed Feng Ye, usually so articulate, now wearing a stoic expression, lost in thought. She then glanced at Abo, who seemed poised to speak, but ultimately sighed and fell silent. Qinyu bit her lip and softly said, Abo, you are still in your prime. You could continue as clan leader for several more decades without issue. Feng Zhou's brow relaxed as he regarded Qinyu with warmth, patiently explaining, Abo is no longer young. Given his frequent skirmishes with the males from the west, he has sustained many injuries. In a few years, his combat prowess will inevitably diminish. The urgency to finalize the selection of a clan leader stemmed from the belief that he could impart his knowledge to those less experienced. This was a weighty topic. The tribe had faced far greater challenges in the past, and battles with the Western males were not mere trifles, but life and death struggles. Feng Zhou's softened tone caused his brothers to exchange furtive glances, some looking at Feng Ye, others at Feng Yang and Feng Yin. Qingyu noticed the silence within the cave and wondered if expressing comfort was frowned upon here. Mustering her courage, she offered, with Aishan around, "A bow, you could live for centuries." Fengyang and his brothers were initially taken aback, then nodded in unison, chattering in support. However, one voice stood apart. "Abo, I'm still not grown up. Please don't let anything happen to you." This was, of course, Feng Ming, who would rather endure Abo's reprimands than hear such grim discussions. He despised the atmosphere and believed that his words might elicit a smile from Abo. Yet, Feng Zhou felt no joy. Instead, his fists clenched, while he feigned misery. Feng Ming seemed intent on provoking genuine distress. Were it not for the inopportune timing, he might have struck Feng Ming. Despite the clumsiness of his words, Feng Ming succeeded in lightening the mood. "Abo," Feng Ye called out. "I believe both Feng Yang and Feng Yen are quite suitable." Feng Ye genuinely thought this, as their temperaments were more tranquil compared to his own. Feng Zhou lifted his head, awaiting further elaboration. Although they are younger and have faced fewer trials in a few years, they will undoubtedly surpass my capabilities. During this time, you will instruct them in managing tribal affairs while I continue to teach them the arts of combat and hunting. I will always be nearby to guide them. Whoever becomes the clan leader is inconsequential. Under normal circumstances, Feng Ye would have chastised him for his impatience. But the present moment called for a different focus. The strength of the tribe was paramount. Feng Yen and Feng Yang exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. It appeared that not only the eldest brother held this sentiment, but their father shared it as well. Feng Ye turned to Abo and ultimately relented. Uttering words Abo longed to hear. "If in a few years they fail to gain the recognition of the tribe, then I shall take on a mantle. The position of clan leader will remain among us brothers." The phrase "then I shall take on the mantle" was a promise meant to reassure Abo. Should Feng Yang or Feng Yin fail to earn the tribe's approval, all the training bestowed upon them would be in vain. This was a commitment Feng Ye could make to Abo, one he could fulfill. Chapter 129. Is she truly the most foolish? Once only two remained in the cave. Muyu looked at her partner with amusement, bemused by how he could complicate such a simple matter. Feng Ye was not in the mood for levity. They had long known that the choice for clan leader lay between Feng Yang and Feng Yen. If you require Feng Ye's assistance, simply ask him directly rather than going about it in such a convoluted manner. Feng Zhou remained lost in his own brilliant ideas. Consider Feng Ye's past behavior. Now that he has bonded with Qingyu, if I ask him to do this, he might refuse that, and if I ask him to do that, he might refuse as well. He is practically lazing about in the cave. I must devise a plan. His brothers, having spent so much time with him, seemed to share his mindset, including the most reliable, Feng Yin and Feng Yang. If he did not put on a show, they might think he was jesting with them. He understood that Feng Ye was unlikely to agree to become clan leader, and today's inquiries had confirmed his resignation. Since it was clear Feng Ye would not accept, he needed to consider alternative candidates. The two boys were lacking in some aspect, and he needed to contemplate this ahead of time. Knowing Feng Ye's stance provided him with some reassurance. What can Muyu say? She could only remark that it was evident they were indeed family, always inclined to speak in circles. In her eyes, regardless of the process, Feng Ye always achieved commendable results. Even if he did not desire the position of clan leader, he would undoubtedly look out for his brothers, so there was no need for concern. Feng Yin and Feng Yang were simply being overly playful. If he communicated these matters clearly, they would not appear as unreliable as Qingyu suggested. However, this approach held only advantages and no drawbacks. Learning early would ease Feng Zhou's burdens. Noticing Mu Yu's silence, Feng Zhou explained, "This cannot be blamed on me. I must display a measure of vulnerability for them to feel compassion." Mu Yu shot him a withering glance, observing the self-satisfied expression on her partner's face, and without mercy, she countered, "Do you truly believe Feng Ye would be oblivious to your thoughts?" Before Feng Zhou could formulate a retort, she continued, "And as for the other lads, aside from Feng Chuan and Feng Ming, who are rather carefree, the rest of them, even if they did not comprehend initially, should have understood when you mentioned that Feng Yang and Feng Yin were suitable candidates for clan leader. You are correct. They did not voice it directly, but it was entirely out of concern for you." Feng Zhou felt the weight of age upon him. Outside the cave, as Feng Ye and Qingyu emerged, a few followers trailed behind, particularly Feng Yang, who, having heard his father's words, felt compassion and was eager to assist. Yet this did not prevent him from perceiving the subtle coordination between the two. Unsure of how to initiate conversation, he exchanged a glance with Feng Yin, and both sighed in unison. Watching as their eldest brother effortlessly lifted the saw and strode away without a backward glance, they fell into silence. Their most reliable brother was also the most unpredictable. Once distanced from others, Fengye could no longer contain himself. One hand supporting Qingyu's backside while the other held a bamboo tube filled with salt, his fingers pinching her cheek. Hold on tighter. Retrieve all that you missed earlier. Qingyu burst into laughter, tightening her embrace around his neck, her legs wrapping securely around his waist. Standing to face him, she remarked, I have never seen anyone express affection in front of elders on this peak. I felt embarrassed to hold on so tightly with them watching. Now that we are alone, I can cling to you as long as I wish. With that, she leaned in and planted a firm kiss on his cheek. Why all these reasons? Fengye thought her reasoning nonsensical. The interactions between males and females in this regard were inherently straightforward. There was no need for any embarrassment. Qingyu felt a twinge of injustice. This was not a pretext she had devised. She genuinely felt shy. The males residing here were few in number, and with Abo present, clouds of hesitation would not dare draw near, thus remaining unseen. Abo and Aishin had surely embraced and shared affection to their fill before allowing them to proceed, making it even less conspicuous. Such displays were common on other peaks, and no one else felt embarrassed. Qingyu pondered, sensing a disconnect. She felt both right and wrong. She had nearly caused Abo to rise in anger moments ago. If I draw closer to you, I fear I may become entangled in your troubles, let alone indulge in kisses and embraces. Fengye found the situation somewhat amusing yet exasperating. The elder would never resort to violence in the cave, for it was impossible for her to be implicated. After all, she was right there. How could she allow her partner to be harmed? What was he thinking? The elder was merely feigning anger. The moment he slammed his hand on the table, I realized his intentions were deliberate. When the elder was upset, he spoke little, opting instead for direct action, lacking the patience to sit and discuss matters at length. Qingyu listened intently to his words, nuzzling her cheek against his neck. With the cooler weather, Fengye was less prone to perspiration, making his embrace particularly comfortable, and the familiar scent brought her solace. Upon hearing his comment, she immediately lifted her head, puzzled. What did he mean? She blinked, striving to recall the circumstances of that moment. Was the elder's intention to elicit her stance, suggesting that regardless of whether Feng Yang or Feng Yin became the clan leader, she should lend her support? Yet, that was not entirely the case. Feng Yi continued to press her head against his shoulder as they strolled back slowly, speaking at a leisurely pace. Initially, the elder had likely wished for me to assume the role of clan leader, but upon witnessing my reluctance, he shifted his focus to Feng Yin and Feng Yang. However, both of them were also hesitant, and the elder was well aware of this, hence the scheme he devised. A tragic charade. At that moment, Qingyu genuinely believed the elder was angry and was truly concerned about his health. It was only then she recognized her naivete. It was all a ruse. She had just been contemplating their straightforward interactions when the reality of the situation struck her like a swift slap. Her partner tilted his head to gaze at her, and Fengye chuckled softly. The few words she had uttered had served as a cue for the elder to elaborate. What did I even say? She questioned. I remarked that the elder was still young, granting him the opportunity to feign distress. Am I the only one who appears foolish? She lamented inwardly, feeling utterly ridiculous. Fengye paused, observing her distressed expression. Your inability to grasp this stems from your lack of familiarity with the situation. There are those even more naive than you, such as Feng Chuan and Feng Ming. If no one informs them, I suspect they remain oblivious. Just then, a sharp bite landed on his shoulder. Qingyu had playfully nibbled him, and while Feng Ming and Feng Chuan may or may not have grasped the situation, she understood clearly that Feng Yi believed her to be the simplest of them all. Chapter 130 felt akin to a gentle tickle. Qingyu was aware that he was merely pretending. Such a reaction was unwarranted for a playful bite. She contemplated switching locations for another playful nibble. But before she could act, he lifted her by the nape of her neck. You know, I did not mean it that way. His words came out too quickly, and Feng Yi realized he could neither retract nor clarify them. He set a bamboo tube before her, eager to change the subject. Can you guess what is inside? Qingyu shot him a glare, her eyes filled with mock ferocity. I, not being particularly clever, prefer not to converse with those who possess hidden agendas. Regarding the contents of the bamboo tube, since he had held it all this time, she would discover it soon enough, and had no reason to rush. Her pouting demeanor struck Feng Yi as particularly endearing. After a prolonged period of longing, he finally held her in his embrace. I was wrong. I'm the foolish one. In her presence, Feng Yi understood the importance of admitting fault when necessary. Her happiness was paramount, though he did not genuinely believe that admitting his folly made him a fool. Qingyu fixed her gaze upon him for a couple of seconds before continuing to cling to his neck. They had not seen one another for an eternity, and every fiber of her being craved to hold this person close. Her dependence compelled Feng Yi to tighten his embrace. Once outside the cave, Feng Yi glanced inside momentarily, then continued on without any intention of entering. Qingyu followed suit, recognizing his intent. They had traversed this path countless times. She knew he was heading to the water's edge for a bath. His pace quickened as they approached the water, where he set Qingyu upon a large rock and instantly leaped into the water. The moment he plunged in, Qingyu grimaced, feeling a chill for him. It was no longer the sweltering heat of summer. The water, while not frigid, was still quite cold. She could hardly imagine bathing in it, let alone even dipping her feet. Knowing he was undeterred by the cold, she wished for him to bathe in warm water instead. We have bamboo tubes at home for heating water. Let us use those in the future, as this water will only grow colder. Feng Yi remained silent, striding naked toward the large stone, pressing her head down as he compelled her to look at him. I'm not cold. In fact, I feel quite warm. His voice, slightly husky, reached Qingyu's ears. His tall, sturdy figure loomed before her, his hands gliding along her neck. Despite his icy touch, her heart raced with warmth, and her breathing turned erratic. In broad daylight, she instinctively glanced around. Feng Yi found her reaction amusing. He had told her many times that even if family came, they would announce their presence first. Yet, she remained anxious, as if their union was a clandestine affair. He had never been as tense as she was about such matters. The water here had grown cold, and she could not endure the temperature. Feng Yi had no intention of lingering here. After cleaning himself thoroughly, he stood nearby for a moment, waiting for his body temperature to rise before lifting Qingyu from the rock. Freshly bathed, her skin felt cool, but it was not long before warmth enveloped her. His heated breath brushed against her face, causing her cheeks to flush. At that moment, she dared not speak further. Feng Yi, however, was quite loquacious and bold. Upon entering the cave, Feng Yi noticed a complete transformation. The stone bench was adorned with silk thread creations that felt soft to the touch. The storage area contained numerous dried white rods. The bedding appeared even more plentiful than when he had left, and pressing a finger against it caused it to sink. He intended to place Qingyu on the bed, but the person in his arms smoothly stood at the edge, declaring, I have not bathed yet. I cannot go to bed now. The cave's conditions were basic, yet manageable. However, the bedding, crafted from silk thread, though not entirely white, was a warm off-white. Any stains would be conspicuous, and sleeping on it would be uncomfortable. She had grown accustomed to bathing before lying down to rest, and having uttered this, Feng Yi promptly set about heating water. He washed the bamboo tube meant for hot water at the bathing area, then turned to the stone pot. Heating water in this vessel was indeed a slow process, and he began to feel anxious as he waited. Qingyu was perplexed by his flurry of activity. There was no need for such haste, which in turn made her feel uneasy. Stealing a glance at him, she observed his intense focus on the pot of hot water, his unwavering gaze both amusing and endearing. Qingyu, having missed him dearly during his absence, thought of him often. During the sweltering days, being held in his arms made her want to escape. Yet without his embrace, even sleep was not as restful. She retrieved the sleepwear and towel she had made, contemplating for a moment before placing the sleepwear on the bed, fearing that as soon as she donned it, it would become soiled. Feng Yi poured hot water into the bamboo tube, inviting Qingyu to wash, while assessing whether he could fit in it as well. He worried that if he entered, he might damage it. The more he scrutinized it, the more furrowed his brow became. It seemed a tad small. Another day, I shall procure a larger one. Not only can you bathe inside, but we can wash together as well. As Qingyu submerged herself in the water, she sensed danger upon hearing his thoughts. She averted her gaze, speaking softly. It is better to refrain from such actions. Even if we were to procure a larger bamboo tube, the nodules within it would scarcely be thicker. While it may be manageable for one person to wash inside, the presence of two would undoubtedly lead to complications. Qingyu has encountered such large bamboo tubes before and believes that two individuals washing inside would not cause issues, though any additional activities might present uncertainties. We must avoid damaging the bamboo tube to the extent that the bathing water floods the entire cave. That would be quite a spectacle. There would be nothing to do but dry up the water inside. Qingyu spoke cautiously, appearing genuinely concerned about the possibility of bringing back an even larger tube. Feng Yi quickly discerned her thoughts, realizing she was overthinking. As the weather would grow increasingly cold, his only concern had been the shared bathing experience. He had not contemplated anything beyond that. Moreover, the tube was rather small, making it inconvenient for two. Observing the enchanting scenery while seated in the water, Fengye felt his breath quicken, yet he did not forget to jest. It seemed that Qingyu was quite preoccupied with her thoughts. He stepped closer, wrapping his arms around her and pulling her towards him. Sit comfortably here. Allow me to massage your shoulders. He was uncertain of the benefits of such a gesture, yet Qingyu appeared to relish in it, akin to a gentle tickle, which he found agreeable. As Qingyu sat within the bamboo tube, it appeared rather spacious. But when Fengye tugged her back, she was startled and quickly grasped the edges for support. Initially, she intended to protest against his grip on her shoulders, fearing that a stronger squeeze might lead to injury. However, the sensation was unexpectedly pleasant, and just as she contemplated indulging in it, his hands shifted to a different location. Chapter 131. A swaying motion. Qingyu inhaled sharply, attempting to pry his hand away, but her efforts proved futile. You are washing far too slowly. Allow me to assist you. However, this assistance will not be without reciprocity. Today, I help you, and in the future, you shall help me. Fengye leaned closer, his head brushing against her ear, his gaze fixed on his hands as a sense of delight enveloped him. His palms radiated warmth, surpassing that of the water, causing Qingyu to breathe more rapidly as she sensed his hands meandering elsewhere. Her speech became fragmented. The water is nearly cold. I will catch a chill. Feigning vulnerability can be quite effective, as demonstrated now. Fengye retrieved a large towel from nearby, enveloping her within it before gently placing her on the bed. He then drew closer, mimicking Qingyu's earlier gesture of wiping away sweat, drying her off efficiently. The large towel indeed served its purpose well. Qingyu's fair skin, resting atop the silken fabric, appeared even more radiant and alluring, causing Fengye's gaze to darken, and before she could respond, he stripped the towel away. Having just bathed and now exposed to the cool air, Qingyu felt a chill and hastily curled up beneath the covers, peeking out to observe his next move. Under her watchful gaze, Fengye found it increasingly difficult to restrain himself. He lifted the covering from her and nestled in beside her. Do not move. Allow me to take charge. Upon hearing her words, Qingyu seized the opportunity while Fengye was momentarily distracted, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist and burrowing deeper into his embrace. It is rather cold after bathing. Let me hold you for a moment. Her voice trembled slightly, betraying her chill. Fengye gritted his teeth, inquiring, is this truly how you arrived at this predicament? His partner nestled closely in his embrace, rubbing against him, nearly causing him to lose his composure. Was he simply meant to hold her? We shall wait until it warms up, he replied. You expect me to wait now? He felt his throat tighten as his hand slid along her back, moving to her smooth shoulder, drawing near her ear. Soon, you will no longer feel cold. His little partner seemed to enjoy teasing him, her hands clinging tightly to his waist. He could certainly pull her down, yet he feared causing her discomfort. He could only lift her head slightly, but her face barely reached his chest, making it impossible to kiss her. Are you toying with me? His expression turned increasingly dangerous, his tone firm. Little Qingyu, if this continues, do not expect to plead for my mercy later. Qingyu had intended to relent, but found herself too intimidated by his words to release her grip, gazing at him with a pitiful expression. Finally, Fengye loosened his hold around her waist, enveloping her completely. He leaned closer, asking softly, after all this time, did you miss me? Yes, I missed you. Qingyu's hands clung tightly to his arms, but in an instant, one of her hands was seized and lifted above her head, leaving her feeling as though she were sinking. Not satisfied with the softness of the bed beneath them, Fengye lifted her waist, exhaling a contented sigh. Qingyu's hands grasped at his, but due to the strength of his muscles, she could not maintain her grip, and her hands soon fell away in exhaustion. She tried to remain silent, but Fengye seemed to sense her intentions and found ways to thwart her resolve. Little partner, he murmured her name softly, enticingly, yet he remained focused on his desires, deeming such moments far too significant for idle chatter. As Qingyu's voice grew hoarse and her hands grew weak, her hair, damp with sweat, clung to her ears, and she lay motionless in his embrace, as if sated. Then came the familiar routine. First, heating water to cleanse his partner, followed by changing into silken garments. The process was seamless, with no time wasted. He understood precisely how to ensure her comfort, recognizing that she required rest to be able to embrace him in return. In the depths of the night, Qingyu resembled someone intoxicated, her demeanor dreamy and unfocused, as if the events unfolding were both vague and vividly clear in her mind. She lay sidewise, atop the bedding, in a state of drowsy confusion. Amidst the sight of her utterly exhausted form, Fengy's emerald eyes sparkled with mirth, growing ever brighter. His little partner remained a heavy sleeper. He had spent countless hours at the training grounds, yearning for her, longing for her presence. Now that she was beside him, he wished to savor the moment, cradling her closely, which only made sleep elude him. With dawn approaching, he had no intention of resting, instead lying beside her, watching her sleep peacefully. As the season of fierce winds approached, gusts outside began to stir. Sensing the dawn's arrival, Fengy's first task was to rise and heat water. He placed firewood into the stove, glancing towards the bed where she lay, wearing a foolish grin. Once the water boiled, he filled wooden bowls with it, allowing it to cool, knowing that when Qingyu awoke, she would be in need of a drink. He gathered some dried fruits and set them aside in a bowl, then ventured out of the cave to tend to the horned beasts. Previously, there had been but one pit, but now 3 additional ones have been dug nearby. Although not filled to the brim, the quantity was still significant, confirming that Qingyu and the female horned beasts would have access to fresh meat. He proceeded to the area where the large white fruits were stored. Numerous caves housed a substantial amount, and given the evidence of consumed large white fruits, it was evident that there was more than enough to sustain the horned beasts through the cold tide without needing to gather more. These tasks were what Qingyu wished to accomplish, and thus he committed them to memory, ensuring the survival of these horned beasts. He extracted one from the cave, heading towards the water source, where he used a bone knife to skin it, cutting it into pieces to wash clean. Quietly returning to the cave, he retrieved the container for the meat and set out to find Fengyan. Lately, the cave had been occupied by Xiaoning and Yunduo, but with Xiaoning away, it was likely that Yunduo was still asleep. Fengyan, being the closest individual without a partner, and with much to learn recently, was certainly awake. Fengyan, who had been resting, instantly opened his eyes at the sound. Upon seeing his older brother approach, surprise flickered in his gaze. "Brother, what brings you here today? Shouldn't you be in the cave with sister-in-law?" "I returned with a pot of meat cooked in a stone pot, but the noise was too loud in my cave, likely disturbing Qingyu. This place is more suitable for such endeavors. Boiling water is manageable, but cooking meat requires constant flipping, which creates considerable noise. To ensure my partner sleeps comfortably, I must find another location." Chapter 132. Snuggling Under the Covers. Fengyan wondered if cooking here would result in less clamor. Lying on the hard Kong, he felt the sharpness of his hearing, and the crackling of firewood prompted him to press his hand against his forehead. It won't be long. Soon he will have a partner. As Fengyi prepared food, he expressed his dissatisfaction with the inadequacy of the utensils here, frowning as he circled the stone pot. "You two are soon to have a partner. Your home should be well equipped and kept clean. Do not let it come to the point where you need to wash everything again just to cook meat." When did his elder brother become so talkative? Fengyan decided to rise from the bed and took some rice from the side. Enough already. Cooking comes with too much chatter. He finally understood why his elder brother had previously advised him and Fengming not to seek him out often. It was truly easy to be reprimanded. The stone table held meat, water, salt fruit, and even dried wild vegetables along with sun-dried white stems, causing Fengyan a headache. Fengyi glanced at him, noting the growing temper of the young one. "Bring that small stone pot outside to wash. Later, we will simmer some soup." Since he couldn't sleep anyway, Fengyan busied himself with whatever he could assist with. However, Fengyi felt a waste for two to cook together, considering that Suanbao should be nearing adulthood. Fengyan was puzzled. Why would his elder brother inquire about such matters? Nonetheless, he replied while continuing his tasks, stating that adulthood would arrive after the great wind season. He felt anxious. Once the great wind season arrived, females could not venture outside. The cold wave outside was harsh, and he would have to wait until next year's warm season to bring his partner over. Since Suanbao was nearing adulthood, it was time to learn these tasks. Wash the stone pot, prepare the meat and soup, and then cook the rice. Once done, bring it to place on the stone outside our cave. What could the inquiries lead to? Clearly, tasks awaited him. Remember to cover it. Do not let insects invade. Fengyan felt like tossing the stone pot aside. Why would his elder brother ask such questions out of the blue? Yet, his elder brother was correct. Many items were lacking at home and should be prepared. Today, I will visit Suanbao and start discussing conditions. Fine, I will go daily to check on Suanbao, see what my home lacks, and take some time to replenish it. Seeing him agree, Fengyi swiftly left the cave, moving with great speed. No problem. Upon reaching outside his cave, Fengyi paused, observing the cave entrance, which had been sealed for the most part. He naturally understood that once he had a partner, The entrance needed sealing. He had intended to handle this after returning from the training grounds, but it seemed ABO had already completed it. This was indeed fortunate, granting him more time to spend with Chinyu. The cooking area was organized neatly, and even some purple flowers adorned the stone table. Approaching the bedside, he stood still, watching his partner sleep soundly, her small face flushed. As she turned, revealing a patch of tender skin, his heart raced with desire. It was quite unfortunate that Chinyu, despite doing nothing, always seemed more fatigued than he. Fengyi shook his head, removing his beast skin shoes before slipping into bed. Whether it was the abundance of bedding or his own weight, he sank into the mattress, feeling unfamiliar with such softness. Moreover, the layers of bedding made it warm, prompting Fengyi to lift the covers. He embraced Chinyu along with the quilt, inhaling her unique scent. Initially, he merely wished to savor the fragrance, but soon his desires grew, leading him to hold her tighter. Chinyu, who had been sleeping peacefully, slowly opened her eyes, feeling suffocated. Her gaze fell upon Fengyi's sturdy chest, which was close enough to hear his steady heartbeat. As her small face nuzzled against him, Fengyi bent down, his little partner playfully teasing him, melting his heart completely. Fengyin was already cooking the meat and would bring it over soon. Let us rest a bit longer. Chinyu, still in a daze, nodded gently. As the weather grew colder, she could no longer rise as easily as in the warm season. Instead, she longed to linger in bed until fully awake. Pulling up a corner of the quilt, she inadvertently covered Fengyi with it. The cold weather necessitated warmth beneath the covers. Fengyi made no other moves, allowing her to wrap him snugly in the bedding, extending his hands to embrace her tightly. Two bare bodies in close proximity heightened the warmth emanating from Fengyi, causing Chinyu to hold her breath. The cave's dim, warm light cast an increasingly intimate atmosphere. In his deepening gaze, Chinyu wriggled free from his embrace and quickly sat up. The items on the bed had been entirely rearranged. The nightgown, previously lying on the bed, now lay forlornly at the edge. She had no choice but to burrow beneath the covers, making her way from one end to the other, grabbing the nightgown and slipping it on without revealing her head. Fengyi chuckled at her antics, finding her adorable as she squirmed under the covers. He remained seated, observing her movements, and made no effort to stop her as she hopped off the bed. The cave was not large enough for her to run far. Chinyu had no intention of fleeing. Instead, she rose to fill a bamboo tube with water for washing her face, meticulously cleansing her visage before brushing her teeth. She then urged Fengyi to wash as well. Understanding her intention, Fengyi, with a smirk, patted the space beside him. "Hurry up, I have already washed." The habits formed while being with her dictated that he did not brush his teeth or wash his face without her. Therefore, upon rising, his first task was to clean himself. During her brief time awake, the cold air made Chinyu shiver. Upon hearing Fengyi's claim that he had already washed, she promptly turned and dashed back into the warmth of the quilt. She curled up inside, while Fengyi gently patted her back, reminding her it's getting colder now. "When you get up, dress warmly to avoid falling ill." Chinyu did not respond but poked her head out from the covers, smiling sweetly. Then in an instant, she flipped over and sat on his waist. Fengyi raised an eyebrow at her boldness. Feeling a tickling sensation on his neck, she placed numerous soft kisses there, and he instinctively tilted his head back. As Chinyu kissed him more fervently, she gradually retreated. Feeling familiar warmth, their bodies pressed closer together, eliciting muffled sounds from both. They began a shamelessly intimate life. Chapter 133. Do not stumble upon exiting. Early in the morning, do not tease me, and then abruptly change your mind halfway through. After such a long time without seeing her, he had been driven to madness. Fearing she might not withstand it the previous night, he had restrained himself, but now, with her teasing, he felt his sanity slipping away. Chinyu, breathless, regretted her earlier decision. Her legs ached. Before she could speak, a pair of strong hands gripped her waist, shifting their positions. The weight made her release soft sounds, while Fengyi's lips were busy, fervently kissing her, each time more passionately. Their kisses were unimpeded, rolling and entangling. When she was utterly spent, she lay on the Kong like a fallen leaf carried by the wind. Thankfully, thick layers of white spheres cushioned her. Otherwise, she would have felt the sting of friction on her back as she had in the past. Fengyi indeed took her feelings into account, exercising restraint and not acting solely on his own desires and intensity. Observing his partner's increasingly softened form, he moderated his touch. Once they both reached a state of satisfaction, she muffledly inquired if she felt comfortable. Chinyu, however, was not inclined to respond. She merely felt as if her being had been completely drained. It dawned on her that if he were to take the initiative, she would worry about her capacity to accept it. Conversely, if she were the one to take charge, Feng Yi would surely lose his composure. Feng Yi gazed intently at her, awaiting her answer, his fixation on the question perplexing her. It seemed as though he would not relent until she replied. Turning her head to avoid his gaze, she stammered, "Yes. But I'll need a few days of rest before the next time." It was true that she felt comfortable, yet she also recognized the limits of indulgence. At her tender age, she needed to cultivate her well-being. Satisfied with her response, Feng Yi reclined beside her, regarding her with tenderness. As for the weight, that was a matter for the future. Discussing it now felt premature. Qin Yu's lips were somewhat parched, prompting Feng Yi to rise and fetch a cup of lukewarm water that had been set aside. She could now speak, though her limbs were weak. And with support at her back, she slowly managed to sit up and drink nearly half a bowl of water. Watching this small figure quench her thirst before returning to rest, he placed the bowl down and leaned closer. In an instant, his partner hastily covered her head with the blanket, curling up into a little ball, forming a mound on the bed. It was unclear whether she feared another encounter or was merely shy. Feng Yi silently, effortlessly uncovering her head and planting several affectionate kisses on her face until she glared at him, prompting him to relent. Upon exiting the cave, he found the meat and soup that Feng Yin had prepared resting on a large stone, securely covered as instructed. Touching it, he noted that it had long since cooled. He heated the contents in a stone pot and, upon reaching the stone table, exerted himself to lift it in front of the bed, quickly placing the meat and vegetables atop it. He then cradled her, blanket and all, helping her sit up to feed her spoonfuls of rice and vegetables. Qin Yu was genuinely hungry, devouring her meal with vigor. Upon returning the previous evening, they had spent the night and morning together, leaving her feeling quite capable of finishing everything set before her. After one bowl of rice and half a bowl of mushroom soup, Feng Yi filled another bowl, packing it tightly, concerned that she might not be satisfied. Realizing her own limitations, she shook her head and sipped the mushroom soup in small gulps. "I can't eat anymore. I'll rest a bit before continuing." No sooner had Feng Yi returned than she predictably settled into a routine of eating and sleeping. He chuckled softly, consuming the remaining food himself. After cleaning the dishes, he boiled a large pot of water, ensuring that Qin Yu would have hot water soon. He then took 2 large bone knives outside the cave, where the earth remained somewhat damp, marked by traces of previous slips. When they had returned the day before, his partner had playfully complained about the slippery path post-rain, mentioning how she would slide from the moment she stepped out of the cave. The thought made Feng Yi chuckle. She was quite clumsy. When alone, he had never contemplated such matters. His agile reflexes would allow him to adjust his stance and avoid falling into the mud. Even if he did get dirty, he could always rise and brush himself off to continue his tasks. Now, however, things were different. He could not allow Qin Yu to tumble every time it rained. Using the bone knife, he carved steps into the slope outside the cave, extending the pathway outward. As the sound of the blade striking the earth echoed, Qin Yu initially thought he was chopping wood, but then realized that Feng Yi would not do such a thing. He would transform into his beast form and crush the firewood into pieces. Stretching and rolling about on the bed, she donned warm clothing and slowly made her way to the cave entrance to observe. He was busy smoothing stones with a bone knife, laying them on the flattened earth. Noticing any unevenness, he would add wet soil to level the stones around them. Her gaze traveled upward to his profile, which lacked his usual nonchalance. His striking features appeared even sharper. His expression was focused, as though engaged in an exceedingly important task. Clad in a pair of trousers he had fashioned himself, he worked diligently in the wind, repairing the path. At that moment, Qin Yu felt a lump in her throat. Her lips moved silently, yet no words emerged. A warm current flowed through her heart, taking a while to settle. A serious man is undeniably handsome, and a man who devises ways to prevent her from falling is even more so. Feng Yi sensed her gaze upon him, and, recognizing it belonged to his partner, continued his work diligently. It was only when her attention remained fixed on him that he finally looked up, seeing her adequately clad in furs. He allowed her to remain outside rather than retreating to the cave. "If you wish to watch, come closer. What can you see from so far away? Are you interested in the stones or in me? Should I stand so you can see better?" Just as Qin Yu was on the verge of tears, moved by her husband's admirable qualities, he had to open his mouth, making her feel both amused and exasperated. Pretending to be annoyed, she retorted, "I want to look at you. I've seen enough of you last night, touched enough, and I'm not interested right now." Feng Yi chuckled softly, while Qin Yu stood there in a daze, not realizing he and Teen noticed her emotional state. He assumed she was upset about something, hence her comment. As long as she was not unhappy, he felt reassured. He did not like seeing her in such a state. Qingyu approached, wanted to see if there was anything she could assist with, but was promptly sent back to the cave. It was then she noticed the two items Feng Yi had brought back yesterday, a bamboo tube containing an unknown substance and a piece of animal hide bound with vines. She took out the hide and draped it over herself, observing that it seemed oversized for something he would make. The pure white color was stunning, suitable for wearing outside in the cold. Opening the bamboo tube, she discovered small, pale yellow granules inside. Bringing it to her nose, she took a whiff, and her lips brushed against the tube, instinctively licking it. A look of surprise crossed her face. It was salt. Chapter 134. A kiss is far more tangible than this. Qingyu gazed outside the cave, where Feng Yi was still busy moving stones, and she felt tears welling up. Feng Yi was accustomed to gathering salt from water and fruit, having only mentioned once that it would be nice to acquire some. If they could obtain salt, she could make cured meats, prepare rice with cured meat, or cook it in various ways. After speaking, she realized it would be challenging to procure salt here, so she had forgotten about it. Little did she know, Feng Yi kept in mind and had brought some back. Staring blankly at the bamboo tube filled with salt, she was jolted from her reverie by the clattering of stones outside. The tube was not large. The salt weighed perhaps 2 to 3 pounds, its weight only discernible by feel, and she could not ascertain its accuracy. It was easy to imagine how difficult it must have been to retrieve, for with Feng Yi's character, it was unlikely he would have only brought back this small amount. She replaced the lid and found a secure spot to store it. Once the weather cooled, she would prepare some cured meat, ensuring the first piece was reserved for Feng Yi. When one is filled with joy and gratitude, they often contemplate ways to express their thanks. However, Qingyu found herself at a loss for what to do. Ultimately, she could do nothing. Instead, she grabbed a bamboo tube large enough to hold 10 pounds of water, filled it with freshly boiled water, and mixed it with the now cooled water, cradling it in her arms as she stepped outside. She was not one to dwell on difficulties. If some tasks were beyond her capabilities, then so be it. She would focus on what she could achieve. Upon seeing her emerge with the tube, Feng Yi stood up to take a look. Water. He assumed she intended to mix it with mud and reached out to grasp the tube, planning to pour it into the earth. Realizing it was hot, he frowned and asked, "Do we really need hot water for the mud?" She had yet to utter a word when that large hand grasped the mouth of the bamboo tube, mud cascading from it in a torrent. "Qingyu, this is for you to drink, but it cannot be consumed now, as it is filled with mud." Feng Yi, he wants to drink water, but not in this manner. The bamboo tubes they typically use for drinking are considerably smaller. The two exchanged foolish glances, unable to articulate their thoughts. Eventually, it was Qingyu who, feeling somewhat bashful, gazed at him. After a prolonged silence, she finally managed to say, "Thank you, darling, for bringing back the salt." "What, darling?" Feng Yi was accustomed to calling her his partner, while she preferred to address him by name. Fearing that she might inadvertently mix the terms due to their frequent usage, she consistently opted for his name. "Thank you for bringing back the salt," she reiterated, but Feng Yi's gaze made her increasingly uncomfortable. He chuckled, his chest vibrating with mirth. "Is this how you choose to express your gratitude?" A kiss would be far more sincere. In his heart, he believed that as long as it was something his partner desired, he would find a way to procure it. There was nothing to be thanked for. However, witnessing her bashfulness, with her ears flushed red, stirred a playful impulse within him to tease her further. Qingyu glanced up at his face and planted a kiss on him. "Now that's more genuine, isn't it?" Fortunately, while his hands and body were covered in mud, his face remained clean. Yet, even if it were not, she would have kissed him regardless. Feng Yi, however, found her actions amusing, chuckling as he observed her. "How come you are so particular about cleanliness?" Standing there, he shook his head with a smile. "You won't be able to endure this for long. Lie down on the Kong. I will join you shortly." His little partner, being so fastidious, had to wash her hands and feet after their outing, which was rather troublesome. It would be simpler to remain in the cave. Noticing her stillness, gazing at him in silence, Feng Yi felt a twinge of helplessness. "Are you hoping for more kisses? If you wish to kiss, then just do so. Staring won't suffice." Qingyu did indeed wrap her arms around his neck and showered his face with several kisses. Under his increasingly profound gaze, she swiftly turned and fled. Returning to the cave, she took a moment to steady her racing heart. She truly was not suited for such sentimental displays, often feeling out of place. However, after a brief respite, she regained her composure and recalled the tasks she had mentioned yesterday. specifically the means by which she brushed her teeth during the summer, utilizing a particular plant. This plant, with its fibrous texture, produced bubbles while brushing, providing a thorough clean and imparting a refreshing scent of foliage. Thus, she had always relied on it. Yet, this plant was beginning to shed its leaves and would soon dry out and harden, losing its efficacy. In this place, there were no dentists. Neglecting oral hygiene could lead to decayed teeth, which would be difficult to remedy. Her gaze fell upon the salt Fingya had brought back. Salt could serve as a traditional toothpaste, but she only recalled the necessity of charcoal and salt, the rest eluding her memory. Moreover, acquiring salt was challenging, and there was no surplus to experiment with. Even if she managed to create it, it would not last long, a temporary solution at best. Thus, she would have to devise a method regarding the brushing substance. Fortunately, there was an abundance of this plant. She had already spotted some outside. The wind was blowing, and the weather was dry, causing the branches of this plant to gradually harden, unlike the soft texture she had previously used for brushing. She planned to collect some and place it near the recently kindled fire, hoping to dry it quickly. After Fingya had finished tidying up outside, he returned to find his little partner seated beside the stove, her eyes fixated on the interior. Fingya lowered his head, curious about her focus. Qingyu shared her thoughts with him, expressing her desire to try drying the plant and grinding it into powder for brushing, wondering if it would produce bubbles akin to the previous method. Fingya responded with certainty, stating that the dried version could still be utilized, albeit without the same bubbling effect. The males and females in their tribe used this for brushing, regardless of the season, and he was well aware of its efficacy. However, after the wind season, it would become dry and hard, requiring a bit of kneading before use for a more comfortable experience. Fingya retrieved the now drier plant, attempting to soften it slightly before placing it in Qingyu's hands for her to try. After prolonged exposure to heat, the outer layer of the plant readily shed upon his touch. Qingyu fetched a cup of water and tested it. While it could indeed brush, the outer layer fell away, just as Fingya had mentioned, resulting in a lack of bubbles. It seemed that the outer skin played a crucial role in the cleansing process, and since it had been removed, the bubbling effect was absent. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but she felt it was not thoroughly clean without the bubbles. As for the toothbrush, she simply needed to continue softening the plant. She had grown accustomed to using it. Although it was not as effective as a proper toothbrush, it sufficed. The crux of the matter was that the current means of making a toothbrush relied on animal hair, which could be too soft or too hard, necessitating Fengya's assistance in capturing animals. She did not wish to be apart from him now, preferring to explore these solutions together at a later time. Let us dry this plant and grind it into powder. Applying some while brushing will surely yield a cleaner result. Chapter 135. I just want to sleep with you. Once Qingyu finished speaking, she contemplated rising to retrieve the plant from outside. However, before she could stand, Fengya's palm pressed her down gently. Fortunately, his grip was not too forceful. Otherwise, she would have found herself in an uncomfortable predicament. She looked up in bewilderment. What are you doing? What am I doing? He pondered how his little partner always had so many tasks to complete. She worked while he was away and had more plans upon his return. TSK, Fengya exclaimed, looking down at her with a hint of irritation. Is this what you call missing me? His gaze swept across the cave, observing the abundance of items. She was perpetually busy, hardly any time to think of him. All these things keep you occupied from dawn till dusk, leaving you exhausted by night, long forgotten. The more he spoke, the more his tone resonated with melancholy. Unlike me, while training the other males, your image occupies my mind, to the point where I see double. Qingyu? She was at a loss for how to respond, unsure what expression to wear. Seeing double? What metaphor is that? She felt compelled to laugh, yet his piercing gaze rendered her unable to do so. Ultimately, unable to suppress a smile. Ha ha, laugh all you want, Fengya remarked, his expression unchanging, casually observing her. Qingyu promptly sealed her lips, pointing to the sun-dried mushrooms nearby, attempting to divert the conversation. Do you know why I've dried so many white stalks? Under Fengya's intense gaze, she grew increasingly flustered. It's because Aunt said this is good for the male's health, which is why I rise early and toil to gather it. I feared it would spoil before your return, so I had to dry it in small pieces. To illustrate her hard work, she extended her hands towards him. Do you see this color on my hands? It's from drying mushrooms, and even now, it won't wash off. If that doesn't count as missing you, then what does? She would never confess to Fengya that her continued gathering of mushrooms stemmed from sheer joy in the act, for his gaze felt like daggers upon her. With her lips moving incessantly, Fengya swallowed hard. He paid little mind to her shifty eyes and the words spoken. Their dining moments revealed her aversion to vegetables. He would only feed her meat, and any claims of gathering white stalks were purely fabrications. A glance at her hands confirmed the faint stains on her fingertips. A couple of washes would soon render them nearly invisible. He crouched down and leaned closer to her, fingers gripping her chin, his gaze unwavering from her face as he spoke through gritted teeth. Xiao Qingyu has truly become accomplished, deceiving me as if it were a mere game. Be gentle. That hurts, she protested, adjusting her posture and lifting her chin high. Fengyi, how could it hurt when I'm not even applying pressure? Nevertheless, hearing her soft voice express discomfort, the hand that had been holding her chin shifted to gently caress it. His partner's eyes sparkled with mirth. And Fengyi couldn't help but curse under his breath, realizing he was utterly at her mercy, both helpless and willingly ensnared. Just as he intended to rise, his little partner wrapped her arms around his waist, nuzzling her small head against his chest. The contrast between her fair complexion and his skin was striking, and a delightful fragrance emanating from her filled his senses. He contemplated whether he should ignore her, allowing her to reflect on her actions. However, his hand seemed to have a mind of its own, already ruffling her hair. Fengyi couldn't help but feel frustrated with himself. Xiao Qingyu nestled in his embrace, gently smiled, closing her eyes and playfully rubbing against his chest. Fengyi pressed her head down, causing her face to rest against his well-defined abdomen. She momentarily appeared puzzled before nuzzling against his sculpted muscles. Fengyi sighed, silently chuckling. He no longer questioned why his partner adored his stomach, just as he cherished her soft bosom, always longing to kiss, touch, and squeeze her. Perhaps her thoughts mirrored his, differing only in preference. After enough nuzzling, Xiao Qingyu stood on the stone bench and planted soft kisses on his face. He could hardly withstand such affection, promptly pulling her closer by the back of her head, enveloping her in his embrace and kissing her fervently. He only released her when she was nearly unsteady, breathless, and panting. Her lips glistened with a rosy hue, and Fengyi licked his lips, tempted to devour her entirely. Xiao Qingyu rested her head on his shoulder, her nose filled with his scent, intoxicating her senses until she finally spoke earnestly. Wanting to do things together with you is not in conflict. We should enjoy sweet romance while also living well. You have your own responsibilities. I can't just lie in bed thinking of you all day. Here, she could only change her own life and that of the tribe based on what she knew, but her actions were limited. Observing his serious expression, Fengyi wished she could be like the other females in the tribe, sleeping until dawn, eating, socializing, and then returning to slumber. Yet her nature was restless. She constantly sought to be productive. You don't need to tire yourself out, he said solemnly. There were too many tasks on his plate. Otherwise, he would have ample time to accompany her. These chores can be managed by me, and you need not be constantly busy. Xiao Qingyu shook her head, insisting. These are things I can manage. It's not tiring. Besides, going out is good exercise. She could ensure that their home was well kept and occasionally gather food for herself. After a tiring day outside, Fengyi could return to a tidy home and rest, leading to more time for them to be together. He lowered his gaze, his hand caressing her brow. His little partner was quite stubborn, determined to do what she had resolved. As long as there is no danger, what matters is that you find joy and don't overexert yourself. He articulated each word, knowing she would still proceed with her plans regardless. Moreover, her time for play outdoors was limited. With the onset of the strong winds, venturing outside would become impossible. He considered that Xiao Qingyu would certainly feel bored confined within the cave. Upon hearing his words, her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she tentatively inquired, "Shall we go and gather that plant?" Fengyi scooped her up and carried her towards the bed. "Those things can be collected later. For now, I simply wish to sleep with you and go nowhere else." Xiao Qingyu gasped in surprise at his actions, landing a playful punch on his shoulder. "But we've only just had breakfast. How can we sleep now?" Fengyi chuckled, casting a glance at her flustered face. "There is no need to be so alarmed. Who said it's morning? By the time we finish mating, it's already afternoon. After eating, we move stones to clear the path. It won't be long before night falls. You say we just had breakfast, but look at the sky outside. Do you truly believe that?" Xiao Qingyu remarked. "The sky outside has no sun, and with these towering mountains, the clouds are only halfway up. To me, without the sun, the day feels the same. How can one distinguish between morning and afternoon? But we haven't had lunch yet. I'll go prepare some food and meat." She fell silent, staring at the leftovers from lunch. Now that the weather is cooler, this food is still edible. Fengyi paid no mind. Xiao Qingyu, craving freshly cooked meals, busied herself in the kitchen. "Wait here," she instructed. As he stepped outside the cave, Fengyi grabbed a pair of shorts and a towel. washing away the dirt accumulated from moving stones. The cooling weather was a relief, unlike the previous heat that left him dripping with sweat. Still, cleanliness was essential. Otherwise, his partner Wu Ti led him into bed. He quickly rinsed off the dirt, dried himself with a towel, and donned his shorts before heading back. Xiao Qingyu had crafted several bathrobes for him from coarse thread, calling him inside to help put one on. As the weather turned colder, she noticed the males still walking around bare-chested, Feng Yi included. After washing, exposure to the cool air would only intensify the chill. I'm not cold right now. I'll cook first and change later. Otherwise, it'll get dirty. He protested, noting the garment was white and easily soiled, adding that he didn't feel cold and had no desire to wear it. Xiao Qingyu said nothing but wrapped the robe around him, asserting, I made this for you to wear. If it gets dirty, so be it. It can be washed. Understanding his thoughts, she mirrored his earlier hesitation about wearing the shorts, fearing damage that would necessitate remaking them. There was plenty of coarse thread at home, and weaving this item wasn't arduous. If it got ruined, she could simply make another. With that, Feng Yi relented, putting on the robe and stepping outside, only to be pulled back. I'm just teasing. Let us heat this up so we can eat. Don't let it go to waste. After a simple meal and cleaning up, they laid down together. Xiao Qingyu slept until the afternoon, wondering how one could sleep so long. She tossed and turned in bed, stretching lazily and rolling about. Feng Yi yachitev, amused by her antics under the covers. He reached out to pull her back toward him. He could hardly resist such an adorable partner. Seeing her wide-eyed gaze, as if afraid he might crush her beneath him, he raised an eyebrow and chuckled. I'm not doing anything. I simply wish to hold you while we sleep. He had hardly rested outside. After returning, they spent the night together, gazing at her serene sleeping face without much sleep. Xiao Qingyu's heart was only half at ease, the other half still alert, for Feng Yi's words at such moments were not to be trusted. After a long while, noting he made no further moves, she rolled into his embrace, snuggling closer. When alone, she would wrap herself tightly in the blankets, fearing the cold. Beside Feng Yi. One can feel an inherent warmth simply by leaning against him, a testament to the intensity of his fiery disposition. His little companion's head nuzzled against his chest, causing Feng Yi to inhale sharply, holding his breath. Unable to resist, he turned her over, lifting her slightly so that her back rested against him, while he shifted forward. Qingyu marveled at how warm he was, startled by this unexpected gesture. She clutched her hand tightly against his chest, attempting to turn but finding herself firmly restrained. She understood the current situation all too well and immediately hesitated to move. With a hesitant tone, she inquired, Did you forget what you just said? Her voice carried a faint hint of pleading. What did I say? Feng Yi completely denied having said anything at all. Leaning down, his breath cascaded over her ear, making Qingyu instinctively shrink her neck. She regretted trusting him, especially at this moment. I intended to take a nap, but your incessant movements make it impossible. If neither of us can sleep, why not engage in something else? You will feel good, and so will I, after being apart for so long. A few fleeting moments of satisfaction would not suffice. He could restrain himself merely to allow her a chance to rest, preparing for a more profound reunion. However, Qingyu's body had improved remarkably, requiring no rest. Her spirits were exuberant. Without some activity, she simply could not sleep. The familiar sensation washed over her, causing her body to soften instinctively. It was hard to discern whether her improved physique was due to the enhancement fruit or simply the joy of reunion. Either way, she found herself increasingly captivated by Feng Yi's advances. Yet, Feng Yi had no intention of letting her off easily as he began to revisit old grievances. I asked Feng Yang quite a bit about you. Can you guess what he said? His tone was laced with an unspoken implication. Qingyu quickly rummaged through her thoughts about what Feng Yang could have done in her absence. Before she could concentrate, she was struck again. He said you were living quite happily at home, either foraging for white sticks with Yinduo or occasionally dining at Nes before returning home for a deep slumber, seemingly without a care for me. The last two statements were clearly fabricated. How could that brat Feng Yang possibly know so much? While he was out, it was acceptable for him to think of his little companion enjoying herself at home, but it was unacceptable if she forgot about him entirely. Moreover, you even had him pick numerous peppers, which he secretly concealed in their cave. Qingyu had been able to listen calmly until the mention of the peppers made her tense up, her body instinctively tightening. Before she could explain, she was thrown into disarray once more. When she finally attempted to speak, her words faltered. Feng Yi turned her to face him, blocking her thoughts, and she sweetly responded with an answer. Chapter 137. What can one accomplish in such a long span? When a glimmer of light appeared in the cave, Feng Yi opened his eyes. Turning his head, he noticed that his little companion's head was nearly entirely buried under the blankets, with only the crown visible. When it was warm, she slept a meter away, but now that the weather had cooled, it was much better as she clung to him constantly. He pressed down the blanket, revealing her rosy cheeks, sound asleep, completely unresponsive. A smile crept across his lips as he leaned down to plant a kiss on her face, then secured the blankets on either side. He first visited Xiao and informing him to take good care of Han Han during this period, while he would handle the beast-raising duties. There was a unanimous decision among the males on the mountain regarding rearing the beasts, forbidding the females from engaging in such tasks to prevent them from harm. Therefore, during this time, the males were solely responsible for nurturing the beasts and harvesting the large white fruits. With pressing matters to attend to outside, he had no choice but to leave. But now that he had returned, he would let Xiao rest. The remaining tasks involved training a few younger brothers individually. He had already organized the schedule, planning to handle these matters in the morning and spend the afternoons with Qingyu. After preparing the meals upon returning to the cave, he would then attend to his own responsibilities. When Qingyu awoke, her limbs felt heavy and weak. She lay in bed for a moment before finally mustering the strength to rise. The meals were ready, and she recalled Feng Yi whispering to her as he left. Her memory muddled, but remembering that he had responsibilities to attend to and would return in the afternoon to keep her company. Sitting on the stone bench, she stared blankly at the food on the table, sensing she had forgotten something important, yet unable to recall what it was. The meals were still warm, and she picked up her bowl and chopsticks, beginning to fill her stomach. After only a couple of bites, the realization struck her. She had indeed forgotten about Yin Duo. When Feng Yi had left, the meat was delivered by Xiao or Xiaoning, and occasionally Yin Duo brought over-prepared meals. But now, Xiaoning was away, and she had been enjoying her time with Feng Yi in the cave, completely forgetting about Yin Duo. Casting a glance over the table laden with food, it was ample enough for 2 or 3 people. It seemed Feng Yi had anticipated this, preparing a larger quantity, while she had overlooked it. Grabbing a large wooden bowl, she filled it generously with food, reasoning that Yin Duo could simply drink water instead of having soup. She and Yin Duo both had hot water prepared at home daily, so there was no worry about hydration. Hastening to fill her stomach, she clutched the bowl and stepped outside. Before Qingyu reached the entrance, Yin Duo spotted her, giggling mischievously. Qingyu paused for a moment, then continued walking nonchalantly. I thought you wouldn't emerge from the cave for several days. How long has it been? Yin Duo teased with a beaming smile. Although Qingyu no longer flushed as she once did, she was still somewhat embarrassed, as her ears betrayed her. You underestimate me too much. When Xiaoning went out, I cooked for myself. She added, moreover, we can now grill meat and stir-fry dishes at home, making it far more convenient than before, ready in just a few moments without needing you to bring it over. Yin Duo was aware that Yi Gu often left, and it took time for them to be together. She wasn't so oblivious as to expect Qingyu to bring her food. Qingyu set the items down on the stone table, looking at the ever-circling Yin Duo with exasperation. Did you have breakfast today? No, Yin Duo replied, her tone unapologetic. It was perfectly normal to skip breakfast in the morning. During the hot season, she would eat whenever she pleased, while during cold snaps, she would have hearty meals twice a day and nestle comfortably in Xiaoning's embrace to keep warm. She had grown accustomed to it. Qingyu urged her to start the fire to warm the food, hastening her to eat. Hurry up, we have things to do later. Yin Duo finally stuffed her mouth full, her cheeks bulging as she looked up at her. Upon realizing she was still chewing, she had to swallow her food before asking, what else is there to do? Reflecting on what they needed in the cave, she realized they were far better prepared than before, basically having everything they required. Qingyu informed her about the plant needed to make tooth powder. In truth, many tasks she could accomplish alone, but having a companion to share the work made all the difference. Yin Duo's straightforward and candid nature was refreshing, making one feel at ease. With her, there was no need for pretense. Interactions could be honest and open. Most importantly, being with Yin Duo ensured that one would never feel lonely or bored. Noticing her lack of enthusiasm, Qingyu pulled out her secret weapon. In a conspiratorial tone, she revealed, this year, the cave has a heated calm, so you won't need Xiaoning to warm you anymore. What can one do with so much time in the cave? Yin Duo immediately understood and broke into a wide grin. What can one do? Of course, it's to mate with one's partner. It would be splendid to make up for last year's cold wave. Upon hearing this, Qingyu nearly choked, questioning whether the usual frequency was insufficient. Now contemplating recovering what was lost last year. Swallowing her saliva, she marveled at the resilience displayed. Closing her eyes to regain her composure, she reminded herself that her purpose was to invite Sister Yunduo to accompany her in gathering items, and she must not be distracted by such comments. Thus, it was imperative to retrieve these items, for later, a kiss would be infused with the fragrance of nature, enhancing the experience. After expressing her thoughts, Qingyu winked, conveying her unwavering belief in the necessity of this endeavor. Yunduo, holding a bowl and simultaneously feeding herself, cast her gaze upon Qingyu, enthusiastically agreeing that acquiring more would indeed add to the enjoyment. Qingyu thought to herself, look at this. It seems she would have to employ such tactics to persuade her. Both of them grasped a pair of ancient bone knives and ventured forth. Qingyu was aware of where to find such items. Yet she predominantly resided in the cave by the water during the warm season. As the distance was considerable, she followed Yunduo to search in closer proximity, thus easing the effort of retrieval. This plant was abundant, typically growing in large patches. Upon reaching the location, Qingyu knelt to harvest them, stacking them together. Yunduo, observing the scene, felt something was amiss and soon settled down. These items would dry out quickly under the sun. Returning later would not be too late, as bringing them back now would necessitate drying. She had attempted to collect them the day before, and Fengye had echoed similar sentiments. However, the strong winds had not yet arrived. The gusts outside howled fiercely and would surely intensify, rendering outdoor excursions unnecessary soon. Brother Xiaoning had gone to the training grounds, and Fengye had daily tasks as well. With nothing to occupy their time, they decided to gather what they could. Chapter 138. The uniqueness of darkness. Yunduo contemplated the impending stronger winds and abruptly sprang into action. She then turned to Qingyu, her expression a blend of incredulity and concern, realizing that she was clad in such heavy attire. Why are you so cold? Yunduo inquired, her tone tinged with surprise. The wind felt merely like a tickle, far from chilly. Dressed like this, how will you manage during the cold wave? Qingyu fell silent, unsure whether to admit to her frail constitution or to lament the harshness of the environment. She had previously believed that strong winds merely meant breezy conditions, and even if temperatures dropped, it would not be drastic. Yet, reality struck swiftly. As the season of strong winds approached, temperatures plummeted. Gazing at the 2 layers of clothing she wore, a delicate sweater woven with fine threads and a cardigan knitted from thicker yarn, she still felt the chill penetrating her. Casting a glance at Sister Yunduo, who donned a short-sleeve garment made of silk, Qingyu could only sigh inwardly. But I truly feel cold. She could already envision how she would fare during the cold wave season. Previously, she had fancied the idea of venturing out in thicker clothing, but that notion had entirely dissipated. Yunduo set down her bone knife and approached Qingyu, gently touching her hand, her eyes betraying a hint of perplexity. You are already dressed so warmly, yet your hands remain icy. It seems that even with a heated Kong, you might find yourself lying upon it every day this year. Qingyu shared her sentiment. If lying on the Kong was truly the only option, there was little to be done. Once we finish collecting here, it will be nearly time. We should visit Annie. Yunduo nodded in agreement. All right then, since there is nothing pressing, I'll accompany you. The two bundled their harvest and temporarily left it behind, promising to return for it later. After Fengye departed for the training grounds, Qingyu remained busy, not only scavenging for food, but also frequently visiting Annie. She was well aware that Auntie possessed the most knowledge about edible resources in the area. Thus, she requested Annie to enumerate the available food items and then asked Fengyang to retrieve them. With plans to cultivate next year, it was essential to experiment with planting possibilities. The cave that once housed medicinal herbs was now partially occupied by rice. The current cave was one recently excavated by Uncle. Within, it contained seeds gathered from trees and some unearthed from the ground. Auntie had cooked some for her, and they had tasted quite delectable. This is delicious when cooked. It's fluffy, and if eaten in excess, you want to eat anything else for the day, Yunduo remarked, holding up a fruit unearthed from the soil. Qingyu glanced over and beheld a fruit the length of her forearm. It resembled a modern sweet potato, with a red skin and white core. However, it lacked sweetness and bore a texture reminiscent of potatoes, though it was not quite the same. Next year, let us see if we can cultivate them. Qingyu was uncertain about the planting process for this peculiar item. She knew that sweet potatoes required seedlings to be nurtured before being cut into sections for planting, while potatoes needed to be diced. Yet this item bore traits of both sweet potatoes and potatoes, leaving her unsure. Next year, she would have to attempt both methods. Yunduo expressed her desire to plant as well, having tasted this item before, albeit infrequently, as it was not commonly found. If we could successfully cultivate it, that would be wonderful. She furrowed her brow, pondering whether it could be stored for an extended period without spoiling. In the past, whenever she discovered such foods, she would immediately cook them, unaware of how to preserve them. It would be a pity if they went bad. Qingyu affirmed that it would be ideal if they could be stored, but if not, there was little that could be done. She had contemplated whether to dig a cellar, but after careful consideration, she deemed it unnecessary. She understood that some places excavated caves within mountains to store items, which was not much different from the current cave. So she remained silent on the matter. She was quite attentive to the issue of food and frequently checked in. Now that Feng Chuan and the others had returned, Annie would surely encourage them to search more whenever they had the time. The two explored the interior, with Yunduo recognizing some items while others were unfamiliar. After observing, they gradually made their way out. They also visited the cave of Mianyu, where the group had become acquainted, engaging in conversation before emerging. The sound of a violent impact echoed from a distance, prompting both Qingyu and Yunduo to glance in that direction simultaneously. Mianyu informed them, yesterday, Fengming came to tell me that they are currently not going to the training ground. The elder brother has time to teach them individually. Yunduo's perspective differed from others. Upon hearing that Fengming had visited Mianyu, she remarked, despite Fengming often darting around the various mountain peaks, it's surprising that after finding a partner, his first action upon returning home is to seek you out. Mianyu blushed upon hearing this. Growing up in the Bailing Shu tribe, she had to venture out for resources during the warm season, even as an underage female. She had to tread cautiously. Fengming was unlike the males of the Bailing Shu tribe, free to act as he pleased, a reality she had never dared to imagine. Moreover, the males of the Jinglang tribe differed significantly in their courting behavior. Initially, she had prepared herself for multiple partners solely to bear more offspring, but unexpectedly, she was chosen by the Jinglang tribe and encountered Fengming. Remembering the words Fengming had spoken to her, her heart raced uncontrollably. Qingyu understood Sister Yunduo's demeanor, listening to her teasingly jest with Mianyu, while her own thoughts drifted elsewhere. They were indeed busy. She had been present that day, aware that they were engaged not only in training but also in learning from Uncle. With Fengye training them in the morning, they would then attend Uncle's lectures in the afternoon. Indeed, learning was paramount no matter the location. She yearned to witness their training firsthand and turned to the two of them. I wish to see. Would you like to join me? Mianyu, still holding the thick thread intended for making leather for Fengming, declined. Yunduo, filled with curiosity, expressed her desire as well, having never witnessed how males trained. The two individuals proceeded together towards the place where they trained in solitude. From a considerable distance, Yunduo suddenly grasped her hand tightly, her voice brimming with excitement. I saw 2 cubs inside. How could there be cubs here? Following her gaze, Qingyu not only spotted 2 cubs adorned in silvery fur, but also a robust male with dark skin. At that moment, Yunduo's gaze shifted from the cubs to the male beside them. She failed to recognize him at first, but then took a second glance. I know who he is. I've seen him once. I believe his name is Li Qi. Look, his darkness is so distinctive. Qingyu's lips twitched slightly. It wasn't that dark, was it? How could it be so special? After speaking, Yunduo firmly held her hand, urging her to move closer. We can only see his back for now. Soon we shall see his face. Trust me, what I say is absolutely true. Qingyu was less concerned about the male's appearance, and more about the fact that Fengye had mentioned Li Qi before, yet she had never encountered him. Today, not only had she seen him, but she had also laid eyes on their chubby, adorable cubs. Allowing Yunduo to lead her forward, she quietly inquired, "Does distinctively dark mean you're complimenting him?" She was uncertain about the aesthetic standards here. If it was meant as praise, that would be fine. However, if not, she needed to be discreet. She reminded, the male has sharp ears. Although we are at a distance, the wind is blowing, and he might hear us. It means nothing. I just think he looks dark, Yunduo replied, perplexed. You need to check if it's a compliment before you say a word about a male's complexion. This was a clash of 2 eras. Here, the notion of dark was merely a matter of color. In modern times, it would be quite audacious to comment on a girl or boy's darkness in public. If one encountered a hot-tempered individual, they would surely be scolded mercilessly. Yunduo dismissed the matter entirely, continuing to murmur, "Look at that silhouette. It's simply radiant in its darkness." Qingyu felt it wasn't as exaggerated. It was just a tad darker than bronze skin. As Yunduo observed, she turned to Qingyu and remarked, "Once we reach this hilltop, everything will be perfect." except for the scarcity of males and females. I haven't seen many people in a long time. Since Xiaoning is out, I want to take a good look. If he were home, he wouldn't allow me to. Qingyu, who had previously remained calm, was taken aback by this revelation. If Yunduo could only dare to look around when Xiaoning was away, what about herself? Although she couldn't see Fengya, he was right here, feeling guilty. She turned in circles, surveying the area within a few dozen meters. He had gone to the training ground simply because she was at home picking mushrooms, and he would relentlessly torment himself, repeatedly questioning whether he missed her. Moreover, she distinctly remembered that when she had admired the bare upper body of the male residing on this hill, he had fixed her with a menacing glare. If he were to discover that she and Yunduo were discussing how special Li Qi's darkness was, she couldn't fathom what might transpire. Tentatively nudging the person beside her, she whispered, "We are here to see the two little cubs, you know?" Fengya's possessiveness was indeed overwhelming. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Yunduo immediately caught on, nodding vigorously. "We are indeed here to see the two cubs." Qingyu patted her chest, uncertain if the other females in the tribe shared her plight. Was it forbidden to glance at other males? Yunduo was fortunate. With Xiaoning away, no one would inform him. But for her, being discovered would be disastrous. Regrettably, reality proved less favorable, as her words had barely escaped her lips when Fengya's figure appeared next to Li Qi, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Qingyu felt tears welling up, estimating the distance between them, hoping he couldn't hear her. Yet, he was staring at her, undoubtedly having caught her words. Yunduo, meanwhile, wore an ambiguous smile, sympathetic to the predicament Qingyu was about to face. Even when Xiaoning was angry, he would exert his frustrations on her. Yunduo believed all males were the same, merely a matter of degree. Upon hearing Yunduo's laughter, and under Fengya's silent scrutiny, Qingyu felt her legs weaken. Fengya had not heard anything beyond the fact that Qingyu had told Yunduo they were merely there to see the cubs. What did that imply? Were they there to observe other males while fearing discovery, hence the need to speak to Yunduo in such a manner to avoid revealing too much? Li Qi was startled by the displeased aura emanating from Fengya, and subsequently chuckled merrily. He had come here to scout suitable locations for digging a cave, hoping that if approved by Fengya and the clan leader, he could reside here with Zibai. However, after surveying the area, he found all the prime spots had been taken. Thus, he could only explore the nearby hills. Yet since he was already here, he wanted to observe how Fengya trained Fengyang and the others. Having two cubs would be beneficial in the future, yet he had not anticipated this turn of events. After receiving a couple of fleeting glances from Fengya, he smiled and remarked, "Don't look at me with such eyes. They didn't say anything." Yunduo said, "My darkness makes me appear particularly spirited." He had not expected Xiaoning to be so petty. Even a glance from Yunduo was too much. Your partner allows Yunduo to say that they are just here to see the cubs. This ambiguous statement elicited two more glances from Fengya, who agreed that being dark indeed lent a certain vigor. Regardless of how dark Li Qi was, he was unconcerned. They often ventured outdoors and would naturally appear darker than the females, which was perfectly normal. Upon seeing Fengya approach, Qingyu's heart raced, and she tugged at Yunduo to move forward while conversing. "Did you not say there were no cubs on this hill? Since we have encountered some today, we must take a closer look. We cannot see clearly from afar. Let's go closer." Yunduo felt she shouldn't approach just yet, although she adored cubs. It felt inappropriate at this moment. After all, Fengya's gaze had not strayed from Qingyu. However, with her hand firmly grasped, she had no choice but to follow. Li Qi observed the unfolding drama, knowing that Fengya cherished his partner. Yet seeing it firsthand was a different experience altogether. For reasons unknown, he found himself following closely behind Fengya. He initially greeted Yunduo before addressing Fengya's partner, saying, "This is my first time meeting Qingyu. She truly is as beautiful as Fengya described. Thank you for saying I look good in my darkness." Qingyu sensed the tone and expression in his words, clearly reveling in the spectacle. Stealing a glance at Fengya's face, which bore a smile, yet held an undercurrent of danger, she quickly sidled up to him, grasping his hand while replying to Li Qi, "Thank you. You truly are as Yunduo described, dark as coal." Since he did not mind being described as dark and enjoyed the excitement, she felt free to jest, prioritizing the moment over potential repercussions. Yunduo was indeed a good friend, always willing to take the fall first. However, with Xiaoning currently absent, she felt unconcerned. Wasn't it just a moment ago that you were described as particularly dark? As for Fengya, he observed his partner's head licking her lips, remaining silent with an expressionless demeanor. Yet Qin Yu harbored an unsettling premonition, wondering just how dark Li Qi truly was, now that he had been flattered. Faced with her possessive husband, she felt the weight of her predicament. Clutching his large hand, she sought mercy. Fengye cast a glance at Li Qi's amused expression, silently questioning what he was thinking. Did he expect some sort of entertainment akin to the training ground? Even when he is displeased and has something to communicate with his little companion, he would never do so in front of him. Looking over at the little companion, obediently gazing at him with a pleasing expression, Fengye raised an eyebrow and chuckled. He pointed at the figure of Li Qi nearby, saying, as I have mentioned before, this individual as black as coal is Li Qi. If his movements are swift enough, he should soon relocate to the mountain where Umo resides. Although Li Qi's dark complexion seemed perfectly normal to him, he believed it unnecessary to constantly remark on it, especially since such words from Fengye's lips were laden with malice. Fengye disregarded his thoughts and gestured towards the two little cubs, stating, these are their two offspring. Qin Yu's first impression of Li Qi was that he was someone who relished in chaos and possessed a crafty mind. After listening to Fengye's introduction, she nodded in acknowledgement and expressed gratitude for the fur presented to her by Jie. She then fixated her gaze on the cubs, her heart swelling with fondness, as the two little ones, perhaps sensing that Fengye was speaking of them, scampered over from a distance. Their eyes were fixed intently on her and Yin Duo. In an instant, Yin Duo squatted down, gently patting their heads, rubbing and pinching them playfully. Having been in this place for quite some time, Qin Yu had heard Fengye emphasize the importance of protecting young beasts and females. Yet this was her first encounter with such cubs. They were simply adorably irresistible. However, she recalled her grandmother's words warning against petting fluffy creatures, cautioning that they might bite. Now she shared that same sentiment, wondering whether such tiny cubs could recognize people. It was not until she noticed Yin Duo's hand resting on a cub, who lay on the ground exposing its belly, that her eyes sparkled with delight, and she could no longer resist. One hand found its way onto another cub, first pinching its cheek and then stroking its plump body. The thick fur was delightful to touch, and the cub's ears flopped back in sheer joy, its expression radiating happiness. They rolled around on the ground, emitting soft, adorable sounds that melted the hearts of Qin Yu and Yin Duo. One hand was no longer sufficient. She employed both hands, scratching and tickling them to her heart's content. Yin Duo continued to stroke the cubs' heads, lowering her hand with each gentle pat. Eventually, she simply lay down, resting her head on the ground, and began to pinch their little ears. Standing beside them, Fengye and Li Qi were indeed there to observe the cubs. Why bring them out when they're so young? Fengye remarked, feeling a twinge of annoyance at the sight of his companion's hands constantly touching the cubs. What is there to touch at such a young age? It would be more enjoyable to pet oneself, wouldn't it? Bringing the two cubs out allows Zibai to have a proper rest. The moment he stepped outside, the two cubs would climb onto him, making it all the more convenient. What was the point of lingering in the cave? At present, Qin Yu paid little heed to their conversation and instead sought to see if there were any little bugs on the cubs. In her childhood, her family had a large orange cat that was both chubby and clingy, always demanding to be scratched. Perhaps this habit had developed then, as she now felt compelled to check for any pests that might be bothering the fluffy little cubs. Fengye could no longer bear to watch. His companion had already touched every inch of the cubs, yet she still wished to continue. He pulled her up firmly, disapproving of her hands being tainted with the scents of other males, even if they were cubs. Lowering his gaze to her hands, he then glanced at her face. Qin Yu, realizing that he intended for her to wash her hands, suddenly understood. Her hands, previously caressing the comfortable cubs, were now released, and the little ones cried out, standing up in a flurry. Li Qi lifted the cubs, saying, "Stop crying. Have you seen that person next to you? Be careful, he might hit your heads. You want to be clever when you grow up." Qin Yu found it amusing how they delighted in deceiving the little ones. She ceased her petting, while Yin Duo effortlessly gathered both cubs into her arms, one in each hand. Although she adored cubs, she rarely encountered them, and now she was utterly smitten. After conversing for a while, once Yin Duo had sufficiently petted them, Li Qi did not linger, bidding farewell as he departed with the cubs. They first confirmed where to excavate the cave, and then hastened to complete the task. Yin Duo cast a glance at Qin Yu and Fengye before turning to leave, proving her perceptiveness at this moment. Under Fengye's probing gaze, Qin Yu contemplated what to say. The cubs are so chubby and adorable. Choosing to express admiration for the cubs rather than Li Qi's appearance, she added, "However, there is no water here. I shall return to wash. Feng Yi casually seated himself in a nearby spot, inexplicably asking, do you find Li Qi's darkness appealing? Qing Yu realized she could not evade the topic. There is nothing unattractive about our mountain peak. In my eyes, you are unique and the most handsome. At this moment, I ought to stroke your fur. Feng Yi did not dwell on this matter, observing that while he himself could see Li Qi and the cubs, Qing Yu only held affection for the latter. The younger brothers were still in training, and Feng Yi stated that he had already completed his instruction. The remainder could wait until tomorrow. He embraced his companion as they returned. Instead of heading straight back, they visited Feng Yin's cave, where he was familiar with many items needed for daily use. But Qing Yu, being meticulous, gathered everything at once. Watching them train during midday, they could gradually craft those items. Feng Yin would not be bringing his companion back until next year, so the cave entrance was left unsealed. Qing Yu explored inside, discovering that most items were present. For the things she required, Feng Yu would have them assist in crafting when he worked on them. Only a few items were lacking. Xiao Dong and Xiao Shi worked quickly, but they had not managed to draw water from above, and there were no stone jars at home. Feng Yin's cave lacked them, and Feng Ming's cave certainly would not have them either. She had only visited Feng Yang's cave among the other brothers, where water was available, but similarly, there were no stone jars, and crafting them would take considerable time. Feng Yi remarked that there was no rush. They could work on it whenever they had the chance, producing as much as possible, especially since they currently lacked companions, allowing ample time to prepare during the cold wave. Qing Yu nodded, noticing that he halted his hand which was gathering supplies, focusing intently, as if listening for sound from outside. After a while, she inquired, what is it? It seems there are other females crying in Uncle S' cave. Chapter 141. The cubs injured during training. Upon their arrival, they discovered that not just one female was crying, but several. Numerous juvenile males, the size of lions, lay sprawled atop the bed, filling every inch of space. Annie was bustling about, and the cave was filled with sighs, cries, and the howls of juvenile males, creating a rather heavy atmosphere. As soon as they stepped into the cave, Feng Zhou returned from an unknown location. Upon witnessing this scene, his brows furrowed tightly. Do not cry just yet. First, let us examine their wounds. He had been attending to matters at other mountain peaks when he received word that several juvenile males had accidentally tumbled down a slope during training and broken their legs. In a hurry, he returned, still unaware of the extent of their injuries. Feng Yi sat nearby, listening to their responses, while Qing Yu approached Andy, eager to see how she could assist. Frequently visiting Andy, she had learned the names of various herbs and retained some knowledge. While lending a hand, Qing Yu listened attentively to their discussions. It turned out that the area where the juvenile males had been training was a steep slope. Though they were instructed to train with caution, impulsive personalities led to a fray, resulting in several males entangled in a scuffle, tumbling down the slope. Some were scraped, others had broken legs, and a few lay immobilized, softly whimpering. At this moment, rather than pondering other matters, Qing Yu focused on what supplies were needed, knowing that treating these cubs took precedence. The medical resources here were rudimentary, primarily involving applying ointment to the wounds. I hope the formidable resilience of the males will enable them to recover swiftly. Mu Yu is currently using a bone knife to trim the fur surrounding the wounds of the cub. Lacking scissors, she employs one hand to grasp the fur while deftly wielding the knife with the other. Qing Yu watches in discomfort, yet feels powerless, her mind already contemplating the creation of scissors for future use. After a while, Mu Yu skillfully removes the fur around the injury and applies the crushed medicinal powder from Qing Yu's hand onto the wound. Next, she tends to the male with a broken leg, utilizing her knowledge of bone structure to realign the fractured pieces and secure them with a thread-like binding. The lively nature of males compels them to test their limbs, and upon feeling the binding on his foot, he attempts to lift it. However, the slightest movement elicits a pain howl. Qing Yu recalls how, in the past, when limbs were dislocated, plaster was used. Now, however, plaster is unnecessary. Instead, wooden sticks can be employed for stabilization to prevent further injury. The males are accustomed to running about. Such habits cannot be altered overnight. With his foot injured, any forceful movement may result in additional harm. If we stabilize the dislocated bone with wooden sticks, it should prove beneficial. Mu Yu, ever receptive to others' opinions, considers Qing Yu's suggestion and promptly nods in agreement. She instructs the cub's father to fetch appropriately sized wooden sticks. The middle-aged male quickly rushes outside. Recalling instances in the tribe where males had fractured their legs, although healed, the memory instills a lingering fear. Once the sticks are retrieved, they secure the broken bone. Qingyu advises the young male, do not move that foot for now. It will heal in time. You may only walk once. Annie gives the go-ahead. Injuries to tendons and bones require 100 days of recovery. While the constitution of males differs, some time is still necessary. The male emits a low howl, which Qingyu hears but cannot decipher. Despite his size, he comprehends much, yet is unable to transform into human form and speak. The howl likely signifies compliance. And with his parents nearby, there is no need for excessive concern. After a flurry of activity, the visibly injured males are all bandaged, leaving only one cub lying immobile on the bed. Mu Yu's gaze flickers, and she lets out a soft sigh, having first attended to the one with the most severe injuries. When she applies pressure to the cub's body, it trembles slightly as it gazes at her with a pitiful expression, casting wary glances at its father. After a thorough examination, what more could she possibly misunderstand? Upon pressing a certain spot on his body, the young male immediately attempts to rise. However, as his head and feet lift, he collapses once more. Mu Yu ceases her efforts, observing Qingyu's serious demeanor, and gently pats her shoulder to convey reassurance. Qingyu feels somewhat perplexed, as this young male, lying still, clearly appears gravely injured. With no external wounds, internal injuries must be the case. Yet, Auntie remains unhurried, setting aside all other tasks. Mu Yu instructs the parents of the other males to take their cubs back home, advising them to proceed slowly and heed her previous recommendations. They will heal in due time. As members of the same tribe, they are assured of their cub's well-being and watch over the immobile cub on the bed, exchanging anxious inquiries about potential issues. Mu Yu shakes her head with a smile, assuring them that the problem is not severe. The cub simply needs to rest, and she will administer medication shortly. The cub's parents grow increasingly anxious as Mu Yu tidies her belongings, rushing over to ask what exactly is ailing their child. The cub neither nods nor shakes his head, remaining in a stupor with a distant gaze. Qingyu, sensing something amiss in his eyes, recalls Auntie's earlier gesture of patting her shoulder, leading her to ponder whether this little fellow is merely pretending. Her suspicions prove accurate. Once the cave is left with only herself, Uncle, Annie, Feng Yi, and the injured male's parents, Annie addresses the cub on the bed, saying, "Stop pretending. Get up." The cub on the bed remains unresponsive, while Mu Yu continues her wrapping tasks. The cub's parents are momentarily taken aback, and after a pause, they tentatively inquire, "My cub is uninjured?" Realizing that the matriarch would not deceive them at such a moment, they direct their gaze toward the young cub. The middle-aged male strides a few steps to the bedside, observing his child lying still, hesitating to take immediate action. In a harsh tone, he commands, "If you're not injured, then get up quickly." Feng Zhou is equally stunned, surprised that such a small cub has begun to learn the art of deception. Feng Yi, familiar with the cub, recalls that his brother had recently gone off to training, noting that the elder sibling often harbored clever thoughts, and the younger sibling was no different. "Get up and explain what happened," Feng Yi states in a calm tone, devoid of shouting or threats. The cub suddenly scrambles to his feet, recognizing brother Feng Yi. Knowing his parents would not dare to strike him, but brother Feng Yi might be a different story. Under the gaze of the others, he stands on the bed and howls for a considerable time. Feng Yi remains unmoved, while his father rushes forward. The cub quickly leaps down, seeking refuge behind the matriarch for safety. Chapter 142. Her thoughts may not be correct. Qingyu is unsure if Annie comprehends, but she herself does not understand a thing. All she hears is the cub extending his neck and howling for a while before his father prepares to punish him. "Come out," the middle-aged male bellows, causing the cub to cower further. Qingyu moves behind Feng Yi, inquiring what the young male had said. Feng Yi glances at the cub, who is furtively glancing at him, and explains the cub's words. During training, they not only engaged in fights, but also exchanged insults, refusing to yield to one another, resulting in a tumble into a ravine. Fortunately, he landed on a tree branch and fortuitously fell on several males, sustaining no injuries. Seeing that the other cubs were injured and fearing punishment upon their return, he chose to feign injury, lying still. Qingyu reflects on her own childhood experiences, where she had lied to avoid scolding from her grandmother, while the young male pretends to be ill to evade punishment. Feng Zhou, exasperated, remarks, "You truly excel at acting. When they found you, you lay there motionless, and you continued to do so until your return." The middle-aged male has already exited to seek a stick, and the cub's mother rushes over to embrace him, expressing concern for her partner. "Let us deal with him later. Although he wasn't injured today, he must have been frightened." We must ensure he isn't harmed further. Realizing her child is unhurt, her heart swells with relief, yet she still cannot bear the thought of him being punished. Watching her partner remain silent while approaching with a stick, the cub instantly darts around the cave with remarkable speed. For Qingyu, his size is considerable, prompting her to quickly hide beside Feng Yi, fearing he might inadvertently collide with her and cause her to fall or be trampled. Feng Yi chuckles at Qingyu's fearful expression, wrapping his arms around her while patting her back. He could easily kick the cub away if it charged at him. He wonders why she is so frightened. Once afraid of hurting him, she now fears being struck by an untrained male. Ultimately, it is Feng Zhou who intervenes to halt the farce, suggesting they take him home for proper instruction, asserting that punishing him now would be futile. Upon hearing this, Feng Yi glances at him, recognizing the disparity in his public and private demeanor as a leader. They have all faced their fair share of beatings. Feng Yi has managed to avoid them largely due to his speed. Aware of Feng Yi's gaze, Feng Zhou pays it no mind. How others choose to educate their cubs is their affair. He has his own methods. Once the others had departed, Feng Zhou sat on a bench and spoke to Feng Yi in a hushed tone, expressing his intention to investigate the locations where the young ones had fallen. It was a mutual agreement between him and Feng Yi to allow the juvenile males to train, enabling them to hunt more efficiently upon reaching maturity. If their lives were not endangered, it was of no concern. Feng Yi lowered his gaze to his partner, understanding her desire to accompany him, and urged, "Let us go." Qingyu followed Feng Yi outside, and as they passed by ABO, she caught a glimpse of him casting a faint glare at Feng Yi. Qingyu reassured herself, "It's fine, as long as he isn't glaring at me." As soon as they exited the cave, Feng Yi enveloped her in his arms and bestowed a gentle kiss upon her cheek, entirely disregarding Feng Zhou, who trailed behind them. Overwhelmed by the affection, Qingyu felt speechless, and as she faced backward, she inadvertently locked eyes with ABO, who was watching them with a twitching mouth. She suppressed a laugh, pondering the absurdity of Feng Zhou. Had she not feigned vulnerability, Feng Yi's propensity to carry her would likely have kept him from venturing out at all. It was becoming increasingly unseemly. Seated upon Feng Yi, they arrived at the training grounds for the juvenile males after a little more than 10 minutes. Qingyu pointed incredulously at a sloped area, questioning if this was truly their training site. Feng Zhou inspected the training grounds thoroughly and found no issues, baffled by Qingyu's astonishment. "We specifically chose this location. Is it not suitable?" Qingyu remained silent. Feng Yi, aware of his partner's thoughts, recognized that finding a relatively flat area amidst the mountains was no easy feat. This was one of the few relatively level spots within the tribe. The training grounds for adult males were considerably more perilous in terms of terrain and environment. After all, hunting and combat would not offer the luxury of a flat surface, considering that the young ones had yet to reach maturity and were embarking on their first training experience. They had deliberately selected this site. Meeting his partner's gaze, Feng Yi nodded, affirming that this location was indeed chosen with care, making it the most suitable training ground for them. While there were flatter areas, they were too small. Even the immature males, in large numbers, would find them inadequate. Qingyu reflected on the size of the male she had seen earlier. Indeed, with many present, a small space would not suffice. Yet, the steepness of the slope seemed daunting to her, as a clash between two would likely lead to a tumble down the ravine. As they continued their discussion, they reached the spots where several males had fallen. The grass bore the marks of being pressed down, and the earth was etched with claw marks from the males. It appeared they had realized they were about to fall and attempted to claw their way back up, but to no avail. Qingyu clutched Feng Yi tightly, craning her neck to peer downwards. She found it hard to articulate her feelings. To her, this was no mere ravine, but a sheer cliff. At such a height, the fact the young male had only sustained a broken leg and minor abrasions, with no internal injuries, astonished her. Feng Yi cast a glance, and then turned his attention back to Qingyu, noticing her fear, yet her determination to look down. With a hint of exasperation, he tightened his grip on her hand, allowing her to gaze as much as she desired. Feng Zhou, having assessed the situation, deemed it relatively safe. After all, the juveniles would be warned by the males training them, and they would naturally exercise caution. If one were to fall again after being warned, then they would deserve a reprimand. Though he thought this, Feng Zhou resolved to make arrangements at the bottom of the ravine, ensuring safety from life-threatening risks. Observing the two ahead holding hands as if strolling leisurely, he felt somewhat superfluous trailing behind. "You two enjoy your stroll. I shall return first," Feng Zhou muttered, turning away. Qingyu, hearing Abo's words, finally redirected her gaze. She had initially wanted to express that the tribe's population of juvenile males would only increase, and with a larger number, certain situations could become uncontrollable. Moreover, with previous incidents of young ones falling, it was likely to recur. Thus, merely observing seemed insufficient. The term juvenile inherently evoked a desire to protect. However, she reconsidered. This was a world of beasts, and they had their own methods of survival. Her concerns were not necessarily valid. Fengye led her onward, and as she took a few steps, she found herself gazing down into the ravine again. Her expression a mix of trepidation. The thought of those young ones training here made it seem as if they would all tumble down together. Fengye inquired, "Do you feel this place is too uneven for the young ones to train?" Chapter 143. What Qingyu wished to know would be shared with her. Qingyu understood that both Abo and Fengye found no issue with the site. Thus, it must be suitable. Yet, she did not conceal her thoughts from Fengye, nodding gently. She had intended to speak freely, but upon seeing his exuberant smile directed at her, she clamped her mouth shut, fearing her words might provoke his amusement. Fengye clicked his tongue, observing her conflicted expression, and playfully pinched her soft cheeks. "Speak your mind. Do you fear being misunderstood before me?" Qingyu pushed his hand away. Though it was not painful, it felt unflattering. Grasping his hand, she continued walking and spoke slowly. "I was pondering that since there have already been instances of young ones falling, such occurrences are likely to continue, and we must find a solution." Fengye raised an eyebrow, not interrupting her, encouraging her to elaborate. "I was thinking that perhaps we could enclose the edge of the cliff to prevent future falls. We might also plant trees on the outer edge, which could last for many years." As she glanced up at Fengye, whose face was suddenly illuminated with mirth, she began to doubt the suitability of her suggestion, her voice growing fainter. "I realize that this slope may seem steep to me, but perhaps not to you, and even the juvenile males might not perceive it the same way. Therefore, I merely contemplated this without voicing it. It was your persistent inquiries that prompted me to speak." Fengye remained silent, his laughter growing louder. Qingyu, feeling exasperated, halted and playfully swatted at his face. Fengye leaned back slightly, capturing her hand in his grasp. "I'm not laughing at you. I merely recalled something amusing." As he held her hand, the warmth in his tone reassured her that he meant no mockery. Gazing at him with wide eyes, she quipped, "You had better make your next words entertaining, or I might just tickle you." Upon realizing her nails had been trimmed too short to pose any real threat, she felt a twinge of disappointment. Fengye chuckled softly. "Is this delicate hand meant to intimidate me? You must think highly of me." Yet, he refrained from voicing this thought, aware that if he continued, his little partner might genuinely become upset. While her anger was charming, excessive frustration would only lead to his own misfortune. "Do you know what juvenile males enjoy the most?" Qingyu was taken aback. How could she possibly know? Residing on this mountain were only fully grown males, and thus far, she had encountered only 2 of Laqui's cubs. Recalling the moments when she and Sister Yunduo had scratched them, she tentatively ventured, "They must enjoy being scratched." Fengye grinned, affirming with enthusiasm. Indeed, his tone was undeniably confident, infused with an irrepressible mirth that widened Qingyu's eyes in surprise. His delighted expression ignited a playful urge within Fengye, prompting him to ruffle her hair several times. Satisfied by the gesture, just imagine, if trees were to be buried in the soil, the juvenile males, fickle in their thoughts and fond of scratching, would forego training altogether. Whenever they felt an itch, they would simply scratch. Fengye had more to say, but paused at the spots where the cubs had fallen, intending to construct additional rows of trees. Otherwise, if a large group of cubs went to scratch there, they might not withstand the weight and tumble down en masse. Reflecting on his partner's earlier suggestion to plant trees, perhaps she was also considering fruit trees, he continued, "The juvenile males are ill-equipped to withstand strong winds and cold waves. They would only come to train during the warm season, when the fruits are ripe and they can quench their thirst with a snack." Qingyu is now in a daze, as if the thoughts swirling in her mind serve merely to amuse them or facilitate their consumption of fruits. No one in the tribe enjoys a more comfortable existence than they do. Fengye cupped his partner's face in his hands, compelling her to gaze into his eyes, and then spoke earnestly. "Regardless of whether the males are adults or not, they all grow up in this environment. Training is essential from a young age, and catering to their comfort will only render them increasingly complacent. As long as it does not jeopardize their lives, he trains them rigorously. Males possess an inherent adaptability, and excessive protection is not beneficial for them." When Fengye discusses serious matters, his tone is always notably grave and sincere, starkly contrasting with his usual playful demeanor. Qingyu, caught in his earnest gaze, momentarily lost her train of thought, but eventually nodded vacantly. I understand, she replied, noticing his continued silence, adding, you are entirely correct. Though Fengye believed his words were indeed wise, he suspected that his partner's dazed expression indicated she had not fully comprehended. Today, she donned a garment crafted from white silk, and her windswept hair appeared disheveled. Fengye gently arranged her hair, crouching down to allow Qingyu to rest upon his arm. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. Do not just sit there in silence. Qingyu had little interest in the affairs of the tribe, and he typically refrained from discussing them. However, should she wish to know, he would gradually share the details with her. With that, Qingyu regained her composure, understanding fully without any pressing inquiries. After circling the training ground, while seated on Fengye's lap, they began their leisurely return. They spotted Abo, transformed into his beast form, hastily dashing towards another mountain. Upon seeing this bustling figure, Fengye was flooded with thoughts. Abo had previously expressed his reluctance to become the clan leader. Why was that? In the absence of Qingyu, he had enjoyed a life of freedom, training males while indulging in whatever he pleased, and sleeping whenever he desired. As for his younger brothers, he would only intervene if danger arose. Such a disposition was undoubtedly unsuitable. Now that Qingyu was by his side, there was much he needed to accomplish for the sake of those he cared about. Yet, he remained averse to the responsibilities that accompanied leadership. Though the Jukinglang tribe in the north could not act with impunity, other tribes dared not invade, ensuring a sense of security within their community. He could devise strategies, but he was not inclined to be perpetually busy, darting between mountains and spending most of his time outdoors. He cherished a life of freedom and leisure. Chapter 144. The attempt. Despite knowing the outcome every year, Fengye must train the males, and he does not conceal this from the others, especially not from his younger brothers. Thus, training them separately merely increases the intensity while he supervises. Having made a promise to Abo, he fulfills it diligently. He trains them in the morning and, if time permits in the afternoon, visits Abo, continuing this routine for several days. The past few days have been marked by persistent winds and 2 days of rain. Today, however, the sun graced them with its presence, and the winds had subsided, creating a warmth that was a welcome change. After completing training with his younger brothers, they returned home to find that Qingyu had prepared a meal. A pot of large white fruit was simmering, while meat was being roasted. The stone slab was adorned with thinly sliced meat, both fatty and lean, sizzling enticingly. Qingyu diligently flipped the meat with chopsticks, achieving a golden brown crispiness that promised deliciousness. Upon noticing Fengye's return, her face lit up with a smile, her tone cheerful, and it seemed she had finished cooking slightly earlier than usual. In this place devoid of clocks or watches, one learns to gauge the time for meals naturally. In previous days, Fengye would return only after she had set the table. But today, he arrived while she was still grilling the meat. Seeing her gaze filled with dependence, Fengye felt his heart swell with warmth. He had told Qingyu that she need not wait for him to eat, yet she insisted on doing so, claiming it made the meal more enjoyable. Because I intend to take you somewhere, he stated. Surprised, Qingyu looked up, noting that there were no fruits or mushrooms outside, not even wild vegetables. What do they possibly do? Her vacant expression prompted Fengye to kneel before her, gently pinching her cheeks. I know of a tree that still bears fruit. After all this time, you must be tired of dried fruits. Let us go and gather some fresh ones. He only remembered that they were edible, having forgotten the taste of the fruit. His only desire was to take his partner out for a stroll, to break the monotony of staying indoors. Fresh fruits are far superior to dried ones, and Qingyu felt a surge of excitement, setting her chopsticks down and wrapping her arms around Fengye's face, planting a fervent kiss upon him. Without uttering any words of thanks, knowing he disdained such expressions, she said, just wait a moment, it will be ready soon. Fengye assured her he was in no rush, as the destination was not far, and they had the entire afternoon ahead of them. While he was not hasty, Qingyu was eager, turning to fetch a bamboo tube containing salt. The meat, perfectly golden and fragrant, beckoned her, but she feared that adding salt would render the grilled meat less enjoyable. After tasting a piece to ensure the salt was just right, she offered Fengye a bite, receiving a nod of approval in return. She then removed all the remaining meat, placing the cut pieces onto the grill. Though she could not consume such a large amount alone, and there was insufficient for Fengye, she relished the thought of him accompanying her at the table, which brought her immense joy. Fengye took the chopsticks from Qingyu's hands. Allow me to grill. You should eat first before the meat cools. Typically, Qingyu would insist he rest. As she had nothing to occupy her at home, turning the act of grilling meat into a source of enjoyment. However, now eager to gather fruits, she settled beside him, sharing bites as they enjoyed their meal together. Feng savored this moment, gazing at her with a tender expression. Once she had eaten her fill, she grabbed a thick pelt in her hands, as the afternoon breeze had picked up, offering it to her for warmth. He then embraced her in a familiar position, and Qingyu comfortably returned his affection. As Feng stepped outside, a familiar scent wafted towards him, prompting him to halt and gently grasp Qingyu's neck, asking in a low voice, "Have you eaten chili?" Upon returning home, the overwhelming aroma of grilled meat had masked any other sense. Now, as he drew closer, he detected the faint trace of the smell. Qingyu's hand clasped tightly at the back of his head, aware of her keen sense of smell, yet surprised at how pronounced it was. She had washed her hands several times upon returning, and even changed her clothes, yet she had not anticipated being discovered. "I did not eat it," she asserted, meeting his gaze earnestly, this time speaking the truth. Feng disregarded her words, firmly holding her head in place, kissing her with intensity until he was satisfied that she had spoken honestly. He then directed his attention to her hands, which bore no redness or swelling, indicating she had not touched anything spicy. Observing as Feng scrutinized her closely, Qingyu turned his face towards hers, reiterating, "I did not eat it, nor did I touch it." Feng remained stationary, considering her words, scanning her feet as well. She must have come into contact with something recently. Otherwise, how could there be a lingering scent? Casting her a sidelong glance, he realized his little partner was no longer truthful with him. Qingyu urged him to hasten their departure, insisting he not dwell on the matter. After confirming that she bore no injuries, Feng instructed her to follow him without further mention of the chili. As they neared the mountaintop, Qingyu finally spotted the fruit tree, its leaves having fallen away, leaving only fist-sized, yellow fruits. The tree was not large, and she could easily reach the branches from the slope. Confirming with Feng that this was indeed the tree, she plucked a fruit and took a bite. Instantly, her face contorted, for the taste was overwhelmingly sour, nearly enough to make her lose a tooth. After a moment, she regained her composure and, noticing Feng gazing elsewhere, approached him with a fruit in hand, attempting to feign enthusiasm as she offered it to him. Despite its small size, this fruit possesses a unique flavor. I have never tasted anything like it before. Do give it a try. Indeed, it was distinctly special, particularly in its sourness. Feng initially intended to consume the fruit, but upon noticing Qingyu's incessant swallowing, he hesitated momentarily before casually taking it from her and indulging in several bites. It was indeed quite delectable. Observing his impassive demeanor as he ate, Qingyu felt a sourness rising in her stomach, beginning to doubt whether she had picked a sour one. She contemplated whether to take a bite of the fruit in his hand, cautiously comparing the sizes and colors of both fruits, finding no discernible difference. She concluded that he, like herself, was merely pretending and pondered how to trick herself into tasting the fruit he held. With a shift in thought, she offered him the one in her hand, asserting that it too was sweet and suggesting he partake more. A glimmer of amusement danced in Feng's eyes as he ceased eating. Unable to endure the sourness any longer, he swiftly tossed the fruit far away. He then turned to catch her, intending to have her taste the sour fruit as well. Just as Feng had whimsically discarded the fruit, Qingyu anticipated his next move, likely to embrace her and take a bite, and she dashed away. Yet, it took only a few steps before Feng caught her. Could such a small figure truly outrun him? What was she thinking? Knowing full well she could not escape, why even attempt it? Qingyu's actions were merely instinctive. Would she stand still? She discarded the fruit in her hand and covered her mouth, a gesture perhaps unnecessary, yet one she felt compelled to maintain. As she concealed her face, it flushed crimson. Feng gently removed her hands, and after their lengthy exchange, Qingyu assumed his mouth would no longer taste sour, allowing him to continue his actions. Feng gazed up at the fruit tree, pondering how it could possibly be so sour, as he had no recollection of such a taste. Perhaps the timing was amiss? Regardless, the fruit was not to be picked today. He spread animal hide over a relatively flat area and beckoned Qingyu to sit beside him. The sun was shining, and the wind was gentle. They could linger here for a while. As long as he was with Qingyu, any location would suffice. Qingyu relaxed completely, finding a comfortable position, resting her head on his thigh. The warmth of the sun enveloped her, inducing a drowsy sensation. Feng had merely wished to spend a moment with Qingyu here, but her obediently reclining on his leg altered his intentions entirely. In Chapter 145, Why Say Everything? Feng Ye's eyes narrowed slightly as he unexpectedly met his partner's recently opened gaze, momentarily stunned, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He continued to observe her, emotions swirling within him, his fingers brushing aside the hair from her face, gliding down her neck to her delicate shoulders. Finally, unable to contain himself any longer, he lifted her, one hand securing her back while the other pressed against the back of her head, forcefully drawing her closer. In an instant, Qingyu was pulled into his embrace, her lips silenced before she could react. After the kiss, her eyes widened in surprise due to nervousness, unaccustomed to the intimacy. Feng Ye's gaze fell downward, his fingers caressing her softly flushed, glistening lips. Qingyu was rendered speechless, her breath warm against her ear, revealing his unabashed anticipation and longing. However, this was in public. Feng Ye afforded her no opportunity to speak, leaning in to taste her rosy lips, eliciting a muffled sound from her. His nibbling became instinctively gentle, yet cautious. Qingyu, lost in the kiss, felt the large hand on her back drawing their bodies ever closer. She attempted to break free, but was swiftly laid down upon the animal hide. Feng Ye's hand slipped beneath the hide, the familiar sensation causing his body to tense. Qingyu, yearning to grasp his hand through her clothing, found her efforts futile. A deep voice murmured beside her ear, assuring her not to fear, for no one else would come here. His heated breath cascaded over her face, saturating her senses with his scent. The environment heightened her tension, and Feng Ye's proximity made her tremble involuntarily. Waves of warmth coursed through her chest, rendering her entirely pliant in his embrace. Feng Ye's kisses traveled from her forehead to her eyes, gliding across her nose, ultimately landing on her lips. The only sound surrounding them were the rustling leaves and their synchronized breaths. At that moment, her ears became exceptionally sensitive. Even the slightest rustle of the wind made her heart race. She clutched Feng Ye's arm beside her, tightening her grip gradually until it became a firm hold. Feng Ye relished this moment, a stark contrast to their time at home. Observing how his partner dared not open her eyes, he leaned down and urged her to look at him. His husky voice carried an indescribable allure. The sound and sensation rendered Qing Yu's entire being tinged with pleasure, leaving her too timid to open her eyes, fearing the intensity of his gaze. Naturally, disobedience led to a sensation akin to being on a swing, pushed higher and heavier with each motion. When tranquility returned, Qing Yu shyly parted her lips, gasping for breath, yet Feng Ye remained reluctant to part. His fingers traced her brow, kissing her repeatedly. Qing Yu lacked the strength to push him away, allowing his tender gestures to continue unabated. At this moment, she was grateful that he was propped up on the animal hide, rather than pressing directly down on her. Otherwise, she would truly struggle to breathe. Attempting to shift her legs, she found her abdomen firmly restrained. "Do not move now," he cautioned, fearing he might lose control and continue indulging in their passion. The sun had set, and the wind atop the mountain grew stronger, yet he was drenched in sweat. His deep voice resonated in her ears, causing Qing Yu to remain still, her legs slipping weakly downwards. Her skin flushed, appearing to invite him as he lowered his head to lick her collarbone, descending further still. Qing Yu, her hands on his head and caressing his face, breathed heavily, asking softly if they could return. Her delicate, breathy voice only intensified Feng Ye's resolve. Thus, he launched into another round of fervor. The mountaintop was filled with restrained moans and muffled gasps. Qing Yu lost track of time, only aware that she was tightly embraced by Feng Ye, her arms weakly draped over his shoulders. As he moved, she slightly opened her eyes, only to find herself gazing at his neck, the bronze skin exuding an alluring sensuality. Qing Yu's fingers rested upon his neck, gently caressing. Suddenly, she tilted her head slightly and playfully nipped at his neck. The bite was not fierce, but merely a teasing pinch of his skin, testing his resilience. "Hiss!" Feng Ye frowned slightly, tilting his head back, halting his forward motion. His tongue pressed against his cheek, speaking with a tone that was both satisfied and threatening. "You still possess the energy to bite me. Do you wish to stay here?" The moment she heard this, Qing Yu became compliant, and Feng Ye felt a twinge of regret. Why not test her limits? Ensuring the animal hide, draped over her, was secure, he began to retrace their steps. At this moment, Qing Yu was particularly perceptive. Feng Ye would follow through on what he said, and her little actions indicated that the night would not be quiet. The journey up the mountain had been bathed in warmth from the sun, yet now, devoid of sunlight, the path was nearly indistinguishable. Feeling her strength returning, She straightened her body to gauge how far they were from home. A familiar sensation caused her to freeze, paralyzed with fear at the thought of the thick animal hide enveloping her. This hide, initially a cushion beneath her, now cocooned her tightly. Hesitantly, she remarked, "I'm not cold. I do not need this." Her clothes had suffered. After each encounter, Feng Yi was acutely aware of how her body would react. As soon as he sensed her stiffness, he understood. To his surprise, she now seemed to disdain the animal hide. Feng Yi mused, "What is there to disdain? If it is not mine, it is yours. Is it too late to complain after walking this far wrapped in it?" He cast a casual glance at his partner, whose eyes were red, feeling slighted moments ago, yet now softened his tone. "Of course, you feel warm wrapped in it. Once removed, you will naturally feel the chill. As night has fallen, not only has the sun disappeared, but the wind has also intensified since midday. Little Qingyu, being particularly sensitive to the cold, is naturally reluctant to part from him, pressing herself closer into his embrace. Be good. We shall be home soon." He reassures her, "I will boil some water. You could take a bath, and then we shall wash off these skins." He bathes, unbothered by her presence. Upon hearing him say this, Qingyu straightens up, wishing to suggest that he wash a few more times. However, as the wind grows stronger, she finds herself leaning back into his warmth, unable to voice her thoughts. It's truly nerve-wracking. She wonders if the beast hide will still be presentable once they return home, and how Feng Ye will react upon seeing it. The more she thinks about it, the more heat rises to her cheeks. Feng Ye, detecting the change in her demeanor, notices the increasing flush on her face and the way she licks her lips, igniting a familiar itch within him. Though he had no opportunity earlier, now, in this position, he feels compelled to express his desires. Qingyu quickly covers his mouth, chiding him for being so brazen. Chapter 146. Wait for my return. Qingyu had anticipated a peaceful respite upon returning home, yet it was merely her assumption. Feng Ye had grown particularly clingy and insatiable within just a few days. His body bore numerous scratches. When the time came for him to depart, she could not bear to scratch him any further. Hunting during the great wind season is perilous. Despite his robust physique, the scratches would fade within a day or two, but she couldn't bear to inflict more harm. All the males who had gone for training returned a few days prior, and early one morning, Feng Ye set out. He gathered everyone to discuss their respective tasks. He then visited Xiaoning's cave, where Xiaon was also present, deliberating on matters. Feng Ye's intention was to have Yunduo accompany Qingyu at home, providing her companionship to stave off boredom. However, Xiaon mentioned that Henin would give birth during the great wind season, and he feared forgetting vital details, thus suggesting Yunduo assist Henin instead. Realizing this plan was unfeasible, Feng Ye returned home to find Qingyu busily engaged in some task, clapping her hands as he entered. He did not delve deeply into his thoughts about her. Henin's impending childbirth during the great wind season meant Yunduo's presence was required, so she could not come to keep Qingyu company. Qingyu nodded in understanding, having intended to discuss this with Yunduo beforehand, as the two shared a close bond and would not feel lonely together. Yet, considering Henin's situation, it was clear that Yunduo would need to assist her, and thus the matter was settled. She knew the weight of priorities. Qingyu recalled Henin mentioning that Aunt Xiao had offered help before, but it had been declined, notably by Xiaoan. He was aware of the discord between his sister-in-law and mother due to certain issues. Given his sister-in-law's temperament, she could easily be brought to tears. If their mother were to visit, a quarrel was inevitable, and with Henin's personality, she would likely cry in secret. Hence, Xiaoan had inquired early on about how to care for the newborn, but still feared inadequate support, contemplating bringing his sister-in-law over. Caring for a newborn would undoubtedly be arduous, and Yunduo's assistance would alleviate much of the burden. Feng Ye, concerned about Qingyu being alone at home, asked, "Would you like to visit Aunt or accompany Mianyu and the others?" Qingyu slowly shook her head. She was not particularly socially anxious, but at this moment, she felt a sense of security being at home. Perhaps it was true that a golden nest or silver nest could not compare to one's own cave. This home, decorated by her own hands, exuded warmth, offering her comfort and peace of mind. I heard from Yunduo that when Xiaoning left before, she was the only one at home, so I was already prepared. The necessities are ready, and meat has been brought in. The current conditions are far better than before. Feng Ye frowned, concerned that if Qingyu went to Aunt's place, he would feel more at ease knowing she had company. He had made extensive preparations for his departure, but the thought of her being alone at home for an extended time unsettled him. Qingyu understood his worries. She was no longer afraid by herself, and her fears paled in comparison to when she first arrived here. Whether in the tribe or on this mountain, there were always males keeping watch, ensuring her safety. At most, she would feel bored, a sensation she believed she could endure. Have you forgotten that aunt and uncle reside together? Are you suggesting I seek out aunt and then have uncle move to another cave? Fengye responded, isn't that quite normal? It's merely the great wind season. Once I return, I will take you away, and uncle can return to his residence. If uncle were home, he would certainly not allow Qingyu to seek out aunt. Qingyu chuckled, realizing that both were genuinely concerned about each other, whether in good times or bad. This thought brought a smile to her face. Fengye was at a loss. Wouldn't she prefer to visit Mianyu and the others? No, Qingyu asserted resolutely, confirming there was no danger, as the supplies of water and food at home were ample, and there were sufficient means to keep warm. She preferred to stay in her own home. I will wait for your return here. This simple declaration filled Fengye's heart with warmth, and he embraced her tightly. Qingyu, for the first time, mimicking Fengye's actions, extended her right hand and patted his back. During this season, the males of the tribe inevitably ventured out to hunt. She had numerous words to share, yet her throat felt constricted, leaving her with only one wish, for him to return safely. At this moment, she could not dwell on her worries, for many things unknown to her would unfold in her absence. For instance, injuries could occur, and overthinking could lead to sadness. Qingyu quickly stifled her tears. Crying now would only heighten Fengye's concerns. She diverted her attention to other matters, mustering a smile as she approached the bamboo tube designated for storage. Lifting the lid to retrieve the items she had prepared with Yinduo. These treasures are what Yinduo and I have crafted. While you were training the younger ones this morning, we worked on this. At this moment, Qingyu shared with him, knowing that now was the time when he was at a loss for words. Even a day in advance would have resulted in a thorough scolding. Fengye could sense Qingyu's emotions. This situation was unavoidable. Aside from ensuring her safety at home and promising to return swiftly, there was little else he could do. As she spoke of other topics, his gaze fell upon several large bamboo tubes that had not been in their home previously. They were sealed tightly, concealing their contents. When the rich aroma escaped, he was left bewildered. Did you make these in Fengyang's cave? He recalled the days when he had been lethargic, feeling fine during training, but wanted to sleep at uncle's place. Moving to Fengyue's cave had revitalized him, and he suspected that the previous days had been marred by the spicy peppers keeping him awake. Qingyu looked at him, cautiously nodding. These peppers were dried and ground into powder. If you encounter the males from the west, their numbers are imposing. You must find a good position and scatter it downwind to gain the advantage. However, be sure to aim carefully and, if necessary, close your eyes. For this substance does not discriminate and could harm your own. As they prepared to leave, Qingyu could not think of any other ways to assist. This was her only idea. Regardless of how large or powerful the males were, their eyes remained vulnerable. She hoped they would not need to use it. Fengye gazed at the bamboo tubes filled with pepper powder, deep in thought. Was he angry? His partner had done this for him, and he appreciated her effort to protect herself. Thus, he felt no anger, but rather an indescribable warmth spreading within him. He lifted her and placed her on the bed, pressing his lips against hers fervently for a long time. I told you if there were dangerous matters, I would handle them. You never listen. This matter can wait. I will deal with you properly upon my return. Qingyu cupped his face in her hands, playfully retorting, isn't that precisely why I am doing all of this? To prepare for your return and whatever you have in store for me? Fengye remained silent, his head resting against her neck. Every year at this time, the adult males venture out to hunt, a routine I have grown accustomed to, thus I need not worry. Wait for my return. Chapter 147. Who could be at this moment? Since Fengye's departure, Qingyu had not stepped outside for over 10 days. After rising in the morning and completing her ablutions, she prepared a simple meal, initially intending to return to the warmth of her bed. However, the fierce winds outside, accompanied by haunting howls, left her feeling uneasy. Clad in the colorful fur garment crafted by Fengye, she approached the cave entrance where the wind surged in relentlessly. Although the entrance was mostly blocked, a small gap remained, necessary for airflow to sustain the fire within. The closer she got to the opening, the colder it became. Peering through the narrow slit, her view was obscured, yet she could still see the outside. It was daytime, yet the sky was ominously dark, resembling night. The raging winds caused towering trees to sway violently, with branches snapping and threatening to be uprooted entirely. Countless leaves and broken branches flew through the air, while indistinct objects darted past her line of sight, invoking a sense of dread. Despite having witnessed this many times before, She could not quell her astonishment. Fengyang had previously insisted that the cave entrance must be sealed, lest the wind force its way inside. It seemed clear that it was not merely a matter of wind entering. If left unsealed, everything within would be thrown into disarray. Or worse, swept away entirely. The biting wind pierced through the gap, causing Qingyu's eyes to sting, compelling her to avert her gaze. She tightened her clothing and returned to her bed, lost in thought. Was her fortune truly favorable? Arriving during the warm season, she pondered how, had it been a time of fierce winds, she might have been swept into the sky, only to crash down in disarray. To stave off her spiraling thoughts, she lit several oil lamps within the cave, brightening her surroundings and bringing her some solace. Nearby, a shelf held garments, trousers, shoes made of fur, as well as the scarf and hat she had asked Befriended to make. Running her hands over them, she felt a measure of comfort regarding the impending cold front. The chill in the air was already numbing her hands, yet it was not yet time for her to don these layers. She resumed her recent task of weaving undergarments with fine thread. This intricate work was laborious, and prolonged knitting could be exhausting. She also utilized thicker thread to create bedding. Having prepared for an extended stay in the cave since the warm season, Qingyu felt somewhat at ease, not overly anxious. With minimal consumption at home, she had been busy for a long time without feeling hungry. Setting aside her work, she lay back on her bed and stretched. Should she take a nap? Faintly, she heard someone calling her from outside. The howling wind drowned out speech, making it difficult to discern. Rising from her bed, she noticed a gap at the cave entrance, through which Abo squeezed himself, carrying a catch. A gust of wind rushed in, sending a shiver through her and tousling her hair. Abo, the meat you brought yesterday is still uneaten. You can bring it over in a few days. She had repeated this many times, as she alone could not consume so much. With the weather growing colder, the meat would keep sufficient for several days. Additionally, many males from the tribe had gone out hunting. As the chief, Abo was undoubtedly busy. Fengzhou skillfully placed the prey on the stone table. I intended to come tomorrow, but with the rain falling now, it will only get colder from here. I wanted to remind you to keep the hearth burning to avoid falling ill. Before leaving, Befriended sought her out several times, worried about her well-being. Each visit prompted her to express her concerns about him. The females of the tribe had endured similar circumstances, and with a fire in the cave this year, what could possibly go wrong? Yet now he was troubled. For Qingyu was too afraid of the cold, and was quickly wrapping herself into a bundle. What would happen when the cold front arrived? Qingyu gestured to the items within the cave, assuring him, Abo, I understand. If it gets too cold, I will light the hearth. Fengzhou could hardly be bothered to look. Having thoroughly examined the cave upon his first visit, there were far more items for warmth than in his own cave, and Qingyu was not foolish. She would be fine. It was uncertain whether Befriended had spoken too much in front of him. His mind often echoed Befriended's words, worrying for her comfort and well-being, prompting him to check on her daily. Fengzhou felt he was becoming obsessed, as he was sure Qingyu was in excellent spirits when he left. After Abo departed, Qingyu found herself restless, gathering her sewing materials and tidying up. At the cave entrance, she watched raindrops plummet to the ground, mingling with the sound of the wind, which weighed heavily on her heart. She illuminated the storage cave with her oil lamp. To ensure convenience without stepping outside, Befriended had crafted a door between two walls for easy access. She had brought in a considerable amount of firewood, and Abo had warned her that it would grow progressively colder, advising her to prepare in advance. Her thoughts lingered on Befriended's plight outside. The winds were not only fierce, but rain was also pouring down. There was no shelter available for them, and they must be soaked to the skin. Yet, she felt powerless. While she could raise animals to ensure the females in the tribe had fresh meat, improving conditions somewhat, she could not prevent the males from hunting. It was in their nature, a necessary adaptation to the harsh environment. Without these experiences, their combat abilities would surely diminish, leading to retreat in the face of conflict. She endeavored to maintain a calm mindset. The weather would only grow colder. She decided to cook the meat, so it would be easy to reheat when needed. Abo's catch had already been skinned. Using a bone knife, she cut the meat into small pieces, soaking it in water to drain the blood. To date, her selection of seasonings remained limited, comprising only a plant resembling green onions, suitable for both consumption and seasoning. She marinated the meat with it, along with salt and water, then cooked it in oil to create jerky. The afternoon passed in a flurry of activity, and she prepared a porridge with large white fruits and rice, complementing her dinner with the jerky. Yet, the refuse of daily life troubled her, as she could neither dispose of it outside nor escape. She resorted to storing it in a large bamboo tube in the storage cave, planning to ask ABO for help in discarding it on his next visit. Fortunately, she had convinced Fignette to construct an improved toilet at the far edge of the cave, securely blocked with wooden planks. As long as she cleaned it after each use, there was no odor. After freshening up, she nestled in her soft bedding, when suddenly she heard a faint scratching sound and soft whimpers from outside. Chinyu held her breath, straining to listen, confirming she had not misheard. Who could be at this hour? Chapter 148. It was impossible to unravel this mystery. Dressing quickly, she crouched at the cave entrance, listening intently. The sounds grew fainter, and her brow furrowed deeper. It sounded like a young cub. Should not such a young creature be sheltered by its parents? Had it accidentally been blown outside by the wind? Thinking of the two adorable cubs from Lequi, she felt a surge of anxiety. If it had been swept here by the wind, it would surely be injured. Unconcerned about whether it could understand her, she called out loudly, "I will open the door crack. You can come in through the gap." She hesitated to open the door wide, fearing she might be swept out herself. Taking shelter behind a large stone blocking the entrance, she slowly pushed the wood aside. The wind rushed in, causing Chinyu to hold her breath as she saw no cub enter. Tentatively, she peeked outside. The darkness enveloped the area, and as her eyes adjusted, she spotted a small shadow of a cub against the wooden planks blocking the entrance. The little cub clung desperately to the wooden board, its body already suspended in midair. It mustered all its strength, unable to produce a sound. Chinyu opened the door, just enough to ensure she wouldn't be swept away, reaching out to grasp one of the cub's feet, pulling it inward. Yet, somehow, the other foot remained firmly gripping the board. "Let go. I'll pull you in." Chinyu called out to the cub against the wind. As she spoke, a gust of air filled her mouth, leaving her unsure if the cub could hear her. After several forceful tugs, the cub's leg finally loosened, allowing Chinyu to drag it inside. Once inside, her eyes nearly closed from exhaustion as she quickly blocked the cave entrance, finally releasing a long sigh. Turning to look at the cub, she intended to inquire about its origins, only to discover that this was no wolf cub. Its entire body was golden, adorned with distinctive patterns in its fur. A tiger. Chinyu stood frozen in place, realizing this was a cub from the Chiyue tribe. Although the tribe was nearby, it was separated by numerous mountains. The cub's fur was completely soaked, and now that the rain had ceased, blood began to seep from its body. Its eyelids fluttered weakly, and Chinyu sensed its breaths were growing fainter. It appeared utterly immobilized. After a moment of hesitation, she cautiously approached, kneeling to gently touch its fur. The cub lifted its head slightly before letting it fall, providing her with some reassurance that it wouldn't bite. Her encounters with the cubs from the Juking Wolf tribe had been rare, let alone those from other tribes. A bite would be truly unfortunate. Glancing at the cave entrance, she pondered whether calling for help would attract any males. Ultimately, she decided to fetch a towel, gently drying the cub's drenched fur. It seemed unable to lift its head, possibly having collided with numerous obstacles carried by the wind, and it might even have broken bones. Her foremost concern was whether this little cub would perish in her presence. After exploring the cave, she recalled that she had some medicine for external injuries at home, which she had obtained from Auntie after inflicting many red marks on Fignette. There was still a bit left. She gathered a few oil lamps on the stone table, crouching down to examine the cub's fur for any wounds to treat. The tiger cub lay there, motionless, either unconscious or too exhausted to move, which made her task easier. She found an empty bamboo tube large enough to accommodate the cub and placed some white round fruits inside, gently depositing the cub into it. Chinyu stood nearby, her brow furrowed with concern, uncertain whether it would survive. At this moment, she could do little more than leave its fate to chance, assessing the cub's condition. Yet, the thought of the cub surviving and potentially biting her upon awakening filled her with anxiety. She braided several sturdy ropes from thick strands and tied them around the cub's body, acknowledging that it would likely dislike being bound. She feared it might chew through the ropes upon waking. Thus, she also secured a rope around its neck. Reflecting on the potential for the cub to claw at the rope and escape, she tethered its legs to a large wooden beam, finally feeling at ease. The injuries would not heal overnight, and without considerable strength, it wouldn't be able to attack her while she slept. She hoped it wouldn't hold her actions against her. She feared for her life, the potential for punishment, and the possibility of being bitten. Observing the tiger cub, bound by ropes, Chinyu stood in silence. It resembled an abduction rather than a rescue. Nonetheless, she did not believe she had acted wrongly. To save it, her own safety had to come first. After cleaning herself up, she lay down to sleep peacefully. With a tiger cub in her home, Chinyu woke early, rushing to see if the cub had awakened. The The ropes remained intact, though its sleeping position had shifted, its belly rising and falling rhythmically with its breath, confirming it was still alive. Upon hearing sounds nearby, the little cub opened its eyes warily. They locked gazes for several moments before the cub rested its head atop the white round fruit, emitting soft calls. Again and again, Chinyu recognized that the cub's calls could be understood by the males of the tribe, and their mothers could likely interpret them too. Unfortunately, she was at a loss, and the persistent cries only made her head spin. "Are you thinking of your mother and father?" Chinyu asked the cub. It continued to call. "Are you hungry?" She inquired again. The cub paused, allowing her to confirm that it was indeed hungry. Unsure of whether to offer milk or meat to such a large cub, she settled on pouring a milk fruit into a wooden bowl, cautiously bringing it to its mouth. All the meat at home had been dried. There was no fresh meat available, leaving her with only jerky. The little cub attempted to rise, but found its legs bound, struggling to break free, yet lacking the strength. It could only continue to call out, watching Chinyu intently as her mouth moved. Chinyu swallowed hard, uncertain of its meaning. Perhaps it simply wasn't accustomed to its predicament. Regardless, there was no possibility of releasing it. "You must have been blown here by the wind, covered in wounds. Being tied up will keep your bones aligned and help you heal faster." After she spoke, the cub called out twice more. Chinyu, unable to comprehend its response, continued speaking to herself. "I've applied medicine to your wounds. They will heal soon. If you keep moving, they won't heal properly. So for now, drink the milk fruit and eat some meat to replenish your strength, and your injuries will heal more quickly." At last, the tiger cub let out a soft whimper, disregarding its bound legs as it adjusted into a more comfortable position, finishing the milk fruit and proceeding to eat the meat. Chinyu now knew that this tiger cub could understand her words. Thus, she began to persuade it. "You have many wounds. The ropes binding you will aid in your recovery. Stay here and rest well. Our tribe has a remarkable shaman who will heal you." Chinyu did not intend to keep it at home. She would hand it over to Uncle when he arrived, leaving the care to him. The tiger cub, realizing that Chinyu was its savior, shifted its gaze from suspicion to innocent clarity, letting out soft whimpers. Chinyu sighed, finding it difficult to understand, wondering when Uncle would arrive. Previously, he came every day, but she had insisted he wait a few days, which now left her without anyone to turn to. After calming the tiger cub, she noticed it was indeed getting colder and added another layer of clothing. Observing the cub's fur had dried, it curled tightly, its bound legs awkwardly positioned. She couldn't tell if it was cold or not. However, seeing it so obedient, she fetched a blanket made from thick thread. Approaching the tiger cub, she said, "If you're cold, nod, and I'll cover you with a blanket. If you're not, shake your head." The cub tilted its head to the right before slowly nodding. Seeing it so compliant, Chinyu folded the blanket and draped it over the cub. She filled a bowl with dried fruits and placed it on the stone table, snacking while working, and noticing the cub's round eyes watching her, she offered it some more. She had anticipated Uncle would come in a few days, yet he arrived by noon. Fengzhou had intended to visit the following day, as there was no danger. And Chinyu had conveyed this, but her partner was not pleased. "If you weren't unable to go out, I wouldn't have to come and check on you." With such words, not visiting would surely earn him a displeased reception. Fengzhou squeezed through the gap, planning to say a few words before leaving, but he caught a whiff of an unfamiliar scent mixed with a metallic tang of blood. His expression shifted instantly, his gaze scanning the cave until it landed on Chinyu, who stood there, relaxed and unfazed. As a result, a head emerged from a bamboo tube, belonging to a cub from the Chiwehu tribe, causing a surge of alarm. In astonishment, one wondered where this cub had come from. After inspecting Chinyu thoroughly to confirm she was unharmed, she spoke solemnly, questioning the cub's presence at the cave entrance. How could it bring any cub into the cave without fearing a bite? The male warriors of the Chiwehu tribe were formidable, despite the cub's small size. A steadfast bite could inflict pain on Chinyu for weeks. Chinyu felt fear, yet she reasoned it was a cub from her own tribe, and she could not let it perish. As for the tiger cub, having already been brought in, she could not bring herself to cast it out, even if it posed no threat to her. She recounted the events of the previous night, explaining that the cub had likely been blown in by the strong winds. Resting on the wooden planks at the cave entrance, she mistook it for a cub from her tribe and pulled it inside. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was not, and the little creature was covered in wounds, unable to move the night before. Yet today it was eating and sleeping, suggesting it was no longer in serious trouble. Fengzhou's first reaction was one of disbelief. How could it have survived such circumstances? Chinyu approached Abo and whispered that the cub could understand them. Fengzhou retorted, observing the tiger cub and turning back to Chinyu. noting that their ears were quite sharp. Even her whispers could be heard. Chinyu acknowledged this truth, but felt it best to refrain from further commentary. She fetched a rattan bag, filled it with soft white spheres, ensuring they were gentle enough not to cause the tiger cub additional harm, and presented it to Fengzhou, urging him to take the cub back. She entrusted its care to him, feeling relieved that ABO had arrived. Upon noticing the unfamiliar male, the tiger cub remained alert, watching him warily. When this male attempted to lift it, the cub swiftly turned, trying to assume a defensive stance. However, its legs were bound, and with its injuries it fell back, only able to let out desperate cries. Fengzhou, feeling vexed, contemplated lifting it to discipline it, but upon seeing it tangled in ropes tied to a large log, he froze, realizing that Chinyu had been overly concerned for no reason. Had he not mistaken the cub for a wolf cub, she would not have opened the door. Feeling embarrassed under Abo's gaze, Chinyu reflected on her lack of combat prowess, questioning if her actions were indeed so unreasonable. She wished he wouldn't look at her like that, as it might lead others in the tribe to learn of her fears. Fengzhou continued to visit daily, pondering the extraordinary circumstance of a cub from the Chiyue tribe being blown in, and what else might come through that cave entrance. When Abo reached to lift the cub, Chinyu took the opportunity to ask him to dispose of her household waste before he exited with the cub. The tiger cub, being lifted, looked anxiously at Chinyu, crying out as its bound legs thrashed in the air. Fengzhou chuckled, teasing the cub about its appetite, stating that she could not afford to feed it. Chinyu nodded, acknowledging that despite its small size, it had a hearty appetite. The dried meat she had prepared was nearly consumed, and the cub had also devoured a significant amount of dried fruits. If this continued, she would soon be left with nothing. Enough, enough, stop crying. If you remember that I saved you, bring me good things in the future, Fengzhou remarked, listening to the cub's incessant cries, which seemed to express its desire to remain with Chinyu, waiting for its parents to come. The cub's pitiful gaze softened Chinyu's heart, prompting her to fill the rattan bag with several milk fruits for Abo to carry. She urged the cub to follow Abo obediently, reassuring it that she had mentioned he possessed a powerful shaman who could heal it swiftly, and that he had ample meat to sustain it. Fengzhou's words were undoubtedly true, yet they began to sound increasingly peculiar. It was implausible to develop deep feelings for someone overnight. Chinyu decided to leave the cub's fate in Abo's hands, trusting he would not mistreat such a small creature. Given Abo's character and the upcoming negotiations with nearby tribes, he would surely not act harshly. However, the cub was so well-behaved that Chinyu couldn't help but inquire about its future. Would it be returned to the Chiyue tribe once healed, or would it wait for its parents to retrieve it? If they came, she would ask for fewer resources, and upon returning it to the tribe, she would ensure its parents compensated her adequately. Fengzhou spoke with conviction, asserting that Chiyue cubs were rarer than those of the Juing wolf tribe, each one cherished. Having saved this cub's life and provided it with sustenance, it would be unreasonable not to expect a reward. Chinyu was taken aback, but quickly assured him that she would reserve some fine goods for him. The tiger cub gazed intently at Chinyu's face, finally lowering its head in silence, allowing Fengzhou to carry it away. Chapter 150. The struggles of life after Abo took the cub away. Chinyu's life returned to its tranquil state. Her household supplies were ample, and beyond cooking, tending to the fire, and preparing dried meat, she would bury herself in sleep whenever fatigue struck. She had long lost track of how much time had passed since Vigne's departure. The wind continued to howl outside, the rain having ceased, yet the temperature plummeted sharply. It was so cold that she refrained from approaching the cave entrance, donning heavy furs as soon as she arose from her bed. Dining alone, she resolved to keep things simple, but today she suddenly craved something spicy. After waking, she rummaged through her supplies, retrieving dried wild vegetables, large white fruits, and some unidentifiable ingredients she had procured from a Jew, combining them with fresh meat to prepare a pot of spicy hot pot. She enjoyed her meal heartily on the heated bed, feeling warm and content afterward. Being alone at home, devoid of entertainment, grew increasingly tedious, and prolonged solitude led to anxiety. After a lengthy sleep, she found herself restless, rummaging through the bamboo tubes where she stored food. She recalled a Jew mentioning a plant whose leaves were edible. Filling a wooden bowl with water and placing the plant inside, she positioned it near the fire, uncertain if it would sprout, but knowing she needed to occupy herself to stave off her growing unease. Just then, she heard commotion outside and hastily bundled herself up. To her surprise, it was a Jew's voice calling out. Chinyu cracked open a small opening at the cave entrance. Abo's massive, beastly form blocked the entrance entirely, with large bundles hanging from either side of his body. Muyu's head was not visible, but her amplified voice carried through, instructing Qingyu to return and dress warmly as they were heading to Hanin's place. Muyu's words were brief. It was too cold outside, and she did not want to waste time. "Hurry, I'm already inside," Yinduo called from within the bundle. Upon hearing they were going to Hanin's place, Qingyu realized that she was going into labor. Without a moment's hesitation, she quickly returned to the cave, changing into fur shoes, clothing, trousers, a scarf, and a hat, even donning gloves and a mask, leaving only her eyes exposed. In such frigid temperatures, dressing warmly was no exaggeration, but too many layers made her feel cumbersome and heavy. The thick furs weighed her down, making it difficult to move swiftly. When Qingyu emerged, Fengzhou lay down slowly on the ground, while Muyu and Yinduo extended their hands from inside the bundle. Despite the effort it took, Qingyu finally managed to climb aboard. She soon realized that the bundle was ingeniously crafted. It was not only filled with soft white spheres, but also lined with animal hides, effectively sealing off the entrance to prevent any wind from entering once she climbed in. However, as Abo moved and the fierce wind shook the bundle, Qingyu's head collided painfully with Yinduo's. "Ouch!" Yinduo exclaimed, arching her head back and crying out in pain. It had been quite some time since they last met, and their reunion resulted in a rather unfortunate bump on her head. However, it was impossible for a large bump to form, as they both wore hats just like Qingyu. The familiar tone of voice brought a smile to Qingyu's face, one hand gently rubbing her forehead while the other rested on Yunduo's brow. A gentle rub alleviates the pain. It had been far too long since they last met, and the joy within her was uncontainable. There were countless words she yearned to share with them. Yet she first turned her gaze to Aixing. "Aixing, is Hanin about to give birth?" She mused, calculating that it must be true. She had thought she would have to wait until next year to see Hanin and her offspring, but unexpectedly, Aixing would take her there. Muyu's face was also beaming, though obscured by an object, preventing a clear view. "Indeed," Muyu affirmed. "All females in the tribe who have formed pairs must learn how to give birth. You should all go and observe." The tribe had many females, and it would be impossible for just one to manage alone. Thus, when a female was about to give birth, those who had previously given birth would assist, making it closer and quicker. Since this mountain peak was where Hanin would give birth first, it was only natural for them to go and prepare for future births. After Qingyu and Yunduo exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement, they understood they should indeed learn diligently. Yunduo thought about mastering the knowledge so that when she had her own offspring, she wouldn't feel so fearful. Her hand instinctively rested on her belly, wondering when she would have children of her own. Qingyu, on the other hand, did not ponder too deeply. Learning more would always be beneficial. Noticing Yunduo's hand on her abdomen, she recalled the 2 cubs of Liqi and the tiger cub she had previously rescued. A multitude of thoughts flashing through her mind. Ultimately, she sighed, resigning to the natural course of events. Upon reaching the entrance of Xiaowen's cave, Fengzhou skillfully blocked the cave's mouth with his entire body. Qingyu and the others hurriedly descended and entered the cave. Xiaowen had long been waiting there, feeling relieved only when the matriarch arrived. After hastily greeting Qingyu, he gently reassured Hanin, "Do not fear, the matriarch is here." Muyu approached Hanin to assess her condition and stated it will still take a little while before she gives birth. The cave echoed with Hanin's cries of pain. The agony was so intense that her body involuntarily writhed, grasping and releasing objects tightly. Qingyu felt a pang in her heart, recalling her own experiences with menstrual cramps, when pain had drained the color from her face, tossing and turning in bed, unable to find comfort. She could barely eat or speak. And now Hanin was in a similar, if not worse, predicament. It was evident that Hanin wished to refrain from her cries, but the pain was simply unbearable. Qingyu and Yunduo furrowed their brows, while Muyu remained composed. Having given birth herself and witnessed many females do the same, she maintained a calm demeanor. She addressed Hanin on the bed, saying, "It will be over soon. Do not exert yourself just yet." Hanin continued to writhe in pain, but upon hearing this, her cries became less pronounced, though muffled groans still escaped her lips. Tears streamed down her cheeks, while Muyu continued to offer comfort, and Xiaowen stood helplessly, gazing at his partner's face. Knowing the process would not be swift, Qingyu directed her eyes around the cave. A pot of water was boiling, and towels and blades had been neatly prepared in one place. She instructed Xiaowen to come over and first scald the items intended for holding water with boiling water. allowing the heated water to cool before using it later. The blades and towels also needed to be scalded. The environment was exceedingly rudimentary, but there was no other option at this time. Yunduo withdrew her gaze from Henin's swollen belly. The matriarch had mentioned the possibility of carrying 2 females, which made childbirth more difficult. Chapter 151. 2 female cub childbirth is never an easy endeavor, and upon hearing Yunduo's words, Qingyu pondered whether male cubs were typically smaller. Before she could voice her inquiry, Aixing began beckoning them forward. There was no longer any notion of preventing partners from witnessing the birth, and Xion hurriedly approached. Mu Yu instructed him to attend to other matters. Too many people obstructed the view, making it hard to see clearly. Xion busily gathered all necessary items and placed them to the side. Qingyu and Yunduo washed their hands with the cooled boiled water, anticipating they might assist shortly. Lacking disinfectants, they could only wash their hands simply. The conditions for childbirth made Qingyu's scalp tingle. Taking a deep breath, she focused on Aixing's actions, listening to her continuously urging Henin to push. Time seemed to stretch, and, at long last, a female cub emerged. Mu Yu checked and gave the cub a gentle slap on its bottom, the loud wail releasing the tension in everyone's hearts. Kvingyo hendid atao to Mu Yu, who swiftly wiped the cub and wrapped it in the prepared hide. Not long after, the second cub also arrived, and the same procedure was followed. Placing the wrapped cub on the bed, they had welcomed 2 female cubs. Observing Qingyu and Yunduo's unwavering gaze on the newborns, Mu Yu urged them to pay attention to her actions. Only then did they come to their senses, watching Mu Yu complete the final tasks. At that moment, Henin seemed oblivious to her pain, turning her head to gaze at her 2 cubs, unable to contain her joy. Xion longed to hold them, but hesitated, standing there with a foolish grin. Once the final preparations were complete, everyone felt a wave of relief wash over them. Qingyu gazed at the children above, their faces flushed, with some unclear substances on their foreheads that would eventually fade away. Yunduo was filled with excitement, but spoke softly as she looked at the cubs on the bed. You 2 have done remarkably well. It is rare for our tribe to bear female cubs, and now there are 2. In the West, they preferred to bear male cubs. Otherwise, she would not have endured such hardship in the past. The West offered less nourishment than the North and was often rife with conflict, necessitating a strong male presence for combat. In the Juqing wolf tribe, however, the 6 strong females were cherished. Xion nodded eagerly, recalling the matriarch's earlier assertion that there was a possibility of 2 female cubs, yet he dared not confirm it until now. Henin is truly impressive. He then gazed intently at his 2 cubs and adjusted the blanket over Henin. Henin remained silent, reaching out to touch her nearby offspring, tears streaming down her face. Despite the pain, it was all worth it. After Mu Yu cleaned herself, she instructed the 3 standing beside Henin to step back, allowing 1 cub to nurse first. Turning to the grinning Xion, she asked, "Is the milk ready?" Yes, it has been prepared for a while," Xion replied, bringing the milk over and pouring it into a wooden bowl, using a small spoon to feed the other cub. With that, Mu Yu finally concluded her tasks and reflected upon Yunduo's words. In truth, the tribe had not been devoid of female births, but the female cubs were often fragile, and few survived the harsh winds and cold tides. With a face full of affection, she looked at Qingyu and then at Henin, saying, "Do not fear. This year, with the heated bed, the cubs will surely thrive." Henin wished to turn and thank Qingyu, but refrained from moving, mindful of the cub nursing. "Thank you, Qingyu," she said, gently stroking the skin wrapped around her daughter. Had it not been for the heated bed, she dared not contemplate what would follow. Xion understood they were fortunate to be blessed with this timing, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Qingyu waved her hand, instructing them to care for the cubs. Initially, her actions were motivated by self-interest, but the longer she stayed in the tribe, the more aware she became of their unity and the gradual shift in her own thoughts. Witnessing the birth of new life brought immense joy to her heart. The cave was filled with jubilant voices, and only then did Qingyu find the time to ask Yunduo, "Weren't you here assisting all along? Why were you with Aixing just now?" Henin was about to give birth, and calling Aixing surely fell to Xion. "You weren't here today?" Xion spoke up, recalling that the matriarch had mentioned the possibility of Henin carrying 2 female cubs, and that his sister-in-law had made some hides with silk thread and had gone back yesterday. "Today, Henin is about to be born. I hurriedly went to inform the matriarch, and then rushed back to accompany Henin." Yunduo nodded, and the clan leader took me there before going to fetch you. Qingyu followed Yunduo's hand and saw numerous garments for the young ones, some crafted by Henin at home, while others were brought over by Yunduo. Muyu incessantly advised Xioning, repeating how to care for the cubs. In this regard, Muyu possessed ample experience. Not just Xiuan, but everyone in the cave listened attentively. After a prolonged conversation among them, Fengzhou arrived, and only then did Muyu and Qingyu depart. Yinduo stayed behind to assist and learn how to tend to the little ones. Watching Qingyu leave, I felt a pang of reluctance. Previously, in the hot season, she had always been with Xioning. This year, with Qingyu's arrival, the two had so much to share, and having not seen each other for such an extended period felt quite strange. Moreover, with the cold waves still lingering, their next reunion would be in the hot season. As Fengzhou led them back, Qingyu pondered Yunduo's words. "Aunt, is it more challenging to give birth to female cubs than male cubs?" The only thought that crossed her mind was that female cubs are larger than males, which might explain this. Indeed, Muyu nodded. Male cubs are smaller. Hence, when birthing male cubs, it could be several at once, whereas for female cubs, it is typically 2 or 3, making the process more painful. Qingyu recalled that in the tribe, when cubs were born, it was either an entire litter of male cubs or female cubs. There were never both genders born together. Not pursuing this question further, she remarked that there were too few female cubs in the tribe, causing Xiuan to nearly leap with joy. The image of Xiuan's ecstatic, flustered demeanor flashed in my mind, prompting a laugh from Muyu. You have not spent time on other mountains in the tribe, so you might not realize that at least half of the males lack mates. Indeed, the scarcity of females is apparent, and once the 2 of them mature, our mountain will become lively. Then I thought of my own cubs. If their partners each birth female cubs, this mountain might very well be leveled. Fengming, when delivering goods to himself, mentioned he fancied a female in the tribe. It turned out that this female received offerings not only from him, but from many others, clearly illustrating her popularity. In the future, the number of females in the tribe will surely increase, and every male will find a partner. With the new fire pits, more female cubs will survive, and next year, when ABO and the others trade with the northern tribes using the fire pits, the tribe's expansion is imminent. Chapter 152. Did Befriended just run away? Each mountain has females who have given birth, and Muyu had not ventured out for a long time. She wished to linger in Qingyu's cave for a while. It was then that Qingyu noticed that on the other side of Abo's body, stones were used for balance. The area beneath her belly was tightly secured to prevent them from being blown away. Muyu pulled her inward, explaining that creating this contraption took considerable time. Hence, only one was made, with stones placed on the other side. Qingyu nodded vacantly, finding it quite rudimentary. The cave was covered with thick animal skins, appearing warm and inviting. Muyu decided she would replicate this upon her return. Qingyu requested that they take back the animal skins brought by the tiger cub's parents. After Fengzhou took the tiger cub away, it was only a couple of days before his father arrived. He requested numerous items, and before departing, he asked that the tiger cub remember to deliver good things to Qingyu in the future. The tiger cub's father had only this one child, and upon hearing Fengzhou's words, he did not object. Moreover, it would be quite some time before the cub reached adulthood. If the cub could procure items to bring back, he had no objections. You all have seen it. There is no shortage of animal skins inside the cave, and should take these back. If you do not need them, distribute them among the younger brothers. They will soon have partners and could certainly use them. Ever since Befriended became her partner, he had acted like a miser, taking in items without ever giving anything back. With little need at home, they merely sat there and used. She had already set aside some for Fengyin and Fengming, distributing the rest to Aunt. Fengzhou remarked that those cubs knew how to find their own items. If they couldn't even bring back animal skins, how could they seek partners? Muyu ignored the comments about partners, examining the cave thoroughly, and once she confirmed they wouldn't need everything, she accepted them without hesitation. Shortly after, she noticed Qingyu glance at her a few times, then look at her partner, hesitating to speak. Her lips moved, but ultimately nothing came out. She was well aware of that feeling. Before her partner became the clan leader, he would venture out to hunt every storm season. She remembered her own feelings, gazing at the cave entrance daily, yearning for his prompt return. However, after he became the clan leader, he had little time for hunting, as the tribe's cubs and females were equally vital and required supervision. Fengzhou also noticed that Qingyu seemed to want to ask something. Typically quite perceptive, she now hesitated. If you have something to ask, just go ahead. Qingyu was taken aback. She intended to inquire when Befriended would return, but then thought he would certainly come back when the time was right. Asking seemed futile, leading her to hesitate for a fleeting moment. Muyu shot a disapproving glance at her partner, wondering why he could not simply state it directly without requiring Qingyu to ask first. She looked at Qingyu with warmth, still as fresh and delicate as when they first met. Seeing her like this softened her heart, prompting her to share what needed to be said. When they return with their catch, they will first place it at the front of the tribe. This way, no time would be wasted, and there would be dedicated males to oversee it. Once the quantity is sufficient, the overseeing males would inform the various mountains to retrieve the prey, and that is when Fengye would return. Fengzhou listened to his partner's words, still puzzled about what the earlier glare from her meant. He continued, stating that logically, with the fire pits this year, the males need not rush, as safety is paramount. But there is no need for you to worry. Fengye entrusted me with numerous tasks before he left, clearly still concerned. Once there is enough prey, he will return immediately to guard you. Qingyu felt as if Anne's words were a reminder to not worry too much, while Abo's inquiry seemed to ask her, "What are you worried about?" However, seeing that both of them were unconcerned eased her mind, and her face broke into a radiant smile. "I understand." Knowing that Fengye would soon return, Qingyu stood at attention every day, listening for any sound from outside, wondering if there were howls or similar noises. Finally, after a few days, she heard distant howls from another mountain, one after another. This signaled that every male from the mountains was to carry back the prey. She felt an instant rush of excitement, flipping over and sitting up from the bed, donning her warm clothes, and dashing to the cave entrance to look outside. She scanned every possible gap for a glimpse, but saw no shadows. Although she knew it wouldn't be so quick, she still felt a hint of disappointment. When Fengye was around, she often found his constant presence cloying, always needing to hug or be held, hardly ever letting her feet touch the ground at home. Yet, once he left, she realized what it meant to long for someone, feeling uncomfortable without his embrace at night and missing his company at meals. She even began to miss his direct words and actions. Qingyu patted her head, reminding herself to remain calm. Since they were bringing back the prey, Fengye would surely be returning soon as well. Despite this thought, she could not help but glance outside the cave entrance periodically. However, throughout the entire day, she saw no pile of prey outside the cave. That night, she tossed and turned on the bed, unable to sleep, her ears attuned to any sounds outside. Yet, aside from the howling wind, there was no other noise. Just before dawn, Qingyu finally began to doze off, feeling as if she had barely closed her eyes before waking again. She rushed to the cave entrance to look outside, only to find that a great many prey had already been stacked not far from the cave. In the depths of her heart, a surge of joy enveloped her. After such a prolonged wait, Fengye was finally returning. This anticipation rendered her unable to sleep. She found herself either gazing out of the cave entrance or pacing within. And yet, the entire day passed without any sign of him. Qingyu reassured herself that the prey must have been brought back by the males of the tribe. If Fengye had indeed returned, he would surely seek her out first. Calming her mind, she set about preparing a meal, starting with a large pot of meat soup and a generous pot of white rice, before proceeding to stir-fry vegetables. She soaked the large white fruit in hot water, then sautéed it with fresh meat, creating a dish reminiscent of braised pork with dried radish, fragrant and delightful. Next, she stir-fried a platter of wild greens, enough for her to enjoy, and if Fengye returned, they could share the meal together. Her wait extended into the following morning and outside the cave. The pile of game had risen significantly. She observed on several occasions that it was indeed the other males assisting in the haul. From the cave's mouth, the sight resembled a small mountain, surely sufficient for Fengye to endure a harsh winter. Her appetite, as Fengye had remarked, was such that even what he left behind would be ample for her. Qingyu was certain that he would return soon, and she covered the drafty spots at the cave entrance with animal hides. She wrapped herself tightly and sat, gazing outside. When Fengye's beast form finally graced her sight, she was overwhelmed with elation. A smile blossomed naturally on her face as she watched him from a distance, filled with happiness. Fengye bore prey upon his back, and she watched as he cast it onto the ground. Just as she anticipated he would rush over to her, he glanced in her direction and, without a backward glance, sprinted away. Qingyu oscillated between joy and disbelief, unable to comprehend his sudden departure. Fengye just ran off? How could this be? She stood rooted in place for a while, her face a mask of confusion. Shouldn't he have dashed back to embrace her passionately? Why'd he fled? A torrent of questions flooded her mind, soon eclipsed by anger. They were at the threshold of home. Even if he had matters to attend to, he could have at least informed her. What did it mean to leave without a word? Qingyu felt her frustration rising to the point of tears. No longer waiting at the entrance, she lay down on the bed. She initially thought her anger would keep her awake, yet these past few days, her longing for Fengye had kept her tense, and once she found warmth, sleep claimed her. After Feng Yi turned away, he dashed toward a specific location. He had roamed the nearby hills extensively, familiar with where the game might be. Especially the fat-haired beasts. He typically deemed them too small to bother with. But now he was confident in capturing them. He felt fortunate for his previous wanderings. Otherwise, he would not have known their whereabouts. He was determined to dig them out. Rushing to the site, he surveyed the cave entrance, circling the area a few times. He blocked the holes resembling those made by fat-haired beasts with stones before returning to his original position. Transforming into his beast form, he began digging at the entrance, clawing until he caught one, and upon realizing the quantity was dwindling, he set off to the next location, employing the same method to capture several more. Feng Yi secured the captured creatures, aware that although the mountain had plenty of horned beasts, Qingyu must be weary of their taste after such a long diet. The game he brought back, being of substantial size, would be too tough for her palate. He intended to exchange the fat-haired beasts to provide her with a change in flavor. Traditionally, the males brought back what the females would consume, but this year, with a warm hearth at home, there was no need for her to endure such discomfort. With the prey strapped to his back, he raced homeward, eager to reunite with his little companion. He had cast a glance at the cave and hurried away, fearing that if he lingered, he would lose the motivation to leave. The thought of being able to hold his soft little partner each day made hunting seem less appealing. His heart raced with urgency, recalling the many times his elder had advised him to keep an eye on the males of the tribe. When the males ventured out to hunt, they all headed in the same direction, but would soon scatter into groups with familiar companions, inevitably separating. Otherwise, if the entire tribe congregated in one area, they would starve together. Consequently, he had lost considerable time and returned later than anticipated. On his way back, he heard a cacophony of footsteps from numerous males. Feng Yi paid them no mind, keeping his focus on rushing back to the cave. Yet, the sounds increasingly resembled those approaching his mountain. Feng Yi, uninterested in their chatter, quickened his pace. By the time he reached the cave's mouth, Umo, Yulin, and Haida, the brothers, were already waiting for him, turning their heads as he arrived. Feng Yi threw down the fat-haired beasts beside him, observing that each of them was laden with prey, his brows knitting slightly. He instantly understood their unspoken intentions. He knew they meant well. Yet he also recognized that the game laid before him was more than sufficient for the entire harsh winter. He was aware of the distribution of prey among the males of this mountain, and was certain no one would go hungry. In fact, there would likely be leftovers. Brothers, these offerings are not plentiful, but they are our token of appreciation, Umo declared, placing his catch alongside Feng Yi's. Yulin nodded in agreement, adding, "Our parents said that you not only taught the tribe's males how to build the hearth, but also took my elder brother and me out hunting. This is but a small gesture." Both were cognizant that their success in capturing such an abundance of game was largely due to Feng Yi. After all, this year's haul far surpassed those of previous years. Feng Yi, feeling no inclination to continue this discourse, was eager to return home. The brothers, Haida and his companions, interrupted again, calling out, "Feng Yi." The multitude of voices compelled Feng Yi to halt, though he felt little patience for their chatter. Reluctantly, he paused to listen. "My catch is more than enough. Take all of it back with you, as I know you brothers enjoy eating," he replied. After such a long period, despite their weight loss, Haida and his brothers still retained a plumpness that set them apart from the other males. And Feng Yi easily recalled their remarkable appetites. The brothers exchanged glances, and finally, Haida stammered, "We're not as voracious as before." Feng Yi considered their consumption rates irrelevant. What mattered was that the game left here would go uneaten. More importantly, he longed to return to the cave and hold Qingyu, uninterested in prolonging this conversation. The brothers, seeing Feng Yi's expression darkening, hastily set down their prey and transformed into their beast forms, sprinting away. Feng Yi finally found himself in peace, retrieving the fat-haired beasts he had discarded. Just then, he heard the sound of more males galloping towards him. Were they also delivering game? Before he could finish this thought, a stream of males approached, each laden with prey. A chorus of voices clamored, all calling out Feng Yi. He felt overwhelmed. Feng Yi furrowed his brow and reiterated his request for them to take their game back. Yet, like the previous group, they dropped their offerings and dashed off. Hearing more footsteps approaching from behind, he no longer wished to engage in further conversation. Drawing his bone knife, he began to skin the fat-haired beasts. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he paused, narrowing his eyes in amusement. Indeed, he had found an exceptional little partner, one who could handle an abundance of game. He gestured towards the area where the males had deposited their bounty, instructing them to leave the game there. Feng Yi, feeling less rushed now, exchanged a few more words with them before urging them to return home swiftly. As he gazed upon the heap of prey, it became evident that each male had brought only a modest amount, yet the sheer number of males had resulted in a towering pile. The distant sounds of movement were absent, prompting Fengye to carry the chubby beast back to the cave. Standing at the entrance, he found the interior enveloped in a tranquil silence. With a gentle push, he opened the wooden door. The flickering firelight danced within, and as he cast a glance around, he spotted his small companion sleeping soundly on the bed. Despite the commotion outside, she remained undisturbed, her cheeks flushed with warmth. He had anticipated that upon his return, Qingyu would cling to him tightly, showering him with affection. Yet, to his dismay, she remained indifferent. Chapter 154 held the reminder that certain things were not meant to be consumed. Frustrated, he gritted his teeth but still took care to be quiet as he set the chubby beast down in another cave. He then approached the warm bed, his gaze fixed upon the slumbering figure. The urge to embrace her and shower her with kisses was strong. However, he was acutely aware of his own unkempt state. After spending so long outdoors, engaged in battles and hunts, he reeked of blood. Knowing how much his companion cherished cleanliness, he feared that a single embrace would rouse her, prompting her to insist on a wash. After a moment's contemplation, he reluctantly withdrew. He inspected the stone basin outside, only to find the water completely frozen and unsuitable for bathing. The other areas were similarly unhelpful, leaving him no choice but to return to the cave, where he drew forth the cold water, pondering that it would not suffice for a proper wash. He then heated a pot of water, using Qingyu's bathing supplies to scrub himself thoroughly. Once satisfied that he bore no lingering scent, he emerged from the bathing area in the nude, a towel prominently placed nearby. As he approached to dry himself, he noticed fine golden hairs upon it. Fengye froze momentarily, perplexed by their origin. Upon closer inspection, he discovered more than one strand. He seldom transformed into his beast form at home, and his own fur was not yellow. Thus these hairs could not belong to him. His brow furrowed deeper as he pondered which tribe's male might possess such coloring. Only the Chiwe who met the criteria, their golden fur shining in sunlight akin to his silver. The softness and shortness of the hair indicated it belonged to a cub. Discarding the hairs, he washed his hands again, even though the scent of the cub had vanished. In his search around the cave, he picked up the towel beside the bed to dry himself. The familiar fragrance of his companion enveloped him. It was the scent of Qingyu, a delightful reminder of her presence. As he contemplated climbing onto the bed, he sensed a drop in warmth. He added some firewood before finally settling beside her. Instead of diving under the covers immediately, he allowed his body to gradually warm up, waiting until the chill dissipated before cautiously lifting a corner of the blanket to slip inside. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist, savoring the softness of her skin. Unwilling to let go, his thumb traced her cheek as he leaned in closer, kissing and licking her gently. It appeared that Qingyu had been alone at home, alternating between eating and sleeping, and it seemed she had lost weight. To confirm his suspicions, Fengye's hand slipped beneath the covers, exploring her from head to toe, and indeed, she felt thinner. His gaze fell upon her face. How could she remain asleep in such a state? Usually, even the slightest movement would rouse her. Fengye's hand stilled. Her body was not feverish, and her breathing was steady, indicating she was not ill. The longing accumulated over the months surged forth at that moment. And regardless of whether she was truly asleep or feigning it, he pressed down to capture her lips fervently. At last, Qingyu's eyes fluttered open, her body immobilized. The familiar visage and scent before her made it clear that Fengye had returned. A sharp pain blossomed upon her lips, and for reasons unknown, tears welled in her eyes. An unexpected display of emotion. She was not one to cry easily, yet in this moment, she felt a wave of grievance wash over her. Without hesitation, she slapped Fengye's head, chastising him for his hurried departure. You ran off too quickly. Now, he had the audacity to kiss her so fervently. Fengye reacted with a blank expression, interpreting her actions as playful banter. It was not until he felt the dampness on her face, the salty tears, that he realized his companion was indeed crying. With a puzzled expression, he gently wiped her tears away and asked in a low voice, "Why do you cry upon my return? Did I disturb your sleep?" His inquiry only deepened Qingyu's sense of grievance, and she pushed him away, trying to scold him. But her prolonged confinement beneath him left her gasping for air. As she regained her breath, the earlier intensity had dissipated. You were at the cave entrance. Why not come in and speak with me? Even if you had other matters to attend to, you could have at least informed me. Did you not see me peering at you from behind the wooden board, my eyes fixed upon you? Her words dripped with indignation, her red-rimmed eyes boring into him. Fenya was taken aback. Was she truly crying over such a trivial matter? A mix of sympathy and amusement washed over him, as he realized he had been so focused on capturing prey that he had failed to notice her watching him from behind the board. He softly explained, I went out to catch the chubby beast. After I left, ABO took care of the tribe's affairs, likely hunting for antelope daily to provide for you. I thought you might grow weary of the same fare and wanted to bring something different. Upon hearing this, Chinyu ceased her tears, her red eyes still gazing at him with a pitiful expression. Fenya sighed deeply. As for why he hadn't returned sooner, it was simply that he feared once he saw her, he would lose the motivation to venture out again. He leaned down, planting a tender kiss on her forehead. Do not cry. Your tears tug at my heart. Had he known she was watching him from behind the board, he would have never gone out to hunt the chubby beast. Chinyu was conflicted, unsure whether to continue crying or to cease. If she kept crying, it would reinforce the notion that Fenya had run off for her sake. If she stopped, it seemed too soon. The thought struck her as amusing. I'm not picky. I eat all meats. Before entering this world of beasts, she had never been choosy, and now there was even less to be selective about. She had not anticipated that Fenya would dash off without a backward glance, simply to catch the chubby beast. Watching him, she sensed the impending teasing in his gaze as she wrapped her arms around his waist. Perhaps it was the result of his long run, but his muscles felt more solid, the sensation of his body against hers felt even better. She clung tightly, relishing the embrace she had longed for, finally achieving it. Fenya held her close, the thought of the golden hairs resurfacing in his mind, prompting him to inquire directly, how did other males end up in our home? Is it from another tribe? The perplexity was evident in his expression. Chinyu responded, the fur? It must belong to the tiger cub. The day I brought it back, it was soaked. I used a towel to dry it off. With the weather turning cold, I had no place to dry it inside the cave, so I left it there without further thought. Suddenly recalling the incident with the chili peppers, Fenya had assumed they were human and had contemplated their demise. Chinyu lifted her head. It was a Chiwe who, weighing about 10 jin with fur and skin. Now I cannot say for sure, but it should weigh over 20 jin. Fenya questioned, why are you telling me its weight? Is it tempting to you? That should not be consumed. Chapter 155 concluded with her retorting, you came back only to scold me. Chinyu had expected Fenya to inquire about which male it was, perhaps seeking to confront him. Instead, he merely informed her that the Chiwe who was not to be eaten. After all, they were beastmen. Upon reaching adulthood, they could transform into humans, and even in death, they were feared, let alone being consumed. When had she given him the impression that she desired such things? She clarified her actions, recounting the swift process of bringing back the tiger cub, hoping to dispel any misunderstandings. Upon receiving this answer, Fenya was exceedingly pleased and began to recount her sleeping habits. I return after such a long absence only to find you sound asleep, incapable of waking despite my attempts to rouse you with affection. You claim to miss me dearly, yet it appears you were merely deceiving me. Fenya's tone was somewhat muffled. Heaven knows he had been preoccupied daily with the thought of swiftly accumulating enough prey to return home. Yet, upon his return, he found his little companion peacefully slumbering. It is inconceivable that a male, having brought back the hunt, could do so without making a sound. Knowing he was nearing home and still being able to sleep vexed him greatly. Chinyu's gaze drifted over his face, which was a mixture of joy and displeasure, and then met his vividly green eyes. The grievances expressed by Fenya seemed quite unjust, and this brought some balance to her heart. With pursed lips, she regarded him, her eyes filled with accusation. I hear the males in the tribe saying I can fetch prey, yet I struggle to sleep, always longing for your return. I have widened the gaps in the wooden boards at the cave entrance with my watchful gaze. After eagerly awaiting your return, you simply turn and flee, which infuriates me to the point of slumber. Who would sleep when feeling such anger? Fenya, upon becoming irate, found it impossible to rest. However, the thought of her having endured several sleepless nights softened his heart completely. After a while, he too succumbed to sleep. Chinyu placed her hand upon his face, caressing it repeatedly, while her words provoked Fenya to clench his teeth. But I simply wish to sleep now. Having uttered this, she yawned, planted a kiss on his face, and playfully insisted, you must hold me while I sleep. With that, Chinyu shifted into a comfortable position in his embrace, closing her eyes, ready to drift off. Fenya observed her turn, watched as she shut her eyes, with her nestled in his arms, rubbing against him. How could he possibly sleep? He pinched her chin, urging her to lift her head, only for his little companion to drowsily open her eyes briefly before closing them again. After enduring his frustration for so long, she simply decided to sleep. Qingyu, held by the chin, mumbled, "You've been away for so long. You surely Haven Tea slept well. You need to rest to regain your strength." Fengya lowered his gaze, murmuring, "I have strength now." After this statement, his little companion showed no reaction. Was she attempting to suffocate him with her silence? After gazing at her for quite some time, he finally wrapped his arms around her, resting his chin atop Qingyu's head. Inhaling her scent and gradually closing his eyes. Having been outside for so long, claiming he was not tired would have been a lie. Now that he returned, his body relaxed, sleepiness overtook him. The following day, when Qingyu awakened, Fengya still had his eyes closed. He must be utterly exhausted, for otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a state. Not accustomed to sleeping on the heated bed, Fengya, fearing the heat, had no blanket covering him, lying bare. She wrapped herself snugly in a blanket, not only holding him but also draping her legs over him. Carefully, she managed to extricate herself from the covers, dressed, and fetched a clean blanket to cover him. Thinking to prepare him something warm, she boiled a full pot of meat soup. The sound of Qingyu tending to the fire was not particularly loud, but for Fengya, who had grown accustomed to the quiet of the outdoors, even her slightest movements roused him. He felt increasingly fatigued and considered returning to slumber for a little longer. Hearing his little companion was cooking, he fully awakened, donned a piece of leather made by her, and surveyed their home. Observing the food on the stone table, it was apparent that it had not been consumed entirely. Obscured by other items, he uncovered it to find the food had frozen solid. The bowl was full, yet it appeared barely touched. No wonder he had not gained weight during these days, but rather lost some. Turning to glance at his little companion, he found her smiling brightly at him. "I leave, and you don't even eat properly, do you?" Fengya raised an eyebrow, his tone rather harsh. Under his scrutinizing gaze, Qingyu instinctively felt uneasy, drawing closer to him while clinging to him affectionately. Stuck in a cave, unable to venture out or engage in activities, she had little appetite and thus ate less than before. However, now that he was back, she hoped for him to prepare more delicious meals so she could regain her vitality. It is said that in frigid environments, one's body instinctively consumes more to store fat for winter, yet she simply could not manage to eat much. Fengya remained unresponsive. His little companion was too delicate. His absence meant she had no one to share meals with, resulting in her diminished appetite. Pinching her face, he noted that before he left, she had a bit of flesh, but now it was nearly gone. With the wind blowing through, he suggested, "I will lie on the heated bed. You take care of these matters." Noticing her bundled up, swaying slightly as she walked, Fengya did not wait for her to reach the bed on her own. Instead, lifting her into his arms, cradled in his strong embrace, Qingyu felt an overwhelming sense of security, nestling herself in the blankets, peeking out to observe Fengya's every movement. The remnants of yesterday's meal had barely been touched, and the cold had rendered the food solid. With limited resources, everyone was cautious, as the prepared dishes would not spoil easily in the cold, and anything edible would not be wasted. The dishes on the table were from the previous day, still warm enough to consume. Not wanting to bring up the subject, Fengya's thoughts turned to her inadequate eating habits, casting a half-lidded glance in her direction. Under his stare, Qingyu shrank back, revealing just her eyes. Fengya averted his gaze, swiftly preparing the food and beckoning her to come eat. Wrapped in her blankets, she felt drowsy. As she sat up, Fengya promptly draped a thick fur over her shoulders. "Eat, then sleep," he instructed. Noticing her lingering drowsiness, he reached out, lifting her into his lap, feeding her bite by bite. Qingyu's appetite was not robust, consuming her food in small morsels, swallowing before glancing up at Fengya. "Put me down. Let's eat together." Observing his slight pause, she noticed his brows furrowed as he regarded her. A chill ran through her. She could not articulate her feelings at the moment. Fengya, when silent and serious, exuded a certain aura. Thus, when he was said to be angry, she felt no fear but was apprehensive of his intense gaze. "Do not scold me as soon as you return." Qingyu feigned innocence. With limited food, she had been creatively preparing meals, and during idle moments, she would steep dried fruits in water as a beverage. However, there was no sugar. The longer it steeped, the more sour it became, and, after a few sips, it became unpalatable. Surely, she could not consume 2 bowls of rice before every meal just to gain some weight. After all, she was no masochist. Chapter 156. She was now frighteningly strong. Fengya clenched his teeth, What was he to be angry about? Even if he were upset, there was little he could do. He couldn't bear to scold her, and even his silence felt like a reprimand. His little companion occasionally cast cautious glances in his direction, and Fengye's fingers had already found their way to her face. No more looking, save it for later. Do we not agree that resting was necessary for strength? He continued to feed her without lifting his head, only glancing at her when he felt her body tense. She had indeed drowsily mentioned this before, leaving him with no retort. Meeting his gaze, which held a hint of amusement, she defiantly replied, "It would be best if that were true. Perhaps you should eat more too." Having not seen him for months, Qingyu found herself now exuding an unexpected strength. Fengye chuckled softly, glancing at the food on the table, and after feeding her a spoonful, leaned back slightly, regarding her meaningfully. Qingyu, feeling the heat rise to her cheeks under his gaze, pushed her bowl aside. "I'm not hungry anymore." Initially not very hungry, she found it impossible to eat more under his intense scrutiny. Without a moment's thought, Fengye set the utensils aside and lifted her effortlessly onto the bed. With an enigmatic expression, he remarked, "Your courage has grown to speak to me so." From that moment on, Qingyu could scarcely speak, let alone make any movements, as she was firmly pinned to the bed. After a fervent kiss, Fengye softened his demeanor, leaving Qingyu momentarily stunned. His gentleness was extraordinary, so tender that Qingyu could scarcely believe it. She had anticipated a wild encounter, yet it unfolded slowly and delicately. Breathing softly, she wrapped her arms around his neck, tilting her head to kiss Fengye's face. She too had thoughts, acknowledging her desires openly. Little did she know, this was merely the beginning. What awaited her next would be a tempest. Unable to endure any longer, Qingyu pleaded incessantly. It was ill-advised to suggest that a good night's sleep would restore energy, nor should she have encouraged Fengye to eat more, challenging his pride. While her little companion was satisfied with a single encounter, Fengye indulged repeatedly in the pleasure. The cold weather prompted Fengye to merely wipe her down. Observing the motionless figure on the Kong, and he cheerfully inquired, "Tell me, does one have strength without food?" Qingyu retorted, "With you, even without food and sleep, I still possess ample strength." At that moment, she refrained from being too clever with her words, knowing she truly could not bear the situation. Fengye, however, was not inclined to relent, gently massaging her body and probing further. "Is it like this after a day of rest? What if it were months? Thus, prolonged rest proves futile." He leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "There will be no need for rest in the future." Qingyu lacked the energy to respond. Realizing that any words spoken would be futile, she let him speak as he wished. With nothing to occupy her in the cave during the cold wave, Qingyu grew weary and nestled against Fengye, drifting into slumber. Yet, Fengye could not sleep, fixated on her face. Had it been the warm season, how could she remain so obediently in the cave? She would have long since ventured out to find something to do. This was not entirely unwelcome. At least it meant she would not vanish without a trace. Their sleep extended into the night, and when Qingyu opened her eyes, the firelight flickered in the cave, while the outside world was cloaked in darkness. Fengye's warm chest pressed tightly against her, a steady stream of heat enveloping her. In the future, they could afford to burn less firewood on the Kong, lest the heat become overwhelming. Resting on Fengye's right arm, her small arm lay softly in front of her, while his left arm securely embraced her waist, holding her tightly. Thus, any slight movement on her part was immediately detected by Fengye. He had no intention of releasing her hand, instead placing his left foot atop both of her legs, finally satisfied. However, Qingyu did not share his sentiments. His leg pressing down on her was uncomfortable. Her legs could rest on his, which was far more agreeable, but his weight was simply too much for her. "Do you even know how heavy your legs are? With you pressing down, I feel as if my legs might break," she protested, attempting to shrink away. Yet, Fengye tightened his grip, and with each movement, his expression darkened. Effortlessly, he flipped her over to face him, asserting, "It is night now. We shall continue to sleep. And do not move about." Fengye kept his leg on hers, this time finding a more balanced position, alleviating some of the pressure. He pulled her closer, declaring, "Had you not cried so fiercely, I would not have let you off so easily. If you continue to fuss in my embrace, do not expect sympathy when you cry. It will be of no use." Qingyu was not particularly frightened. She knew that after displaying his fierce side, he would ultimately ensure she rested well. However, provoking him would yield no benefits for her. She settled obediently in his arms, inquiring about his experiences outside during this time. Fengye's responses were succinct, confirming the destination to which the tribe's males had all ventured. They engaged in hunting, mercilessly eliminating any Western males attempting to seize their prey, claiming the spoils for themselves. Once they had captured sufficient game, they returned home. Feng Yi stroked her head, adding, "After all, there's a little companion waiting for me at home. I must catch some plump fur beast for her, even if it means shedding a tear." As their conversation unfolded, Feng Yi transitioned to other topics. The dangers of hunting during the windy season were a known reality. There was no need for elaborate explanations. Otherwise, each outing would only serve to heighten her worries. Qing Yu was not foolish. She understood that while his words were simple, the reality of the situation was anything but. She extricated herself from his embrace, first donning her warm clothing and then pulling back the covers. She meticulously inspected Feng Yi from head to toe, discovering several faded red marks on his back. The males possessed remarkable healing abilities, and the fact that these wounds were not yet fully healed indicated their severity. Moreover, the timing suggested recent dangers. Feeling suddenly at a loss, Qing Yu gently traced the wounds with her fingers, struggling to find words, overwhelmed by a sense of discomfort. Witnessing her growing distress, Feng Yi swiftly enveloped her in his arms, offering comfort. "Do not worry. We have endured far worse in the past, and we shall face no issues in the future." He lowered his head to kiss her forehead, adding, "Such thoughts are futile now. Let us focus on embracing and kissing." Although Qing Yu still felt a pang of sorrow, she found herself both amused and exasperated by his insistence on affection. He remained unyieldingly carefree, irrespective of the circumstances. With a familiar glare, Qing Yu regarded him, prompting Feng Yi to breathe a sigh of relief. He disliked seeing such expressions on her face. "Little Qing Yu, with the cold wave preventing us from venturing outside, what shall we do?" Feng Yi's question was calm, akin to inquiring whether he had eaten. Yet within those few words, Qing Yu discerned a sense of anticipation and excitement. She was acutely aware of his thoughts. In Feng Yi's expectant gaze, she quietly slipped off the Kong and retrieved an item she had prepared in advance. Turning back with a smile, she exclaimed, "Do you see this? It is specially prepared for you." Chapter 157. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Feng Yi observed the object in her hand, his previously cheerful demeanor abruptly replaced with a stoic expression, his deep gaze fixed upon her. Rather than cuddling and sleeping together at night, she intended to groom him. He was at a loss for words. Qing Yu was brimming with excitement. Undeterred by his sudden change in expression, she had long wished to do this, but during the hot days, embracing Feng Yi resulted in a sweaty ordeal. While when the weather was temperate, he would be out. Now was the perfect opportunity. Confined indoors, she nestled upon his fluffy form, stroking his wolf-like head, unable to suppress her excitement. Passing the large comb to him, Feng Yi's teeth ground together as he chuckled softly, glancing at the two combs in his hands. A swift glance revealed her diligently tidying up, revealing a large area, clearly wanting to transform into her beast form. Targeting the spot where she had retrieved the items, he tossed them accurately into place. As Qing Yu continued to rearrange, contemplating covering the ground with animal pelts for Feng Yi's comfort in his beast form. Two loud thuds startled her, prompting her to rise. Before she could even turn around, Feng Yi had already embraced her from behind. His hands floated lightly around her waist, effortlessly lifting her. Startled, she exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Feng Yi paid no mind to her protests, placing her directly on the Kong. Towering over her with a fierce glare, he questioned, "What can we possibly do at this hour? And you choose to groom me?" Qing Yu retorted, "Did you not say that male cubs adore being scratched? Although you're now an adult, you likely still enjoy it." While she was uncertain if Feng Yi enjoyed being scratched, she felt an urge to do so. "Where did you toss my comb?" "I only heard it hit the ground, but have no idea where it landed." Their home was not lacking in items, merely in bamboo tubes for storage, stacked one upon another. Qing Yu turned her head towards that direction, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. "Do you have any idea how long it took me to make these two combs? They are too sharp. I fear they might scratch you. If they're not sharp enough, you might not feel anything." Feng Yi, amused by her frustration, watched as she prepared to rise again to search, placing a large hand on her small shoulder, urging her to remain seated. "I do feel quite itchy, and my body is indeed itchy, but I have no need for the comb." Qing Yu immediately tensed, quietly swallowing. Feng Yi took direct action, placing his hands on his waist. He was already prone to feeling warm and wore only a garment made by Qing Yu, swiftly shedding it. The sleepwear slipped off his shoulders, and Qing Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. The warm glow of the fire in the cave illuminated his figure, and she found herself unable to look away. His muscled physique was almost exaggerated, exuding an undeniable sense of strength. Unconsciously, she recalled the moments when he was atop her. As their clothes were removed, a glance at a certain area made her cheeks flush crimson, and she hastily covered her eyes with her hands. Despite having witnessed it many times, her heart raced, and her breath became shallow. Her little partner's ears turned red, and Feng Yi, in a cheerful mood, observed her, pulling her hands away from her eyes, encouraging her to look freely instead of hiding. After all, she had seen enough to imagine his form even with her eyes closed. In her heart, Qing Yu scolded him for being shameless, yet Feng Yi was even more audacious. "Come touch," he urged. Qing Yu was reluctant, thinking that touching at this moment was akin to courting disaster. She was undoubtedly flushed all over, no longer covering her eyes, and hurriedly retreated into the bedding, burying her head within. Feng Yi easily pulled her out, teasing her about how hot it was on the bed and questioning why she wore so many layers. As he reached for her, she clutched her clothing tightly at her chest, but their strength was vastly unequal. With a gentle tug, her garment was drawn out, stretching alarmingly. Fearing that it would tear, she loosened her grip slightly, and he effortlessly stripped her bare. "Are you trying to get me killed?" she exclaimed. "No, you're the one trying to take my life." Qing Yu was both anxious and flustered. They had been discussing grooming, yet somehow they found themselves in this predicament. Feng Yi could hardly hear her words, his well-defined fingers pinning her hands behind her head. The sight of her fair skin dazzled him, while the deep crimson hue of her cheeks darkened her gaze. In a low voice, he murmured, "Little Qing Yu, just this once be good. Don't move, or I might lose control." His scorching body pressed down on her, making it difficult for her to breathe. His large head nuzzled against her skin, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Her body reacted instinctively, and as his hand relaxed, Qing Yu placed her hands on Feng Ye's head. The soft moans that escaped her lips intensified his desire, and as he lifted his gaze, he found her face flushed, her moist lips inviting him closer. He was patient, gently licking her earlobe, eliciting a response that made her want to curl into his embrace even more. "Feng Yi," she whispered, cradling his face with her hands, offering her own crimson lips. Though she did not receive his full possession, she felt his hand guiding hers downward, the heat making her scalp tingle. She wanted to retract her hand, but could only gaze at him with wide, pleading eyes. Feng Yi could not resist such a pitiable expression and pressed down completely. Her satisfied sounds filled him with delight. Once again overwhelmed by a familiar sense of helplessness, Qing Yu lay limp on the bed, the sheets beneath her in disarray. She licked her lips, the slight sting reminding her of how fervently Feng Yi had kissed her. Raising her hand, she found red marks all over her arms and chest. Feng Yi, fearing her anger, took the time to explain, "No one will see us at home during the cold snap. Just let me kiss you." The moment she relented, Feng Yi seemed to lose control, unable to restrain himself, and she had to remind him not to suck on her neck too hard, lest he accidentally cause her harm. He lifted her in the blanket, changing the items on the bed. Qing Yu internally lamented that these things would take a while to dry. How many times would they go through this? Turning her head, she noticed the sympathetic look on her partner's face, and Feng Yi chuckled. "There is plenty of yarn at home. I can make a lot quickly." Upon hearing those words, Qing Yu felt dizzy, her mind wandering elsewhere. Continuing his actions, Feng Yi suddenly asked, "Are you still able to sleep?" The heat on Qing Yu's face had yet to dissipate, and she stared at him blankly, unsure of his intent. "If you can't sleep, then kiss me." Her eyes widened in disbelief, her legs giving way as she fell to the ground, unable to comprehend his words. Feng Yi, noticing the commotion, quickly lifted her up. She appeared startled, stammering as she inquired, "Kiss where?" Chapter 158. Feng Ye's strength is astonishing. He paused, perplexed by Qing Yu's intense reaction, scanning his own body. Then, as if realizing something, he raised an eyebrow and asked with a teasing smile, "Where do you want to kiss?" Qing Yu, still dazed after being carried back to the bed, stared at his every movement without daring to blink. The more Feng Yi thought about it, the more amusing it became. "I'm not the one whose legs are weak. Why are yours?" She remained speechless, unwilling to delve into the topic of weak legs, only wanted to know where Feng Yi wished her to kiss. Feng Yi calmly arranged his sleepwear, each motion resonating in her heart. The little partner, who had just revealed her face, now covered it with a blanket, leaving only her eyes and forehead visible. Feng Yi, suppressing laughter, playfully licked his lips, his large hand brushing against her forehead as he leaned closer, his breath warm against her ear. "It's exactly what you're thinking. Something we've never tried before. Shall we give it a go today?" He inched closer, his heated breath washing over her. "I believe it will feel wonderful. And you will too." Qingyu was startled by his serious tone, hastily shaking her head and flopping onto the bed, burying her head in the blanket. She could not hear. Seeing her frightened state, Feng Yi gently pulled her out, ensuring her entire head was exposed so as not to scare her. Propped up on the bed, she turned her head and said, "My back wound is a bit itchy. Let me kiss it." After saying this, he lay still, as though the earlier scare had never happened. Qingyu remained dazed for a while before slowly inching closer to him. "You should clarify which wound to kiss," she protested, touching her face. It was truly perplexing, whether due to exercise or not. The healed wound was still red, and as she placed her hand over it, Feng Yi remained motionless, confirming the truth of his words. He had merely intended to tease her, leaving her both embarrassed and angry, unsure whether to blame him or her own wandering thoughts. However, at that moment, she typically found herself blaming him. After all, what fault was hers but to let her imagination run wild? With a scowl, she refused, stating that the wounds were healing and they could neither be kissed nor licked, as saliva could hinder the recovery. Although the wounds had healed enough to be kissed, she was still upset with him. Thus, not only did she refrain from kissing, but she also pinched his waist hard. Feng Yi felt a tickle at his waist, but did not press the matter, silently chuckling as he lay on the bed, his body shaking with laughter. Qingyu, feeling increasingly embarrassed, lay down and covered her head, trying to sleep. Images flashed through her mind. Feng Yi, by nature, was prone to biting and licking. When they had first become partners, even with him exercising restraint, her body bore many red marks from his bites, only slowly changing over time. And for her, she had merely touched. No more thoughts. Her mind was cluttered. Feng Yi, having laughed enough, turned to lie flat, gazing at the figure beneath the blanket, where not even a single hair was visible. He pressed his forehead, feeling a strange itchiness in his heart due to how his little partner was behaving. "Don't hide. It's so hot on this bed, you'll be drenched in sweat." He found it uncomfortable to see her so covered, especially when he was already feeling the heat without a blanket. After a while, with no response from her, Feng Yi began to threaten, "If you don't come out soon, I'll have to start uncovering you." Qingyu, already struggling to breathe under the blanket, felt threatened by his words and slowly revealed her head. He was smiling at her, and she immediately lunged at him in annoyance. "Why are you laughing?" "Feng Yi similkit," smoothing out the mess in her hair caused by the blanket. "It's you who's overthinking. Am I not allowed to laugh?" Grasping her wrist gently, he pulled her into his embrace, and she collapsed into his arms. "However, since you have thought of this, have you harbored such thoughts for a long time?" Qingyu gasped for breath, having never contemplated this before. It was merely a consequence of her extensive knowledge leading to uncontrollable musings. Knowing her little companion all too well, Feng Yi did not expect any response from her as he reached around to her back. Having been under the covers for so long, she was now sweating. After speaking, he began to remove her clothing. Qingyu wanted to cover herself, but found it impossible, her little face flushed with indignation. "Do you not realize that your actions, alternating between hot and cold, make me more susceptible to illness?" Once she finished speaking, her clothes were gone, and she lay against Feng Yi, the blanket draped over her. When Feng Yi awoke naturally, his first glance was toward the position of his partner, puzzled by her behavior of burrowing deep into the covers while sleeping. The second thing he noticed was the delicate softness of her palm, which he gently kneaded. He nestled closer, catching sight of the crimson marks on her skin, and pressed his lips to her favorite spot. Qingyu was awakened by this manner and exerted considerable effort to push him away. Feng Yi, feeling slightly satisfied, complied with her push and ceased his advances, fearing that staying in bed might lead to uncontrollable events, which would only anger his little companion. Rising from a bed, he declared, "I will prepare breakfast." Since he had returned, there was no reason for her to lift a finger. He intended to whip up a feast to nourish her, making her plump and more comfortable to hold. "What would you prefer to eat? Roasted, fried, boiled, or stir-fried?" Feng Yi asked earnestly what she desired. With her head buried beneath the covers, Qingyu mumbled, "I will eat whatever you cook." She had already turned the available ingredients into various dishes. And since the spices were quite simplistic, everything tasted similar, she was not picky. Hearing her response, Feng Yi set about cooking according to the flavor she used to enjoy. Chopping vegetables and meat with utmost seriousness, he occasionally glanced at the mound on the bed, his eyes brimming with uncontainable joy. Compared to the days he spent in beast form, curled up in a cave, this life was far too comfortable. Upon hearing the sounds of chopping, Qingyu slowly emerged from the covers to observe him cooking. When she cut meat, she had to boil it first. Only after it thawed could she manage to slice it. In contrast, Fengye sliced frozen meat as easily as if it were a radish. Without comparison, there is no harm. His serious profile caused Qingyo's thoughts to wander. When he was not around, she felt anxious. Now that he was back, his stamina was overwhelming for her. What sort of petite creature was she? Fengye was terrifyingly strong. She could only reassure herself that others said as one ages, one's needs increase. Once she grew older, with Fengye's vigor, she should lead a blissful life. Chapter 159. What do you think? After spending several days indulging in their intimate life, Qingyu realized they could not continue in such a manner. It was midday, and she was still lying flat on the bed, utterly unable to rise. Fengye wore a constant smile, striding through the cave with an air of confidence. Everything appeared delightful to him, and seizing the opportunity while his partner lacked energy, he took it upon himself to handle all the household chores. Under Qingyo's direction, the cave was tidied up neatly. Her resentful gaze stirred a pang of guilt within him, prompting an exasperated tone. Little Qingyu, why is your body so frail? You were weak before, and you remain weak. Nothing has changed. I exert just a little effort, and you claw, scratch, and act spoiled. Qingyo's constitution was simply that way. There was nothing she could do. She could not perform the same tasks as other females in the cave every day. Yet, she would never admit it. What nonsense are you spouting? I am much better than before. In the past, I would feel pain, and after a while, it felt as if I were on the brink of death. Now, it is much improved. At least most of the time is enjoyable. The remaining discomfort is due to Fengye's influence. Having excessive stamina is not necessarily a good thing. Fengye glanced at her, his expression revealing her guilt, and her voice became barely audible. Much better. That enhancing fruit, aside from the initial consumption, which provided sensations I had never experienced, seems to have diminished in effect. I wonder what will happen if I consume it next year? Lost in thought, his hands continued to work diligently, stirring a hodgepodge in the pot. Little Qingyu. She spoke softly, expressing a desire for something spicy. He paused for a moment before agreeing. He served the dish in a wooden bowl and placed it on the table. Observing her wish to rise from the bed, Fengye strode over and said, "Let me carry you. I would hate for you to fall to the ground. Though we have laid down animal skins, the floor is still unforgiving." His words were considerate, yet Qingyu felt like giving him a couple of punches. Who was to blame for her predicament? Seated at the table, the aroma of the spicy dish whetted her appetite. There were not many ingredients that could stimulate the taste buds, and chili was one of the few she could find. However, Fengye, fearing that consuming too much would upset his stomach, had not included much. Qingyu was not picky, picking up her chopsticks to eat a piece of meat. She needed to replenish herself. Fengye watched closely, serving her whatever she seemed to enjoy. In less than 20 seconds, her bowl was overflowing. "Eat up. If it is not enough, I will prepare another pot." His casual remark nearly caused her to choke, and before she could cough, a large hand was placed on her back, accompanied by a cup of water at her lips. Such attentiveness ignited a fire within her, but she could only bury herself in her meal. By the end of the meal, Qingyo's face was flushed, with oil still lingering on her lips. Looking up, she met Fengye's piercing green gaze fixed upon her. A wave of panic washed over her. This was it. She had seen that look too many times, and it triggered a response within her. Others spoke of nightly revelries, but for them, it was not just at night. It extended into the day as well. Her mind raced, trying to conjure a suggestion for him. Resting her arms on the stone table, she lowered her head to avoid his penetrating gaze. What could she possibly suggest? There were no fruits to pick, and while there were prey to sustain, they required no hunting, as the cold wave brought no fresh vegetables. Perhaps he could go fishing, but the water in the ditch had frozen over again. Her indecisiveness left Fengye puzzled, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the stone table. Each sound echoed in Qingyo's heart, forcing her to muster the courage to speak. I want. She pondered for a long time, but could not articulate her thoughts. Gently licking her lips, she noticed Fengye's green eyes growing darker. Suddenly, she blurted out, "I have figured out the reason for my frailty." Her little companion's gaze darted everywhere but at him, and knowing what she was thinking, Fengye found it amusing. Though his face remained expressionless, eager to hear what she would say next. Shifting into a more comfortable position, he raised an eyebrow and prompted her, "Go on. Have you ever heard the saying? Life is in motion." Observing Fengye's face, which was caught between amusement and seriousness, Qingyu felt embarrassed. Yet she struggled to find the right words. Fengye nodded, encouraging her to continue. After a brief silence, she finally spoke. "Let us make a rope from vines and jump rope inside the cave. I have done nothing during these days in the cave, so my condition has naturally worsened. My body needs nurturing, In 10 days or half a month, it should improve. Since the cold wave keeps us indoors, why not give it a try? Her suggestion felt a bit timid, but she was not entirely wrong. Without exercise in the cave, her health would continue to decline. As for whether her body would improve in 10 days or half a month, she was uncertain. That needed to be determined in due course. Fengya narrowed his eyes slightly, remaining still as he gazed intently at her. Qingyu felt increasingly anxious under his scrutiny. Why did he have to look at her like that? After a moment, Fengya finally managed to calm his emotions, believing in the possibility that jumping rope for 10 days or half a month could lead to an improvement in her health. The term partner implies a situation where one is unable to engage in mating for a span of 10 days or half a month, not even a mere touch. It becomes evident why she expresses so much. These past few days, she has indeed been fatigued, and observing the cautious expression on her partner's face, she refrains from exposing the truth. Her gaze flickers over the animal hide she wears. While it feels light to her, Qingyu sways as she moves, as if it could easily topple her. Though she's uncertain about how to jump rope, she knows it necessitates an upward motion. Fengya queries, "Are you certain you can jump?" The bluntness of his words momentarily stuns Qingyu, her eyes fixating on the animal hide, and she swallows hard, recalling a detail she had overlooked. Although the cave is warmed by a fire, its spaciousness does not guarantee warmth. Thus she must don thick layers to avoid catching a cold. Beneath the animal hide, she wears a fitted garment and a sweater, complemented by thick animal hide trousers and shoes, with Fengya's cloak draped over her shoulders. Given her attire, she cannot genuinely believe she can jump. Stealing a glance at Fengya's face, she wonders if he comprehends her predicament. Fengya, with his tongue pressed against his cheek, observes his partner's indecision. Caught in a dilemma of unspoken words, an impish thought crosses his mind. While she may be unable to jump rope, there are other activities they can engage in. He leans forward, compelling her to meet his gaze, his lips parting to suggest various postures and motions that could enhance her physique. When fatigue overtakes her, she can simply recline on the heated bed and rest. And when she feels energized again, they may continue. "What do you think of this?" he asks. Before Qingyu can respond, he continues, "Regardless of how you move, movement is still movement." "It's different. I feel like I'm dying," she retorts hastily. Aware that this excuse is insufficient, she stands up under his gaze and turns swiftly, only to trip over a stone stool and lurch forward. Fengya, having kept a keen eye on her movements, quickly rises to catch her in his arms. She hurriedly pushes herself away from him and dashes toward the heated bed. Fengya ponders whether to commend her for seeking a place or to scold her for not being careful. In the cold weather, their mating occurs on the heated bed. Thus, her swift run towards it seems to Fengya more like an invitation for him to join her. Unbeknownst to Qingyu, had she known his thoughts, she would undoubtedly feel wronged. In such frigid conditions, lying on the heated bed is far more preferable than wearing heavy fur and enduring discomfort for extended periods. Fengya watches as she sways towards the heated bed, shedding her layers one by one, unable to suppress a smile. Once he ensures that his partner is snugly tucked in and will not catch a chill, he directs his attention outside the cave. During their time together, aside from sleeping, mating, and eating, he often notices Qingyu, bundled in thick furs, peering out of the cave entrance. Despite the cold, she stands there for extended periods, longing to venture outside, yet restrained by the biting chill. Though he does not vocalize it, he keeps this concern close to his heart, feeling a sense of pity for her. However, the outside world is simply too frigid. While he can withstand it, he fears that taking Qingyu outside might lead to her falling ill. Approaching the heated bed, Fengya remarks, "I can't possibly be unaware of what you're thinking." Qingyu's eyes light up, eagerly awaiting his next words. "You may rest, but what shall I do if you rest for too long? I can't possibly remain here without engaging in our activities." She blinks, suggesting that a break would suffice. Fengya's fingers glide across her face, and, gazing into her wide, blinking eyes, he bestows a gentle kiss upon her. "I understand that you may grow bored staying at home, but we cannot go outside now. I will find something for you to play with. You stay here and await my return." As a man of action, he instructs her to remain on the heated bed and not to venture outside, lest she catch a chill. Once she obediently nods, Fengya turns and steps out. Qingyu wonders what he might find for her entertainment. In such cold weather, what could possibly be outside? It would be absurd to steal someone else's offspring to amuse herself, but that would surely draw ire. Unable to ponder it further, she reclines on the heated bed for a while, but when rest eludes her, she rises to seek something to occupy her time. Upon Fengya's return, he prepares a meal, tidies up, and even knits bedding from thick yarn. She has grown rather lazy, indulging in eating and sleeping. The sweetness of his actions leaves her speechless. Observing the pile of bedding he has made, she taps her forehead, realizing that these must wait until the warm season for washing. If they become too soiled, she will have to dry them on another heated bed. Remaining idle at home is not an option, for when she has nothing to do, Fengye's gaze remains fixed upon her, making her feel uneasy. Contemplating potential indoor games, chess, mahjong, or do di ju, she decides on a game of play. Her knowledge is limited, recalling only 2 games from her childhood. She retrieves a piece of unburned charcoal from the stove and sketches on the stone table, anticipating Fengye's return to invite him to join her. Their shared activity would surely divert his mind from other pursuits. However, hours pass, and, as she begins preparing dinner, she hears commotion outside the cave. Setting aside her tasks, she rushes to the entrance, eager to see what he has brought back for her. To her surprise, he holds a vividly colored bird in one hand and a long, large white worm in the other, approximately 30 centimeters in length and the width of his wrist. Her attention is immediately drawn to the worm, which writhes in Fengye's grasp. Overcome with a shiver, she instinctively pushes the slightly ajar wooden plank back into place to prevent him from entering. "What is that white worm you are holding? Why'd you bring it back?" she inquires, raising her voice. "Help!" Fengye is bewildered. This is the first time he has been shut out of the cave. His partner presses the wooden plank firmly, denying him entry. Hearing her question, he brings the worm closer through the barrier. "I know you have an affinity for adorable creatures. This worm is large and white, writhing on the ground. I thought it might be entertaining," Fengye states earnestly. He had unearthed the worm from the soil, assuring her it poses no danger and is quite plump. Qingyu, however, feels a chill run down her spine at the sight of the wriggling creature. "I don't want it. Quickly toss it away, or you shan't be allowed in," she insists, waving her hands at him from behind the plank. During the warm season, she has encountered numerous insects outside, unavoidable in their habitat. However, those were outside. Such creatures must never cross her threshold. The thought of one crawling on her heated bed, bursting under her weight, sends her spinning into a frenzy. Each day, she inspects the cave for any intruding insects. Yet Fengye has returned with her greatest fear. Fengye cannot fathom why Qingyu is so averse. Yet he reaffirms, "You truly don't want it?" This creature is warm to the touch and can be quite fun to squeeze. In the tribe, younglings often dig in the earth, encountering such worms frequently. "No, absolutely not." Qingyu responds with exasperation. She realizes she should not have anticipated what Fengye might bring her. "Throw it far away. I fear it will return." Fengye, puzzled, retorts, "This creature does not bite. Why the fear? I brought it back to amuse you. If you do not like it, I shall discard it." Fengye turned around and threw the object far away. Qingyu watched at the entrance of the cave, observing his figure vanish from sight, only taking a deep breath once she was certain he had thrown it far enough. As Fengye entered the cave, Qingyu found herself grappling with acceptance. Eyeing his hand that had caught insects, this hand was not to be touched without washing. Fengye placed the bird he held on the ground and looked up to inquire, "Is this creature afraid?" Qingyu shook her head, replying that it was not. The bird's species was unknown, yet its feathers were a splendid array of colors. However, its eyes fluttered open and closed, its head drooping intermittently. In the next moment, it seemed on the verge of collapsing to the ground. What was amusing about that? Before she could ponder further, Fengye gave the bird's head a couple of firm taps, causing it to wobble back upright. Unfazed, he threatened, "Come on, sing a few notes, or I'll pluck your feathers." Chapter 161. Who doesn't have their strengths? Qingyu questioned, "Are you serious? It nearly got knocked unconscious by your hand. It doesn't seem capable of singing." No sooner had she spoken than the bird began to sing, filling the cave with its melodious notes. Qingyu's lips parted in surprise. The swift turn of events was astonishing. Animals possess a keen intuition, recognizing who holds dominion, and knowing that noncompliance could lead to feather loss. "Is it pleasant to hear?" Qingyu asked, noticing the absence of any smile on Fengye's face. She understood. He found it lacking in beauty. Thinking she disapproved, he was about to seize the bird again. "Let's sing for a while." Fengye cast her a puzzled look, to which Qingyu explained that bird songs were common in the warm season, yet rare at this time. The surrounding silence was too profound, and listening to its voice would be delightful. Outside, the fierce winds of the storm season had quieted, leaving a tranquil stillness enveloping the world. If Fengye hadn't returned, solitude at home for too long would have been daunting. The bird ceased its song when Fengye attempted to lift it, only to resume as he tapped its head. Qingyu felt they were utterly idle, amusing themselves by listening to a bird sing. The absurdity of the situation struck her as humorous. Squatting beside Feng Yi and admiring the bird's vibrant plumage, she reached out to touch it, only to have her hand caught by Feng Yi's large one. You were frightened by that harmless worm, yet you dare to touch this bird with its sharp beak? In his eyes, animals were merely categorized as dangerous or harmless. The large white worm was deemed safe for handling, whereas the bird was not. Qing Yu was momentarily taken aback, quickly retracting her hand and inching closer to him. I thought it was so tame. If you let it sing, it must be gentle. I won't dare to reach out again, she promised. Feng Yi observed her retreat in fear and moved closer to him, feeling somewhat helpless. Her timid nature was truly remarkable. He shifted slightly, blocking most of her body from view. Qing Yu leaned her head out from beside him. That worm you brought back, don't you think it's wriggling on the ground is unsettling? Feng Yi's gaze indicated that he did not share her sentiment and was unable to articulate what such a feeling entailed. Just don't bring it home, he concluded. Feng Yi gazed at the still singing bird, which was clever enough not to be overly aggressive, as long as it didn't steal eggs. There was no cause for concern. He merely took precautions. Don't be scared. No sooner had he spoken than the bird's cries grew increasingly pitiful, signifying its fright. Qing Yu bit her lip, suppressing a laugh. It was indeed clever, yet now appeared thoroughly terrified. Feng Yi had never found the bird song appealing, but the sound of his partner's laughter brought a smile to his lips, making him realize it had its merits. Without hesitation, he grabbed the bird and commanded it to continue singing. Initially, Qing Yu found the song lively, but as it grew more sorrowful, its charm faded. The bird stretched its neck, calling incessantly, pleading for release. If it continues like this while we sleep, we might as well forego rest altogether. Qing Yu urged him to release the bird and wash his hands, for dinner was approaching. Feng Yi weighed the bird in his hand, noting its long feathers but scant meat. His partner did not seem inclined to eat it either, and he himself had barely enough to fill his own gaps. He stood and tossed it outside the cave. Complying with her request, he washed his hands and scanned the table, where he had drawn a simple pattern. Glancing at it a few times, he inquired, "Are you planning to make something?" Qing Yu shook her head. "This is for us to play with." Her tone held an air of mystery, prompting Feng Yi to observe her more closely. After the meal, Feng Yi cleaned the dishes, finding Qing Yu already seated at the table, awaiting him. She clarified the rules, handing him twigs to serve as game pieces. Feng Yi's gaze fell upon the pattern on the table, listening to Qing Yu explain the rules, while his attention shifted to the 2 wooden sticks in his hand. Lost in thought, the pattern contained 2 dead ends. As long as the sticks did not venture into them, they would not lose. What is so entertaining about such a simple game? He mused. Since his partner had drawn it, she must have known how to play. Would it really take them until dawn to determine a victor? Qing Yu, brimming with enthusiasm, took the first move and confidently declared, "Your turn." Feng Yi asked, "What happens if one loses?" This game seems to hinge on who succumbs to sleep first. After such a long time, surely winning should yield some reward? Qing Yu, momentarily stumped, had not considered this aspect. Their simple entertainment required stakes? In modern times, Feng Yi would undoubtedly be a gambler, always seeking an advantage. Figure it out yourself. I, for one, cannot possibly lose. Her partner's self-assured demeanor caused Feng Yi to pause, a silent smile forming as he thought, I can go days without sleep. You cannot. Who among them did not possess their strengths? His was the ability to remain awake for extended periods. Qing Yu wondered if she had been too detailed in her explanation, allowing Feng Yi to grasp the underlying strategy. Yet she stubbornly refused to concede, insisting they would discuss the stakes only upon victory. They continued taking turns, and after 2 minutes, she began to sense something amiss. Feng Yi truly understood the game. Qing Yu bit her lip, realizing she had made a mistake. Having spent so much time outdoors, Feng Yi was well acquainted with the terrain, knowing precisely which areas to avoid. Now, their contest was not one of intellect, but of endurance. No wonder he claimed he could go days without sleep. He was deliberately challenging her. The wooden sticks in her hands became a dilemma. Should she place them down or hold on? Feng Yi merely raised an eyebrow, watching her intently. Qing Yu swallowed, nervously, caught between lowering her hands and lifting them again. This isn't fun. Let us play something else. In her attempts to avoid defeat, she had grown accustomed to employing tricks with Feng Yi. Feng Yi rose and scooped her up, his tone teasing as he remarked, You've concocted quite a few schemes to keep me busy. Haven't you? He pondered how many times they had mated during his recent return. Just moments ago, he had mentioned allowing her to rest, yet here she was, looking quite flustered. Qing Yu remained silent, tacitly accepting his thoughts. Although Feng Yi had promised her rest, She couldn't shake her doubts after feeling elated for a brief moment. A half day of rest still counted, and Feng Yi had never been one to keep his word on such matters. Who knew if he might change his mind? As she continued to ponder, he pinched her cheek gently. Feng Yi was careful, ensuring it didn't hurt, but the gesture was not particularly flattering. Before she could pull away, he held the back of her head and kissed her fiercely, only releasing her breathless. We may not be able to do much, but surely kissing is permissible, right? If not, I truly wouldn't know what else we could do. Chapter 162. Now she yes behaved. Qing Yu had thought Feng Ye's notion of rest would last at most 2 days. Instead, he had endured for 3 days. On the first day, she still slept curled up with herself, but by the second day, the two began to sleep apart. She rested on the Kong while he made a makeshift bed on the ground, transforming into a beastly form, curled tightly into a ball. Qing Yu peered at him, watching his enormous beast shape comfortably lying there, his eyes closed, unsure if he was truly asleep. Feng Yi, of course, was not asleep. He could hear even the slightest movement from his partner, making it impossible for him to rest. Unable to do anything else, he pretended to be asleep. After having a partner, he still transformed into his beast form, curling up on the ground. Only daring to sneak up to embrace her once he was sure Qing Yu was asleep, hurriedly returning to his spot afterward. No male in the tribe was more pitiable than he was. Lost in thought, he sighed heavily, the sound escaping his nostrils like a heavy breath. It truly stifled him. Qing Yu kept her gaze fixed on Feng Yi, believing he was asleep. For the past 2 days, she was unaccustomed to not being held. But there was nothing she could do. Her stamina could not keep up, so she lay obediently on the Kong, unable to sleep, merely turning to glance at him occasionally. However, tonight felt different. She believed she was capable. Yet, Feng Yi lay there, utterly still, showing no intention of joining her. Carefully, she slipped off the Kong, donning a thick layer of fur, and sat beside his head. Before her hand could brush against his fur, he had already shifted, one of his legs brushing against her abdomen. Then, he changed positions again, curling up even tighter, the soft fur of his belly pressing against her, radiating warmth. Although this was quite comfortable, it was not what she intended. Feng Yi, observing his partner moving toward him, thought she wished to sleep on him. Fearing she might be cold, wrapped her tightly in his embrace. Qing Yu, now forced to sleep in his arms, pondered what she should say, tentatively stroking his fur. She asked, "Shall we sleep on the Kong? I cannot sleep alone." Upon hearing this, Feng Ye's wolf-like head snapped up, though his little partner was bundled up snugly. Her glimmering eyes gazed at him. Turning his head, he looked out of the cave. By the heavens, was it day or night? He thought he was dreaming. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into his human form and lifted her to the Kong. Gently nibbling at her earlobe, Qing Yu instinctively nestled closer to him. Aware of her sensitive spots, Feng Yi never missed an opportunity to tease her. "Stop kissing, it tickles," she exclaimed. "Where?" Feng Yi asked in a deep voice, continuing to nibble from her earlobe down to her neck. This was the very sensation she craved, and she dared to ask him to stop? How could that be possible? Hearing her words, Qing Yu's face flushed crimson. She simply wished to bury her face in his embrace, yet he denied her that opportunity. All she could do was caress his hair, intermittently murmuring, "Be gentle." Feng Yi leaned over her, their bodies pressed closely together, the warmth radiating towards her lower body. He kissed her lips fiercely, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment, making her irresistibly alluring. She could no longer contain herself. "You have truly been heartless these past few days, making me sleep on the ground," he said, drawing closer to her. "That was your choice to sleep on the ground," she retorted. Feng Ye's fingers glided over her flushed cheeks, slowly moving to her lips. "How can you still say that?" Qing Yu could not help but emit a sound at his touch, instinctively closing her mouth. "Don't hold back. I love the sound you make at this moment. They're delightful." Marks of his touch lingered on her fair skin, and Feng Yi eased his grip, listening to her rapid breaths. He realized she lacked the strength to speak, so he adjusted their position. He enjoyed this immensely. Qing Yu gritted her teeth, unable to suppress her moans. This drove Feng Yi wild, yet he feared hurting her, kissing from her forehead to her lips, then trailing down. "No, no." Qing Yu instinctively tried to push him away, but he held her tighter, her toes curling in response. Her delicate form squirmed, and Feng Yi longed to devour her swiftly. This time he had learned. He would not push too hard, lest he end up sleeping on the ground again. When Qing Yu regained her breath, Feng Yi took her soft little hand in his. "Little Qing Yu, you can't just enjoy yourself and leave me out of it," he said, desire evident in his expression. Qing Yu's face turned beet red, unable to free herself from his grasp. Experiencing a taste of despair, even sitting on the Kong made her want to cry. After what felt like an eternity, Feng Yi finally released her. Waving her arms, she cleaned herself with the water Feng Yi brought, then lay still on the Kong. Now this was perfect. She calmed down. Feng Yi lay beside her, turning his head to observe her expression. She pretended to sleep, binding her tightly in his embrace, his hand grasping hers. Qing Yu's hand lay on his slightly roughened palm as Feng Yi rested his chin atop her head. "Why are you holding my hand? Don't grip it. I'm not comfortable." The audacity of his words made Qing Yu realize the meaning of gritting her teeth in frustration. So she simply turned to face him. Feng Yi was unfazed, placing his hands on her back, pulling her closer into his embrace. It was quite simple. If their hands could not touch, there had to be some part of them in contact. The impact made Qing Yu let out a muffled sound, biting down hard on his chest. "Why are you being so forceful? That hurts," she mumbled, her fierce tone sounding like a sultry complaint to Feng Ye's ears. His partner seemed far too delicate. He had not even applied much force, yet she was in agony. "Let me massage you," he offered, his voice deepening. "Your body is too soft. I want to hold you close at all times. You enjoy my firm body, don't you? Isn't it comfortable to be together?" Qing Yu was at a loss for words. While it was indeed comfortable to embrace, it could not involve any roughness. Finding a cozy position, she dozed off while tracing his firm abdominal muscles. Hearing the steady rhythm of his breathing, Feng Yi lowered his head. His partner, accustomed to sleeping at home, often tossed and turned at night. Yet, he noticed a pattern. Every time Qing Yu settled comfortably, she quickly fell asleep, gently caressing her obedient face. His eyes filled with tenderness, he held her tightly in his arms, closing his eyes and drifting off to sleep. The next day, around noon, Feng Yin stood outside his elder brother and sister-in-law's cave, carrying something in his hands. Hearing the rustling sounds within, followed by his sister-in-law's voice, he approached at this moment, thinking they must be having a meal. Just as he was about to leave, Feng Ming's loud voice echoed from behind. "Second brother, why are you standing there motionless?" Feng Yin felt a bit miserable. He glanced at the distance between himself and Feng Ming, wishing to approach him and silence him. Nearby, a bird cawed incessantly from a tree, its loud voice grating on his nerves. When did a bird's nest appear among these trees? Inside the cave, Feng Yi, still in his beast form, perked up his ears, looking towards the cave entrance. Hadn't he already let that bird go? Has it returned? Qing Yu asked, breathless from exhaustion. She, too, heard the distinct bird calls. Feng Yi focused on his partner, signaling her to slide off him first. She initially lay on Feng Yi before sliding down his back. Grooming him was truly tiring, while brushing other small animals was a joy. Grooming Feng Yi required her to exert herself immensely. Her hands felt weak. She was simply exhausting herself. Feng Yi wrapped a piece of hide around himself before stating, "I left it outside, but it didn't fly away. Someone else coming. I'll go check." Qing Yu touched her flushed cheeks, relieved she wasn't sweating, and donned her clothes to follow Feng Yi to the cave entrance. In the narrow opening, she exchanged glances with Feng Yin, who appeared awkward, torn between wanting to enter and not wanting to. When the elder brother and sister-in-law emerged, Feng Yin decided not to leave, but also refrained from entering. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, I extended the object in my hand, only to be met with my elder brother's grim countenance and my sister-in-law's rosy complexion. "He should not have come today." Clearing my throat, I overheard you all consuming food within the cave. I had initially intended to depart, but was drawn back by the sound of your door opening. "Feng Yi, Dining, at such a time, what meal could you possibly be having? You appear rather idle. Why have you not brought the treasure over?" Feng Ye's tone was languid, yet decidedly impolite, prompting Feng Yin to press his forehead. If he could have transported the treasure, would he not have done so? The frigid air made him wary of venturing out, fearing the treasure might succumb to illness from the cold. My elder brother wore an expression that suggested there was nothing amiss, questioning why I had come. Feng Yin glanced back, and for the first time felt that Feng Ming's movements were slow. Why were they two alone when they sought our elder brother? Feng Ming believed his presence would spare him some punishment. Likewise, Feng Yin felt that with Feng Ming by his side, their elder brother's ire would not be directed at him. Arriving a tad too early today, they had encountered an unfortunate timing. The overtly concealed expressions were too evident. Qing Yu, who had just intended to invite Feng Yin into the cave, wondered if they had inadvertently disclosed anything. She had merely inquired if Feng Yu was feeling unwell. With the male's keen ears, he had undoubtedly heard, which explained Feng Yin's discomfort. Now, except for Feng Yi, who stood there composed, Qing Yu began to feel a touch awkward. However, The two stood at the cave's entrance like sentinels, one unwilling to enter and the other resolute in barring Feng Yan's entry, which made her suppress a laugh. We had only recently dined, and were in the midst of grooming your elder brother. Do not linger here. It is cold outside. Guomin. Feng Yan realized he had overthought the situation. Casting a glance at his elder brother, he wondered why he wore such a frown over mere grooming. He had thought he was interrupting something more intimate. Circumventing his elder brother, he slipped through the narrow opening. Qing, you noticed the item he carried was not in a vine bag, but rather in a pouch crafted from animal hide, making its contents unclear. Observing her curiosity, Feng Yan explained, "Sister-in-law, it contains fruit." Feng Yi, standing outside, glanced back, and indeed, Feng Ming soon dashed over. Once everyone was inside, Feng Yi closed the door. Feng Ming, ever brimming with energy, first regarded his elder brother before quickly turning to his sister-in-law, his tone one of astonishment. "Sister-in-law, why are you still dressed so warmly when it is so cozy in here? We just came from Hanhan Jie and Yinduo Jie, and they're not clad as warmly as you." "I am particularly susceptible to the cold," she replied, a statement that was irrefutable. Feng Yi at home donned loose, comfortable sleepwear, leaving much of his chest exposed, seemingly unbothered by the chill. Feng Yin and Feng Ming, even after coming in from the cold, were clad in only a single hide, leaving parts of their necks bare, and Feng Ming even without shoes. Were it not for his own positioning at the cave's entrance, he might have assumed the outside air was not at all frigid. Feng Ming glanced at their elder brother, who was now crouched down, unfastening the pouch, and approached his sister-in-law. "Sister-in-law, has elder brother been depriving you of meat lately, causing you to feel the cold so acutely?" Feng Yin shut his eyes, avoiding the sight of his brother's foolishness, wishing to refrain from further commentary. Feng Yi cast a cool glance at him, questioning if he would allow his partner to go hungry. Upon hearing the mention of meat, Qing Yu's thoughts began to wander, and she promptly shook her head. She cast another glance at Feng Ming's innocent expression, her mind racing with errant thoughts. In response to Feng Ming's puzzled look, she sighed. "I have always been sensitive to cold, and it has nothing to do with the amount of food I consume." To prevent him from asking any more peculiar questions, Qing Yu crouched down, focusing on the fruits Feng Yin had brought. Recognizing the familiar colors, she instantly identified them as the same fruits Feng Yi had taken her to pick prior to the Great Wind. Back then, they had nearly soured her teeth. But now the fruits appeared twice as large as when they had picked them, indicating they had not yet ripened at that time. Casting a sidelong glance at Feng Yi, who was also looking at her, she quipped, "So, the fruits were so sour because they were not yet ripe." Feng Yi, who had no particular fondness for fruits, was unaware of their ripening process. Qing Yu picked one up, but it was frozen solid, too cold to hold. As she loosened her grip, it fell to the ground, landing with a sound akin to a stone striking the earth. Feng Yi swiftly reached out, pulling her away from where it had fallen. "These fruits are extremely cold. Refrain from touching them. A glance at your feet reveals that had it struck you, it could cause pain for half a month." Qing Yu looked down at her feet, recalling that she had crouched with her hands resting before her knees. Thus, it would not have struck her. Nevertheless, Feng Yi was concerned for her, and she offered him a sweet smile in appreciation. Feng Yin felt a tinge of injustice. That fruit had fallen far from his sister-in-law's feet, and given its height, he questioned whether he should have come to deliver the fruit at all. In previous cold spells, the males would remain within the cave, providing warmth for their partners and offspring, while such fruits were typically gathered by those males without partners. This year was no different. He had hoped to bring back some fruit for his family and for the treasure. Yet, witnessing the interaction between his elder brother and sister-in-law, he felt somewhat pitiful. Chapter 164. You may pick up the fallen food. Had he not known that his elder brother was not fond of fruits and lacked knowledge on how to consume them, he would not have lingered here longer. "Sister-in-law, these fruits are quite hard at the moment. If you wish to eat them, place them in hot water until they soften. Any uneaten ones can be left outside to freeze." Qing Yu nodded, recalling how this resembled frozen pears. One would place them on the Kong to thaw until they became soft, and the juice within would be delectably sweet. Lost in thoughts of how delightful frozen pears could be, she sensed someone gazing intently at her. She looked up, her gaze sweeping past the three faces before settling on Feng Ming, who was staring at the fruits in the pouch as if he wished to take a bite. Qing Yu felt a bit bewildered. She knew Feng Ming had a penchant for tasting everything, but this was the fruit brought back by Feng Yan and him. He should not have been unacquainted with its flavor. Pointing at the fruit, she gestured for him to take some. Had it not been for the fruit's frozen hardness and coldness, she would have handed it to him. To her surprise, Feng Ming shook his head. Second brother said that the fruits picked from the tree are for you all. If I want to eat, I shall pick from the ground. As he spoke, he ruffled his hair. I have only eaten those that fell to the ground. I have yet to taste those from the tree. I wonder if the flavors differ. Qingyu felt a pang of sympathy for this child. Casting a glance at Feng Yi, she noted his impassive expression, as if he had not heard Feng Ming's words. Turning to Feng Yin, she found him equally helpless. In previous years, the fruits picked from the trees had been given to a shun, and many had fallen to the ground. He had consumed plenty. Feng Yin shot Feng Ming a glare, incredulous that he would feign such pity. Fruits that have fallen and those from the tree bear the same taste. What is there to feel sorry about? This year, with an increase in females on this mountain, it is only right that you eat what has fallen. Feng Ming opened his mouth to say something, but was interrupted by Feng Yi. These fruits are not exclusive to this mountain. They can be found elsewhere. If you wish to eat, go pick them yourself. Elder brother, you may not love these fruits, but in the past, one could easily gather plenty whenever they ventured out. However, this year, every cave in the tribe has a fire calm, and the males no longer need to warm their partners and offspring, leaving them idle. All the fresh edibles on the mountain have been taken back by them. Feng Chuan and the others had ventured out to search, but returned with far fewer than what I and second brother had gathered. Observing Feng Ming's pitiful demeanor, Feng Yi felt a surge of anger, sharing the same sentiments as Feng Yin. Then you may pick from the ground. Feng Ming understood that both his elder brother and second brother would insist he gather what had fallen, and he turned his gaze back to his sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, you eat. In our cave, there's still plenty of dried fruits. Eating these is merely a change of flavor. Please help yourselves. It's quite chilly to handle them. Feng Ming took one in hand, the fruit crunching as he bit into it, making Qingyu feel cold just by looking at it. Feng Ming laughed as he ate, saying, see, as long as my sister-in-law allows her to eat, no one has anything to say. However, he was mindful and content with just having taken one. As the two were preparing to leave, Qingyu stood up and inquired, would you like to take some dried fruits back with you? Feng Yin shook his head. He wasn't particularly fond of them. During the warm season, Annie would send the females of the tribe to gather some and dry them. Although the Zunbao family had some, it was not abundant, but sufficient to eat. Yes. I'll take some from Yin-Yu, Feng Ming exclaimed, immediately turning around. The sister-in-law smiled kindly, unlike the older brother who, although not angry, had a piercing gaze that made him uneasy. He quickly averted his eyes from him and promised the sister-in-law, next year I will gather more fruits to dry. You want need to do it. I'll dry them and bring them over. Qingyu chuckled while gathering the dried fruits and remarked, during the warm season, there are plenty of fruits to dry, and by then, you and me and you will have become partners. Make sure to spend more time with her. The last time Yumo and Yulin brought over a prey, Feng Ming said it was not edible and requested that they bring over more tender prey in the future. He kept his word, occasionally bringing one for himself. Yet now he claimed he would be drying fruits. How could he find time to accompany his partner? There was a genuine fear that Feng Ming would spend the entire warm season drying fruits, which would be quite unfortunate. Feng Ming laughed joyfully. His older brother may be fierce, but his sister-in-law was gentle. Watching his partner gather items, Feng Ye recalled the things he had made for them, which still occupied considerable space in the cave. He gestured for Feng Yin to take a look, saying, these are the items I made earlier. Since you're here, take them back. Feng Yin silently contemplated the numerous bamboo tubes, wondering what they were for. He only used them for drinking water, and there seemed to be an excess. Feng Ye then looked towards Qingyu and asked, what about your sister-in-law? Qingyu replied, men truly have no concept of organizing things. They're meant for storing items, of course. They can hold food, water, bone knives, and other small items, allowing for convenient categorization and retrieval when needed. We checked your cave and found that the small items were mostly completed. You and Feng Ming have everything. Keep things organized so you won't lose them when you need them. It wasn't that Qingyu was overly concerned, but Feng Ye was like that. Aside from the bone knife he carried, he often left things wherever he used them. It took several reminders for him to remember to return them to their proper place. Understood, sister-in-law. Both Feng Yin and Feng Ming replied in unison, seeing that his partner had been here for quite some time and her hands were already freezing. Feng Ye urged her to lie on the warm bed, saying, you should go lie down. We'll take care of the rest. Don't freeze. Qingyu accepted without resistance. Feng Yin hadn't intended to come in, but entered upon hearing that he was grooming Feng Ye. Not far from the cave entrance, a cold wind blew in, making it quite chilly. Qingyu sat by the warm bed, feeling considerably warmer. Feng Ye took out the items, tied them together with vines, and Feng Yin transformed into his beast form, carrying the items on his back as he walked. Feng followed closely behind with a bag of dried fruits. Once they left, Qingyu began to undress, removing her trousers. She lay comfortably on the bed, letting out a contented sigh. Seeing her so eager to burrow into the blankets, Feng felt both amused and pained. If you're cold, come lie down earlier. What are you standing there for? Qingyu expressed her confusion. Although she was happy living with Feng, having not been outside for a long time, she longed to converse with visitors. Feng chose not to dwell on this, placing the fruits in a wooden bowl on the bed while putting the rest outside to freeze. His little partner gazed at him with sparkling eyes as Feng asked, "Once you're warm, will you still groom me?" "No," she immediately rejected. "Your fur is too thick. It's quite tiring. If you feel itchy, go find a large tree outside to scratch yourself." Chapter 165. Feeling embarrassed to look, just lean close as Qingyu spoke. She pulled the blankets tightly around her. With the arrival of the cold wave, Feng's fur had grown considerably thicker, making it dense and plush to the touch. His large stature and thick skin made grooming quite a laborious task. It was indeed more comfortable to lie in bed. A hint of regret crossed Feng's face. He had never experienced the pleasure of having someone groom him and had never considered how delightful it could be. After trying it once today, he realized it was quite nice. It was just unfortunate that his partner was unwilling. When it came to physical endurance, she was indeed not very adept, often feeling sore or weak. After lying on the bed for a while, Qingyu kept pondering what she had wanted to do earlier. After much thought, she couldn't recall and was about to drift off to sleep when she heard the sound of birds outside, instantly flipping over and getting up. Feng was momentarily startled by her sudden movement as she quickly dressed in her furs and dashed toward the cave entrance. He thought she had just been warm lying on the bed and reached out to stop her, but she deftly evaded him. Just moments ago, she lacked strength, yet now she was running quite swiftly. Qingyu peered outside the cave, trying to discern the type of tree not far ahead. It was still lush and green, with leaves intact, as she listened for the birds to locate where they had perched. Yet, she could not pinpoint their location and called out through the opening, "Birdie, come here. I have rice for you." After shouting, she gazed intently outside, eager to see if it would dart out from one of the trees. However, she had overthought it. Not only did she not see the bird, but it also remained silent. Feng approached from behind, pulling her back into his embrace, snugly wrapping his arms around her and tightening the skins on her body. "Have you become this idle? You can watch a single bird outside for half the day." Qingyu continued to gaze outside, not refuting Feng's words. The cold wave was prolonged. Today, she would feed it some rice, and in a few days, offer more. Once it became accustomed to her, it would often visit, and she could tease the bird. This was one of the few pleasures she had left. Without further ado, Feng grabbed a handful of rice and tossed it outside. "It's cold here, don't just stand around." The bird, hearing the noise, was surely watching from the branches and would come to eat shortly. Feng's words proved accurate. The next day, when Qingyu looked outside, the rice she had thrown had already been devoured. After tossing it for 2 consecutive days, the food was eaten, yet there was no sign of the bird. Qingyu concluded that the bird had been frightened away by Feng and had not shown its face. However, feeling bored, she shouted daily for it to come and eat rice. Finally, after 6 days, shortly after she called out, the bird flew over to the spot where it had previously eaten. Finding nothing there, it lifted its head to gaze into the cave, seemingly puzzled as to why the food had not arrived today. Qingyu turned back excitedly, exclaiming, "Look, the bird has come. See, I told you that if I fed it frequently, it would get used to me." Feng placed a handful of rice in Qingyu's hand for her to play with. Having spent so much time in the cave, even a small novelty could bring her immense joy. Qingyu tossed the rice out, this time closer than before, genuinely hoping to tame it. In the future, she would be able to touch its colorful feathers. Over the past few days, Qingyu had frequently rushed to the cave entrance, and whenever Feng saw her there, he would use furs to block the draft, removing them once she left. With her face slightly reddened from the cold, Qingyu gazed outside with a cheerful expression. Feng frowned, unable to devise any means for her to go outside. Qingyu had mentioned that during the great wind season, Uncle and Annie had made a large bee-skin bag that a person could fit inside. However, compared to the current temperatures, the great wind season had been far too warm. Once she had gazed enough, Qingyu turned back and noticed the pained expression on Feng's face. She reached out and gently pinched his cheek, asking, "Why the frown?" "The cold wave restricts not only me, but all females from venturing outside. It is a consequence of the weather, with no alternatives available." Feng lifts his partner and removes the windbreak made of beast hide. "I understand. Some circumstances cannot be altered," and Feng ceases to dwell on them. Instead, he begins to prepare dinner, with Qingyu assisting nearby. As they move about, Fengye feels he is wearing too many layers of hide, shedding one after another until he is left with only a single piece wrapped around his waist. Qingyu marvels at his indifference to the cold and cannot help but gaze at him. His bronze chest muscles are well defined, and despite having touched them numerous times, the urge to do so again is overwhelming. Ultimately, she restrains her impulses and diverts her gaze. Touching him comes with responsibilities. It is best to be prudent. Fengye finishes cooking, takes up 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks, and serves the food onto the table. He gestures to Qingyu, who is not far away. Should they dine at the table or on the Kong? Qingyu opts for the table, as she often lies on the Kong, which is soft and cozy, and she dreads the thought of cleaning up should the dishes spill. After descending from the Kong, she remembers to grab a piece of clothing. It is far too cold not to wear something. Fengye has a robust constitution. Whether he wears it or not matters little. Yet Qingyu believes it is better for him to be clothed, or else she would be left to contemplate whether she is eating or merely admiring his physique. I'm not cold, nor am I in a hurry. The gaze of her partner drifts across his chest before flitting elsewhere, a playful smile dancing in Fengye's eyes. He effortlessly lifts her onto his lap, declaring that since she is too shy to look, she may as well sit close. Has Qingyu's subtlety been so easily perceived? Fengye playfully pinches her waist, layers of skin yielding beneath his grip. He could easily pinch several layers. Ultimately, he relents and feeds his partner dinner. Qingyu has been fed by him countless times and wishes to eat independently. She never imagined that having a husband would lead her to such dependence. Being fed and watered like a child, if this continues, she will become an oversized infant. Put me down. We can eat together. You feed me first, or else your food will grow cold, she insists. Fengye assures her that it is no trouble, yet since his partner is determined to eat by herself, he complies. He picks up his chopsticks and continuously serves her meat, but Qingyu scowls at the sight of it. Although she enjoys meat, this is not the way she wishes to consume it. As is his custom, Fengye fills her bowl to the brim, concealing the rice beneath, while he takes a piece for himself, almost inclined to feed himself from her bowl. Raising his head, he finds himself fixed on his own bowl, chopsticks poised over the dish, ready to serve himself at any moment. Meeting his partner's reproachful gaze, Fengye raises an eyebrow, pondering whether she believes he has overfilled her bowl. What are you staring at? Do you wish to monitor how much you eat daily? He asks with a frown. The bird outside consumes more rice than you do daily. Chapter 166. Do not pull out my hair. Qingyu protests, asserting that the bird could not possibly eat more than she does. Puffing up, she retorts that even if it does eat more, it has valid reasons. It needs to consume more to stay warm in this frigid weather, and it only eats rice, not meat. So, in reality, she eats more. She wishes to argue that she has 3 meals a day, while it likely only has 1, especially now that food is scarce outside. As her face grows rounder, Fengye cannot resist pinching her cheek. His tone remains steady. Hurry up and eat. It will get cold. Qingyu is slow to eat, regardless of the food in front of her. In warm seasons, it is hardly an issue. Meals do not cool quickly, allowing her to take her time. However, that is not the case now. Cold food is unappetizing. Her cheeks stuffed, she struggles to swallow, prompting her to snatch the bowl and chopsticks from him. Go sit on the Kong. At this pace, the food will be cold. Qingyu gazes at her empty hands, aware that Fengye believes she is eating too slowly, though she is genuinely trying to eat as quickly as she can. Fengye watches her closely, tilting his head to meet her gaze. Under his intense scrutiny, Qingyu quickly rises and returns to the Kong. Having completed all household tasks, Fengye intends to find ways to keep her occupied if she does not comply. Noticing his partner hastily retreating, he takes care to serve her favorite dishes, placing them in her hands beside the fire. Even if these items become soiled, it matters little. He will wash them later. The materials spread across the bed are all crafted from silk thread, and if they are submerged in water, given Qingyu's petite stature, she would struggle to lift them from the water. Qingyu nods, grateful for a husband eager to assist with chores. The contents of her bowl are sufficient to satiate her. And Fengye switches to a larger bowl, transferring all the food into it before sitting opposite her on the Kong, observing whether she is eating properly. As Qingyu eats, she feels the urge to sigh, understanding that Fengye wants her to consume more. Yet, her appetite is limited. No matter how much he wishes, she cannot eat more. She empties the remaining food into his bowl, her expression pitiful as she declares, I cannot eat anymore. Fengye has been consuming her leftovers for quite some time, and in these recent days, he has been striving to encourage her to eat more, increasing the portions significantly. She has not finished a single meal since then. Fengye has grown accustomed to this, familiar with how much she typically eats, and does not pressure her to finish. Instead, he devours the meal in large bites. After Qingyu feels satisfied, she takes a moment to rest before beginning her exercises on the Caughtin. She is bundled in too many layers to perform anything complex, and it is evident that her movements appear quite amusing. Nevertheless, she engages earnestly, disregarding Fengye's watchful gaze. Fengye contemplates saying something, but ultimately refrains. Qingyu has been engaging in this exercise routine for several days, and he worries she might lose her balance and fall. With nothing else to do, Fengye keeps a vigilant eye on her every action. After a while, she seems to grow warm and begins to shed one layer of hide. Before long, she removes a second layer, but soon feels a chill and hastily dons it again. Fengye presses his fingers to his forehead, pondering whether these actions truly constitute effective exercise. Observing his petite partner's seriousness, he hesitates to inquire. Qingyu senses the scrutinizing gaze behind her and knows that whenever she exercises, he seems intent on watching her closely. She understands that Fengye must be secretly mocking her. While performing her movements, she keeps an eye on him, seizing the opportunity to throw a quick punch in his direction when his attention wanes. However, Fengye effortlessly evades her attempt, not even allowing her to graze his skin. Qingyu feels indignant and raises a foot to strike again, only to have it gently grasped and pulled forward, causing her to topple backward. With a startled gasp, she finds herself in Fengye's embrace. "Are we playing now?" he asks, momentarily taken aback by her audacity to provoke him. Qingyu swallows nervously, wondering how his reflexes have fared after his prolonged stay in the cave. A male must remain vigilant at all times. "You're doing well," she remarks, continuing with a mock pat on his shoulder to indicate he should release her. Fengye laughs, acknowledging her reasoning. As perspiration begins to bead on her forehead, she retrieves a towel to wipe it away. Realizing what she is contemplating, Fengye interjects without hesitation. "Don't even think about it. It's far too cold for a bath." His little partner has an unyielding penchant for cleanliness. There is never a day when she does not bathe or wash her hair. Hearing this, Qingyu straightens, rubbing her face against his neck. Noting his lack of refusal or reaction, she presses on, "But I'm sweaty all over, and it feels sticky." When Fengye remains unmoved, she adds, "I haven't bathed in ages, and it's been just as long since I washed my hair. If this continues, I might end up with bugs, and my scalp may become unbearable." Yet, no matter how much she pleads, Fengye remains resolute. Fengye felt a sense of helplessness as he gently tousled her hair. "Be a bit more obedient. Why haven't you bathed?" he asked. "I bring you warm water every day to cleanse your body. You are quite clean." Leaning closer, he inhaled her scent, which was delightful, and decided that a wash was unnecessary. His gaze drifted to his partner's hair, which was also pristine. Qingyu ran her fingers through her hair, relieved that her scalp was not oily. Otherwise, it would have felt greasy to the touch. When he disagreed, she looked up at him with a pitiful expression, prompting Fengye to lick his lips. "Little Qingyu, I advise you not to look at me with such eyes. You big pervert." Ultimately, Qingyu triumphed. Fengye went to boil a pot of hot water, and she comfortably wiped herself down. She desired a bath, but Fengye would not allow it. He moved a stone bench near the hearth, placing the hot water on it. And only when he felt his partner had warmed up did he say, "Stretch your head out." Qingyu smiled as she poked her head out. A towel was already laid on her neck and the bed to prevent wetting the sheets. This was Fengye's first time washing her hair. And as Qingyu gazed up at his face, she cautioned, "Be gentle, don't pull my hair out." Fengye chuckled, amused by her concern. "What have we not done together? I know precisely the pressure you can tolerate. It's merely washing your hair. I won't hurt you." The process of washing and drying her hair took considerable time, and by the time they finished, night had already fallen. Observing his partner at a distance, Fengye's teeth ground together. "Did you come to me, or did I approach you?" He narrowed his eyes, casting a dangerous glance at Qingyu. If she wanted him, she should just leap into his arms. Yet, if he desired her, he had to consider her consent. In Chapter 167, he contemplated whether to feign indifference, at least to delay her satisfaction. However, whenever Qingyu was near, he found himself utterly defenseless, let alone taking the initiative. He truly felt at a disadvantage. Qingyu's large eyes were fixed on Fengye, who maintained his stance for too long. She knew she had to make a move. Gradually, she inched closer, but Fengye could no longer tolerate her slow pace and swiftly pulled her into his embrace. The expansive heated bed had its drawbacks, as it allowed his partner to distance herself from him. Qingyu blinked up at him while curling into a ball, her arms crossed over her chest. It was not that she was overly dramatic. Countless nights she had been sound asleep only to be woken by him. His hands were never idle. Qing Yu's knees nearly touched her forehead in this position, causing Feng Yi to take a deep breath. How could he hold her and sleep like this? Threatening words slipped from his lips. Is the bed too warm? Have you become so hot that you refuse to hold me? He warned, if you keep this up, I'll lower the fire, and you will find yourself snuggling into my arms. His little partner had her tricks, but he had his too, and she shouldn't blame him for being mischievous. Qing Yu glared at him, and Feng Yi remained in his position, the expression on his face unmistakable. If she continued like this, he might indeed act on his words. Resigned, she lay flat, accepting her fate. Come on. Feng Yi's expression shifted, uncertain as he asked, is there such a delightful prospect? Before she could glare at him, his large head drew closer. Kisses, warm and fervent, cascaded down her face and neck. Not content with mere kisses, he began to nibble gently, leaving her skin tingling as if ants had bitten her everywhere. Unbeknownst to him, he continued his ministrations. Qing Yu felt as if he were starving for her, intent on devouring her whole. After a moment, she could no longer suppress herself and pushed him away, shifting their positions. Now seated atop his abdomen, she began to nip at his chest, each bite becoming more fervent. Take that for biting me, she declared. I won't feel right until I retaliate. Feng Yi hissed in response, his mouth gentle while his partner was relentless in her assault. He was certain that his chest bore her bite marks. Raising his head, he noticed the teeth marks on his dark skin. Though not overly red, they were undoubtedly distinct. He licked his lips, pressing her head down as he maneuvered lower. Qing Yu sensed his actions intensified her biting. You push me down? But let's see if you can endure what comes next. The marks she left trailed from his chest to his abdomen, and Feng Yi finally lifted her head. As she raised her head, she realized that her biting had resulted in her saliva dribbling down. You are quite audacious. Feng Yi gritted his teeth, careful with his movements, wanting to avoid hurting her, while she seemed to fear that her bites wouldn't be painful enough. After a moment beneath the covers, Qing Yu's face flushed as she laughed at his words. Come on, wherever your hands push me, that's where I'll bite. Would he dare? That triumphant smile made Feng Yi's head spin, and his expression darkened. He lifted her, pressing her against the bed. Now let's see how you can bite. He was not foolish. It appeared Qing Yu was serious, and if he dared to push her down, she would indeed retaliate. Qing Yu found herself pinned down by one of his hands, her legs flailing in a futile attempt to escape his grasp, with one of his feet firmly pressing against her thigh. As she struggled to breathe, she weakly uttered, "Be gentle, that hurts." She lamented her earlier arrogance. She had forgotten the vast disparity in their strength, always ending up at a disadvantage. This force would render Qing Yu immobile, but would not cause her pain. He was well aware of that. She continued to squirm, fearing she might be cold, prompting Feng Yi to pull the blankets over her, one foot securing her back, the other on her thigh. He finally had the leisure to examine the marks left by her teeth, one after another. Your teeth are quite formidable. My body is covered in your bite marks. I must retaliate. Ultimately, he refrained from biting back, simply pinning her down to let her have her way. The scent of him enveloped her, and Qing Yu began to feel lightheaded. When she could no longer endure it, she wrapped her arms around him, pleading for him to stop. Or should I take the lead? Feng Yi removed her hands from his waist, firmly holding her slender waist with both hands. He felt no inclination towards her suggestion. You seem as if you've never been satisfied, lacking any strength. I'll handle it myself. Before she could retort, she found herself at a loss for words. Earlier, she had been quite enamored, but now she felt disdain. After a moment, Feng Yi changed his mind, lifting her onto him, teasingly asking, "Can you still endure?" Qing Yu lay atop him like a limp doll, completely disinterested in responding. Feng Yi paid no heed, his fingers tracing her face as he whispered softly. Qing Yu's breaths became lighter. In the past, she would have rejected such words, but after spending so much time together, she found them less objectionable. Gradually, she shifted her body, pulling the blanket off Feng Yi. Her gaze fell upon him, but he quickly covered her back up. If she proceeded, she would lose her chance to kiss him. Impossible. Absolutely not. I shall remain here. After saying this, Qing Yu lay back down on the heated bed, neither pushing him away nor refusing any longer. It was more enjoyable to simply lie there and savor the moment. Though her partner had clearly acquiesced, she suddenly lay back down, leaving Feng Yi momentarily perplexed. Leaning closer, he coaxed her repeatedly. You haven't tried yet. You might just enjoy it. Just like I do. It feels delightful. Feng Yi found nothing shameful in his words, but they left Qing Yu blushing fiercely, prompting her to shut her eyes and avoid his gaze. Her teeth clenched tightly. She muttered firmly, "Impossible." If it were a hotter season, Feng Yu would not insist on her kissing him. After all, at that time, there was no fear of her getting cold, and the positions were numerous, allowing her to choose freely. At present, it is unfeasible. Many things have become obsolete. First, he pressed his partner against him, kissing fervently while listening to her passionate murmurs. In a low voice, he remarked, "Be obedient. Haven't you always wanted me to hasten? If you do not cooperate, I cannot proceed swiftly." After uttering this, he pressed her still breathing head downward. Noticing the bite marks adorning her chest, he gently cautioned, "Qin Yu, you must not bite here." Chapter 168, Go Summon Feng Ye. Impossible, do not even think about it. Within the cave, the two engaged in intimate encounters repeatedly until Qin Yu was utterly exhausted. They had enjoyed these days, yet Feng Zhou's gaze, which was fixed on several young ones undergoing training, reflected his discontent. With the presence of a heated bed, the males no longer needed to remain in the cave to warm their partners. Thus they could engage in training. They had already devised plans for the warm season to cultivate crops, gather fruits, and rear horned beasts. They were quite busy. The prolonged cold wave must be utilized effectively. With the safety of the females and younglings assured, naturally, the males could not remain in the cave, sleeping indefinitely. The young ones displayed great initiative, maintaining their daily training without interruption, even finding time to forage for fruits on the hills, which delighted him immensely. However, one individual was the exception, Feng Ye. Since returning from a hunt, Feng Zhou had not seen him at all. Now, 2 months had passed, and he had yet to emerge. Qin Yu enjoyed ample food and warmth within the cave. What could he possibly be doing inside? Is he rotting? He had even voiced his concerns to his partner. But Mu Yu advised him to refrain from meddling, stating that Feng Ye knew what he was doing. Yet, as time elapsed, he began to doubt Feng Ye's awareness. Otherwise, he would not remain cooped up for so long. Growing increasingly agitated, he stood abruptly, glaring ahead in anger. Feng Ming was engaged in a spar with Feng Yan when he heard his elder's call. For a brief moment, he was stunned before being tackled to the ground. His neck caught in a firm grip. Fortunately, the opponent was his second brother. Otherwise, he would have been finished. Transforming into human form, he glared angrily at the one who called him. "What are you doing, uncle? I cannot even contend with second brother. With your interruption, I stand no chance." Feng Zhou disregarded his grievances and instructed him, "Go fetch your elder brother. He has been in the cave for 2 months. If he remains like this any longer, he will be incapacitated." Feng Ming's first reaction was to suspect his elder was trying to harm him, as if he thought he deserved to be beaten more. Exchanging a glance with his second brother, they both understood the absurdity of the situation. Their partners had yet to be brought back to the cave. No one desired to engage in combat in such frigid weather. Feng Ming's face twitched with discomfort as he retorted, "Was an elder brother also sleeping in the cave during the cold wave? I never saw him become useless then. I cannot defeat him even now. Why would he suddenly become incapable just by sleeping in the cave this year? I refuse to believe it. Moreover, can you guess what would happen if I want to call him out? I would surely be knocked to the ground and unable to rise." After speaking, he shot a glare at his elder. All the beatings he had endured were due to the encouragement of his uncle. Now, he had grown wise. He would not go. Just as Feng Zhou was about to point out that this rascal could no longer be persuaded, Feng Ming began to speak again. "Uncle, you go. If you confront elder brother, he may only infuriate you. But if I go, I will undoubtedly be beaten half to death." While it was impossible to be beaten to death, he did not hesitate to use such words to silence his uncle. Growing increasingly frustrated, he pointed at those present, declaring, "Uncle, you are biased. Why don't you send them instead? Why must it be me?" Feng Zhou insisted on sending him to summon Feng Ye, only to be met with this child as complaints. If Feng Ye truly intended to hold back, he would not possess the energy to bicker with me. "Feng Yan, you go. I do not expect him to train every day. Once every other day suffices. Who remains in the cave every day?" The brothers Feng Wo looked at Feng Yang with sympathetic eyes. Feng Yang and Feng Ming, reveling in their misfortune, thought, "Yes, that's right. Anyone can go, but do not call upon me." Feng Yang felt a lump in his chest. He wished to say, "Please do not create unnecessary trouble. Everyone is training well. Summoning elder brother will benefit no one. He and sister-in-law are comfortably in the cave. Calling them out will only result in resentment. It is we who will suffer." However, upon seeing his father's increasingly darkening expression, he had no choice but to turn his gaze to Feng Yan. "Feng Yan, you go. Last time, due to some matters, elder brother told me to wait. If I go this time, it would be akin to seeking a beating." Feng Yan noticed Feng Yang's gaze shift toward him and quickly turned to look elsewhere. Yet he could not escape the scrutiny. Observing the surrounding faces, he realized they were either sympathizing with him or enjoying the spectacle. Such true brothers. Under his uncle's expectant gaze, he echoed Fengming's sentiments. Uncle, you go? Fengming is right. If you go, you may only exchange harsh words with elder brother, but if we go, it is a different matter altogether. He merely wished to deliver some fruits. Yet elder brother's gaze toward him was decidedly unfriendly. Should he be summoned for training today, it would undoubtedly lead to a confrontation. Even Fengming had learned to be wise. He would not engage in such matters. Fengyun and Fengyue chimed in simultaneously. Mother asked you not to meddle, didn't she? Elder brother will emerge when he wishes. Fengzhou was infuriated. At the critical moment, none were reliable. When would he emerge? During the cold wave, he would sleep. In the warm season, he would still sleep. If it were not for the strong winds requiring hunting, he would continue to slumber. The others were equally speechless. Fenghua first pressed his head, then slapped his forehead. Why can't you let elder brother be? Can't you stand to see him comfortable? Fengyang and Fengyin understood the reason, observing their training. He felt discomfort knowing the person he valued most lay in the cave. Do not be deceived by Fengming's usual resentment towards Fengye. Upon hearing his uncle's remarks, he became unwilling. What is wrong with my elder brother? He has plenty to attend to. You only see him sleeping in the cave. But you do not see him working. He spoke of the horned beasts on the hill, many of which elder brother had tended to. Upon hearing this, Feng Chuan cast a few subtle glances at Fengming. He truly dared to speak. During these moments, he feigned ignorance as long as he was not called upon. All be well. He was certain that although Fengming had not been beaten by elder brother, he would undoubtedly face their father's wrath. Fengzhou merely wished for Fengye to have the opportunity to train and sent them to call him. However, one by one, they could not be persuaded, and his anger surged. Fengming had been closely observing his uncle's movements. When he felt the intense gaze fixed upon him before his uncle could act, he instantly transformed into his beast form and fled without looking back. After experiencing numerous beatings, one gains wisdom. If not now, when would he run? Upon witnessing Fengming's escape, Fengyun, Fenghua, Fengyue, and Fengchuan subsequently transformed into their beast forms and dashed away in succession. Fengzhou wished to bring them back for a good scolding. Yet they scattered in different directions, leaving him uncertain whom to pursue. He could only turn his attention to Fengyang and Fengyin, who remained behind. They both sighed lightly. It was not that they did not wish to flee, but they understood it was futile. Ever since it was decided that the clan leader would be chosen from among the two of them, Fengzhou had become exceedingly strict with them, even to the point of being unreasonable. Previously, they had rarely faced punishment, yet during this period, they had endured the most beatings. Chapter 169. She believes in daily tasks, but disputes arise daily? Fengyin subtly suggested, Uncle, regarding elder brother, perhaps you should discuss it further with aunt. Fengyan concurred, Father, you do not seem to comprehend the situation. You can hear everything mother says. As for what elder brother says, even if you cannot hear him, he can still ensure you do. Their words were selectively heard by their father. If he remained unconvinced, he could go and provoke elder brother for a few remarks. That would indeed be satisfactory. After speaking, they transformed into their beast forms and fled, leaving no opportunity for Fengzhou to respond. Fengzhou rubbed his nearly frozen face, reminiscing about the words of several children, pondering whether he should call out or refrain. Ultimately, he suppressed his anger and returned to the cave, where he found his partner engaged in some task, which lightened his mood somewhat. However, he recounted the children's remarks and actions. Mu Yu cast him a sidelong glance, questioning his idleness. Feng Yin and the others were merely waiting for their partners to return home. Otherwise, he should see if they would emerge. Observing Feng Zhou's furrowed brow, Mu Yu's annoyance grew. He reminded Feng Zhou that when they had just formed their bond, he too longed to stay in the cave every day. Feng Zhou felt increasingly uneasy with this line of reasoning. He now spent any free moment in the cave, did he not? Mu Yu was aware of this. So what was the issue with Feng Yi spending time in the cave with Qin Yu? When the hot season arrived, he would need to utilize the fire pit to trade with other tribes, and Feng Yi would certainly go. At that moment, calling him out would not yield a pleasant response. Feng Zhou felt wronged. He had no intention of keeping Feng Yi outside indefinitely, merely wanting him to train for a brief period. Why were the children so critical, and why did his partner find him unsatisfactory? While Mu Yu continued her work, she commented on his habits, reminding him that he had always been the strictest with Feng Yi since childhood, often making things difficult for him. Feng Yi was not easygoing either. As a child, he would run away if he couldn't win, and as he grew older, he would argue back. The thought amused her. When they grew old, she would place them in the same cave, allowing them to bicker daily. Feng Zhou inquired what she meant. resigning himself to the idea of leaving Feng Yi in the cave. What more could he say? Everything he said seemed to be erroneous. Inside the cave, after Feng Yi and Qing Yu had finished their meal, Feng Yi observed his partner for a while before they both lay on the heated bed. His gaze unconsciously fell upon Qing Yu's lips, his tongue licking them. Since their first kiss, he had become addicted, yearning for daily affection. Noticing his expression, Qing Yu quickly covered his eyes with her hand, well aware of his thoughts. Once the initial spark was ignited, it seemed endless. As she contemplated how to distract him, the howling of wolves echoed outside, a sporadic sound that seemed to originate from Yin Duo and her companions. She abruptly sat up, recognizing that it sounded like Xiaoning's voice. Had something happened to them? Feng Yi furrowed his brow tightly, dismissing the concern with a remark that Yin Duo merely wished to speak with her. Qing Yu was puzzled. She too yearned to converse with her friend. Yet she understood the risks posed by the cold outside. The temperature was frigid, and stepping outside would be unbearable. How could Yin Duo come over without risking illness? Though their caves were not far apart, the weather posed a significant challenge. Becoming accustomed to the warmth of the cave, one could easily fall ill from the sudden chill. Xiaoning had mentioned that Yin Duo had been arguing with him lately, feeling downcast and insisting on visiting her. Today, she had cried for a long time in the cave, expressing her need to come over. Qing Yu was filled with doubt. This was uncharacteristic of Yin Duo, who cared deeply for Xiaoning. She believed that while they could work together in the cave, constant arguments were unlikely. Knowing that they were coming over, Feng Yi did not linger on the heated bed, but instead stoked another fire pit, originally prepared for Yin Duo. He had anticipated that during the windy season, she could come over to keep Qing Yu company, but due to the unexpected cold wave, that had not happened. Observing his partner's constant glances toward the entrance, Feng Yi found it amusing. She was clearly excited. Xiaoning had just suggested they start the fire pit first and inform them once it was warm. Upon hearing this, Qing Yu spread white round balls over the heated bed and covered them with sheets. Having spent a considerable amount of time at home, the cave was spotless, without a speck of dust, making it easy to set up. After laying a thick quilt atop everything, she felt satisfied, thinking that once warmed, Yin Duo could comfortably lie down. Feng Yi felt a pang of jealousy at his partner's attentiveness, realizing he had never received such treatment. However, knowing that Yin Duo held a special place in her heart, he watched her busily without uttering a word. Once everything was arranged, Qing Yu continuously checked the bed's temperature, waiting until she felt it was warm enough for Yin Duo to lie in without feeling cold. Excitedly, Feng Yi proclaimed that it was warm now. His previously calm demeanor was reignited, fearing that his partner might soon cast him aside. Standing still, Qing Yu looked up in confusion, asking what was wrong. Feng Yi remained silent, merely gazing at her. Qing Yu understood his sentiments, bemused yet resigned. Why was he even jealous of Yin Duo? Xiaoning had mentioned that Yin Duo had been crying in the cave for a long time, insisting on coming over, clearly indicating there was an issue. She reassured him that she would not stay long, and at night, she would still be in his arms while they slept together. There was no need for jealousy. Though her words seemed unconvincing, Feng Yi remained rooted in place. Qing Yu approached him, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting several kisses on him until his expression softened. She then added that he should ask Xiaoning to make the bag for Yin Duo thicker, although the distance was not far. They still worried about her getting sick from a cold. Yin Duo was accustomed to the cold wave, but given that she had rarely ventured outside before, it was wise to prepare accordingly. Feng Yi, noticing Qing Yu's worried expression, felt an urge to shake her playfully, realizing he had never been as concerned for himself. However, recalling Xiaoning's anxious tone, he decided to go outside and call them over. His heart raced inexplicably, unsure of the reason. The two waited on the heated bed, and as Feng Yi stood to walk toward the entrance, Qing Yu understood that they were coming. Before reaching the entrance, a massive bag came rushing in, obscuring Xiaoning from view. He grasped the sides of the bag with both hands, and Qing Yu feared he might lose his grip, wondering how much he had packed. Upon entering, Xiaoning did not pause to greet them, but hurriedly placed Yin Duo on the heated bed. He began to peel back layers like one would strip animal hides, carefully extracting Yin Duo from inside. He quickly tucked her into the bed, wrapping her snugly with blankets. Yin Duo had yet to react before she was enveloped in warmth. Ignoring Xiaoning beside her, she turned her gaze to Qing Yu and began to cry uncontrollably. Qing Yu, taken aback by the size of the bag, was startled by Yin Duo's tears and urged her not to cry, assuring her that she could share whatever was troubling her. Yin Duo continued to sob without speaking, prompting Qing Yu to move closer and pat her back through the blankets. As Feng Yi walked away, he glanced at Xiaoning, their familiarity evident. Xiaoning understood what Feng Yi wanted to ask. However, he anxiously raked his fingers through his hair, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Should he mention that Yin Duo had been easily angered lately? Even being near her was risky. She would scold him lightly, but when angered, she would leave marks on his skin. Feeling overwhelmed, Feng Yi recognized that some matters were difficult to voice, so he refrained from pressing further. He began to prepare food over the fire, while Xiaoning frequently turned to check on Yin Duo, contemplating her desire to converse with Qing Yu, but ultimately not approaching her. Observing Feng Yi busy with preparations, he sighed and offered his assistance. Once Yin Duo had cried enough, she glanced toward where Xiaoning and Feng Yi were, and seeing that they were not paying attention, she began to speak through her hiccups. Recently, Xiaoning has been making strange noises at night, keeping me awake. I have told him numerous times, yet nothing has changed, and his cooking has also worsened. After she finished speaking, her gaze fixed intently on Qingyo, hoping to persuade her to join in speaking about Xiaoning. Qingyo quickly grasped Yundui's intention. Her mind raced, pondering whether to comply. She feared Yundua might weep again. However, if she mentioned Xiaoning, he was still in the cave. Although engaged in other activities, his thoughts were undoubtedly focused on Yundua, and he would hear everything. Even if he were not in the cave, Yundua could express her frustrations. But she could not. Xiaoning snoring at night was beyond his control. When asleep, he was unaware of his own noises. Observing Yundui's aggrieved expression, Qingyo offered a suggestion, leaning in slightly. If Xiaoning snores again, just pinch his nose for a while. If he continues to snore, keep pinching. I did the same with Feng Yi when he snored. Feng Yi snores? He seemed unaware. Yundua appeared skeptical. Really? Of course. Would I deceive you about this? Qingyo replied solemnly, though in truth, Feng Yi rarely snored, only doing so after returning from hunting. But she was merely comforting Yundua. The sight of Yundui's woeful expression struck Qingyo oddly. She was not typically this way. Even when Ashen frequently sought her out regarding the cubs, Yundua would eventually laugh despite her tears. Yet now, she sat there vacantly, devoid of any expression. These were not significant issues to warrant such distress from Yundua. For an extended period, Xiaoning had only been focused on mating with her, compelling her to remain on the bed, eating and sleeping, to the point of exasperation. After speaking, Yundua shot a fierce glare in Xiaoning's direction. Deep down, she knew these matters were trivial, yet inexplicably, her heart felt heavy. Frustrated, she tugged at her already unkempt hair, making it even messier. Qingyo wished to take her hand, but was outpaced by Yundui's movements. She extended her hand, gazing at her, astonished to think. Was this truly the Yundua she knew? Could she utter such words? Did she realize what she was saying? Was it not normal for them to spend time together in the cave for such endeavors? Yundui's expression led her to believe what she had seen and heard previously might have been an illusion. Shaking her head, she asked, "Do you hear yourself?" Things are different now. Xiaoning is increasingly vigorous. This is utterly perplexing. Meanwhile, Xiaoning, engrossed in cooking, felt an unspoken anguish. The situation was not as Yundua depicted, yet he found himself unable to explain. Feng Yi paused momentarily in his butchering, turning to see Qingyo looking back at him, almost as if they shared the same thoughts. What does this have to do with him? He did not drive his partner away. Qingyo contemplated her response, realizing the chill within the cave left them all feeling uneasy. Observing Yundui's slightly pale complexion, a thought flickered in her mind. She shifted her gaze to Yundui's abdomen, uncertainly glancing back at her troubled face. Could she be pregnant? It was said that pregnant women often became sensitive, with heightened senses and fluctuating moods. Recalling Yundui's earlier comments, such as the meat prepared by Xiaoning being unpalatable, and her inability to sleep due to noise at night, it all seemed to align. Qingyo's heart raced. She knew how much Yundua longed for a cub. Striving to calm her emotions, she gently inquired, "When was the last time you bled?" Yundua was puzzled by Qingyo's question. "Honestly, I cannot recall. She rarely bled, making it difficult to remember." All right then. This reminded Qingyo of her own experiences. Whenever her period arrived, Feng Yi often noticed before she did. Gradually, she lost track of time, but she still had a rough idea of its frequency. Approximately how long has it been? Several months, perhaps? Yundua reflected, slowly responding. Qingyo frowned. Surely, a flat abdomen could not indicate only a few months. Was it possible her period had not arrived due to hormonal imbalance? Qingyo appeared contemplative, while Yundua insisted. Shaking her hand, "My bleeding occurs every few months. Let us discuss something else. I've had enough of staying in the cave." Previously, Dafeng and Han Xiao also spent time in the cave, but this year, it has been particularly irksome. Yundua rambled on, while Qingyo's thoughts wandered elsewhere. If her period came only every few months, could it indicate an irregularity resulting in pregnancy? She hesitated, gently patting Yundua's hand in comfort. Staying in the cave for too long can indeed cause such restlessness. Your complexion is pale, devoid of color, and you appear a bit thinner. You must not have slept well at home. Rest for a while. Once you feel better, we can talk. Yundua initially resisted the idea of sleeping, but seeing Qingyo's cheerful demeanor, she yawned and soon succumbed to slumber. With Yundua asleep, Qingyo approached Fengye and Xiaoning, whispering, "Xiaoning, please fetch Ashen." Chapter 171. Overjoyed, both men lifted their heads simultaneously. Fengye raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. Xiaoning, bewildered, thought there was nothing wrong with Yundua. Seeking the matriarch would only lead to her scolding and scratching him. Fengye's face broke into a smile. It seemed he was not the only male in the tribe experiencing such misery. Qingyo was at a loss for words at that moment. It struck her that Yundua might scratch him. Glancing at him, she noticed he was well covered, making it hard to discern anything. Yet there were distinct scratch marks from his neck to his cheek. She wanted to laugh, but stifled the urge. Xiaoning, feeling embarrassed under her gaze, finally expressed, "I think Yundua's reaction resembles that of someone expecting a cub, but I cannot be sure. We should have Ashen take a look." Moreover, Yundua's ongoing distress could not bode well for her health. Upon hearing this, Xiaoning fell silent, momentarily stunned. Pregnant? His incredulous expression prompted Qingyo to remind him. "We cannot be certain yet. Calling Ashen will clarify. If not, we shall dismiss the matter. I initially refrained from mentioning this, fearing Yundua might harbor false hopes and subsequently be disappointed. We shall wait for confirmation first. Prepare a warm bag. Do not let Ashen feel cold." Xiaoning nodded dazedly, standing there for a while. Fengye, unable to watch any longer, urged him to fetch Ashen without further delay. With a forceful shove, he nearly sent Xiaoning tumbling to the ground, who stumbled back a few steps to regain his balance. "When did you become so weak? A mere push sends you reeling." Xiaoning, still reveling in his joy, hardly registered Fengye's words. "You cannot comprehend this feeling," he retorted. Fengye frowned, while Qingyo quickly pulled Xiaoning aside. It was evident that he was overjoyed at the mere thought of Yundua possibly being pregnant, completely oblivious to the chaos around him. "Xiaoning, hurry." Xiaoning approached the bed, gazing at Yundua's sleeping face, wearing a foolish grin. He picked up the bag from the ground and rushed outside. Fengye, perplexed, pondered how Xiaoning knew Yundua was pregnant. What had given it away? Qingyo hesitated momentarily. How could she explain? Previously, she had colleagues who were pregnant, and they mentioned how loud noises from upstairs kept them awake at night. When not pregnant, they could hardly hear anything, but once pregnant, their senses heightened. Even the slightest sound, such as an object falling upstairs, became crystal clear. Meeting Fengye's gaze, Qingyo recalled Hannin's experience. When Hannin was pregnant, she could not tolerate any unpleasant odors. Otherwise, she felt unwell. Yundua's reactions are quite similar. That is how I deduced it. Turning to look at Yunduo Jia, who was sound asleep, we spoke in hushed tones. She had long desired to conceive, and I feared that if she did not succeed this time, it might dampen her spirits. We decided to wait until we were certain before informing her. If the outcome was unfavorable, we would find an alternative way to soften the blow. Fengye clicked his tongue, perplexed at how something so simple could become so convoluted. If she failed to conceive, she could always try again. What was there to be concerned about? Qingyu expressed his lack of understanding, gesturing for Fengye to continue with his cooking. The sentiments of young women are often intricate, and sometimes they can become ensnared in their own thoughts. If she were able to go outside, I believed Yunduo Jia would be less troubled, as distractions would naturally alleviate her worries. However, confined within the cave, with little to occupy her mind, it was easy to spiral into overthinking. Fengye did not comprehend this, yet he would not hinder his partner's feelings. Continuing with his task, the meal was nearly ready when Xiaoning arrived with Muyu. The same bag, placed beside the warm fire, was opened, allowing Muyu to peek out. Qingyu assisted her in sitting up. "Annie, why not lie down on the Kong for a while?" Muyu's hands and feet were frozen, and upon hearing this, she did not refuse, allowing Qingyu to envelop her in warmth. Once the chill subsided, she glanced at Yunduo, who remained deeply asleep. When Xiaoning arrived, he had mentioned the possibility of Yunduo being pregnant, which she seemed to understand. She had also scolded Xiaoning harshly for running about after learning of this potential news. Yet, the young one was blissfully oblivious, smiling as she accepted her reprimand and promising not to behave that way again, which softened her anger. Qingyu listened to their soft conversation, offering a bowl of steaming water. Drink something warm. It will help you feel better. Muyu couldn't help but admire Qingyu's thoughtfulness, unlike the two standing like wooden posts. Motionless. Once warm, she rose to check on Yinduo. Xiaoning stood, wide-eyed by the fire pit, holding his breath. Qingyu and Fengye stood behind, their most anxious companion being Xiaoning, while they observed from a distance. Before long, Muyu turned to them, nodding in affirmation that Yinduo was indeed expecting. This news brought joy. The birth of a child within the tribe was a cause for celebration. Is it truly so? Xiaoning asked, hesitantly. Muyu shot him a glance. Could there be any doubt? Xiaoning stood there, flustered, before throwing his arms around Fengye in sheer joy, only to be unceremoniously pushed away. Fengye pointed at Yinduo on the Kong. If you wish to embrace someone, go to her. Why cling to me? When he was without a partner, Fengye disliked anyone getting too close. With a soft and endearing companion now, he appeared even more averse. Yinduo has been preoccupied with her anger for so long, barely eating or sleeping. She deserves a proper rest. Fengye sighed. Then you could just stand there and watch over Yinduo, knowing that Fengye's usual behavior was resurfacing. Xiaoning shrugged it off with a smile. If there were any other males here, I wouldn't even think of hugging you. Fengye was too engrossed in the cooking to pay attention to Xiaoning's response. Qingyu stood by the fire, gazing at Yunduo's face, wishing she could see her belly, but it was covered by blankets, obscuring her view. Muyu noticed Qingyu's wide-eyed expression and mistakenly assumed she was eager to bear children herself. When a female will conceive is uncertain. Do not worry. When the time is right, it will happen. Qingyu stared intently at the person on the Kong, taking several seconds to realize that Muyu's words were directed at her. After nodding, she shifted her gaze to Fengye. Fengye intended to leave, but paused upon hearing Muyu's words. His partner glanced at him, lost in thought. Approaching her, he pinched her cheek. What is with that look? Are you gauging my reaction because you fear you may not conceive? There were many females in the tribe who had not yet borne children. There was no need for concern. Fengye spoke casually, having previously remarked that one could not have everything they desired. Chapter 172. You can touch and embrace me. Qingyu's eyes sparkled. Even a few steady words could bring her comfort. Muyu nodded with a smile, affirming that such matters could not be forced. Just like Yinduo, her own mother had incessantly pressed her about the issue, yet could not compel Yinduo to conceive, leading to family discord. Xiaoning busied himself, attentively listening to Muyu's advice, fearful of missing a single detail. Fengye, no longer focusing on them, pulled Qingyu into his embrace. Gripping her chin, squinting, he wore an expression of displeasure. What did your gaze imply just now? Do you think my past words are meaningless? Qingyu gasped as he tightened his hold, responding, I did not mean it that way. It was merely instinctive. I had no ulterior motives. In the modern era, she was just a university student, entirely unfamiliar with the concept of childbirth. She accepted that if it was not meant to be, then it was beyond her control. One could not dwell in gloom over such matters. Seizing the present was of utmost importance. Fengye studied her for a while. Her earnestness was evident. Whether she spoke truth or fiction, he could discern. His gaze shifted to the others nearby. Qingyu pushed his hand away, reminding him of their audience. Muyu had finished speaking and looked around the cave. Xiaoning was pacing, preoccupied with something, while Yunduo lay blissfully asleep on the Kong. Two others were playfully bantering. And without lingering, Muyu suggested that Xiaoning escort Yunduo home. Auntie did not stay for dinner, and Qingyu handed Fengye the blanket she had just placed on the Kong, asking him to roll it up as he had done before. The smile on Annie's face made Qingyu feel a bit shy. To stave off the cold, she had thought of many methods to keep warm, believing that this would at least provide some temporary comfort. Outside was frigid, and even if the round, white ball inside was heated, it would not retain warmth for long. It was better than nothing. After seeing the matriarch home, Xiaoning took a seat beside the fire, keeping watch over Yinduo. Qingyu and Fengye sat on the Kong, exchanging glances. Typically, they would have already snuggled under the blankets, listening to Fengye's playful banter. But now was different. They locked eyes, hearing Fengye sigh as he urged them to eat. Yinduo slept soundly until evening. Once rested, her mood improved significantly. Noticing her partner by her side, she reached out to tug at him. Xiaoning had just fallen asleep. If Yinduo could not rest in the cave, he would not fare much better. He awoke at her movement, asking, Are you still upset? Yinduo was not truly angry, but hearing his question stirred those feelings slightly. Qingyu and Fengye lay on the Kong, though his body shielded her completely. Upon hearing Xiaoning's words, she internally grumbled that sometimes his directness was quite vexing. What was Fengye contemplating now? Was he considering sending Xiaoning back to stoke the fire? The Kong had not been warmed, and they would soon return to a chill. Moreover, Yinduo could be quite chatty. He feared they might converse about this joyful news until dawn. Observing the others, Qingyu understood his intent. She wrapped an arm around his waist while turning his face to hers, wishing to stave off any negativity during such a joyful moment. At least they should revel in the happiness together. Fengye was not overly upset, allowing Xiaoning to climb onto the Kong and embrace Yinduo. Previously, the situation had been rather dire. Even a simple hug would invite reprimand. Earlier, the matriarch had come by, announcing that Yinduo was expecting. Xiaoning had been irritable due to her pregnancy. If you ever find yourself unhappy again, just take it out on me. Do not bottle it up inside. Yinduo felt as though she had not yet fully awakened. How could she have merely taken a nap and suddenly find herself expecting a child? What was it you just said? No. What did you say in the second sentence? Before Xiaoning could respond, Yinduo abruptly sat up. I am expecting a child? The question was posed clearly, yet her heart raced incessantly. Indeed, Xiaoning smiled and nodded, but little did he know that Yinduo immediately pushed his head aside. Her gaze sought out Qingyu's location, only to find that Yi Ji's towering figure completely obstructed her view of Qingyu. Not even a strand of hair was visible. Yiga, could you please move aside? I wish to speak with Qingyu. Feng Yi anticipated this reaction. Observing Feng Yi's slightly darkened expression, Qingyu playfully emerged from behind him. Xiaoning had not anticipated that his partner would make such a gesture. His expression froze. As now was the moment to converse with him. Why was she engaging with Qingyu instead? Yinduo understood what Xiaoning was thinking. We could discuss this later. But unlike Qingyu, if we do not speak now, it may be ages before we can. Given Yi Ji's temperament, she certainly would not be staying here for the night. Qingyu, come over here, Yinduo urged, pushing Xiaoning downwards. If possible, she wished to join Qingyu on that warm Kong, but Yigo remained motionless atop it, leaving her with only that thought. Amidst the silent expressions of the two men, the two women lay together. Qingyu just bundled herself up snugly when Yinduo seized her hand and placed it on her abdomen. Initially hesitant to touch, she now directly made contact. Yinduo's voice was slightly airy as she exclaimed, I am truly expecting a child. As she spoke, she erupted into laughter. The matriarch had already visited. There was no doubt about it. Qingyu nodded, confirming it was true, and advised her not to wander outside recklessly in the future. Yinduo's belly remained quite flat, and aside from a warm sensation, she felt nothing else. Yet, the knowledge of a life growing within her filled her with curiosity and wonder. Yinduo quickly nodded. Now that she was aware of her condition, she certainly would not venture out again. Qingyu observed the two of them, already blissfully silly, and decided to redirect Xiaoning to the stove to get busy. Joyful as they were, they still needed to eat. Feng Yi ruffled his short hair and addressed the overly joyful individuals. You go back and stoke the fire. I will heat the food. Regardless of the circumstances, both of them had to return to rest today. Otherwise, they would be left to share a bed with Xiaoning tonight. Xiaoning expressed no objections, and, after a brief exchange with Yinduo, returned to warm the cave. Feng Yi had initially been serious about heating the food, but their conversation was simply amusing. Qingyu, if I bear a male child, I shall gift you one, but if it is a female, then I must keep her to myself. Yinduo chattered away, completely disregarding the reactions of those nearby. Qingyu listened in disbelief. Surely she had become utterly giddy. If she were not foolish, why would she consider giving away her own child? Yet, she found herself asking another silly question. Really? After reveling in her joy, Yinduo finally realized what she had said and, feeling a bit embarrassed, added, I was just rambling. Then she laughed heartily. Ha ha, I will raise it myself. But you can touch and hold it. Chapter 173, this is merely for viewing, and there is food too. Feng Yi and Xiaoning waited for them to chat until midnight. When Yinduo departed, she was still mumbling about how Yi Ge was stingy. Feng Yi pretended not to hear. Once they left, he lifted Qingyu from the Kong without a word and began to undress her. Qingyu quickly reacted. I can do it myself. She knew him too well. What was his issue? Having touched various animals herself, she always insisted on washing her hands and changing clothes, ensuring she did not carry any other scent onto others. Seeing Qingyu's delicate skin, Feng Yi felt a stirring desire and retrieved the already warmed hide from under the covers. It's warm. Hurry and change. Why are you talking when you could simply sleep together? Qingyu was too lazy to respond to that question and quickly changed her clothes, burrowing into his embrace. Feng Yi lowered his head to smell her all over, and by the time he looked up, she had already fallen asleep. Feng Yi noted, She sleeps at the wrong times and ignores everything when she should be awake. As she had stayed up too late the previous night, she awoke close to noon. The cave was eerily quiet, devoid of Feng Ye's presence. She only recalled sleeping soundly and vaguely hearing something whispered close to her ear, but now she could not remember a single word. The meal was prepared as usual, already made. After eating a bit, she found herself with nothing to do. She moved a stool to sit beside the Kong, where a plant she had previously sown had now grown leaves. However, due to the low temperature, it had grown exceedingly slowly, which still brought her joy. Being unable to go outside, seeing this verdant plant always uplifted her spirits. Fortunately, she had the time to tend to it, and it looked like it could provide a meal. Thus, she decided to harvest all the green leaves for lunch. In anticipation of having enough greenery in the future, she grabbed several bamboo tubes to place by the Kong and planted more, compensating for their slow growth with quantity. Suddenly, she remembered that she had not yet sown the seeds of the zhongli fruit. During the hot season, she had found a spot to plant some, and in the windy season, she had asked a bow to sow a few not far from the cave. Only this season had she neglected to plant any. She sprang up to find the zhongli fruit seeds, intending to have Feng Yi plant them nearby upon his return. When Feng Yi returned, he found Qing Yu seeking something to do. Upon seeing him dragging a large branch home, she looked utterly bewildered. This tree had remained lush even during the cold snap, yet it had become brittle from the frost, and Feng Yi dragged it along, shedding leaves all over the place. She could not comprehend this action and looked at him in confusion. What do you need that branch for? Can it be eaten? Feng Yi frowned slightly. His partner was practically drooling at the sight of the tree, glancing at the branch in his hand. He noted that she was no longer craving meat, but rather the branches. This is not for eating, it is for your viewing pleasure. Qing Yu was filled with questions. Huh? What is so interesting about that? I see you gazing at the cave entrance every day. There is nothing else to see, only those trees not far away. And the bird in the tree, which will continue to chirp even if you do not bring it back. You can hear it from here. These branches can be brought back. Now you can observe them at your leisure without needing to go to the cave entrance. He understood that she longed to go outside, but she was too delicate. He would not risk her health by allowing her to venture out. Bringing the branch back meant she could look at it for as long as she wished. If it became uninteresting, he could always fetch more. Qing Yu came to her senses and licked her lips, grateful that Feng Yi had thought of this. However, the branches were covered in ice, and the cave was considerably warmer than the outside. Before long, the ice on the palm-sized leaves would melt, dripping drop by drop into the cave. She simply could not tolerate the mess of water stains in the neat, dry cave. Feng Yi found a spot to secure the branch, and Qing Yu sought something to catch the dripping water. Since he had brought it back, she did not want to spoil the fun. Yet, the leaves on the branch were plentiful, capable of catching water here, but not there. Standing in place, she slapped her forehead. What is this? A sweet burden? Why do you look so troubled, slapping your forehead? Is the branch not attractive? Feng Yi turned to see that his partner was not even looking at the branch, but rather sighing with her head down. Is it because the leaves are too small? He stepped back a few paces to observe the leaves. They were indeed somewhat small. Wait, I'll fetch some larger ones. Qing Yu hurriedly stopped him, speaking urgently. No, these are not small. I think they're just fine. This branch is quite substantial. Once the ice melts into water, it will drip down, and anyone passing by will fear being splashed. If we were to replace it with larger ones, it would likely rain ice here. Feng Yi finally noticed the ice on the leaves. It was quite normal for the cold wave to cause ice to form, and he paid it little mind. Inside the cave, it was warm, and soon enough, it would surely drip water. He took a couple of steps to the branch, reaching out to pry the ice off the leaves, but it was frozen too tightly. With a gentle tug, the ice and the leaf snapped apart. Feng Yi envisioned the scene of water dripping down and instinctively reached to dispose of it. This was something he could not keep. But no, it could be kept. Qing Yu stopped him. Feng Yi's action of removing the ice inspired her. Lacking toys at home, she thought to play with ice. Then, amid Feng Yi's disapproving gaze, she carefully picked up a leaf and cautiously removed the ice from it, placing it in a well-lit spot for observation. The leaf's texture was clearly imprinted, transparent, and beautiful. With nothing else to do, she even fetched a bamboo tube to store the intact ice inside. Time was passing. It was time to stop playing. Feng Yi stood behind Qing Yu, wrapping his arms around her waist to pull her back. Your hands are already frozen red. Can't you feel it? I've worn many layers of clothing. Though my hands are cold, my body is warm. A little rest on the Kong will fix it. She understood Feng Yi well. This time, he only brought back the branch to let her see, but she ended up playing with the ice. Next time, he surely wouldn't bring it back again. Feng Yi grasped her frozen, red hands, warming them in his palms. The icy touch sent a shiver through him, deepening his frown. It's about time. Knowing she wanted to play, he did not stop her earlier, but time could not stretch indefinitely. Hearing Feng Ye's voice grow increasingly grave, Qingyu sensed it was time. Otherwise, she would bear the consequences. Soaking her hands in warm water, her stiff fingers finally felt comfortable. She resolved not to play like this again, fearing frostbite, which was both itchy and painful. Feng Yi swiftly removed all the ice, ensuring no more drops would fall, then spoke to the obedient figure lying on the Kong. That was just for looking. I also brought back food. Chapter 174. Not cooking but doing other things. Qingyu instantly lifted her head. Where's the food? If she recalled correctly, Feng Yi had entered the cave with only a branch and nothing else. Did you leave it outside? At the mention of food, Qingyu's eyes sparkled, and Feng Yi chuckled softly. Although she claimed to enjoy food, yet could consume little, the prospect of other sustenance would delight her for half a day. I went to catch a slippery beast. I was just about to clean it when I thought about fetching a branch. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken so long. The guilt in his eyes told Feng Yi that she had not retained a word of what he said that morning. She did not even know when he had left. Qingyu felt somewhat guilty. She remembered telling Feng Yi repeatedly that she understood, yet not a single word he spoke had stayed with her. After cleaning the fish, Feng Yi intended to roast it, and only then did Qingyu rise to sit beside him. Feng Yi wanted her to wait on the Kong until he finished roasting. But as he turned his head, she kissed him. Amused, he thought to himself that little Qingyu was at her most obedient in moments like this. Ignoring the slippery beast in his hands, he gently pressed his large hand on the back of her head, kissing her fervently until he felt satisfied. Go lie on the Kong first. It's not far from the entrance, and it'll get cold if you stay too long. Qingyu was reluctant. These days, she had been eating and sleeping, and her energy was dwindling. I want to stay with you, watching you roast the slippery beast. When it's ready, we can eat together. The warm taste is the best. Feng Yi ensured her hands were not cold, draping a piece of animal skin around her. Wrapped snugly, the wind could not penetrate, and he returned to roasting the food. Feng Yi was an adept cook. Gradually, the fish emanated a delightful aroma, causing Qingyu to twitch her nose, and she began to salivate. It wasn't tea that she craved it. It had simply been a long time since she had eaten fish. She had consumed plenty of fresh meat, but too much of it made her long for other flavors. Her partner's unwavering gaze was fixed on the slippery beast, filled with affection. Outside, several more lay waiting, enough to last a few days, and once they finished, he would catch more. Having hunted, he only wished to indulge in time with Qingyu, overlooking this detail. Yet Qingyu shook her head, knowing without a doubt that the water outside had frozen solid. Feng Yi needed to break the ice to catch fish, submerging himself in icy waters. She dared not imagine how cold it would be. The remaining fish could sustain them for quite a while. Consuming too much would be tedious. After the cold wave passes, we can go catch more. You worry for me. My body is just fine. Catching a few slippery beasts won't take long, and I won't be cold. Qingyu turned to look at him. His words were light, even without inflection, warming her heart. Then let me know when you want to eat again. Feng Yi, focused on roasting the slippery beast, didn't turn around, thinking he would catch more soon. Otherwise, during the entire cold wave, his partner wouldn't mention her desire for slippery beasts. Their gazes were fixed on the roasting fish. One wished for it to be done quickly, while the other longed to savor it. Qingyu had previously thought of asking Feng Yi to catch some ahead of the strong winds, but regrettably, there was too little salt at home to cure it, making it impossible to store. Once the fish could freeze, the river would also freeze, and she abandoned that notion. As the slippery beast neared readiness, her partner hesitated, and Feng Yi understood her intent. He fetched some chili powder to sprinkle on top, along with salt for seasoning. Qingyu's eyes gleamed with joy. When she was happy, sweet words flowed forth. Feng Yi, you're the best partner. I like you the most. Feng Yi had heard such words countless times, usually when she wanted something from him. However, each time, he could not help but smile. Since you like me so much, say it every day. His eyes sparkled with mischief, and Qingyu raised her brows, indicating her agreement. Then I will tell you once in the morning and once at night. Others in love would kiss each other in the morning and at night. She merely expressed her affection, and that was entirely fine. Her soft words ignited warmth within Feng Yi. He swallowed hard, fearing he would be unable to resist at night and again in the morning. Glancing at his partner's petite frame, he realized she still hadn't eaten enough. When the slippery beast was no longer hot, Feng Yi presented it to her mouth, knowing she was yearning for it. Qingyu wasted no time. She bit into it directly without extending her hand. Feng Yu was aware of her taste. The saltiness was just right, complemented by a hint of spiciness, making it utterly delightful. She ate bite after bite, her face glowing with satisfaction. The fish was substantial, with large bones and spines, allowing her to eat heartily without worry. After several hearty bites, her craving subsided, and she spoke up. Let's use one fish to make soup tomorrow. In this weather, a warm bowl of soup is particularly comforting. Feng Yi had no objections to how Qing Yu wanted to eat the slippery beast, as long as she enjoyed it. However, noticing her beginning to speak meant she wouldn't eat much more. Qing Yu, fond of a particular food, rarely spoke while eating. Rather than waiting until tomorrow for soup, we can make some tonight. Let us eat our fill now before it cools. He was proven to know his partner well. After saying this, she began to take small bites, almost as if her mouth could not open wide enough. Don't tell me you're only eating this little. Qing Yu had no retort, for she truly felt somewhat sated. Although the fish was delicious, consuming too much could be overwhelming, especially without any side dishes to accompany it. Yet she believed it was due to the lack of seasoning. There were only a few types of flavors she could enjoy. Next summer, we should look for Sichuan pepper or other seasonings in the mountains and see if there are wild vegetables to pickle. Then we can have sour fish or spicy fish, enriching our flavors. Feng Ye's gaze remained fixed on her, and Qing Yu grinned. Hey, let us eat together. He truly would watch her eat at home. Having been watched closely by him, Qing Yu felt as though he could decipher her every thought. Feng Ye was well aware that she simply had no appetite. She had taken the charred bits off the surface of the grilled creature, and once her little companion had eaten her fill, she began to grow picky. Yet, Feng Ye knew precisely which part she favored. These sections, when grilled to crisp perfection, were delectable without being overwhelming, and they could indulge in something else later. With his hand guiding her, Qing Yu savored the crispy fish skin until it was entirely gone, allowing Feng Ye to finally release her. Then, she settled beside him, watching as he devoured fish. Feng Ye consumed fish and meat without discarding the bones, each crunch echoing in the air. She had grown accustomed to it now, no longer wincing at the sound that once made her teeth ache. Feng Ye still needed to prepare more dishes, but Qing Yu tugged at him, suggesting they save the cooking for later. Feng Ye paused, fetching warm water for them to wash their hands before lifting her effortlessly. Now that we're not cooking, let us engage in something more pleasurable. Chapter 175. If you can't get up, just lie down. You usually eat so little because you hardly move. Engaging in intimacy can expend energy, allowing you to eat more, Feng Ye remarked, observing her shrink away. Qing Yu tenderly caressed her belly and leaned against his chest, reluctantly admitting, But if I eat, I can't exercise well. We should rest. Yet you still insist on rubbing against me? Feng Ye teased, as he gently placed her on the bed, allowing her to rest. However, his gaze remained fixed on her. Unable to contain himself, he began to rub her belly. His warm hand on her abdomen elicited a soft hum from Qing Yu, causing Feng Ye's breath to quicken. Even in their constant companionship, a voice within him yearned for her deeply. Dressed in nothing but a white garment, Qing Yu felt it grow loose as he kneaded her stomach. In an instant, he pulled her into his embrace, kissing her fervently. Qing Yu struggled to catch her breath, tilting her head away, but he mirrored her movements, leaving her no chance of escape. Despite their daily kisses, Feng Ye's desire to nibble on her lips remained unabated, rendering her cheeks flushed from their fervent affection. In mere moments, her nightgown had vanished. As his hands roamed her body, Qing Yu shivered, cupping his face and showering him with gentle kisses. Feng Ye reciprocated passionately, fearing she might feel cold. He wrapped them both in a blanket, creating a cozy cocoon. Qing Yu's forehead glistened with beads of sweat as she trembled, struggling to pull the blanket down. She gasped for air, feeling as though she had just returned to life. With her hands pressed against Feng Ye's chest, she urged him to slow down. Watching the person nestled in his arms, Feng Ye's breath grew heavier. After a moment, he stood and retrieved a thick fur blanket to drape over her as he lifted her once more. Qing Yu gasped, clinging to his neck. Feng Ye's chest rose and fell rhythmically, his taut muscles causing her to feel slightly intimidated. Their size difference made her feel like a child in his arms, and she struggled to adapt to this position. Understanding her limits, Feng Ye gently grasped her nape, pulling her back to plant a soft kiss on her brow. Do not be afraid. After that, Qing Yu found it difficult to comprehend his words, feeling utterly exhausted and as if she might collapse at any moment. Yet he held her tightly. Fearing she might feel cold, he hastened his movements. Though it was a brief period, it left her feeling faint. With great care, Feng Ye laid her onto the bed, striving to maintain his composure, ensuring he moved in a manner she could endure. After experiencing waves of exquisite pleasure, he lay beside her, still holding onto her softness. Qingyo, too drained to move, felt her body react, signaling that life had become too exhilarating. The heat radiating from her back made her feel even warmer, and she was drenched in sweat, her hair clinging to her skin, making sleep uncomfortable. Avoiding his grasp, she laboriously rolled over and rasped for Fengye to fetch hot water for her to soak in. Fengye did not refuse her request. He kissed her forehead before rising. As hot water filled the bathing tub, Qingyo sat up to dress, inching her way down from the bed. However, as soon as her feet touched the ground, they trembled uncontrollably. Tears welled up in her eyes as she shot an irritated glance at Fengye. Outside the cave, night had fully descended, and they had even skipped dinner. Fengye scooped her up, gently placing her into the water. The hot water enveloped her shoulders, providing unparalleled comfort, coaxing a satisfied sound from Qingyo. But before long, Fengye lifted her out, wrapping her tightly in a warm covering before drying himself off, then settling them both back onto the bed, ensuring she would not feel cold. Fengye went to prepare food. Once he had satisfied his hunger, he turned his attention to ensuring Qingyo was well fed. After consuming a soft fruit, a bowl of rice, and some stir-fried vegetables, she collapsed back onto the bed. It's late tonight, and I didn't want you to go hungry, so I didn't make fish soup. I'll prepare it for you tomorrow, all right? Fengye spoke tenderly to her pitifully weary face. She, exhausted, nodded slightly, feeling the warmth of the bed, slowly drifting into slumber. In her hazy dreams, she felt trapped in Fengye's embrace, her legs pinned down, making it hard to breathe. Unable to resist, Fengye leaned down to kiss her flushed cheeks, loosening her garment before drawing her close. Suddenly remembering, he pinched her cheeks, recalling his intention to remind her to express her affection both morning and night. Yet he had forgotten on the very first day. He had thought to reprimand her, but upon seeing the faint marks of his gentle nibbles down her neck, he hesitated, not wanting to hurt her further. Qingyo slept soundly, yet Fengye found it difficult to endure. Her nightgown hung loosely, and her soft skin danced tantalizingly before his eyes. She leaned against him, her face brushing against his chest. Fengye longed to meld her into his very being. Yet he dared only to pepper her face and earlobes with tender kisses, trailing slowly downwards. Even in her slumber, Qingyo was restless, feeling as though she were being crushed. Unable to move, time passed, and eventually Fengye's possessive, heated gaze roused her from her dreams. After a moment of stillness, she flexed her feet and raised her hands. Having rested through the night, she felt significantly better, no longer trembling as she stood. Once fully awake, she took her time before slowly stretching her head out to see what Fengye was up to. Not spotting him, she caught a whiff of the fragrant fish soup simmering in the pot, making her stomach grumble in protest. Fengye was right. Her lack of appetite stemmed from insufficient activity. Now, she felt a pang of hunger. As she sat up, her nightgown slipped from her shoulder, exposing her skin. Qingyo closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. Realizing this must have been Fengye's doing. If not for the fear of catching a chill, he would have stripped her completely. Examining the marks on her skin, she pondered whether her vivid dreams last night were the result of Fengye truly having held her captive throughout the night. She had never experienced such dreams before. What had changed? Fengye returned with a horned beast, entering the cave, first checking if his partner was awake. She was indeed awake, gazing at him with a look of longing. Fengye chuckled softly, setting the prepared meat aside as he approached her slowly. Seeing her attempt to retreat into the covers, he lazily remarked, "If you can't get up, just lie down. I'll feed you once I'm done." Chapter 176. Do you think I'm too strong? The statement holds truth. Fengye has grown accustomed to such matters, yet Qingyu feels as though he lacks the ability to communicate meaningfully. She rolls over in bed, shifting closer to continue her slumber. With a single glare, Fengye realizes that his partner is undoubtedly cursing him silently in her heart. However, he has grown used to being scolded throughout his life and pays it little mind. Besides, the gentle tone of her reprimands is one he enjoys. He wishes to lie beside her for a while longer, but having just returned from outside, his body is cold, prompting him to pick up the seeds of his only fruit and head outside. Upon hearing the noise, Qingyu turns to look back, realizing he is nearly out of the cave. What are you doing? This behavior is uncharacteristic of Fengye. He should have embraced her instead. Fengye grits his teeth. Have you forgotten what you said last night? He is somewhat perplexed by his partner's thoughts. Such a significant moment transpired last night, and her fragmented words were a request for him to plant the only fruit seeds the following day. Seeing the object in his hand, Qing Yu feels a moment of embarrassment. She had thought it best to voice that at the time, lest she forget it later. After rolling around in bed a few times and stretching lazily, she finally rises. The first task after washing up is to pluck the green leaves and toss them into the fish soup to cook. After serving 2 large bowls, the rich aroma wafts through the air, igniting one's appetite. She also pours a small bowl of fish soup and savors a few sips, sighing in comfort. Just as she relishes the moment, Feng Ye's voice threatens a small bird from outside. "What are you chirping about so early? If I catch you, I'll pluck all your feathers." Almost spitting out her soup, she wonders if Feng Yi has some obsession with feather plucking, constantly threatening the birds. This particular bird, which once dared only to peek at the cave's entrance without a sound, has grown accustomed to being fed and now chirps incessantly at Feng Yi whenever he steps outside, even reminding them when it's time for feeding. Feng Yi tosses a handful of rice outside. The little bird shows no fear of him, swooping down to feast. He meets Qing Yu's gaze as she peers through a crack, pondering how this creature has become so reliant on them for food, uncertain if it would survive without their offerings. The bird seems to understand, glancing at Feng Yi before burying its head back into the rice. Qing Yu chuckles. "Haven't we been listening to its song every day? This is merely compensation for its serenades. Once the hot season arrives and food becomes abundant, I am certain it will not even cast a shadow." The bird has plenty of food sources, not to mention the wild fruits and insects on the trees. It can find grains like rice as well. Feng Yi steps back into the house, no longer paying attention to the clever little creature. The hot season may not yet have arrived, but the cold wave will follow. The two take their time with breakfast, their eyes unwittingly meeting again. Qing Yu feels a rush of embarrassment, turning her gaze toward the warm bed, silently contemplating whether he intends to pull her back into slumber. She feels like a thief, glancing around anxiously before pretending to be oblivious, sitting still like a fool. Feng Yi finishes the last sip of soup, and his partner's head is nearly buried beneath the table. Her clear intention to ignore him is evident. Had she not been unable to leave, he would have lost sight of her long ago. Feng Yi feels wronged. They're confined within the cave, unable to engage in anything other than mating. "Don't bury your head so low. If you sit here for a while, you'll end up lying on the bed anyway. You might as well lie down now instead of sitting here and getting cold." He surveys the cave, aware that the space is limited. Regardless of whether she is seated or hidden elsewhere, he can always find her. Hence, there is no escaping. As he speaks with a chuckle, his words are sensible yet infuriate Qing Yu. Feng Yi directly lifts her and places her on the bed, insisting she rest properly after last night's exhaustion. He then slips his hand beneath the covers, gently squeezing her leg, inquiring if it still hurts. It doesn't hurt anymore. Qing Yu exhales deeply, trying to calm herself as she replies softly. Her legs had cramped from holding a position for too long, and in her frustration, she left a large bite mark on Feng Yi's chest. At the time, she was furious, but when he speaks earnestly, his voice low and magnetic, it sends shivers through her, causing her anger to dissipate. Thus, the allure of beauty is not only effective on men, but resonates with women as well. Feng Yi chuckles softly, leaning down to kiss her neck and shoulder, murmuring, "Then let us sleep." Qing Yu turns his face to meet her gaze, exasperatedly asking, "Can't you find something else to do? What should I do?" Feng Yi replies, his eyes fixed on her, curious to see what she might suggest. "During the cold wave, I cannot venture out, but you can. You could go speak with a bow or visit Xiao and to see their offspring. You could seek out Feng Yin and the others. If all else fails, you can run a few laps around the mountain. Not only would it expend energy, but it would also be beneficial for your health." Feng Yi's eyes darkened dangerously. He had thought his partner wanted him to find something to occupy himself within the cave, only to realize she was trying to send him away. "Are you trying to chase me off?" he inquires, not waiting for her response, leaning closer to add, "How many times has this happened? If it happens again, it will be impossible for you to go out. You will lie on the bed for half a month without getting up." Qing Yu shrinks her head into the covers, refusing to admit it. "I merely meant for you to socialize more with them. How could that be considered sending you away?" Feng Yi pulls her head from the covers to meet her innocent gaze, his tongue playfully pressing against his cheek. Were it not for his understanding of her, he might have been deceived by her appearance. "You want me to visit a beau, knowing he will find something for me to do, ensuring I remain occupied. Sending me to see Xiao and S offspring implies they are quite busy with the task of raising the horned beasts. Feng Yin and Feng Yang are either training or seeking out their mates. I would have to circle the mountain several times to find them, not to mention running outside. Now that I have you, why would I need to run?" Qing Yu, initially bewildered, now appears astonished, unsure how he has conjured such elaborate thoughts. She never intended for any of it to be misconstrued. She simply believed his energy was too abundant and that he should engage in physical activity to expend some of it. Swallowing hard, she meekly asks under his penetrating gaze, "Is it not you who is overthinking? When a beau assigns you tasks, you may not even complete them. My intention was merely for you to relax a bit." Feng Yi chuckles, comprehending her meaning. "So you disdain my strength, do you?" He then shifts the conversation, uttering a few phrases that leave Qing Yu blushing furiously. "Have you considered that if I weren't strong, you wouldn't be comfortable? When you tell me to hurry, why do you not complain about my strength?" Chapter 177. When serious, he is particularly charming. Qing Yu's face flushes crimson, leaving her momentarily speechless, for this is indeed a fact. As her irritation grows, she realizes that if this continues, she might slap herself. Feng Yi, sensing the moment, wisely chooses silence, refraining from teasing her further. Having spent so much time in the cave, Qing Yu has long forgotten how long the cold wave has persisted. Although she sometimes feels bored, the days continue to pass. One day, as Feng Yi steps out of the cave, he realizes that the coldest days are passing. Upon reaching the storage for the dabaigua, he surveys the area and finds an abundance of the fruit, sufficient to last until the hot season arrives. Observing the horned beasts curled up in the pit due to the cold, they appear as a mass of grass from a distance, their heads hidden from view. The pit is relatively clean, so he tosses the dabaigua inside. Upon hearing the sound, the horned beasts raise their heads and rush towards it. Noting their numbers, Feng Yi frowns, realizing they have not produced any offspring during the cold wave. Every day, he would observe, yet the number showed no signs of increase. Just as he was about to leave, Feng Yin approached. "What brings you here? Shouldn't you be training at this hour?" "I came to take a look," Feng Yin replied, glancing at the Jiao Shou devouring its food and then casting a sidelong glance at the Ge. Dasa had previously mentioned that it was best to feed the Jiao Shou at regular intervals, as she feared they might starve. Feng Yi understood that tending to these creatures was indeed a matter of having time. Although he did not adhere to a strict schedule, he ensured they were fed daily and would not perish from hunger. Feng Yin knew the Ge too well. When he came to care for the Jiao Shou, he merely tossed the food down without any meticulousness. He had just fed the other Jiao Shou in the pits and decided to check on this one. Xiaoan needed to care for his partner and their young, while Yin Duo was expecting a child, and Xiaoning was unable to leave. Feng Yan's gaze settled onto Ge, and though he remained silent, his intention was evident. He surely preferred to stay in the cave with the Saw rather than venture out, so he made the trip whenever he could. Feng Yi nodded in agreement, appreciating that Feng Yin would come by when he had the time. After exchanging a few words, they each returned to their respective homes. Upon returning to the cave, he first prepared a meal before rousing his peacefully slumbering partner. As his fingers grazed her face, Qing Yu sleepily opened her eyes but was reluctant to rise. Feng Yi, feeling helpless, placed his palm behind her to assist her in sitting up. "You lie on the bed every day. How can you still sleep so soundly?" He thought he was a heavy sleeper, but she was even more so. Qing Yu, like a boneless creature, leaned against him, yawning while listening to his soft murmurs. "Isn't it because I'm tired? After eating, I can sleep as long as I want. I'll wake you for lunch and dinner." Qing Yu lazily nodded but remained still. As Feng Yi began to dress her, she wrapped her arms around his waist. "Let me take a moment. I'm still feeling dizzy." Feng Yi found her playful demeanor endearing, gently tousling her hair and planting soft kisses upon her. With such affection, he wondered how he would manage once the cold wave passed. Once her mind cleared, Qing Yu quickly dressed and descended from the bed, eagerly awaiting Feng Yi to place the food beside her. She picked up the bowl and began to eat heartily. Though Feng Yi was not fond of this food, he delighted in watching her eat. Her cheeks puffed adorably. After finishing, Qing Yu sat on the bed, nibbling on the already softened fruit. She couldn't help but think that staying in the cave wasn't so unbearable after all, especially with the luxury of post-meal fruits. After tidying up the remnants, Feng Yi took a piece of charcoal and began to sketch on the table, his expression reflecting an earnestness that captivated Qing Yu to the point she forgot to swallow. Feng Yi, usually playful, appeared particularly charming when serious, engrossed in his task, and she gazed at him with sparkling eyes. This feeling was indescribable. She simply liked it. Setting down the fruit, she wiped her hands with a towel and quietly approached him from behind. He was focused on his writing, and although she could barely decipher his script, she was determined to learn. When she approached, Feng Yi sensed her presence but did not turn around. His expression softened as he teased. "After all this time learning characters, can you recognize what I'm writing?" Qing Yu's face froze. It was precisely the wrong question. Bored in the cave, she had asked Feng Yi to teach her to write, striving to avoid being illiterate. To be honest, she had learned quite quickly, practicing diligently and managing to grasp many characters in a single day. Yet when Feng Yi tested her the next day, her mind felt muddled, and all the characters seemed indistinguishable. Out of 20 characters, she could only guess 2 correctly. Despite her relentless efforts, she had managed to write her name and Feng Yi's, and even learn the basics of numbers 1 through 6. She suspected she had become a fool under his care. Otherwise, even if her writing was crooked, she should have been able to learn. Feng Yi did not turn to see her expression, fully aware it was one of discontent. In their tribe, at least half of the males could not write, and the females were likely in the same boat. Feng Yi continued to offer insincere comfort. Being able to write a few characters is already impressive. Qing Yu, standing behind him, felt tears welling. Such consolation was worse than none at all. Stubbornly, she declared, "I've just not studied long enough. Given more time, I will surely master it. I cannot remain illiterate." Her tone was resolute. No matter how challenging the characters, she was determined to learn. She did not wish to be ignorant, believing that acquiring knowledge was always beneficial. Feng Yi raised an eyebrow, indicating his support. If his little partner wished to learn, then learn she would. After all this time, they needed to find something to occupy themselves. "Wait a moment, and I shall teach you," he said without turning his head. This uncharacteristic attitude made Qing Yu stare at him intently. Eventually, she decided to sit across from him, her gaze tracing his features. Noticing her attention, Feng Yi smiled and glanced up at her. She was looking at him so earnestly, a warm current surged through his heart. "Why are you looking at me so intently? Are you not tempting me?" he teased. "I shall wait a bit longer. If it gets cold, I'll sit on the bed." Qing Yu, bundled up, felt warm. She noticed Feng Yi were only the clothes and trousers she had crafted from silk threads. She took the colorful animal skin and draped it over him. Feng Yi was not cold, yet he did not refuse her kindness and felt delighted. He continued to draw, focused and absorbed. Qing Yu sat across from him once more, initially thinking the colorful cloak would look odd on him. To her surprise, it suited him remarkably well. She stood up, circling around him, and concluded that good-looking people could wear anything beautifully. In that moment, she was reminded of a refined rogue. Feng Yi's physique did not entirely match, but his face was strikingly similar. A mischievous thought crept into her mind as she quietly approached him. First pulling the hand he used to write, she intended to pull it away and sit on his lap, but as her hand reached the air, he firmly placed it back down. After several attempts, she was left dumbfounded. Feng Yi looked up at his little partner, his gaze inquiring what was wrong. Qing Yu certainly would not answer. She persisted in tugging his hand until she finally succeeded in pulling it away. Seating herself on his lap, she wrapped her arms around his neck, inching her lips closer to his. Feng Yi froze for a moment before gently embracing her. If the weather were warm, I would have no objection to this, even outside. But right now he paused, observing the layers of skin she wore, which made her appear quite round. Wearing so many layers was inconvenient, yet he feared she would be cold without them. Qing Yu, relieved it was indeed cold, thought that otherwise. Feng Yi could have made mischief on the stone table. She was acutely aware she resembled a round, fluffy ball, yet she cared little, simply wishing to tease him. "Then don't write. Hold me, would you?" Her sweet, soft voice made him instinctively lick his lips, understanding the playfulness in her gaze. Feng Yi realized her intentions were deliberate. Pretending to pick her up, he intended to walk towards the bed, but she playfully held on to him, preventing him from rising. Qing Yu laughed delightedly, enjoying how serious he appeared, which made him look exceptionally handsome. Feng Yi lowered his head, waiting for her to continue. "Tell me what you're writing, and I won't bother you anymore." "Just this?" he asked. Qing Yu nodded. "Yes, just this." "What else could it be?" He exerted a bit of force, shifting her into a different position so she could sit on him comfortably. "Curious about my writing? Feel free to inquire directly instead of making assumptions. You seem unperturbed by the prospect of tears." Feng Yi's words became increasingly sharp, while Qing Yu remained indifferent. Recalling a phrase she had seen in a video, she was in a playful mood. He was amused, yet both were caught in a dance of emotions, one nearly grinding their teeth in frustration. The person in her arms chuckled, their body shaking with laughter, which filled Feng Yi's heart with sweetness. He recounted what he had written on the stone table. As the warm season approached, the heated beds needed to be traded for goods. I observed the surrounding tribes, pondering which one would be the most beneficial for initial exchanges. When negotiating with the Sun Zonglang tribe, I contemplated what offerings nearby tribes could provide without incurring losses. Qing Yu ceased her playful antics, sitting up straight. It was no wonder Feng Yu was so earnest. This was indeed a matter of significance. She wished to descend from him, not wanting to be a distraction, yet he held her firmly in place. Do not move. Since you are here, lean against me obediently, Feng Yi instructed, resuming his gaze at the patterns etched on the stone table. Once Qing Yu was sure she wouldn't disturb him, she gently inquired about the order of exchanges. Was there a particular protocol to follow? She understood that initiating negotiations with the Sun Zhonglang tribe was strategic, as both tribes belonged to the wolf kin and had maintained a good relationship. However, she was uncertain about which tribes had favorable ties with the Zhu Qinglang tribe. Feng Yi nodded, explaining that the northern tribes, rich in resources, rarely interacted unless major issues arose. The looming threat of the western male tigers had fostered a delicate balance. No tribe would engage in lethal confrontations, but this did not equate to amicable relations. Thus, it was prudent to first approach the more powerful tribes. Once terms were agreed upon, negotiations with other tribes would pose no difficulties. Upon hearing this, Qing Yu comprehended his intentions. We must negotiate terms with them. The first condition should be for them to swear an oath before the beast god. They would be reluctant, wouldn't they? If we approach the weaker tribes first, they might be wary of us and could potentially unite against us, which would be detrimental. Stronger tribes, however, would exert a form of deterrence. After all, if several powerful tribes allied, the weaker tribes would likely wish to join in. Feng Yi gazed at his partner's serious expression, gently caressing her face, which felt soft and delicate. Qing Yu snapped back to reality, realizing that while conceiving an idea was easy, its execution proved challenging. She had initially thought that with the heated beds, exchanging goods would be effortless, only to discover the numerous complexities involved. Feng Yi chuckled, stating that it indeed could be simple, provided one possessed sufficient patience. Qing Yu pondered the meaning behind his words, only to be interrupted. I mentioned this for your consideration, yet I see you still wear a frown. A Bo will devise a plan, as will Feng Yang and Feng Yin. With more minds at work, solutions will naturally emerge. These matters should be entrusted to them. I only wish to ensure our tribe does not suffer. Qing Yu felt she had overslept, her mind clouded. She resolved to revisit this topic later, especially as the warm season was still a while away. It mattered not if she found no answers. Such matters were not her forte. Abo and Feng Yi were far more adept at balancing intertribal relations. With a smile in his eyes, Feng Yi remarked, "You are correct. I am not well versed in such matters, and my thoughts are not as comprehensive as yours. I shall await good news." When the warm season arrived, all planting tasks had been clearly communicated to Apa and Ashung, leaving her to indulge in leisurely pursuits, including improving her lifestyle and seeking out various spices. Chapter 179. A day for touching. Qing Yu now had tasks at hand, gathering charcoal and sketching the patterns of spices she was familiar with. Unsure if they existed here or if they were edible, she intended to show them to Feng Yi for his recognition. If he did not know them, she would seek Ashung's assistance. Feng Yi organized his thoughts and turned to find his partner earnestly drawing, not sparing him a glance, which made him feel somewhat neglected. As he approached to discern her drawings, he winced at the sight. Was her notion of having something to do merely about digging up grass? Qing Yu continued her work, not lifting her head even when Feng Ye's foot landed before her. Instead, she pointed to the illustrations of ginger and Sichuan peppercorns and asked, "Have you encountered these plants in your travels?" Feng Yi fell silent, recognizing that the first plant bore fruit, while the second consisted of circles that baffled him. "I have never seen them," he replied succinctly. Throughout his life, he had only dug up tabaigu. Unless it pertained to commonly found fruits or poisonous varieties, he typically paid little attention. Upon hearing this, Qing Yu remained undeterred. If they were so easy to find, she wouldn't have come this far without encountering them. If Feng Yi did not recognize them, she would consult a Sheng and a Bo when the males visited. Failing that, she would ask Feng Yi to accompany her on a mountain excursion when it was not too hot. Her little companion cast several glances at her face, and Feng Yi, understanding her unspoken thoughts, reassured her, "Do not fret. When you are able to venture out, I will take you to explore the mountaintops." "All right," she responded promptly, returning to her sketches, feeling reassured by his words. With sister Yin Duo pregnant and Han Han caring for the young, while Mian Yu and her siblings were to form bonds with their partners during the warm season, no one had time to accompany her on excursions. With the arrival of hot weather, various wild plants and insects proliferated, making her hesitant to wander too far alone. "I promised you I would do something, yet you've only grown more indifferent," offering no affection today. Feng Yi's plaintive voice reached her ears. Qin Yu tossed aside the charcoal she held and rose to ruffle his tousled hair. Today, we shall forego kisses and embraces in favor of mere touches. Outside the cave, Umo and High Air were at a distance from Feng Yi, engaged in a tug-of-war. After standing still for a moment, High Air wished to turn back. But Umo was unwilling, hastily pulling him back while continuing to persuade him. We've come this far. We ought to at least inquire. What if Brother Yi agrees? Umo surveyed High Air, continuing to implore, consider this. Although you have slimmed down, your physique remains considerably bulkier than the average male. The females in the tribe are well aware of your nature. How long will it take to find a partner? High Air disagreed, feeling he should not have succumbed to Umo's whims. Driven by impulse, he had followed along and now found himself unable to leave. According to our training regimen, I will slim down soon enough. Once I become agile and capable of hunting to support a partner, females will choose me. Moreover, the female creatures brought back from the Bailing Shu tribe have now been entrusted to the chieftain for decision-making. Yi Ge is indifferent to these matters, and seeking him again would only put him in an awkward position. High Air, being significantly larger than Umo, stood there, unable to drag or convince him, while Umo anxiously paced beside him. Finally, he pointed at the prey on the ground and declared, "We have prepared the game, and we are already at the cave's entrance. If we do not inquire further, I shall remain restless." High Air shook his head, stating, "If you wish to go, you may. I shall return." The males of the tribe had delivered a great deal of prey to Yi Ge, which now lay piled up. But Yi Ge had no need for it. After glancing in the direction of the cave, he turned to leave, but Umo, seeing him turn away, hurriedly grabbed him. This fool was truly exasperating. If Yi Ge did not agree, was there not still the sister-in-law? If we spoke a few more words, she would surely consent. If she agreed, would not Yi Ge also acquiesce? Among the brothers, Yi Ge treated them far better than he did Umo, who was often on the receiving end of a kick. By bringing High Air along first, he hoped that Yi Ge might soften and agree. Yet, High Air still shook his head. He had initially thought this approach unwise, but he had been swayed by Umo's persistent entreaties and had ended up accompanying him to hunt. However, the more he thought about it on the way, the more he realized that Yi Ge had already taught them the training methods, and his combat prowess had improved significantly. With the onset of the windy season, Yi Ge had shared many hunting techniques, and his catch would surely increase, attracting the attention of females. Seeking Yi Ge would only put him in a difficult position, and he was resolute in leaving. Umo, exerting all his strength, clung to him. "No, you must accompany me to inquire first. We cannot leave without Yi Ge's consent." The two tugged at each other in a comical struggle. Umo was anxious. If it were last year, he would have undoubtedly emerged victorious in a fight. Last year's High Air had been clumsy and lacked agility, which put him at a disadvantage in combat. But now, things were different. High Air had become much more nimble, and he might not be able to win. If they were in human form, he would not be able to hold him back at all. Otherwise, he would have simply dragged him along. High Air understood the benefits of training and never slacked off. Umo could not hold him back and found himself being pulled back in the opposite direction. The frozen ground was hard, and Umo struggled to gain traction, being pulled quite a distance. Turning back to look at the prey they brought, he devised another idea. He glanced at High Air's retreating figure and said, "We painstakingly brought back this prey from the seaside. Let's not abandon it here. Otherwise, Yi Ge will be oblivious, and as soon as the weather warms, it will spoil." Only then did High Air halt. This prey had been acquired through great effort, breaking many ice blocks by the seaside, and leaving it here was indeed unwise. However, having been deceived by Umo before, he cast a wary glance at him. "Then I shall quietly place the prey over there. Yi Ge will discover it when he comes out to eat." Removing his hand, he added, "I can go alone. You stay here and wait for me." Yi Ge was fond of sleeping, and if he made too much noise, he would surely be punished. He knew all too well that Umo feared being beaten by Yi Ge. Umo was feeling overwhelmed. High Air was no longer easily deceived, and not only was he on guard against him, but he had also begun to threaten him. Standing at the same spot, he waved his hand helplessly, deciding not to seek out Yi Ge and instead assisting in moving the prey. There was quite a bit of prey, and it would take a considerable amount of time. Umo did not give him the chance to refuse, swiftly hoisting the prey and standing there sullenly, awaiting him. Chapter 180. What good could come from Umo's approach? He understood High Air's thoughts, yet his own perspective differed. Some matters must be fought for. He and Yulin relied on their boldness, coming here daily, And this year during the windy season, Yiga had included them. High Air regarded him with skepticism, initially wishing to dissuade him. But seeing Yumo's dejected demeanor softened his resolve. The two dragged the prey slowly toward Feng Ye's cave. Halfway there, a bird began to circle overhead, chirping incessantly. They both looked up in unison, puzzled as to when birds had arrived in this place. Why had this incessant chirping not yet attracted Yi Ji's wrath? After a moment of observation, they dismissed it and continued onward. The birds circled above them a few more times before swiftly flying to the cave's entrance, squawking loudly to signal that someone was approaching. This sudden action startled High Air. He had assumed it was merely calling out to him, but had flown to Yi Ji's cave to announce their arrival. Umo, however, was quite pleased. He no longer needed to call out himself, for Yigo would undoubtedly be aware of their presence. His smile was uncontainable, but when High Air turned to look at him, his expression darkened. "This is not my doing. It is the bird that keeps calling, not me," Umo stated. Clearly, this bird was kept here by Yigo. What use am I? Although High Air was usually easygoing, he could be quite stubborn. Initially, during training, he had already lost but insisted on returning the next day. He refused to relent. He struggled to rise and continue, sometimes appearing utterly reckless, which occasionally frightened Umo. Now, with Yigo backing him, if he angered him, he would surely chase him across several mountains. High Air recognized that this was not his concern, but he could see that Umo was very happy. However, he could not allow Umo to remain cheerful. He trudged forward in silence. Umo, with a mischievous glint in his eye, continued to drag the prey while frequently glancing at the cave, his keen eyes spotting a pair of eyes watching them from a crack. This discovery made him even more elated, prompting him to sprint ahead, leaving High Air behind. He placed the prey at the entrance of the cave and began waving vigorously. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, it is us." Qing Yu, hearing the bird's calls, instinctively sensed that someone was approaching. Since she had already fed it that morning, the bird was quite obedient. After being fed once, it rarely made any noise. Upon reaching the cave entrance, she saw Umo rushing towards her, dropping the prey and excitedly waving, while High Air stood still behind, uncertain if he should approach. Qing Yu thought, how exceedingly enthusiastic. She glanced at the towering pile of prey outside and poked the person beside her. "Umo and High Air have brought more game. This time, it is from a sea, though I have forgotten its name. It is the black strip," Feng Yi responded. She pulled him to a sheltered spot, opened the door, and gestured for them to enter. Umo dashed inside, and after a few steps, turned to see High Air standing motionless. He returned to pull him along. "Hurry up. Yigo has called us in." Feng Yi made an ambiguous noise. Qing Yu looked up, teasing him with a playful glint in her eye. "Umo and Yulin come looking for you all the time. During the windy season, you all went hunting together. I didn't expect the cold wave to return. I truly worry when I don't see you for a while. The power of idols is indeed formidable, and they did not come empty-handed. Their gifts were well prepared." Feng Yi chuckled, believing that if High Air was bringing prey, it was merely a simple delivery. If Umo was the one bringing it, there must certainly be something he needed help with. Just look at Umo's shifty eyes, acting as if he were a thief. And he still wants to drag High Air along. High Air, standing behind, was reluctant to enter, pondering what good could come of this. Qing Yu thought they need not worry about the females at home being cold, nor about food. What could possibly be the matter? However, before she could voice her thoughts, Umo and High Air were already upon her, so she refrained from asking. Umo pushed High Air forward, eagerly exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, Yigo, High Air and I have brought back black strips for you. I know you enjoy them." During the hot season, he and Yulin had caught black strips, and after she had eaten them, Yigo had gone hunting for them again, surely because she liked them. Thus, he had brought High Air along to laboriously retrieve the black strips. Although High Air was pushed to the front, he cast a glance at the two before lowering his head and softly calling out. One individual, eager to please, gazed at them, while another, feeling guilty, lowered his head. Qing Yu now believed Feng Ye's words. There was indeed something they needed from him. Feng Ye observed coldly from the side, and the atmosphere grew momentarily silent. Qing Yu stifled a laugh and invited them to sit down. Since they had come, it would be unkind to dismiss them without allowing them a chance to speak. Moreover, regardless of what they desired, it ultimately hinged on Feng Ye's consent. The four of them settled on the stools, with Feng Ye watching them with an air of indifference, curious to see what they would articulate. Umo nudged High Air, urging him to speak. However, High Air remained silent, sitting quietly without uttering a word. Feng Ye noted their actions, initially wishing for them to hurry up and speak so they could leave, but then reconsidered. He was rather bored and preferred to see how long they would linger before revealing their intentions. Qingyu chose not to engage in conversation, instead retrieving several large bowls filled with dried fruits and pouring hot water over them. The infusion lacked sweetness and, with prolonged soaking, turned somewhat sour, yet it still had flavor. She regarded it as a makeshift juice. She assumed that by attending to other tasks, they would begin to converse. But upon returning with the bowls, they remained in a stupor. High Air was as motionless as a statue, while Yumo exhibited restlessness, having already devised a way to express himself. Yet, under Feng's frigid gaze, his words faltered, caught in his throat. As Qingyu poured water into the bowls, Yumo quickly expressed his gratitude, lifting the bowl to his lips. Qingyu clenched her teeth, fearing the wooden bowl would be too hot. So she sat on the table and poured in the hot water. Just a few seconds had passed, and she was genuinely worried he might scald his mouth. Yumo, seemingly undeterred, gulped down 2 large mouthfuls. Qingyu swallowed hard, sitting beside Fengye and staring intently at him. It was truly excruciating. The cave was warm, and the freshly poured water was scalding. Witnessing Yumo's lips redden, she wondered if blisters had formed inside. Fengye, observing Yumo's peculiar demeanor, shifted his gaze to High Air. Instantly aware, High Air straightened in his seat, but ultimately, he could no longer resist the pressure. With a determined heart, he stammered, Yumo mentioned that there are many females from the Bailing Shoe tribe that are nearing maturity. We would like to ask if we could let them choose first. Chapter 181 left one with a breathless sensation. After High Air spoke, he awkwardly lowered his head, unable to meet Fengye's gaze. Yumo, catching Fengye's sardonic expression, quickly turned his attention to Qingyu. Sister-in-law, there are far too few females in the tribe, and it has been a long time since any have caught our eye. When the chief allocates partners, we will have to wait a long time. I wish to have a partner sooner rather than later. Yumo understood that the chance to exchange for females from the Bailing Shoe tribe relied entirely on Fengye's ingenious idea of the heated Kong. Because it was Fengye's concept, Feng Yin and Feng Ming had already found partners, leaving the rest to be distributed by the chief. He was uncertain if Fengye would agree, but he wished to inquire. For what if he did? Qingyu was taken aback. Knowing Fengye was not one to easily converse, they sought her out, perhaps thinking her familiar. Yumo was aware of taking shortcuts. He had previously hoped Fengye would take them hunting and now sought partners, bypassing Fengye to speak directly with her. Waving his hand before Fengye's eyes, he pointed at the person seated beside him. He is right here. You should ask him. Yumo furtively glanced at Fengye, ingratiatingly stating, Sister-in-law, you are in charge at home, so it is only right that I consult with you. Once we have partners, we will soon have offspring. Our young ones can play together and train together. How wonderful that would be. With offspring, these hills will grow warmer and stronger, thus becoming safer. These thoughts have been brewing in Yumo's mind for quite some time, with safety being paramount. The prospect of their offspring playing and training together was a secondary consideration, one that would surely tug at Qingyu's heartstrings. Qingyu had come prepared, her arguments meticulously crafted. She sought Fengye's gaze, wondering if he would not clarify matters with them. After the females were brought back, the elder intended for the younger males to have partners, while the remaining females would follow the same process as those in the tribe. Those who connected would pair up, while those who did not would be assigned. This proposal had been rejected by Fengye, though not entirely. He insisted that they begin with familiar males from their immediate circle, which certainly included Yumo and High Air. High Air felt that Yumo's words were simultaneously valuable and lacking. All the males on this hill had partners, and with the prospect of Fengye and Qingyu having offspring, what was there to fear about not training together? However, he found himself at a loss for words, fully aware of his desire for a partner, or else he would not have impulsively followed Yumo here. Fengye had originally intended to address them directly, without prolonging the matter. I have already discussed this with the chief. Arrangements will be made for you as soon as the cold wave passes. Whether or not you are chosen by the females is up to you. The females of the tribe are under the elder's authority, but since Qingyu and I have gone to great lengths to bring them back, it must align with our intentions. The opportunity is granted. Whether it comes to fruition is your concern. High Air and Yumo were initially taken aback, then erupted in unrestrained joy. Just moments ago, Fengye's gaze had seemed as though he wished to cast them out, yet now he had so readily acquiesced. Thank you, sister-in-law. Thank you, Fengye, they exclaimed in unison. Sharing a glance, Yumo felt a surge of pride. He had said it before. Some things needed to be fought for. What if they agreed? High Air's eyes sparkled with hope. Although he might not be chosen by a female, He at least had a chance. Their elation was infectious, and Qingyu could not help but smile. All your brothers without partners can go as well. This was something Fengye arranged with the elder beforehand. Now that there is little to do and you are not afraid of the cold, you can prepare what is necessary at home. Once you have partners, you will not have to be so busy. Upon hearing that Fengye had already made such preparations, they felt a twinge of embarrassment, suddenly unsure of what to say. Their happiness only grew, knowing that Fengye was considering them. Hearing Qingyu's suggestion to prepare, they nodded in agreement, committing her words to memory. High Air, typically quiet and reserved, was accustomed to Fengye's demeanor. However, seeing Yumo suddenly at a loss for words, scratching his head in confusion, was almost comical. If there is something to discuss, just say it directly. Whether I agree or disagree, I will make it clear. There is no need to stammer and leave things unsaid. High Air nodded vacantly, and Yumo mirrored him. Qingyu, observing their mirth, remained silent. Fengye urged them to leave quickly. Leave the black strips behind. Take the other game back with you. There is plenty outside. I do not lack for food. I have also found a fat Mao beast for my partner, along with a horned beast, and with the black strips, we can eat for quite some time. Upon hearing that they should depart, Yumo and High Air instinctively stood, but Qingyu halted them. Pointing to the drawing she had just made, she said, "Here are 2 types of plants that can be used as seasonings. See if you recognize them." Yumo, with his mouth agape, pointed to one of them. "This flower is everywhere. Once the warm season arrives, I will gather all of them." Qingyu thought to herself that the drawing did not resemble a flower very well at all. Under Fengye's bemused gaze and Yumo and High Air's puzzled expressions, she bravely spoke up. "This is not a flower. It is a fruit that grows on trees, one after another. When unripe, it is green. When ripe, it turns red, and its scent can be detected from afar. Eating, it gives a tingling sensation, almost like being unable to breathe." This description caused both Yumo and High Air to take a step back. Who would dare seek it out if it felt suffocating? Fengye chuckled at the description. It sounded less like a search for food and more like a pursuit of poisonous fruit. Males have a keen sense of smell, and once they detect an odd odor, they will not dare consume it, let alone something that might leave them gasping for breath. "Indeed, sister-in-law, perhaps you should look for a different fruit instead," Yumo interjected, truly managing to retrieve this item. After consuming it, Saozi felt unwell, and Yega could very well eliminate him. Although Higher remained silent, he nodded in agreement, indicating a preference for selecting another fruit. Qingyu let out a sigh. They all maintained a vigilant disposition towards unfamiliar foods with strong odors. She understood their caution, for consuming something toxic could indeed lead to dire consequences. If you happen to see it somewhere, there's no need to bring it back. Just inform us. I too will not eat it indiscriminately. I shall only indulge once I ascertain its safety. No need to actively seek it out. Simply notify me if you come across it in your daily wanderings. She was unwilling to relinquish the chance to savor diverse flavors in her meals. Unless she confirmed that these items were inedible, she would not abandon her quest. Upon noticing Yega's lack of further reaction, the 2 nodded in acquiescence. Qingyu presented them with the pattern she had sketched and described them in detail before allowing their departure. Upon exiting the cave for the 2nd time, they became entangled in deliberation regarding whether to take the game they had captured. Ultimately, Higher decided to bring back a plump furry creature for Dasao to enjoy, while Yumo casually selected another. The 2 returned joyfully, their spirits exceptionally high. Chapter 182. One may evade the present, yet cannot escape the night. Once the 2 departed, Fengye commenced teaching his partner how to write. This time, he refrained from overwhelming her with too much information, encouraging her to practice several times in hopes of her achieving proficiency by the following day. He then resumed the activity he had been engaging in most frequently at home, making bed linens. This task was indeed pressing, as the linens wore out rapidly. He had now mastered the skill, executing it with remarkable speed. After Qingyu completed the characters Fengye had taught her, she turned to observe his actions, her mouth twitching momentarily. Aside from sharing a bed with her and preparing meals, he devoted most of his time to this endeavor. Her gaze fell upon the area where the used linens were piled, which had accumulated into a substantial stack. Her expression shifted to a myriad of colors, contemplating whether they could still be utilized after being washed in the hot season. Were it not for the abundance of silk thread they had gathered, they would have already run out of bed linens. Not to be idle herself, she began crafting pillows from white round balls. Observing her industriousness, Fengye urged her to lie down and rest. Qingyu meticulously arranged the white balls, pressing them into shape. "Let me handle this," she insisted. "It is better for you to engage in other tasks. This requires patience and a gradual approach. Otherwise, it will become uncomfortable when it shifts around during sleep. Fengye paused his activities, allowing his partner to proceed at her own pace, as it did not require much physical exertion. There were still several more at home, so there was no need for her to overexert herself. She gestured toward the place where the white balls were stored, noting that the cold wave would soon arrive and that they had ample padding and blankets beneath them. They had even created a substantial number for the stools, leaving the remainder for pillows. Once we reach the cave by the water, we can utilize them there. Regarding the cave below, Qingyo felt that next year should not mirror this year. It was essential to arrange it for comfort and coolness. Initially, the lower cave was furnished with straw, which creaked noisily with the slightest movement. It was only after they switched to using white round balls as cushioning that the situation improved somewhat. However, the dampness was excessive. Constructing a stone bed and properly outfitting it would ensure a comfortable sleep. After having experienced life here, Qingyo believed it was time for an upgrade. Fengye's brow furrowed increasingly. Creating a stone bed is not an issue. The stone bed we previously used is still outside. I can easily bring it inside. However, he paused, fully aware that his partner preferred a softer sleeping arrangement. Qingyo looked puzzled. What do you mean? If you bring the stone bed inside, you will surely cover it with padding, and sleeping on it will feel like lying on a heated surface. Will you still want me to embrace you then? His inquiry was earnest, leaving Qingyo momentarily taken aback. Fengye continued, if you sleep on straw, you will be as far from me as possible. Even if you add the white round balls, you would not even allow me to grasp your hand. Qingyo understood the logic. If it becomes excessively warm, we can simply use less padding. If you find it uncomfortable, we can cover only half of the stone bed, with me resting on the padding above and you directly on the stone. That way, you'll not feel overheated. Sleeping directly on the stone bed is far too rigid. She certainly intended to lay down some cushioning. Moreover, during their shared tasks, Fengye could be rather unrestrained, and she did not wish to wake up covered in bruises. Fengye was not interested in that line of reasoning. I can provide you with whatever you desire, but you must allow me to hold you while we sleep. That is non-negotiable. If you refuse to let me embrace you out of discomfort, I shall discard everything. Qingyo listened intently, her gaze fixed downwards, her hands remaining occupied. Despite his fierce words, she knew he would not act on them, allowing her to continue voicing her desires. Let us also construct a shed beneath that large tree at the cave entrance. It need not be overly complex. We can simply cut some grass to weave into curtains, hanging them from the branches. This way, we shall be free from falling leaves and insects. Additionally, we could fashion a simple stone table and stools, which would greatly facilitate our meals and enhance our overall happiness. Fengye found that she had not acquiesced to any of his requests and had instead continued to propose additional tasks. Will you first permit me to hold you while we sleep? He remained fixated on this matter. When it's cold, you hold on to me without hesitation. Yet when the heat arrives, you refuse my embrace. How is that fair? He distinctly remembered her pushing him away at that time, and unless clarified, the same situation would repeat next year. Qingyo internally scoffed at the notion. During the warm weather, the two of them clung together, resulting in a clammy mess. What was the appeal in that? Moreover, Fengye's body temperature soared during the summer, causing him to perspire readily. After embracing for an extended period, she felt as though she could use a bath. Furthermore, how pleasant could their sweat possibly be? Over time, it could result in an unpleasant odor. Yet, she dared not voice these thoughts, fearing Fengye would interpret them as disdain for him and would not let her off easily. Should I allow you to embrace me? I would, at worst, find myself sharing a night on the bare stone bed, emerging covered in bruises, with not a single inch of my skin unscathed. Fengye chuckled in exasperation. At the end of the day, you simply refused to relent. He was certain that he would feel a pang of sympathy and would not go through with it. With a smile in her eyes, Qingyo remained unafraid, provoking him to pinch her cheek. Then we shall sleep on the bare bed and endure it for a while. After some time, we shall grow accustomed to it. She managed to wriggle free from his grasp and bit his hand playfully. Very well, as long as you are willing. Previously, someone had claimed to adore her soft, fair skin, always eager for kisses and embraces. They had even asserted their intent to nurture her until she became not only fair but also plump. Yet, it had taken so little time for things to change. Fengye lost his temper. I merely said it to tease you. Yet you would truly be willing to sleep on the bare stone bed? He dropped the linens he had been working on and pulled her into his embrace, discarding the items she held. Fair and tender, desiring kisses and embraces. Every word ignites my senses. His hand slipped beneath the fur, pressing his voice low. How many days has it been since we last engaged in intimacy? I find myself quite anxious. Her ears flushed at the proximity of his breath. How many days could it possibly be? Just 2 nights ago, was it not? She had thought that was an eternity ago. Feng was relentless, securing her in his arms so that she could not move an inch. Taking advantage of his gentleness, Qingyu wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, her legs entwined around his waist. It is nearly dinner time. I shall prepare some cured meat for you. Qingyu even sought to assign him a task. Did you not mention wanting to visit ABO? Hurry there and back, and dinner will be ready upon your return. Feng scoffed, knowing that whenever dinner time approached, she always found tasks for him. His gaze drifted toward the cave entrance. It was still early enough for a quick trip. He was surprised that ABO had not sought him out for so long. He had expected that within 2 months, ABO would come to request his assistance. Yet now, as the cold wave nearly passed, he had yet to see him. Meeting Qingyu's eager gaze, he was uncertain whether to feel anger or amusement. Avoiding the present does not shield one from the night. Await my return at home. Do not feign sleep, as I may call you endlessly without rousing you. If you disobey, I shall not concern myself with whether you are genuinely asleep or merely pretending. In Chapter 183, Qingyu hastens to prepare water after the guests depart. Cooking may be done at a leisurely pace, for there is no urgency at this moment. Her desire to send Feng away is not born out of fear of what may transpire between them at night, but rather a concern for what might happen now. It has been ages since she indulged in a proper bath. She feels a persistent itch and discomfort enveloping her entire being. Feng is particularly adamant about this. He may wash himself, yet forbids her from doing so. Though he claims it is for her benefit, her exasperation has reached a boiling point. He asserts that her body is fragrant enough that no washing is necessary. With this thought, Qingyu fills the stove with firewood. Seated on the Kong, she loosens her clothing and takes a deliberate sniff, detecting no scent, yet surely not fragrant. She taps her forehead, realizing how much she has been bewitched by Feng. After adjusting the water temperature, she fears it may cool too quickly, so she sets aside some hot water for later use. This time, she seeks merely to cleanse herself, not to indulge in a bath. With swift movements, she finishes washing, wraps herself in a garment, and then attends to her hair. Once in a warm spot, she quickly dries her hair with a towel. The purpose of her cleansing is to feel more comfortable, yet she must avoid catching a chill. Having just bathed, she feels a chill even while seated on the Kong, so she lies down, covering herself with a blanket, exposing only her head and arms, while her hair remains outside, drying as she rubs it. She is grateful her hair has been cut shorter. Before her arms tire, her hair is nearly dry. Switching to a dry towel, she continues to dry herself. Once everything is in order, she lies on the Kong, feeling warm before finally donning thick clothing. The bathing tub is left spotless. It must not be seen by Feng, lest he scold her for being so careless, as his displeasure can be quite fearsome. Bathing has become akin to thievery in her mind, as she fears being discovered by him. She then begins to cook porridge, adding some unknown dried fruits to the pot. A rack is set above for steaming thin slices of cured meat. Qingyu circles the cave, ensuring no abnormalities are present before continuing with her tasks. Feng arrives at Feng Zhou's cave, and Muyu finds it quite normal. She comments that Feng is aware of the situation and will emerge when the time is right. Feng Zhou, ever the provocateur, remarks on the surprising fact that some individuals actually know when to emerge. This year, with the introduction of the heated Kong, the females enjoy a life of comfort, while the males in the tribe either search for resources or engage in training. Some, however, merely sleep away their days in the cave, neglecting all else. Feng casts a calm glance at him, responding unhurriedly. Yes, who could blame him for having a partner with such formidable strength? What purpose is there to sleep in the cave at this time? With nothing to do, why not seek out some tasks? After speaking, Feng does not linger on Feng Zhou's reaction, but instead finds a stool to sit upon, awaiting his next words. Muyu is both amused and frustrated. Do they not feel discontent when they meet without exchanging a few words? I believe my previous suggestion was sound. When you two grow old, you should reside in one cave, where you can bicker from dawn until dusk, and when the day comes that you tire of arguing, you may part ways. Feng raises an eyebrow, ignoring the deepening scowl on Ah Bo's face as he continues. Never mind. He cannot best me in this moment, and he certainly will not in the future. He should not risk his health over such matters. I have long suggested that if Ah Bo finds himself idle, he should venture out to stretch his legs. A healthy body leads to a longer life. Feng Zhou, exasperated, disregards his partner's words, releasing a series of cold laughs. Just you wait. When I grow old, I shall have my reckoning with you. and I shall not be unable to deal with you now. Feng Ye's expression remains placid, eliciting further ire from Feng Zhou, who shifts the topic. Your aunt has decided to teach Qing Yu the art of healing. Initially, she was hesitant due to your recent pairing, fearing that constant separation would be unfavorable. However, it is now acceptable. You have lingered in the cave long enough to bond appropriately. With the weather turning milder and with your aunt available, it is time to bring her over. Feng Yi finally raises his gaze, taking the matter seriously. Feng Zhou, pleased to gain an advantage, knows he cannot sway him, but believes that with Qing Yu by his side, Feng Yi will surely be moved. Indeed, Feng Yi feels a tug at his heart. He is reluctant to part with his partner, yet he wishes for her to pursue beneficial endeavors. Learning medicine from Annie brings only advantages, and he need not worry about Qing Yu falling ill while he is away. In time, I shall teach Qing Yu to read. When she has grasped the basics and is willing, I will escort her here. Feng Zhou shoots him a look, stating that your aunt is far more adept at teaching than you are. With your indulgent method of spoiling Qing Yu, she may learn at home only if she feels inclined, and should she choose not to, she will learn nothing after months of effort. Feng Yi asserts that Qing Yu is still young, and learning must be approached gradually. Annie herself is still young and possesses ample time to teach her. Feng Zhou finds his attitude particularly infuriating. Many in the tribe wish to learn, yet here, it seems contingent upon Qing Yu's willingness to attend. Reflect carefully. How many years has your aunt devoted to her studies? She must also spend time practicing with both males and females to master her skills. The hot season brings endless tasks, while many males in the tribe suffer injuries during strong winds. For now, she should focus on the basics to better understand when the time comes. Considering Feng Ye's laziness, it seems he only thinks of sleep unless it is a matter of importance. I hope Qing Yu does not adopt such traits, lest her partner become equally exasperated. Feng Yi presses his forehead, pondering how little time has passed since they became partners. He has countless tasks, and so must Qing Yu have an endless array of things to learn. After a moment of contemplation, he finally speaks a few words. I will return to inquire of Qing Yu. If this were any other male speaking, Feng Zhou would wager that by the next day, she would be delivered. Yet, coming from Feng Yi, it is likely that even with the arrival of the warm season, she will not be sent. Rising abruptly from his stool, he is about to lecture once more, but Mu Yu intervenes. Sit still. If there is nothing pressing, go check if Feng Yun and the others are shirking their duties. Feng Zhou retorts, you indulge him too much. After speaking, he does not truly leave, but remains seated on the stool. Understanding the nature of partners, he knows that despite what he says, Mu Yu pays him no further heed. Expressing her thoughts to Feng Yi, I have previously considered bringing Qing Yu to learn medicine. Now that several of your brothers are nearing their own pairings, I plan to have them come together, and I will seek out additional females within the tribe. When she began her studies, there were many females, yet few persisted, leaving only herself as the most proficient. The females who learned some basics are scattered across various mountain peaks in the tribe, handling simple matters directly. Only those who appear seriously injured come to this place. The study of medicine is laborious and mundane. The females in the tribe have learned, and the males around them may seek their assistance. Once Qing Yu and Mian Yu have mastered their skills, they can help one another, alleviating the burden. In Chapter 184, the conversation takes on a gentler tone than usual for him. At this juncture, Mu Yu glances at Feng Zhou. There is no need to rush, as your uncle suggests. With several offspring seeking partners this hot season, they will surely lack time at first. Once the weather warms, Qing Yu may come to learn at her own pace. And if time does not permit, she may take it slow. Previously, she assisted and has already recognized some herbs. She possesses a natural talent in this area, and I believe Qing Yu will be eager to learn. Feng Yi nods. His demeanor toward Auntie is strikingly different from that toward Uncle. Auntie communicates matters clearly, and he is naturally inclined to listen attentively. Feng Zhou observes their calm demeanor, feeling increasingly anxious to bring Qing Yu directly to learn. Now is the perfect moment. Should she bear children in the future, her responsibilities will only multiply. It is best to learn a little now, accumulating knowledge gradually. Previously, he had only considered how to irritate Feng Yi, but now this new prospect has emerged, and it cannot be easily dismissed. Mu Igrekuside, contemplating how his partner felt compelled to act on every notion that crossed her mind. However, pursuing a medical education was inherently a time-consuming endeavor. Haste would not yield results. It was prudent to wait until after the cold wave had passed, for her thoughts were elsewhere, making it futile to learn anything. Moreover, given that Qing Yu was so delicate, braving the frigid temperatures daily could jeopardize her health. Speaking of health, Feng Zhou had no ill intentions. He merely wished for Qing Yu to learn promptly. If a female fell ill, her recovery could be prolonged, causing not only her suffering but also turmoil for Feng Yi. Feng Yi pressed his forehead, resolving to inquire with Qing Yu. The weather remained too harsh. If she was willing, he would bring her over once her constitution allowed it. He understood well that Qing Yu had been cooped up at home for too long and was eager to venture out. Furthermore, she had always shown a keen interest in learning. If she were aware of the opportunity to study medicine, she would likely wish to come over the very next day. After deliberating on this matter, Feng Yi proposed the idea of using a heated bed to exchange goods with other tribes. Feng Zhou nodded in agreement, noting that their affinities with the Juqing wolf and Sunzong wolf brought some reservations. In contrast, they held no such concerns regarding other tribes. The more items they could trade, the better. The two of them decided to gather several of the cubs, an opportune moment to share their thoughts and engage in further discussion. Mu Yu observed the transformation of their initially heated conversation into a calm and productive dialogue, shaking his head as he crafted something. These two had indeed grown accustomed to such behavior. As night fell, Qing Yu finally saw someone at the cave entrance, bringing out the dishes from the pot and urging him to eat quickly. Hurry, it will get cold soon. She had expected him to return sooner, but he had been gone for quite a while, and the day had turned to night. I spoke with a Bo about some matters, which delayed me a bit. Qing Yu nodded, feeling a bit hungry. While Feng Yu washed his hands, she sat down and began to eat heartily. As soon as she settled, she helped herself to the preserved meat. When Feng Yi had brought back salt, she had insisted that the first bite of the preserved meat should be for him. Now, having cooked it several times, she still reserved the first piece for him. There was only a little preserved meat left, and if she didn't eat it soon, it would be gone. Although the salt was scarce and the preserved meat limited, savoring the familiar flavors brought her immense joy. Feng Yi placed a piece of preserved meat into her bowl, urging her to eat. He had no particular fondness for it. Whether he ate or not was inconsequential, as long as his partner enjoyed it. Feng Yi's affection for Qing Yu was evident as he offered her a piece, yet he refrained from feeding himself, instead indulging in his own meal. Noticing his lack of movement with his chopsticks, Qing Yu looked up to find Feng Yi gazing intently at her. He often stared at her like this, but today his gaze felt different. After swallowing her food, she asked, "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" Feng Yi suddenly laughed, remarking that his efforts in feeding her had indeed borne fruit. His little partner had gained weight. Qing Yu touched her face, realizing she had no mirror to check her appearance. However, it was evident that her belly had grown round from eating and sleeping. So it would be strange if she hadn't gained weight. So what if she was a bit plumper? As long as it didn't affect her health. A little extra weight could be quite nice. Once Qing Yu finished eating and tidied up, she hurriedly nestled into the warm bedding. Observing her demeanor, Feng Yi thought that Zheng had been quite considerate. Given her fear of the cold, she was reluctant to extend her hands out. He began to heat water for a bath, and upon entering the bathing area, he immediately recognized that his little partner had already bathed. He pretended not to notice, otherwise she would be upset if he forbade her from washing. After finishing, he walked over completely unclothed, first warming himself in the bedding before rolling over to lay atop his partner. He caressed her skin inch by inch, kissing her slowly. The sensation felt as though he had finally nurtured her into a soft, plump form, ready for his enjoyment. Qing Yu let out a soft hum. It seemed that sleep would elude her for the first half of the night. The delightful sensations from his touch kept Feng Yi lingering, unable to tear himself away. His partner leaned softly against him, her long eyelashes fluttering, and her small lips slightly parted, occasionally releasing gentle hums. Feng Yi, unable to resist, leaned in to kiss her, thoroughly enchanted by her tender, delicate skin, filled with a desire to kiss, embrace, and mate with her. With one hand resting on her waist, he tossed aside any obstructions, savoring her curvaceous form. The prolonged kisses nearly left Qing Yu breathless before Feng Yi finally relented. He traced every curve of her body with kisses, causing her to tremble slightly, her body instinctively responding to his passionate advances. Feng Yi could hardly contain himself in the face of such fervent reciprocation. As Qing Yu closed her eyes, surrendering to the moment, she realized that tonight he was exceptionally gentle, unlike his usual demeanor. Otherwise, she would have been unable to endure it. Feng Yi had no intention of letting up, continuing to tease her most sensitive areas. What she thought was over had only just begun, as Qing Yu had hastily dressed, only to find herself in a disheveled state once more. The clothing barely concealed her most vital areas, her body positioned as he desired, with her delicate legs draped over his. It was rather stimulating. She wanted to resist, but she could not withstand the fervor of the man. Feng Yi chuckled, his broad chest pressed tightly against hers as he kissed her fervently, demanding more. As everything calmed, Qing Yu glanced at her fair skin, now adorned with intimate marks, and sighed. While his gentleness was undeniable, the evidence of their passion was unmistakable. Feng Yi reveled in the moment, holding her close and savoring the afterglow. Meanwhile, Qing Yu's mind raced with thoughts of changing the sheets. The household was running low on supplies. Lying on the heated bed, Feng Yi encircled Qing Yu's waist and lifted her to rest atop him. His hands glided along her back, pondering whether tonight was more comfortable than before. Qing Yu found it difficult to articulate. The sensations were different, yet comfortable in their own right. The person nestled against him lay submissively on his chest, and though she remained silent, Feng Yi understood the answer. Exuding an aura of satisfaction, it was simply delightful. Chapter 185. Qing Yu's excitement. Feng Yi's heartfelt confusion. Qing Yu buried her head in his chest, letting out a gentle hum. Her small hands began to wander, brushing over his chest and then to his abdominal muscles. The sensation of his taut muscles was simply exquisite, making her want to touch him at every opportunity. Typically, she refrained from such boldness, waiting until he was satisfied before allowing herself the freedom to indulge. A smile of enjoyment graced Qing Yu's face as she draped a leg over his. Feng Yi's body radiated warmth. On a hot day, she wouldn't want to be close to him, but in this moment, being near him was both comforting and pleasant, and she had no desire to pull away. Feng Yi chuckled, fully relaxing as he reveled in the sensation of her soft hands gliding over his body. Initially, it felt harmless, but as time passed, his body began to tense. His little partner was now comfortable with her touch, practically leaning against him. "Down!" Qing Yu exclaimed. Her face filled with confusion as she looked up, but Feng Yi did not respond. Instead, he took her hand and guided it downward. She quickly withdrew her hand, pretending to be nonchalant as she turned away. It was quite late, and it was time to sleep. Feng Yi, feeling the heat radiating through his body, knew it was time to rest. With a rough sigh, he pulled her into his embrace. Having already been intimate several times, he would not have let her go if he hadn't feared her discomfort. Qing Yu surrendered completely, allowing him to hold her without resistance. Feng Yi rested his chin atop her head, reaching out to caress her slightly flushed cheeks. "A Zheng wants you to study medicine. Do you wish to go?" Qing Yu's eyes, which had been closing, snapped open, and she turned to gaze up at him, filled with uncontainable joy. "Of course I want to go." Meeting his heavy gaze, she continued speaking. "Did a Zheng mention it to you today? When will I begin my studies?" Feng Yi's response was evasive. "Do you have energy now? Is your waist not sore? Your legs not weak?" Qing Yu promptly lay down, leaving only her bright eyes gazing at him. These two matters were not mutually exclusive. "Look, once the warm season arrives, you'll definitely be going out with a beau and the others." In the comfort of her home, she expresses a desire to venture out and search for things. When not at home, she often finds herself at a loss for activities. She contemplates starting a grain cultivation project and is eager to explore it. During her idle moments, she is delighted by the prospect of learning medicine from Aishin, believing it to be a productive use of her time. This thought fills her with excitement, and she begins to organize her schedule in her mind, planning to engage in trivial tasks at home during cooler times. She resolves to study medicine in Aishing's cave during the midday hours when venturing outside is unwise, filling her days with activities. As Qing Yu dreams of the future, she remains oblivious to Feng Yi's expression, which reveals a hint of concern. His mind races, even contemplating the timing of herb gathering. Feng Yi finds himself troubled. While he supports her eagerness to learn, her impatience leaves him feeling neglected and somewhat despondent. He reflects on the past, when he could easily return home to embrace her. But now, with her commitment to studying medicine, he fears Aishing will prevent their meetings. His voice carries a tone of melancholy as he expresses his feelings of grievance, which momentarily surprises Qing Yu before she bursts into laughter at his expression. Reminiscent of an abandoned wolf cub, Feng Yi, in a rare moment of childlike playfulness, pinches her cheek lightly. He muses that if Aishing were not part of their family, he might not have this opportunity. In their tribe, selection is uncertain, and faced with a chance, one must seize it. Feng Yi remains silent, merely observing her. Qing Yu feels no apprehension about his disapproval. He respects her autonomy. After all, if he opposed her decision, he would not share his thoughts with her. She recalls her initial days in the beast world, enduring the pain of her feet to gather fruits solely for survival. Now, with her basic needs met, Mastering the art of medicine feels akin to gaining additional lives. Who would not desire such a gift? Despite her assertions of wanting to take it easy, she recognizes that such a state is conditional. The more knowledge and skills she possesses, the more justified her rest will be. As this realization dawns on her, her previously buoyant tone dims. She acknowledges the reality that as a male, Fengye cannot be as protected as she is. He must engage in hunting and fighting, where injuries are inevitable. In such moments, she wishes to do more than merely watch helplessly. She still has unspoken thoughts beyond the tribe. Her family would also benefit from her knowledge. She contemplates the possibility of having offspring, feeling a need to acquire more skills to ensure their well-being. Fengye gently caresses her head, acknowledging the truth in her words. Aixing's teachings in medicine are a safeguard for the future, though Abo's words may lack gentleness. His intentions align with Aixing's urgency for Qingyu to learn. Studying medicine will indeed be arduous, involving herb gathering and navigating through forests, where one only learns the location of plants through experience. He warns her that her delicate skin will soon bear the marks of thorns and insect bites, and she may return in tears, declaring her decision to abandon her studies. This serves as a preemptive acknowledgement of the challenges ahead, preparing her mentally. I will not. Qingyu protests, unwilling to concede to any notion of fragility. Even if weakness were to manifest, she vows to gradually adapt. They plan their herb-gathering excursions, seeking shaded areas during the morning and venturing to sunlit spots in the afternoon. To mitigate the risk of insect bites, they will craft breathable clothing to cover their skin, minimizing harm. Fengye silently supports her, recognizing that while plans may not always unfold as desired, being prepared is wise. He understands her desires clearly. Like himself, she wishes for stability, believing that the males of their tribe must grow strong. Her pursuit of knowledge is not solely for her benefit. It is also to aid those around her and the tribe. What time does Aixing want me to start learning? Qingyu inquires, leaning against the heated bed. Gazing intently at him, Fengye gently presses her down, covering her snugly with blankets, before reluctantly responding, consider your sensitivity to the cold. When would it be appropriate for you to go? Given that you spend most of your days resting, we should wait until the warm season. Otherwise, I fear you won't even want to stretch out your hand. Qingyu acknowledges his point, feeling doused with a bucket of cold water. It's all right. Even if cold snaps hinder me now, I can adapt during the warm season and windy periods. Perhaps in time, I will adjust to this environment. Noticing her sudden change in demeanor, Fengye refrains from teasing her further. Aixing has mentioned that other partners will join her in learning, though their commitments may delay her start. If you wish to learn, you can go out when it's possible. Fengye encourages her desire to study, but considers how to ensure he can hold her at night. He mentally strategizes the timing of her lessons and her return home. Chapter 186. Let us change our schedule to mornings. He outlines a plan where she will eat before heading to Aixing's, have lunch there, and he will return to escort her home for dinner. If I am busy, you may dine there, but you must return before dark. If you feel fatigue, inform Aixing and take a few days off. Fengye provides careful instructions, knowing that while gathering herbs may be tiring, the journey to the mountains could prove exhausting for her. Qingyu feels a sense of urgency, as if she is being commanded to attend school, with her schedule densely packed. Do not worry, I will manage, she assures him. As they prepare for the day ahead, she realizes the importance of memorizing the uses of herbs and how to prescribe them, a task that will rigorously test her memory. Prolonged mental exertion can lead to fatigue, so she understands the necessity of rest. These matters can wait until tomorrow. It is time for sleep now, she says, though her excitement keeps her wide awake. While Fengye gently reminds her to rest. Although her body is weary, her mind is sharp. As she feigns sleep, her thoughts drift far afield. First, she resolves to learn how to write, recognizing that some information cannot solely rely on memory. She ponders the best medium for writing, whether on wooden boards or using bamboo cut to suitable sizes. She considers the writing implement. Charcoal is unsuitable due to its short lifespan. Previously, she had not focused on this aspect, nor had she closely observed what Aixing used for writing. The more she contemplates, the heavier her head feels, leading her to decide to rest well tonight and continue her thoughts tomorrow. Just as she closes her eyes, she is nudged awake by Fengye, who rasps, "Did you not tire yourself out enough last night?" Realizing she must be hungry, he offers to prepare breakfast. Qingyu had not considered the meal, but Fengye is right. A full stomach is essential for effective studying. Let us eat first, and then we can begin our lessons in writing. Fengye, clad in a single layer of hide, turns back in astonishment. Who said mornings are the coldest time? best suited for sleeping after a hearty meal. He reflects on how his little partner usually sleeps until noon, often sluggishly getting up for meals, but today she rises early. She asserts her transformation. Previously, she had little to occupy her time, but now that she is determined to learn to read, there is no room for laziness. Otherwise, she would struggle to write even a single character when the time comes for her medical studies. Moreover, if Aishing records crucial information, she must be able to comprehend it. Qingyu has not contemplated writing in modern characters, as it is difficult to explain. Fengye supports her, believing she is merely preoccupied with literacy, unaware of the exhausting day ahead. Together, they prepare breakfast, and while Qingyu rests after eating, Fengye attends to feeding the horned beasts they have raised. Later, Qingyu gathers long-stemmed trees, chopping them into smaller pieces for recording her learning. She also retrieves crushed juice from leaves at Aishing, which can be used for writing on wooden boards, ensuring it will not fade and can be preserved for a long time. Although fatigue does not plague me, the relentless pace has been unyielding. As darkness falls, Qingyu continues to sort the bamboo strips by size. Fengye tidies up everything, then sits down, pressing his fingers against his brow. Initially, I had hoped to have her study medicine during the warm season, allowing us to spend quality time together at home. However, my little partner is simply unable to pause. Qingyu is indeed quite occupied, and Fengye must assess the appropriate size for the bamboo he has harvested. The most delightful surprise is the discovery of a certain tree, whose leaves can be juiced for writing. Its branches resemble the paintbrushes of our childhood, with small pointed tips suitable for inscribing characters. The hollow trunk can accommodate a white round ball, which, when filled with crushed juice, can last for an extended period. After bringing them back, she has been examining them closely, though their utility may not be as grand as she hopes. Nonetheless, her excitement is palpable. That evening, she practiced the characters learned that morning and found she had grasped the basics. Each day, she reviews, lest she forget them again. After several days of diligent gathering, Qingyu has become more adept at writing with this newfound tool. The characters she inscribed on the bamboo strips may lack elegance, yet she is immensely satisfied. On this particular day, Fengye could no longer contain himself. Just as dawn broke, his partner rose promptly. He had never witnessed such enthusiasm from her before. Grasping her shoulder with one hand, he gently pulled her down, and Qingyu found herself nestled in his embrace. It was still early, and a bit more rest would do them good. If this continues, my partner will be utterly disoriented every day. With her waist in his grip, he exerted a little strength, rendering Qingyu unable to rise, and she had no choice but to remain cozily nestled against him. However, despite closing her eyes, sleep eluded her. She wondered whether Fengye had drifted off. Attempting to gently extricate his hand, she found it immovable. Realizing he was merely pretending to sleep, she mused that she had done little at home while he had been busy outside. "You should sleep a bit longer. I shall rise early to prepare breakfast," she said, attempting once more to pull his hand away. This time, not only did she fail to free his hand, but her legs were also firmly pinned beneath him. The embrace was so tight that Qingyu struggled to breathe, her attempts to move proving futile. The warmth radiating from him ignited her cheeks, and Fengye, feeling her restlessness, turned and pinned her beneath him. "For so long, I have been deprived of sleep, yet you remain unresponsive at night. Now that the opportunity has arrived, how can I let it slip away?" As his words fell, Qingyu felt her trousers vanish. Even with the blanket, she sensed a draft. Drawing closer to her, she feigned innocence, explaining that their recent endeavors necessitated an early bedtime. Fengye, unfazed by her ramblings, was overwhelmed by hunger, having endured it for so long. Had he not been concerned about her diligent endeavors, he would not have waited until now. The inevitable tension built within Qingyu, causing her heart to tremble as she sought to divert his attention. "We have much to accomplish today. I assure you, we will finish early this evening. If we delay until morning, I will surely be too exhausted to move." In the midst of her speech, Fengye had already stripped her bare. Soon, Qingyu realized that resisting was futile. Fengye would not heed her protests at this moment. She grasped his large hand, speaking softly. Fengye could hardly contain himself, as her breaths became shallow and intermittent. Her delicate demeanor made him long to envelop her entirely, his grip tightening as he sought to secure her in place. "Every morning, I desire you, yet you seem disinterested. You either ask me to cook or to bathe. Let us shift our schedule entirely to mornings. Please, if we do that, I shan't need to do anything else for the day, nor will I have to meet anyone. Furthermore, you cannot possibly teach me to write at night." The time had indeed become inverted. All right, she sighed, still expressing distaste for him. The fear of him acting upon her words rendered her tense. The intensity of the moment causing Fenye to shudder. Look how desperately she desires me. You simply refuse to admit it. Qingyo's face burned with embarrassment. During their time at home, she had indulged too well. With nothing else to occupy her mind, she had become shameless. Yet the thought of engaging in such activities was daunting. After one encounter, Qingyu pushed against his chest, insisting he cook. Fenye's expression darkened. He was unsatisfied after just one time. Observing her face as if she owed him something, Qingyu remained unfazed. She did not wish to lie there all day. The two of them were at an impasse, and Fenye tugged his hand from her chest downward, prompting her to retract quickly. I still need to practice writing, she stammered. Today, I shall not write, nor will I leave the house. Let us simply rest on the bed. Fenye spoke with conviction, refusing to acknowledge her pleading expression. If this busy pace continued, his happiness would be lost. The cold outside will not last long. Soon you shall be able to venture out. If not now, when? His touch ignited a tingling sensation all over her body, and hearing his words made her exasperated. This man lacked restraint and spoke with such audacity. I may go out during the day, but I will return at night. It will not hinder anything. Despite her fervent arguments, she could not withstand Fenye's fervor, gradually yielding beneath him. At last, Fenye was content, free to indulge his desires. You say you will return and that it will not interfere. But I have never trusted your words. My little partner's mouth is prone to deception. In the past few days, she had done nothing but lie in bed, unable to awaken, let alone after a long day outside. Overwhelmed by his stamina, Qingyu succumbed to a light slumber. Fenye remained industrious, replacing items on the bed and washing the skins Qingyu had shed. The thicker ones were unmanageable, but the thinner ones could be cleaned. He stoked the fire on another bed, allowing the skins to dry beside it. Leaving them outside was unwise. They would harden in the cold. When Qingyu awoke, she was disoriented, unsure whether it was afternoon or evening. After shaking off her confusion, she surveyed the cave. Her attention was drawn to a piece of clothing beside the other bed, and she was startled, sitting up in alarm. Gazing at the garment, which appeared a size larger, she felt tears welling in her eyes. Upon Fenye's return, he found her on the verge of tears, staring intently at the washed skins without blinking. Are you about to cry because you feel sorry for me? He queried shamelessly, asserting that it was his obligation. From now on, I shall wash all the skins you wear. You would need to heat water, which I do not mind doing, as I am not sensitive to the cold. Your strength is too feeble. It takes an eternity for you to wash, and I cannot fathom why you do not allow me to do it. Qingyo's heart was conflicted. She was genuinely pleased by Fenye's willingness to assist. Yet, she hesitated to let him wash them because of his excessive strength. Each time he scrubbed her clothing, it would emerge a size larger. The garments crafted from two types of thread had some elasticity, but woven tightly, they could easily develop holes under his vigorous washing. Despite her gentle suggestions for him to be gentler, Fenye insisted that reduced strength would yield slower and less effective results, leading her to take matters into her own hands. Pointing to a pair of small pants hanging nearby, she implored him, "Can you honestly say I can still wear these after they've been washed? In summer, if I wear a skirt and my underwear slips down, I might as well wrap myself in a sack." The more she contemplated, the more tears threatened to spill, and she lamented the difficulty of making such garments. Fenye glanced at the pants, seeing no issue. If you cannot wear them, then do not. He did not understand why his little partner insisted on wearing them, but seeing her on the verge of tears softened his tone. If you truly wish to wear them, I will make you new ones. Qingyu gave him a sidelong glance, but remained silent. She was fine with him crafting items from animal skins, as they were sturdy and would not tear easily. Making bed linens from coarse thread was acceptable, as they were hand-woven. However, attempting to create sweaters or pants from fine thread made her fear they would all rip apart. Fenye strode over, picking up the skins hanging nearby, inspecting them closely. I utilized a bone knife to trim the edges, then stitched it back together to reduce its size. Qingyu, it would be prudent for me to wash this garment in the future, as your strength is too great, leaving it riddled with holes. A vigorous shake, and the clothing expands a size larger. In summer, it poses no issue, as the extra air provides a refreshing breeze. However, in winter, the snug fit is essential for warmth. For her, where's the warmth? The relentless wind seeps in wherever she goes, leaving her chilled to the core. Fenye, gritting his teeth, found himself dissatisfied not only with his own strength, but also with the washing process, feeling resentful during mating rituals. His expression turned menacing. Xiao Qingyu, if you dare to complain about me again, I shall not hold back. I have never washed anyone's skin before. Qingyu swallowed hard, fully understanding what not holding back entailed. Her timid demeanor elicited both annoyance and amusement from Fengyi. Fine, I shall exert less force in the future. I will ensure the skin remains hole-free and will refrain from shaking it. Previously, she had only needed to make bed linens. But now she had the additional task of crafting small pants. Qingyu nodded obediently. At this point, refusing would only prolong Fengyi's insistence. She had already made quite a few, enough to last for some time. Yet, during Fengyi's frenzied moments, several pairs had been torn, and now they required more to be made. Fengyi was accustomed to taking it easy, but she could not afford to be without clothing. It left her feeling vulnerable. The gaze of her partner shifted from one of sorrow to a soft, affectionate look, but Fengyi dismissed this thought. The small pants could be made gradually. First, she needed to be well fed. He swiftly pulled her from the warmth of the blankets and helped her dress. Having slept too long, she needed sustenance to regain her strength. Today we finally have a day of rest. Once you are full, we shall continue our slumber. Qingyu froze at his assistance with her clothing, staring at him in disbelief. What does this mean? Why are you dawdling? Hurry and dress, he urged. If I weren't aware that you haven't eaten all day, I would have shed my skin and lain beside you. Fengyi's expression was serious, yet his eyes sparkled with mirth. Unlike when he first bonded with Qingyu, he was now aware of her limits and how many times were appropriate. By behaving this way, she would be more inclined to cooperate. Otherwise, a break could stretch for several days. Unable to resist, he reached out to touch her, only to be met with her pitiful gaze. Little did she know, the more she looked at him with those eyes, the harder it became for him to resist teasing her. Chapter 188. Fengyi remains as shameless as ever. The two leisurely finished their meal, and Fengyi returned from outside the cave, bringing a fruit and placing it on the hearth. Qingyu, despite claiming to be full, could still consume fruit and dried fruit, even drinking a large bowl of water infused with the dried fruit. Fengyi found this perplexing, yet he understood her habit of preparing these items after a meal. As the fruits outside dwindled, it became necessary to gather more. He was unaware that these fruits would only be edible after the cold wave, so next time, he would ensure to collect a greater quantity, guaranteeing that Qingyu would have more than enough to satisfy her cravings. I have matters to attend to outside. You rest while at home. Qingyu refrained from inquiring about his destination, still shaken by his earlier words before their meal. Now that he was leaving, she sighed with relief. Fengyi rummaged through the cave for a beast skin bag, contemplating which males lacked partners. These fruits were favored by females, and he would not be courteous to those who had partners. Males were meant to consume meat. Why indulge in so much fruit? Throughout the afternoon, Fengyi transformed into his beast form and traversed several mountain peaks. As the weather gradually warmed, Feng Zhou observed that within the tribe, every female and juvenile was thriving. None had perished. How delighted he felt, grinning broadly as he walked. Were it not for his position as chief, needing to set an example for his kin, he would have laughed loud enough for the entire tribe to hear. As he began to return, he spotted Feng Ye's sprinting figure. Initially, he thought it resembled someone, but upon closer inspection, he confirmed it was indeed him. Feng Yi, who typically remained in the cave, was not there today. Feng Zhou worried something had happened and hastened to follow him. To his surprise, he found Feng Yi at another male's dwelling, demanding fruit. With a fierce demeanor, he hesitated to approach. He had assumed that Feng Yi, now with a partner, would cease such behavior, yet he was as brazen as ever. Taking a deep breath, he contemplated intervening to pull Feng Yi away, but the male cheerfully presented all his fruits. Feng Zhou noted that Feng Yi did not take all the fruit. There was little to begin with, just a few pieces. He glanced into the beast's skin bag, which was already quite full, and decided it was time to return. The male was elated. Aside from training, Feng Yi was seldom seen, yet today he had come to acquire fruit from him. Seeing the joy radiating from the male's eyes, Feng Yi offered a perfunctory remark. It's cold outside. You should head back. The male beamed even brighter. I'll head in right away. Brother Yi, come by to play if you have time. If not, I'll come find you. Feng Yi instinctively frowned. What could he possibly find amusing about this male? Wouldn't he rather return and embrace his own Qingyu? However, having just acquired items from others, he considered that Qingyu might desire something in the future that they did not have at home, so he reluctantly nodded. As he turned to leave, he spotted a Bo's figure not far ahead. He paused, noticing a Bo's intense focus on the beast skin bag. Take some back for Shan, he instructed. Feng Zhou observed the large beast skin bag, bulging with contents, and though he did not approach, he could tell it was filled with many items. How many males' caves did you visit to gather so much fruit? Feng Yi pointed out the nearby peaks. I checked every male living alone without a partner. These mountains have been mostly cleared. If you want more, seek elsewhere. Feng Zhou pondered how Feng Yi could still be so shameless. How could he even do such a thing? Yet he found himself at a loss for words to express his thoughts. You knew me well enough. Some things are better left unsaid. Do you want these fruits or not? If not, I shall take my leave. Go on, go on. I still have some at home. Feng Zhou waved him off, choosing to ignore whatever nonsense Feng Yi was spouting. He quickly departed, wishing to avoid any further irritation. Once the figure disappeared from sight, Feng Zhou recalled he had informed him that this year, no female or juvenile had perished during the cold wave in the tribe. Well, Feng Yi would likely guess, and he could share it gradually when he had the chance. With this comforting thought, his spirits lifted as he strolled back home. Upon returning to the cave, Feng Yi placed the fruits in their usual spot. As he entered, he noticed the bird loitering at the cave entrance, though this time it remained silent. Paying it no mind, he proceeded further inside, only to have Qing Yu open the door from within, holding a handful of rice. Feng Yi turned, and as he had suspected, the bird seemed ecstatic, nearly ready to take flight, its beak opening and closing incessantly. You didn't call when I returned, but now that my partner is here, you can't stop chirping. Even a bird is trying to steal my person. I'll have to pluck your feathers soon. Why frighten it? Qing Yu questioned. Initially, when it was cold, she would venture out to feed the bird, but Feng Yi, fearing she might catch a chill, took over that responsibility. Yet somehow, this bird only called when it was hungry or when it saw her, but remained silent upon seeing Feng Yi. She attributed this behavior to the bird being captured by Feng Yi, leaving it with a lingering fear. Feng Yi, however, was indifferent to the bird's attitude toward him. He was merely displeased by its joyful demeanor towards Qing Yu. As the weather gradually warmed, the bird had begun to seek its own food, meaning it would no longer require feeding. If it grew too plump, it would be unable to fly. Qing Yu found herself at a loss for words. Even the bird's calls seemed to upset him. She scattered the rice in her hand, yet the little bird, perhaps not understanding Feng Yi's words, flitted about without eating, continuing to chirp incessantly. With a puzzled glance at Feng Yi, it seemed to inquire, "What is wrong with you today? Aren't you going to eat the rice?" Feng Yi dried his hands with a towel and glanced at it, implying that he would be departing, asking Yu to keep these items for him, promising to return during the cold wave. Huh? Qing Yu doubted the veracity of his statement. This bird is quite intelligent. During the warm season, with an abundance of food, it can afford to stay away, but when the cold wave arrives and food becomes scarce, it will naturally seek you out, having grown accustomed to your feeding. Qing Yu looked at the bird, realizing it viewed her as a long-term source of sustenance. Even the birds are diligent in securing their long-term provisions. She was unaware of how many degrees below zero it was outside, yet clad in thick fur, she could venture out for a while. Unlike before, when merely standing at the cave entrance, the wind seeping through the cracks felt suffocating. Qing Yu squatted at the cave mouth, observing the bird call for a while until it finished its meal and then took flight, casting a few glances back at her. For several days thereafter, Qing Yu did not hear the bird's calls nor see it return for food. Only then did she confirm that Feng Yi had spoken the truth. It had indeed ventured out to fend for itself. After nurturing it for so long, hearing its voice daily, the sudden silence felt somewhat unsettling. Her partner would frequently check at the cave entrance, and Feng Yi found it amusing that she had formed an attachment. Rest assured, it will return during the cold wave. He no longer restrained Qing Yu from going outside. As long as she did not linger too long, he would not object. She wondered whether the bird was male or female, and if it would lay eggs in a few months. Feng Yi could not claim to have any particular fondness for the bird, had it not been for Qing Yu's desire to feed it. He would not have allowed it to reside there. If it were to lay eggs, he would retrieve them for her to eat. Chapter 189 promises even more excitement. After such a prolonged period of care, it was natural for feelings to develop. For instance, she now found herself desiring eggs from other birds rather than those from this particular one. If it were to lay eggs, keeping them would provide a touch of joy during the monotonous days of the cold wave, watching them flutter about outside. Speaking of eggs, she thought of chicken and duck eggs. The variety available here was exceedingly limited. She had only tasted them during the warm season, courtesy of Feng Yi, who had climbed trees to procure them. She sketched the patterns of ducks and chickens and presented the drawings to Feng Yi. Have you seen these animals? If you have, and know where to find them, please bring them back. They would lay eggs. Qing Yu enthusiastically described their habits, pointing at the duck, stating that one enjoys swimming while the other fears water, capable of flight, but not for long distances. Capturing and raising them would ensure an abundance of eggs in the future. Feng Yi observed closely, pointing at the creature that could fly, albeit not far. He seemed to have seen it before, but whether it could lay eggs remained uncertain. He would seek it out later. If it could not reproduce, they would simply eat the meat. This creature was small, covered in fur. Had it not been for boredom, no male would have bothered to catch it. Qingyu was merely inquiring out of curiosity, not expecting much, but upon hearing that Feng Yi had seen it, her interest piqued instantly. She chattered incessantly, and Feng Yi smiled as he listened attentively. After she spoke for a considerable time and finally fell silent, he assured her that if he encountered it, he would certainly capture it. Seizing the moment when Qingyu's desired items were prepared and he had some leisure time, Feng Yi went to tend to the cave by the water's edge. One day, Qingyu looked outside and noticed the mist had lifted, revealing distant landscapes. Without having eaten, she retreated to bundle herself warmly before rushing outside to breathe in the fresh air. This time, she could linger longer since Feng Yi had left early for unknown reasons. If he were at home, his watchful gaze would make it impossible for her to stay out for long. Although the weather was warming, she stepped outside each day. But today, without Feng Yi's presence, she felt particularly at ease. It was akin to being confined in a dark place for too long. Everything appeared delightful. The outside air was still frigid, yet it did not dampen her spirits. The frost-laden earth was beginning to thaw, with tender shoots emerging, and Qingyu knelt to caress them. Soon, she would have wild vegetables to eat, finally free from the monotonous diet of large white fruits and dried wild vegetables. After such a lengthy period of yearning for fresh greens, she felt nearly driven to madness. Having spent a considerable amount of time outside, she estimated that Feng Yi would soon return and turn back toward the cave, timing her return perfectly. She had just warmed herself when Feng Yi appeared at the cave entrance. The excitement on her partner's face made Feng Yi aware that she had been outside for quite some time. Now, aside from the enjoyment of outdoor play, nothing else seemed to captivate her attention. When Qingyu caught sight of him, she immediately averted her gaze, pulling a sulky expression. Feng Yi strode over, intending to take her hand, but she turned away, presenting him with her back. Is she still upset? Qingyu continued to ignore him, leaving Feng Yi at a loss. He glanced at the scattered skins beside him, licking his lips. I will take care of these things from now on. I will prepare them for you in a few days. Feng Yi felt that he could not bear the entire blame. His partner held significant responsibility. The two had slept soundly the previous night. As usual, he had held her close, caressing her favorite spots. Little did he know that his actions had angered her, prompting her to wake and seek the thick thread, wrapping it around her hand in circles. He was initially taken aback, but then a thought struck him, one that he could not suppress. Thus, he indulged, mimicking her actions with the thick thread. This was his first time doing such a thing, and, naturally, he was quite excited. One instance led to another. His partner's eyes turned red from crying, her voice hoarse. From that night until now, she had not spoken to him. He pulled her into his embrace, softly murmuring that he was wrong. Tonight, let me know what you wish. I promise to remain still, and you may do as you please. He distinctly remembered her sulking yet alluring demeanor. Qingyu only wished to slap him across the face, dreaming last night was insufficient. She yearned for more tonight. Recalling the previous night's scenes, she wished to bury herself under the covers and not emerge. Her hands were immobile, and her attire had long since become disheveled. Nothing was covered as it should be. Feng Yi's fervor left her both startled and thrilled. Every thought she entertained, he seemed to anticipate. The fire pit blazed fiercely, and they had explored every conceivable position until she was left weak and unable to move. Certain areas bore the marks of his bites, still faintly aching. She truly wished he would pin her down, delivering slap after slap to make him experience the same. Sighing, she turned away from him, unwinding his arms from her waist to go eat. Feng Yi felt exhilarated, his spirits high, yet he dared not express it, fearing her wrath. He sat beside her, eagerly serving her food. Qingyu ate with her gaze fixed ahead, deliberately avoiding looking at him. Feng Yi stood up, retrieving a wooden chicken and duck he had fashioned from somewhere. Qingyu glanced at it, unable to resist a second look. To her astonishment, he had crafted it remarkably well, just from her single sketch. However, she was still upset and resumed her meal. Feng Yi remained unfazed, placing the items beside her bowl. Do you like it? If so, I will make more. Feng Yi was eager to be as attentive as possible. Qingyu remained silent, and Feng Yi felt a headache coming on. She had been angry before, but never this difficult to appease. Even now, she remained shy. Why not strike me a few times? But not on the face. You adore this face too much, and it would look unsightly if injured. Hearing his shameless remarks, Qingyu nearly lost her composure. Feng Yi, perceptive as ever, sensed her wavering resolve and relaxed slightly. If he intended to say more, Qin Yu feigned continued annoyance, urging him to refrain. In an instant, Feng Yu recalled the words he had whispered in her ear the previous night. Qin Yu felt exceedingly bashful and implored him to cease speaking. However, her instinctive reaction and the tension in her body nearly drove him to the brink of madness. His gaze fell upon her crimson lips, her throat moving as she swallowed, and his eyes darkened with desire. Upon witnessing that expression, Qin Yu instantly discerned his thoughts. Her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed uncontrollably. Setting down her chopsticks, she hurriedly made her way to the Kong, burying herself beneath it. The scene replayed in her mind, rendering her breathless. Feng Ye, observing his partner's silhouette, clenched his teeth, struggling to suppress the urge to pin her beneath him. After gulping down several sips of water, now lukewarm, he sat for a while, feeling a tad more composed. Qin Yu had previously thought Feng Ye to be shameless, speaking whatever came to mind, and engaging in numerous antics she believed were thrilling enough. Little did she know, there were even more exhilarating surprises in store. Chapter 190. What is this anxiety about? As Qin Yu pondered, her frustration mounted, and she knew that prolonged suppression could lead to health issues. Thus, under Feng Ye's deep gaze, she began to dress, arming herself with a bone knife before heading out. Feng Ye followed closely behind, watching as she dashed around the hillside. Fortunately, the ground was strewn with dry grass, much of which had been blown down by the wind. Otherwise, she would have vanished from sight. The deeper she ventured, the taller the grasses grew, prompting her to halt. Though she was well covered, the foliage could not touch her, yet she resolved that her anger should not be directed at herself, but rather at Feng Ye. Struggling to extricate herself from the thicket, she spotted him standing there, smiling. She initially wished to smile back, but restrained herself. Handing him the bone knife, she requested a thick, sturdy vine, one he couldn't possibly break. Feng Ye, perplexed, queried the purpose of retrieving such a vine. To bind me? He inquired, bemused. Qin Yu denied it, claiming she intended to craft a hammock at home, one that would be flimsy and likely to break over time, causing someone to fall. In truth, she had no intention of creating a hammock. She sought an opportunity to securely bind Feng Ye to the Kong and torment him thoroughly. Having contemplated this at home, she realized that thick threads twisted together could not restrain him, so the vines from outside seemed more reliable. Feigning ignorance, Feng Ye accepted her reasoning and complied with her request, seeking out vines that would be nearly impossible for him to escape. Observing his retreating figure, she felt a mix of amusement and frustration. Since she had already ventured out, there was no turning back now. Uncertain if the chill would return, she seized the opportunity to find Yunduojie. This time, she did not linger at the cave entrance, but stepped inside directly. Yunduojie was pregnant, thus there was no fear of encountering anything inappropriate or overhearing forbidden conversations. Yunduo had grown weary of staying within the cave. In the past, she would have ventured out by now, but her current condition kept her confined, as Xioning forbade her from leaving. Although she recognized the wisdom in staying put, the prolonged confinement inevitably bred restlessness. Upon hearing a knock, she assumed it was Xioning returning and responded irritably. What are you doing? Do you need to knock to enter your own cave? It's me, Yunduojie, came the unwelcoming voice from within. Qin Yu suspected another quarrel had ensued between her and Xioning. Just as she hesitated to state she was merely passing by, the door swung open. The person inside wore an expression that transformed from fierce to joyful upon seeing her. Yunduo first peeked outside, scanning for others, and upon seeing only Qin Yu, exclaimed dramatically, "My Qin Yu, you finally came to find me. You cannot imagine how much I have missed you in this cave." Yunduo, intent on enveloping her in a grand embrace, was swiftly met with Qin Yu's hands steadying her shoulders. "Let us go inside first. The entrance is chilly with the wind." As they moved further into the cave, Qin Yu took note of Yunduo's transformation. Her joy from pregnancy gave her a radiant glow, her complexion lighter than during the warmer seasons. She wore loose animal pelts, and it was unclear whether her belly had begun to show. Noticing Qin Yu's gaze linger on her abdomen, Yunduo, in a bold display, loosened her animal pelt. "My belly has indeed begun to show. Take a look." The garments beneath were scant, prompting Qin Yu to hastily pull the pelt together. No, I'm merely curious. You can share about it without undressing." Being pregnant was uncomfortable, and one must be cautious not to catch a chill. Qin Yu wiped away non-existent sweat from her forehead, bemused by Yunduo's ever-spirited nature. Yunduo understood that the cave's warmth would mitigate any immediate concerns. With a broad smile, she listened to Qin Yu express her care. After a long separation, Yinduo admired Qinyu's youthful face, noting that her eyebrows and eyes remained unchanged, yet she appeared remarkably beautiful. Now that the cold front has arrived, you need not rely on Yi Ji for warmth. You've been living quite well these days, haven't you? Yinduo teased, noting Qinyu's fair, flushed complexion, implying she had been well cared for. The mention of being well cared for triggered memories of the previous night, causing Qinyu to nearly cover her face in embarrassment. She resolved to halt her thoughts. Otherwise, her face would not only flush but also turn pale. Yinduo's eyes sparkled with envy, while Qinyu found herself a loss for words. Shifting the conversation, she remarked, "For the past few days, I've been stepping out briefly each day. But today the fog has lifted and it feels warmer, so I came to check on you." Yinduo recognized Qinyu's attempt to divert the topic. Yet the way Qinyu spoke was reminiscent of her demeanor when she used to shy away from Yiji. Yinduo's gaze turned enigmatic as she circled around Qinyu. Just as Qinyu anticipated a bold remark, Yinduo sighed. Before she could inquire further, Yinduo blurted out, "Ever since I became pregnant, Xioning has not been intimate with me. I can't help but think about it. One night, I couldn't resist and touched him all over. If it were the old days, he would have pounced on me, but Xioning actually ran away." As Yinduo continued her lament, sitting on a stone bench, the wooden bowl on the table clattered loudly. Qinyu stood dumbfounded, snapping back to reality upon hearing the noise, recognizing the stark contrast between their situations. One was excessively sated, while the other was starved for affection. Contemplating Yinduo's pronounced belly, she gently advised, "You are carrying a child. Xioning must be cautious not to harm you. Once your baby is born and you regain your strength, countless joyful days await you." She was aware that in modern times, pregnant women could engage in lighter activities during the later months, but she remained uncertain about the customs here. Logically, women in this world had larger skeletal structures, suggesting minimal risk. However, the strength of men posed a significant concern. Should they become overly passionate, it could lead to danger. In the tribe, some pregnant women did engage with their partners, and she had heard of many such cases. Yet, Xioning emphasized the need for caution. Yinduo sighed, expressing her confusion. "At first, when I became pregnant, I felt irritable. Even the slightest touch from Xioning would infuriate me for quite some time. But soon after, I started yearning for his closeness, wanting to undress him, to kiss and touch him. What on earth is happening?" Qinyu felt her hair nearly being pulled out in frustration. She too was baffled by this phenomenon. Could it be that pregnancy heightened one's desires? Did the prolonged absence of intimacy create such longing? Chapter 191, Big Brother. Why not ask? The two friends conversed for a long while, sharing amusing tales of the cold front-s occurrences within the cave. Observing Yinduo's anxious demeanor, Qinyu found herself torn between laughter and restraint. The following day, Qinyu awoke and first checked the weather outside, finding it as clear and warm as the previous day. After breakfast, she began to pack her belongings, preparing to learn medicine formation. Fengye extracted a bag and effortlessly packed all the necessary items inside, lifting it with ease. With one hand holding onto his partner, Qinyu, they leisurely strolled outside. The previous day, when Qinyu returned from Yinduo Jie, Fengye had brought back numerous vines, each the size of his arm, which had quelled her anger. As they ambled along the path, Qinyu admired the scenery by the roadside, her spirits elevated. Upon their swift arrival, Muyu was somewhat taken aback. In her view, Fengye would not typically bring Qinyu over so promptly before the peak season. "And, starting today, I will be learning from you," Qinyu said cheerfully, relieved to be free from the confines of the cave. Fengye relayed their conversation to Muyu, emphasizing that if Qinyu grew weary from her studies, she could take a few days off. Muyu rarely expressed exasperation towards Fengye, yet she couldn't help but glare at him. Qinyu would be dining here both morning and night, making things unnecessarily complicated. Regarding the matter of rest, Muyu asserted that as long as Qinyu dedicated herself to learning, all matters could be negotiated. Fengye remarked, "If I don't supervise her meals, she eats only a little each time." Muyu, uninterested in his complaints, led Qinyu further inside. If Qinyu decided she no longer wished to study, it would undoubtedly relate to Fengye. Previously, Qinyu had approached Anne to discuss herbal medicine, but her knowledge was limited. Now, observing the various herbs, her head began to spin. It was important to note that herbal supplies were still fairly scarce, and once the warm season arrived, the varieties would proliferate. Maintaining a calm mindset, she reminded herself that there was ample time and that diligence in her studies would suffice. With nothing pressing to attend to, Feng Ye settled onto a nearby stool, his gaze shifting constantly to follow his partner's movements. Mu Yu cast a disapproving glance at the pair and promptly sent Feng Ye away. If you have nothing to do, go find your brothers or visit your uncle. Feng Ye, feeling a headache coming on, protested silently. Could he not simply sit there? Perceiving his thoughts, Mu Yu spoke coolly. You sitting here and fixating on Qing Yu has caused her to glance back at you numerous times in such a brief period. How could she learn like this? Continually turning to look at you will not aid her studies. Qing Yu wished she could cover her face. Being teased in such a calm tone by an elder felt rather uncomfortable. She waved at the still figure. Please, just go. If you have nothing to do, you can go home and sleep. With both of them insisting, Feng Ye reluctantly rose, reminding his partner to have a proper lunch and that he would return for her in the afternoon before turning to leave. Qing Yu obediently nodded. Mu Yu shook her head, acknowledging that Feng Ye was not wrong. The two were indeed quite attached. Feng Ye made his way to the training area where Feng Yin and the others were. Observing that none were slacking off, all were diligently engaged in their exercises, and he joined in. Initially, their training was merely a light practice, but with the arrival of the eldest brother, it escalated significantly. If anyone showed even a hint of negligence, they would face consequences. Feng Ye first chose to spar with Feng Yang, finding little enjoyment in fighting Feng Chuan and Feng Ming, as they had their habitual tactics. If they could not win, they would simply lie down. Each year, Feng Ye trained the males, imparting not only techniques, but also a fierce tenacity. Feng Yang, of course, was no match. His imposing, beastly form rolled several times on the ground, emitting a roar. This roar transformed their one-on-one duel into a chaotic brawl. Despite their efforts to maintain control, each participant sustained their share of injuries. Feng Ye touched the bloodstains on his face and cast a cool glance at Feng Ming. His partner was too tender to claw at his face. It had been scratched by Feng Ming's claws. Feng Ming, seated on the ground, rubbed his waist and, upon noticing his elder brother approaching, realized the situation was dire. Elder brother, you cannot blame me for this. With so many of us gathered, my claws could have hit anyone. It was beyond my control. Besides, how can you be sure it was me? It could have been Feng Yue. Who clawed me? I can't quite discern, Feng Ye retorted just as Feng Yue lunged at Feng Ming, ready to strike him. The tension was palpable, and the spectators remained motionless, watching the two wrestle on the ground, expressing their bewilderment. Feng Ming, sensing the shift, rolled away, and Feng Yue finally relented. Feng Ming did not stray far, knowing their uncle would reprimand him upon returning home. He paused at a moderate distance, continuing to massage his waist and inwardly lamenting the unfairness of the situation. Why is it that despite everyone being injured, I am the one who receives punishment from elder brother? I sustain injuries and must run far away to avoid being hit. Having an elder brother like this is truly disheartening. Aside from Feng Ming retreating to the side, the others gathered together in conversation. When will you both form a pair? Feng Ye lazily inquired as he reclined on the ground. Feng Yang and Feng Hu exchanged glances. We wish to do so soon, but our father remains unyielding. They expressed their frustration. While others brought their partners home directly, their own partners could not be taken away. Feng Yin also lay back, gazing skyward. During the cold wave, our father mentioned that we were unprepared at home. Thus, after training, we spent our time gathering supplies. Now that we have everything, Feng Hu asked again, only for our father to remain silent, leaving us puzzled as to his intent. Indeed, Feng Chuan nodded. Elder brother, why not inquire with our father? Feng Ye turned to meet his expectant gaze, smirking softly. You need not look so hopeful. The others chuckled, and Feng Chuan added, Elder brother knows our father holds me in the least favor. I dare not pose such a question. A few scoldings would be mild. I might even be struck. Previously, he had not perceived their father as so fearsome, but since training commenced this year during the cold wave, even his basic walking had drawn reprimands. Feng Ming also took an interest in this matter. During this time, aside from training and gathering supplies, he frequently sought out Mianyu, their bond blossoming, naturally wishing to bring her home soon. Their return depended on Feng Zhou's decisions. However, Feng Yin was fond of the female who resided at home, causing everyone to turn their gaze towards him. Feng Hu spoke up, it is no longer cold. When will you bring your partner home? Everyone was aware of their relationship, and since it was brought up, they naturally wished to inquire further. Feng Yin surveyed each individual present, unable to suppress the smile on his face. Clearing his throat lightly, he said, I have already brought her home. Chapter 192. I refrained from mentioning it, fearing you would be too envious. At this revelation, the atmosphere shifted. Even Feng Ming rushed over, unafraid of being reprimanded by Feng Ye and Feng Hu. You kept that under wraps quite well. We trained together daily. When did you go to fetch her? Indeed, you brought her home and didn't even inform us. Feng Yin, you seem to be flaunting it, having brought your partner back, yet still possessing such vigor. The surrounding chatter grew chaotic as Feng Yin smiled brightly. In the eyes of Feng Hu and the others, it was particularly irksome. They longed to confront him. A few days ago, just before nightfall, it was a plan we had long established. Since Zuanbao is now allowed outside, it was only natural to bring her home promptly. As he spoke, Feng Yin's expression softened. I believe it is still quite chilly outside. She will come to see you in a few days. Zuanbao suggested we tidy up the cave first. As for why didn't he mention it? Feng Yin's gaze swept across their faces. Look at your expressions. I feared you would be too envious. The group began to grind their teeth in frustration. Should we confront him together? Feng Yin, perceptive, understood when to draw the line. As for why he still had such vigor during the day, it was simply because he cared for his partner. Among them, only Feng Ming felt the most aggrieved. Casting a resentful glance at his second brother, wishing he could bite him. I spend most of my time with you, and yet you did not inform me. Feng Yin was tempted to deliver a few punches, retorting, what do you mean by most of your time? You spend the majority of it seeking me and you. The refrain echoed. I feared you would be too envious. Feng Ming was infuriated. His second brother had brought back the stored treasure, yet he was not the first to know. His gaze shifted to the motionless figure lying there. The term big brother resonated in everyone's ears, each interpreting it in their own way. Feng Yin found it amusing. Despite often being on the receiving end of beatings, when it came to matters, he still sought out his elder brother. Feng Yi, upon hearing the convoluted voices, furrowed his brow again. They were on the verge of having companions, yet they still needed to communicate effectively. How have I not communicated properly? Feng Ming retorted. You surely understand my intentions. Feng Hu went to find a bow, who remained silent. If Feng Chuan and I had gone, we might have already faced a beating. But you are different. When a bow scolds you, you retaliate. Feng Yi truly wished he could swat him dead. He immediately sat up. Feng Ming's body reacted faster than his mind, instinctively retreating to let his second brother shield him. Feng Yi ignored him and turned his attention to Feng Yan, whom he understood well enough to know that his taking back the stored treasure was not surprising at all. Your sister-in-law has already gone to a shun to learn medicine. In due time, when the stored treasure is free, she can start her studies earlier. A shun will likely have informed their companions, so I'm just mentioning it. Feng Yin was aware of this and replied, I will ask when I return. He certainly felt reluctant, but since he had to be out during the day, leaving the stored treasure alone at home would be tedious. If they both went together, it would be quite pleasant for conversation. Noticing the eager gazes directed at him, Feng Yi pressed his forehead. The females had already matured, yet he wondered what a beau was thinking. They had already discussed what to do next, and in a few days, the training schedule would become less demanding. Next would be the tasks of tilling the earth, seeking herbs, picking fruits, and drying them. There was much to do. It would be wise to find time to take care of this matter and discuss it with a beau when he arrived. With the words of the elder brother, everyone was filled with elation. Indeed, this year was busier than previous ones. Feng Yin pondered, recalling what they were doing at this time last year. It was either chores assigned by their father or running about the hills. In truth, cultivating was not difficult given the male strength. With ample numbers, it became manageable. However, picking fruits was a hassle. Once ripe, they needed to act swiftly. Feng Yang had previously dismissed it, but having witnessed firsthand how quickly the males gathered fruits during the cold wave, he realized that if they were even slightly slow, only leaves would remain on the trees. Feng Yang's words drew nods of agreement from the others. There are not too many fruits in the tribe, nor are there too few. Previously, many fell to the ground due to a lack of knowledge about preserving them. Now that everyone is aware of the methods, speed is essential. We should focus on the nearby hills. If that is insufficient, we can search outside the tribe. Feng Yu nodded in approval of this approach. There were designated males to gather herbs, which was not a major concern. As for bartering goods with other tribes using fire pits, they had long since devised a plan. They decided to release news halfway through the warm season. Once other tribes observed the impending arrival of the great wind season and cold wave, they would feel pressured. Offering them minimal time for contemplation would be advantageous for the Juqinglang. As Feng Yi listened to their discussions, he began to contemplate venturing out more often to see where the fruits were abundant, particularly those favored by Qingyu. He also wanted to gather more wild grass for Qingyu to enjoy. Feng Zhou, observing from a distance, saw them slacking off, some sitting, others lying down, an unseemly sight. He then directed his gaze at Feng Yi, who had come over but seemed to join in the laziness. He quickly approached, intending to ask if they had not yet received enough beatings. Despite their injuries, the youngsters were wide-eyed and focused on him, glancing sideways to see that Feng Yi, lying on the ground, was also hurt. It was evident they had recently fought and were now resting. Each of the youngsters chimed in, their collective message indicating that they needed to bring their companions back soon. Noticing his silence, Feng Ming chose a fitting spot and declared loudly, "Second brother has already returned with the stored treasure. We must also bring our companions back. Elder brother has stated that we will be quite busy ahead, so we should take advantage of the current lull and bring them back early. Perhaps before long, we will have offspring of our own. And then you need not oversee our training constantly. We will have you teach our children." Feng Yin chuckled softly, and laughter erupted throughout the gathering. Feng Zhou mused on how naive he was to think that offspring would come so easily. One could not simply wish for them. Nevertheless, if they did arrive, he would certainly be willing to teach. Despite doubting the veracity of Feng Ming's words, he knew Feng Yi held a similar sentiment. Though he appeared languid and motionless, he was quite clever. Indeed, he shared the same desire, though he was annoyed by the lack of seriousness in their training. Every day, they seemed solely preoccupied with bringing their companions back, which exasperated him. Thus he refrained from engaging with them. Feng Zhou said nothing, but Feng Yi understood his implication. If he were opposed, given a Bo's character, he would have already refused. His silence indicated agreement. Sitting up quickly, he noted that after the males returned from the great wind season's hunting, they had delivered a significant amount of game, which was now piled outside the cave. As the weather warmed, it would spoil. A Bo should choose a time for them to bring their companions back, allowing everyone to enjoy a proper meal together. They would soon be busy. Chapter 193, A Dream Once Unimagined. With the eager expressions on the youngsters' faces, Feng Zhou had not intended to refuse. The original plan was to allow them to bond once the weather became warmer, yet they were all urging him to hasten the process. In a few days, once the females donned thicker clothing, they would not feel the cold. This was the very sentiment they had been waiting for, and they erupted into cheers. Seeking companions daily was hardly sustainable. Soon they would be able to see them at home. Who would not desire that? Feng Yi understood this feeling all too well. He too looked forward to seeing Qing Yu upon returning home. Deep down, Feng Zhou felt a sense of joy. Last year, he had fretted over when Feng Yi would find a companion. Yet just days later, he had Qing Yu by his side. Among the youngsters, he considered Feng Yin and Feng Yang the most reliable, so he harbored fewer worries. For the others, he could not shake his concerns. Now that the cold wave had arrived, the females and children need not fear the chill, and the males' training time had increased. Food availability had also improved. Soon, the youngsters would have companions, a prospect he had never dared to dream of. It was undoubtedly a cause for celebration. Feng Zhou cast a few glances at Feng Yi and addressed the other youngsters, reminding them that even with companions, they must continue to fulfill their responsibilities. "Do not emulate your elder brother," Feng Yi retorted, "nor can I emulate you. Their companions would surely suffer." The banter continued, and as each spoke, Feng Zhou's expression darkened. Amidst the merriment, the cave where Qing Yu and Mu Yu resided remained tranquil, occasionally punctuated by Mu Yu's gentle voice. After Feng Yi's departure, Qing Yu concentrated intently, diligently listening to Ashun's detailed explanations, fearful of forgetting, and took careful notes. When Qing Yu produced her writing board and materials, Mu Yu, though silent, felt quite satisfied. She was eager to teach Qing Yu, and seeing her earnestness brought her even more joy. Mu Yu was a remarkably gentle and patient person, an excellent teacher, and even assisted her in writing unfamiliar characters. Initially, Qing Yu had a decent grasp of remembering things. However, as she began learning to write, she found herself somewhat flustered. Fortunately, she had studied diligently with Feng Yi at home for a period. Otherwise, being unable to write most characters would have been quite disheartening. Just moments ago, everything had been fine, but when it came to writing, her youthful brow furrowed, prompting laughter from Mu Yu. "Before I learned medicine, I also knew only a few characters. I was taught by the previous shaman. I was just like you, but it will get better with time." This was no mere consolation. It was the truth. Many of the females who studied medicine alongside her had not persisted for this very reason. There is an overwhelming amount of knowledge to absorb, and after a prolonged period of study, one may feel utterly bewildered and gradually lose interest. However, after receiving encouragement from Aishin, she found renewed motivation. Had it not been for Feng Yihua dedicating so much time to teach her calligraphy, she would indeed be at a loss at this moment. Mu Yu openly expressed her sentiments regarding Qing Yu. The few offspring she bore would scarcely have the chance to converse with her as they grew. If they were not assigned tasks, one might hardly catch a glimpse of them. Pursuing a medical career is inherently time-consuming. Patience is key. During her midday meal, Qingyu took a brief respite before resuming her studies. Mu Yu, concerned about her adjustment to the new learning environment, refrained from overwhelming her with excessive conversation, merely advising her to revisit what she had discussed earlier and then busied herself with her own tasks. Qingyu heeded this advice, solidifying her theoretical knowledge to ensure her practical skills would flourish. After diligently reviewing her materials, she noticed Aishin was occupied and took on some tasks herself, allowing her mind a moment of relaxation. By the end of the day, she surprisingly felt a twinge of soreness in her shoulders, a testament to having lounged at home for too long. As she prepared to leave, Qingyu turned to Mu Yu and inquired whether the selection of female candidates for medical training within the tribe had been finalized. As Mu Yu glanced over, she heard the question and chuckled, already anticipating Qingyu's inquiry. After all, she was brought back by Yin Duo, and virtually everyone in the tribe was aware of this. Given that many females in the tribe were acquired through exchanges with other tribes, or even through raids from the west, it was indeed uncommon to find one brought in from outside. Their close relationship made the question quite natural. The selection of females within the tribe was nearly complete. However, those residing on this mountain could come to learn whenever they desired. Han Han was currently preoccupied with caring for her young, and it would be some time before she could visit. As for Yin Duo, who was expecting, Miyu thought that once the weather turned warmer, she would come alongside Jinjun and others. Qingyu's face blossomed with joy as she expressed her gratitude to Aishin, promising to relay this delightful news to Yin Duo and encourage her to visit once the weather improved. Muyu affectionately ruffled her hair, indicating she would await the right moment. It was time to head back, for if they delayed any longer, Feng Yu would come seeking her. On the gentle walk back, Qingyu felt a renewed sense of vigor, having already informed Yin Duo of her intent to study medicine with Aishin. Yin Duo had expressed envy, noting that the matriarch's energy was limited and the selection of females would not be extensive. She wondered if she would be chosen. Although Qingyu remained silent at that moment, she contemplated in her heart the possibility of asking Aishin. As Feng Yu made his way to retrieve his partner, he noticed an unusual bounce in his step. Why so cheerful about studying medicine? So early? He had expected to wait outside for a while. Qingyu rushed forward, handing him her notes from the day and taking his hand to lead the way. Learning is a gradual process, a marathon rather than a sprint, as Aishin had often advised, emphasizing the importance of not overexerting oneself. Feng Yu nodded, warmed by the sight of his partner's vibrant demeanor. It was then that Qingyu noticed a scratch on his face. "Who scratched you?" she asked. Feng Yu replied, "I had a scuffle with Feng Yin and got caught in the crossfire. It will heal in a few days and won't hinder your studies." With time still on their side, they strolled slowly back. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Qingyu pulled Feng Yi forward, asking if they were going to find Yin Duo. She confirmed that Aishin had said that if Yin Duo wished to come, she was welcome. Feng Yi had grown accustomed to Qingyu's inclination to involve Yin Duo in her joys, as he acknowledged that his significance to Qingyu was paramount. Xiaoning was at home, and Qingyu had no intention of lingering, wishing only to convey Aishin's message before departing. Aishin had reassured her that, being with child, there was no rush. After some time, she could visit. Yin Duo, however, had forgotten what else Qingyu had said and only recalled that the matriarch had invited her to study medicine. A flurry of thoughts raced through her mind. "Surely, Qing, you had shared something with the matriarch." "Thank you, Qingyu," she said, tears glistening in her eyes. "Without you, I wouldn't even know if I had this opportunity." Studying medicine would empower her to address any health issues her family might face in the future. Having previously lived in the West, she understood the hardships faced by females. She had considered herself fortunate to have become Xiaoning's partner. Now, not only was she expecting a child, but she also had the chance to pursue medical studies. Overwhelmed with excitement, she found herself momentarily speechless. Understanding where her partner's heart lay, Xiaoning gently patted her arm. "This is a wonderful opportunity. Just focus on your studies." In Chapter 194, Qingyu affirmed Aishin's intentions, clarifying that the decision had long been made and was not contingent upon her. Observing Yin Duo on the verge of tears, she sought to lighten the mood with cheerful conversation. Regardless of circumstances, they could embark on this medical journey together. Their cave was in close proximity to Aishin's abode, and in the future, Xiaoning could accompany her. Their shared studies would foster mutual support, with Qingyu always keeping an eye on her, allowing Xiaoning peace of mind. "You are correct. Knowing you two will be together reassures me greatly," Aishin said, alleviating any worries. They playfully bantered to cheer Yin Duo, who oscillated between tears and laughter. Feng Yi and Xiao Ning exchanged silent glances, understanding each other's thoughts as they patiently awaited the continuation of their conversation. As Qin Yu and Feng Yi did not linger for long, a sudden thought struck Qin Yu as they walked. I've noticed you and Xiao Ning are quite busy. It's rare to see you together, and even when you do, there is little conversation. Feng Yi chuckled, explaining that the dynamic between males is different from that of females like her and Yin Duo, where one would seek the other out for endless conversation. But friends should communicate more to understand each other's lives and feelings better, Qin Yu insisted. Feng Yi shook his head, asserting that it was not the same. With my younger brothers, I have to consider their needs and observe where they may be lacking. Xiao Ning and Li Qi are different. We typically do not spend time together unless necessary. When we do, it's to assist each other. Their shared history forged a connection. A mere glance or gesture sufficed for understanding. Qin Yu expressed envy, recalling a close friend from her junior high days. However, upon entering high school, they found themselves in different schools, and the connection faltered. Initially, they would share stories from school at regular intervals, but as time passed, their communication dwindled. And Qin Yu sensed her friend no longer relied on her as before. While she too made new friends, she never forgot the bond they had forged. For the experiences of that age remain etched in memory. It was neither regret nor longing, merely a recognition of distance growing between them. As she began to work part-time in high school and continued through college, her relationships with classmates became neither too close nor too distant. She pondered whether her busyness was the sole cause or if her temperament played a role. Gradually, she accepted that some shortcomings were simply part of life, for her focus was on earning an education and bettering herself. Qin Yu admired the nature of their relationship, where contact was not essential, yet help was always given when needed. Feng Yi, noticing her distant gaze, gently squeezed her hand to draw her back to the present. What are you pondering? He inquired. I am contemplating the friends I will meet in this life and the people I will cherish. It is all a part of a grand design. The essence lies in mutual pursuit, sharing common interests and thoughts, while embracing each other's flaws for lasting companionship. Feng Yi smiled silently, reflecting on their union. Our togetherness is the finest arrangement, for without it, we would not have become partners. Although their relationship began with playful persuasion and cheekiness, ultimately, they had forged a bond that mattered most. Qin Yu felt a mix of affection and exasperation at Feng Ye's smug expression, wishing to playfully pinch him. I recalled another matter. Did Aishin not grant us a favor? Surely Abo would not speak ill of her, for he is known for his unwavering integrity. Feng Yi, how could you entertain such thoughts? If Abo dared to reprimand Aishin, she would undoubtedly retaliate with a couple of slaps, and she would not hold back. Due to Abo's emphasis on reputation, Feng Yi chose not to voice his thoughts. This cannot truly be deemed as favoritism. Should any of you struggle with your studies for too long, Aishin would still allow you to return. In the tribe, if the selected females cannot endure, they will seek others. If someone is particularly eager to learn, their parents will also approach Aishin and Abo. Furthermore, do not be deceived by Aishin's gentle demeanor. When angered, she can be quite fierce, and there is no need for concern. After nodding, Qin Yu paused, casting a doubtful glance at him. Aishin possesses such a delightful temperament. In contrast, Abo has a rather volatile disposition. Although he refrains from scolding me, he has not held back his ire towards you all. When Abo becomes enraged, Aishin will gently counsel him, and Qin Yu has yet to witness her in a state of anger. Although Abo appears stern to outsiders, he is mostly just verbally formidable towards us. Even if he resorts to physical reprimands, they are never excessively harsh. Aishin, however, rarely loses her temper. If someone provokes her, she will find a way to deal with them. If you are not earnest in your medical studies, the consequences will soon become apparent. Qin Yu began to feel anxious, realizing that she must remain focused in her studies. Feng Yi found his little partner to be quite perceptive, knowing when to be docile. All your little temperaments are directed at me. Qin Yu found it hard to refute, as the people of this mountain were indeed kind to her. Why would she lose her temper without reason? It would be wiser to contemplate how to enhance their lives. Only you provoke my anger. Rest assured, if anyone seeks trouble without cause, I will drive them far away. Feng Yi excels in this regard, showing no courtesy to anyone. Otherwise, the number of males and females on this mountain would not be so scarce. While Feng Yi's words on the Kong may not be trustworthy, his other statements are quite credible. Qin Yu nodded and praised him earnestly. Feng Yi gritted his teeth at the flattery, finding the compliments rather insincere, akin to when Umo and Yulin sought his assistance. Qing Yu assumed that Sister Yun would take some time before visiting, yet she came to find her the very next day. Upon seeing Qing Yu's gaze fixed intently on her belly, she proudly stated that she was in good health, merely studying medicine, and had no issues whatsoever. Currently, she was not out foraging for herbs. The matriarch was a shaman, and she felt quite at ease in her company. Qing Yu slapped her forehead, realizing that there was no place safer than Aishin's abode. Upon arrival, the two ceased their jovial banter, each adopting a serious demeanor. Yin Duo understood that opportunities were rare. Unless she was unwell, she would never slack off. Mu Yu treated both equally, though her attention was primarily on Yin Duo due to her pregnancy. The atmosphere in the cave was harmonious, and Qing Yu assumed that only she and Sister Yun would be present for the coming period of study. However, an unfamiliar female arrived, leaving the two of them exchanging puzzled glances. Who could she be? Chapter 195. Once we are full, we shall return home. Qing Yu and Yin Duo did not recognize the newcomer, but Mu Yu certainly did. Before any introductions could be made, Feng Yin emerged from the side, holding a pile of items that were evidently gathered for Feng Yi. Having prepared some of the things Qing Yu requested, Qing Yu recognized the items instantly, momentarily caught off guard. The individual Feng Yin brought was undoubtedly his partner. How swift indeed. They had only just become partners and were already here to learn. Gunbao. Siyuan Bao's eyes fell on Qing Yu, and she joyfully nodded, cheerfully calling out, Aishin, Disa, Sister Yun. Upon arriving, Feng Yin had already informed her of who would be present, allowing Siyuan Bao to quickly discern who was who. Feng Yin took Siyuan Bao's hand, eager to introduce her to Disa. But before he could speak, Mu Yu unceremoniously urged him to leave. There were not many people present, and they would become familiar soon enough, so he should head back. Feng Yin had yet to utter a word, yet Siyuan Bao winked at her partner, signaling that all was well. Qing Yu now believed Feng Yi's assertions. Aishin was particularly serious when it came to medical studies. During their first meeting, all three could not help but observe one another, and upon realizing it, they stifled laughter. After receiving a glance from Mu Yu, they all settled down. The midday break was brief, and after eating, they had to complete the unfinished work from the morning. Only on the way home did they find time to converse. Yin Duo's first remark was, You just became partners with Feng Yin. How come you are here already? Aren't you tired? What is amiss? Reflecting on her own experience of lounging at home after forming a partnership with Xiaoning, Qing Yu felt a sense of understanding. Although she did not lie around every day, her body bore many marks, and she often found herself outdoors. The moment Yin Duo spoke, Qing Yu knew what was on her mind. Covering her forehead with her hand, she lamented that this topic was inevitable no matter where they were. Siyuan Bao was quite spirited, but even she felt a hint of shyness. Having just formed a partnership with Feng Yin, lowering her voice, she remarked, It wasn't due to pain. I simply stopped. Qing Yu and Yin Duo exchanged glances, both having always thought Feng Yin to be taciturn and cold, only to discover his gentle side. Siyuan Bao appeared bewildered. How could Feng Yin be cold? He was simply delightful. He remained there, gazing at Yin Duo, eager to hear more. Qing Yu recalled Sister Yun's previous words about Feng Yi being either hunting or fighting, pulling Siyuan Bao along. She casually remarked that aside from Xiaoning, all other males in Sister Yun's eyes were either fierce or cold. I have grown accustomed to it. You will too in time, she reassured. Siyuan Bao nodded, indicating her understanding, believing that Feng Yin was indeed the best. Yin Duo mused that her statement was not entirely incorrect. Feng Yin had concealed himself quite well. He brought you here without mentioning it. How did you two hit it off? Her curiosity was evident. Noticing Siyuan Bao's gaze occasionally drifting towards her, Qing Yu silently assumed the role of an observer, fearing that Siyuan Bao might inquire about her relationship with Feng Yi. Gunbao Lauet Li. Recalling how she used to roam every mountain with Feng Ming, seizing an opportunity to wave at him as he passed by. Once, when Feng Yin heard her call and turned around, his body continued forward, resulting in a collision with a large tree, leaving quite a sizable bump on his head. It was truly hilarious, and thus, they found mutual affection. Upon hearing about Feng Yin's bump, Qing Yu nearly burst into laughter. Unable to contain her amusement, she remarked how delightful they were. Feng Yin was rather composed, and Siyuan Bao's vivacious nature complimented him perfectly. Ha ha ha! Yin Duo could hardly contain herself, doubling over with laughter. The three men who had just completed their tasks had yet to approach, but they could hear the laughter and conversation. They all turned to Feng Yin, inquiring whether the bump on his head had subsided. Xiaoning teased him. Feng Yan remained unfazed, calmly retorting that the marks Yin Duo had left on him not long ago had likely faded by now. Feng Yi stood in place, listening to their banter, awaiting their discussion to conclude. Before long, the females and offspring who had remained in the cave for an extended period could finally emerge. The warm sun shone down upon them, coinciding with the day of Fengyang and others' partnership celebrations. Qingyu also welcomed her first break after her studies. Such a joyous occasion warranted an early departure. The previous day, Fengzhou had sent Fengyang to find a relatively flat and spacious area, with firewood and game already prepared. The game was cleaned and skewered, roasting over the fire. By the time Qingyu and Feng Yi arrived, most had already gathered. Everyone from this mountain was present, including some unfamiliar faces, likely relatives from Asian side, creating quite a lively atmosphere. Feng Yi went to see if there was anything to be done, while Qingyu sought out Sister Yan for some fun. It is said that there is little amusement to be found. It is merely a gathering to gossip. They have long since become familiar with Feng Ming and their companions, and Qingyu has memorized the names of several of them. Feng Yang Zhenzhen, Feng Yun Sheng He, Feng Yuan Xing, Feng Hui Yu, Feng Chuan Sui Yin, Feng Ming Mianyu, and Feng Yin Si Yuan Bao. Today marks a delightful occasion for them, with each couple intertwined, prompting Qingyu to refrain from joining. The males present busied themselves with their own matters, exchanging playful banter. Yin Duo smiled warmly at those about to form partnerships. In the tribe, once a decision to become a couple is made, it is customary for them to retreat to the cave with the males, making such gatherings quite rare. The vibrant atmosphere felt distinct. Qingyu nodded, recalling the day she and Feng Yi became partners, which was also lively, albeit with the humorous and mischievous duo causing trouble, resulting in a rather severe beating. Feng Yi circled the area before returning to his partner, noticing her curious gaze flitting from one thing to another. Each year, during the warm season, Abo would summon everyone to gather, inquiring about their plans for the year. It is only now, with the weather being suitable and everyone free, that such gatherings take place. Afterwards, everyone will return to their individual pursuits. Yin Duo understood this. It was simply about sharing food and conversation, something she and Qingyu frequently enjoyed. Today, a smile had not left Feng Ming's face as he attentively prepared food for Mianyu, his eyes steadfastly fixed on her. He had found a partner rather early. By the time his elder brother was his age, he was still out fighting. Not to mention finding a partner. Even approaching him was a daunting task. There was always someone better. He sliced the meat into small pieces, mixing it with salt water and fruit before skewering it for roasting. He had not been so meticulous before, but watching his elder brother do so had inspired him to learn. Offering the aromatic roasted meat to Mianyu, he gazed at her intently. Mianyu, we are partners now. Eat more meat. Once you're full, we can head home. Chapter 196 took a rather peculiar turn. Mianyu intended to nod, but she sensed that the actions of those around them had suddenly frozen. Who made that sound of laughter? Everyone present erupted into laughter, causing Mianyu's face to flush crimson. Noticing his partner's embarrassment, Feng Ming felt reluctant. His gaze swept over the laughing group, and he bellowed, "What is so funny? You all with partners should be thinking about going home instead of sleeping outside." Mianyu gently tugged at Feng Ming's skin, her head lowering further. "Stop talking," she urged. As the laughter intensified, "All right, let's just eat our fill and leave. Let them laugh here," Feng Ming conceded. Feng Yi handed roasted meat to Qingyu, and seeing her smiling face, he couldn't help but smile back. With nothing pressing to attend to, Qingyu pulled him down to sit beside her, and they savored their meal. The gazes of Feng Yang and the others were now fixed on their respective partners, making it awkward to approach. Feng Zhou glanced around. Now all the young ones had partners, alleviating his concerns on that front. Once one has a partner, they tend to think and do more, so they must avoid returning to their previous erratic ways. No one paid him any mind, as Muyu chuckled, expressing her disdain, and then began to reflect. There was nothing to worry about. Feng Yi used to either roam outside or sleep soundly, but ever since he had Qingyu, he had learned to do everything. They were not foolish. If they did not know something, they would ask. Muyu earnestly advised, now that you have a partner, you should temper your temper, communicate more, and refrain from resorting to violence. Feng Zhou nodded, recalling that this was advice given when the young ones were small. They were told that they couldn't be hit while they were still young, and that such matters could be discussed when they grew older. Now that they had all matured, it was no longer an option. Qingyu was enjoying the nth piece of roasted meat prepared by Feng Yi when she turned to see Feng Ming and Feng Yang rising with their partners, ready to return home. Newlyweds could hardly wait a moment longer. Qingyu pretended not to see and continued to focus on her meal. After such an extended cold wave, she had naturally been roasting food at home, but she felt that what was prepared now tasted far superior. Feng Zhou was conversing with a male of similar age when he glanced over, noticing that the young ones were nearly out of sight. Only Feng Yi remained, swiftly roasting the meat. After finishing her meal, Qingyu bid farewell to them and took Feng Yi's hand to leave. Feng Yi, too, wished to linger no longer. It was a rare occasion for his partner to refrain from riding today, and he wanted to spend more time with her. She was actually feeling sleepy. Perhaps it was due to the cold wave, as she had grown accustomed to waking early for her medical studies and returning in the evening to review her lessons. She had been sleeping later and always felt she had not rested enough. After a quick wash, she lay down on the calm. The midday warmth was pleasant, with only the mornings and evenings being chilly. Each day, Feng Yi would embrace her, eliminating the need to stoke the fire. Feng Yi completed his washing with remarkable speed and lay down under the covers, when he saw his partner adjusting her position to snuggle into the already warm spot. She wrapped herself tightly in the blanket, leaving only her small head exposed, causing Feng Yi some distress. "Are you really not cold?" he inquired. "A little. But once I warm up, it'll be fine," Qingyu replied, not daring to move as she lay there. Feng Yi decided to stoke the fire. His little partner had mentioned that everyone had ceased using the heated Kong long ago, and she needed to adjust gradually, lest she become increasingly sensitive to the cold. However, he thought otherwise. The heated Kong was designed to prevent the females and young from suffering in the cold. If they grew accustomed to the cold, they would not fear it, and there would not be so many females and young perishing. The Kong gradually warmed, and Qingyu began to feel drowsy. This time, Feng Yi did not disturb her, knowing she was exhausted. He waited until her eyes closed and her breathing steadied. He seemed to be unable to get enough of her, planting gentle kisses on her face before lying down beside her to sleep. With his partner asleep, he could do nothing else. Outside, Feng Yi remained alert, but at home, cradling his fragrant and soft partner, he slept deeply. Thus, when he felt something being placed upon him, Feng Yi did not even open his eyes. This facilitated Qingyu's task. She used the vines that Feng Yi had cut to bind him entirely. Originally, she had not anticipated this, but upon waking, she found it was nearly dark, and the person beside her had yet to awaken. She poked his face several times without eliciting a response, and a sudden idea struck her. While she knew it was impossible to bind Feng Yi, she could not suppress the urge to try. Once she finished, wiping the sweat from her forehead, she gazed at her handiwork with great satisfaction. Upon lifting her head, she found Feng Yi's green eyes fixed upon her. Uncertain of how long he had been awake, Qingyu was unfazed, pinching his chin upward. He enjoyed having his chin pinched. The sensation was quite pleasant. Feng Yi regarded the person above him, his teeth slowly clenching. Initially, he had not thought much of his little partner's actions. However, as time wore on, her playful antics prevented him from sleeping, leading him to open his eyes to see what she was doing. As it turned out, his little partner had circled around him countless times, and the animal hide had become twisted due to her movements, exposing a large expanse of soft skin. "Aren't you cold?" Feng Yi asked laboriously. "Not cold," Qingyu replied without even glancing at him. "The Kong is warm, and it took quite some time to bind you with the vines. So I've been moving around a lot. I'm not cold at all. But I am cold," Feng Yi thought, not lowering his gaze, aware of his own nakedness. He had grown accustomed to sleeping this way, finding it quite comfortable. Qingyu's gaze drifted to a certain part of him, questioning how this could be cold. It seemed rather heated. Her fingers inched closer, and, as expected, she felt his body tense. She smiled at him with a sense of triumph. "I've tied you up in several places with the vines. You mustn't struggle, or else the Kong will be ruined, and it'll be terribly cold at night." Qingyu spoke leisurely, successfully witnessing Feng Yi's expression darken. This transformation from passive to active seemed quite strange in her mind, as she realized it was becoming increasingly peculiar. Feng Yi now found himself immobilized, unable to move his hands or feet, while his little companion was thoroughly prepared for the task at hand. The incessant nudging of her head against his chest made him acutely aware of what torment truly felt like. "Qingyu, come down. The vine might snap and hit you." However, she was too engrossed in her play, ignoring his calls entirely. Battling the overwhelming urge to lose his composure, Feng Yi exerted force in his arms. And with a decisive snap, the robust vines broke apart. Before Qingyu could comprehend the shift, the two had swapped positions. Feng Yi peeled away the bothersome skin from his companion, reaching her small trousers, and paused midway through the removal. He closed his eyes, his tone now beyond mere gritting of teeth. "You are bleeding." "What? That's impossible." Qing Yu was bewildered. She typically experienced bloating days before her cycle. Yet this time, there is none. Chapter 197. At this moment, was he still trying to pry her legs apart? The disbelief in her companion's eyes prompted Feng Yi to apply more pressure, followed by the sound of fabric tearing. Sweat had begun to bead on his forehead as he lifted her trousers to show her. Before Qing Yu could even lament the loss of her garment, she noticed a crimson stain. The firelight in the cave was dim, yet it illuminated the undeniable droplet. Feeling faint, she anxiously asked, "When was the last time I bled?" Unable to recall specific dates, she knew her cycle was imminent whenever her abdomen felt swollen. Additionally, with Feng Ye's keen sense of smell, he could detect the slightest hint of blood, causing her to lose track of time. "I cannot remember either," he replied. He would always know immediately if she bled, but the timing eluded him. As he pried her legs apart, intending to investigate further, Qing Yu pushed him away with force. "Why are you still prying my legs apart? Don't push me." He had not detected any scent of blood. He merely wished to get a closer look. Qing Yu was riddled with anxiety, her emotions stripped away, and she could hardly push him away. Without uttering a word, she delivered a swift kick to his chest. Clenching the blanket tightly, a myriad of thoughts raced through her mind. Since high school, her body had always reacted in some way before her cycle. And even in the beast world, this seemed different. Could she be pregnant? Reflecting on the last time, she struggled to remember. The last time she and Feng Yi had been intimate was a few days prior. Could this have led to a miscarriage? That seemed unlikely. Reactions typically took days to manifest. Their interactions had not been particularly vigorous. She could distinctly hear her heart racing. "We must find A.E." Quickly dressing, she insisted Feng Yi squat down to carry her. Feng Yi, startled by her sudden urgency, had already set aside his earlier concerns and complied. Throughout their journey, she remained silent, her fear palpable. Feng Yi still could not comprehend the situation. She had bled before, but was it due to bloating or pain? Or perhaps leg or back discomfort? Most of the time, her bleeding coincided with abdominal swelling, with only occasional pain. Yet, she often experienced leg and back soreness. So he decided to inquire. As Qing Yu was about to share her suspicions, Yi interrupted. "What brings you here?" Last year, Qing Yu had informed her about foraging herbs and leaving seeds behind to see if they could sprout. Mu Yu had checked on the plants and was now on the way back. Feng Yi quickly interjected, "Qing Yu is bleeding. She hasn't spoken a word the entire way, so it must hurt terribly." After stating this, he strode ahead, urging them on. Qing Yu shared her thoughts, and Mu Yu hurriedly followed. Feng Yi halted, perplexed by the shift in conversation from bleeding to the possibility of pregnancy. Inside the cave, Mu Yu, still catching her breath, held a piece of skin soaked in fruit juice, observing the two. She thought perhaps Qing Yu was so eager for a child that she mistook the juice for blood. Words failed her. The more she spoke, the more heartbroken she felt. However, she directed her ire at Feng Yi, tossing the item at him. "You can't see what this is?" Feng Yi, in that moment, was nearly overwhelmed with frustration. How could he have noticed whether it was blood or fruit juice? "Next time, I will be more observant." A few days prior, Abo had mentioned how Qing Yu's idea for a heated stone bed had prevented any of the tribe's young females from freezing to death. He had invited her to his cave, offering her anything she desired. But what treasures could one find in his cave? Nothing compared to what they had at home. He had not been interested. He mentioned that if anything novel arose, he would let her know. The animal skins were of no use to Qing Yu. Yesterday, Abo had returned with several red fruits, leaving 2 for A.E. and taking the rest for himself. When his companion returned, he effortlessly split the fruit in half and offered her some. The fruit was soft, and when squeezed, the juice flowed abundantly. With a casual flick, some of it splattered onto her small trousers. Feng Yi leaned against the heated stone bed, licking his lips as he watched his companion, lost in thought. What on earth was happening? "It's all right now. Let us return." Qing Yu breathed a sigh of relief, genuinely fearing she might be pregnant and suffer a miscarriage. The thought made her want to weep. Yi's darkened expression made her feel somewhat ashamed. Their blunder had left her anxious as well. "Hey, I apologize. We will be more careful next time." She shot Feng Yi a glare. As the weather warmed, the midday sun shone brightly, and all the washed clothes hung outside to dry. It was curious how Feng Yi had managed to splatter the juice solely on her undergarments. Mu Yi waved them off. "You two should return. Take a deep breath. In the future, if anything arises, come to me promptly." Both were still young and inexperienced, and Mu Yi worried they might be unaware if Qing Yu were indeed pregnant. Qing Yu nodded obediently, deciding not to have Feng Yi carry her any longer, instead pulling him along. A Yi's displeasure was evident. If they lingered, Feng Yi would surely face reprimand. Mu Yu was genuinely angry, questioning why they couldn't remember anything. When was the last time you bled? They could not recall. When was the last time you were intimate? Feng Yi readily responded, saying it had been quite a while. Leaving it at that. What did you eat and drink? They replied they had eaten and drunk water. Was that the information she sought? She wanted to know if they had consumed anything unfamiliar. The two were left dumbfounded. Exiting the cave, Feng Yi still felt a Yi's gaze fixed on his back. He was at a loss. What else could they possibly eat other than meals and water? He wondered if he had accidentally brushed against Qing Yu's abdomen. He could not keep his hand on her for too long. Each embrace required him to be more cautious with his strength. Had he truly touched her belly, his skin would be riddled with scratches by now. Feng Ye's frustration mounted, while Qing Yu pondered his earlier actions of prying her legs apart, which were merely to ascertain if she was bleeding. She felt a smile bubbling within her, but stifled it, as she caressed her abdomen. Recalling how Feng Yi had urged A.E. to take a look at her concerns, she couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. I will ask A.E. to check my pulse. Feng Yi sighed, considering that returning would only result in further reprimands from A.E. Very well. Qing Yu cheerfully pulled him back, thinking that since they were already there, it was essential to confirm her condition for peace of mind. Chapter 198. Are you foolishly joyful, or simply discontent? Qing Yu sat upon a stone bench, extending her hands outward. Annie, when was the last time I bled? Although I can hardly recall. It seems like a long time has passed. Please take another look for me. Qing Yu clearly understands what Mu Yu is thinking, and this also gives her a headache. She had just contemplated taking a pulse, but seeing Qing Yu's dazed expression, she feared that revealing the truth might distress her. Thus, she resolved to teach them how to take a pulse tomorrow, while she would examine it thoroughly herself, as it would not be very obvious. And Qing Yu would not overthink it. To her surprise, they returned again, having witnessed many females in the tribe yearning for offspring. Mu Yu thought that although Qing Yu had gained a little weight, she still appeared quite small, and the likelihood of her being pregnant seemed slim. With a subtle sigh, she sat down and earnestly took Qing Yu's pulse. As she continued, the sensation felt increasingly off, and Mu Yu's brow furrowed tighter. After examining both hands, she confirmed that Qing Yu was indeed pregnant, albeit the signs were not yet pronounced due to the short duration. Feng Yan noticed Annie's expression, his brow also furrowing deeply. Annie, if you have something to say, just say it. Why are you frowning so tightly? His heart was racing, pounding within his chest. He had never considered taking a pulse to be frightening, but now he found it rather alarming. Qing Yu was also anxious, as everyone said that visiting the doctor was most dreaded when the physician's brow was tightly knitted. She no longer doubted her pregnancy. Rather, she feared she might be afflicted by a terminal illness. Mu Yu withdrew her hand, casting a few glances at the two of them, thinking it was all a farce. But unexpectedly, it turned out to be true. Qing Yu was indeed expecting. Although Mu Yu was momentarily astonished, having seen many pregnant females before, she quickly regained her composure. Without glancing at their faces, she continued to speak. During pregnancy, one should refrain from mating, as vigorous movements from the male could jeopardize the offspring. Exhausting labor should be avoided, and one must not become angry. Proper nourishment and rest are essential. Qing Yu was momentarily stunned, only perceiving Auntie's lips moving, but she could not discern what was being said. Once Mu Yu finished speaking, she cautiously asked, Annie, am I really pregnant? Her tone was filled with trepidation. When she had seen that splash of red on her trousers, she had indeed entertained the thought of being with child. However, upon realizing it was merely fruit juice, that notion was swiftly dismissed. She wanted Annie to take another look. Being naturally cautious, she needed confirmation to feel at ease. And indeed, she was pregnant. Mu Yu ruffled Qing Yu's hair, a smile breaking through her face. She was truly going to be a mother. She turned to the impassive figure standing nearby, asking, Did you remember what I just said? Feng Yan at this moment was also struggling to comprehend. Initially, he had thought Qing Yu was merely experiencing discomfort and had brought her to Annie for assistance. Upon arrival, he discovered that Qing Yu was worried about being pregnant, and the realization that the stain on her trousers was just fruit juice gradually eased his anxiety. They had intended to return home, but upon noticing his partner's unease, he wanted to take another look, only to find out she was expecting. Seeing him silent, Mu Yu playfully slapped his arm. I'm talking to you. Why are you in a daze? Feng Ye stammered that he was still processing the information. Grasping his short hair, he repeated what Mu Yu had said, assuring her he had understood. Although he had been momentarily bewildered, he remembered her words perfectly. Suddenly inspired, he wandered around the cave, and Qing Yu's gaze followed him, filled with confusion. She was pregnant. Shouldn't Feng Ye be delighted? Instead of embracing her, he was wandering around the cave, searching for herbs. Before she could even feel irritated, she saw him approaching with a large bundle of herbs. Fengye felt as if his mind was in a whirlwind, yet he also seemed to be pondering something far off. He piled the collected herbs onto the table, recalling Auntie mentioning that these were beneficial and could be cooked for consumption. Now that Qingyu was expecting, such considerations were paramount. She should eat more to nourish herself. Looking at the heap of herbs, most of which Qingyu recognized by name and function, they were either for invigorating blood flow or highly nutritious. She reminded herself that Fengye was unfamiliar with these herbs. He merely intended for her health. Closing her eyes to calm her emotions, she understood that during pregnancy, these herbs could not be consumed indiscriminately. Muyu nearly gasped for breath. It was not that she was reluctant, but rather, what kind of herbs had he brought? Get away from here, Qingyu asserted. You're right. One should not consume random herbs while pregnant, so do not bring her anything unfamiliar. Muyu, concerned, turned her gaze to Qingyu's face in this regard. You must heed my advice. Do not take Fengye's word for it. If there is anything you don't recognize, absolutely do not consume it. Qingyu nodded, indicating her compliance. Fengye, feeling their scrutinizing gazes, realized even he understood that these herbs should not be given to his partner. I promise, Auntie, I will not give Qingyu anything unfamiliar. Watching them depart, Muyu felt conflicted about whether to rejoice or worry. Rejoicing that Qingyu was expecting, knowing this was different from others, as they were family. But troubled that Fengye seemed dazed by the news, as though his mind had stalled, wanting to offer her anything he deemed beneficial. Although she had voiced her concerns, she remained uneasy and hurried after them. Qingyu, from now on, you will eat here with me. You haven't eaten yet, so have something before going back. Qingyu chuckled, returning to embrace Muyu affectionately. Auntie, don't worry, I'm not foolish. You just mentioned that the wild vegetables we usually gather are safe to eat. I absolutely won't touch anything unfamiliar. Being someone who fears greatly, upon realizing she was pregnant, she certainly needed to clarify what was safe to eat and what was not. Anything deemed unsafe would be completely avoided. Muyu, seeing Qingyu's understanding, gave her further instructions. Remember my words. Bring anything unfamiliar to me first for examination. If there's anything inedible, I will have your uncle look for it. I will check back in a few days. Always keep this in mind. Concerned, Muyu's tone lost its usual calmness. Qingyu felt warmth radiating through her. It was rare to have someone who cared for her so deeply. She felt incredibly fortunate. Seeing her nod, Muyu finally allowed them to leave. Throughout the journey, Fengye wanted to say something but struggled to find the right words, appearing both dazed and foolish. This reaction left Qingyu both amused and perplexed. Fengye, are you blissfully silly, or are you unhappy? Chapter 199. The dusty and disheveled Fengye. Fengye's gaze fell upon her face, his eyes fixated on hers. If he misspoke, she might scratch his face. I am not unhappy. On the contrary, I am exceedingly happy. Just a bit bewildered by the suddenness of it all. How could he not be elated at the thought of his partner being pregnant? Having been together with Qingyu for so long, he rarely exhibited such a dazed demeanor. Since learning of her pregnancy, Fengye had been somewhat out of sorts. His palm caressed her belly, feeling the presence of new life within, evoking an indescribable sensation. Upon returning home, she remained in a state of excitement, sitting on the stone bench while resting her chin on her hand. Winter was approaching, and she needed to prepare warm clothing for the child. If it were a girl, she would have to craft many tiny garments using the finest silk thread, ensuring they were soft enough to not irritate delicate skin. Additionally, she planned to make numerous diapers to avoid running short. Once the milk fruits ripened, they should be gathered in sufficient quantity for storage. If it were a male cub, they would initially be in beast form, covered in fur, so she would prepare vests that would allow freedom of movement while keeping them warm. Noticing his partner perched uncomfortably on the stone bench, Fengye carefully lifted her into his arms, realizing it was better for her to lie down. Qingyu, even in a state of bewilderment, was aware that her partner was in need of sustenance. She turned around to prepare her beloved's favorite dish. Fengye was aware of his mother's concerns, but felt no other emotions. The sensation of his partner carrying their child was utterly unique, leaving him somewhat lightheaded. As they lay beside each other at night, he gently placed his hand on her belly, afraid to move too much, merely resting it there. The warmth radiated through, and Qingyu placed her hand over his. The touch was welcome, as long as he did not press too hard. Fengye, who usually feared applying too much pressure, kept his hand light, yet she still felt uneasy and softly admonished him. He remained silent, carefully enveloping her in his embrace. whispering to himself that they were indeed going to have a child, his heart brimming with excitement. Qingyu nodded, meeting his verdant gaze, and they both broke into silly smiles. She had prepared herself for a life without children, yet here she was, expecting. Was it the zhengli gua that had altered her constitution? After consuming the zhengli gua, she had indeed grown taller and stronger. Qingyu bit her lip, choosing not to dwell on it. Fengye remained awake until dawn, rising with the first light. Venturing outside the cave, he surveyed the path he had crafted and meticulously trimmed the tender shoots sprouting nearby with a bone knife. After a restful sleep, Qingyu felt remarkably rejuvenated. Following breakfast, she lingered at home for a while before deciding to continue her medical studies. Fengye's gaze swept over her abdomen. Although nothing was visibly discernible, he could not help but look. He suggested she take a few days off or perhaps resume her studies after the child was born. Qingyu found his concern amusingly exaggerated, reminding him that Yunduo also attended classes daily. She was in good health and could not idle away her days at home. The path was not challenging, and remaining in the cave did not entail exhausting labor. It was perfectly manageable. Fengye furrowed his brow. As other females with child were accompanied by their partners in leisurely pursuits, whereas his companion could not be deterred. He reminded her not to forget that Aisheng was a shaman, and nowhere was as secure as her presence. After a while, Fengye acquiesced. Aisheng had assured him yesterday that Qingyu's health was excellent, and that she should continue to walk regularly. Today, only she and Yunduo had come. Abo and Fengyan were on leave, and thus, Zuanbao was absent as well. Yunduo was bubbling with excitement, having learned that Qingyu was also expecting. They envisioned their future offspring playing together, dividing their time between their own activities and those of their children, secure within the tribe, free from danger. Should their children lose track of time in their play, they would send Xioning and Yega to find them. Qingyu envisioned this scenario, curious about how Fengye would react. If they had a female child, they would invest more time in nurturing her with care. As she grew, Qingyu would allow her to accompany Fengye on outings. Male offspring, on the other hand, would naturally spend more time with their father. They would learn hunting and training, requiring Fengye's guidance to adapt swiftly. Yunduo agreed wholeheartedly, asserting that if she bore a daughter, she would ensure her happiness, unlike her own childhood filled with fear. Male children would need to learn skills early to avoid being bullied. Muyu had assumed Qingyu would revel in her joy for days and would not visit for a while. To her surprise, she arrived even earlier than usual. The first order of business was not to instruct them, but to assess their physical well-being. She decided to shorten their daily study sessions so they could return home for rest sooner. Learning was a monotonous endeavor, and the hours passed quietly. Aisheng had them return early, and as Fengye had not yet arrived, the two made their way back slowly. Along the way, they heard a commotion ahead, instinctively knowing it was Fengye at work. After only a few steps, they encountered Fengye and Xioning, both covered in dirt, evidently having come to fetch them. Fengye frowned, realizing they had started early but still failed to catch up. He was already sweating from labor, his upper body bare. He contemplated lifting Qingyu, but abandoned the thought. Qingyu reached out to brush the dust from his hair, and before she could voice her concerns, Fengye explained. The uneven ground was difficult to navigate, and he and Xioning had come to remedy it. When he had initially laid stones outside the cave, Qingyu had remarked how challenging it was to find appropriately sized, smooth stones. If only there were small pebbles, they could lay them down directly. They would keep the ground dry during rain and provide a level surface. Seizing the opportunity, he had searched but found the stones were too far away. He had just returned, having dropped them on the ground, and rushed to fetch his partner. Qingyu knew where there were small pebbles, though they were somewhat distant. She promised to seek assistance from the males tomorrow to expedite the process. As she led him forward, they spotted a pile of small stones, evoking an indescribable feeling within her. The paths on the mountain were not particularly easy, but with time, one grew accustomed to them. As long as it did not rain, one generally would not slip. They could take their time to improve the path. She could manage. But if it rained and the ground became slippery, she would refrain from going. Qingyu felt a pang of concern for him, running back and forth daily, with endless tasks ahead and no time to rest. Fengye shook his head, recalling that while working on the stones outside the cave, he had resolved to do this. However, he had hesitated to leave her side, intending to complete the task when time permitted. Once Fengye had decided on a course of action, he seldom wavered, prompting Qingyu to caution him. Do not overexert yourself. A narrow path will suffice, no need for it to be too wide. Chapter 200 arrived, and she insisted on a few more affectionate gestures. Qingyu continued her studies as usual, while Fengye enlisted several males, successfully leveling the path within 2 days. Subsequently, Fengye remained tirelessly occupied, while Qingyu had documented the method for planting rice. Last year, Abo had identified the location and cleared it, removing most of the roots and stones. Now nearly every hill was being cultivated, bustling with activity. Fengye, Fengyin, and Fengming transformed into their beast forms, their claws tirelessly tilling the soil. The male strength made this task relatively easy, and after turning over a large plot, they redirected water to the area. Once the seedlings reached the appropriate height, they would transplant them. The three worked diligently, eager to complete the task without slacking. The seedlings were somewhat insufficient, prompting Fengye to scatter seeds freely, as any empty space was still an opportunity for growth. Fengyin surveyed the fruits of their labor, expressing satisfaction. Zhu and Bao had initially been unaccustomed to rice, but had grown fond of it over time. With this harvest, they would have plenty for a long while. If it proved inadequate, they could always venture out to gather more. Fengming, sitting nearby and scratching his head, had thought his life's purpose was solely hunting, fighting, and protecting his kin. He never anticipated that he would also have to cultivate rice, adding another task to his list. He slumped there, sighing, but his spirits lifted as he watched his elder brother inspect the seedlings he had cast aside, feeling a mix of apprehension and determination. Fengye was intent on completing these tasks while also needing to return to fetch his partner, and he was exceedingly busy. He found Fengming's leisurely demeanor quite irksome. While laziness was tolerable in the past, it was unacceptable now that he had a partner. Noticing his brother's disapproving glance, Fengming sought to appease him, stating, "Brother, the rice has been planted. Shall we take a break?" Fengye found a clean water source and washed his hands meticulously, scoffing at the suggestion. "Fengming, your sister-in-law has said that now that you have a partner, I will not hold back like I used to. However, if you fail to find anything to do, I shall take you out and give you a beating, and no one will witness it. Hence no one will know of your punishment." Fengming felt a pang of injustice. He understood that fruit must be harvested, yet many of them remain unripe, and picking them now would yield nothing palatable. The baigua to feed the jiao show remains, and it suffices to gather some grass periodically. They even managed to catch a few of the egg-laying birds, so they could afford a few leisurely days. They had previously agreed on what tasks to undertake, and he had listened attentively, keeping it all at the forefront of his mind. Fengyin pointed to the lush green sprouts nearby, reminding him that wild vegetables are tender now and should be collected and dried. Once dried, these would diminish in quantity, so they ought to gather as much as possible. While they might not consume it, their partners certainly would. Fengming had thought of everything, but this wild vegetable is not merely wild grass. The Sa insisted on calling it wild vegetable. Fengyi was nearby, weaving a vine bag, searching the mountain, with Fengyin and Fengming mimicking his actions. They had seldom foraged for wild vegetables before. Some they recognized, and others not, but they knew much less than their elder brother. Following his lead was undoubtedly the right choice. Qingyu now accompanied Yin Duo, going to the mountains together in the morning and returning in the afternoon. Upon reaching the cave, they discovered several bags of wild vegetables placed outside, many of which had been uprooted with fresh soil still clinging to them, tightly packed together. Fengyu was indeed unperturbed by the details. Upon seeing that Yigu had returned with wild vegetables, Yin Duo knew that Xiaoning would also have gathered some, and it was unacceptable to leave them in such disarray. After greeting, she departed. Qingyu first returned to the cave to fetch a soft cushion, armed with a rather dull pair of scissors. She had earlier asked Feng Yi to try making these, making numerous adjustments until they finally resembled something useful. She clipped the tender tips, shaking off the soil before setting them aside. Outside the cave, there were no large stones, so when Feng Yi returned, she would ask him to fetch some large leaves to dry the wild vegetables upon. The heat of this season was not akin to modern times. The temperature escalated gradually. Here, once the cold wave subsided, the fiery sun swiftly ascended into the sky, baking everything in its wake. Hearing the sounds of footsteps, Qingyu knew Feng Yi had returned. He must have run quite a distance to gather these wild vegetables. Otherwise, he would not have transformed into beast form, for he detested the heat above all else. He not only carried wild vegetables, but also brought back leaves. "Why are you back so early?" Aunt brought the cotton rain and them to gather medicinal herbs. "Sister Yinduo and I are both with child, so we returned first." Fengyi refrained from asking further. Tossing the wild vegetables aside and sitting close to her, observing his partner moving away, he expressed his discontent. "I merely wish to be near you. Why are you sitting so far away?" Qingyu, now clad in a skirt due to the weather, could feel the warmth radiating from him the moment he drew closer. This year, she was particularly sensitive to heat. Being near him felt akin to standing by a furnace. "I am afraid of the heat." Feng Yi licked his lips, pulling her close. "I'm not afraid of the heat. You simply sit here with me. I will handle this." He understood that the tender parts of the wild vegetables were the most delectable, but it was far less cumbersome to uproot them entirely and then trim the tender tips later. Qingyu leaned up and kissed his cheek, gazing at him. Feng Yi cast her a glance before discarding the items in his hands and lowering his head. "Come, kiss me a few more times." Noticing her hesitance, he took charge, firmly holding her head and kissing her passionately. Heaven knows how he had endured during this time. The inability to mate was one thing, but even at night, Qingyu would push him away after a few kisses. Frustrated, yet amused, Feng Yi was torn between emotions. Their eyes met, and Qingyu swallowed hard. Given his previous demands, he had truly been pent up during this period. Yet there was no other option but to endure. "There are 2 heated beds at home. Perhaps you should sleep on the other?" she tentatively suggested. This was genuinely for his benefit. When she first discovered her pregnancy, he could maintain his composure. However, as time passed, it became increasingly challenging. Moreover, with his nightly kisses and touches, he was left with a pent-up longing. Wasn't this sheer torment? Feng Yi did not share this perspective. He simply recognized that his partner no longer wished to share a bed with him, though they could not mate. Simply holding her was a comfort. Besides, if they were already like this so early in her pregnancy, would they need to dig another cave once the child was born? "Do not even think about it." Qingyu replied nonchalantly. "Do as you wish. It is not I who suffers." She wondered if she would feel differently with the passage of time, but at present, she had no discomfort. Chapter 201. Letting other males know of his indomitable valor. Feng Yi was infuriated by her mischievous expression. "I shall let you enjoy yourself for a few months." Hee. Qingyu laughed joyfully. If she could be happy for a few months, then so be it. Feng Yi tilted his head, tracing her face and then her hands, which remained fair and delicate. A delight to the touch. "Stop staring. My hands are sore." Qingyu inhaled deeply and shot him an irritated glare. Feng Yi, upon hearing her mention her sore hands, lost all desire to continue gathering wild vegetables. In the past, he had felt weary after working hard, and now, without having done anything at all, his hands were already aching. Ignoring his woeful expression, Qingyu began discussing serious matters. "After I give birth, I will need to observe a confinement period. If I have 1 child, I must rest at home for a month and a half. If I have several, then at least 2 months. Unsure if he understood what confinement meant, Qingyu elaborated. "After giving birth, you must feed them milk, change their diapers, and check if they are too hot or too cold. You must cook and wash clothes, as I cannot touch cold water. You must not allow me to become angry. If I cry, I will weep in the wind, and it will make me ill." These were lessons she had learned from her grandmother since childhood, and she had not forgotten them. In the tribe, whether females observed confinement depended on the season. During the strong winds and cold waves, they could not venture outside, effectively serving as a confinement period. If a child was born during the hot season, staying indoors for too long was unbearable for most females who would venture out as needed. Proper rest was essential for recovery, and she would not neglect her own needs. Naturally, Feng Yi would take on the responsibilities. Feng Yi did not know what confinement entailed, but understood that females rested at home after giving birth. The thought of his partner being concerned that he would neglect everything infuriated him, and he pinched her cheek. "I will always listen to you, as long as you do not anger me." Reflecting on their interactions, he realized that while his partner seemed to follow his lead, in truth, he often found himself acquiescing to her wishes. Facing her expectant gaze, he took a deep breath. "You may rest at home for as long as you wish. I will take care of all our food and drink, and I will prepare in advance. As for cooking and washing clothes, except for the cold water, I will handle everything else." Qingyu's gaze fell upon the freshly dried sheets not far away, undoubtedly larger than before. However, she had not discarded any. When the gaps widened, she simply layered them more. They could still be used. Be gentle when washing them. Her little partner seemed to say whatever came to mind. They had just discussed confinement and suddenly shifted to washing sheets. "All right, I will heed your words." Qingyu pointed to the sheets that had dried for quite some time. "Can we collect them now?" Ever since the sun emerged, he had diligently washed and hung them out, yet they had remained there for ages, and she could not fathom why he would not gather them. "No." Feng Yi met his partner's puzzled gaze, speaking with unwavering determination. "By all that is sacred. Speaking of this matter makes me furious. After enduring a cold wave with the skins and sheets, when the sun shines, they must be washed. He took it upon himself to tie the vines between two trees, hanging numerous sheets that appeared white in the sunlight. The inhabitants of the mountain peak covertly observed the scene, yet said nothing. Abo shook his head, urging him to dry the linens quickly and take them back, as leaving them hanging like this was rather unsightly. Did he attract attention, even while drying bed sheets? He refused to collect them, leaving them there. As for what others might say, Feng Yi was indifferent. He knew well that such expressions were tinged with envy. Thus the linens hung there, not only known to the people on this mountain, but also visible to the males from other peaks, thereby spreading the word of his remarkable bravery. Qing Yu nearly choked on her own saliva, exclaiming, "Why hasn't Feng Yi taken them in?" So this was the reason. She threw the wild vegetables in her hand at him. He remained as shameless as ever, but he desired them nonetheless. Feng Yi rited swiftly, catching the vegetables and pinching off the tender leaves. Although the impact of these vegetables was negligible, they were muddy, and having just bathed, he did not want to soil himself. He remarked nonchalantly, showing no intention of retrieving the linens, which left Qing Yu feeling a bit frustrated. Understanding that he was susceptible to gentler persuasion, she softened her tone. If they remain out there, insects will crawl on them. It's better to bring them back. Feng Yi cast her a sidelong glance, a playful smirk gracing his lips, clearly amused by her vexation that reeked of shyness. "I'm not teasing you. I'll bring them back after I finish pinching off the vegetables. This particular item, once washed, would lose its softness, and when the offspring arrived, they would use it. As for their own sleeping arrangements, they would remake it once the thick threads grew." Qing Yu fell silent. Families with offspring enjoyed only the best provisions. Yet they would have to use what had been previously utilized. Ignoring him, she held her own opinions regarding the items for the offspring. Noticing her reluctance, Feng Yi chuckled. "I'm just teasing. Of course, the best is for the children in their early years. We'll discuss what happens later." Only then was Qing Yu satisfied. With the baby in her womb, her maternal instincts surged, compelling her to provide the best. Just having become partners, she pondered anxiously about the possibility of not being able to bear children. He still recalled the worried look in her eyes, having long since prepared himself for the eventuality of no offspring. Despite his calm demeanor, the news had startled him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been foolishly mulling over it for several days. He eagerly anticipated the offspring that his partner would bear. Feng Yi did not allow her to remain outside for long. His movements were swift, and he completed the tasks efficiently, ensuring his partner would not tire. He boiled hot water, knowing that as the weather warmed, she would need to bathe daily to feel comfortable lying on the bed. He deftly began to prepare meals, starting with meat, sautéing some wild vegetables, and peeling a fruit. His partner had mentioned that all these foods were necessary for nutrition. Qing Yu did not argue. Although she felt fine, he would worry if she delayed. After washing, she sat on a stool, waiting for him to serve her. While she had no unusual reactions to the pregnancy, eating and sleeping as before, today's meat was exceptionally tough and somewhat challenging to chew. She picked up a piece with her chopsticks, examining it closely. Feng Yi's knife skills were impressive, slicing it thinly, yet it was still quite tough, resembling overcooked beef. "What kind of meat is this? I don't think I've had it before." Feng Yi looked up at her. "It's from Xiaoning. I didn't inquire. Is it unappetizing?" With the arrival of the hot season, fresh meat could not be stored for long, as females could consume only so much at a time. It was similar to last year. Whoever had the time would fetch some meat for everyone to share. She offered a piece to Feng Yi, who found it not unappetizing, though the texture was firm and required effort to chew. He casually chewed a few times before swallowing, and Qing Yu internally chastised herself for being careless. He could chew through bones and would never find any meat tough. Feng Yi truly did not perceive the toughness, but if his partner said it was hard, then it was indeed hard. "If you dislike it, I can fetch something else." Chapter 202. Qing Yu held a grudge even more than he did. Qing Yu found it troublesome and pulled him back, insisting, "No need. It's quite good when chewed slowly." Over time, Feng Yi had become adept at discerning her unspoken sentiments and refrained from fetching more. Even while pregnant, her demeanor remained docile. She did not scold him or scratch him, adhering to her studies and maintaining a routine of eating and sleeping. Aside from her usual modest appetite, there were no other issues. Since her pregnancy, he had consulted Xiaoning and Xiaoan, feeling rather fortunate in comparison. This ease of circumstance was something he was unaccustomed to. Qing Yu felt uneasy under his gaze. Recently, Feng Yi had been acting peculiarly. He was busy during the day and restless at night, sometimes mumbling to himself and questioning why he wasn't more irritable. He even suggested whether she should scratch him a few times, leading her to suspect that Feng Yi was suffering from anxiety. It was she who was pregnant, yet he seemed more anxious. She began to report on her day, mentioning that she had eaten meat, rice, vegetables, and fruit at a Shung S place for lunch. I don't wish to be angry, nor to take it out on you. As she spoke, she couldn't help but chuckle. Her partner's eyes twinkled with mirth, and Feng Yi could no longer contain himself, leaning down to plant a kiss on her lips. Feng Yi, a voice called from outside the cave. Qing Yu glanced at the person beside her. The voice sounded familiar, but she could not recall who it belonged to. Who has arrived? It is a Yi. Feng Yi stood and walked outside, instructing, take your time eating, do not worry. Qing Yu understood the familiarity now. Feng Yi saw a Yi carrying a large bag of fruit, which he promptly accepted. A Yi smiled warmly. Last time you came by, you mentioned that Qing Yu was expecting. Your grandmother said many of the fruits are not yet ripe, but our tribe has some that mature early. So I brought some for you. This fruit is rare in your tribe and quite tasty. Make sure Qing Yu eats plenty. Noticing Feng Yi glancing behind him, a Yi sighed, do not worry, your grandmother is not here. Feng Yi had come to share good news, but spoke bluntly, advising that his partner should not come over, which irritated her. After her annoyance subsided, he encouraged himself to gather fruit, stating that while his partner might not be bad, she certainly didn't speak sweetly. When Feng Yi looked behind him, he caught a glimpse of a pelt fluttering in the distance. Not come, just hiding behind, too timid to show up. As dusk approached, he urged, hurry back. I will visit when I have time. A Yi and several young ones bore grudges from a young age, as did Feng Yi. Otherwise, his partner would not be hiding behind. During the days spent gathering Zhongli fruit, he wondered what they had been up to. Hong Yi had not only left the tribe, but had also seldom emerged from the cave since then. It wasn't long before she found a partner, who was rather docile. He had no idea who among them had instigated such matters. Gazing toward the cave entrance, he recognized that due to last year's events, they were not well received here. Having conveyed his intentions, he hesitated momentarily before deciding to return. They conversed not far outside, and naturally, Qing Yu overheard. She sighed, recalling the disdainful gaze of Feng Yi's grandmother from last year. Anyone would feel discomfort. However, she was particularly pragmatic, understanding that they were Feng Yi's kin. Irritating them would only be counterproductive. This arrangement was quite satisfactory. Seeing each other once a year, or every few years, posed no significant problem. She truly had not lacked for fruit during these days, as Xiaoning had brought back some, and Yin Duo occasionally delivered more. Feng Yin and Feng Ming also contributed some of their harvests. Regardless, a Yi had made a long journey to bring fruit, which was a kind gesture. Rising, she poured herself a glass of cool water and approached the cave entrance, saying, a Yi, you've traveled far. Please drink some water before heading back. The individual who had already walked some distance turned around instantly, a smile lighting up his face. Very well, very well. He had not expected Qing Yu to show them any warmth, so this was already quite satisfactory. After drinking the water, he left with a satisfied demeanor. Feng Yi raised an eyebrow at his little partner, feeling quite astonished. From the beginning, he had been aware that although Qing Yu verbally claimed not to hold any grudges against them, she had indeed been keeping it in her heart all along. She exhibits her affections and aversions quite transparently. When she converses with her close companions, she returns with a beaming smile, eager to recount the exchange. Conversely, matters concerning those she dislikes remain unmentioned. He understands this well, hence when delivering good news, he explicitly requests that Appa refrain from approaching. It is preferable for everyone to avoid unnecessary encounters. Are you no longer angry? Qingyo was observing the fruits brought by Aya. Realizing the nature of his inquiry, she shook her head, indicating that while she was not angry, she felt a sense of discomfort within. Feng Ye harbored a deeper grudge, still holding on to grievances from the previous year. As their understanding of one another deepens, Qingyo dropped her facade. Her earlier claims of not being upset were mere pretenses. If one's kin were to disdain you for your appearance or temperament, it is only natural to feel vexed. Fortunately, they do not reside in the same tribe nor share living quarters. Thus, their infrequent meetings are manageable. If one does not wish to meet, it is not a matter of great significance. Moreover, I am neither ugly nor ill-tempered anymore. Qingyo was unaware of the concept of metaphor. She shifted the topic, pinching a fruit, which yielded under her touch. With 2 substantial bags, it was certain they could not consume all the fruit in a short time, so she suggested sharing. Feng Ye selected a few aesthetically pleasing fruits to set aside, for a partner appreciates not only physical beauty, but also the allure of fruits. I shall bring them over tomorrow. Aya approached the spot where his partner was concealed, still wearing a cheerful expression, but the words that followed extinguished his smile entirely. His partner emerged from behind a tree, inquiring, "Has Qingyo truly conceived? Is there any doubt?" He was at a loss for words, questioning whether they had nothing better to do than to play tricks on him. "I was merely asking. Now, it seems even questions are unwelcome. I am genuinely pleased if Qingyo is expecting a child. In the past, my intentions were good. Why then do you all look down upon me?" Good intentions do not always yield favorable outcomes. We merely wish to live harmoniously within the tribe. Fengye had previously mentioned that once the child grows a bit, they would bring them over to play. Engaging in trivial matters only serves to strain relationships further. When Qingyo had previously injured Hongya, any further gossip would not bode well for anyone involved. He stated this only to ensure that during Qingyo's pregnancy, her partner would refrain from incessantly seeking her out. Though she felt a heaviness in her heart, words eluded her. He refrained from further conversation. Qingyo had invited him in for water today, which indicated she was not a miserly person. Without questioning her partner, the implication was clear. In the future, they could visit to see the child, and when Fengye had the time, he could take the child over to play, which was more than sufficient. Chapter 203. A fight is imminent. Fengye had scarcely enjoyed a few tranquil days when the Yumo brothers arrived. As he tidied his belongings, their sycophantic smiles made it evident that trouble was afoot. He cast them a glance and chose to ignore them. "Speak if you have business. If not, be on your way." Now that he had a partner, their frequent visits felt excessively idle. Yumo, perceptive as ever, hurried inside to assist, but soon found there was little to do. "Yegu, the cave is already so clean. Why are you tidying up?" Yulin nodded in agreement. "This place is much tidier than our cave. It is quite pleasant to behold." Fengye's movements hastened. Had he known they were coming, he would have taken his time. Given that Qingyo was expecting, he had prepared dried fruits and wild vegetables to dry in the sun. Furthermore, he had listed the milk fruits that the child would need. If you're merely idling, you might as well return to dig caves or gather fruits. The two hesitated, and Fengye, uninterested, stepped aside. "Do not block the way. Yegu, we came to discuss this matter. We discovered a grove of fruit trees not far from the Jingong tribe. The fruits are now ripe. They had quietly snuck in to gather some, finding them quite delectable. Let's go and claim them all." Their disdain for the Jingong was palpable, and they expressed their intent to leave not a single fruit for them. Fengye's eyes glinted with intrigue. "You mentioned that the fruit trees are merely close to the Jingong tribe and not within their territory. How can this be considered theft?" "Naturally. Whoever picks them first claims them." Yumo and Yulin exchanged glances. However, in the past, no one had dared to harvest from there, as it was widely accepted to belong to the Jingong tribe. Fengye clicked his tongue dismissively. "We do not share that belief. They simply act swiftly each year, and what they gather is theirs. Conversely, if we're the first to gather, it belongs to us." He had not been idle, keeping an eye on that grove of fruit trees as well. While the northern region hosted many fruit trees, only a few were truly delectable. He had intended to venture there tomorrow, but now these two had come at an opportune moment. "We shall go first thing in the morning. Ensure you bring the containers for the fruits." Yumo and Yulin beamed with excitement. "Let us call the Haida brothers as well. Yegu, the more males you bring, the better, lest we encounter the Jingong and suffer disgrace." To them, acquiring goods was a common affair, as long as they could bring something back. Fengye remained unfazed, bemused by their lack of ambition. "How is it that you two still fail to attract the interest of other males?" Yumo and Yulin retorted in unison. "Not true. This year is already much better than last. At least the Haida brothers are fond of us." Fengye, disinterested in their banter, instructed them to include Li Qi as well. The following day, when a large group of over 50 males from the Juqing tribe arrived, they did not see the Jingong, but did encounter males from the Chiyuehu tribe. Both parties paused in surprise before each resumed their gathering. Li Qi climbed a tree and remarked to Fengye below, "Why are the Chiyuehu gathered together today? Can they truly consume all these fruits?" Fengye, bag in hand, swiftly climbed the tree, selectively harvesting only the largest and finest fruits. Whether they could consume them was irrelevant. Whoever gathered them first claimed ownership. The gathering of their tribe was of no concern to him. Li Qi glanced at him. "Are you not curious about the surrounding tribes?" "Not at all," Fengye replied curtly. There were designated males within the tribe who monitored other tribes, and any disturbances would be reported promptly, as long as no harm came to the Juqing tribe. He held no curiosity. Li Qi shook his head while picking fruits. "You have changed since taking a partner. It seems you no longer enjoy the company of others." Fengye shot him a cool glance, questioning whether he was referring to himself or to Fengye. Xiao Ning interjected, "You should hurry and gather fruits." Be careful not to return home and receive a scolding from your partner. His comment was not without merit, as the palm print on Li Qi's back was conspicuously apparent. Li Qi fell silent, knowing that further words would only invite ridicule. The Juqing tribe had over 50 males, and, unlike Fengye, they did not limit themselves to the largest fruits. They took everything in their path, leaving nothing behind, not even the smaller ones. What was wrong with the smaller fruits? They were edible. The females at home might not prefer them, but the males enjoyed them. With a significant quantity gathered swiftly, the Qiyu who initially did not take them seriously, thinking the Juqing would only collect a few to take back for their females. However, it was not long before the trees began to tremble, and upon closer inspection, it became evident that all the fruits, regardless of size, had vanished. If this continued, they would soon be stripped bare. A male from the Qiyu tribe spotted a particularly tall tree and climbed it, only to observe that the ground beneath the Juqing tribe was already covered with neatly bagged fruits. He nimbly jumped down and informed his companions. What is happening with the Juqing? They are gathering so many fruits that they cannot possibly consume them all. Anything taken back will only spoil. One of his companions chimed in. The Juqing tribe occupies one of the best locations in the north. They have never been seen harvesting fruits before, indicating their tribe lacks for nothing. Could it be that their fruit trees have all perished? Another scoffed. Last year, the Jingangxiong wrongfully accused the Juqing of destroying their property. The Juqing are known for their grudges. It stands to reason that they have set their sights on them this year. Outside the tribe, there are numerous fruit trees. Why are they fixated on this particular spot? The discussions among the Qiyu who are rife. Hurry and pick the fruits, given the imposing presence of the Juqing. Not a single fruit will be spared from the trees, and it will be impossible for us to gather any later. Let us gather a substantial amount this time. If the females grow tired of them, they might seek other fruits. Without bags, we must quickly weave some for vines. Everyone found this reasoning compelling and swiftly set to work, as the fruits visibly diminished from the trees. Feng Yin remained vigilant, aware of the movements of the Qiyu and noted that none of the fruits remained where they had passed. He urged everyone to hasten their actions. Yuling climbed to the tree's peak, observing the position of the Jingangxiong tribe. He would promptly report if any males emerged. Bro, the Jingangxiong are heading this way, he announced while keeping count, estimating around 40. Keep picking, Feng Chuan said nonchalantly. That bunch of cowards 1T dare to make a move. Even if they do, we 1T lose. The Qiyu, who number only about a dozen males. Seeing the Jingangxiong does not intimidate them, and they have nothing to fear. Yuling continued his watch and noted another group approaching, raising his voice. The Jingangxiong are coming again, several dozens this time. A fight is imminent. Chapter 204. A teasing situation, Mo immediately transformed into beast form, calling out to the nearby males. Today, there are more than 50 males out picking fruits. With so many in this not-so-large fruit forest, it would be challenging to divide the spoils. The responses echoed one after another, indicating they were on their way. Knowing that gathering fruits here might lead to conflict, it was essential to summon enough males. Feng Yi instructed to pile the fruits together, ensuring they wouldn't be damaged during the brawl. Observing the scene, the Qiyu who approached slowly, clutching the fruits they had gathered. They had initially only intended to spectate, given the long-standing rivalry between their two tribes. However, the arrival of so many Jingangxiong males compelled them to be cautious. Despite their limited interactions, they had heard quite a bit about the Jingangxiong and generally held a favorable view of the Juqing. Big brother, the Qiyu who are coming closer, Feng Ming remarked, eyeing the advancing males. They're not slow either. Look how burdened they are. Feng Yi recognized the lead Qiyu who from their previous encounter in the west, though they were not well acquainted. The fruits outside their tribe are claimed by whoever picks them first, and it seems the Jingangxiong consider this place theirs now. With so many males arriving, it was evident they intended to seize the fruits we had gathered. The Qiyu who prefer not to group together. It would take considerable time for them to summon their kin. The lead Qiyu who fixed his gaze on Feng Yi, questioning the implication of his words. Did he suggest they should act as laborers and confront the Jingangxiong first? We bear no grudge against you. We've gathered fewer fruits than you. His meaning was clear. If a fight were to ensue, the Jingangxiong would undoubtedly be their primary target. So why are you coming closer? A dozen Qiyu who approached, clearly emboldened by their numbers. This area is near the Jingangxiong's territory. While they might not dare to go all out, losing face in defeat was a concern. Feng Yi had no time for subtleties and coldly asked, "Shall we engage together?" The Qiyu who, known for their decisiveness, agreed to fight as long as they were not the first to take a beating. They had never feared anyone when it came to combat. Having received the answer he sought, Feng Yi fell silent. Feng Yin thought to himself, "Who do you look down upon? Even with your mere dozen males. Charging him would be futile. We have over 50 here, plus we VE called in the surrounding males. If it weren't for last year, as strong winds, when our sister-in-law rescued one of your tribe's younglings, whom she found adorable and well-behaved, we wouldn't even bother summoning you. Losing your dozen would mean little to us." Feng Yang understood Feng Yin's thoughts and inquired, "How is that youngling now?" The Qiyu who, hearing the tone shift, realized they were being looked down upon. When they learned that the Zhu Qinglang had indeed saved one of their younglings, they fell silent. They do not reside closely together, but were aware that the youngling from the He Xiong family had been blown away by the strong winds, and the males from their tribe had searched for it, ultimately finding it with the Zhu Qinglang. It was well-fed and healthy, having not lost any weight upon its return. Were it not for this incident, they would not have so readily agreed to join forces. This year it had grown significantly, and it was doing well. One male stepped forward and remarked, "Your sister-in-law has quite the discerning eye. Our younglings are charming and well-behaved in their youth, and they grow to be formidable hunters and fighters." Compliments about their younglings struck a different chord with them. They agreed with their sister-in-law's sentiments. Feng Yin found the Qiyu who rather shameless. He ceased further conversation, as a group of Jinggang Xiong loomed nearby, their eyes aflame with anger as they beheld the vanishing fruits. Observing the Zhu Qinglang and Qiyu who glowering at them, they seemed ready to devour them whole. Feng Yang, witnessing their rising fury, spoke slowly, "These fruits do not grow within your territory. There are regulations in the north that dictate that whoever picks the fruits outside the tribe first claims them. Why have you brought so many males? Are you here to fight us and the Qiyu who?" The Jin Gang Xiong were incensed. They had lost males from their tribe last year, and had suffered a significant loss. They could feel the other tribes nearby on high alert. To their astonishment, the Zhu Qinglang had come to provoke them this year, and with the addition of the Qiyu who, nearly all the fruits have been picked clean. "You have plenty of fruit trees outside your tribe. Why come here to pick? This is a provocation against us." Feng Ming, exasperated, retorted, "The fruits outside our tribe are not yet ripe. Our females crave them, so we must come here. What business is it of yours where we gather our fruits? When the fruits outside our tribe ripen, you're welcome to come, provided you can pick them." The Qiyu who also had many fruits outside their territory. "Why not go and pick those?" The Qiyu who, feeling the proximity of their tribe, could no longer tolerate the new grievances combined with old ones. They transformed into beast form and charged forward. Feng Yun, standing at the rear, shouted, "You are the unreasonable ones, initiating the first strike. Should you perish, you have no one to blame but yourselves." In their territory, they dared to be so audacious, which only fueled the Jin Gang Xiong's charge. The Qiyu who, true to their word, surged alongside the Zhu Qinglang, and a fierce melee ensued. The air was filled with cries and roars, and the battle was intense, with many nearby fruit trees suffering the consequences and soil flying everywhere. The Zhu Qinglang maintained their formation, placing the weaker fighters in the center, and with reinforcements arriving from behind, they sustained minimal losses, though injuries were unavoidable. The arriving Jinggang Xiong could not gain the upper hand and began to howl for assistance. Feng Yi exchanged a glance with the lead Qiyu who, understanding their unspoken agreement, they did not aim to eliminate the Jinggang Xiong entirely, just enough to assert dominance. Moreover, they had to be cautious around their own territory and ensure they could return with fruits. Some males went to gather the fruits, while others provided cover, allowing the Jinggang Xiong to watch helplessly as they retreated. Upon reaching the vicinity of the Qiyu who tribe, they slowed their pace. The lead Qiyu who regarded the injured companions and then glanced at the Zhu Qinglang, despite the similarities in their battles. The Qiyu who had suffered greater injuries. The advantages of teamwork were becoming evident. Interactions among males were often direct, and following their recent skirmish, the Qiyu who adopted a much friendlier demeanor. "We returned with fruits merely to change our palate. What do you intend to do with such an abundance? Is it to share with all the females in your tribe? I recall you are not typically so generous." Feng Yi turned to them with a light smile and replied, "Of course, it is for our consumption. Any surplus we will find ways to preserve for the strong winds and cold waves to come." This was merely the tip of the iceberg. They had knowledge of much more. The eyes of more than a dozen Qiyu who glimmered with intrigue as Feng Yi beckoned his companions to depart. This method is only shared with tribes that we have cordial relations with, such as the Sun Zonglang, who have sworn an oath before the beast god alongside us. Do not even think about it. He is skilled at keeping people on edge. Chapter 205 is rather infuriating. Watching the colossal Qionglang swiftly retreat, Chi Yuhu's smile froze on his face. A male posed a question, asking how this came to be. They knew more than just this. What else was there? Another male beside him kicked him, saying, "If you ask me, who should I ask? Let's return to seek out the chief." After retrieving the fruits to the cave, everyone gathered together. Feng Chuan inquired, "Do you think Chi Yu will figure out how to make dried fruits?" Feng Yin chuckled. "You should familiarize yourself with the affairs of other tribes. The Chi Yu tribe has the most round fruits, which cannot be sun-dried. As you witnessed while making dried fruits, some can be sun-dried directly, while others require cooking before drying. Even if he thinks of it, it means little. What my brother said, primarily, serves to inform them that our tribe possesses considerable knowledge, preparing for future oaths before the beast god." Feng Chuan nodded, agreeing that the method of making dried fruits is not the crux of the matter. Feng Ming, gnawing on a fruit, remarked, "I doubt they can fathom it. They say the Qionglang loves to fight, and Chi Yu is quite similar. They are far more foolish than we ever were. How could they possibly think of it?" He harbored such confidence, believing that if they had thought of it, he would not mention it. Feng Yi shot him a glance, causing Feng Ming's smugness to dissipate instantly. Feng Yang and Feng Yin laughed heartily, while the others dared not join in, fearing retribution. The wild vegetables, sun-dried, previously were nearly finished. Feng Yi sliced the fruits into strips and tossed them on top. He needed to dry more, otherwise, when his partner returned, he would be overwhelmed with tasks. Encountering Chi Yu, who today was an unexpected delight. Even without their inquiry, he would find ways to let them know, simplifying matters. Feng Yang understood his brother's intentions. It would not be long before the chief of the Chi Yu tribe would come seeking them. Feng Yi shook his head, noting that each tribe had survived here for so long, having grown accustomed to this way of life. A mere edible item would not prompt them to arrive so swiftly. Swearing before the beast god would intimidate them. However, the number of Chi Yu eyes on our tribe would increase. Feng Yi noticed Feng Yang and Feng Yin transition from joy to frowning concentration. It was not overly complicated. Simply find a few clever individuals to encounter them by chance. And after a few encounters, they would establish connections. Gradually reveal bits of information, keeping them intrigued. When the time is right, and the camaraderie is sufficient, disclose further details, waiting for them to come to us. When to discuss exchanges and what items to trade, you may return to discuss with a bow. The two understood and acknowledged this. During the discussion of the cold wave, it was mentioned that this matter would be entrusted to them. As the groundwork had already been laid, they were not foolish. Once the conversation concluded, noticing they still lingered, Feng Yi began to usher them away. Standing up and clapping his hands, he announced, "I must go fetch Qing Yu." Feng Yang and Feng Yin could seek out a bow if they had any questions. The rest of you, feeling idle, should return to slicing fruits. The group rose simultaneously, exclaiming, "We must go, too." Feng Ming followed closely behind Feng Yi, saying, "Do you think it's still last year? We are now males with partners." Feng Yi did not glance at his proud expression and continued forward. Feng Chuan saw his own reflection in Feng Ming. It was only fitting that they endured so many beatings and scoldings. Speaking in such a manner was bound to invite disdain. Our partners came thanks to Desaw. Indeed, Feng Ming replied with conviction. Thus, when Desaw wishes to eat fruits, I shall gather them. Once the cubs are born, I will take them out to play. I shall handle everything, leaving Desaw without a worry. The onlookers were taken aback by his audacity. Who was it that sprinted home with the bag the fastest? Their disdainful gazes were unmistakable, and Feng Ming explained, "I took them back to dry before delivering them to Desaw." Seeing no one respond, Feng Ming grew anxious. He had not lied. He genuinely believed so. Feng Yin, noticing Feng Ming's desire to explain himself to his brother, seized him, saying, "I advise you to calm down. Do not let having a partner lead to daily beatings." "Second brother, you do not believe me?" Feng Ming retorted. Feng Yin felt his patience waning, now wanting to deliver a couple of punches. "Did you not see that we left only a small amount of fruits for our brother? Thus only scaring Yakub, and we're all thinking of drying them to bring back. Is that what you think?" Feng Ming stood there, bewildered, as Feng Yin irritably told him to move aside and not block the way. Upon their arrival at the cave, Feng Zhou was already waiting for them with a darkened expression. He knew they had gone to gather fruits, but was unaware they had ventured around the Jin Gang Xiong tribe. Fortunately, they had brought enough males. Otherwise, what would they have done if they faced difficulties? After receiving the news, he had first gone to check on Feng Yang, but found no one. These cubs would hide from him, but he always needed to fetch his partner, so he was not worried about catching them. Feng Yi and Feng Zhou exchanged glances. Both silent. What was there to say? Feng Yi felt that no matter what was said, a Bo would find something to scold them about. Feng Zhou believed that regardless of the scolding, Feng would act as if he were deaf to it. Only Feng Chuan shared his excitement, saying, "Father, we went outside the tribe to gather fruits and even fought with the Jin Gang Xiong. We were merely injured, while many of their males lay defeated. The cold wave training proved effective, and I am much stronger than before." Feng Zhou replied, "Did you need to say that?" He had known when they left in a large group. What had transpired? As soon as they entered the tribe, someone had already informed him. Feng Chuan's face immediately darkened. "Look at you, perpetually angry. What good does it do? Given last year's events, we were already at odds with them. Not gathering these fruits would not mend relations between the two tribes." The males present shared this sentiment. Rather than concern over this, they should focus on forging alliances with neighboring tribes. As long as the Jin Gang Xiong harbored ulterior motives, they could be crushed without mercy. Feng Zhou was not angry for this reason, but because they no longer confided in him as they once did. What they were doing now reached his ears only through others, and that felt quite unpleasant. Observing Feng Yang and Feng Yin regain their composure, he realized he was nurturing the next chief. It was time to let go. The Jin Gang Xiong had suffered a significant loss, yet had not sought vengeance. They were surely plotting in secret. They must be cautious when leaving the tribe in the future and remain vigilant. Feng Yang expressed surprise that their father had not erupted in anger, saying, "We are all aware. Father, you should also convey this to the tribe's males, lest they suffer losses." Even with the Jin Gang Xiong tribe keeping watch, caution was still necessary. As Qin Yu had not emerged yet, Feng Yi listened to their discourse. Considering it trivial, he had no desire to interject. Feng Yang would address the important matters. He merely needed to wait for his partner to come out so they could return home together. Chapter 206. Can I not feel pity? The moment Qin Yu appeared, Feng Yi spotted her, striding forward to lift her, ensuring she was comfortably nestled in his arms. Feng Zhou, puffing his cheeks in annoyance, remarked, "Why are you always carrying her?" The cubs had not learned much, but this was certainly something they had grasped. In the future, whenever other males came to this hill, they would see nothing but those few cubs carrying their partners around. If he spoke too much, he would merely be accused of being idle. So he turned to seek out his partner, opting to return with Mu Yu for a meal, which was more practical. Had Feng Yi lifted Qin Yu in front of so many people before, she would have been too shy to look up, let alone gaze at their expressions. Yet now, her confidence had grown, and she pretended not to see them. Upon returning home and witnessing the abundance of fruits outside, she could no longer contain herself. First, she washed her hands, took out her bone knife, and walked toward the pile of fruits. Such was her character. Whenever there was work to be done, she preferred to finish it before resting. Feng Yi leaned against the cave entrance, observing Qin Yu rummaging through the house, pulling out several bone knives, each one cleaner than the last. What in the world does she intend to do with so many bone knives? Is she planning to slice fruit? Upon hearing his thoughts, Qin Yu glanced at him, questioning his intentions. After a moment's reflection, she paused and asked, "Are you tired from picking fruit today?" Feng Yi raised an eyebrow, noting that his partner's exuberance hardly resembled concern for his well-being. "Indeed," Qin Yu responded, tugging him outside. "You seem far from exhausted. Your energy is boundless. Likely because you aren't sufficiently fatigued. Let's slice some fruit together." When one is fatigued, a hearty meal often induces sleep, while someone like Feng Yi, who struggles to sleep through the night, surely lacks adequate exhaustion. Feng Yi felt a surge of irritation. He wondered why his partner was suddenly so animated. It became clear that she was intent on exhausting his strength. He held her back, asserting that by the time they finished, it would be dark, rendering fruit slicing pointless. "I will cut it in the morning, just as the sun rises, perfect for drying." He insisted she sit and rest while he peeled a piece of fruit for her, instructing her to wait for dinner. Feng Yi did not allow her a chance to refuse. As his partner was with child, he intended to spend most of his time accompanying her. Since they were at home, she could play with the fruit, but if she sat there slicing fruit for hours, what use would he be? Qin Yu, unable to break free from his grasp, gazed longingly at the fruit outside the cave, reasoning that it would not spoil overnight, and thus followed him back. It was then that she noticed the scars on Feng Ye's body, stretching from his shoulder nearly to his lower back. Although they were not bleeding now, the wounds appeared considerable. How did you come back from fruit picking covered in injuries? She understood that males often sustained injuries, and Feng Yi was no stranger to such wounds. Yet each time she saw them, her heart raced with fear. Since studying medicine, she had kept some common remedies at home. She hurried inside to retrieve the medicine, gently applying it to his wounds. Hearing her worried words, Feng Yi slowly smiled. Once the wounds were sufficiently treated, he turned to ruffle her hair. What male has never fought? Injuries are quite normal. They will heal in a few days. He had grown accustomed to the scars that had adorned his body since childhood, speaking of them with nonchalance. Qingyu felt both heartbroken and angry. You may view it as normal, but I worry. If you're gone for long periods, I fear you will return with more injuries. People can be quite peculiar. Last year, she tripped over a tree root and fell flat on her face. Fortunately, the ground was covered with leaves, and she sustained no injuries, merely getting dirty. She thought she was fine because she felt no pain. However, Feng Yi believed she must have been hurt, flipping her over repeatedly to ensure she was unscathed before finally relaxing. He meticulously wiped the dirt from her face, clearly distressed. Now, she felt the same way. Feng Yi thought male injuries were commonplace, and she recognized they were unavoidable, yet that did not conflict with her feelings for him. An emotional tide surged within her, leaving Qingyu feeling far from joyful. This time, however, Feng Yi did not comfort her as he usually did. Instead, he grasped her chin, compelling her to look up at him. Her eyes, glistening with unshed tears, softened his heart, yet he felt compelled to speak. I will do my utmost to avoid injury. But if it happens, it will be due to circumstances beyond my control. Qingyu was taken aback by his serious demeanor, staring at him in disbelief. Am I not allowed to be concerned? Feng Yi responded, what more is there to say? Just know that fighting and injuries are part of life. When I leave, you need not worry. I will return safely. Perhaps it was her pregnancy that heightened her anxiety. Upon hearing Feng Ye's words, her concern deepened. Noticing that she was on the verge of tears, Feng Yi sighed. If you're carrying a male offspring, there will be training involved, and hunting will require bravery. If you become injured, you'll surely cry for half a day. Males possess remarkable resilience. As long as their lives are not endangered, they recover swiftly. While everyone understands this, it does not diminish the heartache when a moment calls for it. I'm addressing you now. Why bring up the offspring? He chided. It will take time to grow. That is a future concern. Feng Yi believed such discussions were premature. He seated her on the bed and began to slice the fruit. This is something we do not have in our tribe. You haven't tasted it yet. Let's see if it is to your liking. The abrupt change of topic was too conspicuous, and Qingyu expressed her discontent. She wished for him to be cautious when he ventured out, avoiding injury. Yet he only focused on providing her with fruit. Even if it were sweeter than sugar, she could not bring herself to eat it. Feng Yi, noticing her resentful gaze, chuckled softly. All right, I understand. In the future, if I must fight, I will simply hide behind you. I will not sustain any injuries. Although Qingyu desired him to promise this, his words felt insincere. Before she could respond, he stuffed a piece of fruit into her mouth, leaving her cheeks puffed out. After she finished one piece, he continued to feed her, noticing that his little partner seemed trapped in her own thoughts. Eat a little, then sleep. Tomorrow will be better. After consuming half of the fruit, she shook her head, signaling that she could eat no more. The fruit is sweet, but I cannot eat any longer. Qingyu stood up, her eyes sparkling at the sight of fresh meat not far away. I want to eat meat, lots and lots of meat. Aunt feared she might go hungry in the afternoon, so the lunch portion had been generous, yet she still craved more. Feng Yi shook his head and chuckled. No need to wait until tomorrow. Those unhappy thoughts can be resolved with half a piece of fruit. A meal of meat can wipe them away completely. Just wait. I will prepare roasted and stir-fried dishes that will surely satisfy you. Feng Yi watched as his partner stuffed piece after piece of meat into her mouth, his expression shifting from delight to mild concern. In the past, he worried when she ate little, but now that she was consuming more, he found himself equally troubled. After finishing one bowl of meat, Qingyu turned her chopsticks toward his second bowl. Feng Yi shifted his position and gently inquired, would you like to eat something else? With her mouth full, Qingyu could only shake her head, holding up 2 pieces of meat to indicate her singular desire for meat. Feng Yi did not think it problematic for females to enjoy meat, yet this was uncharacteristic of his little partner. She usually varied her meals, including meat, rice, wild vegetables, and fruits. Suddenly focusing solely on one item felt strange to him. Do you think I am overeating? Qingyu noticed his unwavering gaze, understanding his thoughts clearly. I am carrying a child, and it feels as if several people are eating. I may end up consuming even more. She glanced down at her figure. While her belly had not noticeably rounded, she had gained a layer of fat. She pinched her belly. Having spent several months in the cave, her appetite had grown. And with the added sustenance from her pregnancy, it was inevitable that she had gained some weight. You are not overweight, Feng Yi declared the moment she pinched her belly. A little extra weight makes you more comfortable to hold. As they prepared for sleep, he expressed concern. I fear you might overeat and roll around restlessly tonight. This had happened before. When she encountered her favorite dishes, she could eat a significant amount more than usual. The result was often a restless night, tossing and turning until she had to wander the cave. Qingyu hesitated before finally setting down her chopsticks, gazing longingly at the remaining meat. The discomfort of being too full was unpleasant. She wished to avoid experiencing that sensation multiple times. Stop staring. If you feel hungry in the middle of the night, I will get up and cook for you. Qingyu shifted her gaze to him, feeling it would be troublesome. Here, one could not order takeout, and cooking something required kindling a fire. Cooking late at night would necessitate catching a game animal, which seemed cumbersome to even contemplate. Feng Yi, however, dismissed her concerns, stating, "It is no trouble. I enjoy cooking for you." Qingyu blinked, watching as Feng Yi meticulously clean the dishes. She has a husband who is remarkably handsome, possesses an impressive physique, boasts incredible strength, and treats her with utmost kindness. The more she gazes at him, the more satisfaction fills her heart. However, the moment he looks her way, she instantly suppresses her smile. At that moment, there is no point in staring. It is futile, for she can do nothing. That night, she drifted into a deep sleep without struggle, feeling no pangs of hunger until dawn. Her first instinct was to turn and glance at Feng Yi, who astonishingly had yet to awaken. Gently, she caressed her belly, remaining still on the Kong, mindful that Feng Yi had not rested well for quite some time. Even if she rose quietly, she feared waking him. Yet, the unpredictable cravings of pregnancy surged within her. Moments ago, she felt no hunger, but now her stomach felt hollow. Stealthily, she dressed and tiptoed over him to grab a piece of fruit to quell her hunger. Today, Aishin had given them a day off, allowing her to slip out quietly. As she munched on her snack, she gazed dreamily at the pile of fruit. She resolved not to discard the seeds, but to plant them, hoping they would sprout come next year. She envisioned filling the tribe with fruit trees, ensuring an endless supply of fruits in the future. Perhaps she could mention it to Abo. If the males had time, they could even bring back some saplings. As the first light of dawn broke, a gentle breeze brushed against her, refreshing and cool. She made her way to the spot where she had previously planted the zhengli fruit. Although she held little hope for it, it lingered in her thoughts. Passing by Yun Duo and her companion's cave, the enticing aroma of grilled meat wafted through, prompting her to lick her lips and resolve to join them for a meal first. Only after a satisfying meal would she have the strength to walk. Qingyu was astonished. She was pregnant, yet Feng Yi had permitted her to venture out alone. "How did you come out by yourself?" she inquired. "Feng Yi has been sleeping poorly lately, so I let him rest longer. Last year, we planted zhengli fruit seeds, and I want to check on them today." Xiaoning doubted the fruit would sprout so easily. Otherwise, the Sunzone wolf tribe would not have only one tree. She shifted to the side, allowing her to enter first. Yinduo was still asleep, but she promised to join them soon. The aroma of meat wafted from the table, and Qingyu felt her hunger intensifying. Xiaoning chuckled. "If you're hungry, go ahead and eat. He tends to prepare more food, and if Yinduo can't finish, he will eat it." The table was laden with enough to satisfy 2 people. Qingyu wasted no time, grabbing a piece of perfectly roasted meat and savoring the distinct flavor, different from what Feng Yi made. "Delicious," she exclaimed. Yun Duo preferred the traditional method of grilling meat, believing it to be more flavorful. In her own home, she was accustomed to slicing the meat thinly before grilling, allowing it to absorb more flavor. The crispy skin was a delightful treat when enjoyed occasionally. Yun Duo stirred, propping herself up groggily, her eyes struggling to open. Upon noticing Qingyu enjoying her meal and watching her, she mumbled, "Today, we finally have a break from the matriarch. Why aren't you sleeping in?" Although studying medicine wasn't exhausting, she craved sleep. Waking up each morning was a struggle. "I wish I could sleep in, but I'm hungry. While the weather is still cool, I want to check on the zhengli fruit we planted previously." Yin Duo quickly sat up, her mind clearing. "Wait for me. I'll join you. I was there when we planted them, and the zhengli fruit is invaluable. Where'd they sprout?" The area where they planted the zhengli fruit had been marked, but now, grass had grown abundantly around it. Qingyu circled the spot several times, finding not a single sapling, just a sea of green grass. Undeterred, she began to pull up the grass. Yin Duo, observing the roots, noted, "These do not resemble zhengli fruit saplings." Though she had never seen them, she had heard that zhengli fruit trees grew quite large, surely differing from these. Tu Ning, not surprised, watched the 2 circle around the area and offered comfort. This year, we'll keep the seed from the zhengli fruit we collected and plant them again. Perhaps they will sprout eventually. Qingyu wasn't too disheartened. There were plenty of places to plant. They all checked several spots, but the outcome remained the same. Not a single sapling was found. Abo's planting spots yielded nothing either. Fengyi had also planted somewhere, but she remained unaware of his location. Xiao Ning and Yun Duo escorted her home, and Qingyu noticed smoke rising from the cave. Fengyi was surely preparing a feast for her. She invited the two to join, but both shook their heads. Yun Duo even patted her belly. I just ate not long ago. I cannot eat more now. Your appetite is growing, Qingyu acknowledged, perhaps due to previously eating too little and now needing to compensate. Chapter 208. Impressive yet unashamed Feng Yi had prepared a generous pot of stew, and he had even added a small slice of chili pepper. As he ladled it into her bowl, he placed it deliberately on top, ensuring she would notice it immediately. Qingyu observed the tiny piece of chili in silence, tilting her head to look at him. Did you add chili? Feng Yi pointed to the item. You haven't had in a while, so I added a little. Indeed, it was merely a hint of spice, lacking any real heat, but knowing her partner enjoyed it might bring him joy. Qingyu shrugged it off. Since her pregnancy began, she had consumed very little chili for fear of discomfort. With poor medical conditions, she needed to be cautious, worried that too much might lead to toothaches, causing her unnecessary suffering. The stewed meat was tender, and she quickly recognized it as the meat of the plump-furred beast. When I left, you were still asleep. When did you catch the plump-furred beast? Feng Yi replied as he placed meat in her bowl. High air brought it over. Now that he has a partner, he has been running around excitedly. He caught quite a few and brought one back. Qingyu nodded, grateful for their kindness. After their meal, she urged Feng Yi to show her the spot where he planted the zhengli fruit, expecting it to be far away. She was surprised to find that just a short walk from the cave, he stopped at a bend. Is it right here? She asked. Yes. Feng Yi pointed to a spot. I dug a hole right there and tossed all the seeds in. You planted them all in one hole? Qingyu stared at him incredulously. If they don't sprout, planting some on every hill wouldn't help either. It's easier to toss them all together. Qingyu sighed. It seemed illogical yet somewhat valid. Feng Yi stepped to the planting site, crushing the grass underfoot. It appeared that nothing would grow there. Everyone desired good things, but if it didn't sprout, there was nothing to be done. She surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of large trees and only green grass nearly reaching her thighs. Once Feng Yi stomped down the grass, a root emerged from the earth. If it doesn't sprout, so be it. We'll try again next year. However, the root looked rather intimidating, appearing green like a snake. One could easily be startled if not paying close attention. Had Feng Yi not trampled the grass and kicked the root, she might have genuinely thought it was a snake. Feng Yi turned back, grasping the root to attempt to pull it free. With a firm tug, he uprooted it entirely. Both of them realized it pointed toward the zhengli planting site, and they exchanged glances. Feng Yi led her forward, clearing the surrounding grass to confirm no saplings had sprouted. Yet with a thought in mind, Feng Yi squinted, retrieving his bone knife to pry open the area. Qingyu watched intently. Be careful. What if it's the root of the zhengli fruit? The roots may sprout later. Perhaps they're focused on rooting rather than sprouting now, he mused. Initially, he had been cautious, but upon hearing her words, he sheathed the knife and began to dig with his hands. He wouldn't even glance at other things, let alone dig with his hands. Yet if this could truly grow, Qingyu would have an endless supply of fruit. If a female offspring was born, it would be beneficial for their health. In the quest for the Zhensiligua, the allure of one's own tribe remains unmatched. As hands tirelessly dug into the earth, several ungerminated seeds were unearthed, but it was only at the very bottom that 2 roots were discovered. Feng Yi felt a surge of excitement, for indeed, they were Zhensiligua, 2 of them, no less. The 2 of them silently observed the verdant roots, exchanging no words, before simultaneously covering the seeds back with soil. They had truly managed to cultivate them. By the time Feng Zhou arrived, Feng Yi had cleared the surrounding grass, leaving the area distinctly bare. Those green roots were theirs. They must not be trampled. Feng Zhou was filled with joy upon seeing the green roots, recognizing that they resembled those of the Zhensiligua tree from the Xuanzhonglang tribe. Quickly, let's find some soil to bury them. Unable to contain his eagerness, he decided to take matters into his own hands. Soon, their tribe would possess these fruits, no longer needing to envy the Xuanzhonglang. With 2 trees sprouted, more would surely follow. He envisioned the Juqinglang tribe flourishing with Zhensiligua trees. Witnessing his enthusiasm, Feng Yi and Qingyu stood by, observing as Abo paced back and forth, murmuring softly, too quietly for Qingyu to discern, but Feng Yi could make out his words about random seed planting. The roots of the two seeds were intertwined, making it difficult to transplant. Perhaps they needed to grow together, and thus they would not be separated. Qingyu nodded, acknowledging that it was indeed a perplexing matter. She had planted each seed separately, but wait, something felt amiss. They had only checked for sprouting without digging deeper. Perhaps there were other sprouts elsewhere. Feng Zhou promptly called upon the males to investigate those areas. Males from this mountain peak gathered to witness, incredulous yet undeniably amazed that growth had indeed occurred. The excitement was palpable, but Feng Yi urged everyone to return. They would check for sprouts later and ensure proper care. With the sun now high, it was unwise to remain exposed. Qingyu, infused with their enthusiasm, felt exhilarated. This afternoon, go ask ABO if there are other places with sprouts. Feng Yi readily agreed, elated at the emergence of Zint Siligua, yet he remained composed, confident that more would be discovered in due course. Feng Zhou returned and summoned Feng Yang and Feng Yin, instructing them to gather this year's Zint Siligua seeds, planning to plant them on other mountain peaks. He had previously consulted Qingyu and Feng Yi. These seeds had been dried before being sown in the cold season, and this year's seeds would be planted similarly. They nodded in agreement, following the established practice of planting from the innermost part of the tribe outward. The fruits would be shared among the entire tribe, making the initial planting location inconsequential. Feng Zhou's eyes sparkled with joy. You too decide. The Juqing Lang tribe was thriving, and he found himself waking from dreams filled with laughter. In the afternoon, Qingyu realized that among the numerous seeds sown, only these two had germinated. Yet with direction, the saplings would multiply. Since the discovery of Zint Siligua sprouting, the inhabitants of this mountain peak had been perpetually smiling. However, they could not neglect their studies. Just days prior, Ai had requested the younger females of the tribe to learn after examining their bone structure. On the very first day, rumors surfaced about females from other areas being bold and shameless. Chapter 209. Are Qingyu and Yun duo persistent individuals? At dawn, Feng Yi ensured everyone was well fed, confirming twice that Qingyu and Yun duo could visit Ai independently before he embarked on his tasks. Yun duo, munching on a fruit, jested about the smoothness of the path, asserting that even with eyes closed, one could not stumble. Yet, he remained unconcerned. Brother Yi has not changed. He would carry you the short distance if he could. Let's not speak of one another. Qingyu replied. Why do you carry nothing? Ai is about to grant us a break. We must jot everything down for review later. Yun duo paused, realizing she held only a single fruit. I forgot. Each morning, she struggled to wake, only roused by Xiaoning once breakfast was prepared, which led her to forget everything else. Qingyu pulled her forward, raising the fruit in her hand. I'll take note, you can copy it later. Approaching Ai's cave, they noticed a few unfamiliar figures conversing with their backs turned. Recognizing them as those chosen by Ai for medical training, they thought to themselves how early they had arrived. Qingyu, often hungry in the mornings, tended to rise at dawn. Being pregnant made her sensitive to the heat, so she sought to leave before the sun reached them. They believed they were early enough, but others were even more proactive. Considering their future studies together, they intended to greet the others. However, as they drew near, they overheard discussions about themselves and Yun duo. Why do Feng Yang and the others not seek partners within the tribe, but instead bring females from other tribes? One of the three females remarked. Unreserved even in another's territory. Who knows? They must be blind. Another replied, mentioning Xiaoning's partner, who had come from the west and had lingered at Xiaoning's home. A fact well known among the tribe. And Feng Ye's partner was also brought back by Xiaoning's mate. It must be said, the females from other areas possess quite the cunning. Take Feng Yi, for instance. While many females within the tribe may fear him, there are those who admire him. Yet, none have succeeded. One nudged the person beside her. Isn't that right, Yuji? I recall you once sought Feng Yi, but it didn't work out. Our tribe's females are shy. After one failure, they seldom try again. But look at the females from outside. They must employ some tactics to win Feng Ye's favor. They must be shameless and relentless. We could never do that, as we have our pride. The two exchanged glances, realizing they were being labeled not only as unvirtuous, but also as possessing numerous strategies against males. Otherwise, how could Feng Yi be so devoted? The conversation continued. Yuji, if you had tried a bit harder, no other females would stand a chance. Yuji remained silent, irritated that the discussion had turned to her. Initially, she had hoped to make friends and enjoy learning together, but now, for reasons unknown, Feng Xiaoman was filled with resentment. I did seek Feng Yi. I was drawn to his fearless demeanor, but my feelings faded later. Feng Yi did not reciprocate, Only when I was subjected to that fear did I understand. I now have a partner, so please refrain from further gossip. Past affections were genuine, but they have since changed. There is no need to dwell on it. How others interact is their affair. You should mind your own business. The female who had initiated the questioning shot a glance at Yuji. We have no one else around. What is wrong with our conversation? Chinyu, Yin Duo, do you not wish to turn back? Feng Ye's partner, if I recall correctly, is named Chinyu, right? Your mother mentioned she could not bear children. Such a waste of beauty. Other males consider whether their partners can bear offspring. Yet only those from this mountain care about appearances. Yuji could no longer tolerate the remarks. Do not forget why you are here. Speaking so freely in another's territory is reckless. If overheard, what do you think you will gain? This was a well-meant warning. She had genuinely been frightened when her brothers had been attacked. Feng Xiaoman cast a sidelong glance at Yoji, who was not inclined to engage with her, and distanced herself slightly. Xiaojio, what troubles you today? You've barely spoken a word and have fallen silent. Did you not previously express disinterest in pursuing medicine, stating that after finding a partner, you would spend your days at home with them? Yet here you are today. Xiaojio, her thoughts already adrift, returned to the moment. Oh, I merely wish to see how many females are interested in studying medicine. The true reason for her arrival remained known only to her. Last year, Feng Ming would periodically bring her prey, but for reasons unknown, he had ceased to do so. She had even sent messages through other males. Yet none had come to seek her out. Soon after, she learned that the matron of the tribe had selected partners for them. Aware that the great wind season had arrived, she felt powerless to seek him out. Chinyu and Yinduo, eavesdropping on their conversation, drew closer. Chinyu had met Yoji once. She was the sister of Yumo and Yulin. Upon her arrival, she recognized the threads of silk adorning Yoji's attire. She had also heard of Xiaojio, the one whom Feng Ming had once favored. However, the incessantly chattering female was a stranger to her ears. As both parties approached, those in front seemed to notice something awry and turned to gaze at them. Feng Xiaoman abruptly fell silent, her gaze wavering, and after a fleeting glance, she averted her eyes. It was uncertain if the two had overheard her words. Even within a single tribe, not every female could possibly know one another. Realizing they had been eavesdropping, she questioned them sharply. Which mountain peak do you hail from? Why do you eavesdrop on our conversation? Are you incapable of uttering a single word from behind? Her shrill voice was jarring to the ears. Feng Xiaoman did not know them, but Yoji recognized them. She reached out to pull Feng Xiaoman back, only to be forcefully shaken off. Yoji? Chinyu? Yinduo? I am that audacious female, employing numerous methods to make Feng Yi utterly devoted to me. Chinyu observed as her face transitioned from flushed with anger to a state of panic, rendering her speechless. If she feared discovery, she ought to discreetly remain on her own mountain peak and speak there. What was the purpose of venturing to theirs? If she was afraid, she should have restrained herself. To be so brazen, yet fear repercussions, was absurd. Are you not curious how I have managed to capture my partner's unwavering loyalty? It is because I'm not so garrulous and harbor no jealousy. I would never shamelessly deride other females. Speaking ill of others behind their backs is unbecoming and weak. Those with true capability, like me, will confront you openly and declare your lack of decorum. Chapter 210 is somewhat juvenile, yet exhilarating. Chinyu did not consider herself particularly capable, yet she found no hindrance in uttering words to provoke. She spoke in a calm tone, devoid of fury. Yet it rendered Feng Xiaoman's complexion a blend of crimson and pallor. Anger caused her lips to quiver, and it took her a considerable time to muster a retort. Yoji felt an acute sense of embarrassment beside her, uncertain if her previous admission of having once favored Feng Yi had been overheard. Yinduo recalled her own arrival at the Juqing wolf tribe, where idle gossip was rampant. Her mood soured, and she had no intention of letting Feng Xiaoman off lightly. What does my staying at Xioning's home have to do with you? Our prowess is none of your concern. Are you simply bored? If so, why not jump into the water and wash your mind clear? In the past, Feng Xiaoman had often uttered such words, but had never before faced the subject of her remarks. Today marked her misfortune. Having been raised in a sheltered environment, she had never been berated so harshly. Seeing that Yoji and Xiaojio offered no support, she could not help but tear up. Why do you weep? If you can cry, you must be justified, Yinduo retorted, exasperated, for it was she who had initially disparaged both herself and Chinyu. Yet it was Xiaojio who shed tears first. You may speak freely, but when we respond, you weep, as if we're the ones bullying you. Chinyu tugged at Yinduo to move forward, finding the spectacle of someone crying over mere words rather unamusing. And should be arriving shortly. Let's proceed inside. Yin Duo had initially resolved not to engage further with that female, but upon turning, she caught Feng Xiaoman glaring at her and Qing Yu with intensity. Immediately halting, she pointed towards the path, stating, "The route you're taking has been mended by Xiao Ning and Feng Yi. In other words, it is the path of our partners. Henceforth, you are forbidden from traversing here. If you wish to study medicine, find another way. Otherwise, the moment I spot you again, I shall have Xiao Ning deal with your mail." Yin Duo articulated each word with clarity. Qing Yu turned back and also noted the fierce glare directed at them, promptly voicing her agreement. Having spent ample time with Feng Yi, she had become accustomed to his unyielding demeanor and had learned to adopt a similar stance. "You tread upon the path mended by our partners and yet speak ill of us behind our backs. If you were unaware before, you are now aware. Surely, you possess enough dignity not to return to this route." Feng Xiaoman surveyed her surroundings. Apart from this well-trodden route, other paths were fraught with thickets, which she had no desire to traverse. "We were summoned by the matron of the tribe to study medicine. Whether we walk this path is not for you to decide." Before Qing Yu could retort, Feng Ming and Min Yu rushed in from behind, unleashing a barrage of words at that female. "Who are you? This mountain peak was established by my brother. Whether you could traverse here is determined by my sister-in-law." Initially, Feng Ming had not heard the preceding discourse, but he understood that his sister-in-law and Yin Duo had instructed them not to use this path, indicating their wrongdoing. His sister-in-law was generally amicable and would not issue such a command without reason. Moreover, it was not solely her decision regarding this path. She governed all matters concerning this mountain peak. It was inconceivable for an unfamiliar female to come here and bully his sister-in-law. Without waiting for the female to respond, Qing Yu continued, "Feng Yi is my partner, the chief is my uncle, and the matron who teaches you medicine is my aunt. I have many younger brothers. Although they may not fight you, they can certainly deal with the males in your family. I also have numerous sisters, all from other tribes. And as you have been warned, each one is more formidable than the last and capable of delivering a sharp slap to your face." Qing Yu finally grasped the sentiment Feng Ming had expressed on a previous occasion. While it might seem somewhat juvenile, it was undeniably exhilarating. Feng Ming paused, sensing a familiarity in her words. Min Yu drew closer to her sister-in-law, disregarding the increasingly grim expression on the female's face as she menacingly raised her hand, indicating that she would indeed strike her if she continued to spout nonsense. Yoji recognized that they were not targeting her or Xiaojiao. She pulled the dazed Xiaojiao aside, advising her not to linger there. Xiaojiao, being pulled along, continued to glance back at Feng Ming. The combined voices of so many rendered Feng Xiaoman's mind dizzy, leaving her incapable of formulating a single rebuttal. All she felt was that she was being bullied. With a pout, tears streamed down her cheeks. "What does it matter if so many of you bully just one of me?" Qing Yu found herself both amused and exasperated. It was not just a matter of numbers, but rather reminiscent of adults ganging up on a child. Feng Ming, however, paid her no heed, gesturing for her to look back. "How many of us are there now? A whole crowd is approaching." Feng Xiaoman, with her tear-streaked face, turned to see numerous males accompanied by their partners advancing toward them. Her heart leapt, and she stood frozen in place. Just then, Mu Yu emerged from beneath a tree, observing them with a sigh. Aware that Qing Yu and Yin Duo had arrived early, she had also come early. When Qing Yu remarked that they were shameless, she had already been present. Though she did not witness the entirety of the encounter, she could surmise the events that had transpired. The males and females within the tribe may align in significant matters, yet the everyday squabbles were plentiful. When males clashed, it often led to physical confrontations, while disputes among females could become even more tumultuous, with arguments erupting at the slightest provocation. Feng Xiaoman, feeling aggrieved, hurried towards the matriarch, calling out to her. When Feng Yin and his brothers arrived, they saw a female in tears running towards Mu Yu, and they were perplexed, inquiring about the situation from Feng Ming. Although Feng Ming was unaware of the entire context, he could certainly embellish the story. "Upon my arrival, I witnessed this female bullying Dasa and Yin Duo. Later, seeing our numbers, she began to weep without cause." Mian Yu nodded in agreement. Dasa and Yin Duo were such kind souls, it must have been that female's fault. All eyes turned to Feng Xiaoman, and Mu Yu, sensing her fear, felt a myriad of emotions stirring within. The companions chosen for the younger ones were fortunate not to be like this. Otherwise, it would certainly be a headache. The selected females began to arrive one after another, observing the younger ones standing idly by, clearly eager to witness the spectacle. Mu Yu started to usher people away. It was nothing of great significance, and once everyone was escorted back, they could return home. Feng Yin patted Feng Ming's shoulder, signaling that it was time to leave. The dispute among the females was something A Shang could handle. Gunbao, Zha Sao, and Yin Duo were not the types to be bullied, so he was not overly concerned. Feng Ming cast a glance at the female. She had barely spoken a few words and was already in tears. He felt his presence was unnecessary here, so he turned to leave. Qing Yu and Siyuan Bao also began to walk in, assuming that A Shang would quickly resolve the matter with just a few words. However, just as the quiet Xiao Jiu made her way through the crowd towards Feng Ming, she successfully halted the retreating males. Chapter 211. Feng Ming was overwhelmed. Xiao Jiu called his name and simply stared at him. Mu Yu glanced between the two of them and then urged everyone to enter the cave. Qing Yu, could you go see what is happening? Feng Ming's former affection for Xiao Jiu was well known throughout the tribe, if not the neighboring mountains. Mu Yu understood that Xiao Jiu had initially overlooked Feng Ming, and now, calling him over likely indicated her regret. Qing Yu nodded and stepped outside, realizing that if the earlier commotion was merely a minor squabble, it could signify a more significant issue that might affect Feng Ming and Mian Yu's relationship. Mu Yu attempted to pull Mian Yu inside, but she stubbornly stood her ground, leaving Mu Yu with little recourse. Mian Yu was not naive. Upon her arrival, that female had already fixed her gaze on Feng Ming. Though they had not spoken, she chose to remain oblivious. However, without clarity on the situation, her focus on her studies wavered. Xiao Jiu seemed to convey that Feng Ming owed her an apology, leaving him bewildered. As Mian Yu approached, he grew anxious. What do you want? If you have something to say, just say it directly. After speaking, Feng Ming leaned closer to his second brother. Now that he had a partner, Xiao Jiu's gaze made him slightly uneasy. Noticing his desire to distance himself, Xiao Jiu disregarded her inhibitions. Last year, you brought me prey, which indicated your affection for me. Why did you stop seeking me afterward? Knowing that the matriarch arranged mates for you during the Great Wind season, I couldn't find you at all. Feng Ming was perplexed. What was she talking about? As his mate drew nearer, he lowered his voice and hastily replied, I did indeed bring you prey last year, but you seemed uninterested in me. You were much warmer towards other males who brought you prey than you were towards me. I eventually gave up. Feng Ming was in a frenzy. Last year, while wandering around other mountains, he had found her smile enchanting and had engaged in many joyful conversations with her. He would occasionally bring her prey, but after witnessing her joy when receiving offerings from other males, he felt disheartened and ceased his efforts. Xiao Jiu glared at him. I never overlooked you. It's normal for me to receive offerings from other males since females in the tribe are precious. Of course, I want to see which males are capable and kind to me. After Feng Ming had delivered a few offerings, he had simply stopped seeking her out. That is only natural, Feng Ming affirmed, but I dislike this. I'm not willing to continue in such a manner. Having observed the interactions of his elder brother and Dasa, as well as Xiaoning and Yinduo, he believed that relationships with those one cared for should not be like this. Seeing that she was about to speak again, Feng Ming interrupted. That is all in the past. I now have a partner, so let us not dwell on these unproductive matters. Why can't I mention it? You were the one who brought me prey first. Then you ignored me. Xiao Jiu persisted. I lost interest in you afterward. Why would I seek you out? Feng Ming felt justified. When he was fond of her, he willingly offered gifts, but after realizing her lack of interest, he naturally ceased his efforts. Just then, Qing Yu approached, interjecting, Xiao Jiu, it's not just Feng Ming who has a partner now. A few days ago, the matriarch confirmed your adulthood, and you two have a suitable mate. Let bygones be bygones. Qing Yu is uncertain how to persuade them, but with both parties now having partners, revisiting the past will be detrimental to both. Feng Ming nodded eagerly, reaching for his newly arrived partner's hand, offering her comfort by squeezing her palm. Mian Yu gently nodded, saying nothing, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the female. In the Bailing Shu tribe, both males and females could have multiple partners. However, here, she was content with her current situation, accustomed to Feng Ming's constant consideration for her, and naturally, she did not wish for his attention to wander towards other females. Xiao Jiu observed the two, holding hands, rendered speechless. She certainly understood that discussing such matters was futile and of no benefit to her. Yet she could not quell her dissatisfaction. Noticing her silence, it seemed she had come to a realization, prompting Qing Yu to lead Mian Yu further inside. Mian Yu complied, not angry, and even smiled at her. Qing Yu suddenly grasped the sentiment Feng Yi had expressed when he remarked about seeing her so obedient that it made his heart soften. Those were all matters of the past. Feng Ming had made his feelings clear, and they should look to the future. Mian Yu smiled and replied, Dasa, I understand. Seeing Xiao Jio's lingering gaze upon him, Feng Ming contemplated and ultimately decided to turn away. Everything that needed to be said had been expressed. Remaining here with her was not a solution. He then noticed that the brothers who had been beside him had distanced themselves significantly. Xiao Jio watched Feng Ming's retreating figure, feeling an indescribable sensation, neither particularly sorrowful nor entirely regretful, just a faint sense of loss. When they first met, their interactions had indeed been joyful. However, as Yang had pointed out, Feng Ming's elder brother would not be concerned for him, and he himself was not the type to cherish a partner. Naturally, she would choose a better option, but who could foresee that not long after, Feng Ming's elder brother would devise a heated cave, bringing back Zheng Li Guo from the tracking wolves? The ones who benefited the most were the familiar males and females. After changing her mind, it was too late. Upon reaching adulthood, she chose a male who had previously shown affection for her, standing there until their silhouettes vanished. She glanced back at the medical cave, from a distance, still able to hear the continuous chatter within. In her view, spending time learning medicine was less valuable than nurturing her health and bearing more offspring. With that, she turned and departed. As Qing Yu and Mian Yu entered, everyone looked over curiously, eager to learn what had transpired outside. They had heard of Feng Ming's past affection for Xiao Jio, yet upon witnessing the two enter with smiles, they ceased their speculations. Yin Duo approached Qing Yu, discreetly tapping her hand and inquiring with her eyes about the current situation. Her curiosity was palpable. Qing Yu returned her gaze, signaling that they could discuss it in detail later that afternoon. Initially, Mu Yu believed that disputes among females were quite normal, so she remained silent when they all entered the cave. However, as the day progressed, Feng Xiaoman would intermittently cast glances at Qing Yu and Yin Duo, and even Yu Ji occasionally looked towards Qing Yu. Mu Yu took a deep breath. Normally, she would not be overly concerned, but now that both of them were expecting children, her worries multiplied. To prevent any unfortunate occurrences, she decided that whenever they visited in the future, whether it be Feng Yi or Xiaoning, one of them must be present to escort them. Once everything was settled, Mu Yu did not allow them to leave immediately. Instead, she expressed that she had matters to discuss. In Chapter 212, wishing to wear him out to the point of immobility, she reminded them that when she selected the females, they had all clearly expressed their intentions to study medicine. The pursuit of medical knowledge would not only benefit the tribe, but also serve the interests of themselves and their families. I believe you all understand this principle, hence your willingness to endure the hardships of being here. The first point I wish to emphasize is that now that you have decided to learn, you must listen earnestly and not waste your thoughts on trivial matters. Feng Xiaoman felt embarrassed, sensing that the matriarch was addressing her directly. Secondly, studying medicine requires a considerable amount of time and relentless effort on your part. Today, I will teach you how to write and the uses of medicinal herbs. And tomorrow I will assess whether you have retained this knowledge. If you struggle to remember and learn over an extended period, then this path may not be suitable for you. All those in the cave nodded in agreement, and Mu Yu permitted them to return. She was aware that few would persevere, and she had already made preparations. Should anyone depart, she would select additional females for training. As Qing Yu stepped outside, she found Feng Yi waiting for her. She quickly approached him. However, Feng Yi did not immediately take her hand. Instead, he cast his gaze toward the person standing at the cave entrance, too fearful to move. He seldom went about his morning tasks without escorting his partner. But today, after merely gathering some herbs, trouble arose. Just as he was about to issue a warning, a small hand grasped him. Feng Xiaoman stood rigid under Feng Yi's penetrating gaze. His eyes seemed to threaten to tear her apart, rendering her unable to weep, lest he cast her aside. Xiaoning slowly approached the cave, scolding herself for her own shortcomings, but chastising her partner was out of the question. As she watched Xiaoning advance, Feng Xiaoman retreated, feeling intimidated. She had only heard of their fearsome reputation for conflict, but had never encountered it firsthand. Now, witnessing it, her eyes were red with fright, and she dared not speak. Clinging to a stone beside the cave, waiting timidly for the matriarch to emerge, Yin Duo was irate, but once her anger subsided, she would not cling to it. She pulled Xiaoning along, saying she was a bit hungry. Qing Yu chimed in, asserting that they had exchanged harsh words, and if Yin Duo continued, she would surely cry. Feng Yi remained silent. When he was angry, he could be truly terrifying. His unwavering gaze made one feel as though he wished to crush them. If that were not the case, she would not have initially felt fear upon encountering him. Feng Yi ruffled his partner's hair and cast a fleeting glance at her before leading her back. Very well, he would do as his partner wished. lest he be perceived as a bully. From now on, I shall come to escort you every day. Absolutely, Qingyu responded without hesitation. The journey was not far, but having his company would surely uplift her spirits. As they observed Feng Yi returning, everyone understood that the excitement had dissipated, and they dispersed, each heading home. Once Mu Yu finished tidying up, she noticed Feng Xiaoman still clinging tightly to the stone, urging her to return quickly. My brother hasn't come to fetch me yet. Feng Xiaoman stammered. Mu Yu, aware of her fear, chose not to comment. Those who indulge in absurdities must bear the consequences. After walking a short distance, and glancing back to see her still standing there in a daze, she pondered whether to commend her cleverness or question her foolishness. If she were foolish for waiting at the cave's entrance, she had indeed shown a lack of wisdom. Yet, it was somewhat clever to remain there, waiting for her to emerge. Focus on your medical studies. Nothing else will occur, Mu Yu advised, recalling how delighted Feng Xiaoman had been when she selected the females. She had felt a sense of satisfaction then, unaware that on the very first day, it would be Feng Xiaoman causing trouble. Although Feng Xiaoman appeared obediently to nod, her heart was filled with turmoil, feeling bullied by so many on her very first day of medical study. There were those who scolded her. The matriarch displayed her disfavor. And even the female she had grown up with in the tribe scarcely spoke to her. Tears streamed down her face. On the journey home, Feng Yi initially intended to carry his partner, but she insisted on exercising more, so he took her hand instead. At first all was well, but soon his beloved partner loosened her grip and slowly gravitated toward Yin Duo. Feng Yi and Xiao Ning exchanged glances, conveying their helplessness. Though they had started as a group of 4, it seemed that he and Xiao Ning had become superfluous. The two in front walked hand in hand, while the two behind, 2 grown men, had little to say, each walking along their side of the path as if they were strangers. Qingyu remarked that Mu Yu was gentle and intelligent, not one to stubbornly cling to trivial matters. After hearing about their encounter, Yin Duo nodded in agreement. Her thoughts soon drifted elsewhere. She contemplated having Xiao Ning excavate another cave to store milk fruits and supplies for their future offspring. What? Qingyu exclaimed, surprised. The cave you dug last year seemed quite spacious. Surely it can accommodate the milk fruits. Yin Duo shook her head, indicating it was somewhat small. She had frequently checked on the 2 young ones, who consumed a considerable amount. The milk fruits prepared for Han Han were thought to suffice for 5 male cubs. Yet nearly half had been devoured by just 2 female cubs. The male cubs would undoubtedly consume even more, and if they bore males, there might not be enough. Yin Duo looked at Qing Yu's belly, acknowledging the uncertainty of what offspring would be born. It was prudent to prepare more. What you brought back last year was merely for your enjoyment. This year, that will not suffice. Qing Yu had initially thought the previous cave would be adequate for storing milk fruits, but upon hearing her words, she felt a pang of anxiety. She promptly resolved to dig another cave, as they would need to send them off in the morning, return to feed the horned beasts, and gather fruits and wild vegetables. Let's dig at night. It'll be cooler. Yin Duo concurred, suggesting that once their meal was prepared and they had eaten, they would sleep, leaving the cave excavation to the others. Meanwhile, Feng Yi and Xiao Ning, walking behind, exchanged puzzled looks. What is this about? If they want to tire us to the point of immobility, they should simply say so. Feng Yi feigned ignorance to his partner's request for midnight excavation. With some time still before fruit gathering, he could easily dig the cave within a few days. Last year, they had urgently excavated a cave at night. This year, however, such a task at midnight was out of the question. Planning to change Qing Yu's palate for dinner, Feng Yi and Xiao Ning took a detour on their return journey to check if the chickens they had captured had laid any eggs. If not, they would stew them for a meal. Qing Yu and Yin Duo followed suit, as the 2 men turned aside. They had indeed found the chickens, though they appeared strangely altered, having grown several times in size with longer tails. Feng Yi reported that they had caught quite a few, but these creatures flew high and were difficult to capture. They had lost more than half of them, leaving only a dozen or so alive. Once they returned, Qing Yu instructed them to create a large enclosure using bamboo between the trees, reinforcing the treetops to prevent the chickens from escaping. Now, that spot would serve as their nest. Any uneaten fruits were tossed to them, and they occasionally fed them rice. So it was time to see if there were any rewards for their efforts. In Chapter 213, do not think to leave without clarity. Feng Yi rummaged about inside and actually found 7 or 8 eggs. These eggs were quite sizable, with each man holding 4. Qing Yu took one in her hand to examine. It was indeed enormous, several times the size of a chicken egg. She had long craved such a delicacy and intended to start frying eggs as soon as they returned. Feng Yi, of course, would not let her handle it. He swiftly followed her commands, preparing the eggs with great speed. Yin Duo had initially thought of frying eggs at home, but Xiaoning suggested they should eat here first, as there was still a considerable distance to walk. Feeling hungry herself, she agreed. And soon the two of them held bowls, their faces brightened with smiles at the sight of the golden fried eggs. As was her custom, Qin Yu fed Feng Yi a generous piece first, fully aware that it would not suffice to fill his appetite, but she wanted him to savor it. Feng Yi had grown accustomed to this, instinctively opening his mouth as food was presented to him. The egg held by Yun Duo was poised at the edge of her lips, and upon witnessing the scene, the chopsticks turned in a different direction, delivering the morsel to Xiaoning's mouth. With a light laugh, Xiaoning, feeling the pangs of hunger due to her pregnancy, urged, "You eat it yourself." Yi Gu and Qin Yu shared their unique way of interacting, just as she and Yin Duo did, and she found no fault in it. A partner need not conform to the ways of others. She would follow her own path. Thus, Yin Duo beamed as she savored one bite after another. The two women relished their meal, and the two men looked on with amusement, when suddenly, a group of people approached from outside the cave. Leading the way was Feng Zhou, followed by Feng, Xiao Man's younger brother and father. Behind them trailed the females who had come to learn medicine and the males who had come to escort them. Feng Yi, Xiaoning, come out, called Feng Zhou. Clearly exasperated. His partner had returned home to report that Qin Yu and the others had quarreled, and shortly thereafter, Feng Xiaoman had come to him with grievances. After Feng Yi and Qin Yu had become partners, there had been a period of calm, but just on the first day the females were permitted to learn medicine. Discord had resurfaced. Fewer people was preferable. When there were too many, trivial matters multiplied. Feng Yi and Xiaoning stood at the cave entrance like sentinels, lazily observing their visitors, pondering their intentions. Qin Yu, with a bowl still in her hand, munched away while casting glances in their direction. The indifference displayed by the group frustrated Feng Xiaoman significantly. After all, it was merely a dispute among females. Why should the two males intimidate her sister? Feng Xiaoman glared angrily at Feng Yi and Xiaoning. Upon arriving to escort the females, he had seen his sister's eyes red and swollen, and the moment she spotted him, she began to cry, overwhelmed with grievance. You won't allow her to pursue her path. As a female, you insist she ventures into the thicket. Outside, nearly 20 males and females stood, their eyes wide with curiosity, whispering among themselves about the unfolding drama, eager to gossip. Feng Xiaoman stood there, a picture of distress, with a face that seemed on the verge of tears. The few individuals standing at the cave entrance remained unmoving, some eating, while the stark contrast painted them as bullies. Feng Yi raised an eyebrow, questioning the plethora of whys. Your sister cries, and you come looking for trouble. My partner feels wronged, as one might expect, yet I have done nothing, and you arrive here. Xiaoning let out a cold laugh, stating, this matter cannot be overlooked. What do you intend to do? Feng Xiaoman was discontented with their reactions. The females in the tribe deserve care, yet these two were targeting their own sister. If you're in the wrong, you must apologize to my sister. Yin Duo thought Feng Xiaoman was scolding them, and they reciprocated, believing the matter had been resolved. Only for this situation to arise. As for preventing her from taking that path, those were words spoken in anger. Had they genuinely intended to stop her, they would have kept her from the thicket earlier that day. Why do you not inquire how she spoke of me and Qin Yu this morning? Qin Yu interjected after swallowing her food and setting the bowl on the table, walking over to Feng Ye's side. She is perfectly fine with not a scratch on her, quite unlike one who has ventured into the thicket. Now I understand how, on her first day of learning medicine, she dared to speak ill of others behind their backs. It is simply that you have stirred trouble without understanding the facts. She insulted us behind our backs, and we responded, what is wrong with that? Feng Xiaoman stubbornly retorted, no matter what my sister said, you should not intimidate her, nor should you prevent her from pursuing that path. Just because you possess strength and the will to act does not give you the right to bully others. The other females who come to learn medicine live in fear of your intimidation. His sister had only shared a few words during her journey to learn medicine. Yet those two females had pointed at her and scolded her, forbidding her from continuing on that path. Later, their partners had intimidated her, instilling fear in her for future visits to learn medicine. Upon hearing this, he felt aggrieved. How could his sister learn anything while constantly living in fear? The males present shifted uncomfortably at this revelation, as the previously indifferent crowd began to murmur, now concerned for their own females' well-being. After all, Feng Yi was known for his fiery temperament, and his past actions were well known throughout the tribe. Qin Yu was speechless, realizing he had only taken note of Feng Xiaoman being criticized, but not the reasons behind it. Feng Xiaoman remained silent, and Feng Xiao'er did not inquire further. The atmosphere was charged, with emotions running high among the onlookers. Feng Yi's expression turned cold. Feng Zhou recognized the signs of impending anger and feared the situation would escalate. With a furrowed brow, he brusquely addressed Feng Xiaoman. What are you crying for? If there is an issue, clarify it. What exactly did you say this morning? All eyes turned to Feng Xiaoman, eager to learn the source of the conflict. The females who had come to learn medicine were aware of the dispute, but the details eluded them. Under the scrutiny of so many, Feng Xiaoman felt humiliated. Her face flushed with embarrassment. She believed that the matriarch had grown fond of her no longer. The females who came to learn medicine hardly spoke to her. And now, even the matriarch regarded her with a frown. Feng Xiaoman's lips quivered as words escaped her grasp. Feng Xn, upon witnessing his daughter's distress, understood the situation all too well. Having watched her grow, it was clear she had spoken ill of someone. Otherwise, she would not be so hesitant to speak. Sending Xiao'er to fetch her, he had not returned with her, instead rushing to find the matriarch. The first words out of his mouth being that his sister had been bullied. Without the chance to ask for details, they had come directly to this place. Fearing the situation would worsen, he took a step forward, reasoning that it was merely a quarrel among females, not a grave matter, and intended to let it go. But Feng Yi interjected, "Stop. This matter will not be settled until it is addressed clearly. You shall not leave this mountain until it is resolved." Chapter 214. You shall not set foot on this mountain again. He was indifferent to others' opinions. After all, he was known for his protective nature and unwillingness to compromise. If he allowed them to leave today, soon the tribe would be buzzing with tales of Qin Yu as a bully. Feng Xin found himself in a predicament, glancing at Feng Zhou, hoping he would intervene and let the matter rest. However, Feng Xiaoman was reluctant. While alone, she could endure their intimidation. But with her father and brother present, along with so many others, she did not believe Feng Yi and the others would dare to harm her. I merely express my thoughts. I can speak as I please. Why must I be targeted like this? Everyone dislikes me and refuses to speak to me. She had never endured such humiliation, and as she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Observing his sister begin to cry, Feng Xiao'er stepped forward, his expression fierce, pointing accusingly at Qin Yu and Yin Duo. Before he could utter another harsh word, he was simultaneously kicked away by Feng Yi and Xiaoning. A painful wail echoed from a distance. Feng Xiaoman was left stunned, while Feng Xion's face twisted in concern as he rushed to check on his son. The males and females present were taken aback by the sudden turn of events, all retreating cautiously to avoid being caught in the fray. Yu Ji could no longer bear to watch. The fight had already begun, and it was her brother who was injured, while Feng Xiaoman remained silent. Having witnessed the entire ordeal, she found the quarrel among females quite normal. If one insulted another, a retort was to be expected, and matters should end there. Inviting so many to spectate, yet failing to clarify the situation, only claiming that Qin Yu and the others bullied her, was merely an attempt to escalate the issue. If one wishes to learn medicine, they should focus on their studies rather than stir up trouble. Stepping forward, she remarked, "This morning, Feng Xiaoman spoke incessantly during her journey. It is said that any female not raised within the tribe is not worth much, possessing numerous cunning tactics, a fierce temperament, and an utter lack of shame. Yet, the males of this mountain seem blind to such faults, gravitating towards such individuals. By chance, Qin Yu and Yinduo overheard this and boldly challenged the speaker to voice their grievances openly instead of whispering behind backs, deeming such behavior cowardly. As for the notion of preventing her from pursuing her chosen path, Yinduo's remarks were born from anger. Yoji, perceiving the situation clearly, understood that had there truly been a desire to confront her, Yinduo would not have taken her partner away. Concerning the female who sought medical knowledge during the matriarch's discourse, everyone listened attentively, with no one speaking ill of her. It was not that they disliked her, nor that they refrained from conversation. As for the intimidation she faced, Feng Ye and Xiaoning merely cast a few glances her way, uttering not a word. It was her own guilt that led her to cast blame upon others. Feng Xiaoman, neglecting her injured brother, gazed at Yoji in disbelief, unable to comprehend that they had grown up together in the tribe, yet she chose to assist others instead of her. Yoji shot her a glare and fell silent. This individual was beyond saving. There were quite a number of females who had come from other places to join the tribe. Once they arrived, they were members of the Jukinglang tribe, yet she held herself in undue esteem. The one who came to fetch Yoji was Yulin. Upon hearing the entire saga, scoffed, realizing that the true lack of shame lay with her. You initiated the bullying, yet you now play the victim. Speak your mind if you wish, for others are entitled to do so as well. If you cannot bear it, perhaps you should remain at home and refrain from pursuing medicine. Your constant idleness is a hindrance to my meals. Yulin led Yoji away from the crowd, advising her to limit her interactions with such individuals. Lest one day she say something they do not wish to hear and find herself beset by a throng at her doorstep. The gathered females, witnessing Feng Xiaoman's silent tears, recognized the truth in Yoji's words and exchanged glances of understanding before dispersing to their homes. Feng Xiaoman returned in a huff, intent on confronting them. But before she reached her sister, she grasped the unfolding events, her spirit deflating instantaneously, halting in her tracks. Those remaining observed the flushed faces of Feng Xin and Feng Xiaoman, eager to see their next move. While Feng Xiaoman was protective of her sister, she soon realized her sister's misstep, causing her indignation to dissipate, and she dared not meet the gazes of the other males. Feng Xin covertly glanced at Feng Zhou and Feng Ye, recognizing that today's incident had offended the males and females of this mountain alike. The fault lay with Xiaoman, and since Xiaoer was also punished, I shall take them home to teach them properly. There is little benefit in having Xiaoman pursue medicine now. We shall revisit this after the storm has passed. Observing their antics, Feng Ye squinted. I shall state this clearly today. Henceforth, she shall find no opportunity to sneak through the grass. I will not permit her to set foot on this mountain again. Not only her, but you all as well. Otherwise, you know what awaits you. To invite the matriarch to teach her is your skill. If you fail, you have only yourselves to blame. One must not show leniency towards such individuals, leaving no room for mercy. Xioning had little to say, merely watching as their faces fluctuated between red and white. Qingyu and Yunduo shared their disbelief. The residents of this mountain had always maintained harmonious relationships, living comfortably and pleasantly. Such a sudden upheaval was disheartening. Feng Zhou had only heard from his partner that Qingyu and Yunduo had quarreled with someone, but he was unaware of the specifics. Upon learning the details, he grew increasingly impatient. A trivial matter, yet it spiraled into such convoluted chaos. Noticing Feng Xiaoman's expression flickering with dissatisfaction, yet hesitant to voice it, she huffed quietly to herself, believing she had done no wrong. Her tone was naturally irritable. While females in the tribe are indeed precious and deserving of protection, such status does not grant one the right to create turmoil. Feng Zhou turned his gaze to Feng Xin, fully aware of his own offspring's disposition. If you cannot teach them well, they will naturally not be favored by others. Many males and females witness today's events, and it will not be long before the news spreads, subjecting them to scorn from others. At this moment, Feng Xion's face was not only flushed but also stiffened. The matriarch typically addressed matters calmly and kindly, yet his tone signified genuine impatience. Casting a glance at his daughter, who stood frozen in shock, he moved his lips to apologize to those present and assured them of his commitment to properly educate her before leaving with his despondent son and daughter. Once they departed, Feng Zhou shot a few sidelong glances at Feng Ye, who remained lazily standing as before, his expression inscrutable. Yet, it was apparent that he was displeased. So Feng Zhou chose not to provoke him further and turned to leave. Everyone resumed their own affairs, oblivious to the fact that this incident would have repercussions. Chapter 215. The irritable Feng Ye. The following day, Qingyu and Yunduo resumed their studies. Yet Auntie S' election had dwindled by a third. It remained unclear whether this was due to Auntie S' strict words from the previous day or if they were intimidated by the recent events. She suspected the latter. For today, aside from the sisters residing on this mountain who spoke to her, Yoji merely nodded in acknowledgement, while others maintained a distance of at least a meter. With so many individuals in the tribe, each harbored their own opinions, which was beyond her control, whether perceived as good or bad. It was all subject to the words of others. She gazed skyward in exasperation, resigning herself to the fact that her reputation would likely parallel Feng's, notorious and ill-reputed. Both she and Sister Yunduo believed there was no harm in this. Focusing earnestly on their own tasks was sufficient. Days later, upon returning home with her, Feng Ye discovered Yumo sitting angrily in front of their cave. The grass beside her had been ruthlessly uprooted, even forming a hole. Qingyu, bewildered, questioned Feng Ye's outburst. Yumo spoke rapidly, recounting the events of the day. Even after several days, Feng Xiaoman had inexplicably gone mad, gathering over 10 females to confront Yoji. She accused Yoji of aiding outsiders while neglecting her, claiming Yoji was no good herself. In a matter of days, she had transformed from the mumbling individual Yulin described to someone who unleashed a torrent of insults upon their family. Naturally, they did not indulge her, giving her a thorough reprimand, relishing the sight of her face, transitioning from pale to crimson and finally to purple. She even called out all the females Feng Xiaoman had brought along, urging them to comprehend the truth before speaking, warning them not to be foolishly deceived. Feng Ya, feeling agitated, pondered how it was possible to still hear that female's name after so many days. With a cold demeanor, he asked whether her family had not intervened. That day, Feng Xian had assured he would properly instruct Feng Xiaoman. Yet mere days later, another incident had arisen. Qing Yu inquired whether her family was unconcerned. If they sought no benefit here, why return to confront Yoji? It was undoubtedly because Yoji had spoken the truth that day. It seemed Feng Xiaoman had harbored resentment over the past few days, failing to reflect on her own missteps, instead blaming others and seizing the opportunity to retaliate. Yumo shook her head, noting that Feng Xiaoman had arrived with females in tow, yet her family had not been seen. Whether they had tacitly approved or Feng Xiaoman had acted independently, it did not diminish her despicability. Yumo was particularly furious, prompting Qing Yu to query why. Given they had rebuked her, she should still be so enraged. Did something else occur? This only fueled Yumo's fury further. She came to berate Yoji, and it was entirely normal for them to respond in kind. And guess what happened? Feng Xiaoman jumped into the water, drenched and carried back. Now, they had a problem. Her leap into the water led others to claim they had been too harsh, driving her to such an act. Regardless, she was still a female, and if she wished to hurl a few insults, so be it. Yumo felt utterly perplexed. Although she had encountered numerous females before, encountering someone like Feng Xiaoman was an entirely new experience. Without a moment's hesitation, she had plunged into the water, seemingly unafraid of the potential consequences. What baffled Yumo was that it was Feng Xiaoman who had initiated the insults, and they had merely responded in kind. Yet, the moment she jumped into the water, the blame inexplicably shifted onto them. The turmoil within her was palpable, and she sought solace in confiding her frustrations to Hai Da and the others. If all the females in the tribe behaved like Feng Xiaoman, retaliating with a few harsh words only to leap into the water, it would pose a significant problem. The thought lingered unspoken in her mind, and she shook off the disquieting notion. Qingyo understood that society tends to sympathize with the weaker party. Despite the merits of their arguments, once Feng Xiaoman had leapt into the river, the blame would inevitably fall upon Yumo and her companions. She lightly tapped her forehead, observing the pensive figure beside her, and let out a sigh. The conflict had originated from Feng Xiaoman's sharp tongue, merely engaged in a verbal spar with Yinduojia. Yoji had merely stated the facts, and found herself entangled in the ensuing chaos. Yumo had approached primarily to provide a warning. When Feng Xiaoman was carried back, she was still vociferously claiming that her plunge was a result of coercion. She would remember those who had insulted her and would not let the matter rest easily. Qingyo, however, did not believe that Feng Xiaoman's family was entirely unaware of her actions. Having watched her grow up, her relatives should have known her best. Yumo, feeling increasingly agitated, ran her fingers through her hair. This person seemed utterly unhinged, living not far from them. They should exercise caution, especially since Da Sao and Yunduojia were both expecting. Feng Ye transitioned from an expressionless demeanor to a cold smirk, finding humor in his frustration. Initially, he had been displeased when his partner was insulted, but after Qingyo's arrival, he had become more forgiving towards females, merely intending to intimidate Feng Xiaoman into behaving herself. As Qingyo pulled him back, he relented. When Feng Xiaoman's family approached, he intended to ensure they communicated clearly so that Qingyo would not overhear any unpleasant remarks. If they enjoyed stirring trouble, then they should refrain from approaching them. Out of sight, out of mind, and it would spare his mood. Whether or not they could return to the practice of medicine was their concern. They must bear the consequences of their actions. At that moment, he reconsidered. Among the males in the tribe, disputes could be settled with a fight, and afterward, they would coexist peacefully. However, dealing with this family would require a different approach, as they were formidable. Let's go back. This matter will be resolved in a couple of days, Yumo asserted. She noticed the expression on Yege's face and felt a pang of fear. The last time she had seen that look was when he had first encountered Da Sao's nonsensical remarks. She sensed that Yege had genuinely contemplated violence against her. Yege, are you planning to deal with them? Yumo asked hesitantly. Not like that. Everyone is aware of the situation now. if they were to suddenly vanish? The first suspicion would fall upon you, he replied candidly. In the past, if anyone in the tribe had been injured, the first name that came to mind was Yega. Qingyo also turned to look at Feng Ye, not believing he would resort to such actions. However, due to her pregnancy, he had become increasingly irritable and restless, his temperament noticeably affected. Faced with his partner's suppressed agitation, she could not help but feel concerned. Moreover, given her connection to the situation, Feng Ye's barely concealed frustration was unmistakable. When she met Yumo's gaze, Feng Ye felt no emotion stir within him. But when his partner looked at him with worry, he found himself losing his composure. Gritting his teeth, he reassured her, "Nothing will happen. I will simply give them something to occupy themselves with." Yumo felt a sense of relief upon hearing his words. Yega had promised that this matter would be resolved in 2 days, and he expressed his satisfaction in not having to see Feng Xiaoman's family again. No further demands were necessary. Keeping a distance was the key. After Yumo departed, Feng Ye did not rush out, but instead prepared a meal. Regardless of the circumstances, nothing was more important than ensuring his partner was well fed. Once everything was arranged, he set off towards a particular destination. Chapter 216. I must strike first. Feng Zhou recognized the visitor's intent immediately. Just days prior, he had observed Feng Ye holding back his anger. Today, nearly resulting in a fatal incident due to Feng Xiaoman's remarks. He was doubtful that Feng Ye could continue to restrain himself. "Speak up. What do you intend to do this time?" "I must insist that we are all part of the same tribe. Some conflicts are unavoidable, but we must not go too far," Feng Ye replied, his expression devoid of emotion. "It is not excessive at all. Let us assign them some tasks to contribute to the tribe." Everyone knew they had been wronged. Allowing them to contribute would serve as compensation, and they should be pleased. Feng Ye's voice grew cold, and Feng Zhou felt a sense of disbelief. He had never been one to tolerate provocation. If others left him alone, he would not interfere. But if someone dared to provoke him, Feng Ye would ensure they faced repercussions. Feng Zhou sighed, recognizing that the tribe needed individuals to either train the adolescent males or forage for food. "Which do you think is more suitable?" Feng Ye scoffed at the suggestion of training the young males, fearing that Feng Xin would instill in them the same inability to discern right from wrong. Feng Xiaoman's family surely knew what she was like. They merely chose to ignore her behavior. "I believe they deserve a task that others cannot handle." Feng Zhou had already identified potential candidates from other tribes, but they had no use for him. "I cannot think of what they would be suited for." At the edge of the tribe, there is a mountain abundant with horned beasts and game, rich in resources. They would be well suited to stay there. Not only would they have ample food, but they would also enjoy a leisurely life, free from other males and females, allowing them to act as they pleased. Moreover, it was a necessary route for other tribes coming to the Juqinglong, ensuring they would not have to worry about survival while still contributing to the tribe. Feng Ye's reasoning sounded noble, yet Feng Zhou found it exasperating. The moment he mentioned that location, Feng Zhou immediately recognized it. While the area indeed had plentiful game, it was also rife with thorns and dense underbrush, a place none in the tribe favored. Furthermore, it was on the outskirts, where other tribes with ill intentions could easily gather information. If the Feng Xin family resided there, they would likely struggle to sleep peacefully. "You want me to send them there? It would be evident that we are targeting them. I will find another location to keep them far away." Feng Ye emanated an aura of displeasure, and Feng Zhou felt a chill run down his spine. What had gotten into this child lately? He seemed poised to explode at any moment. Feng Xiaoman is merely a female, overly coddled. The recent incident was simply too much for her to handle, Feng Ye countered. "You know how many males reside around here? They cannot reach them. Eventually, this will pass." Feng Ye rested his chin on his palm, utterly unconvinced by Feng Zhou's words. Those who enjoyed causing trouble would never remain idle. Just because they had not acted today did not mean they would refrain in the future. If anything threatened Qingyo's safety, he would not ignore it. If she could resort to such actions over a mere truth spoken by Yoji, it was easy to imagine what she might do regarding Qingyo and Yindua. Both were with child, and he had many matters to attend to, leaving little time to guard against her. If she dared to claim that this matter would not be so easily forgotten, he would undoubtedly take preemptive action. Feng Zhou knew this was characteristic of him. "Are you prepared to proceed with this course of action? If not, I will consult Feng Yang and Feng Yan. One of them is to be the next clan leader and has the authority to make this decision." Feng Zhou felt exhausted, aware that none of those youngsters would heed his words. His face twisted in frustration. "You are correct. Qingyo and Yindua must be cautious during their pregnancies." But that location, Feng Ye grew increasingly irritable. "Just say whether it is feasible or not." Feng Yang, standing at the door, overheard the conversation between his father and elder brother, unsure whether to enter. The two individuals exchanged words, leaving him in a position of distress, with neither gaining any advantage. However, Feng Yi, with his keen ears, caught the sounds and glanced outside. Feng Yang, feeling the pressure, reluctantly stepped inside. Before he could even find a place to sit, he heard his elder brother inquire about his thoughts. Feng Yang cast a glance at his brother, then at his father, realizing he could not provoke either of them. I believe my elder brother is correct. We must intervene before matters escalate. Once they transpire, it becomes futile. As for the location, I leave that to your discretion. Seeing their demeanor, Feng Yi grew increasingly impatient. Will you comply or not? If not, I shall assume the role of clan leader myself. Previously, he had viewed the responsibilities of leadership as burdensome, yet now he perceived the potential to act freely in that capacity. Dealing with them was too cumbersome. He would take matters into his own hands. Feng Yang's eyes lit up at the thought. His elder brother possessed more ideas and was quicker in thought, executing tasks with efficiency. He would no longer exhaust himself, entangled in daily chaos, with issues arising from every direction. Feng Zhou, noticing Feng Yang's expression, grimaced at him. Your elder brother speaks out of anger. In the past, Feng Yang would have rejoiced at Feng Ye's remarks, yet now he felt a sense of dread. Feng Ye's desire to lead stemmed from a wish to confront them, and he was no longer an immature male. Why did his temper seem to intensify? Feng Yi, ignoring him completely, was resolute that his recent improvement in temperament had only led to trouble. If we let this slide, such occurrences will proliferate. I intend to demonstrate to the other males what consequences arise from instigating trouble. He aimed to make those inclined to cause discord reconsider their actions. Feng Zhou felt as though his dignity was being eroded by these young ones. When Feng Yi was angry, he became aggressive, unwilling to relent until his objectives were met. The Feng family's intentions seemed perplexing. They had resolved matters, only to stir up further conflict. Let me contemplate what approach to take. Feng Yi remarked bluntly. What kind of leader are you? Every male should feel honored to serve the clan. What more do you need to ponder? Feng Zhou's face turned green with anger. This child was more infuriating than ever. Feng Yang noticed his elder brother's unusual ire. He often clashed with their father, but never in such an impolite manner. Feng Yi, on the brink of eruption, left with a few parting words. If they do not vacate within 2 days, I shall employ my own methods. If you cannot protect those I care for, I will take on the role of clan leader myself. In fair competition, let those with the capability lead. Chapter 217. Has reputation deteriorated to such an extent? When Feng Yi returned, Qing Yu was already asleep, roused only by the sounds of his evening ablutions. She peered outside, finding it shrouded in darkness. He had been gone for quite some time. She could surmise Feng Yi's intentions, likely to distance them from his family. As out of sight, men out of mind. She felt similarly. Each individual possesses a distinct temperament, and it is natural for some to clash. As long as they could coexist without interference, it mattered little. True to form, Feng Yi climbed onto the bed and gently embraced her, and Qing Yu, unaware of anything amiss, nestled her head against his chest and drifted back to sleep. The following day, she assumed it would be like the previous days, with many females keeping their distance. The incident regarding Feng Xiaoman's leap into the river had likely spread, and they would undoubtedly gain a reputation for being aggressive and coercive. With the matter freshly at hand, everyone was abuzz, and the gossip surrounding them was inevitable. Feng Xiaoman's actions were hardly beneficial to her, considering the formidable nature of the clan. Any words that provoked her would result in her family coming to her defense, even to the extent of jumping into the river. However, she was still underage, and given the clan's leniency towards females, time would likely dull the memories of this incident. When she and Sister Yinduo arrived, Aunt had yet to show up, so they found a place to sit. Sister Yinduo brought her a generous portion of roasted meat, which she savored slowly. Soon, Yuji approached, momentarily taken aback upon seeing them, then sat beside them, appearing as if she had something to say. Qing Yu was surprised. Although Yuji had spoken on their behalf before, she had merely nodded at most, and they had yet to converse, her appetite for the meat diminishing as she wondered what Yuji might express. Yuji no longer possessed the fearless demeanor she had exhibited that day, clearly shaken by the incident involving Feng Xiaoman's leap. I truly did not anticipate she would jump into the river. Having grown up in the clan, she had never witnessed such an event. Someone leaping into the water after being scolded was a notion that unsettled her. With her close friends absent from the medical training, she felt at a loss for whom to confide in. Upon seeing Qing Yu and Yun Duo seated together, she recognized their shared plight and felt an overwhelming urge to express her feelings. Qing Yu and Yun Duo nodded in unison. None had foreseen such outcomes. Yu Ji appeared despondent, and Yun Duo offered her piece of meat, saying, "I had a hearty breakfast this morning. Please have this." Whether it was her imagination or not, Yu Ji seemed to have lost weight and appeared haggard after just one day apart. She had no appetite that morning and had eaten nothing, yet the roasted meat before her was undeniably tempting. Aware that the two of them were expecting, she ensured that Yu Ji had eaten sufficiently before accepting the food. Just moments ago, Yu Ji had seemed perfectly fine, yet now, as she consumed the roasted meat, tears welled in her eyes. The aunts who had once treated her kindly now spoke of her with disdain, as if everything had changed overnight. She believed that these two would likely ignore her, especially after their initial unpleasant encounter. Her mother had brought her to confront Feng Yi, yet Qing Yu bore her no ill will. Yin Duo even offered her meat. With a mouthful of meat, she mumbled, "I too was indulged by my family. I did not leap into the river after a few harsh words, especially since she was the one who insulted me first." Qing Yu remarked on the siblings' shared expressions of grievance, reminiscent of how Yu Mo had approached Feng Yi in similar frustration. "Do not dwell on it. In a few days, the situation will resolve," Yin Duo affirmed. Such individuals should be avoided. She pondered whether her earlier insistence on Yu Ji's idleness led to her leap into the river, hoping a wake-up call would inspire reflection. Yin Duo's expression twisted as she contemplated the weight of words exchanged in arguments. Had she been as fragile, she might not have survived in the West. Surviving is no small feat, and it ought to be cherished. Yu Ji could no longer hold back. They had known each other and were aware of the trouble her tongue had caused. However, she had not anticipated her words would carry such weight. Now, she found herself the subject of gossip for an extended period. Perhaps the females who had come to learn medicine would no longer speak to her. She valued her dignity and wondered who would wish to be the topic of discussion. Qing Yu and Yin Duo exchanged glances, realizing that not only would Yu Ji face scrutiny, but they too would be unable to escape it. It seemed that all residents of this hill would be subject to it. As for the females studying medicine, not conversing with them, both had grown accustomed to it. Yet, they felt a need to comfort one another. Aside from those on the hill, no one else engaged with them. Qing Yu expressed her sympathy, acknowledging their shared plight. Yin Duo chimed in, "We are still unfamiliar with each other. Once we become acquainted, we will understand one another better, and such misunderstandings will dissipate. Besides, it matters not if no one speaks to us. Our primary purpose here is to learn medicine, and acquiring knowledge is of utmost importance. We have family and partners. It is delightful to share conversations, but if not, it is of little consequence." She maintained a positive outlook, recognizing that the influx of females seeking to learn medicine was primarily a seasonal occurrence, and for the majority of the time, she would be with Xiaoning. Why dwell on those who hold no significance? As Qing Yu finished her meat, she nodded in agreement, signaling her support for Yu Ji. Yu Ji appeared somewhat consoled, her earlier despondence beginning to lift. At the entrance stood two females, their expressions tinged with awkwardness, uncertain whether or not to proceed. After exchanging glances, they decided to enter. Upon stepping inside, their eyes immediately fell upon Qing Yu, who had just remarked that they never spoke to her. Qing Yu recognized the two. One was Qiuguo and the other Gulin. They were diligent students, typically reticent. Their current discomfort was evident, having overheard the conversation among a few others. Yin Duo paused, quickly reflecting on their earlier words, reassuring herself that she had not spoken ill of anyone, which alleviated her anxiety about potential reprimands. Qiuguo seemed poised to articulate something, but ultimately settled on a simple declaration. They were not intentionally ignoring Qing Yu. Upon hearing this, Qing Yu felt a sense of isolation as the others appeared disinclined to engage with her, and Yin Duo, Gulin, more forthright in nature, relayed words from her mother. "My mother said that in the past, Feng Yi and Xiaoning, when angered, would most often lash out at males. If they were to provoke you, they might possibly retaliate against us. She had witnessed the incident that day, and, despite believing her mother's words to be somewhat exaggerated, Feng Yi and Xiaoning did indeed appear quite menacing, especially when one had kicked Feng Xiaoshi away. Qiuguo tugged at her, reminding her that their partners were present, questioning the appropriateness of such remarks. Her mother echoed similar sentiments, though her father maintained that females tend to overthink. Regardless of the circumstances, Feng Yi would never strike a female. Qing Yu pondered whether Feng Yi and Xiaoning had truly garnered such a poor reputation. Chapter 218. Are you afraid of me? Impossible. They only engage in conflict with males and would never harm a female. Yin Duo countered immediately. Yu Ji quickly concurred, recalling how Feng Yi had previously only fought with her two younger brothers, leaving her and her mother unscathed. Upon hearing their words, Qingyu grasped the reality of Feng Yi's unsavory reputation outside. Yet she remained dumbfounded by the reassurances from Yin Duo and Yu Ji. While their reasoning was sound, it did little to assuage the concerns of others. Forget it. It is what it is. There are pros and cons. Xiaoguo and Gu Lin quickly understood that their earlier remarks had offended them, acknowledging that the females at home would not be harmed, while the males remained uncertain. They were not the type to stir trouble, and after spending considerable time with Qingyu and Yin Duo, they found them to be quite gentle in their words and actions, leading them to believe the issue was not severe. Looking over at Yu Ji, they were unaware of how others from different peaks were discussing the matter. However, those who had witnessed the incident that day mostly felt that Feng Xiaoman had been overly sensitive and most understood the underlying truth. This thought brought Yu Ji some comfort, as long as not everyone believed her to be at fault. 2 days passed, and Umo arrived, breathless yet unable to conceal his joy. Brother Yi, you are truly remarkable. Feng Xin and his family have indeed moved away, relocating to that peak where few males reside. I could tell immediately that you had orchestrated this. As soon as they arrive, our people will be watching them. We will know their every move. Aside from Brother Yi, no one else would have thought of such a cunning strategy. Yet, he felt no remorse and expressed genuine admiration. In the past, Brother Yi had operated in a similar manner. One would not want to attract his attention, or else they would face dire consequences. Qingyu recognized that such a reputation was earned through actions. She was unsure how others perceived her, but she understood that Feng Yi's actions were solely for his own safety, and she agreed with this rationale. Umo, still riding high on excitement, persistently inquired how Feng Yi had persuaded the clan leader to take such measures, urging him to share the details. Feng Yi shot him a cold glance, instantly extinguishing Umo's joyful expression. His demeanor became stiff as he asked, "What's wrong, Brother Yi?" His only redeeming quality was his keen ability to read others' emotions. Having observed Brother Yi closely at this peak, he knew he was safe. Yet now, the change in Feng Yi's countenance was unsettling. Isn't this something to celebrate? Why the long face? Feng Yi replied, "What is there to celebrate?" If the elder did not act, he would have done so himself. The words spoken today were not mere jest. Umo agreed. Brother Yi has always said he would resolve it, and he surely will. Qingyu smiled gently, encouraging Umo to return. Her curiosity about how Feng Yi had communicated with the elders set aside. She sensed that something was amiss with Feng Yi lately. This matter had reached a conclusion, and he should not be behaving this way. Feng Yi was no different from usual, continuing to care for her meticulously, even more so than before. Each day, he would either bring back various items or seek out different foods to change their meals. Nothing seemed particularly odd, yet she felt an indescribable dissonance. The one unchanged aspect was her ongoing struggle with insomnia. Qingyu attributed this to Feng Yi's recent lack of rest. Taking the items from his hands, she declared, "I feel tired now. Let us sleep together." Feng Yi glanced at her expression, but did not refuse. They lay side by side on the bed, and Qingyu noticed his emerald eyes fixed intently on the ceiling. She sighed inwardly, realizing that poor sleep could lead to irritability. The only solution she could conceive was for him to rest more, yet his current demeanor suggested he was not inclined to sleep. She reached out to cover his eyes, saying, "If you do not sleep, I cannot either." Feng Yi retorted, "What nonsense! You sleep the soundest every night." When he struggled to sleep, he was not idle. He watched over his partner, fully aware of whether she was asleep or not. Qingyu found it impossible to counter his statement. Her sleep had always been restful, and now that she was pregnant, her sleep quality had improved even further. Each night, once she lay down and closed her eyes, she was blissfully unaware of her surroundings. Were it not for her recent bouts of nighttime thirst, when she would rise for water and find Feng Yi's large eyes fixed upon her, she might not have realized he often struggled with insomnia. "You must sleep, or I cannot." Qingyu began to formulate reasons, determined to ensure he had a proper rest that night. Feng Yi chose not to argue the matter, pulling her into his embrace and closing his eyes. Whether he fell asleep or not, Qingyu was unaware, as she had already succumbed to slumber. When she awoke, Feng Yi's eyes remained closed. Qingyu assumed that once he had rested well, his mood would improve, but one day, she observed Feng Yi slicing fruit with a demeanor reminiscent of butchering, causing her heart to race with trepidation. Standing nearby, she swallowed hard, wondering what was troubling him. The safety concerns had been addressed, and he had finally gotten some sleep. So why was he still behaving this way? Panic began to set in for Chinyu. Could it be that Feng Yi had quarreled with the elder during their meeting, which was why he had been in a foul mood for so long? Cautiously, she approached him, noticing the juice from the fruit splattering as he cut, and she glanced at his expression. Feng Yi turned to her, asking what's wrong. Chinyu found herself at a loss for words. She gently squeezed his exposed arm and thigh, inquiring, "Are you feeling unwell? Is it your hand, foot, or stomach?" Feng Yi firmly replied, "I am not unwell." In truth, he felt fine, yet he was not entirely comfortable. "Is it because of the argument with the elder?" Feng Yi answered swiftly, "No, I always speak with him like that. There was no quarrel. There is nothing to argue about. If he does not act, I will do it myself. I will not be angered." Chinyu was left bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. She simply sat beside him, offering her presence. They went about their usual activities, and that evening, she intended to watch Feng Yi sleep before retiring herself. However, fatigue overcame her. In the middle of the night, feeling thirsty, she groggily rose for water and spotted a figure sitting beside her, those glowing green eyes fixed intently on her abdomen. At that moment, Chinyu felt a surge of fear and instinctively blurted out, "What are you doing?" Feng Yi did not respond immediately. Instead, he reached for a cup of cooled water from nearby and offered it to her. He had long anticipated her nighttime thirst. The heart of Chinyu raced uncontrollably as she inquired once more, "Why aren't you asleep? Your belly is growing larger. Let me take a look." Feng Yi, pondering something, raised his head and squinted at her. "Are you afraid of me?" In Chapter 219, he was to procure some medicine for Feng Yi. Chinyu, though not truly frightened, felt a sense of unease when she awoke in the middle of the night to find him staring intently at her belly. The scene was unsettling in every regard. Noticing her silence, Feng Yi persistently asked again, "Are you afraid of me?" His gaze fixed on her, eager to discern her thoughts, to ascertain whether she genuinely feared him. Chinyu hurriedly replied, "I am not afraid. I am merely concerned that you haven't been sleeping well lately." Indeed, she had no reason to fear, as Feng Yi had always treated her with utmost kindness. This trivial matter would not instill genuine fear within her, yet it felt inexplicably strange. Feng Yi's luminous eyes continued to scrutinize her, as if he sought to uncover whether his partner spoke the truth. Chinyu inhaled deeply, wondering why he had become so sensitive. Logically, she, the one who was pregnant, should be the one feeling sensitive. She was eating well and sleeping soundly, brimming with joy, while Feng Yi had become oddly sensitive and somewhat melodramatic. Gently caressing Feng Yi's cheek, she confirmed her suspicions. He was indeed acting somewhat overly sentimental. After all, what could prompt such a foolish question? Was there something she was unaware of? Feng Yi, having received the answers he sought, pressed his fingers to his forehead and helped her lie down, then reclined beside her, simply gazing at her. Chinyu thought to herself, "This is it. Feng Yi seems unwell." The following morning, Chinyu pulled Yin Duo aside, urging her to ask Xiao Ning to delay his departure. Over the past few days, Feng Yi had spent most of his time either with her or with Xiao Ning. He must know something, and Chinyu felt compelled to inquire for her own peace of mind. Although Yin Duo was unaware of the reasons, she complied and approached Xiao Ning. Feng Yi escorted his partner and, noticing Xiao Ning standing still, raised an eyebrow. "What are you doing standing there? Waiting for the matriarch to shoo you away?" Xiao Ning replied, "You go ahead. I have something to discuss with the matriarch." Feng Yi shrugged it off, as he had many tasks to attend to, turning to leave. Once he was out of sight, Chinyu stealthily beckoned Xiao Ning aside. It was one thing for familiar faces to be aware, but it would be inappropriate for everyone to know. Xiao Ning could not fathom why Chinyu felt the need to question him behind Feng Yi's back. "Xiao Ning, since Feng Yi has been spending time with you, have you noticed anything amiss?" Typically, males tended to be oblivious, and upon hearing this, Xiao Ning frowned. Feng Yi had numerous responsibilities and was always busy. Everything seemed normal. He had behaved like this before. Chinyu then rephrased her inquiry. "When Yin Duo becomes pregnant, does it affect your mood negatively?" Xiao Ning responded, "Yin Duo's pregnancy brings him joy. He wouldn't be in a bad mood at all." Shaking his head, he added, "I don't see any signs of Feng Yi being upset either. Are you perhaps becoming overly imaginative like Yin Duo after a pregnancy?" Chinyu was taken aback by his words, beginning to doubt whether her concerns were merely figments of her imagination. She smacked her forehead, reflecting on the events of recent days, and reassured herself that her thoughts were not unfounded. Unable to derive any conclusions here, she requested a brief leave from Aishing and secretly sought out Abo. The distance to Abo's cave was short, and upon arrival, Feng Zhou was deep in discussion with Feng Yang and Feng Yan. They expressed curiosity upon spotting Qingyu. Feng Zhou, having heard much from his partner about Qingyu's earnestness in learning, was surprised to see her arrive at such an unusual hour. Without concern for their musings, Qingyu directly inquired, "Hey Bo, did Feng Yan have an argument with you last time?" Feng Zhou's previously gentle demeanor darkened instantly, followed by a cold humph. Who would argue with him in that state? Feng Yang, understanding the situation, recognized that his father was still upset, irritated with his elder brother for questioning his leadership. Leaning back, he wore an expression of helplessness. Feng Yan, aware of the recent relocation of the Fengxin family, surmised it was likely the elder brother's idea, but he remained oblivious to any quarrel they might have had, appearing confused. "Hey Bo, please don't be angry. I will scold him upon my return," Qingyu asserted earnestly. However, Feng Zhou merely cast her a disbelieving glance. He was well aware of how the two interacted. Their united front meant that her promise to reprimand Feng Yan was merely for his ears. "What is wrong with the elder brother?" Feng Yan inquired. Even if they did argue, it's been a while, the anger should have subsided by now. Qingyu found a seat, overwhelmed by unspoken sorrow. "I feel that Feng Yan has not been in a good mood lately. He struggles to sleep at night. Initially, I thought it was due to Feng Xiaoman and the others, but ultimately, that wasn't the case. Then I considered it might be due to his sleeplessness. Yet even after sleep, he remains the same." Feng Yan gently suggested, "Sister-in-law, perhaps you are overthinking things?" His tone was subtle. "The issues with Feng Xiaoman are trivial. The elder brother has faced far worse without concern. As for sleepless nights, before he bonded with you, he often struggled to sleep. He would either wander the mountain or run about. Based on these two matters alone, he sees no cause for concern." Though Feng Yang did not explicitly state that Qingyu was overthinking, his implication was clear. The elder brother does not harbor lingering anger. He merely incites anger in others. From their father's experiences, one could ascertain that the elder brother had never suffered losses. Moreover, he had previously stated that while it was acceptable to be angry, it was paramount to remain calm. Some issues could not be resolved through anger, but rather required rational thought. Qingyu observed as Feng Zhou continued to coldly huff, his demeanor perpetually stern, as if others owed him a debt. He had not sought her out since making a vehement declaration, and he still remembered it. Feng Yang was right. Feng Yan would only annoy others. What could possibly be troubling him? The three fixed their gazes upon her, igniting a flicker of doubt within Qingyu. To be candid, Feng Yan possessed an inner strength. Last year, when he departed from the tribe, he had slain several golden bears, yet he was always quick to comfort her. Surely, he would not harbor issues for such an extended period. However, his unusual behavior was undeniable. Without answers, Qingyu's visit was fleeting. In the afternoon, Qingyu approached Aisheng and quietly remarked, "Aisheng, Feng Yan has been irritable lately. He may be harboring frustrations. Please prepare some medicine to alleviate his distress. Additionally, he hasn't been sleeping well. He wakes at night to watch over me. Please procure some medicine that will help him sleep." Reflecting on Feng Yan's recent symptoms, she pondered but could not recall anything specific. "Aisheng, just these for now. Let him take them. If other issues arise, I will return to consult you." She added, "Please ensure the remedies are harmless to his health." Muyu contemplated that it was Qingyu who was pregnant, yet it was Feng Yan who appeared to be suffering. Muyu found herself troubled by her partner's recent irritable demeanor. Whenever they argued, he would inevitably recount the details to her upon returning. To her surprise, it was not only her partner who had been agitated for this long. Feng Yan's temper had also intensified. She resolved to procure some medicine for both of them. While she was uncertain if it would alleviate their frustrations, it would certainly provide them both with a dose of bitterness. She selected 2 types of harmless yet extremely bitter herbs, dividing them between herself and Qingyu. "Why on earth do you need to drink this?" she mused. "A little bitterness will do you good." Qingyu regarded the medicine in her hand with skepticism. Although she was unfamiliar with it, she recognized one of the herbs. It was known for its strong bitter properties, having previously cured a sore in her mouth after Aisheng brewed it for her. Qingyu's doubtful expression was unmistakable, prompting Muyu to casually assert, "This remedy works wonders. Just simmer in water and give it to him in 2 doses. He'll be fine by tomorrow." Qingyu thought, is this concoction meant to make Feng Yan suffer? Feng Yan, noticing that those around him had departed, entered only to find Qingyu cradling a large bundle of herbs in her arms. "Come here right away, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Muyu glanced at him, finding it quite normal. "That's for you to drink, so just finish it." Feng Yan replied, "Why would I need to take medicine when I'm perfectly fine? If I say drink it, then just drink it. Why are you asking so many questions?" Muyu said irritably, brushing past the two and leaving. Qingyu also urged him to go outside, explaining that a Sheng said the medicine brewed from herbs would be beneficial for the body during the hot summer. Whether it truly had any benefits, she was unsure. But a Sheng would not harm Feng Yi, so it surely wouldn't be detrimental. Feng Yi had never taken medicine in his life. He only applied herbal poultices when injured. Seeing the medicine in his hand, he frowned tightly, questioning the necessity of drinking it. Qingyu felt a bit guilty about his expression. Was the medicine effective? What if it wasn't tea? Upon returning, Feng Yi tossed the medicine aside, showing no intention of drinking it. Qingyu picked it up in front of him. A Sheng mentioned that the herbs should be boiled twice for better results. So the more he drank, the more effective it would be. Feng Yi squinted slightly, his gaze lingering on her face for several seconds, with her determined demeanor. It seemed he had no choice but to drink the medicine today. His head was pounding, so he tossed half of it into the pot, added water, and lit the fire. There was no technique involved, it just needed to be brewed. Qingyu stood by, initially finding the smell unpleasant, but as time passed, it became unbearable, prompting her to rush outside and gag. The odor was truly overwhelming. She thought it was only her reaction, but turning around, she saw Feng Yi had also stepped outside, looking just as nauseated. Qingyu was astonished. You feel like throwing up too? She recalled feeling sick from the smell before. After arriving here, she had taken medicine once before, and the taste was unforgettable. Given her current pregnancy, her sense of smell was heightened, intensifying her discomfort. But Feng Yi wasn't supposed to feel this way. The last time he brewed medicine, he sat calmly beside her, his expression unchanged. Why was he now reacting like she did? Feng Yi struggled to suppress the turmoil in his stomach, and sighed at his partner's concerned gaze. He might as well nod and admit it. He and T planned on saying anything. As a man, he felt it was embarrassing to be affected by such trivial matters. When he learned of his partner's pregnancy, he felt no significant reaction, but soon after, he found himself unable to sleep and lost his appetite, feeling an indescribable discomfort in his chest. If it weren't for the numerous tasks awaiting him each day, he would have preferred to lie still in one place. He forced himself to eat, and today, he felt fortunate not to have vomited after several days of eating. This discomfort was more challenging to endure than getting injured in a fight, constantly tormenting him. It was something so trivial, yet it plagued him for days without respite. Today was the worst. Not only did he not want to sleep or eat, but he also felt nauseous. He had a hunch that this situation would last for quite a while. The foul smell from the cave lingered, and they both stayed outside, finding a cooler spot to sit. Feng Yi rested his head on his partner's lap, expressing how unwell he had been feeling lately. Initially, he thought he could just endure it without worrying her, but with Qingyu bringing back the medicine, he realized he must clarify his condition. He could no longer remain silent. Qingyu felt a loss, staring blankly at Feng Yi. I'm the one pregnant, yet you're the one feeling unwell? Is this morning sickness? Feng Yi didn't understand the term morning sickness, but he could guess it referred to feeling unwell after becoming pregnant. It seemed to be the case. They gazed at each other for a long time, unable to find words. Qingyu speculated about her pregnancy, while Feng Yi felt anxious about his insomnia, affecting his mood. Who would have known it was like this? His partner seemed dazed, and Feng Yi gently pinched her cheek, assuring her that it would get better soon. Qingyu decided to ask a Sheng tomorrow about what medicine to take for nausea during pregnancy. She couldn't take any random medicine while pregnant, but Feng Yi could. Perhaps it would help him. Feng Yi pressed his forehead, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Was she really that worried? The taste of the brewed medicine was so vile that not throwing up was a blessing. Drinking it would make him lose his appetite for half a month. Now that they were so far from the cave, Qingyu felt as though she could still smell the lingering odor wafting outside. You'll just have to endure it, she said, stroking his chest in hopes of easing his discomfort. The smell was indeed unbearable. He should eat something to counteract it. However, when Qingyu suggested he eat, he started to feel nauseous again. After she left, he would eat. She hardly ever noticed, and if he didn't mention it, she wouldn't discover the truth. Having just eaten, he wasn't hungry. Qingyu didn't suspect anything. Are we going to eat at Xiaoninggu's place tonight, or at Feng Yin's? The odor in the cave was too unpleasant. She didn't want to return. She immediately continued. Let us go to Xiaoninggu's. It's closer. We can ask him to help us get the herbs out of the pot quickly. The smell will dissipate faster, and it won't be so unbearable tonight. Feng Yi had no objections, and hand in hand, they slowly made their way to Xiaoning's cave. As they walked, Qingyu squeezed his hand. Why didn't you tell me you were feeling unwell? You have no idea how worried I was. I'll ask Xiaoning if you've been feeling off lately. I'll also ask Abo if you two had a fight. At this, Qingyu looked up. What did you say that day? Abo is still furious. Feng Yi replied, I didn't tell you to avoid worrying you. He had initially thought it embarrassing as a male to be vexed by such matters. He still wanted to maintain his dignity. As for Abo, he felt that he had been criticized for being sluggish, and his tone had not been pleasant at that moment. That old man is getting stingier with age. I'll go find him tomorrow. Chapter 221. With his step down, can things still proceed? Though he planned to seek out someone the next day, Feng Yi lay at home, unmoving. Teased by his partner for turning from a tough man into a little cub, he found solace in her lap, seeking comfort. To prove he was still a man, he decided to leave the house and confront the still angry Abo. As Feng Zhou prepared to step out, he spotted someone approaching, and his previously gentle expression darkened instantly. He had no intention of acknowledging him and turned to enter the cave. Feng Yi recalled what he had said to cause such anger. But with so many words exchanged that day, he couldn't remember. Upon entering the cave, Feng Zhou exuded an authoritative presence, glaring at Feng Yi with a serious demeanor. He reprimanded him for failing to protect his family, still fuming over the matter. Though the young ones often assisted in minor matters, they had never suffered losses in significant issues. His mouth often spoke recklessly. If he didn't clarify things, this wouldn't end well. Fixing his gaze on Feng Yi, he awaited an explanation. Feng Yi began, I haven't been feeling well lately. What does your discomfort have to do with me? Feng Zhou replied coldly, expressing that he too was unwell. If that is all, then leave. Don't obstruct my view. Feng Yi was accustomed to speaking this way with him, and didn't find it problematic. However, his partner had mentioned that Abo treated them well, and being old, harboring anger could lead to health issues. Noticing the increasing wrinkles on Abo's face, Feng Yi rarely lowered his head. I shouldn't have said that. Feng Zhou paused momentarily, his eyes scanning Feng Yi's face several times. Was this cub affected by the medicine? He was angry, but never anticipated Feng Yi would yield. Although not explicitly admitting his fault, the implication was close enough. The tension hung in the air, and he suspected Feng Yi might be up to something again. Feng Yi waited for him to respond, but instead he scrutinized Feng Yi from top to bottom, his eyes filled with skepticism as he pressed his forehead. What a waste of words. Feng Zhou watched his retreating figure, reflecting on Feng Yi's earlier declaration to become the clan leader. If he truly pursued that path, no one could stop him. In the depths of her mind, she pondered who would be able to keep him in check after her demise. The few youngsters were out of the question. They could neither match Feng Yi in strength nor in persuasion. It was customary for everything to be dictated by him. It appeared that it was time to seek out Qing Yu for a conversation, for she was infinitely more obedient than those youngsters. As the weather grew increasingly warm, even a brief stroll to study medicine caused Qing Yu to sweat profusely. Mu Yu granted the expectant couple a holiday, and upon her return in the afternoon, Qing Yu promptly packed her belongings to move to the cave by the water's edge. Last year at this time, they had already descended. This year, due to her medical studies, they only moved down when the heat was at its peak. The layers of leaves provided a refreshing respite. In the days to come, in addition to reviewing her studies, she seized the opportunity to prepare items needed for the young ones. Meanwhile, Feng Yi ventured out during the cooler hours to gather fruits, wild vegetables, and milk fruits, ensuring he brought back all that Qing Yu required. During the hottest hours, he would languish at home, napping and keeping her company. During this period, Feng Zhou provided Qing Yu with Zheng Ligua, and several younger brothers brought an abundance of supplies. It was not until the heat of the season had passed halfway that the leader of the Qi Yu Hu tribe arrived, prompting Feng Yi to contemplate a visit. Qing Yu was in the cave, tallying what items were still needed. All the essentials for the newborn cubs, including milk, fruits, and other necessities, had been thoroughly prepared and neatly stacked in the new cave. They had also ensured they had more than enough supplies for themselves, leaving no room for worry. Feng Yi kissed his partner gently on the cheek and caressed her noticeably rounded belly, asking if she wished to accompany him. Qing Yu shook her head, stating she would remain at home awaiting his return. The Sun Zone wolf and the Ju Qing wolf shared a good rapport, conducting negotiations in a Boas cave. However, the Qiyu Hu demanded that discussions take place in a designated location, which was quite far from there. With her enlarged belly, she wished to avoid the bumpy journey. She reached out to caress Feng Yi's face, advising him to speak less while he was there. Feng Yi raised an eyebrow, and Qing Yu sighed. Despite the time that had elapsed, Feng Yi remained uncomfortable and his temper was irritable. Except for his gentle demeanor towards her, he had not changed much. He was quite fearsome to others. He was the sort who would resent anyone who cast a lingering glance in his direction. His formidable presence kept the males of the mountain at a distance. Among the younger brothers, even Feng Ming had the sense not to approach him. Were it not for the numerous tasks he had to complete each day, expending substantial energy. One could only wonder what might transpire. This state of affairs hardly resembled a negotiation. It felt more like preparing for a confrontation with the Qiyu Hu. Feng Yi clenched his teeth, feeling both exasperated and amused. Understood. With his partner's admonition in mind, he arrived at the designated location, adopting a stoic expression. A number of males from the Qiyu Hu tribe arrived, along with the tiger cubs that Qing Yu had saved, now grown and robust, trailing behind him, drawn in by the familiar scent. The leader of the Qiyu, who was astute, the Juqing wolf, had begun to dangle information before them since the onset of the hot season, and he had already conferred with the males of his tribe. They swore fealty before the beast god. Initially reluctant, they hoped to compensate with other offerings, yet the Juqing wolf remained adamant. Observing the young cubs of the tribe, they found themselves compelled to relent. The Qiyu Hu had no alternative. They could not afford to lose any more cubs, nor could they idly watch other tribes grow stronger while they stagnated. Thus, this was merely a formality. The negotiations proceeded smoothly, officially binding the two tribes together. Feng Zhou lamented inwardly about the loss, noting the Qiyu Hu's poverty. Aside from their penchant for fighting, they had an abundance of hides but little else of value. Feng Yang and Feng Yan exchanged glances, finding no issue with this. They had anticipated it. Although they could not offer much in this regard, they were formidable in battle, thus contributing in other ways. Utilizing the dried fruits produced by the Juqing wolf, they would submit a portion of their harvest annually. After a brief silence, the Qiyu Hu acquiesced to the Juqing wolf's other demands. Feng Yi, remaining an invisible observer, listened to their discussions. In addition to fostering goodwill between the two tribes, there was an emphasis on prioritizing the protection of the females and cubs of the Juqing wolf, alongside ensuring sufficient annual contributions. Everything unfolded as he had envisioned. The Qiyu Hu had little to spare. He mused that it would have been better to stay at home with Qing Yu. Feeling utterly bored, a tiger cub emerged from the side, laden with a sizable sack. Approaching him to sniff curiously, Feng Yi instantly recognized this as the cub Qing Yu had rescued. Qing Yu had mentioned during last year's cold wave that this little creature weighed only around 20 pounds, yet had grown remarkably fast. Upon confirming the scent, the cub raised its head and called out to Feng Yi, eager for him to lead it to its savior. No one objected. They were now united in purpose, and the Juqing wolf would teach them to make fire pits in the Qiyu Hu territory, familiarizing themselves with the terrain. The tiger cub's entry posed no issue. However, the notion of seeking out the elder sister-in-law, that was a venture they dared not undertake. The Qiyu Hu were famed for their affection for their cubs. If the elder brother were to intervene, would the alliance between the two tribes still stand? Chapter 222. What does it mean to not do it again in the future? He Xiong learned from his companions that the female who had saved his cub was Feng Ye's partner. After expressing his gratitude, he couldn't help but wonder why everyone regarded Feng Yi and his cub with such strange glances. Although Feng Yi was in a foul mood, he would not take it out on the cub. The tiger cub was carrying green fruits and some furs, seemingly gifts for Qing Yu. His partner had been feeling quite bored lately, so he decided to bring the cub in to entertain her. Let us go. He Ming glanced at his father and eagerly trotted behind Feng Yi. He Xiong felt no concern. Before the two tribes had formed an alliance, his cub had been just fine, and now that there was an agreement, he was quite at ease. Feng Yi did not take He Ming directly back. Instead, he first captured numerous slippery beasts. Ever since UMO had retrieved that fuzzy fruit, his partner had developed a fondness for slippery beasts. Although He Ming was still young, he was astute. Sensing that many Juqing wolves were watching him, he obediently followed behind, winding through a long route before finally spotting the female who had saved her. As he relaxed, he had yet to make a move when a male's voice called out nearby. My partner is with cub. If you rush over and bump into her, I will drown you in the water today. He Ming cast a glance at the nearby pond and slowed his pace. His father had advised him to behave when encountering males he could not overpower. When Qing Yu emerged from the cave and saw Feng Yi returning with the tiger, she initially failed to recognize it. It was only on the second glance that she confirmed it was the very cub she had rescued. The other cubs would not approach her, and Feng Yi certainly would not bring one back. It had grown remarkably fast when she had last bounded in the cave. It was still so small, and now it must weigh several hundred pounds. Hey Ming. Qing Yu was aware of its name and tentatively called out. Upon hearing her recognition, the cub joyfully approached and set down the items it had been carrying. It raised its head, eager to lick her hand, but Feng Yi swiftly pulled it back. You've seen her now. Stay put here while I prepare the food, and you'll be out in no time. He Ming let out a few gentle whines, expressing his discontent. Qingyu noted Feng Ye's possessiveness remained as strong as ever, unwilling to let her touch the cub, suppressing the itch in her palms. She refrained from insisting on petting it. Whatever the cub was whining about, Feng Ye did not translate, and she could not decipher it, only observing him occasionally open his mouth to let out a couple of roars. Feng Ye seemed deaf to the sounds, deftly preparing the fish. Qingyu sighed, saying, "Stop calling. Even if you keep calling, I want to understand." Pointing towards the grilled fish, she added, "Let us sit here and wait for the grilled fish." Meng finally ceased his cries, glancing between the two before lowering his head, awaiting his meal. Qingyu opened the items Meng had brought and examined the unfamiliar fruits and some furs. Although she currently lacked for nothing, her spirits were lifted nonetheless. A handful of fruits picked by Feng Ye was placed before him. Yong was elated, munching on the fruits with a crunching sound, which was especially irksome to Feng Ye. After satisfying his hunger, he took Yong away, explaining to his partner that they needed to harvest rice and were quite busy. Leaving Yong behind made him uneasy. Qingyu was well aware of his thoughts. Once they departed, she continued with her tasks. As the busyness escalated, the season of strong winds approached, and Yunduo was nearing the time to give birth, while Qingyu's belly was growing larger. The group gathered in the ABO cave to discuss who would go out and who would remain behind. Feng Ye turned to his partner, reassuring her not to fear, for he would stay home with her. Qingyu shook her head at the gazes of others. She was unafraid because if Feng Ye went out, Ashen would come over. As she had mentioned before, staying at home meant merely preparing meals, which she could manage. Although her belly was expanding, her movements remained relatively agile. It was preferable for Feng Ye not to go out. She wished for his company during this time. Yunduo, 6 months pregnant, had given birth to 3 male cubs. While Qingyu's own belly was quite large, and due to the weather conditions, it was inconvenient for her to go out. It was Feng Ye who returned to inform her, and Yunduo had asked him to bring back clothes for the female cubs. Although she had no use for them at present, it might be beneficial for her in the future. After feeling happiness for Yunduo, Qingyu began to gently touch the little garments inch by inch. During the days confined at home, Feng Ye prepared a variety of delicious meals, catering to whatever his partner desired. Yet, the little companion did not gain much weight, making her belly appear even larger. Feng Ye was hesitant to hold her while sleeping at night, fearing he might inadvertently touch her belly. Qingyu often found it difficult to sleep. As the days to her delivery approached, her heart grew increasingly anxious. She decided to get up and stroll around the cave, hoping that movement might hasten the birthing process. Feng Ye, concerned for her, assisted her in walking slowly, reminding her that they would only go through this once. In the early stages of her pregnancy, she seemed unaffected, but later, she turned over cautiously, enduring considerable discomfort. Qingyu cast him an annoyed glance, suggesting they refrain from such activities in the future. Without contraception, even the most careful actions might lead to conception. Who could predict such matters? The most effective method was precisely what she had just mentioned. Unfortunately, the person beside her was not one to endure such a situation. After 2 months of pregnancy, at night, he gazed at himself, yearning to devour himself with spicy seasoning. Feng Ye questioned her about not wanting to do it in the future. These past few months had nearly driven him to madness. After a brief stroll, Qingyu returned to lie down on the bed, while Feng Ye massaged her hands and legs. They chatted about whether she preferred male or female cubs. Qingyu answered that having cubs was already wonderful. Regardless of their gender, she would cherish them all. After having cubs, would she prefer them over him? Qingyu retorted that he had asked this question more than 10 times already and should find it tiresome. She professed her fondness for him the most. Feng Ye, with one hand massaging her and the other propping up his head, felt that despite Qingyu's repeated assurances of loving him more, it was not entirely true. Once the cubs were born, she would undoubtedly favor them more. His gaze fell on her belly, already planning for when the cubs grew older. He would find them tasks to engage in. Qingyu remained unaware of his thoughts, patiently explaining that the cubs would be helpless upon birth, necessitating their careful nurturing until they grew older. Gently, she turned over to rest against Feng Ye as she fell asleep. Feng Ye was counting the days, pondering when his partner would give birth, how old the cubs would be when they could reside outside, and when they could have moments of solitude together. On the early morning of a day nearing 6 months before dawn, Qingyu began to feel pain in her belly, just as she reached out to shake Feng Ye awake. He stirred beside her. With no time to spare, she exclaimed, "Feng Ye, I'm going to give birth." Chapter 223, 5 Little Cubs. Feng Ye had prepared for this day for so long. Transforming into his beast form, he let out a roar at the cave entrance to calm his panicked partner, then began boiling water and preparing the necessary items for the cubs. Everything that needed to be scalded was duly prepared and set aside. Although Qingyu had studied medicine, experiencing childbirth for the first time was undeniably daunting. Observing Fengye's organized and swift actions calmed her racing heart. While she still could, she slowly walked around the cave. Fengye's roar echoed across several nearby hills, prompting Muyu to rise, clutching the items she had prepared, and rush towards them. Both remained relatively calm. Muyu secretly nodded, pleased that her previous reminders had been heeded. Fengzhou intended to ask a few questions, but before he could open his mouth, Muyu had already assigned him tasks. Qingyu instructed them to catch a wild chicken if possible, preferably one with eggs, and to procure some fresh meat as well. During the first childbirth, the process would take longer, necessitating sustenance for energy. Muyu observed Qingyu, who was sweating profusely from the pain, and stepped forward to support her, insisting that if the pain was too intense, there was no need to walk. She had done well during her pregnancy. A moment's rest would not hinder her progress. Indeed, Qingyu was in considerable discomfort. Sitting was unbearable, and lying down was no better. Fengye's brow remained furrowed as he prepared the food, ensuring it was at the right temperature to feed Qingyu. Noticing his agitation, Qingyu comforted him, assuring him that every mother endured this ordeal, and with them by her side, she felt unafraid. Fengye continued to feed her, saying nothing. At that moment, words were futile. The pain was hers to bear. Muyu pulled Fengye aside, scolding him for his lack of perception, as he failed to notice Qingyu's waning appetite. Indeed, Qingyu had no desire to eat. She was forcing herself to consume the food in preparation for childbirth. As dawn broke, people from the hill began to arrive, surrounding the cave entrance tightly. Muyu left Henin and Sunbao to assist, while others kept their distance, for a larger crowd meant more noise, which was quite bothersome. With all preparations completed, Qingyu lay on the bed, unable to walk, yet the cubs were still not born. Approaching evening, sounds of the cubs finally echoed within the cave. Fengye had been driven out by Qingyu, and upon hearing the sounds, he stood up in excitement. Remembering her earlier words, he paced at the cave entrance until someone called him inside. Big brother, big sister has given birth to 5 male cubs, Sunbao exclaimed joyfully. Fengye nodded, his gaze sweeping over the area where the cubs lay, his steps momentarily slowing as he made his way towards his partner. Qingyu had already been tended to by Ashen, and Fengye repeatedly caressed her face, asking if she was in pain. She was now severely fatigued, gesturing for a bit of water, feeling less parched, and expressing that she felt much better now. The pain she had just endured seemed trivial in comparison. Henin was cleaning the little cubs, her initial joy giving way to concern, as the last 2 cubs were particularly small. She quietly called to Muyu, matriarch. This cautious remark caught Qingyu's attention, prompting her to struggle to sit up. Although still in shock over having given birth to 5 cubs, her focus remained on them. Fengye restrained her, assuring her that he had checked upon their condition, and they were all healthy. Qingyu called for Ashen, placing her trust solely in her expertise because of her medical knowledge. Fengye paused, and Muyu spoke up. The cubs are doing well. She further enlightened Henin and Sunbao, explaining that if the number of cubs was low, they would be larger, while a higher number would result in smaller sizes, which was quite normal. Muyu's calm demeanor soothed Qingyu's anxious thoughts. Henin and Sunbao nodded in understanding, and seeing Qingyu still concerned, Muyu brought the cubs over for her to see. Sunbao carefully offered the warmed milk fruit, feeding them gently. Qingyu gazed intently, watching the little cubs with their silvery fur, their eyes still closed, mouths moving as they awaited nourishment. Once reassured of their well-being, she relaxed her tense body, fatigued, yet unable to find sleep. Fengye brought over the food that had long been prepared. Qingyu ate a little and lay on the Kong, her gaze fixed on the spot where the cubs were. After arranging everything, Muyu noticed that Fengye showed no intention of leaving and decided to send his partner out to share the good news with those waiting outside. Watching the cubs, her heart ached. Despite her outwardly relaxed demeanor, she felt a deep-seated anxiety. In the past, the survival of such small cubs born during the warm season had been a matter of luck, let alone now that the weather was turning colder. Stealing a glance at Fengye, who was soothing his partner to sleep, she felt a wave of relief wash over her as she noted their normal reactions. She was uncertain whether the cubs were of normal size. She had only witnessed Henin give birth to female cubs, and when Yunduo was in labor. Her size had made it impractical for Qingyu to be present. During her medical studies, she hadn't attended the births since a Shun had been pregnant, and now, feeling more at ease, she slowly closed her eyes. Once Fengye confirmed that Qingyu was asleep, he approached the cubs. Lao Si and Lao Wu appeared notably frail. Having grown up here, he had seen many newborn cubs, and the moment he entered, he recognized the issue. Yet, he maintained a neutral expression. After all, his partner had just given birth, and he did not wish to cause her further distress. He wanted to say something, but glanced at the person on the Kong and ultimately remained silent, focusing intently on how to feed the cubs milk fruit. Just as Muyu was about to speak to prepare Fengye for what lay ahead, she noticed the person on the Kong had lifted their head once more. Fengye smiled gently and asked if she needed to see the cubs to fall asleep. Qingyu, who had just drifted off, opened her eyes at the slightest noise. Just as she was about to nod in agreement, Muyu interjected, explaining that the cubs needed to be well fed. They were currently nursing on milk fruit, and Fengye should observe closely, promising to bring them over for her to see after a while. Fengye, understanding her character, first brought over the well-fed Lao Da and Lao Air for her to admire. The rest were still nursing, and she could enjoy them once she had rested adequately. Muyu smiled warmly, reassuring her that she would keep an eye on the cubs until they grew a bit bigger, at which point Fengye would have learned everything necessary for their care before she returned. Qingyu, being quite easygoing, truly fell asleep upon hearing this. Fengye diligently completed one task after another as instructed by Shun, yet his emotions remained taut. Fengzhou returned, his face alight with joy. But upon seeing the serious expressions of the two, he stifled his laughter. Once he felt warmer, he slowly approached the cubs, his heart beginning to race. The next day, Lao Si and Lao Wu seemed stronger and more vigorous in nursing than they had the day before, which eased Muyu's tension significantly. Fengye focused on caring for Qingyu and ensuring her happiness. For the past few days, he had hardly allowed her to leave the Kong, introducing her to the cubs in shifts, only showing her Lao Da, Lao Air, and Lao Sin one at a time, with a Shun caring for the cubs. He had kept her hands off, even taking a step back himself, allowing her to enjoy several days of tranquility. However, she was not naive. Each time she ventured off the Kong, a Shun urged her to lie back down, warning that getting up would expose her to the cold and harm her recovery. It was a familiar refrain, akin to the discomfort of newly donned shoes. When a female gives birth, if it is 1 or 2 cubs, recovery is swift. However, delivering 5 at once requires ample rest, or future pregnancies may become challenging. Qingyu turned to a Shun and asked if she might speak of something else, as she was weary of hearing the same reassurances. For days, she had been eating and sleeping, waking only to eat again. Surely, she could not spend every day lying on the Kong. The cave's temperature was suitable, and moving about would aid her recovery. For a brief moment, she felt lightheaded, questioning whether she had consumed enough nutrients during her pregnancy or if the prolonged birth had contributed to her current state. After hearing a Shun's repeated reassurances that everything was fine, she gradually steadied her mind and reached out to stroke the cub's soft fur in contemplation. Muyu stayed for 2 months, personally attending to the cubs. Qingyu transitioned from trepidation to confidence, as the cubs, under a Shun's careful nurturing, grew sturdier, with Lao Si and Lao Wu's sizes increasingly resembling those of their brothers. Smiles adorned their faces continuously. One day, Fengzhou approached Qingyu and Fengye, inquiring about names for the cubs. This left Qingyu in a quandary, as she struggled with naming. To her dismay, Fengye was even worse. He suggested names like front, back, left, right, and above. Before he could finish, Qingyu playfully smacked his back, exclaiming if they were even his biological offspring. Who names their children so carelessly? Muyu watched with amusement, knowing that due to Lao Si and Lao Wu, the cubs had yet to be named. Now, witnessing their healthy growth, she felt no urgency. Fengzhou, seeing Fengye flounder, shook his head as he passed by, retrieving a cherished item from his collection. He added, in jest, that ever since Fengye had become a parent, he had not been quite himself. Even now, after the cubs were born, he remained unchanged. Qingyu interjected, asserting that naming was her responsibility. Fengzhou, feeling particularly proud, declared that he had named all the cubs. Muyu, nearby, teased him, recalling how he had once said that Fengye became increasingly uncontrollable with age, attributing it to his name. In response to Qingyu's curious gaze, she recounted the story behind Fengye's name. Born in the warm season, her uncle had brought back beautiful fruits for him to play with, and he had gotten entangled in wild grass. Fengye had shown no interest in the fruit, fixating instead on the wild grass, which led to his name. Fengzhou's smile turned awkward. He had chosen that name, believing the wild grass symbolized resilience, able to thrive anywhere. Fengye indeed embodied this, flourishing in various environments and becoming ever more untamed, increasingly difficult to manage. Qingyu looked at Fengye, her eyes crescent-shaped with laughter, pondering how amusing it was that his name was Fengye and not Fengxiao. Fengye nudged her cheek, playfully pinching her chubby face, encouraging her to laugh freely without restraint. He declined Fengzhou's offer to name the cubs, opting instead to sit on a stool and write down the characters he deemed fitting. Fengzhou took no offense and joined in the discussion. Throughout the afternoon, Qingyu rejected their whimsically absurd name suggestions, such as Fengmi, which inevitably reminded her of honey, and Fenghan and Fengshui, among others. Fortunately, they were receptive to her advice. Otherwise, she would have had to expel them. Ultimately, the cubs were named Lao De as Fengxing, Lao Er as Fengze, Lao San as Fengshi, Lao Si as Fengyu, and Lao Wu as Fengshuan. Muyu confirmed that the cubs were in good health, and that Fengye was capable of caring for them before reluctantly taking her leave. Fengzhou chuckled, recalling how he had never shown such dedication to Fengyang and the others. In the future, the little ones will multiply, and there will be times when you're kept busy. Muyu gazes steadfastly ahead. How could she not care for her own offspring? What do you understand? The little ones do not require you to bear them. Some experiences cannot be truly comprehended. When Fengyu and Fengsun were born, it was heart-wrenching to behold. Yet fortunately, they persevered. Fengzhou wisely chose silence. Past experiences taught him that it was best to refrain from excessive chatter. After a while, he finally spoke, observing that the little ones were now robust and delightfully plump. Muyu cast him a glance, finally offering a compliment. After more than 2 months, gazing at the little ones who had already been named, Qingyu was overwhelmed with tears. It was difficult to articulate the fear she felt at the time. She simply maintained her composure throughout. Fengyi held her close, wiping away the tears that flowed incessantly from his partner. No more tears. Look at them now, lively and frolicking. They have ruined several of your garments, so there is no need for worry. Among the little ones, Fengsun was the smallest, and Qingyu often cradled him in her arms. This little one was particularly attached to Qingyu, frequently hugging her hand and nuzzling against her. Now he was tugging at her pant leg, a gesture that both amused and exasperated her. Qingyu wept, and the tension in Fengye's heart finally eased. Upon realizing this, Qingyu did not blame herself. She had never shed tears in the daytime, always holding on and doing what she could. Yet, the slightest movement from the little ones would terrify her. The little one's frail body had lost significant weight in recent days, feeling like nothing but bones to the touch. It was not that he did not feel heartache. Rather, he understood that aside from doing his utmost to care for them, there was no other choice. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. Chapter 225. Will we still be able to eat enough in the future? During the days when staying indoors was mandatory, Qingyu's greatest pleasure was feeding the little ones. She would first prepare milk fruits, filling 5 bowls for them. In the first month, they would heat the milk fruits in water or cook them before feeding. After a month, Fengyi simply poured them into bowls, causing Qingyu to frown. However, seeing that Aunt did not voice any objections, she remained silent. In the matter of raising the little ones, they both knew better than she did. A mountain of milk fruits was prepared, yet only a few were consumed. They were insatiable, their small frames seemingly unable to contain their appetites. If it had not been for Jayinduo advising her to stock up during the hot season, Feng would have had to search the entire tribe for food. Feng Xing, the eldest, was voracious and slept soundly, consuming an entire bowl without feeling full. He craned his neck, softly calling out to Qingyu. Upon feeling his mother's hand on him, he nuzzled against her. The soft sensation and his dependent expression melted her heart. Just a bit longer. Your father has gone out to hunt and will return shortly. The silver wolf's head rested on Qingyu's wrist, whimpering softly. I will wait. Just a little longer until father comes back. Feng Zhe finished eating and circled around his younger siblings, not seeking to snatch food, but quietly lying beside Qingyu, waiting for the meat to return. Bored, he rolled over, stretching out and exposing his belly for Qingyu to see. She joyfully patted his soft belly, relishing the delightful texture. Just as she was about to praise them, Feng Shi tackled the youngest, Fengyu, to the ground, filling the cave with the sounds of their playful yelps. Fengyu, if you go and snatch food again, do not come crying to me when you get scolded. As soon as the words left her lips, the 2 little ones howled in unison. Qingyu understood they were complaining, but she could not grasp the specifics of their grievances. The disadvantage of not understanding beast language lay in the reliance on blind guesses. The third one, Feng Shi, seemed to have inherited a slow eating habit, but he was protective of his food. No one was allowed to touch what was in his bowl. If anyone tried to snatch it, he would become agitated. Qingyu suspected he had never truly felt full. Feng Yu and Feng Sun would gaze longingly at their brothers' bowls, even when their own were not yet finished. They epitomized the saying of being eating from the bowl while gazing at the pot, and even after being scolded, they did not change their ways. Feng Yu, seeing his mother not coming to his aid, continued to whine, but then returned to his food. Feng Sun, having finished his meal, tugged at Qin Yu's clothing and, with a sudden leap, landed on her. Qin Yu sighed in resignation. Her fur clothing now bore several claw marks. Once the hot season arrived, she would not dare wear even thread-made garments, for a single claw swipe would tear them in two. If you keep climbing on me, your father will surely scold you. Feng Sun shook his head, persistently attempting to climb higher, babbling in a language she could not understand. Qin Yu thought, it is truly difficult when Feng Yi is away. Feeling a pang of sympathy, she reached out to cradle him, but withdrew her hand. Feng Sun was the one she had held most. But that was only during the first month after birth. The treatment of the subsequent little ones had become uniform. According to Feng Yi, males must exhibit masculine traits and should not be coddled like female cubs. She tapped his head with her finger. Go play with your brothers. Feng Xing shot him a cold glance, clearly uninterested in engaging. Qin Yu sighed again, having expected the little ones to often play and bond. Yet, Feng Xing's indifferent gaze mirrored Feng Ye's temperament. Turning her attention back, she noticed that all the little ones had finished eating except for Feng Shi. He continued to eat leisurely, his expression lazy as though savoring every bite. But she felt troubled. Feng Shi, eat faster or your father will scold you. Feng Yi had mentioned more than once that if Feng Shi did not change this habit, he would grow up with eating issues. He had never seen a male eat in such a manner. Feng Shi did not understand why his father and mother urged him to eat faster. He stared blankly at Qin Yu for a moment before plunging his head back into the bowl. All right, she thought, realizing he would surely be scolded. For a long time, it had been Feng Yi cleaning up, and now he would climb onto the bed covered in dirt, certain to face reprimand. Upon returning, Feng Yi found the bowls spotless and looked at his partner, who was smiling at him in a pleasing manner. From helplessness to numbness, Qin Yu felt her little ones had not eaten enough. She spent the entire day feeding them. Each one was becoming impossibly plump, and no other cubs in the tribe could rival their appetites. If this continued, they would surely grow as large as the elder brothers of the sea. Qin Yu retorted, they're still small. They must be well fed. The little ones chimed in, mother is right. If we do not eat enough, we will starve. Acting in unison, they surrounded the freshly returned meat, their green eyes fixed intently on it. The meat had finally returned. Hungry. Feng Yi sliced the meat into appropriate sizes and placed it in bowls for them to fill their bellies. Once the little ones were satiated, they needed no prompting. One after another, they leapt onto the other heated bed. So full, so comfortable, it's time to sleep. Only then did Feng Yi have the time to hold his partner close, earnestly stating it is normal for newborns to eat several meals a day. But they are now several months old. Other cubs in the tribe eat only 2 meals a day at this age. Males and females differ. What they consume is sufficient to sustain them for a long time. Qin Yu silently observed him. Feng Yi felt a headache coming on. Since Feng Yu and Feng Sun were frail, they had initially lacked the strength to eat, which led Qin Yu to desire for them to eat more, resulting in an uncontrollable situation that was now difficult to rectify. Qin Yu felt a bit wronged. Feng Yi said males should not be held all the time, so she had reduced her cuddling. He insisted that once the hot season arrived, they should be made to go out and forage for food, even if they cannot find anything. She did not argue, knowing it was a necessary part of their growth. However, they were still too young to reduce their food intake. Once they grew a bit more, with additional training, they would develop into their proper sizes. Feng Yi, with a notably soft demeanor, absent-mindedly tucked a stray lock of hair behind his ear. You are aware that I have prepared enough milk fruits for 10 normal cubs. Qin Yu, this is irrefutable. The milk fruits in the cave are nearly exhausted. Feng Yi observed his own expression as if gazing upon a benevolent mother. Yet a benevolent mother often spoils her children. He refrained from uttering any further words. His partner was momentarily taken aback, but would eventually comprehend the situation. After a pause of silence, Qin Yu, though reluctant, decided to heed Feng Ye's counsel. She turned to glance at the cubs on the heated bed, believing they had drifted into slumber, only to find them gazing at the two of them with their chubby little heads held high. Feng Shi let out a few howls, questioning whether they would still be able to eat their fill in the future. Feng Yi, fully aware of their preoccupation with food, noted that all the cubs were sound asleep. Their health was improving remarkably, prompting Feng Yi to formulate plans for their future. Males are inherently tasked with the duty of safeguarding their tribe, their partners, and their kin. The arrival of cubs unveiled the truth that not worrying is a mere illusion. Rather than fretting over their inadequate strength in the future, it is far more prudent to train them thoroughly from a young age, equipping them to stand on their own. Training the cubs was Feng Ye's forte. During these moments, he transformed into a different person, his gaze sharp and his demeanor resolute. He was unyielding in his training methods, believing that no matter how great the talent, it must be honed. Before long, the previously sluggish cubs became remarkably obedient, their eyes regarding Feng Yi with a newfound caution. In a world as perilous as theirs, where life could be lost at any moment, Qing Yu cast aside her reluctance, wholeheartedly supporting Feng Ye's actions. The cubs needed to grow strong. She prepared medicine for external injuries, choosing not to interfere otherwise. Should they stumble or sustain bruises, she would merely soothe them. Among the cubs, even the usually easygoing Feng Xing darted towards Qing Yu after training, clinging to her arm and softly howling, expressing an indescribable sense of grievance. Each day was exhausting, and they were still not satiated. Qing Yu gently stroked their heads, encouraging them to train diligently so they could protect themselves and their loved ones in the future. Yet the cubs were well aware that their mother favored them above all, knowing she would neither scold nor strike them. Regardless of their aching bodies, they followed her closely, tails wagging. Qing Yu found it exceedingly challenging. The constant training had caused the cubs to shrink in size. Meanwhile, Feng Yi leaned against the wall, an enigmatic smile playing on his lips, observing whether she would relent and continue to feed the cubs. She sighed, pondering when the warm season would arrive. She longed to study medicine, believing that out of sight would bring peace of mind. Feng Yi, amused by his partner's furrowed brow, understood that he was not truly withholding food from the cubs. Gradually, he recognized the need for balance. They could not train for such extended periods without providing nourishment. After careful observation, he concluded that the cubs were performing admirably and stepped outside to fetch a substantial amount of meat. Feng Xing and the others, feeling famished, rested their front paws on the stove, their eyes fixed on their father as he prepared the meat. Feng Yi cast them a sidelong glance, unhurriedly continuing his task, while Feng Zhe nudged his father's hand with his mouth, urging him to hasten. They had been perpetually hungry during these days. The cubs were astute enough to realize that outside of training hours, their father was quite amiable, and they were no longer afraid. Each cub howled louder than the last. Qing Yu remained transfixed, observing his movements intently. With a clenched jaw, Feng Yi acknowledged the situation. He was their father and would never mistreat his offspring. The cubs devoured their meal voraciously, and Qing Yu's most immediate impression was that they no longer fought for food, not even Feng Shi, who typically ate at a leisurely pace. Feng Yi felt a sense of satisfaction. Those bad habits had all been fostered by indulgence. After ensuring they finished their meal, he instructed them to place the bowls together for easier cleaning. He prepared food for his partner, while Qing Yu circled the stove, finding herself with little opportunity to contribute. Whether before or after giving birth, Feng Yi had never allowed her to engage in such tasks. He managed all household duties, leaving her to focus on eating well, resting, and entertaining the cubs. Bored, she rummaged through their supplies, noting that they typically consumed fresh meat, while an abundance of dried vegetables, fruits, and nuts remained. Even with the current cold wave, they had enough provisions for another. This year, Feng Ming and the others had sent numerous dried fruits, and plenty remained. Starting tomorrow, she would add a bit to Feng Xing's meals. Feng Yi nodded, acknowledging that the meat this year had been generously provided by the males from their mountain, as well as from the tribe. He had also experienced the role of a male benefiting from others' generosity. The dried fruits were even more plentiful, having been sent by several younger brothers along with Xiaoning, accumulating in their home without being touched. They needed to eat them tomorrow, lest they go to waste. In the warm season, they could dry more and enjoy fresh food. Feng Yi continued his conversation while simultaneously preparing a small pot of milk fruits, adding chopped dried fruits. As his partner found the flavor of the milk fruits lacking when consumed alone, the addition of dried fruits enhanced the taste significantly. Once the temperature was just right, Qing Yu drank half a bowl in one go, then shook her head at Feng Yi, signaling her inability to consume more. Throughout her pregnancy, she had mentioned needing nourishing soups during her confinement, and for the past few months, she had not been without them. The variations were numerous, including those with wild vegetables, nuts, and even dried fruits. There was no concoction he could not devise, yet despite Qing Yu's inability to drink more than a few sips, Feng Yi persisted in his efforts. He did not pressure her, placing the meal on the table only to find the satisfied cubs gazing longingly at the food. He did not indulge them at all. They could play instead. "This is for my partner," What will you eat if you consume it all? The cubs protested. But can we not have just a taste? No. Feng Yi was not overly strict with the cubs, yet he was certainly not of the nurturing sort. As long as they trained diligently each day, they would not face scolding or punishment. He was solely responsible for ensuring they were fed. At all other times, it was best for them to keep their distance from him and his partner. Had it not been for the lingering cold wave, they would have long since lost their sleeping quarters. Qingyu understood that the meals would not sufficiently satisfy the cubs, merely allowing them to savor the flavors. She intended to prepare something for them, but Feng Yi, seemingly aware of her intentions, thrust a bowl filled with food into her hands. What else could Qingyu do? Naturally, she sat down to enjoy her own meal. After enduring the cold wave at home for so long, her partner had not only failed to gain weight, but seemed to have lost some. Feng Yi reverted to his previous habits, serving her food while keeping a watchful eye on her as she ate. Feng Xing circled around his father and mother, realizing they were ignoring him and thus understood that he would not receive any food. He paid no heed to the younger cubs, still gazing longingly, instead leaping onto the heated bed to rest. Qingyu wasn't particularly tired, yet Feng Yi was busy from dawn until dusk. By the time everything was tidied up, it was already deep into the night. He stood by the heated bed, where his partner's bright, sparkling eyes peeked out from under the covers, gazing at him meaningfully. Feng Yi glanced at the cubs. Splendid. They were all sound asleep. He quickly took a cold shower and hastily returned to the bed, wrapping his arms around Qingyu and pulling her closer. It has been quite a while since we last he began, but she shivered from his cold touch, curling up instantly. Not now. Feng Yi had bathed in cold water, and though he felt cold, the chill from her reaction extinguished any romantic notions he had. Feng Yi was merely teasing her. I assure you, I will not allow them to disturb you. He knew she was sensitive to cold, so he held her without moving, waiting for her body to warm up. They had not mated in so long that he had forgotten the sensation. His partner had refrained from intimacy during her early pregnancy, forbade it in the middle, and after her belly grew, she did not even permit him to embrace her. After the cubs were born, due to Feng Yu and Feng Sun, their nerves had remained taut, never anticipating this aspect of their relationship. Now that they were assured of the cubs' safety, Aunt was here to help care for them, but there was little they could do. At this opportune moment, with the child peacefully asleep and his partner gazing at him with that particular look, how could he possibly resist? The excitement was palpable. After uttering that phrase, Feng Yi's frustration was so intense that even Qingyu, facing away from him, could sense it. She turned over and embraced him, her hand gliding over his chest, and she leaned up to plant a kiss on his chin. It had been nearly a year, and he had endured enough. Their lips met, the familiar sensation igniting Feng Yi's good mood beyond control. He held her tightly, releasing a satisfied hum. As the two inevitably made sounds, when she found it hard to breathe, she pressed her hand against Feng Yi's chest. Can you check if the child is truly asleep? He asked, his ears perked up. In the past, the cave was lit with oil lamps at night. However, this evening, their enthusiasm was heightened, and with the child in the house, all the lights were extinguished. Qingyu felt like a thief, overwhelmed with excitement. Without turning his head, Feng Yi confidently replied, he is asleep. I've checked several times. Having kept them busy during the day, they were soundly asleep. Feeling uneasy, Qingyu attempted to roll over and peek past Feng Yi's tall frame. Feng Yi swiftly flipped over, urging her not to look any further. For if she did, they might wake up, and they needed to seize the moment. Now an experienced partner, Qingyu found herself unable to withstand his advances, quickly losing the strength to push him away. At a crucial moment, a loud commotion erupted nearby. Qingyu jolted, her drowsy mind instantly alert, pushing him off her. Feeling guilty, she glanced sideways to find 5 pairs of bright green eyes staring intently at her and Feng Yi. Qingyu realized their movements had been quite discreet, and they had yet to delve into the main event. Feng Yi's teeth ground together in frustration as he glared at the children. What are you all doing awake at this hour? Feng Shi cried out. Aren't you and Mother awake too? Feng Xing quickly stood up, shouting at Feng Yi. Did you not say we shouldn't use our claws to grab or bite Mother? We saw you biting her face. It's all red now. The children stared expectantly at Feng Yi, awaiting his response. Feng Shuan jumped off the heated bed, eager to check on their mother. Feng Yi's expression darkened, as if he could squeeze water from it, and he kicked Feng Shuan down. You all be quiet. It's time for bed. Qingyu weakly inquired what they were saying. Feng Yi replied, the children claim they have grown up and will no longer stay here starting tomorrow. The children protested. That is not what we said. They often heard their mother mention they were still young, yet they understood the implications of their words. With his upper body bare, covered only by a blanket at his waist, one leg exposed and instinctively curling. Fengye struggled to suppress the impulse to toss the children out. Frustrated, he ruffled his hair and took a deep breath to calm himself. The cave was too dim for Qingyu to discern his expression. Only the glimmer of his green eyes was visible. Biting her lip on the inner side of the heated bed, she pinched his arm, wishing to inquire why the children's voices brimmed with anger. Hearing his deep breath, it was evident he was quite irked, and she wisely chose not to press further. Upon reflection, it was likely the children had not spoken in such a manner. The noise persisted, and she buried her head under the blanket, feeling utterly deflated. Let's simply sleep. Fengye's gaze fell, watching as his partner burrowed into the blanket, her features entirely concealed. Frustrated, yet powerless. He felt a smile bubble up, but couldn't express it. The children continued to question him about why he bit their mother, why he spoke out of turn, and why he would not allow them to stay here. The barrage of inquiries caused Fengye considerable distress. Today his hands had been excessively busy, either ruffling hair or pressing at his temples. If you keep this up, I will throw you all out. He growled, his patience wearing thin. Having been subjected to training, their fathers still held authority in their eyes, causing them to quiet down. Yet, none could find sleep, standing on the heated bed, their eyes fixed intently on the position of Fengye and Qingyu. Fengye was on the verge of exploding. What was this behavior? Growing up, he had only ever felt this way around Qingyu, and now they were adding to the burden. The simmering anger in his gaze was unmistakable, and the children sensed it as Fengxing nudged Fengshuan with his leg, then lay down atop the heated bed. Fengshuan, bewildered, glanced at his older brother and then at the spot where he was nudged, unsure of the meaning behind it. But their father's fierce expression made him hesitant to ask. Fengze followed suit, resting his head on his forelegs. Noticing Fengshuan still standing, he kicked him gently. Finally, Fengshuan lay down as well. Qingyu, fully enveloped in the blanket, found it impossible to sleep. She perked her ears to listen to the outside commotion, thinking this ordeal might finally be over, only to feel the blanket being pulled aside. If she covered herself any further, she would surely overheat. Fengye continued to embrace her, unable to mate but able to hold her close. His chest heaved with agitation, and in the darkness, Qingyu stifled a laugh, struggling to contain her amusement. There was no other option but to endure. After enduring the children's antics, the most intense physical sensations had subsided. Now, as he held her in his arms, the feelings returned. Having restrained himself for too long, his body's reactions were beyond his control. He drew his partner's hand downward, causing Qingyu to recoil as if shocked. It's unbearable. Just feel. Fengye's frustrations mounted. How had he ended up in such a predicament? Qingyu pressed her hand over his mouth, pleading, please, don't say anything more. Wasn't that enough embarrassment? Plus, you're setting a bad example for the little ones. If they were human infants, he wouldn't need to worry about this until they were at least a year old. Yet, the male cubs had keen ears. Although they could not speak, their intense gazes were enough to induce social anxiety. They had previously slept soundly every night. Yet, Fengye's heavy breathing filled the air, causing Qingyu to slow her own breaths. Seeing him persistently trying to grasp her hand, she pointed to his hand and then toward the direction of the toilet. Leaning closer, she whispered in his ear, why not try a different approach? I'll keep an eye on them. Even if you make a sound, I promise they won't disturb you. In Chapter 228, those who understand will understand. Qingyu handed him a pair of large underpants from the darkness, wrapping herself tightly in the blanket, leaving only her pair of blinking eyes visible. Fengye suddenly burst into laughter, though it came out through gritted teeth, echoing eerily in the cave. His hands, resting on the blanket, betrayed his immense irritation. The little cubs were infuriating, and so was his partner. As a male with a partner, why should he resort to such methods? Without looking back, he was well aware that the little ones were staring at him. Ultimately, Fengye donned the large underpants and took a cold bath to cool off. The next day, he awoke much earlier than usual, finding his partner deep in slumber. He leaned over and planted a kiss on her cheek. As he turned to rise from the bed, the children stretched their necks, and Fengye observed their wolfish heads brimming with mischief. Casting them a glance, he began to prepare breakfast. Today, their father regarded them with an unfriendly gaze, causing Fengxing to rise, only to lay back down again. The younger siblings mimicked him, lying still on the heated bed. Yet, their eyes betrayed them, fixed on their father's actions, revealing their hunger. They only approached when the food was ready. Qingyu, accustomed to sleeping in, possibly still dreaming, felt the children nudging her palm with their heads. As her eyes opened, they erupted into a cacophony of shouts, a chorus of their voices. Already groggy, she felt even more dazed. Her first instinct was hunger, and with her eyes still closed, she murmured, "A sensible cub must learn to forage for food on its own. You all know where the milk fruit is placed. Go ahead and gnaw the shell until it breaks so you can drink. Your father will return with meat soon." How? 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 Not this. Your father is looking for something and wants us out of the way. Last night, the words spoken by your father linger in their minds. And now, at the slightest movement from him, a sense of foreboding arises. Several cubs whirl around her, and despite the fatigue, Qingyu cannot sleep. With disheveled hair, she sits up, her expression vacant. Sighing, she rises to fetch the milk fruit. Do not inquire why she still bothers to fetch the milk fruit. For the cubs have been wailing for ages, and she could not comprehend their cries. Her affection is sporadic. For instance, at this moment, she finds the cubs too lazy. They are unwilling to fetch a few milk fruits themselves, necessitating the intervention of Fengye. She cannot do it. Just a few steps in, and the cubs surround her, leaving her no room to move. Threatening words escape her lips. If you do not step aside, you shall remain hungry for a while longer. It is indeed a challenge to communicate matters with the cubs. Fengye has organized his belongings in the neighboring cave, one hand grasping a large bag and another carrying a bee skin pouch for the cubs. One bag contains the milk fruit the cubs are to drink, while the other holds the skins Qingyu prepared for them. Though the weather is gradually warming, it is prudent to be thoroughly prepared. As for the meat, he will carry it over shortly. Qingyu, perplexed, watches as the cubs retreat, finally realizing what they had just discussed. Hesitantly, she inquires, "Are you serious?" Indeed, there is no room for jest. Last night, Fengye indeed made such a statement, but she took it as mere venting. It is so cold outside. What do you plan to send them? Fengye conducts a thorough check, wondering if there is anything else uncollected. He intends to take them to Abo. For I must be anxious about not seeing them for such a long time. The weather is warming, so taking them out poses no issue. Qingyu furrows her brow. Hadn't they just visited a few days ago? This reasoning feels rather insincere. I cannot leave the house now. Visiting would be a perfect diversion for them. Abo is at home, and training need not be interrupted. Fengye waited all night for dawn. Qingyu is at a loss. Why is Fengye sending them out? If she cannot fathom it, she must be foolish. The warm season is approaching, and there is no fear of them being cold. He could simply excavate another cave for them next door. He has tirelessly cared for them for over 2 months. How can he be so inconsiderate? Fengye is oblivious to the concept of being inconsiderate. I need not lift a finger. Abo is there to assist. He is resolute, his hands moving without pause. If Abo is unwilling, there is still Fengming. Did he not say previously that he would help care for the cubs? The time for him to contribute has arrived. Qingyu interjects. You are only concerned about your own happiness, completely disregarding Fengming's well-being. Fengming and Mianyu have only recently become partners and are currently in the throes of romance. They have no time to tend to the cubs. You can ask him to check in when he is free, but now is certainly not the time. Fengye finally considers the matter from another perspective. Having just become partners with Qingyu, if someone asked him to watch their cubs, he would throw them out directly. So, he decides to send them to Xiaoning, for they have been partners for quite some time, and their household also has cubs to keep them company. Qingyu feels numb. This matter is unreasonable, and if it continues, he will send the cubs to Liqui and their ilk. Fengye interprets her silence as agreement. He opens the bee skin pouch and calls out to the cubs huddled on the bed. You are now grown. You must learn independence and make your own friends. I will take you to find companions. I guarantee you will have such fun that you won't want to return home. Come, quickly crawl inside. Fengye speaks earnestly, while Qingyu finds it amusing. Although she too wishes to spend time alone with Fengye, this is not the way to go about it. Soon, all issues are resolved. Yet he cannot wait. The cubs stretch their necks to look at their mother, seeing that she does not object. They then curl up and pretend to sleep. Qingyu's heart softens. It won't be long. Just endure for now. In their younger days, they could often stay at home, but as they grow, their time with us diminishes. Her reasoning is sound, and she intends to touch Fengye's heart with her sentiment. Yet, what kind of person is Fengye? He remains utterly unmoved. However, seeing his partner's reluctance, he abandons his original plan, deciding to send them out for a couple of days and then bring them back. After a few days, he would send them away again. This way, he could see them often, and she would not miss them too much. Qingyu watches as Fengye swiftly and deftly places the cubs into the bee skin pouch. Through the pouch, he reassures the wailing cubs before turning away without a glance. Standing at the cave entrance, he calls out, You go to IE first and ask. They are busy, then send them to Sister Yinduo. Qingyu facepalms. Xiaoning and Sister Yinduo are living a more thrilling life, and they might also be contemplating where to send the cubs. Where would they find the time to care for Fengxing and the others? Fengye does not look back, merely raising a hand, holding the bag in acknowledgement. Qingyu watches his retreating figure grow distant and begins to stoke the fire for boiling water. Do not ask why. Those who understand, understand. Chapter 229 requires more effort. The little cubs, having been well cared for since birth, are now crammed into the pouch, swaying left and right. Their small heads bumping together with soft thuds. One by one, they begin to wail, "Mother said father loves us, but it's all a lie. My head is dizzy from the bumps. Move over that way. You're going to bump again." Fengxing howls the loudest. "I want mother to massage my legs and groom me. I want to go. I want to stay home." Fengye speeds up. Dizzy? The bee skin pouch is filled with blankets. How dizzy can one get from a little bump? Upon entering the cave, Fengye quickly places the bee skin pouch on the bed, for it is true that he intends to send them over. It is equally true that he cannot let them catch a chill. Mu Yu and Feng Zhou are seated at the table eating, and upon hearing the commotion, they turn just in time to see a blur racing toward their bed. As they stand, a large bundle appears on the bed, with something wriggling inside. One by one, the cubs emerge from within, and Mu Yu's first reaction is not joy. She quickly strides over, covering the cubs with a blanket before delivering a sharp slap to Fengye's nape. Why can't they stay comfortably in the cave on such a cold day? Why bring them here? Do you have any idea how cold it is outside? All the little cubs in the tribe are being well cared for, fearing the cold. Yet you, with your lack of sense, run around with them. Mu Yu seldom gets angry, but now she is furious. How are you even fit to be a father? Feng Zhou frowns, first checking if the cubs are not cold, and once assured of their good spirits, he shoots Fengye a sharp glare. He seizes this opportunity to fan the flames. Who said I do not care for my own cubs? You have the audacity to say such things. Fengxing reaches out to touch his grandmother's hand, and upon seeing her turn, he starts to howl. He claims that father does not let them eat their fill and even drives them away. Fengxing is quite aware that his grandmother will surely scold his father upon hearing this. Fengye has long realized that he holds no status in their eyes, yet he feels quite disheartened. How cold can they get, wrapped in so many blankets? He casts a meaningful glance at Fengxing, realizing this little cub is quite clever. Knowing to report him, do not let it fall into his hands. You are right. Hence I will let them stay here for a few extra days, with food and clothing all brought along, and I will come back for them another day. It is quite worth it to be scolded for missing these few cubs for several days. Mu Yu is indeed well prepared. ABO, remember to train them daily. Feng Zhou ignores Fengye, sitting on the heated bed, squeezing the cubs' napes, feeling increasingly uneasy. Why have they grown thinner again? Feng Yi, having spoken his piece, turned and departed without a hint of reluctance. As Mu Yu and the others left, their expressions shifted in an instant. They scooped up Fengxing and began to examine him closely. He was growing thinner by the day, his fur losing its sheen. They pulled their partner down from the Kong, urging him to fetch something to eat. Feng Zhou exclaimed, "I will go at once. The house is bound to be lively for a few days." Upon hearing sounds at the cave entrance, Qingyu realized Feng Yi had returned. She dried herself with a towel and began to don her clothes, wrapping herself in a thick bath towel. There was no need to dress completely. She would soon be too lazy to undress again. Feng Yi lifted her into his arms, draping a quilt over them, and bestowed hurried, fervent kisses upon her lips. It was only when she could scarcely catch her breath that he relented, seizing the moment to insist that he could not go easy on her. Having sent their little one away was precisely for this occasion. There would be no leniency. After several rounds of this fervor, Qingyu found herself utterly exhausted, unable to muster the strength to move even slightly atop him. The man, having restrained himself for far too long, offered her no chance to regain control. Fengye's somewhat rough hands continuously caressed her back, his tone replete with satisfaction. Finally, they had the opportunity they had been waiting for. They had been overjoyed to send the little one away, and aunt and uncle were equally delighted, encouraging them to stay longer. With the child at home, they were either training or feeding him daily, and even the slightest movement at night drew the gaze of several large, curious eyes. Now it was blissful, just the two of them together. This was the life they were meant to lead. Qingyu remained silent. Firstly, she lacked the strength, and secondly, she recognized Feng Ye's nonsensical chatter. How could they be so happy after sending the little ones away, who had been so thoroughly scolded? Yet, she relished the time spent alone with Feng Yi, refraining from uttering any words to dampen the mood. The little ones had been with them constantly. They would be clamoring to return tonight, and tomorrow would likely be the same. The prospect of an extended stay was out of the question. Feng Yi awaited his partner's solidarity, but after a prolonged silence, he received no response. Wasn't it said that after having children, he would be the favorite? He knew it was all a lie. Qingyu found herself both amused and exasperated by his grievances. It wasn't a lie. Stop talking and regain your strength, she urged. It was as if he had no concept of fatigue, chattering endlessly. Fengyi looked down at her, observing the crown of her head. I possess plenty of strength. Unlike you, who has always been so weak, both then and now. I feel splendid. Rest well, gather your energy, and we shall continue. Qingyu wished to express that she too felt great, albeit utterly fatigued. She lacked the strength even to lift her head, instead reaching out to rub his face. If you want me to rest well, shouldn't you ensure I am well fed? She had risen early without a bite to eat. Initially, she and T felt hungry, but now her limbs felt weak and she was ravenous. Surely it was afternoon by now. After such a prolonged period, she ought to feel hunger. Fengyi was still lost in his thoughts, his mind filled with distractions, before finally recalling that his partner had not eaten in quite some time. He had grown overly excited. Her feeble voice concerned him. He feared she might faint from hunger. Gently, he placed her upon the warm Kong, covered her with a quilt, and began preparing a meal. When he called her to eat, Qingyu had dozed off again. Overcome by hunger, she found herself disinterested in food. Her head spun as she lay on the Kong, reluctant to move. Fengyi shook his head, muttering that it was she who was on the verge of fainting, yet it was also she who claimed not to want to eat. Wrapping her in the quilt, he propped her up and began feeding her bite by bite. Qingyu nibbled at the food, her lips still somewhat swollen. Fengyi swallowed hard. Initially, her gaze was vacant, but upon seeing his Adam's apple bob, her eyes deepened with intensity. The act of chewing came to a halt. Were it not for her utter exhaustion, she would have liked to push him to the ground and reclaim her strength. Fengyi reflected on how his partner seemed increasingly incapable, attributing it to their long abstinence, suggesting they ought to be more active. Noticing her irritated expression, he felt a playful urge to tease her. Raising an eyebrow, he jokingly inquired, after sleeping for quite a while, you should be feeling refreshed. Chapter 230 reached a breaking point. Qingyu could only resent not having sprayed the food in her mouth upon him, nearly choking instead. Aren't your eyes sharp? Did you not notice that I lack the energy to chew? Knowing she was fatigued, Fengyi did not truly mean to provoke her. After she finished eating, he tucked her in snugly and encouraged her to enjoy a good rest. Qingyu slept through the entire afternoon and into the night. When she finally awoke, stretching luxuriously, she felt invigorated. The meal was ready. After washing up, she filled her belly and wandered about the cave. Not seeing Fengyi, she assumed he had gone to check on the little one. Though she outwardly scolded him, inwardly she felt immense affection. The little one had been splendid. She had expected a ruckus for his return last night, yet there was no sign of him now. Initially, she thought she would miss the little one after a night apart, but waking up to find him absent was a delightful surprise. As she tidied up the sheets Fengyi had carelessly tossed aside, she reclined once more on the Kong. What was Fengyi up to now? He was racing toward the Sun Zonglang tribe. Last year, Grandpa had brought back a considerable haul of fruit. Although the season was a bit early, there were still a few to be had. He felt completely at ease, leaving the little one with uncle and aunt, having no inclination to check on him. He ran the entire way without pausing, arriving home drenched in sweat. Outside the cave, he shook off his fur before carrying a small bounty of fruit inside. Thinking Qingyu must have finally gotten her fill of sleep, he found the interior dark, with a mound on the Kong showing no signs of stirring. Fengyi truly could sleep. Having just sweated, he took a quick bath, and, after consuming a substantial portion of the morning's meal, he felt quite pleased. It was significantly more than he usually consumed. It was time to get moving. Qingyu awoke to a kiss. Fengyi, just back from outside, his face still cold. Before he could push her away, a piece of fruit appeared before her. Qingyu was taken aback. It was not yet the season for fresh fruit. Where had he procured it? Even if some fruits ripened early, they were typically harvested during the warmer months. Just as the cold wave had set in, their home had frozen over the previous year as harvest. Initially, she lacked the appetite to eat, eventually subsisting solely on such fruits that had long since been depleted. Seeing the fresh produce, she felt a wave of joy, reaching out to grasp it, only to retract her hand upon touching its icy hardness. Biting into it might result in broken teeth. I picked these from the Sun Zonglang tribe, Fengyi explained. Grandpa sent some of these over last year. Ah, Qingyu gazed intently at Fengyi. You brought this back at such a young age? The color is wrong. The size is wrong. It hasn't ripened. She recalled the sour juice she had tasted before, and her mouth began to water, but her desire to indulge faded instantly. Fengyi fell silent. Grandpa had warned him that this time of year offered no fruits worth eating, yet he had stubbornly gathered a few anyway. After all, He had gone, and he ought to return with something. I tried one, and it wasn't tea that sour. Didn't tea you say sourness whets the appetite? Just right for consuming more meals, he remarked. Qingyu found no fault in this reasoning. She leaned up and planted a kiss on his cheek. His efforts to fetch fruit from afar were commendable, even if they were not yet ripe. Fengyi seized the opportunity, leaning in closer. You're not hungry anymore, are you? Was she to shake her head or nod? The crux of the matter lay in distinguishing what kind of hunger Fengyi was inquiring about. He was merely asking, not necessarily demanding an answer. Such chances were rare, and they ought not to waste them. He sensed that the little ones would soon return, and he would have to hold back once again. What could Qingyu do? She decided to relax and savor the moment. Today was far less urgent than yesterday, and the two were more harmonious. Fengyi whispered a plethora of words into her ear, both cheeky and direct, even after being bonded as partners for so long. Qingyu still felt her cheeks flush crimson. A figure turned and sat atop him, silencing his voice. Fengyi was naturally quite pleased. He relished the initiative of his companion. After a prolonged slumber, Qingyu had no desire to sleep any longer after their intimate encounter. The two lay quietly for a while before rising together to prepare a meal. With the little ones absent, they returned to their previous state of leisurely companionship, savoring their meal and engaging in conversation. After a few bites fed to him by Qingyu, Fengyi lost his appetite and simply sat there, deriving satisfaction from watching her eat. However, this serene atmosphere did not last long. As anticipated, Fengzhou returned, fuming, bringing the children back. Upon entering the cave and witnessing the couple leisurely enjoying their meal, with chopsticks still in hand, his frustration intensified. He placed the bee-skin bag on the heated bed and unleashed a torrent of complaints directed at Fengyi. Truly, they were a handful. The older one was troublesome, and the younger ones were no different. Fengzhou had allowed the little ones to stay there, and yesterday they had behaved exceptionally well, eating their fill and then sleeping soundly, much to his delight. Today, however, was another story. Before dawn had even broken, several little ones had jumped onto the bed, trampling around his head. Resigned, he got up to prepare food for them and even attempted some training, only for the rascals to demand either leg massages or fur grooming afterward. Before he could finish either task, they were already hungry again. This was all tolerable, but after they had eaten and drunk enough, they refused to sleep, standing wide-eyed, staring at him and his partner. They began wailing for their mother, clamoring to go home, and no matter how he explained they would return the next day, their cries only grew more insistent. Fengzhou urged his partner to devise a solution, to which she replied that the little ones had just emerged and it was only natural for them to cry. In a few days, it would settle down. He actually believed her and, covering his head, began to sleep. Eventually, well into the night, he could no longer endure it and had to send the little ones back. It was simply unbearable. "ABO, you've worked hard. Have something to eat to calm down," Qingyu said, her voice laced with guilt. For a fleeting moment, she felt remorseful for the commotion the children had caused. Fengzhou's angry demeanor softened slightly as he replied, "I won't eat. I'm unlike Fengyi, competing for food with my partner." Fengyi, who was also vying for food, found the little ones unmanageable. At home, they were quite well behaved. Fengzhou scoffed. If they can't even get enough to eat, how can they possibly listen? You should have gone hungry when you were little. Perhaps then, you would be more obedient now. Qingyi took a few steps back, distancing herself from the impending conflict. In such moments, one must prioritize self-preservation. Fengyi, unafraid, declared, "Whether I was hungry as a child, I can't recall. Say what you will." Perhaps it was due to having grown accustomed to hunger that he had turned out this way. Fengzhou chose not to respond this time, but turned to find a stick. If he didn't administer a few strikes today, there would be chaos. If you can manage them, do it yourself. If you dare send them over again, just chase them away, he warned. The little ones stared intently from the bed, exchanging glances. They began to howl, "We will come find you again in a few days, and this time we will stay longer." Chapter 231. Goodness. The little ones had not managed to gather a single morsel. Fengzhou ceased his search for a stick and turned back, eyeing the children with suspicion. Fengzhou nodded his fluffy head, affirming the truth of their words. They wished to return, but their longing for their mother had clouded their thoughts about the food they would miss upon their return. Upon hearing I mention that their father wouldn't feed them enough, they suddenly remembered their hunger. Their mother had already seen them, and their next goal was to ensure they were well fed every day. A certain remark had evidently struck a chord with ABO, as Qingyu observed his once stormy expression transform into one of kindness. All right. After I sleep for a couple of days, I will come to fetch you." While the little ones brought a lively atmosphere, they also deprived him of sleep. Life was paramount, He would rest a bit longer before fetching them. Qingyu and Fengye exchanged glances, each with their own thoughts. Fengye mused that once the little ones had the chance to play outside, they would soon forget about returning home. Qingyu understood well. It was the fear of not feeding them sufficiently that had left an imprint of anxiety in their young minds. As Fengzhou departed, he reminded Qingyu, "Males must not be spoiled. Do not indulge them with massages and grooming at every opportunity. Instead, use that time to rest." He would return in a few days. There was no need to worry about them going hungry, yet he feared Qingyu's excessive pampering, as he did not wish to groom the little ones daily. His patience was limited. Qingyu nodded in confusion, unsure why, but acknowledging that nodding was the right response. Fengzhou had arrived in a fluster, but left with a cheerful demeanor. Fengye observed his rapidly changing expression. Qingyu shot him a glance. "Why don't you recall how you behaved when I was pregnant?" Abo and IE had a particular fondness for the little ones, indulging them considerably. Qingyu had no intention of intervening. The children's joyful moments were numbered. Once the heat of the season arrived, Fengye would not allow them to remain idle. Once Fengzhou left, Fengxing knew he had lost his support and clung tightly to Qingyu. His pants were tugged at while he clung to her, completely isolating Fengye from their interaction. Fengye licked his lips, feeling a tingling in his palms. After venturing out, he had grown even more attached to his partner. The little ones chattered about their recent activities, yet Qingyu could only discern their continuous expressions of longing for her. "I miss you all so much, truly," she exclaimed, her words flowing forth without restraint. Fengye, who had just been gritting his teeth in frustration, couldn't help but laugh, his laughter causing him to shake with mirth. They recounted how Abo had provided them with an abundance of meat and dried fruits, finally satisfying their hunger. "Why didn't you bring me along to send them off?" Qingyu's hand, which had been affectionately stroking the wolf's head, halted, her smile freezing. After all that talk, the little ones had expressed no desire for her at all. Fengxing's typically calm eyes flared with indignation. "What nonsense is our father spouting?" They had also declared their longing for their mother, emphasizing their desire to see her. Before Qingyu had a chance to respond, the little ones began wailing again, their cries relentless and ear-piercing. She pulled them off her, urging them to howl at Fengye instead. She stood up to tidy the blankets on the bed, knowing the little ones would return soon. The bed was warm and ready for them to sleep. She and Fengye would spend their days in a cycle of leisure and busyness until the heat of the season approached. Last year, around this time, due to the little ones forming partnerships, Fengzhou had gathered the males and females of the mountain along with their families for a meal together. Not long ago, Qingyu had given birth to several charming little ones. He decided to seize the opportunity while he was not busy to host another gathering. In the same location, those with game brought their catches, and those with dried fruits shared them, creating a scene of merriment. Qingyu donned a round outfit and finally stepped outside. Upon meeting her long-missed friends, they quickly fell into conversation. Yunduo circled around Qingyu, marveling, "How come you're still so slender after giving birth?" She found it hard to comprehend, as she had gained quite a bit of weight after having her children. Yunduo's double chin had emerged, her face radiating happiness, and Qingyu could tell just how blissful she had been during the cold season. She was well aware of her own weight. She hadn't lost any, but it was less noticeable compared to Yunduo's. "I haven't lost weight. It just appears that way when compared to you now." Glancing at Yunduo's ample bosom, which was well covered, she felt no desire to comment further. Yunduo noticed where Qingyu was looking and lowered her gaze, chuckling. "It has indeed grown quite a bit, though it's uncomfortable and painful." Qingyu quickly realized it was due to engorgement. "Didn't you say that breastfeeding would solve that?" Yunduo shook her head, explaining that none of the little ones had taken a sip. All the milk had gone to Xioning. She spoke so candidly that Qingyu found herself glancing around to ensure no one else was listening before she asked in a conspiratorial tone, "Is Xioning still drinking?" "Yes." The milk flowed abundantly, shooting forth uncontrollably. If not consumed, it would swell and ache, compelling him to drink it all. "Initially, I thought that if I let it build up for a while, the discomfort would eventually dissipate. However, the pain became unbearable, rendering me unable to lift my hands, and I soon surrendered to it." Qingyu, poor thing, the little one received none of the milk. Yet she felt no envy, as at least she was free from pain. Yunduo urged her forward, asking about her own situation. Had Yega not drunk? Qingyu shook her head, stating that she had none to offer. After giving birth to Fengxing and the others, there was no milk for the first couple of days, and only on the third day did she feel a slight swelling. However, realizing the size of the cubs was too small, the sensation faded the next day. Yunduo affirmed that this was quite normal, having inquired about it previously. Some females produced ample milk post-birth, while others had none at all. Yet, you are truly remarkable for having birthed 5 cubs at once. Our bellies were similar in size during our pregnancies, yet I only bore 3. She genuinely envied her, hoping that the next time she would have several as well, bringing lively chaos to their home. Qingyu reflected on Fengyu and Fengshuan's petite frames, the memories of the past months still sending shivers down her spine, as she recounted her experiences. Thus, health remained the most vital aspect. Yunduo was taken aback. She was aware of Qingyu's childbirth but not of the other details, as Xiaoning had never mentioned them. Such significant matters had been withheld from her. Qingyu, pulling her along, clarified that this was unrelated to Xiaoning. For the past 2 months, Ashing had been in the cave assisting with the cubs. Concerned that too many would visit, the entrance remained open, allowing cold air to seep in. Yet this was never discussed. As the cubs grew stronger, there seemed less need to mention these matters. Xiaoning had not intentionally kept it from her, and Yunduo felt somewhat relieved. Her cubs, once born, could eat and sleep well, and she was overly protective, fearing they might go hungry or become cold. One could only imagine how uncomfortable Qingyu had felt. Remember, if you have any troubles, share them with me. Merely articulating them will alleviate the burden. Chapter 232. So white and plump, how I long to lick them. Qingyu nodded, acknowledging that confiding in friends does indeed lighten the heart. Fengye and Xiaoning brought the little cubs over, and upon seeing Yunduo's little ones, Qingyu's first thought was that she had been deceived. When her own cubs were chubby, Fengye had warned that if they continued this way, they would become clumsy like Haida and the others, unable to catch prey or win in a fight. Observing Yunduo's 3 cubs, they were indeed the epitome of plumpness. Each movement made their flesh jiggle. In contrast, her own little ones, though graceful in their stride, could not hide the fact that they appeared thinner by comparison. Moreover, this was after being slightly fattened by Ashing's care. Qingyu realized she could no longer trust Fengye's words. Not a single one was true. She waved to them, introducing Yunduo to her cubs. The eldest, Fengxing, the second, Fengze, the third, Fengshe, the fourth, Fengyu, and the fifth, Fengshuan. Yunduo crouched down, gently patting each male cub on the head, remarking on their striking resemblance, making it difficult to distinguish between them. Qingyu pointed to the eldest, noting that Fengxing's gaze was identical to Fengye's. Fengze appeared more laid back, while Fengshe seemed the most oblivious when not training. Fengyu and Fengshuan were easiest to identify, as they would undoubtedly be the ones to brawl. Yunduo carefully observed them and commented on Qingyu's accurate descriptions, claiming she was beginning to discern them. Qingyu felt a swell of pride. She had recognized her cubs solely by their expressions. It would be quite humorous if a mother could not identify her own offspring after several months. Yunduo also shared about her own cubs, Xiaoding, Xiaokong, and Xiulia. Qingyu stared intently into their eyes, trying to determine who was the eldest. The similarity among the cubs made it difficult to recognize them without frequent observation of distinguishing traits. Yunduo described each one, and Qingyu listened attentively. Yet she was certain that if she turned around and then back, she would again be unable to tell them apart. Yunduo did not expect Qingyu to recognize them. After all, it had taken her a considerable time to do so. Today, as stars were the cubs, and as they made their entrance, both males and females alike showered them with praises. They were indeed sturdy and adorable, clearly destined to become adept hunters in the future. Indeed, who would have thought that little Qingyu could give birth to 5 cubs? Yunduo's cubs were undeniably plump, and she longed to pinch them. The 8 little ones strutted proudly, clearly understanding the compliments directed at them. However, their moment of joy was short-lived, as the aunts and uncles soon turned and walked away in another direction. The cubs, puzzled, trailed behind them. Henan arrived with 2 female cubs, receiving a warm welcome from the crowd. It was a flurry of hugs and lifts, with each person eager to hold them, never allowing them to touch the ground. Even Fengye succumbed to the urge to hold them for a moment, prompting Qingyu to internally scream. Her own cubs were merely a short distance away, and he could easily knock them down with a single kick. Observing the scene, she felt a mix of annoyance and urgency, quickly approaching to reclaim the female cub from Fengye's arms. Their faces were becoming increasingly round and plump, making her want to pinch them all the more. Fengye gazed at Sui Sui and Mimi, then glanced back at his own cubs, each straining their necks, yearning to leap into his arms for a closer look. A rather pitiful sight. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon his partner, his eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Qingyu, catching his glance, assumed he envied Xiuan's family for having female cubs, and passed Sui Sui to the next eager arms. She shot Fengye a fierce glare, stating emphatically that whether one bore male or female cubs was beyond her control. It was entirely his doing. Why was he looking at her now? It was of no use to him. Was Fengye wrong? Feng Yin, waiting nearby to hold Mimi, cast a gleeful glance at his elder brother, relishing the irony of his predicament for neglecting his own cubs. He then glanced at his sister-in-law, noting her increasingly fierce demeanor. The onlookers chuckled at the spectacle, and Feng Yin's laughter rang somewhat discordantly. Qingyu pointed at the three brothers, declaring that all of them were male, and that even Abo and Ashing had produced only males. There's a saying regarding familial inheritance, so what is there to be pleased about? Whether familial inheritance exists or not was unknown to her, but she certainly knew how to provoke them. Feng Yin, Feng Ming, and Feng Yang simultaneously turned their gazes toward Feng Zhou, curious if there was any truth to this claim. Feng Zhou wondered why these cubs were looking at him. He had no answers. Muyu, wishing to hold Sui Sui and Mimi, retreated from the crowd upon hearing this. These cubs were growing increasingly childish, clearly restless. However, soon everyone redirected their attention to the male cubs. Xiuan, cradling Mimi in one arm and blocking Fengxing and the others with the other, allowed them to approach one by one. Fengshi was the first to exclaim, "So white and so plump. I want to lick them." The males present burst into laughter, while Fengye pressed his fingers to his forehead, muttering about how small they still were. Mimi, unfazed, reached out and tugged at Fengshi's fur with all her might. Fengshi, slowly inching closer, thought it hurt terribly. He longed to bite back, but his parents had taught him that males must protect females and not harm them, so he could only endure. The male cubs yet to have their turn could no longer contain themselves, rushing forward en masse, prompting Xiuan to quickly rise with Mimi in his arms and escape the scene. The cubs were left stunned, with each staring at one another in confusion. Qingyu was bewildered by their thoughts. One moment they were standing still, and the next they were in a tussle. It was unclear who instigated the scuffle, but soon the cubs were all piled together. The brothers Xiuting, being larger, and Fengxing, with their greater numbers, charged forward, rolling on the ground. Two others were in pursuit. Qingyu grasped Fengye's arm beside her, questioning whether he would not intervene. Fengye did not budge, allowing them to fight. After all, what male cub did not engage in combat? Fengchuan cheered them on from the sidelines, urging Xiuting, "You're so plump, just charge right in. As long as the speed is sufficient, a collision will be precise." Being several months older does confer an advantage, and soon they gained the upper hand. Fengchuan became anxious, urging Fengxing and the others, "You are so slender. Run faster. If you run swiftly, you will not get hit." Furthermore, with their numbers, they should gather and advance together. Fengxing and his brothers, having undergone training, were keenly attuned to commands and instantly congregated, lunging forward in unison. The struggle was fierce and unyielding. Fengyi observed their movements, contemplating how to enhance their training. His partner, concerned, watched their offspring being pinned to the ground and squeezed him firmly. Fengyi felt justified in his actions, if his offspring could not prevail. It was due to his lack of proper instruction. "Let us go roast some meat. Once it is ready, they will surely return upon catching the enticing aroma." Chapter 233. Fengye's harshness towards his offspring. Qingyu, as an accomplice, he was well aware of his offspring's disposition, who only thought about eating throughout the day. Fengyi doubted that the enticing aroma would not draw them back. As Qingyu and Fengyi turned, they overheard Feng Ming incessantly advising, in future fights, "Aim for the neck. It is simple and direct." No sooner had he spoken than Feng Ming dashed forward to separate the combatants. "I simply stated that you indeed bit each other. Biting the neck was meant for those unfriendly males from other tribes. One must not engage in such behavior against their own kind." Mianyu, witnessing the entire scene, felt a strong urge to kick her partner. If you hadn't been so reckless, they wouldn't have resorted to biting. Feng Ming anxiously parted the fur on the offspring's neck to check for injuries, breathing a sigh of relief upon finding no significant harm. "I was merely teaching them how to fight. Fortunately, they all understood and did not inflict serious injuries, or else a bow would have punished me severely." The few offspring approached a Bo's cave, excitedly expressing his desire to bring Feng Zhe and the others back. However, a Bo mockingly retorted that he was still a mere child and questioned how he could care for them properly. The look of profound concern on his face was palpable. Had they suffered serious injuries, he would have faced severe repercussions. Mianyu knelt down to examine each offspring closely. Xiaoning, observing the amusing situation, remarked, "I've been watching. The force of their bites, isn't concerning." The onlookers eventually dispersed, heading off to prepare the roasted meat. Qingyu was nearly full, while the few offspring sluggishly approached her. Their fur was tousled, and due to the recently thawed, moist earth, they were covered in mud, resembling deflated balloons. With their heads resting on their forelegs, Qingyu gently stroked them, offering reassurance. You are still young. With proper training, you will become formidable in the future. Fengyi, adopting a more stringent approach, placed a large piece of roasted meat before the offspring. You lost the fight. The offspring remained silent. Eat. Once you are full, we will continue training. If you cannot win next time, you must train harder. As long as you desire it, there will come a day when you will triumph. Qingyu finally grasped why male cubs spent so much time with the dai. It was because her words were too gentle, failing to motivate the cubs. Now, observing Fengyi's brief yet impactful words, the cubs instantly perked up, their appetite igniting a competitive spirit. Fengyi's reasoning was straightforward. Losing a fight indicated insufficient training. With more experience, they could not possibly lose every time. While this group was in harmony, a bow was in a heated discussion about something. The few little cubs, having been cared for by Mu Yu for over 2 months, had grown quite plump. After just a short absence, they appeared noticeably thinner. Had it not been for their regular visits, where they were treated to delightful food, they would now be nothing but skin and bones. Fengyi's obstinacy in training them from a young age did not concern him. However, not allowing them to eat their fill truly vexed him. Those nearby burst into laughter, insisting they were not thinner at all. In fact, they seemed quite robust. Feng Zhou countered. That was only after I ensured they were well fed. Feng Yu was inspecting Feng Xing's injured ear, and though he claimed it was of no consequence, his hands instinctively parted the fur to examine it closely. Hearing such comments, his hands stiffened. What did they mean by not feeding the cubs adequately? Hadn't he always fed them until their bellies were round and full, only to have them sprawl on the bed? He merely reduced the frequency, ensuring they did not eat incessantly. With a deep breath, he decided to let it go. No amount of explanation would improve his reputation. Qingyu felt a sense of helplessness. She suspected Fengyi's reputation was tarnished due to Abo's efforts. For instance now, as these words emerged from Abo's mouth, they would soon circulate throughout the tribe. Gossip is an inherent human trait, impossible to suppress. Moreover, when spoken by the chief, the credibility of such claims was further amplified. The surrounding individuals glanced towards Fengyi's family, who sat expressionless, saying nothing and offering no clarification, wearing an expression that suggested, "What can you do about it?" Then there was Fengyi's partner, covering her forehead with her hand, too apprehensive to speak. The cubs devoured the meat with fervor, driven by their hunger, and now truly believed the rumors. Which family's cubs ate in such a manner? Under the scrutiny of so many gazes, Qingyu felt speechless. Among familiar faces, it was tolerable. However, those unfamiliar looked on with curiosity. She could already envision the tales that would arise, portraying Fengyi as unkind not only to his partner, but also to his offspring. Mu Yu quickly urged Feng Zhou to silence his tongue. They were not the only ones from this mountain. Relatives from her Dai and in Yang's side were also present. Those from this mountain were well aware of Feng Zhou's character, often speaking casually in front of familiar faces. However, the newcomers, including those recently paired, were less acquainted with Feng Zhou and might take his words at face value. One person spreading such tales could lead to a multitude of exaggerated stories. Feng Zhou felt a bit aggrieved, lamenting that speaking a few truthful words was not permitted. Feng Ming nearly spat out the roasted meat upon hearing Abo's comments, grinning widely at his older brother and sister-in-law. From this day forth, his elder brother's already poor reputation would surely suffer further damage, and his sister-in-law would be seen as an accomplice in the mistreatment of their own offspring. Feng Ming was well aware that his brother and sister-in-law would never act in such a manner. He simply relished in his brother's discomfiture, reminiscent of the times when he would explain something only to be met with skeptical eyes. These light-hearted jests did not perturb Fengyi. He calmly continued roasting the meat. Qingyu maintained her composure while eating, while the little cubs eagerly devoured their food, their eyes filled with anticipation. Feng Yin cast a cool glance at his younger brother. With their elder brother's reputation in shambles, how could their own be any better? He wondered what was so amusing. Yin Duo, nearby, was in fits of laughter, reflecting that had she just arrived at this mountain and heard the chief's words, she would have believed them wholeheartedly. After all, he was the chief, overseeing such a large tribe and presumably unable to speak falsehoods. However, ever since she began her medical studies and frequently encountered the chief, she had come to know him better. Regarding his words, she now exercised selective belief. Brother Yi is so protective. Would he really deprive the little cubs of food? She found it hard to believe. Besides, Qin Yu was also present. Would she allow her own offspring to go hungry? Xiao Ning, standing beside her, patted her back, advised her not to laugh while eating lest she choke. Hadn't she been apprehensive of the chief before? Now why was she smiling so broadly? Yin Duo promptly closed her mouth and glanced at the area where the chief's mate was seated, leaning closer to Xiao Ning to whisper, "Now I fear the chief's mate more than the chief himself." Initially, she had perceived the chief's mate as gentle, but after spending time in medical studies, she realized she was truly formidable. Chapter 234. I too believe you deserve to be punished. Amid the chaotic sounds, Feng Ming and the others told the cubs, "If you ever find yourselves hungry, come to us. We will ensure you are well fed." Qin Yu gave them a helpless glance. These individuals can truly infuriate one at times. Zhenjin and Anxing were on the verge of covering their partners' mouths, questioning the absurdity of the statements made. Aditi was merely jesting. Surely, Deji and Dasa would not allow Fengzi and the others to go hungry. Qin Yu attempted to offer some clarification, but the surrounding clamor drowned her voice, leading her to ultimately surrender to apathy. It was Miyu who could no longer bear to watch and remarked that the child's physique was a result of training. They could not simply indulge in feasting and then sleep, growing plump and thus hindered in their training. Consequently, the focus shifted away from this matter. Xiao Ning and Yunduo observed their own children, realizing it was time to arrange their training as well. This gathering concluded with a sigh from Qin Yu, but fortunately, Ashing later clarified the situation, ensuring it wouldn't spiral into wild rumors. The little ones had spent quite a few days with Ashing and deserved a proper rest, so they prepared to return home with the little ones in tow. Feng Ming ran up from behind, volunteering to assist in carrying the children. "Dasong, ever since we were in ABOS cave, I want to take care of them. However, it was a bit chilly then, and ABO and Ashing were concerned. Now it's fine. They won't be cold, and I can take them out for a stroll." Male cubs, by nature, needed to roam freely and could not be confined to the home every day. Feng Ming's reasoning was sound, and with someone willing to help care for the children, Qin Yu had every reason to agree. She immediately allowed Feng Ming to take them away. In the past, the little ones would have been reluctant, but now they were accustomed to traveling back and forth and were eager to play outside. They urged their mother to crouch down, nuzzling her cheek one by one before following their uncle. Minyu threw a guilty glance at Dasa, her gaze fixed on her partner, feeling that he might not be up to any good. It was not her overthinking. Feng Ming had mentioned in the cave that he had often been beaten by Deji. Now that Deji and Dasa had children, he had turned the tables. Indeed, Feng Ming harbored such thoughts. Previously, Deji had bullied him, and now he was bullying Deji's offspring. No fault in that. After circling around them, Feng Xing's cold eyes were eerily similar to those of Deji. He would undoubtedly grow up just as dull and unamusing as Deji. Fengzi seemed disinterested in interacting with him, and any questions he had remained unvoiced. Eventually, he settled on the youngest, Feng Xuan, who appeared to be nodding in a daze. The best candidate to manipulate. "Feng Xuan, how did you end up being sent out when you were just fine at home? Were you disobedient? Did you make your Aditi and Amma angry?" At this, Feng Xuan became unwilling, thinking we were obedient. It was just that one night we discovered Aditi biting Amami's face, and the next day we were to be sent away. He was in the wrong, yet wanted to send us away. Among his brothers, Feng Xuan missed Amma the most, and mentioning this still made him feel aggrieved. Feng Ming only intended to provoke Deji a little, sensing he had overheard something he shouldn't have. "Your memories are quite sharp." Feng Yu nodded, recalling that incident was indeed why they had been driven out. "Your Aditi bullies Amma, and you must protect her." The little ones simultaneously looked up at him. Feng Xing felt something was amiss, yet he was too young to comprehend. Feng Ming smiled wickedly. "I have a way to assist you." The little ones were filled with skepticism towards his words, neither nodding nor speaking. Feng Ming thought to himself, "Truly, they are Daji's children, despite everything I've said. They remain unyielding." He decided to abandon hope, and simply spoke his mind. "To ensure your Amma is not bullied, you must remain by her side to protect her whenever you're not training. Do not be deceived by your Aditi's fierce demeanor. It is merely intimidation, and he would not deny you food. If he truly does, come to your uncle. I will be responsible for providing you with prey. Your Aditi treated me well in the past. Even when he hit me, he never went too hard. He would certainly not do that to you, and Dasa would never allow you to be harmed. Therefore, do not be afraid. Spend your time close to your Amma. You are still young, and it is entirely natural to want to be with her." The little ones gazed at him, contemplating whether this was a feasible task. Minyu, who had been unaware of his intentions, now understood and gave his waist a fierce pinch. I knew you often got beaten by Deji. Now I have finally found a reason. I also believe you deserve it. Males are not averse to the cold. And Feng Ming was merely dressed in a single layer to cope. Being pinched by Mian Yu, who grasped a bit of flesh, was still quite painful. I'm just playing around with them. Look at how they don't seem like they are off to do something. Stop pinching. It hurts a bit. Mian Yu did not relent, adding a bit more pressure until she heard the familiar wail, at which point she finally released him. It seems ABO is calling you over to discuss matters. Feng Ming ceased his antics, for he had tasks to attend to. Unable to take the little ones with him, he urged them to return with Mian Yu, ensuring to exhaust her in the process. He called for the little ones to seek out Xiao Ning and hurried off to ABO. This had become a habit. As the warm season approached, Feng Zhou would summon them to discuss upcoming undertakings. He never hesitated regarding significant matters. There was much for the little ones to learn, and each one was required to attend. Ever since the installation of the heated Kong, the casualties among the tribe's children had diminished. Additionally, thanks to the Jinzone wolf bringing back the Zhongli fruit, the births of female and male cubs had increased. Feng Zhou's smile grew increasingly radiant. They were the future of the tribe, and the Juqing wolf tribe would only grow stronger. Feng Yin also spoke of the tribe's transformations, noting that the Jinzone wolf and we had maintained a consistent relationship. The Chiwa tiger had also sworn allegiance before the beast god, officially binding us together in mutual aid. This would greatly assist our future plans. Everything was progressing favorably. Within the cave, there was no one who felt discontent. The training for all males, whether adult or juvenile, had commenced suitably, in stark contrast to the past. Feng Chuan reminisced about what he was doing 2 years ago during the warm season. He was either fulfilling Aditya's orders or wandering aimlessly on the mountain. Although the males and females in the tribe were now busy, each heart felt increasingly fulfilled. As long as the females and cubs were thriving and the males growing stronger, the busyness was of no consequence. Everyone understood that being occupied was a sign of a better life. Other tribes could only wish to be as busy. Chapter 235, it was time to expand territory. We must clearly convey to the males in the tribe that if we encounter fruit tree saplings as we did last year, we should bring them back to plant. The necessary items must also be cultivated. Whether we can consume them all is one matter, but having them is essential. Feng Yang noted down what the tribe needed to undertake, intending to execute each task gradually. Every individual present harbored thoughts solely for the tribe's benefit. Feng Hu reminded everyone that while the Chiwa tiger tribe would provide us with some of their produce, we should also require the same from other tribes. Yet we must not grow complacent. Feng Ye turned his gaze towards Feng Hu, realizing that ABO's teachings had indeed proven beneficial over time. The greatest fear is complacency, and the potential for the males in the tribe to become increasingly lazy. Otherwise, before facing the Western threats, our tribe might disintegrate from within. Feng Zhou wholeheartedly agreed, recognizing that bringing other tribes into submission relied heavily on fortune, a fortune that originated from Qingyu. Feng Ye also expressed his thoughts, noting the increasing number of cubs in the tribe, which meant a growing demand for resources and food. As you know, much of our territory is covered by large trees, making it scarce to find suitable land for rice cultivation. Although many females in the tribe have yet to adapt to rice, acceptance has been growing with time, leading to an increasing demand. We must locate suitable mountain ridges outside the tribe to expand our territory. Feng Ye's primary concern lies with his partner and offspring. Yet this does not imply ignorance regarding the affairs of the tribe. On the contrary, he meticulously understands every matter and has already devised plans for future actions. A male's way of demonstrating his tribe's strength is through ample territory and abundant resources, alongside thriving females and healthy young. When it comes to expanding territory, there is not a single male in the tribe who would oppose it. Within the cave, the fervor among the males intensifies. Feng Yin suppresses his excitement. This matter had been previously discussed with his elder brother, and he shares the same sentiments. He has also taken the opportunity to observe the mountain peaks outside the tribe. Although there are numerous fruit trees on the mountains adjacent to Sun Zonglang, suitable land for cultivation is scarce. The mountains between them and Bailing Shu have both advantages and disadvantages. While there is land for farming, occupying those mountains would shrink their living space. A powerful tribe, provided it does not share the same disposition as Jin Gang Xiong, will inherently possess a sense of pride. Bullying a tribe far weaker than the Juqing Lang would not elicit any sense of accomplishment. Moreover, it is not the best option, as there are alternatives available. Only the mountains between them and Chiyuhu tribe meet the necessary criteria. There are plenty of flat areas, and the sparsely wooded regions could support fruit trees, which is precisely what they need at present. The remaining unspoken thoughts linger in everyone's minds. Historically, the northern regions have maintained distance between tribes, a tradition that has persisted for ages, and everyone has grown accustomed to this separation. With Zhu Qinglang occupying those mountain peaks, it effectively places their tribe adjacent to Qi Yuhu. They do not favor communal living, and such a habit cannot simply be altered by swearing an oath before the beast god. This presents a challenge. Feng Yun lowers his head in contemplation. Should Qi Yuhu suddenly decide to expand their territory next to theirs, Zhu Qinglang would undoubtedly drive them out. A solution must be found. Feng Yu retrieves a piece of charcoal and begins to sketch on the table. Since this location is favorable, it is imperative to devise a plan. Next to Qi Yuhu is Jin Gangxiong, and those mountains are equally appealing. They prefer solitude, and as their young increase in number, the demand for territory will grow. As an adult male of Qi Yuhu, he must consider the future of the cubs and secure advantageous positions early on. Everyone comprehends that this implies the Zhu Qinglang tribe occupying the mountains adjacent to Qi Yu, who while prompting Qi Yu, who to claim those next to Jin Gangxiong. Feng Chuan furrows his brow. It sounds quite promising. Our territory expands while Qi Yu whose does as well. However, given Qi Yu whose nature, they may consume their resources without concern for future needs. Otherwise, their tribe would not be financially strained, relying solely on animal pelts. Furthermore, they dislike living in proximity to one another. And with such an expansive territory, would Qi Yu who even consider this? Feng Yi casts a cold glance at him, admonishing him not to question whether they would take such action, but rather to contemplate how to encourage them to do so. Expecting benefits without taking initiative is unrealistic. Feng Ye's tone is serious, causing Feng Chuan to retreat slightly. He casually poses a question, only to find himself under the scrutiny of his elder brother. Feng Zhou shakes his head. As the youngest, Feng Chuan was spoiled in his childhood, leading him to believe that he would always have his brothers to rely on, thereby hesitating to ponder deeply. In the future, he cannot continue to indulge Feng Sun and must treat him equally to his other brothers. Although the males of Qi Yu who are relatively fewer compared to them, their dedication to caring for the tribe's young suggests that persuading them, should it benefit the cubs in the long run, would not pose significant difficulty. Both Feng Yin and Feng Yang have devised a plan to gain the consent of others. They must identify what advantages this arrangement would offer Qi Yuhu. As for how Jin Gangxiong will respond, they will address that as it arises. Observing that they are already aware of the situation, Feng Yi begins indicating the position of Sun Zhonglang, stating that any movements on their part will undoubtedly be detected by Sun Zhonglang. If they seek to expand their territory, the mountains between them must not fall into their hands, compelling them to extend elsewhere. He contemplates the long-term implications. While this area may not be suitable for cultivation, it could prove useful in the future. Occupying it first may lead to emotional strain if it becomes necessary later. It is best to establish clear agreements in advance to avoid complications. The mountains adjacent to Bai Ling Shu tribe are similarly precarious. They may lack the courage, but it is crucial to understand how to navigate this. Feng Yi refrains from further discussion at the forefront of the tribe, continuing onward towards the western region, where no tribe would contemplate encroaching. Even if there were intentions, their agreement would be required. Feng Yang concurs, advocating for their outward expansion. They must occupy the middle ground. If those mountains are taken, future territorial expansion may become impossible. Feng Ming asserts that as long as they communicate effectively, there should be no significant issues. Feng Zhou, naturally, considers the interests of Zhu Qinglang tribe and supports Feng Ye's assertions. With this matter settled, Feng Yi prepares to depart, only to find numerous eyes upon him. He grits his teeth and smirks. If merely gazing at him could accomplish their goals, they should take a closer look. Feng Zhou, do you have nothing to say? Did you not previously express a desire to be elected as the tribe leader? Was that merely jest? Chapter 236 leans against the wall. Curiosity arises among the crowd. Feng Ye's previous remarks were not entirely frivolous. At that time, he genuinely entertained such thoughts. However, after Qing Yu bore their offspring, he returned to a more rational state, his temperament gradually stabilizing. Regardless of whether a Bo, Feng Yang, or Feng Yin assumes leadership, he will retain a voice in matter. Yet, he is no longer as opposed to the idea of becoming a leader. A Bo, you are still young. Discussing such matters now is premature. You need not worry. I cannot overshadow Feng Yang and Feng Yin. Should they prove unworthy, Feng Xing and the others will mature soon enough. There is no need to fret about the position of leader falling to another male. Feng Zhou muses that this child is merely toying with her emotions, causing his heart to fluctuate. The brothers, who have grown up together, understand each other well. This implies that regardless of the situation, they must learn and remain busy with their responsibilities. Feng Yi's mindset has shifted. The question of leadership can be revisited later. He possesses a thorough understanding of the tribe's affairs and has never neglected the neighboring tribes or the males in the western regions. He participates in discussions because he is confident, thus remaining calm and unhurried. Observing from a distance, Feng Yi notices his partner standing at the cave entrance, scanning the surroundings. He smiles gently and strides over, enveloping her in his embrace. Have you missed me during my absence? Waiting at the cave entrance? You need not stand there. I can enter in just a few strides. Qing Yu's hand resting on his shoulder moves absent-mindedly. His audacity remains unchanged. Her presence at the entrance is merely due to the mealtime approaching. As this period arrives, the cubs become increasingly famished. If he had not returned by now, she would inevitably come out to check. Signaling for him to set her down, she barely glances past him before her chin is grasped. Before her hand can settle on him, she finds herself lifted once more. In a familiar position, her legs wrap around his waist while he holds her tightly, their breaths mingling as they share passionate kisses. Upon reaching the entrance, Feng Yi realizes the cubs are not at home. Were they present, they would follow their partner everywhere, making their absence noticeable. This opportunity is rare and must not be squandered. Had I known you were waiting for me, I would have returned sooner. His tone growing more serious. Returning sooner? We are already engaged in our activities now. Qing Yu's face is kissed, followed by tender caresses on her neck and shoulders. How shameless. She cannot believe Feng Yi is unaware of her intentions for standing there. Still positioned at the entrance, Qing Yu wraps her arms around his neck, urging him to step inside. If anyone were to pass by here and witness this scene, it would undoubtedly spread far and wide. Raising her head in response, she thought, "Kiss me if you wish." She did not disrupt his beautiful dream. Several little ones followed Feng Ming today. It was impossible for them to sleep here, and they might return shortly. The fervent response ignited a fire within Feng Yi. After walking a few steps, he turned back to shut the door firmly, bringing over an object to block it securely, ensuring that even if the little ones returned, they would not be able to enter. Qing Yu was well prepared. The two continued their entanglement, their mouths filled with each other's breath. At this moment, Qing Yu's clothing could no longer conceal anything, and Feng Yi had already shed most of his garments. In a moment of passion, without even making it to the bed, Feng Yi took a soft cushion to place behind his partner and leaned against the wall. Although the fire in the cave still burned, it was a bit chilly at a distance. She could only hold Feng Yi tightly, feeling the warmth radiating from him. From standing to being held, Qing Yu transitioned from having the strength to respond to feeling her legs weaken. His strength was simply overwhelming, and she could no longer keep up. Feng Yi savored the sensations his partner provided until he detected a faint sound in the distance. He quickened his pace, and when his partner could no longer endure, she bit down hard on his shoulder. As they settled, Feng Yi gently placed the fatigued partner on the bed for some well-deserved rest. He swiftly tidied himself up, leaving no trace. Just then, the sounds of the little one's howls echoed from outside the cave. After a vigorous session, Qing Yu's cheeks flushed, and she wrapped herself tightly in a blanket. Feng Yi did not allow the little ones to enter, but instead told them to go out and eat. "You are grown now. You no longer need bowls to eat. Just go outside and enjoy your meal." He also expressed paternal affection, stripping the skin from the prey with a bone knife, allowing the little ones to bite into it. Feng Xing had long desired this. Consuming a whole piece of prey was far more satisfying. No longer would they fear a lack of food. The cold wave was nearing its end, and the prey was running out. Once these were consumed, they would need to fend for themselves. Whether they chose to hunt with him or with a bow was entirely up to them. As the little ones munched on their food, they expressed their eagerness to accompany their father. Despite his fierce demeanor, they were still keen to follow him. After instructing them, Feng Yi allowed them to eat slowly. He contemplated whether to catch a wild chicken or a horned beast to bring back. His partner had just exerted herself and needed proper nourishment. Qing Yu, aware of the little one's return, could hardly sleep. Seizing the opportunity, while Feng Yi let them go eat, she quickly dressed and tidied herself up, making sure she appeared less disheveled. She then inspected the cave, relieved to find nothing particularly conspicuous, before returning to lie on the bed. If possible, she would prefer not to remain lying down, but her legs felt too weak. Feng Yi returned to the cave after cleaning the prey, finding the little ones already sated. They stood around their partner, watching him with vigilant eyes upon his return. "Did you finish eating? Why are you all just standing there?" "A woo, a woo." The little uncle said that besides training and eating, we must always stay close to our mother to protect her. Feng Yi furrowed his brow, finally understanding the meaning behind Feng Ming's ambiguous glances during their discussion with a bow. They were indeed waiting for him here. Recently, he had been kinder to Feng Ming, who was beginning to get a bit carried away. It was time to assign him some tasks. Otherwise, he could not disregard how much Feng Ming enjoyed coming up with ideas. Although Qing Yu did not comprehend the little one's howls, she could discern much from their actions. They were determined to keep Feng Yi at a distance, even more so than before. She lamented internally. Had the little ones returned an hour earlier, things might have turned out differently. With 5 little ones surrounding her, Feng Yi would certainly be unable to approach her. Chapter 237. Fortunately, Feng Ye's bones are sturdy. As the weather warmed, the medical training was scheduled. More than half of those selected by Mu Yu last year did not show up, so additional candidates had to be chosen. Yu Ji mysteriously pulled Qing Yu and Yun Duo aside. Would you like to know how Feng Xiaoman is faring now? Before the two could respond, she continued, unperturbed. I heard that when they first moved there last year, Feng Xiaoman cried out day and night on the mountain, alerting all the nearby males, some of whom came to intimidate her before she settled down. A few days ago, Feng Xiaoman's father approached the clan leader to plead for leniency, promising to keep a close watch on her to prevent further mischief and requesting to return to their previous mountain. The clan leader flatly refused, and he returned dejectedly, appearing much older. Yun Duo scoffed, recalling that Xiao Ning had mentioned this. Indifferent as she said, they brought this upon themselves. Why disturb a good life? Now they are ostracized by the males in the tribe and are watched wherever they go. Only now do they realize the discomfort. Qing Yu glanced at the two, realizing they were already aware of the situation while she remained in the dark. Feng Yi had mentioned he would handle it, and she had not inquired further, unaware of any developments. Knowing what kind of life they led did not stir her emotions in the slightest. Yin Duo and Yuji expressed relief that the clan leader did not allow Feng Xiaoman's family to return. Otherwise, trouble would arise again before long. After all, such a personality would not change overnight. Their current obedience was merely a result of circumstance, and given time, they would likely cause trouble once more. Qing Yu nodded in agreement with their views, her attention shifting as she noticed a Zheng approaching. A Zheng has come. We are surely going to be scolded soon. Yin Duo and Yu Ji's expressions stiffened, and they hurried toward the cave, determined to enter before the clan leader's wife did. They laid out all their recorded materials and sat obediently on the stools. When Mu Yu entered, the two forced smiles that seemed unnatural adorned their faces. Yin Duo feared the clan leader's wife because of her own carelessness. Any slight mistake could draw scrutiny, and the piercing gaze of the clan leader's wife could keep her awake until midnight. Yu Ji patted her chest, relieved that Qing Yu was sharp-eyed. Otherwise, they would have truly faced reprimand. The clan leader's wife had mentioned on multiple occasions her poor memory, often forgetting what was said the day before by the next morning. She had instructed them to review everything she discussed in the evenings and mornings whenever time permitted. If she found out they had time for gossip, but neglected to study, a scolding would be inevitable. Qing Yu sighed. Although she had a good memory and was generally attentive, she still faced reprimands from a Zheng for not mastering bone feeling and pulse-taking. Qing Yu, come here and check my pulse. Mu Yu's gaze fixed intently on her face as she spoke calmly. She knew Qing Yu well. In the past, she had approached every subject with composure and confidence. Unlike today, when her face nearly displayed the word guilty. Qing Yu's heart raced, unsure how she had been caught despite not having raised her head. Steeling herself, she approached and placed her hand on a Zhang's. Meeting her gaze, she closed her eyes and nervously stated, it's beating. The others in the cave stifled their laughter, glancing elsewhere. Should they burst into laughter, they would be next in line for reprimand. Mu Yu, exasperated yet amused, replied, if it weren't beating, I would be dead. Qing Yu excelled in all other subjects, but pulse-taking and bone-feeling eluded her grasp. Despite her many attempts, she could only discern if a pulse was strong or weak. As for bone-feeling, she could only tell which bones were bigger or smaller. Qing Yu knew her words lacked coherence, but that was simply her initial impression. Despite her earnest efforts to feel, she remained unable to discern anything. Mu Yu took a deep breath, shifting her gaze to the partners of her sons, like Yin Duo, were fixated on the ground, wishing to bore a hole into it with their stares. Qing Yu felt somewhat reassured, thinking, see, I'm not the only one who hasn't learned. Yu Ji, it's your turn. This year, the newcomers should not dwell on it. Mu Yu can only allow her to come. Yu Ji was on the verge of tears, feeling the same as Qing Yu, her pulse racing. However, This sentiment had already been articulated by Qing Yu, and it felt awkward to repeat it. Pressing her fingers down firmly, Mu Yu's face darkened. What was she doing? Was she trying to make her hand turn blue and purple? With a hint of irritation, she said, "All right, let us go back." Yuji managed to escape a calamity and quickly turned to take her seat again. Mu Yu adjusted her mindset and patiently began her instruction. In the afternoon, Qing Yu rushed back and immediately pulled Feng Yi to sit on a stool, resting her hand on his pulse. Feng Yi allowed her actions, waiting for a long time as her fingers remained on his forehead. How does it feel today? Is it beating stronger than yesterday? He wanted to smile, but suppressed it, fearing it might undermine Qing Yu's confidence. Seeing Feng Yi teasing her, Qing Yu nodded seriously. As someone who only recognized whether the pulse was beating, asking her if it was stronger than the previous day was indeed a challenge. Feng Yi, realizing Qing Yu had given up on continuing to check his pulse, began to feel her hand bones, following the method taught by a shun, feeling inch by inch. Fortunately, Feng Ye's bones were sturdy, no matter how she pressed. He wouldn't cry out in pain, unlike Yin Duo Jie and Mian Yu, who would request her to be gentler with just a bit of pressure. You mentioned before that I'm already an adult. Feng Yi tried hard not to laugh, allowing her to continue playing with his fingers. Qing Yu certainly understood that Feng Yi was an adult. Otherwise, she wouldn't have remarked that during their first bone check. With a partner and children, could one still claim not to be an adult? I truly cannot discern anything. If you want to laugh, then laugh. Qing Yu remained undeterred, believing she could learn well. A shun had said that with more practice, one could feel different sensations, so perseverance was key. After saying this, she stubbornly switched to her other hand to continue feeling. The few little ones were taken care of by Feng Yi and Feng Ming, leaving her undisturbed as she continued for quite some time until sleepiness set in. Feng Yi suggested she rest on the Kong and fed her a bowl of the soul-soothing soup his partner had mentioned, asserting that if learning medicine were that simple, both the females and males in the tribe would already know it. You're so capable, it won't take you long to learn. Encouraged, Qing Yu found herself not wanting to sleep anymore, and they both set about preparing dinner together. In the following days, Feng Yi planted rice, took the little ones hunting, and gathered fruits and saplings. Every day, when Qing Yu returned, she sliced the fruits that could be dried into small pieces. It wasn't particularly busy, nor was it idle. Fortunately, the little ones were very obedient. Seeing them busy, they sought out several uncles to play with. After completing important tasks in the tribe, Feng Yi and Feng Zhou solidified their plans. After 3 discussions at the Qiyuhu tribe, the expansion of their tribe was underway. Everyone in the tribe was excited and full of vigor when the Tsang Ing tribe approached them. Chapter 238 had been somewhat tough lately, and they needed to make a good impression. That day, coincidentally, a shun gave them a holiday, and Qing Yu urged Feng Yi to take her to see the commotion. Naturally, Feng Yi did not decline. His partner, being pregnant, had not gone anywhere and felt stifled. The visit from the Tsang Ing tribe was motivated by necessity and posed no danger, so it was good to take a look. Qing Yu sat on Feng Ye's back, observing the changes in the tribe. Regardless of gender, not a single person was slacking off. Some males had transformed into beast forms, digging the earth to plant crops. Females ventured out with their children, gathering roots or foraging for wild vegetables, amidst a chorus of laughter. Witnessing these transformations filled Qing Yu with joy and satisfaction. Before long, they arrived at the designated place for discussions with other tribes, where they also spotted the beast forms of the Tsang Ing. They soared through the sky, and upon closer inspection, the black feathers shimmered with a peculiar luster in the sunlight, quite beautiful. Qing Yu had heard that the color of crow feathers was also striking, though not easily discerned by the human eye. As their figures drew nearer, she noticed the unique coloration of the feathers on their chests, resembling white with a hint of flesh pink. Why does it seem a bit strange? She questioned while tugging at Feng Ye's hand. Feng Yi followed her gaze, noting that their entire bodies bore a uniform color, explaining, "You find it strange because the feathers on the Tsang Ying's abdomen have been plucked." Huh? She was momentarily taken aback. The Tsang Ying liked to catch prey and fly high before dropping it to its demise. The pelts of some prey would be shredded in the fall, making animal skins quite scarce in the tribe. When the cold wave arrived, they would pluck the soft down from their abdomens to keep the females and young warm. From a distance, it could seem like they bore 2 colors. As the Tsang Ing landed, Qing Yu could see clearly that many males had bald patches on their abdomens, revealing skin that was pale and slightly pink. She had heard of a type of bird that would use its down to warm its chicks, not realizing that the males of the Tsang Ing tribe did the same. "That must hurt a lot when they pluck the down," she remarked. Just as her words fell, One of the Tsang Ing transformed into human form and replied, "It has hurt a bit, but we have grown accustomed to it. After the hot season and the windy season, the down will grow back, and we can pluck it again during the cold wave." Qing Yu admired the Tsang Ing warriors for their dedication to protecting the females and young. The Tsang Ing tribe leader smiled kindly as he looked at the leader of the Ju Qing wolf tribe, whose expression was flat, seemingly unwelcoming, tightening his heart. Their tribe was quite distant from the Ju Qing wolf tribe, but they could see far from the heights. Last hot season, they discovered the unusual proximity between the Ju Qing wolf and the Qi Yuhu tribes, noting that many Ju Qing wolves had gone to the Qi Yuhu tribe. When the cold wave struck, smoke arose from the tribe until the hot season resumed. He had been discreetly observing the males and noticed an increase in their young. It seemed that the cold wave had not caused any juvenile fatalities. Coupled with the recent discovery of their plans to expand the tribe, he could no longer restrain himself and sought to inquire about their methods. Neither side spoke, each waiting for the other to break the silence. Feng Yi found a corner to sit in, offering his partner some fruits while slowly eating one himself. The Tsang Ing approached stealthily, fully aware they would be noticed, deliberately allowing them to see, waiting for this moment. The Tsang Ing, who soared high and saw far, were not exaggerating. They were well aware of where food could be found. Moreover, any happenings on the ground could be understood after a single aerial sweep. Noticing that no one was paying attention to him, and with males and females nearby munching on fruits, the Tsang Ing chuckled awkwardly and instructed the tribe's males to bring in provisions as a gesture of goodwill. He also asked the question he was most eager to know. "We wish to understand the methods the Ju Qing wolf tribe utilized to increase their young without any fatalities." After a long period of discreet observation, they had gathered sufficient information. These methods were devised by the Ju Qing wolf tribe. The Sun Zone wolf had always maintained amiable relations with the Ju Qing wolf, which was not surprising, but the Qi Yuhu tribe's awareness signified their potential as well. Qing Yu glanced at several faces of the Tsang Ing, realizing they were straightforward in their inquiries, lacking any subtlety, relying solely on direct questioning. Had it not been for the male's keen ears, she would have asked Feng Yi if the Tsang Ing tribe seldom interacted with other tribes. In fact, this was true. The Tsang Ing flew above while the Ju Qing wolf ran below, and the two tribes had no interactions, maintaining a peaceful coexistence. They had not engaged in extensive exchanges with other tribes either. Feng Zhou surveyed the items they had brought in, many of which were absent from their own tribe, providing a sense of assurance. At least they were not like the Qi Yuhu tribe, which, despite their brute strength, lacked resources and remained obstinate. The Khan was a place where females and young could sleep without feeling cold during the cold wave. The Ju Qing wolf, Sun Zone wolf, and Qi Yuhu tribes had all implemented this, and the benefits were evident, which was why they had come to inquire. The Tsang Ing was elated, finding the situation aligning closely with his expectations. Upon hearing the term peaking, a fleeting look of discomfort crossed his face, yet he quickly regained his composure. He began to play the emotional card, asserting that all the orcs in the north must unite and grow stronger to withstand the male dominance from the west. The chief of the Kanjin clan was well aware of the circumstances, since the Juqing wolf had noticed their surreptitious observation and did not intervene. There was a glimmer of hope for advancement. Observing the peculiar expressions of the Juqing wolf around him, Kanjin pondered that perhaps they had intentionally behaved in such a manner. Nonetheless, this was of little consequence. Understanding how the Huakong was constructed was paramount, and his momentary amusement had caused him to lose his sense of propriety. Noticing his broad smile revealing a row of teeth, Feng Ye exchanged a knowing glance with Feng Yang, convinced that their position was secure enough to state their demands outright. Feng Ming had been closely watching his elder brother's expressions and soon concluded that he was the most suitable to take charge of this matter. Recently, he had been rather beleaguered, as his brother had consistently assigned him tasks, leaving him dizzy with busyness. In an effort to appease his elder brother's frustrations, he resolved to showcase his capabilities. Before Feng Yang could speak, he declared, "We shall only share these methods with our kin, and they come with stipulations." The first stipulation required both clans to swear an oath before the beast god, ensuring mutual assistance and a guarantee that they would not betray one another, alongside an unconditional commitment to protect the females and young of the Juqing wolf. The second stipulation entailed that our clan possesses numerous methods for food storage and cultivation, and upon mastering these, you must submit at least half of the yield to us. As for the third, Feng Ming paused, casting a glance at Kanjing's face, noting their growing discomfort before continuing. The Chihuahua tiger is renowned for its combat prowess throughout the north. Not only will you fulfill the first two stipulations, but when danger arises, you will stand at the forefront. He added, "Your Kanjin clan appears to have little in common with us, and you do not seem particularly adept in battle. We are not in need of your provisions." These words had not been easy for Feng Ming to articulate, but having listened to his elder and second brothers frequently, he could remember enough to convey the general essence without error. His sister-in-law had also advised that instilling a sense of urgency in the other party would cultivate a greater appreciation for hard-won opportunities. Standing tall, Feng Ming felt increasingly formidable. Chapter 239 depicted Fengye's maturation. Hearing the Juqing wolf's assertions, his previously tense demeanor relaxed. The chief of the Kanjin clan was acutely aware of his clan's strengths and recognized the multitude of tasks they could undertake. Besides, if the Juqing wolf were unwilling, they would not have articulated so many demands. Although he anticipated certain requirements, he was taken aback by the nature of those demands. In the past, he might have sought alternative methods of compliance, but given that the Chihuahua tiger had already taken such steps, refusal would surely result in expulsion by the Juqing wolf. He inquired about the specific demands and whether they would hinder his clan. Receiving a positive affirmation, he turned to the other males who had accompanied him. Within the clan, discussions were held collectively, and he wished to gauge their sentiments. One particularly perceptive male, after a moment of silence, nodded first. Though the Juqing wolf had a fearsome reputation, as long as no provocations were initiated, peaceful coexistence was assured, as exemplified by the Jingong bear. Moreover, since the Chihuahua tiger had already undertaken such measures, the advantages were evident. If the Kanjin refused, other clans would willingly comply. Upon witnessing unanimous agreement, the chief of the Kanjin clan readily accepted the first stipulation. However, the demand for half of the food supplies seemed excessive, prompting him to negotiate with Fengzhou. Fengzhou was accommodating. Whatever the Chihuahua tiger contributed, the Kanjin would do likewise, binding them in mutual obligation to avoid unnecessary complications. Our objective has been clearly stated, to strengthen the northern clans. You are aware of the nature of the males in the West. Only through unity can we avoid the catastrophic losses experienced in previous years. The arrangements we have made with the Chihuahua tiger remain unchanged. Your task now is to keep vigilant watch over the safety of the clans from above and position the males appropriately to monitor the movements in the West. Fengzhou spoke sincerely, emphasizing the original intent. Kanjin affirmed that there would be no issues, as they were well aware of their own capabilities. Furthermore, they would maintain a suitable distance to prevent casualties. With both parties having reached an agreement, Fengzhou would manage the subsequent arrangements, and Fengye led Qingyo away. Once they had distanced themselves significantly, Qingyo remarked to Fengye, "I was not present during last year's negotiations with the Chihuahua tiger, but I heard it went smoothly. Today's discussions were equally seamless, devoid of unnecessary digressions, which I find quite astonishing." Fengye raised an eyebrow, confident that their prior efforts had borne fruit. Additionally, human psychology is peculiar. Had there been prior successful negotiations with other clans, the level of vigilance would not have been as heightened. Are you suggesting that negotiations with the Xuanzong wolf are the most challenging? Fengye discerned Qingyo's thoughts with ease. She nodded, reflecting on how they had even performed a skit during those negotiations, affirming that the closest relationships are the most effortless to navigate. Their long-standing rapport with the Xuanzong wolf fostered a sense of ease in discussions, which was entirely normal. Fengye understood this well. Hence, when it came time to demand resources, he could do so without hesitation, for showing leniency once would only invite countless future instances. Qingyo gazed up at Fengye's increasingly resolute visage, occasionally feeling admiration for his boldness and decisiveness. Fengye lowered his gaze, noticing the pitiful look in his partner's eyes, presuming she was reluctant to walk. The path they traversed was frequently traveled, the grass flattened underfoot, yet the terrain remained uneven. Crouching before her, he offered, "Come, I shall carry you. It is still early, and the cubs are being looked after. Let's explore." Qingyo, accustomed to his considerate gestures, hesitated momentarily. "Hurry," Fengye urged as he noticed her delay in mounting his back. Resigned, Qingyo complied, wishing the weather were cooler, for she would have relished the ride. However, it was the sweltering season, and Fengye had a penchant for perspiration. As he bore her weight, it felt akin to being enveloped by a furnace. In order to protect her attire, she repositioned herself on his arm. Observing beads of sweat trickle down his body, she instinctively reached out to wipe them away. "What a mistake. I rushed out today and forgot to bring towel." Throughout their journey, Fengye endured her incessant wiping, and when he turned, he noticed that aside from her two hands, she remained dry and fresh. Feeling embarrassed, Qingyo attempted to wipe her hands on him, only to make them wetter. Fengye, seeking to dry the sweat from his hair with his left hand, was promptly interrupted by her exclamation, "Let me do it." She wiped her hand over his head, then scraped it along his shoulder. Fortunately, his hair was short. Long hair would have been a greater inconvenience. "Must you display your disdain so overtly?" he inquired. "I do not," she retorted. "I merely fear that sweat might obscure your vision. The saying goes that women are made of water, but to Qingyo, Fengye appeared to embody that very element. Although he rarely consumed water, he seemed to perspire abundantly. With his displeasure evident, Qingyo deftly shifted the topic. The Xuanzong wolf, Chiyue tiger, and Kanjian clan all contribute food annually, which collectively surpasses what our clan cultivates. Will it all be distributed accordingly? Much of what had been discussed had not reached her ears, as her medical studies had left her feeling overwhelmed. Fengye would likely share the details with her, but her desire for rest overshadowed her curiosity. It will be distributed. The destination of these provisions has long been agreed upon. In the past, when ABO sent individuals to carry out tasks, they ensured that the females and younglings at home receive the necessary sustenance. Now, with every household raising game and supplemented by the rice delivered from other clans, we lack for nothing, allowing the males to work with peace of mind. Qingyo marveled internally, acknowledging his aptitude for leadership and the responsibilities that accompanied it. The males protect the clan, and the clan safeguards their families. Let's distribute it. This is what they deserve. Fengye had initially maintained a stoic expression, but Qingyo's sudden enthusiasm elicited a smile from him. He was tempted to pinch her cheeks. But before his hand could approach, she leaned back, clicking her tongue and withdrawing her hand. "You claim not to be disdainful, yet your actions betray you." Qingyu did not express disdain for his perspiration. Rather, the two of them were both drenched in sweat, creating an uncomfortable, sticky sensation. As Fengye continued walking, he elaborated that some would be sent to families with only females and offspring, as the males could not venture outside when the females were pregnant. These were merely preliminary discussions, which would gradually be refined. Qingyu reminisced about the days spent living with her grandmother, recalling how the state would assist families in need. This realization filled her with immense pride. "Will you be very busy in the time to come?" she inquired. During her pregnancy, Fengye had always been by her side. Yet this year, she could distinctly feel him becoming increasingly occupied. She was engaged in her studies, often returning in the afternoons to slice fruits and prepare dinner. Fengye had to take the cubs hunting, cultivate rice, plant fruit trees, and gather the harvest. He also had to confer with the elders about various matters, leaving him no time to rest. Qingyu observed that Fengye had changed significantly. He had matured and grown more composed, exuding a stronger masculine presence. "Not busy," Fengye replied without hesitation. As a male with a partner and offspring, these responsibilities were imperative. The rice had been well planted, and numerous fruit trees had been cultivated. The cubs were either with the elders or following Feng Yin and Feng Ming, leaving him with ample time to accompany Qingyu. He had spent considerable time with Han Xiao, yet he never grew weary of her company. He longed to be together every day. "Afterward, I will take you to Ashing's place, then pick you up again for meals and sleeping together." Hearing that Fengye would be taking her to school and back, Qingyu found it quite normal, and sharing meals seemed equally natural. However, when she heard about sleeping together, a sudden shiver ran down her spine. "Why are you shivering?" Fengye's gaze was sharp. "After having cubs, haven't we become much more harmonious?" Several pointed questions left Qingyu momentarily speechless. While it was true that their relationship had grown more harmonious, they had never truly rested when the cubs were not home. Who could withstand such a situation, especially since she had to study the next day? Her legs felt as heavy as lead, making each step a struggle. The ability to attentively listen to lectures relied solely on her willpower. She could not comprehend how a discussion about his potential fatigue had diverted to such a topic. "I'm concerned about your health. The food we gather must be distributed, and we need to understand this clearly." The tribe was vast, and she could not afford to be idle. "According to my thoughts, we should appoint someone to oversee each mountain peak to facilitate the collection process." Her averted gaze revealed her uncertainty. Was it truly for his health? Or was she more concerned about her own? Fengye recognized that his partner was attempting to change the subject. He studied her face for a few moments until she became uncomfortable under his gaze, prompting him to smile and respond. "What a coincidence. The topic you shifted to aligns closely with my thoughts. Qingyu, discuss something else," she insisted, expressing her ideas regarding the food distribution. "I have another thought. Each year, we should store some food supplies within the tribe. Ideally, It should suffice for the tribe's females and young for an entire year. The next year, we would consume the previous year's reserves and restock in case of natural disasters or unforeseen circumstances. Fenye became serious, recognizing the necessity of her suggestion. Males rarely stored provisions unless there was a pressing need. He agreed that storing surplus food would yield benefits and resolved to discuss with the elders about finding a suitable location to dig a cave for storage. Fenye noted the earnestness and determination in her eyes, promising to consider her ideas thoroughly before lazily transitioning to other topics. Adult males would undergo training, and he had a general idea of who resided on which mountain peak. He wrote down the names and handed them to Fengyan for further action. Fengyan's teasing gaze indicated to Qingyu that she needed to change the subject once again. Fengyan would handle the food distribution, and there were also negotiations to be held with other tribes. She anticipated that if their interactions were limited to the Xuanzhong wolf tribe, it would seem quite normal, as the northern males were aware of the amicable relations between the two tribes. However, with the arrival of the Chiwe tiger, Kanjing would become uneasy, and it was certain that other tribes would soon approach. Fengye sensed that his partner became overly concerned whenever she had a moment of leisure. When studying medicine, it was manageable. Even if she did not go out to gather herbs, she would review her lessons before sleeping, allowing her to rest soundly until dawn, provided he did not disturb her. However, if he had a day of respite, his mind would wander to numerous thoughts. You rarely have a day off. Let us explore together, perhaps catch some slippery beasts from the water and roast them. With the elders, Fengyang, and Fengyan present for negotiations with other tribes, there was no need for her to worry about ideas, as they had plenty. Qingyu shook her head, expressing her desire to stay informed about tribal matters. Fengye, feeling helpless, began to outline their plans. Afterward, we will bring the bailing shoe. Qingyu's expression turned quizzical. Having initially considered the Chiwe tiger, she recognized Fengye as a self-interested individual who prioritized the benefits to the Juqing wolf tribe. The Chiwe tiger possessed formidable strength, while Kanjing was adept at reconnaissance, making it an excellent intelligence network. What can the bailing shoe do? She inquired directly, not allowing her thoughts to meander further. Fengye teased her with suspense, explaining that while Kanjing could see far, the aerial target was too large, and the Western males were not naive. Kanjing could not approach too closely. Qingyu furrowed her brow, realizing this meant they intended for the bailing shoe to observe from a closer distance. Visiting the bailing shoe tribe revealed to Qingyu that their cave entrances were small, but the deeper one ventured, the larger the space became. Suddenly enlightened, she exclaimed, "I see. The bailing shoe enjoy burrowing. As long as the entrances are well guarded, they will be difficult to detect. You want them to excavate caves around the west, keeping a watchful eye on their movements." Fengye nodded, clearly pleased, remarking on her quick wit. "However, they're quite timid. Are you certain they will agree?" This was no idle concern. The Jinggang bear had threatened them, leading the bailing shoe to betray the Juqing wolf tribe. She felt a twinge of unease. Do not underestimate them. Every tribe in the vicinity possesses greater strength than they do. Their survival thus far is a testament to their intelligence. Fengye understood her apprehension. With their oath in place, they would not dare to refuse. Bringing the bailing shoe into their fold would ensure the safety of their females and young, preventing them from being seized by other tribes. And they would have to contribute in return. Following their established practices, the bailing shoe would likely comply and cooperate wholeheartedly. Qingyu smacked her forehead, nearly forgetting the significance of their oath. At this moment, every tribe placed immense importance on the vows made before the beast god. She cast several glances at Fengye, urging Kanjing to keep a vigilant watch over the western movements, more as a precaution. If they also had the bailing shoe keeping tabs, Qingyu began to suspect that Fengye was seeking the opportune moment to decisively eliminate the western threat. Fengye's parents had perished at the hands of the invading males from the west. A desire for vengeance burned deeply within him. She refrained from speaking further, feeling unqualified to comment. This hatred was etched into his very bones, an indelible mark that could never be forgotten. Much like the resentment felt by the Chinese towards the Japanese, a grudge that would remain unyielding. However, considering that their tribe was still in its early developmental stages, Qingyu thoughtfully suggested, the young ones within the tribe are still growing, and the northern tribes have yet to unite as one. Some matters should be postponed until we are stronger. Fengye halted in his tracks, surprised by his partner's perspective. He had no intention of discouraging her. If it were the elders, they would urge him to contemplate the consequences, for once conflict erupted, males would inevitably fall in battle. With an unexpectedly gentle tone, he reassured her, "Do not worry, I understand." Fengye believed that rather than remain perpetually haunted by the Western males, it was far better to seize the initiative. This place is splendid. The grass is all soft, Fengye remarked, sharing his thoughts, while Qingyu recalled a saying, "There are 1,000 days of thievery. Yet no day of defense lasts 1,000. One could not remain in a constant state of defense. Proactive measures must be taken to resolve issues." Several years ago, conflict erupted in the north and west, but for the time being, no significant issues are anticipated as both sides require recuperation. Each tribe is rapidly evolving, and by the time the West comprehends the situation, the northern tribes will have reached a state that commands their respect. There is no need to worry about this. Qingyu's thoughts wandered to the males and females that had perished due to illness within the tribe. The more time she spent studying medicine, the more she learned. She had heard much from Sheng. The males, robust in physique, often sustained injuries from fights, but they would heal in a short time. In contrast, the females were more fragile, frequently falling ill from birth to adulthood, and the challenges of conceiving and giving birth were significant. With sufficient food and clothing, and devoid of external dangers, it is essential to diligently pursue medical knowledge. A Sheng's energy is limited, and once their current cohort completes their studies, more individuals must be encouraged to learn. As she pondered these matters, Fengye had already found a delightful spot. Gazing at the small river, Qingyu wondered whether it held any fish. She splashed her face with fresh water, feeling much more alert. Nearby, someone quickly stripped down, initially appearing ready to fish, but after swimming a lap, emerged empty-handed. Fengye, having cooled off from his swim, approached her confidently, lifting her into his embrace. Now that he was no longer sweaty, he insisted on holding her. Qingyu wiped the droplets from his skin, realizing that throughout the day, aside from enjoying the spectacle, she had either wiped his sweat or the water from his body. Fengye was perpetually damp. "Go catch some fish. Let us eat and then head home," she urged. The young ones would stay home for a couple of days before Fengye took them around. Today, Feng Yin and the others had gone for negotiations, and she was certain the youngsters were currently with Xiaoan, playing with Sui Sui and Mimi. It was still early. Why rush back? Fengye surveyed the terrain, feeling quite satisfied that no one would intrude. He recalled that in open spaces, his partner could be shy, so he boldly selected a location and walked over. He gathered the small trees that had yet to grow tall and tied them together, soon crafting a simple treehouse. Without pausing, he surrounded the area with leaves. Qingyu watched his actions in bewilderment. The dense foliage already provided ample shade, making the treehouse unnecessary. Fengye did not respond to her observation, but beckoned her to come closer. Once she stood beside him, he remarked, "This is my chosen spot. Look at the grass below. It is soft and not too deep, ensuring comfort while lying down. It is a pity I did not bring any animal skins today." Fengye glanced at himself, noting that the animal skin wrapped around his waist was too short to provide adequate coverage, then briefly assessed Qingyu. "But it matters not. You are wearing plenty, and if you remove some, it will suffice for a covering." Realizing his suggestive thoughts, Qingyu lowered her gaze at her attire, a tank top and loose long pants, along with a thin animal skin to shield against the sun. However, all were too small, and she feared Fengye might tear the pants to lay them down. She shot him a disapproving glare, thinking it would be better to return home. Fengye, feigning ignorance, spread the animal skin on the grass, his gaze roaming over his partner, contemplating where to begin. Qingyu, exasperated, reminded him of their agreement to catch the slippery beast for her to eat, only to find herself in this predicament instead. "Afterward, I will indeed go catch the slippery beasts." Fengye, unabashed, had already seated her on the ground, leaning in to whisper, "I often send the youngsters away, but they inexplicably return too quickly, leaving me unfulfilled each time." The mere thought of their swift return frustrated him. Once, they had returned in the middle of the night, and he had not opened the door, only to be met with their cries echoing across the hills. Today, with no interruptions, he intended to indulge before their return. As he spoke, Fengye embraced her from behind. Qingyu wished to voice her concerns, but found herself caught off guard by his actions. "Don't tear it. How will I get back later?" His habit of tearing clothes remained unchanged. "Then you should take it off yourself." Fengye halted, awaiting her response. Although Qingyu had initially planned to do just that, even turn away from him, she could still feel his intense gaze upon her, making her hand freeze in place. With an ambiguous sound, Fengye remarked on her slowness, taking matters into his own hands. Being candid, he tightened his grip on her wrist and gently pressed her back. The sensations outdoors always brought a thrilling experience. Fengye initially kissed her softly, but soon succumbed to temptation, lightly nibbling at her. The subtle pain sent shivers throughout Qingyu, leaving her fingerprints on Fengye's back. By the time they returned home, it was already night. She felt utterly drained in his arms. Turning her head, she saw the flickering firelight in the cave, realizing Fengxing and the others had returned. Fengming was exchanging glances with the youngsters, bewildered by their absence. Brother, why haven't you and sister-in-law returned yet? As he was about to doze off, sounds from outside finally reached them. Fengze was the first to rise, waiting at the cave entrance. Mother clearly said she would come for you this afternoon, yet it's already dark. Fengming hastily followed him to the entrance, observing as his brother leisurely carried his sister-in-law back, exhibiting an air of utter relaxation. Fengming, fuming, thought, how infuriating. With him as the laborer, they are out enjoying themselves without a thought to return home. We are back. You can leave now, Fengye said nonchalantly. Qingyu felt a twinge of guilt, noting the anger on Fengming's face. Fengming, thank you. Once you and Minyu have children, I will help take care of them. The two were indeed quite reckless, and it was no wonder Fengming was upset. She attempted to soothe him with kind words. Seeing her brother's infuriated expression, Fengming nearly lost his temper, but restrained himself after hearing her words. The frustration welled up within him, making him uncomfortable. After a lengthy pause, he finally managed to say, Sister-in-law, you better keep your word. Qingyu nodded earnestly, assuring him that she always kept her promises. Fengye maintained his indifferent demeanor, which only served to heighten Fengming's frustration. He wanted to say something, but was halted by his partner's grip. He had no choice but to remain silent, realizing that in the future, once Fengming had children and Fengxing and the others grew up, they could look after them without needing him or Qingyu's assistance. Chapter 242. Feng's notorious reputation. As Fengming walked along the path, he reflected on the need to refrain from making rash decisions in the future. Even if it was just to let Fengxian and the others protect his sister-in-law, he found himself constantly laboring without a moment's respite. His brother was stingy and held grudges, but fortunately, before leaving, his sister-in-law had promised him that she would not send the youngsters over for a while, granting him time to enjoy moments with Minyu. Upon entering the cave, Fengye was immediately shoved aside, watching helplessly as several youngsters clung tightly to Qingyu, hugging her legs and rubbing against her hands. He knew this would happen. Thankfully, they had spent enough time outside. Otherwise, he would have had to remain in a corner upon their return. A gentle pat did little to dissuade them, while a firm push seemed inappropriate. Fengye frowned, contemplating digging a cave for them tomorrow. Qingyu found herself jostled by the youngsters, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Just as she settled into a spot, Fengyu's head nuzzled against her, sniffing her. The little ones were becoming increasingly difficult to manage. Thankfully, she had bathed, or she would have hesitated to return. The older they grew, the more cautious they became, likely due to their keen eyesight and acute sense of smell. All right, your father took me to catch slippery beasts, and I didn't bring you along because I didn't know where to find them. Therefore, we traveled quite a distance and have just returned. The good news is that we now know where to find the slippery beasts, and next time, I'll take you along so your father can roast them for you. Do not blame her for deceiving. Without some justification, how could the little one surround her until midnight, leaving no chance for rest? Fengyi gazed at his partner with a smile that was both enigmatic and teasing, making Qingyu feel a twinge of guilt. He continued, addressing the somewhat skeptical little ones. What your mother has said is indeed true. The abundance is simply vast, and to discover delectable morsels, we must venture far and wide. To ensure you sample more delightful dishes, your mother and I shall frequently embark on these quests and return to bring you along. Though he spoke earnestly, Qingyu wore a frown. She was acutely aware of Feng Ye's ulterior motives. Fengxing glanced between his father and mother, curiosity evident in his eyes. Qingyu promptly nodded, realizing that if she initiated the conversation, it must hold some truth. Fengshi emerged from a concealed spot, proudly presenting a sizable piece of meat in Qingyu's hands, beaming at his father. Oh, you need not take mother on the hunt. I could bring back meat for her. Feng Sun chimed in. Yes, as long as we take a stroll, we will find an abundance of meat. No need for you to search. Feng Zhe, too, produced a roasted thigh from somewhere, placing it before Qingyu, exclaiming, Mother, eat this. We shall gather meat to sustain you in the future. The little ones gazed at her with wide eyes, warming her heart. You are truly remarkable. Even at such a tender age, you can bring back prey for your mother. You will undoubtedly become formidable hunters as you grow. Qingyu began to extol their virtues, differing from Feng Yi in her encouraging approach to education. To express her joy, despite having eaten her fill, she took a couple of bites from a thigh. The praise flowed freely, leaving the little ones in a daze, tinged with a hint of guilt, as the prey was neither hunted nor cooked by them. Feng Yi's Sikofut, his sudden voice drawing everyone's attention. Feng Xing, unusually subdued, nestled beside his mother instead of bellowing at his father. Regardless, the prey they had returned with could indeed sustain their mother. Feng Yi remarked sarcastically, "What prey can they possibly catch now? I believe they could catch our domesticated horned beasts, but beyond that, it seems unlikely." The little ones inherited Feng Ye's calm demeanor, choosing to ignore his words. Qing Yu chuckled. Were these spoils obtained from grandfather or from a few uncles? Feng Xing tilted his head back, howling at his mother. "Today, we went to another mountain peak, and upon encountering our uncles and aunts, they either gifted us fruits or meat. They claimed father never fills us up. How pitiful. After a round, our bellies were full, and we still had plenty of meat left." The little ones busied themselves dragging out the hidden meat, stacking it piece by piece. Feng Yi translated their words, leaving Qing Yu astonished. The words of their uncles had indeed spread. It was a mix of laughter and tears, for it seemed that henceforth, the little ones could not only provide for her, but also for half of Feng Yi. Feng Yi felt his reputation tarnished by the uncle's words, gritting his teeth, unsure of what to say. Noticing that their mother could no longer eat, Feng Shi pointed at the remaining meat, generously offering it to their father. Uncle said that if this meat is left too long, it will spoil. Feng Yi remained unmoved, his expression dark as he reprimanded them. "This time I shall overlook it. But in the future, do not rely on others' prey. If you are hungry, you must hunt for yourselves. We cannot cultivate such habits. If you always await others to feed you, you will find yourselves starving when they no longer do." His words, though blunt, held wisdom. Qing Yu gently caressed their heads, affirming, "Your father speaks the truth. One must rely on oneself. I would much prefer you to catch prey and bring it back for me." Qing Yu continued her encouraging discourse, and the little ones shifted from confusion to understanding, eventually succumbing to drowsiness. Feng Yi covered his partner's mouth, signaling her to cease as the little ones had already drifted off to sleep. It was a surprisingly effective tactic. Whenever they were reluctant to sleep, a bit of chatter would suffice. Qing Yu, fatigued from a long day and the extensive conversation, lay still on the bed. Feng Yi sat beside her, offering a gentle massage to her back and then her waist until her breathing steadied. He then turned to observe the little ones. Unsurprisingly, those who had just wished for slumber were now wide awake. The duration of his massage seemed to correlate directly with their attentiveness. In a lower voice, he declared, "You have grown. It is time to learn to fend for yourselves." Feng Xing had a hunch that his father intended to push them out again. "Tomorrow, I will find a suitable spot nearby to dig a spacious cave. Henceforth, you brothers shall reside there. In the sweltering heat, it would not be cold at all." And Feng Yi felt no qualms. He was simply weary of being observed at night. Even the slightest movement would draw their attention. He had reiterated these sentiments numerous times, so the little ones were well prepared and not at all surprised. However, Feng Sun had a request. "We have already identified the location for the cave, not far from home, and we want it connected like the cave at home so we can return whenever we wish." Chapter 243. The Wheel of Fortune Turns. Feng Yi agreed without a second thought. The little ones were not yet of age, and during the cold wave, they could not venture out. He believed that as long as there was ample food and a warm hearth, all would be well. Yet, Qing Yu would undoubtedly visit. If not connected now, it would be later. Feng Sun thought he would be pleased with the answer, but instead, he felt a sense of grievance as he looked at his mother, who had already fallen asleep on the bed. Whenever their father was present, any attempt to snuggle close to their mother would result in being shooed away, leaving him feeling wronged. As the eldest, Feng Xing playfully nudged Feng Sun's head with his foot, urging him to sleep, assuring him that once they could catch prey to sustain their mother, they would take her with them. A sudden spark of inspiration ignited within him. He would venture out tomorrow to catch prey. The little ones chattered excitedly about their plans to hunt and gather fruits, prompting Feng Yi to glance back at them. Since their last defeat in a fight, they had been training diligently, each more serious than the last, and their endurance had noticeably increased. He felt a pang of softness in his heart. Get a good night's sleep. This cave is too small, and living together feels rather cramped. It was merely a matter of switching caves. They could come over any time. In truth, he had not considered it that way, since they would be living separately. He certainly did not want them frequently returning here. When necessary, he would block the entrance to prevent them from coming. Yet, seeing them so well behaved, his conscience pricked at him. They were still little ones, and occasional visits would be permissible. Feng Shi and Feng Yu surveyed the spacious cave. pondering where it could possibly be cramped. It seemed their father merely wished to drive them away. Grandfather and a few uncles had advised them not to retort when their father spoke, lest they suffer the consequences. The following morning, Feng Yi noticed his partner still asleep and decided to procure fresh meat before she awoke to slowly prepare it. Eagerly, he set off to dig the cave. However, as soon as he left, Qing Yu stirred awake. The little ones, hearing the commotion, rose together to greet her with smiles, their eyes narrowing in delight, their ears softening. She felt a surge of emotion as she rolled off the bed and approached them, affectionately patting each one. This morning, we shall enjoy mushroom meat soup to satisfy your cravings. Having consumed an abundance of wild vegetables lately, she suddenly yearned for mushrooms, whether sautéed with meat or in soup. However, with little time to soak them this morning, she would simply toss them into the pot with the meat. Feng Sun was overjoyed, leaping into her embrace, causing Qing Yu to stumble back a few steps from the unexpected impact. Holding his ear, he admonished, "You must not behave this way again. When you grow a little bigger, if you leap onto me, it will surely knock me over. Falling onto the hard ground will leave me unable to rise for quite some time." Feng Sun obediently nodded, rubbing his face against Qing Yu's cheek, relishing the moment while his father was absent. The soft, furry head pressed against her felt particularly comforting, prompting Qing Yu to stroke it several more times before asking them to wait. The pot was clean, requiring only a simple wash before she ignited the fire. She retrieved the dried mushrooms from the bamboo tube, washed them thoroughly, and placed them into the pot. Looking at the nearly depleted dried mushrooms, Qing Yu noted that there was enough for perhaps one more meal. Last year, having been pregnant, she had gathered mushrooms, and these were brought by Yun Duo Jia. Feng had also gone to pick some, but most were consumed fresh. This year, she intended to gather more, especially with so many mouths to feed at home. There would be no worry about having too little food. She sliced the meat into thin pieces, without starch or excess seasoning. Boiling it for soup might render it somewhat tough, yet she had grown accustomed to it. Lacking spices meant embracing the pure essence of the ingredients. High-quality ingredients required merely the simplest cooking methods, a notion she had learned to console herself with. As the fragrant aroma wafted from the pot, the little ones stood nearby, craning their necks in anticipation. Qing Yu chuckled. Feng Yi had few demands regarding food, and she herself was not particularly craving it either. Who did they take after? She ladled several large bowls full and set them on the table, prompting the two little ones to eagerly stand up to eat, only to recoil from the heat. "Are you foolish? Wait until it cools before eating," she chided playfully. Leaning in conspiratorially, she asked, "Is my cooking better or your father's?" Feng Xing had yet to start eating, while Feng Yu and Feng Sun, having been scalded, appeared rather dazed, not yet having savored the flavor. However, their reflexes were quicker than their thoughts, as they extended their paws to rest on Qing Yu's hand, signaling that her cooking was indeed delicious. Qing Yu's eyes crinkled into crescent moons. She was self-aware enough to recognize that most of the meals they consumed were prepared by Feng Yi, whose skills had improved significantly, surpassing her own culinary efforts. Naturally, being complimented brought her joy. "I shall prepare something different for you next time." The little ones were filled with excitement, nodding vigorously. "If only father would stay away more often, mother would frequently cook delicious meals for us." As for the meat they desired, they could seek it from their grandfather or the uncles living on this hill. How delightful those days would be! The more she thought about it, the happier she became. Her mouth full of soup, Feng Sun pushed the meat from his bowl, which fell with a thud onto the table, then reached out for Qing Yu's hand. "Mother, eat quickly. I saved some for you." Qing Yu replied, "I don't want to eat. You have a whole bowl yourself." A mere morsel would not satiate their appetites. With father busy digging the cave, she wondered whom to seek assistance from. After tidying up the house, Yin Duo arrived just as she planned to head out, and Feng Yi returned, carrying roasted meat, though she was unaware from whom he had acquired it. Yin Duo's lips twitched. It was, of course, pilfered from their own home. Early that morning, Feng Yi had gone digging, and upon realizing he had no time to cook, he had taken a large leg and several fruits from home. With no appetite for the leg before her, Qing Yu nonetheless accepted it, instructing Feng Xing and the others to share. "I just woke up after you left and cooked a large pot of mushroom meat soup. I saved a big bowl for you to drink and rest well. Yin Duo Jia and I will manage just fine." Feng Yi had mentioned that he was not busy during this period and would take her to and from her destination. However, he had set out early to dig, so there was no need for him to escort her. Wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel, he said, "I will take you there and return to eat." Feng Yi spoke nonchalantly, yet Qing Yu understood that he could be rather stubborn at times. If he promised to escort her daily, he would indeed do so without fail. A large leg of meat was quickly devoured, with 5 little ones surrounding Qin Yu, even pushing Yin Duo aside. As for Feng Yi, Feng Shi sauntered leisurely in front of him, making it difficult for anyone to move quickly. Feng Yi was both amused and exasperated. The little ones had devised many tactics to keep him near. Yin Duo burst into laughter upon witnessing the scene. "Brother Yi, have you offended them? They all seem to have your cunning. It's a contest to see who is the most formidable." Feng Yi held his breath. He had softened the previous night, but it seemed that was not the right time to be lenient. The little ones always found ways to make him angry. The wheel of fortune had turned. He once vexed his uncle, and now the little ones were frustrating him. Chapter 244. The little ones caused trouble. Qin Yu found the situation amusing. The scene resembled the interactions between Feng Yi and his uncle, one calm and the other fuming. But who was Feng Yi? He was vengeful and petty. Qin Yu was certain that it would not be long before Feng Yi stirred trouble again. With one child on each side and another at her back, she was thoroughly encircled, unable to quicken her pace. She mused that Feng Yi's attempt to prevent them from clustering around him had backfired. Feng Yi followed with a dark expression, seeing that his partner could not stretch her legs. He took a deep breath. "I cannot strike them. They're my own." Yin Duo, watching from the side, was reveling in the spectacle, nearly laughing herself into pain. In the past, she would have sent Feng Xing and the others to find Xiaoting, who knew that when they gathered, they would start fighting, biting each other until blood was drawn. Even so, they would fight again the next time they met. She and Qin Yu decided to educate them thoroughly before allowing them to play together, at least waiting until their injuries healed. Now, unable to fight, they had turned their attention to Feng Yi. Upon delivering Qin Yu, the little ones exchanged glances with their father, then promptly scattered in different directions. Feng Xing was determined. Yesterday, their father had said they could not catch any prey, and today he was resolute about bringing something back. Excited by the thought, they formed a circle, whispering among themselves. Upon arriving at their grandfather's place where prey was kept, they fixated intently on the horned beast below. In the absence of Qin Yu, the expressions of the little ones became eerily fierce. They exchanged glances, then leaped down, pouncing violently upon the horned beast, biting with fervor. Chaos erupted instantly. Feng Xing clamped his jaws around the prey's neck while some beasts bolted wildly. Others began to fight back. He sprang up, agilely dodging. The little ones were clever. Seeing there were too many prey, they began to cluster together, taking down one before moving on to the next, accompanying their father and uncles. They had encountered prey far too large, waiting until the prey was on the brink of death before they could pounce. The sensation of capturing prey themselves was entirely different. The more they bit, the more exhilarated they became. Soon, half of the horned beasts within the pit lay dead or injured, blood pooling around them. The wails of the horned beasts echoed far and wide, and eventually, it was Feng Xing who sensed something was amiss. Too many prey had perished. The remaining creatures huddled tightly together, prompting their brothers to halt. The little one stared in shock at the fallen prey. Feng Yu was the first to wail. "We only wanted to catch one to take back. How did so many die? It's over, it's over. We're going to be punished," Feng Shi said, a hint of fear creeping into his voice. These creatures were raised by their grandfather for their grandmother to consume. Now, with so many dead, they would surely face reprimand. Feng Shi numbly nodded. Initially, they had intended to catch prey from their father's territory, but fearing discovery, they had come here. If their father found out they had captured the raised prey, they would likely be punished. Yet now, with so many dead, they were at a loss. Feng Sun, the most daring, was intoxicated by the scent of blood, his head lowered as he sniffed around. Feng Xing and Feng Zhi exchanged glances, then pushed off forcefully to climb upwards. Taking a concealed position, they perked their ears to listen for any signs of approaching danger. After carefully listening for a while and confirming that no one had discovered them, they leaped back inside and began to howl softly. "Let us eat. We'll consume as much as we can. Once it's gone, no one will know we were the ones who killed them. If we can't finish it all, we'll hide some for later to bring back to Mother." Feng Shi urged, "Hurry and eat, then we can leave. Otherwise, Grandfather will arrive soon." The 3 bewildered cubs instantly revealed their sharp claws to skin their prey. Their round, bulging bellies indicated they had gorged themselves, with plenty of leftovers still remaining. Stealthily, they concealed their spoils in a hidden spot, too afraid to return home. They scurried around a desolate mountain peak, continuing their feast in the afternoon. They ate until they felt nauseous, yet the prey remained unfinished. Feng Sun lay on his back, asking his brothers, "I really can't eat anymore. My stomach hurts." Are we really not bringing anything back to our mother? It'll surely spoil by tomorrow. Feng Xing bared his teeth fiercely, warning him, if we take the prey back, father will find out. If father knows, then grandfather will too. If you don't want to be beaten, stop talking nonsense. Seeing his younger brothers nod obediently, Feng Xing felt relieved. Like them, he lay on the ground to digest, feeling less uncomfortable, and slowly made his way home. To avoid being seen, they crept stealthily, hiding at the sight of any passers-by. Upon reaching the cave, they listened intently for any signs of their father, and, not hearing his voice, rushed eagerly to the bed, pretending to sleep in silence. Qingyu had just finished washing her hair and was drying it with a towel when she heard the commotion. She saw the cubs dart past her and onto the bed. What was going on with them today? The first thing they did upon returning wasn't to come close to her. It was highly unusual. She gathered her hair and looked at them with a face full of questions, noticing their distended bellies and the soft fur standing on end. The silver fur was stained, clearly with dried blood, shocking Qingyu. She didn't care whether her hair was still dripping as she strode towards them. Their round bellies trembled with each breath, looking increasingly alarming. When she reached out to touch them, they felt hard and full of grim bounty. Qingyu was genuinely startled. She had never seen their bellies so swollen before and asked urgently, "Where have you been today? How did you eat so much?" Feng Xing stood up, wanted to move forward, but Qingyu told him to stay still. Feng Xing could only howl and gesture. After a moment of confusion, she finally understood. Their vague explanation suggested they had caught a horned beast and overindulged, begging her not to tell Feng Yi. Qingyu was both angry and anxious. "Are you all foolish? If you can't eat anymore, then don't. You're about to throw up." The cubs felt aggrieved, leaving Qingyu with a headache, wondering whose horned beast had met its demise. No wonder they rushed to the bed upon returning, urging her not to tell Feng Yi. They were fully aware that being discovered would lead to punishment. With their eyes darting at her, they looked for her approval. Sighing, she asked, "Which one of you killed someone's horned beast? You need to go apologize first and then confess to your father, so he can replace the beast. Horned beasts need daily feeding. If no one discovers it today, they certainly will tomorrow. Being males, you know how sensitive they are to scents. After eating so many horned beasts, anyone can easily catch on. You cannot hide this from anyone." The cubs lamented in unison. "If we had known we would still be punished, we would have just taken the prey back. If we had known, we wouldn't have eaten so much. It feels awful. Feeling awful is one thing. But what about the beating we're going to get? Will it burst my stomach? Let us go to grandfather. He will be gentler, and grandmother will help us. What if we find Uncle Lee? It's far away. By the time father finds us, it will be tomorrow. So we won't have to worry about our stomachs being burst." Their voices filled the cave, and Qingyu could guess their meaning. They were afraid of getting beaten. She wanted to wipe the bloodstains from their fur with a towel, but hesitated, fearing it would only worsen their discomfort. Feng then licked her hand, looking up towards grandfather, and the others followed suit. Qingyu understood they had caught grandfather's horned beast. They all nodded simultaneously, peeking outside the cave. Qingyu noticed Feng Yi had not yet returned from digging. "Get up quickly. You need to go apologize to grandfather and promise you won't do this again. Admitting your mistakes means he will go easier on you. For tonight, you shouldn't come back. If they found him, it would be a double beating." Qingyu was anxious to ensure they received less punishment. Chapter 245. Walking into the trap, not far from the cave, Qingyu paused, holding a torch in one hand and dragging a horned beast in the other, gasping for breath. She looked at the cubs laboriously dragging their prey toward Uncle Le's cave, their heads almost bursting from the effort. She had thought the prey Feng Xing and the others killed was merely to fill their bellies, but they had hidden much more. Her first thought was that enduring a beating was worth it for having killed so many horned beasts. Her second thought was that they needed to take these back. Leaving them here would only lead to spoilage and waste. Feng Sun, dragging his catch, noticed his mother had stopped and paused as well, his big green eyes filled with questions. Qingyu did not notice, taking a deep breath as she focused on the road ahead. She hadn't intended to come here. She had planned to let the cubs apologize alone. After all, Feng Yi would definitely search for her if he found her missing from home. And if he tracked her down, he would know everything. However, after a few steps, the cubs turned back to look at her, softening her heart. The bear cubs had caused trouble. No, the wolf cubs had caused trouble. It seemed she couldn't avoid stepping in. Quickly, she fashioned a torch, walking silently and stealthily out of the house. Holding up the horned beast, she softly urged, "Let us go." The closer they got to the cave, the clearer the sounds within became. The cubs, with their keen ears, were the first to notice, glancing at each other in confusion. Why was their father inside? Qingyu hadn't sensed it yet, but when she noticed the silence around her, she turned to look back. The cubs stood frozen, staring at the cave entrance, unwilling to move. Realizing something, Qingyu slowed her breathing to listen for any sounds inside. Indeed, she could hear Feng Yi's voice. The familiar tone immediately alerted her. She had wondered why Feng Yi hadn't returned until now. It turned out he had come here. She had led the cubs right into a trap. Casting a sympathetic glance at them, she felt their misfortune. As she had previously warned, males are sensitive to scents. Uncle would surely recognize it was them. Moreover, which mature male would act in such a manner besides these cubs? Feng Yu, catching his mother's gaze, felt frightened. Their father was also inside. Qingyu moved closer to them, noticing the two younger ones were anxious, while the three older ones strutted forward, seemingly unafraid. Quietly, she instructed them to stop. She searched around with her torch, breaking off a few smaller branches, removing the leaves, and holding them in her hand. A fight with these would only cause pain, not injury, and was certainly better than using a stick as thick as her arm. Previously, she had thought Uncle Wunti be too harsh on the cubs, especially since he had doted on them when they were young. However, having witnessed how he trained them, her perspective shifted. He would occasionally kick them, and if they made a mistake, he would lightly prod them with a stick the size of their arms, sending them flying. Thankfully, Feng Yi employed similar methods, so she was prepared and not overly anxious. Overall, Uncle was much gentler than Feng Yi. Otherwise, she wouldn't have allowed the cubs to come to him first to apologize before Feng Yi returned. Resigned to lead the cubs forward, they approached the cave. And then silence fell. With their sharp ears, they certainly recognized who it was. Just as she expected, standing at the cave entrance, Uncle glared at them fiercely. Auntie, however, smiled at them briefly before turning back to her tasks. Feng Yi's gaze swept coolly over the cubs before landing on his rather sheepish partner, causing him a severe headache. It was clear he wasn't oblivious to the fact that she had brought the cubs to Uncle S' place at night to avoid being punished by him. Qingyu is rather peculiar. I find myself at a loss to articulate my current emotions. Despite my candid demeanor and likability, I am troubled by the misdeeds of a few young ones who are scurrying about seeking forgiveness. Feng Xing initially hid behind his mother, only to emerge later. He placed his catch beside his grandfather, then retrieved a twig from his mother's hand, casting furtive glances between his father and grandfather, ultimately opting to present the twig to his grandfather. Grandfather, we were wrong. We should not have killed so many horned beasts. Part of the reason for hunting horned beasts stemmed from his father's lamentation the previous day about their inability to procure prey, wishing to bring something back for their mother. However, their mother had asserted that, regardless of the reason, a mistake is a mistake. Excessive justification would render their apology insincere. Feng's son, typically timid around his father, positioned himself as far away from him as possible while his elder brother spoke. Feng Zhou, observing the bloodstains on their bodies, remained silent. As time elapsed, the young ones began to lose their footing. Qingyu wished to say that if their uncle wished to discipline them, he should use the twig he had brought, for their rounded bellies were not suited for punishment with anything else. A mere kick could send their plump bodies rolling out of the cave. Before she could voice her thoughts, Muyu gestured for her to approach. She complied and sat down beside him. Muyu, holding a thick pelt, remarked that these items were found by their uncle that morning, intending to make warm garments for the young ones. This winter's chill was not excessively harsh, allowing them to venture out and engage in more training. Qingyu quickly grasped that their uncle was not truly angry. Most of it was feigned, which reassured her, and had not abandoned their side. Qingyu recognized that the young ones had erred and were deserving of punishment. Yet, having lived in modernity for so long, where children merely faced reprimands from their parents followed by reasoned discussions, she found it hard to accept that here, the young ones could be genuinely beaten or kicked far away, a concept that felt quite harsh. She dreaded that such a kick might lead to a serious injury. Feng Zhou's stern facade was nearly faltering, and he wondered how to explain the need for their punishment. The young ones, perceptive as they were, fear becoming unruly like Feng Yi. Feng Xing took the lead, and their eyes darted nervously as they awaited his response. After a moment of silence, Feng Zhou's first inquiry was whether they had sustained any injuries. His concern did not stem from compassion for the horned beasts, as he could easily procure more from any location. His serious demeanor aimed to instill in the young ones an understanding that their actions were incorrect, lest they continue to misbehave in the future. Feng Yi shot a sidelong glance at him, recalling how his partner often remarked on the close bond between generations. He himself had faced many beatings for his childhood misdeeds. Unlike now, where his uncle's stern visage lost its potency upon utterance. The display of lifting high and gently placing down was quite theatrical. Feng Xing's ears gradually drooped as he stood, leading the others to declare they were uninjured, with the blood on them entirely from the horned beasts they had hunted. Feng's son, who typically received the most care from their grandfather, beamed with pride upon sensing his apparent lack of anger. Feng Zhou's hand, resting at his side, instantly clenched into a fist. What on earth were they discussing? Early this morning, Feng Zhou had ventured to other mountain peaks due to matters concerning the tribe. By the time he returned, it was already evening. Considering his partner's daily busyness and the fact that the young ones had followed him around all day, he had taken the opportunity to gather some grass to feed the horned beasts. Yet, before he reached the location, he was met with a strong scent of blood, causing his expression to shift. He pondered who had been patrolling the mountain. Could other prey have infiltrated their territory? But that seemed implausible. No male could be so careless while patrolling. As he approached, he found the horned beasts terrified, huddled together, the ground stained with blood and tufts of green hair scattered about. He sniffed, catching the scent of the young ones. Though time had passed, he recognized their scent immediately, having spent ample time with them. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that amidst the green fur, there were also strands of silver. A sense of panic surged within him. The young ones were still so small. Surely, they had not been injured? Though horned beasts were not particularly formidable compared to other prey, their sheer numbers were overwhelming, and they were excessively bold. Feng Xing, while clever, was still young and lacked thoroughness. Blood had dripped from his path while carrying away the horned beasts. Following the trail, Feng Zhou discovered the hidden prey, gazing down from an elevated position. The young ones lay joyfully on their backs, their round bellies exposed. Knowing they were unharmed only fueled his anger. He promptly sought out Feng Yi, who was busy digging in the dirt, and inquired how he had been instructing the young ones. Feng Yi, in his beast form, was flinging dirt aside with his claws. After hearing the question, he immediately expressed his intent to discipline them severely upon their return. Feng Zhou's fury diminished somewhat, but he was still troubled by Feng Ye's expression that seemed devoid of pretense. He knew how to apply force judiciously, but it felt as though Feng Yi did not. He insisted that Feng Yi accompany him back, intending to discuss matters concerning the tribe. He hoped that Feng Yi would calm down and be less severe in his punishment for the young ones. Yet, the young ones, brimming with pride, were eager to recount their entire escapade. With gritted teeth, Feng Sun swiftly closed his mouth and cautiously glanced at their grandfather. "Grandfather, we were wrong. Please punish us, but gently, so as not to break our bellies. Strike our backs and legs instead. Our bellies must be spared," Feng Shi pleaded pitifully. His soft voice disarmed Feng Zhou's anger, which had long since dissipated, though he refrained from voicing it. As a member of the Juqing, they must learn to cherish females and partners, and second, they must train diligently to protect the tribe. Certain lessons must be imparted thoroughly to prevent the young ones from perceiving this matter as trivial. As their grandfather, he needed to maintain a certain demeanor, yet he also wished to avoid overlooking Feng Ye's admonishments. However, Feng Ye's approach lacked discernment. Thus, he turned his gaze to Qingyu, asking her to deliver a few light taps with a twig to instill some lasting memory. "Qingyu, you take your turn." He was confident she would not strike too hard. Qingyu had never truly struck anyone before. Nevertheless, understanding her uncle's intent, she quickly approached, grasping the twig in her hand. The young ones huddled together, shielding their bellies and exposing their backs, their many eyes pleading with her. Qingyu raised the twig in her hand, yet she found herself unable to bring it down. Feng Yi erupted into laughter at their antics, while their uncle, in a fierce manner, sought him out, accusing him of failing to teach the young ones, only to end up delegating the task to Qingyu. This placed her in an awkward position. A partner should not bear such burdens. Let the villains take on that role. I will take them back and give them a proper lesson. He stood, pulling Qingyu aside, instructing the young ones to follow them back. Qingyu grasped Feng Ye's hand, urging him to temper his anger. This was not how he had envisioned the situation unfolding. Mu Yu set down what he was holding, observing Feng Ye's cold demeanor, and slowly remarked, "The tribe is currently raising horned beasts, making hunting increasingly difficult. Half of the horned beasts we raised have perished. Let the young ones replenish our stock in the future." This seemingly ordinary statement caused Feng Yi to pause, his thoughts drifting far away. He recalled his own childhood mistakes, recalling how not only his father, but also his uncle had not spared him from punishment. Each time, his aunt would calmly remark in their presence that the young ones were still small and prone to errors. They would first be taken to acknowledge their mistakes, and some of the pelts from home would be sent over, instructing him to hunt and replenish what was lost. With so much energy and no outlet, it was best to keep them busy, honing their hunting skills while preventing them from causing trouble. His aunt's words had once saved him. Now, he turned his gaze to the young ones, their expressions mirroring his own past, anxiously watching him, hoping to avoid a beating. A silence fell over them. Qingyu gazed at Fengya, who was sneering repeatedly, feeling both calm and bewildered. She then turned her attention to Aishin. Muyu offered a reassuring expression before addressing Fengya, stating that it was already dark outside. While he and the few little ones could see, Qingyu could not, so he advised caution on their way back. Fengya responded slowly, assuring that he would take good care of Qingyu and that he would find a different way to teach the little ones a lesson. With that, Muyu fell silent. Qingyu was lifted by Fengya, turning her head back to beckon the little ones to hurry up and follow. Fengshu exclaimed, we're heading back. Tomorrow, you can punish us again. Fengya nuzzled against Muyu before scampering outside. Fengshu sighed, reflecting on how, in the past, Fengyang and the others would have been thoroughly beaten for causing trouble. Now, however, he felt a considerable softness towards these little ones. Truly, age had taken its toll. Muyu chuckled, noting that while he had indeed grown older, he had not outgrown his temper. They had grown up together, and she knew while he had received his fair share of beatings in his youth, and when he eventually had children, he would continue the cycle. Fengshu stammered, wondering how any male could escape a beating. Muyu chose not to argue further. Now that he was older, he ought to rest early. The little ones obediently followed behind until they returned home. Fengya sat down, looking into the eyes of the little ones. You have never lacked food, so why go hunting for horned beasts? He genuinely questioned this. Fengxing, being clever, would simply seek out Fengbo or Fengyan and Fengming whenever he was hungry, instead of bothering Yi. Fengyang and the others had also fed the little ones sufficiently, and with Xioning and Zaiwanan around, they were not lacking in sustenance. Fengxing stood protectively in front of his younger siblings, noticing their father's grim expression, which stirred an uncomfortable feeling within him. Although their father could be fierce, he cared deeply for him. When you say we cannot catch prey, you imply we are useless. Although he did not voice this thought, the meaning was clear. His motivation for hunting horned beasts stemmed partly from his father's words. Fengzhen nodded in agreement. We are capable of hunting prey and providing for our mother. We are not foolish. Fengya's frown deepened. What were they saying? When had he ever called them foolish? Or was he mistaken? Chapter 247 seemed to portray things a bit exaggeratedly. Fengya explained to Qingyu why the little ones had gone hunting for horned beasts. She finally understood the sequence of events. They simply wished to catch prey for themselves, rendering Fengya irrelevant, as they could always stay together. However, Fengya's assertion that they could not catch prey ignited a rebellious spirit in the little ones, compelling them to prove themselves by bringing back food. They intended to catch a couple of beasts, but ended up losing control, resulting in half of the horned beasts being killed. Fengshuan turned around, gazing at his pitiful older brother, perplexed. He could not comprehend why his brother appeared so confused when they had killed the horned beast. He did not understand that Fengxing was the most fearless among them. This unexpected display of weakness left him baffled for a few seconds, his gaze fixed on him, suspecting he was playing tricks. After Aishin's remarks, Fengya had no intention of punishing them tonight. However, refraining from discipline now meant harsher consequences awaited them. Aishin was right. Having time to cause trouble and feign weakness indicated they were too idle. His partner's gaze flickered over him and the little ones, likely pondering whether they would face punishment. Fengya concluded that he should not let her witness him disciplining the children. Previously, Xioning had mentioned training the little ones together. At that time, he had been too busy but promised to revisit the idea later. In a few days, he would discuss it with him, incorporating Laqui's two little ones into the training regimen. They would each take turns supervising them. Qingyu expressed no objections and felt fortunate, as their two families combined had only 5 children, with her family accounting for half. Now, when not training, the little ones either followed their uncles around or visited Abo. They had thoroughly explored this hill and needed to move on to other areas. Fengshu was aware he would not be punished today, and his heart brimmed with joy, though he dared not display it. As for training, he watched both his older brother and younger siblings, appearing completely unafraid. With this arrangement settled, Fengya would take them out in a few days. During the hottest period, Qingyu took a holiday and moved to a cave by the river. After resting for 2 days, she grew restless and enlisted Yunduo to help extract salt from the water salt fruit. Outside the cave lay 2 large stone pots, and they cut open the water salt fruit, pouring out the juice. Yunduo, while slicing the fruit, wondered aloud if simply drying the juice would yield salt. Salt was so precious. She never imagined the process would be so straightforward. Qingyu, drenched in sweat, nodded in response. Once all the water evaporated, the salt would emerge, but it required simple filtering. Yunduo, looking puzzled, recalled Qingyu instructing Xioning to fetch long joint trees for filtration. Qingyu pointed to the prepared charcoal and the towel made from thread, explaining the filtering process. A hole needed to be made at the bottom of the bamboo tube, into which these items would be placed, followed by pouring the water-salt juice for filtration. Qingyu initially thought that since the water-salt fruit could be consumed directly, the salt extracted from it would also be edible. However, her inherent fear of failure prevented her from devising a meticulous filtration method, so she settled for a simpler approach. Yunduo, not understanding, simply followed along. Qingyu's main motivation for extracting salt was to ensure they had preserved meat during the cold wave, making it convenient to carry when they ventured out. What seemed simple in theory turned into a lengthy process, and by the time the salt was ready, it was already evening. After Qingyu explained to Yunduo that salt made from seawater contained impurities harmful to health, Yunduo's heart raced with excitement as she beheld the salt. Yet she refrained from tasting it. Xioning, amused by their antics, questioned, "What are you both so afraid of? The water-salt fruit is safe to eat, so the salt must be too." He reflected inwardly that Yunduo and Qingyu had become equally timid after spending so much time together. Despite his thoughts, he tasted a bit before they began their work. Immediately, his face contorted as he spat it out. "So salty!" After exclaiming, he quickly drank from a bamboo bucket. Qingyu remarked that no respectable household consumed salt by grabbing a handful with their fingers. Before she could intervene, Xioning had already expelled it from his mouth. The water-salt fruit was salty, but it paled in comparison to pure salt. Consuming such a large quantity would surely be overwhelming. Xioning was not in too much distress. And Yunduo inquired, "How is it? Is the salt bitter?" Qingyu explained that if the salt tasted very bitter, it was likely due to excessive impurities. Xioning, feeling at a loss for words, gazed into his partner's curious eyes, wishing he could pinch her cheeks. Shouldn't she be more concerned about his well-being instead of merely inquiring about the salt's taste? His tongue felt nearly numb, rendering him unable to discern bitterness. Yunduo fetched him a bowl of water to drink. Xioning wondered if she intended for him to drink more water before trying again. Qingyu began to question if Xioning was overreacting. The salt Fengye had brought back was undoubtedly saltier than the water-salt fruit. Yet, she found it hard to believe he had lost all sensation. Although she claimed disbelief, her hand instinctively picked up a few grains to taste. It was not particularly bitter, and indeed, it was somewhat better than what Fengye had brought back. Xioning sipped water intermittently, and Qingyu finally realized where the issue lay. The salt was not the problem. The male was. Males typically preferred milder flavors, as evidenced by Fengye's usual seasoning with the water-salt fruit. He seldom consumed much food, often relying on the blood of the prey to compensate for salt intake. This was Xioning's first encounter with such salty food, which he found difficult to accept. When Fengye returned with the little ones and learned about the events, he gazed at Xioning in utter disbelief. "Haven't you eaten salt before? Why consume so much at once? I observed that the salt differs from that obtained from the sea, leading me to believe that its flavor would also be distinct." Fengye remained speechless in response. Xioning had no issues, and Yunduo even sampled a small amount of the salt. Typically, we would use water-salt fruit for grilling meat. But now that we have produced salt, we could prepare the cured meat that Qingyu had mentioned. During the hot season, it can also be preserved. When fresh meat is unavailable, it can simply be taken out and cooked, which is quite delightful. Qingyu nodded, for she yearned to savor the cured meat. Having grown accustomed to the water-salt fruit, the demand for salt was minimal among everyone. She had long contemplated this. The creation of salt was merely to satisfy her own cravings. Meat grilled to perfection is certainly enhanced with a sprinkle of salt. The little ones gazed intently at the freshly made salt, all eager to taste it. Qingyu took a small amount in her hand, allowing them to lick it one by one. After tasting, the children shook their heads, quickly losing interest in it. Qingyu remained unconcerned, as long as she liked it. That sufficed. As Yunduo's family returned, they only gathered a small amount of salt. "I will take some home to see if it enhances the flavor of the grilled meat. If it proves delightful, I shall have Xioning procure more for us to prepare ourselves. The tribe has an abundance of water-salt fruit, and now that we have learned the method of making salt, we can produce as much as we desire." Chapter 248. You have lost your mind. In front of the cave, only their family remained. Fengye instructed the children to sleep on the large stones outside. Although the cave had been excavated, the heat was becoming unbearable, prompting the little ones to descend. The space was cramped, and, as the children grew, they had become significantly larger. If they were to huddle together, it would be intolerably warm. Fortunately, the outside was cooler than the cave, and they were more than willing to stay out. Before entering the cave, Feng Yi cautioned them to sleep early. Otherwise, they would struggle with fatigue the next day and know the consequences. His words carried a slight threat, to which Feng Xing merely nodded in acknowledgement. He felt his father's words were redundant, as lifting his head had become a laborious task. His younger siblings lay on the stones, too weary to move. Had it not been for their parents still conversing, they would have already succumbed to slumber. Feng Shi, with half-closed eyes, softly uttered to his elder brother, "Uncle Li is right. We might not be our father's biological children." Feng Xing urged him to be quiet. Even in their exhausted state, he still had the energy to ponder such things. He realized that their father had refrained from punishing them last time, reserving that for their training. With no elders or their mother present, their father could do as he pleased, and they could not resist in the slightest. He weakly remarked, "Let us sleep. Otherwise, we'll be unable to run if we get punished tomorrow." In recent days, Feng Yi had been training the little ones, ensuring Qing Yu ate well and reminding them of the heat outside before leading the children away. Qing Yu sought out Xiao Ning to assist her in calling down uncle and aunt. Although the tribe rarely used salt, it was still courteous to inform them. When Mu Yu arrived, Qing Yu demonstrated the method of making salt. The two spoke with such seriousness that Feng Zhou could not interject and was left to perform menial tasks, chopping water-salt fruit, starting the fire, and sweating profusely. Wiping his brow, he pondered. He was the clan leader. Regardless of where he went, others showed him respect. Yet, here among his own children, it held no sway. As he listened to his partner and Qing Yu discussing matters that became increasingly incomprehensible, his head buzzed with confusion. His heart felt heavy. Today, there were fewer water-salt fruits than yesterday, but the process was much quicker. Mu Yu, observing the white salt, cheerfully inquired, "In the future, when we go out to gather herbs, we can bring salt along. That would be much more convenient. Unlike the water-salt fruit, which has a thick outer shell that makes it cumbersome to handle." Finally, Feng Zhou interjected, as this was something he understood. It would indeed be much more convenient. His gaze then shifted to Qing Yu. His curiosity piqued. Now that we can produce salt, it indicates that it was possible before as well. Why does Feng Yi still send people to gather salt? Qing Yu replied, "You all know that Feng Yi sends people to gather salt?" Feng Zhou expressed surprise. "Not just us. It seems the entire tribe is aware. I frequently visit other hills, and many males have inquired, each one more inquisitive than the last, asking why. With so much water-salt fruit in the tribe, they still bothered to gather salt. How could he know so much? Not to mention salt. If Qing Yu requested anything else, Feng Yi would eagerly rush to procure it. Furthermore, it was well known that he sought out insects and birds, especially since, during the cold wave, only their cave echoed with the chirping of birds. Qing Yu was taken aback. Feng Yi spoke of such matters openly? It was normal for others to know about the birds, but as for the insects, as long as neither Feng Yi nor she mentioned it, who would be aware? Casting aside these thoughts, she addressed the question posed by Uncle. Initially, she believed that since there was an abundance of water-salt fruit in the tribe and everyone had become accustomed to it, whether or not to make salt was inconsequential. So she felt no urgency. Now, with some leisure, she considered that having salt could facilitate the smoking of cured meat during the windy season, even after the cold wave. It could be preserved for a while longer. In truth, Feng Yi had initially been overly clingy, and coupled with the cold wave that limited their water-salt fruit supply, he had not made any salt. Last year, due to her pregnancy and learning medicine, she had long forgotten about this matter until recently. Mu Yu showed a keen interest in making cured meat and asked numerous questions. Qing Yu was unable to articulate how much salt to use. This year, we will collectively cure the meat in one location. By making more, we will ascertain how much salt to add. Previously, when Grandma cured the meat, she would smoke it with leaves, resulting in a uniquely flavored product. Unfortunately, they had not found similar trees here, though she recalled visiting a classmate's home during high school. They would cook rice over an earth stove in winter and use that smoke to cure the meat. That method produced delicious cured meat, which they could certainly try this year. Feng Zhou retrieved a pen and materials from the cave and approached a large bamboo tube. Indeed, the northern tribes consumed water-salt fruit, but salt was a rare commodity. Now that he understood how to make it, he needed to remember meticulously. Boiling the water-salt fruit in a pot was simple enough, but he needed to be clear about what was contained within the bamboo tube. Qin Yu not only reiterated the necessary steps, but also poured out the contents of the bamboo tube for him to inspect. Now that uncle and aunt understood how to make salt, the subsequent tasks were theirs to manage. She would merely focus on creating things she enjoyed, relishing in her pursuits. On the way back, Feng Zhou held items in one hand and held Mu Yu's hand with the other, ambling along. He remarked contemplatively, "The dynamics between people are truly peculiar. Feng Yi grew up in the tribe, yet has not found a suitable female companion. I always thought he sought a mate who could match him in strength, yet he has become utterly captivated by the gentle and soft-spoken Qin Yu. In my view, aside from training the males diligently during the windy season, all that remained was finding Qin Yu as a partner, which he executed flawlessly. Muy Greco smiled gently. This child is intelligent and kind-hearted, and she is diligent in her learning. It is not merely Feng Ye's fortune. The entire tribe is fortunate." Feng Zhou nodded repeatedly. Pondering what they had to offer, they would send everything to Qin Yu. The Zhongli fruit had borne fruit, and he planned to give her half. Although last year's seeds planted in the soil did not sprout, he was still quite pleased with the 2 trees that had grown. He would visit the trees every 10 days or so, anxious about their growth. When the 2 Zhongli trees matured, how many fruits would they bear? It is worth noting that the Sun Zone Wolf tribe only has 1 tree. Mu Yu remarked, "I think you have lost your mind. Do you not have any idea of what we possess at home?" Feng Zhou felt embarrassed. Feng Ye's household always had more of everything than theirs. Among the several children who formed pairs, Feng Yi provided the most. Mu Yu cast him a sidelong glance. "My current task is to teach Qin Yu medicine diligently. Your responsibility is to strengthen the tribe and protect her well. If you come across interesting or rare things outside the tribe, simply bring more back." Feng Zhou, no longer troubled, smiled and nodded. "No problem." Chapter 249. No one submits to anyone. During this period, Feng Yi devoted his days to training the 10 young ones, leading them to run across various mountain peaks. He collected all edible finds and returned home, carrying some himself while the young ones also bore their share. However, before he could rest for long, he was summoned to the elder's place to hear about recent developments from Feng Yang and the others. As soon as the elder arrived, Feng Yin wasted no time and directly stated that they had observed the wolves sensing their territorial expansion and were unable to remain idle. However, they were expanding outward as per their request. The Bailing Shu tribe had also been dealt with. Feng Zhou looked at the young ones with satisfaction. Having companions made a significant difference. With more ideas and a grounded approach to tasks, they had sworn an oath before the beast god, promising not to allow any northern tribes to seize females from them. In return, the Bailing Shu tribe agreed to the most fundamental requirements and would scout for news in the west, should they wish to expand their territory in the future. It would also be outward. If they expanded further, there would be ample space available. Feng Yang was responsible for the Qi Yuhu side, as it was the most challenging. The Qi Yuhu sought to expand their territory outward, which the Jinggang Xiong would certainly oppose, leading to numerous conflicts. When the Qi Yuhu attempted to expand outward, the 2 tribes first negotiated with the Jinggang Xiong tribe, and the outcome was predictable. Without needing to elaborate, everyone knew how that turned out. They had fought the Jinggang Xiong. Although they were defeated, the latter remained obstinate. Feng Ming was infuriated at this point. All were from the north. As they expanded outward, it was inevitable that the Jinggang Xiong would do the same, a fact that could not be altered. Living next to the Jinggang Xiong was the He Jiaoxi. The distance between their tribes was considerable, and their outward expansion would not be affected. They assured the Jinggang Xiong that should they consent, both they and the Qi Yu who would do their utmost to assist. Yet, they resorted to violence at the slightest disagreement. For the males, losing a fight was merely a setback. They could always fight again next time. However, their behavior was particularly shameless, as they secretly sent males to the west. What could they possibly do in the west? Of course, it was treachery, conspiring with the western males against them. Fortunately, they were intercepted. Otherwise, the consequences were unimaginable. Feng Chuan gritted his teeth, expressing his disdain for the Jinggang Xiong, who had seemingly forgotten the events of a few years prior. Many males from their tribe had perished, and even more had died among the Jinggang Xiong. How long had it been? And they wished to seek refuge in the west. Feng Yu and Feng Yun urged the 2 to remain calm, assuring them that they had resolved all males from the Jinggang Xiong tribe who aimed to defect to the west. Their tones were steady, lacking in fluctuation. Over the past 2 years, as they developed their tribe, they would not lag behind. The brothers were assigned tasks, with their responsibility to monitor those tribes that had yet to form alliances with the Zhu Qinglang to prevent unforeseen incidents. Should any issues arise in this regard, They would have no face left to show. This task was assigned by the elder, who stated that while they lacked Feng Yang and Feng Yan's meticulousness, they were more reliable than Feng Ming and Feng Chuan. They sought no praise but also wished to avoid reprimand. Feng Yi readily commended their efforts, stating they had done well. His bottom line was clear. Regardless of the severity of conflicts among the northern tribes, they must not entangle with the western tribes. Any such occurrences would be dealt with ruthlessly. Feng Hua and the males within the tribe had kept a close watch on the Jinggang Xiong and uncovered numerous matters. Recently, internal strife had erupted within the Jinggang Xiong. Some felt that no matter what they said, they were being bullied by the Qi Yuhu, believing that the north had no place for them and wishing to flee to the west. Others believed they were still northern males, unable to forget the animosities of years past. If they defected to the west now, it would be a betrayal to the males who had perished for their tribe. Upon returning, I learned of the severity of the internal discord within the Jinggang Xiong, suggesting a change in leadership was imminent. Xiao Cheng continued to monitor the situation, and news would soon follow. Feng Yi and Feng Zhou exchanged glances while the others remained silent. They understood all too well that, during such times, their father, the elder, would assert that all were males of the north, and unless absolutely necessary, they should not act too ruthlessly. However, the elder would undoubtedly insist that any actions detrimental to the north or its males must be dealt with severely. Feng Yang and Feng Yin began to feel a headache. At such moments, they wished to be fools, for regardless of which side they stood on, no benefit would be gained. Feng Zhou sighed, noting that while there were many tribes in the north, there were also numerous tribes in the west. If they aimed to eradicate the Jinggang Xiong, they would incur a significant loss of combat strength. Just moments ago, Feng Hua had mentioned that not all males within the Jinggang Xiong wished to migrate to the west. They understood my perspective. Feng Zhou pondered whether he had truly aged. His indecisiveness rendered him unable to keep pace with the younger one's thoughts. He was not oblivious to the fact that the young ones leaned towards Feng Yi. Feng Yi had long since adapted to the elder's way of handling matters and was not surprised by his words. A calm analysis revealed that the West, like them, needed to strengthen its tribes and would not pose immediate threats. Moreover, they were not well acquainted with them, thus alleviating excessive concern. However, the Jinggang Xiong were different. They had always resided in the north and possessed an intimate understanding of the northern tribes. They were acutely aware of each tribe's strengths and weaknesses. If they managed to reach the west, the consequences were too dire to contemplate. Instead of fretting endlessly, it would be more prudent to eliminate the issue at its root. One could only imagine the fate of the Bailing Shu. Had they been weaker, what would become of their females and young? This was something you all understood without my saying. Before feeling sorrow for the females and young of the Jinggang Xiong tribe, one must first lament for those of the Zhu Qinglang tribe. On the way to the Bailing Shu tribe, Feng Yi contemplated how to eliminate Qing Yu and Yun Duo, his resolve growing stronger. Many subsequent events further solidified this notion. Feng Zhou felt that Feng Ye's approach was excessively extreme, while Feng Yi thought the elder viewed matters too optimistically. Their clashing ideologies led to a stalemate. The cave fell into silence, with no one daring to speak. Feng Yang and Feng Yin exchanged glances, seeing the helplessness reflected in each other's eyes. Their greatest fear was that during such times, neither could persuade the other. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Yin spoke, suggesting that since the two were at an impasse, he would share their thoughts. If the faction wishing to migrate to the west within the Jinggang Xiong triumphed, they would adhere to the elder's wishes, leaving no future troubles for the north. Feng Yin continued, stating that should the faction wishing to remain in the north prevail, they would follow the elder's guidance and grant them an opportunity. Chapter 250. Help not found, yet another burden acquired. Feng Zhou cast a sidelong glance at Feng Yi, who remained silent. Feng Yi inhaled deeply, aware that with so many tribes observing, the Jinggang Xiong were not foolish, even amid internal strife. They would only eliminate a few of the leaders. This matter could lead to further discord. He looked towards Feng Yang and Feng Yin, receiving confirmation in their gazes. The general consensus was to proceed with this decision. Opportunities would be granted, but they would also devise methods to keep the Jinggang Xiong firmly in check, gradually resolving matters as they unfolded. Continuing to remain in this deadlock was futile. After a moment of consideration, he acquiesced. They would act as suggested. He would ensure the Jinggang Xiong was monitored closely, and, as before, should they attempt to move west, they would be eradicated. With this, all objections were quelled, and Feng Yu exhaled in relief, fearing the two might clash again. With the matter settled, they shifted the conversation to other topics. The He Jiao she would likely arrive soon. Being cold-blooded beastmen, it was challenging for them to ensure the survival of their females during the cold tide. Upon hearing the news we had released, they would surely be unable to remain idle. Feng Yi considered these matters now entrusted to them and refrained from further involvement. He mused that the supplies from allied tribes were sufficient, and there would be no need for future contributions from tribes joining them. In the future, they would request prey from the newly allied tribes, explaining that the provisions from the Sun Zhonglang, Qi Yuhu, and Song Ying were already ample. The Bailing Shu, known for its inability to capture prey, has developed a penchant for hoarding. Now that it has grasped the art of rice cultivation, it is certain to plant vast expanses, yielding an even greater bounty. The collection of prey offers significant advantages to the tribe, particularly for the older males who lack mates and offspring. How much must be submitted? You few should deliberate thoroughly, with matters becoming clearer. Feng Yi chose not to linger any longer. Feng Yin gazed at his elder brother's silhouette and then at Abo's helpless expression, uncertain of what to say. He comprehended the thoughts of both his brother and Abo, yet felt powerless to mediate. Before long, Xiao Cheng returned with news. The leader of the Jin Gang Xiong had been replaced, with the males who remained in the northern territory emerging victorious. Xiao Cheng himself could not discern whether to feel joy or sorrow. Feng Ming had already conveyed the thoughts of the leader and Yi Ge to him. He found himself unable to consider the matter deeply, feeling that all perspectives held some truth while simultaneously feeling that none were entirely correct. Feng Yi ceased to dwell on the issue, noting that the Jin Gang Xiong had lost 13 males, warranting close observation for the future. With that matter resolved, his focus shifted predominantly to training the cubs. On this day, Feng Yi circled around the 10 cubs, scrutinizing their deficiencies to tailor their training accordingly. Li Qi, with a carefree demeanor, approached Feng Yi, greeting him with a smile despite the displeasure evident in his eyes. Just a few more days, and I'll take my mate out for some fun. The warm season has passed for quite some time. If we don't venture out soon, it will turn cold. You know, once the strong winds arrive, the females cannot step outside. Feng Yi scoffed coldly, and Li Qi felt a twinge of guilt. After all, according to their agreement, it would soon be his turn. Rest assured, I will return swiftly. There will still be ample time for you to take Qin Yu out for leisure. Feng Yi remained silent, prompting Li Qi to soften his tone. I have already conferred with Xiao Ning about going to the sea region, and I will bring back delicious treats for you. He continued, think about it. This time, I will be with Xiao Ning and the others, leaving you and Qin Yu undisturbed. As Feng Yi began to draw out his bone knife, Li Qi turned and fled, not forgetting to remind him to care for the cubs until he returned. Li Qi secretly cursed Xiao Ning for being cunning, making him deliver this message while he himself distanced himself entirely. As the figure grew ever fainter, Feng Yi pressed his fingers to his forehead, realizing he was compelled to extend the training time for the cubs. Damn it, how frustrating. During this time, Feng Yang brought forth good news. The leader of the Jin Gang Xiong had acquiesced to their demands and promised to manage the males within the tribe effectively. They were currently feigning weakness, which would buy them some time. The victorious Jin Gang Xiong had no intention of venturing westward, a stark contrast to the previous leader. Whether this was out of sincerity or pretense was inconsequential. The Zhu Qinglang would not relax their guard in the slightest. As Feng Yi listened to Feng Yang speak, he observed the cubs sprawled on the ground. Do not let your guard down. Feng Yang nodded and proceeded to discuss another matter. The location for inter-tribal trading had been identified. I visited yesterday and saw many males exchanging goods. In a few days, as word spreads, the number of people will increase. Feng Ye's eyes sparkled with interest. Previously, Qing Yu had mentioned seeking out peculiar items. Our tribe may lack certain things, but that does not imply other tribes do. Once the northern tribes unite in purpose and cease hostilities, we can designate a specific area to exchange surplus goods for items we require. Thus, having just concluded discussions with the Song Ying tribe, he instructed preparations to commence. As Feng Yang prepared to depart, Feng Yi cleared his throat, signaling for him to halt. Noticing his brother pointing at the 10 cubs, Feng Yang initially appeared puzzled, but moments later, his expression nearly erupted. Brother, it's not that I am unwilling. I'm simply overwhelmed. Just dealing with Feng Xing and the others at home has already damaged several skins made by my mate. Now with 5 more, why would I wish to assist here? Feng Yi narrowed his eyes. Am I unaware of your busyness? Feng Yang felt a shiver run down his spine and decided to speak candidly. You know that if I were to have cubs, I would rely on you for training assistance. Moreover, you are aware of their temperament. They fear no one but you, rendering my presence here futile. Feng Yi questioned, are these cubs truly so unappealing? Zhun is still waiting for me at home. I must return to prepare dinner. Feng Yang resolved to leave swiftly, fearing that lingering conversation might prompt his brother to devise numerous schemes to enlist his help. He turned and dashed away, leaving Feng Yi with words caught in his throat. He merely wished to take Qing Yu to the trading grounds. Why was it proving so challenging? Half an hour later, Mo and Yu Lin each arrived with their mates at Feng Ye's location. The cubs had undergone rapid development. The last time they had been fed meat, they had appeared naive and clumsy, yet now they were undeniably adorable. How little time had passed since their last encounter, and they had transformed so significantly. Upon Yu Mo's arrival, he noticed the cubs sprawled on the ground, their physiques enlarged, yet they appeared undernourished and lacking energy. As each one rose, he realized his initial assumption had been mistaken. They were not lacking energy at all. Their fierce gazes resembled those of Yi Ge in his prime. Mo, quick-witted, playfully asked, Yi Ge, when I have cubs in the future, would you mind visiting occasionally to see if I'm teaching them correctly? Yu Lin's eyes sparkled as well. While it was unrealistic for Yi Ge to train all of them, surely he could spare some time to check in. Speaking of training the males, he believed no one could surpass Yi Ge's expertise. I want to get to. The two remained unabashed, while their mates felt a touch of embarrassment. Feng Yi pondered their purpose for coming. Is it to assist in training the cubs? It mattered not if the training was lax, as long as there was supervision, allowing him to take Qing Yu out for leisure. However, he had overly idealized the situation, with Mo and Yu Lin now having mates. They lacked the time to assist. He sighed, realizing he had sought help but inadvertently acquired additional responsibilities. Very well, when your cubs begin their training, I will make time to observe. In Chapter 251, he found himself reluctant to discuss anything else. Mo was elated, his enthusiasm palpable. Did my sister-in-law enjoy the prey I caught a few days ago? If she did, I shall procure more. Yu Lin, not to be outdone, added, my sister-in-law has a fondness for that nerve-wracking fruit. I discovered plenty near the He Jiaoshi tribe. We shall retrieve some in a few days. Feng Yi chuckled, realizing the opportunity to have them assist had vanished, and instead, he settled down to engage in leisurely conversation. Keep a watchful eye on the surroundings of the tribe. I trust you know the He Jiao, she will soon come seeking us. The He Jiaoshi are cold-blooded beastmen, eager for the warmth of companionship. The prickly pepper trees are difficult to harvest and unyielding. I shall send you to gather them. Just as Yu Lin's smile appeared, it froze upon his face. Wouldn't this mean he would have far fewer tasks to undertake in the future? Stammering, he suggested, then perhaps I shall follow brother's example and catch prey to present to my sister-in-law. Both understood that seeking Yi Ji's assistance would undoubtedly entail responsibilities. After all, why would he go offer help otherwise? Feng Yi found himself at a loss for words. The two brothers, Mo and Yu Lin, were relentless in their pursuit of prey to present, just as the Haida brothers were. Their deliveries often overlapped, resulting in several offerings at once. In the sweltering heat, one could not finish a meal before it spoiled the following day. They either distributed their catches or took them back home. You need not deliver frequently. Inform Haida and the others that if assistance is needed, I will reach out to you. Mo grinned widely. We currently have no cubs, right? If we had cubs, we would be swamped. He cast a sympathetic glance at Yi Ge, recognizing that he was the perfect example of this predicament. Feng Yi found himself surprisingly sympathetic toward his own situation. Haida is growing stronger. Can you compete with him now? After the brothers moved to Yu Mo's mountain, both sides began mutual training. The once plump beast forms had become increasingly agile, now hardly distinguishable from the other males in the tribe. With their physiques no longer rotund, Haida had never ceased training, diligently working hard, allowing them to train the males. The last time they visited, Feng Yi had inquired, and each had worn smiles, suggesting they genuinely enjoyed this endeavor. Mo and Yu Lin felt a profound sense of hardship. 2 years ago, they barely regarded the Haida brothers, yet now they find themselves unable to contend with them. In truth, they have already fallen behind the Haida brothers. It is rather disheartening, and thus they choose to remain silent. Mo perceives that since their relocation, everything they engage in has been remarkably smooth, as if the mountain itself favors them. With their partners by their sides, Feng Yi merely cast a fleeting glance at them, choosing not to elaborate further. The Haida brothers approach their endeavors with utmost seriousness. Unlike these two, who never train when the opportunity to slack off arises. Fortunately, their shameless aspirations have begun to afford them a respectable standing within the tribe. Yu Lin, feeling uncomfortable under their scrutiny, boldly asserts that given 2 years, he could certainly surpass Haida. Upon hearing his brother's brash declarations, Umo wishes to advise him against speaking too soon. However, meeting Yi Ji's gaze, he immediately claims he can achieve the same. Feng Yi chuckles softly, remaining indifferent to who among them and the Haida brothers possesses greater prowess. Regardless, training must not be neglected. Reminders serve to keep them aware. Waving them off, he intends to maintain a watchful eye over the younger ones. Umo remarks, I initially thought our presence was required for some pressing matter. Instead, it seems you merely wish to converse with us. He addresses the youths still in training, suggesting that if they require guidance, they can always call upon them. Considering their proximity, he feels a profound sense of loyalty, ready to respond at a moment's notice. Feng Yi, preferring silence, watches as Li Qi returns, looking notably darker, and cheerfully announces, I'm back, you can leave now. His smug expression causes Feng Yi to grit his teeth, and after giving the youths a few instructions, he departs without looking back. During this period, he must supervise 10 youngsters, and bringing them back to the cave would surely create a ruckus. It has been quite some time since he last returned home, as he has been residing in Li Qi's cave. His little partner must miss him dearly. At this moment, Qingyu is at Han Han's side, joyously holding Sui Sui and Mimi, unable to contain her laughter. The two female cubs beam at anyone who approaches, radiating cuteness. After sharing a meal at noon, the two, accompanied by the little ones, sit on a large stone by the water's edge to play. Xiaoan tidies up the remnants, smiling as she observes them. There are numerous responsibilities within the tribe, but female cubs require more attention than their male counterparts. Han Han struggles to manage alone, and everyone is considerate, allowing her the opportunity to nurture them as they grow. Though he cannot visit due to the distance, he has accomplished nearly everything that can be done regarding this mountain. Recently, Han Han has developed a keen interest in literacy, and whenever Qingyu notices she is unoccupied, she takes the time to teach her. Learning a little each day, Han Han has made significant progress during Feng Ye's absence. With a sense of accomplishment akin to that of a teacher, she grows increasingly dedicated to her lessons. As the sun gradually descends, Qingyu rises, stating, I must return. Please remind Xiao and to extract the juice from the herbs I brought over and apply it to Sui Sui several times. The child is sensitive to heat, with red spots appearing on her neck, which she cannot resist scratching, leaving behind angry marks. Han Han nods, suggesting, since Ego won't be back for a while, why not eat before you go? I'll ask Xiao to prepare the meat early. Qingyu immediately shakes her head. It's too hot. I don't want to eat. Xiao brought plenty of fresh fruits yesterday. I can manage with just that. With that, she departs, disregarding Han Han's pleas to stay. In truth, she has no desire to make do with mere fruit. If given the choice, she would prefer to avoid cooking altogether. Han Han's palate is simply too bland for her liking. The seasonings she brought over are not to her taste, and when cooking, she often reduces the salt and other ingredients by half. Initially, the freshness was enjoyable, but as time wore on, it became unsatisfactory, leaving her longing for flavor. With Feng Yi and the cubs absent, she sometimes feels a touch of loneliness, finding solace only in culinary creations. Thus, she has prepared an array of delectable dishes during this time. Spicy boiled meat, zesty wild vegetables, indulging her cravings to the point of waking in the night for water. On her way back, she picks a handful of fresh wild vegetables, planning to roast them for dinner. After too much meat, a change in flavor is welcome. As she approaches, she notices smoke rising from the direction of the cave. Has Feng Yi returned? Stretching her neck, she quickens her pace, spotting a familiar figure and rushing towards him, yearning for a hug and kiss. Feng Yi, unable to contain his excitement upon returning, immediately washes up, eager to greet her. However, he remembers to start cooking the meat first, so they can enjoy a meal upon his return. Hearing footsteps approaching, he cannot suppress the smile that spreads across his face. Slow down, he exclaims, striding forward to scoop her up. With such delicate skin, a fall could be quite painful. Qingyu cups his face in her hands and plants a fervent kiss on him. After a brief separation, they reconnect, their passion reignited. Initially surprised, Feng Yi soon reciprocates with fervor, knowing that Qingyu must have missed him dearly during his absence. He carries her towards the water, but suddenly shifts direction toward the cave. As Qingyu's hands slide down from his face, they traverse his firm chest and well-defined abdomen. The sensation is utterly delightful, and she feels thoroughly pleased. Feng Ye's body tenses. You're just getting started. Soon enough, you won't be able to keep up. Qingyu, undeterred, insists, today is different. I feel I can go on indefinitely. Feng Ye lets out a deep chuckle. If only that were the case. Often, his partner likens herself to a fragile plant. playful yet unable to last long. With a swift motion, he reclaims control. Qing Yu feels a fire ignite within her sweat-soaked body and parched throat signaling her longing. In the dead of night, Feng Yi, holding the reluctant partner, takes a bath before engaging in their familiar routine, changing the sheets. Lying on his side, he gazes longingly at her. Is this really it? You're already asleep? What happened to the promise of endless delight? Qing Yu, yearning to move, finds herself forgetting their initial words. She pulls him closer, resting her head against his chest. I'm tired. The cubs won't return for some time. We have plenty of time. Feng Yi chuckles softly, enveloping her in his embrace. That makes sense. The only progress you've made is becoming less sensitive to the heat. You know, during the hot season, you used to want to stay as far away from me as possible, yet now you willingly cling to me. The following day, Qing Yu is awakened by Feng Ye's call, but the manner of her awakening is particularly jolting. He lifts her head from his chest, exclaiming, "This is simply unbearable." The heat is stifling. They had spent the night entwined, and her hair is damp with sweat, making it clear how much they had perspired. You can't even allow a kiss? Feng Yi playfully asserts, pinning her down, watching as she transitions from refusal to soft moans, finally pleading for mercy, prompting him to quicken his pace. He possesses boundless energy, and, once they have both recovered, he leads her outside the cave. The meat cooked last night has begun to emit an unpleasant odor. Their excitement had distracted them from eating, and now dawn has arrived. After ensuring his partner is well fed, he recalls his eagerness to return, intending to take her to the trading post. However, she appears utterly lethargic, not even wishing to move, let alone go out. We can wait a few days. Let's ensure they are both happy and then visit the trading post. They indulge in their carefree days at home for 3 blissful days before Feng Yi finally suggests taking her to the trading post. Qing Yu, just now realizing its existence, feels a twinge of guilt for having kept it from her for several days. Reflecting on what they might still need at home, she realizes that while they seem to lack nothing, perhaps they're missing a little of everything. Regardless whether they need anything or not, she is determined to explore. Thus, she and Feng Yi agree to take a day off from chores to rest and prepare for their journey, setting off early the next morning. Qing Yu rummages through the animal skins at home. While they lack many things, they certainly have an abundance of pelts, gifts from her brothers, and a bow. More than enough for their needs. Now, one can venture out to exchange goods. At home, there is an abundance of food and drink, and it seems there are no shortages of necessities, so I shall trade for what I desire. Last night, excitement kept Qing Yu awake for quite some time. Even in the pitch dark, she was roused by Feng Ye, who gently kissed her cheek. If only I had gone to bed earlier last night, she murmured, her soft voice prompting Feng Ye to lower his head and plant another kiss on her face before she nestled against him and fell asleep. Dampening a towel in water, Qing Yu took it and applied the cool cloth to her face, feeling revitalized. Upon arriving at the trading ground, the place appeared remarkably primitive. It was merely a flat area where everyone brought their items meant for exchange. What more could one wish for than a trade? It was still early, and the number of exchange participants was scarce. Qing Yu found a pleasant spot beneath a lush tree that shielded them from the sun, providing a refreshing coolness. Feng Ye casually piled the furs Qing Yu had selected on the ground. As more people arrived, the variety of goods would naturally increase, and she could swap for whatever caught her fancy. As the sun climbed higher, the two of them gnawed on fruits in hand, while Qing Yu's gaze was fixed on the passing males. Noticing a pair of eyes lingering on her, she turned to see Feng Ye's face darken. All the males here have transformed into human form. I cannot guess to which tribe they belong, she explained. Feng Ye, though not disbelieving, felt a twinge of discomfort at seeing his partner gaze at other males. That group should belong to the Bailing Shu tribe. Qing Yu pointed in a direction. They carry not furs but fruits and grains. For what I have encountered, only they seem to favor such items. Feng Ye nodded in agreement, acknowledging that their tribe possessed similar goods, leaving little to exchange. Qing Yu was not fixated on what to trade. She simply wished to exchange for things she liked. The trading ground felt akin to a marketplace, where curiosity beckoned her to explore. What if they stumbled upon something useful? Both observed others while being observed in turn. The number of males at the trading ground was plentiful, yet the females were few. Most tribes in the north protect their females diligently. Although the nearby tribes were well acquainted and had vowed not to harm the females and young, they remained reluctant to bring them into unfamiliar environments. Knowing that the Jukinglang tribe was present, they felt reassured. No one dared to provoke the Jukinglang, and bringing a partner along was acceptable. Qing Yu greeted a male from the Jukinglang tribe, who instinctively stopped at a distance. All males from the Jukinglang were similar. They carried the most furs. As the trading ground grew busier, Qingyu noticed a figure approaching and tugged at Fengye's hand. It was the Chiwehu tribe. Fengye raised an eyebrow at their offerings, which consisted solely of fruits and wild grasses. They remained as impoverished as ever. The Chiwehu tribe noticed the Jukinglang, each male surrounded by a pile of furs. Comparing their offerings to those of their own, they cursed under their breaths. The Jukinglang are truly shameless. Our tribe lacks furs, yet they still demand so many from us. One lamented, "We are in dire straits. We can only bring fruits and wild grasses to the trading ground." Fengye chuckled lightly. "What are you staring at? Are you hoping to trade for these furs?" The Chiwehu male simmered with anger. Their furs are so fine, and Fengye dares to exchange them for goods. He truly lacks discernment. Fengye, however, was quite pleased, continuing to provoke. "You may wish to trade, but I have no interest in what you possess." Thus, it came to pass that Fengye and the Chiwehu male began to bicker. Qingyu felt exasperated. It was trivial, simply a verbal sparring match. She had previously noted Fengye's maturity, but that was merely a fleeting illusion. Other males watched the spectacle, unable to suppress their amusement. At that moment, a tracking wolf in its beast form approached, laden with goods and glaring intently at Fengye. Its striking appearance caused Fengye to cease his argument with the Chiwehu and focus on the approaching figure, curious about its intent. He recognized the male. During his first venture to acquire zhengli fruit, this male had been the most irritable and had suffered the most. The imposing figure halted before Fengye, pushing the Chiwehu aside, who muttered angrily under his breath. "Are you aware of the trading grounds rules? Males cannot transform into beasts. Do you disregard the regulations everyone agreed upon?" The Chiwehu, feeling humiliated, wanted to transform and display his robust physique, yet the space was too confined. In beast form, he could only circle around, rendering trading impossible. The tracking wolf felt a twinge of guilt. He had not intended to enter in beast form, but was burdened with so many items. The weight was not excessively cumbersome, but it was numerous. If he were in human form, the goods would overwhelm him. After a brief moment of uncertainty, he regained composure. Their long-standing connection with the Jukinglang tribe was not something the Chiwehu could compare to. Placing his goods down, he declared, "I have brought these items for trade. Unlike you, who merely bicker here, wasting space and time." The Chiwehu retorted, "How do you know we aren't exchanging? We merely wish to converse a bit longer before trading." The tracking wolf, previously bolstered by the Jukinglang, had no fear of conflict. Now that the Chiwehu had become a subordinate of the Jukinglang, his disdain was evident. "Let us see what you brought," the Chiwehu said, preparing to unleash his frustration. The tracking wolf continued, "Though I also carry fruits and wild vegetables. Take a look at the quantity. I have brought far more than you." The Chiwehu's temper flared, yet he found no words to counter. Indeed, the tracking wolf's offerings were significantly more abundant. As long as Fengye was not foolish, he would know whom to trade with. However, conceding defeat was not an option. Glaring at the triumphant tracking wolf, the Chiwehu threatened, "You better watch out." The tracking wolf was known for his boldness. Otherwise, Fengye and his group would not have been the first to venture forth for the zhengli fruit, enduring the worst of the consequences. Hearing the Chiwehu's words, the tracking wolf scoffed, "You dare threaten me? Be cautious when you leave. Do not wander alone, or you will regret it." Qingyu observed the exchange, noting how the confrontation resembled the squabbles of modern school children, with taunts exchanged and bravado on display. Fengye, completely forgetting his earlier childish behavior, felt that their antics were rather juvenile and found little interest in staying. He entrusted the furs to a nearby individual to watch over and took Qingyu on a stroll. Those gathered around, however, found the spectacle quite entertaining, relishing the absence of such encounters in their tribe. Indeed, this outing brought forth a plethora of intriguing events. Qingyu and Fengye began their perusal anew, encountering an array of fruits and wild vegetables, with very few furs available for trade. Only the Jukinglang tribe, financially prosperous, displayed piles of furs. Approaching a stall that resembled a small mountain of goods, Qingyu inquired about a purple fruit. "Is this delicious?" In her mind, the male trading the fruit would surely extol its virtues, eager to exchange for something worthwhile. Unexpectedly, the male stood up and declared, "This fruit is exceedingly sweet. Consuming too many will leave you disinterested in meat for days." The male offering the fruit hailed from the Kanjing tribe, known for their knowledge of fruit locations. Since discovering the possibility of trading, they had ventured far and wide, collecting most edible items available. "What?" Qingyu responded, bewildered. Was he not engaging in self-promotion? Why mention the drawbacks first? In a moment of bewilderment, 2 fruits were thrust into her hands, each measuring over 20 centimeters in length, with a bulging center larger than 3 of her fists combined. The weight was substantial, prompting her to cradle them carefully. She resolved to taste them, eager to discern their flavor. Kanjing spoke grandly as Qingyo observed Fengya swiftly grasping the 2 fruits, prompting her to express her gratitude. Casting a bemused glance at the male, she thought him remarkably earnest. The skin of the fruits appeared rather soft, indicating they couldn't be stored for long. With such sizable fruits, if given away, who would still be inclined to purchase them? She began to doubt her own cunning. Fengya, however, wasted no time delving into the exploration of how to consume them. He split one in half, revealing the white flesh within, and took a bite before offering it to Qingyo. The fruit was sweet and definitely edible. Kanjing's eyes widened. Of course, it was edible. Otherwise, why would he have harvested it? Qingyo took a bite, experiencing a sensation akin to eating a cooked sweet potato, firm and exceptionally sweet. No wonder the seller claimed that 2 could sustain one for several days. This fruit was truly filling. After a couple of bites, she struggled to swallow, nearly choking under the seller's hopeful gaze. It felt remiss to consume without exchanging something in return. So she ultimately traded a vine bag of fruits to share with her friends, ensuring she wasn't the only one grappling with the challenge of consuming them. After walking a few steps with Fengya, Qingyo returned to inquire with the seller. The fruit had a short shelf life, so she hesitated to purchase in excess. You might search for saplings where the fruits grow. If you find any, deliver them to the Jukingling tribe, and we will trade as before. She added that any other fruit saplings would also be welcome. The tribe had an abundance of fruits, but required them to grow. As long as the saplings were planted well, they would not lack for these fruits in the future. Kanjing was momentarily taken aback, but quickly agreed, stating that he would head to Jukingling upon finding the fruit trees. His thoughts were simple. A trade of fruits was akin to a trade of saplings, and there was no reluctance on his part. Although the tribe had established a heated floor, their fondness for animal hides remained unchanged. More was always better. Fengya walked on for quite a while, still amused by her constant fear of insufficient food. In the tribe, every space not overshadowed by large trees had already been planted with fruit trees, rendering excess food a non-issue. Qingyo shot him an exasperated glance. Do you not understand the importance of being prepared? Who could possibly complain about an abundance of food? Chapter 254. Green is a wonderful color. Fengya immediately conceded, acknowledging her point and admitting his lack of foresight. Qingyo let it go, her attention drawn to a group of tiger cubs nearby, their fur transformed into a verdant hue. A pile of grass lay before them, piquing her curiosity as she approached to observe closely. The cubs, still juvenile, spoke in tongues she did not comprehend, with Fengya translating. The cubs rolled and tussled in the grass, oblivious to their surroundings, causing the grass to become shredded, and their fur was now stained inextricably. Knowing of the trading grounds, their parents had brought them for a day of play, and, in the process, they had collected a fair amount of wild grass. Qingyo instructed Fengya to ask them how long the color had persisted on their fur, and the answer revealed it had been nearly half a month. Her eyes sparkled. This was a natural dye. Observing her partner's gleaming gaze, Fengya was perplexed. He could understand a fondness for fruits or wild vegetables, as those were consumables. But what purpose did this dye serve? Before Qingyo could elaborate, she boldly declared, "We will take all this wild grass. Can we trade you for it with animal hides?" The tiger cubs exchanged glances, surprised that anyone would actually want to trade for their wild grass. Initially, their parents had deemed them a nuisance and were reluctant to bring them along unless they could offer something in exchange, thus securing the opportunity. After spending half a day there, no one had spoken to them until now. The excitement was palpable as they shouted in unison, "We will, we will." Their exuberance was unmistakable, and Qingyo could not help but smile broadly. "Will you return tomorrow to collect more of this grass? We want all, roots and all." The green-furred cubs eagerly agreed, promising to return at dawn after harvesting overnight. Qingyo also learned from them that these natural dyes grew exclusively near water, amplifying her delight. Having acquired 2 items, Qingyo surveyed the trading grounds but found nothing else of interest. She took Fengya's hand and began to make her way back. Fengya wore a puzzled expression, questioning the utility of the wild grass that could not be consumed. Qingyo posed a rhetorical inquiry. "Did you not see the tiger cubs with their fur dyed green? What does that color resemble?" Fengya mused. "It resembles the color of the jiaoshou, albeit in a larger form." In his mind, the fur of the Jukingling was the most beautiful, shimmering silver that caught the eye wherever one went. Qingyo sensed that further questioning would yield no fruitful answers, so she pointed to the leaves on a tree, saying if those tiger cubs had climbed into the trees. Would you have noticed them? Fengye paused, turning to scrutinize her expression, a thought flickering in his mind, yet it eluded him. He replied honestly, if they were far away and not closely observed, it would indeed be difficult to spot them. However, if they were nearby, even without sight, their scent would be detectable. Though the thought had fleetingly crossed his mind, he understood that Qingyo's intention to bring the wild grass home was surely significant. You just mentioned that the tiger cub's dye closely resembles that of the jiaoshu. This is true. Their fur indeed bears a striking resemblance to leaves, making it difficult to notice unless observed closely. After Qingyo reiterated the difficulty of detection, Fengye quickly grasped the implication. You wish to have the biling shoe dyed green before heading west, making it harder for the males there to notice them. Though posed as a question, his certainty was evident. Qingyo nodded. They had spent enough time together to develop an unspoken understanding. Once a notion was broached, he would grasp her meaning. You also acknowledge that there are risks for the biling shoe venturing west. Dyeing their fur could not guarantee their safety, but it would certainly reduce the likelihood of casualties. Furthermore, if we were to encounter conflict with the western males in the future, the dyed coloration could facilitate a stealthy ambush. The military camouflage would be advantageous in blending with the terrain, serving as merely one of the benefits. Here, too, hiding among the grass or in the dense foliage of trees would render them nearly undetectable. While Fengye believed the Jukinglang's fur to be the most exquisite in the north, he nonetheless found merit in her proposal. Survival was paramount before contemplating other matters. I will ensure we exchange for all these items tomorrow, once we procure the wild grass. It should suffice for now. Recognizing the utility of these discoveries, Fengye became invested. The wild grass might not survive the journey home, and they would need to send a male to the Chiuhu tribe for further insights. If they could cultivate it successfully, that would be ideal. Otherwise, they would need to devise a plan to acquire the wild grass. The Chiuhu were no fools. If they demanded large quantities of wild grass, it would surely raise suspicions. Fengye furrowed his brow in contemplation, and Qingyo understood he was formulating a plan. She offered a suggestion, leaving the subsequent actions in his capable hands. After he concluded discussions with the males at the trading grounds, the two resumed their leisurely stroll. They exchanged items they favored and those beneficial to the tribe. And soon Fengye found himself with only a few pieces of animal hide remaining. Qingyo felt like a spendthrift, having forgotten everything else in her excitement to trade. She comforted herself, recognizing that it was only natural to feel exhilarated on such an outing. She would exercise more restraint in the future. Fengye, however, felt unconcerned. The animal hides were intended for her exchanges, and many of the items she acquired were indeed advantageous for the tribe, with her preferences being a secondary consideration. Thoughts of returning to find a way to acquire more animal hides began to surface, as the prospect of exchanging goods with her partner in the future seemed bleak without them. As the two approached the end of their journey, Fengye enlisted the help of the males in the tribe to carry back their belongings. Having ventured out after such a long time, he wished to prolong their time together outdoors. Just as they were about to depart, Qingyu noticed Mian Yu standing not far from the Bai Ling Shu male, wiping away her tears, while Feng Ming offered her comfort. Sighing, Qingyu observed that Mian Yu must be missing her family, as it is not easy to sever ties with the place one has grown up in. A moment of melancholy washed over Qingyu, but she quickly regained her composure. Looking ahead, she noted that Feng Ming was soothing Mian Yu, and the relationship with the Bai Ling Shu had changed for the better. Free from the fears of the Jin Gang Xiong invading their territory, Mian Yu wept, yet her heart was undeniably joyful. A few years back, she could hardly have imagined the Bai Ling Shu being able to exchange goods. Tears streamed down her face, prompting Feng Ming to urge her not to cry, offering to take her back to visit if she wished. Last year, during the hot season, they had just become partners, and he could scarcely bear to be apart from her. With the onset of the great wind season and cold waves, females could not venture out, and they had not returned since. It was not a significant matter. He simply wanted to bring Mian Yu back for a visit. Chapter 255 was clearly meant to provoke. Qingyu, unable to hear what Feng Ming and Mian Yu were discussing from a distance, could tell by Feng Ming's careful movements that there was no cause for concern. Feng Yi caught sight of the tracking wolf approaching them from behind and took his partner away. Initially, he noticed the gleam in the tracking wolf's eyes, indicating a matter of urgency, and wished to avoid lengthy conversations, so they left promptly, uncertain of how long they would linger. The tracking wolf, laden with goods, became anxious upon seeing Feng Yi depart. However, the marketplace was bustling with people, making it difficult to leave quickly. He shouted a couple of times, but Feng Yi ignored him, leaving him to watch helplessly as he disappeared from view. The Zheng Ligua had been nearly halved for the Zhu Qinglang. Currently, the tribe only distributed Zheng Ligua to pregnant or nursing females. His intention for coming here was to obtain one for his partner. Yet the opportunity slipped away as soon as he saw the people. He had specifically consulted the tribe leader, who suggested that seeking out the leader of the Zhu Qinglang might yield better results than going to Feng Yi. Though he did not understand why, he resolved to follow the advice. After calling out a few times and waiting for the crowd to disperse, he hurriedly made his way out. But the tracking wolf was already nowhere to be seen. The tracking wolf had moved too swiftly. After lingering for a moment, Feng Yi was nowhere to be found. So he decided to take a chance with the Zhu Qinglang. Qing Yu perched atop Feng Yi as he sprinted rapidly, leaving her no choice but to cling to him. The wind tousled her hair, and she yearned to inquire where he was taking her. But as she opened her mouth, the wind rushed in, compelling her to grasp his fur tightly. Feng Yi did not decrease his speed until they arrived beside a pond, where he finally halted. Qing Yu, disoriented from the wind and the jostling, slid off him and found a large stone to sit upon. As she surveyed her surroundings, a sense of familiarity washed over her. Had they been here before? Remembering her limited time outside, having only visited the Bailing Shu tribe, she rubbed her still dizzy head. I remember now. We once grilled fish here. Feng Yi spread the remaining animal hides on the stone and gently guided her to recline. You have a remarkable memory. I thought you had forgotten. His gaze, filled with tenderness, lingered on her obediently resting form as he caressed her cheek with his right hand. During their first venture outside the tribe, they encountered the Jin Gang Xiong, which had instilled fear in her heart, and she had not fully recovered from it for quite some time. Last year, when she was pregnant, he had wanted to take her out for fun, but she feared the bumpy journey might harm their child, so he had to forego the idea. He had promised to take Qing Yu out to explore, and only now had he fulfilled that promise. Guess why I brought you here? Qing Yu lifted her gaze to meet his slightly troubled eyes, her breath nearly catching in her throat. Glancing at the sky, she noticed the towering trees blocking the sunlight, while the surrounding smaller trees appeared just right for constructing a shelter. Why bring me here? It must be for something exciting. No wonder he insisted on not exchanging goods once only a few animal hides remained, claiming they would go again another time. This was his plan all along. Amused yet vexed, she wrapped her arms around Feng Ye's neck and pecked his lips. Then you should wash up first. I need to freshen up as well. After sweating so much, they would feel sticky if they engaged in any activities. Feng Yi raised an eyebrow in surprise and then let out a cryptic laugh. His laughter made Qing Yu realize she had been overthinking things. Indignant, she asked, "Then what do you intend to do here?" Feng Ye's mind was filled with impure thoughts. How else could she interpret it? Just as you think. He leaned down to kiss her soft lips, releasing her only when her breaths became heavier. Qing Yu, already dazed, sensed his desire and clung tightly to his waist. Are you sure? Feng Ye's breath grew increasingly labored before she could respond. He swept her into his arms and waded into the water. As the water lapped over her calves, Qing Yu jolted awake, stammering that he should first build a shelter. At that moment, Feng Yu was in no mood for such tasks. He sought a secluded spot, reveling in the blush on her cheeks and her sensitive body. The splashes of water made Qing Yu feel both cold and hot, while she remained cautious of their surroundings. Noticing her lack of focus, Feng Yi intensified the experience. Afterward, he was reluctant to part, his fingers tracing over her body, causing her to shudder involuntarily. When she finally regained her composure, Feng Yi had already constructed the shelter and was tending to a fire to roast their food. Sneaking over quietly, Qing Yu saw him grilling crabs. How is it that he allowed her to eat them today when he had previously forbidden it? Feng Yi spread out the last of the animal hide on the ground, inviting him to eat. The last time you were here, you expressed a desire to eat them, so I specifically asked Danny this time, and she confirmed they are edible, which is why I brought you along. When his partner craved something, it lingered in her mind for a long time, and he had kept that in his heart. Now that they had the chance, he wanted her to enjoy it. Noticing her face shifting from pale to flushed, Feng Yi couldn't help but smile. Having just mated, they had expended considerable energy, making the timing for a meal perfect. Qing Yu found herself at a loss for words at the satisfied and smug grin on his face, realizing she had only herself to blame for overthinking things. If she hadn't taken the initiative, they wouldn't have had these experiences. Enduring the discomfort of her sore legs, she closed her eyes and reassured herself that aside from her fatigue, Everything else felt quite pleasant. It was worth it. The crabs here were genuinely large. Feng Yi cracked the shells while Qing Yu savored the meat, relishing the moment. That night, they did not return, but instead embraced tightly in the treehouse. Unaccustomed to sleeping outdoors, Qing Yu felt insecure and clung tightly to Feng Yi, burrowing into his embrace. Feng Yi was overjoyed, flipping her onto her back and pressing against her. His hands brushed against familiar softness as he softly asked, "With me here, what is there to fear? I have thoroughly surveyed this place. There are no insects that could crawl onto you." Upon hearing there were no insects, Qing Yu's heart eased significantly. She then grabbed his wrist, insisting that he behave, for if this continued, they would not sleep at all tonight. They shifted to a more comfortable position in his embrace. Initially, all was well between them, but it wasn't long before Feng Yi grew restless. The soft sensations were too tempting to resist. He craved more. After having children, they had to be mindful of timing and prevent any unexpected interruptions. Alone together, their excitement was hard to contain. Qing Yu was ignited with passion, turning to cup his face as she leaned in, her legs draping over his waist. Feng Yi grasped her thigh, pulling her closer until their bodies were pressed together seamlessly. The remaining matters unfolded naturally, and satisfaction was abundant. Feng Yi cradled Qing Yu's face, kissing her inch by inch. It was indeed delightful to be outside. Without the little ones to guard against him, he could remain close to his partner at all times. Chapter 256. Did Nita ask if he loved her? After this, the couple strolled around the hill of the tribe, becoming acquainted with Haida's brothers and their partners, and over the next few days, they forged an unbreakable friendship. They also visited the Qi Yu tribe to see He Meng, who was overjoyed and relentlessly pounced on Qing Yu. Feng Yi scowled and stood in front, urging him to play elsewhere. He remarked that there was no need to come see this cub. What was so interesting about a chubby little creature? He Meng was not deterred, insisting that Sister Qing, you came to see me. Let me be close. After saying this, he charged forward, only for Feng Yi to grasp his neck, clarifying that visiting meant merely observing, not getting too close. Qing Yu had grown accustomed to her little ones being with her for extended periods, and Feng Yi would chase them away. One could only imagine how he would treat other cubs. She reached out and ruffled He Meng's head, only to see him immediately flop onto the ground and expose his belly. Feng Yi pulled his partner away, giving the cub a gentle kick aside. He Meng's parents are still here, and you should behave. He Xiong was unbothered, stating that such a light kick wouldn't harm the cub. He returned from a neighboring hill with a catch and warmly welcomed Feng Yi and Qing Yu. After leaving the Qi Yu tribe, the couple ventured wherever their hearts desired. They sought out Yu Mo and Yu Lin, visited Li Qi's home, and even stopped by the home of a male friend of Feng Yi. They arrived empty-handed, enjoyed a meal, and left with leftovers. Qing Yu felt fulfilled with her explorations and held Feng Ye's hand, saying, "The strong wind season is approaching, and I haven't seen the little ones in a while. I miss them. Let us head back." Before the strong wind season, it would rain continuously for a long time, and she wanted to gather more mushrooms to store. However, Feng Yi was in no rush, assuring her that Feng Xing and the others were training with Li Qi and Xiaoning, so there was no need for concern. We are in a beau's sight, and besides, they have several uncles. They won't be bored. I will take you somewhere else. The couple roamed freely, while the little ones searched for their parents, feeling exhausted. They first visited Aunt Yanduo, who mentioned that they had brought back many delicious treats from sea, yet they hadn't seen their parents. After searching for numerous uncles and nearly exhausting themselves, they finally learned that their parents had gone to play by the sea. They hurried back to inform their grandfather of their plans to find them. Feng Zhou internally reprimanded Feng Yi countless times for neglecting the little ones to indulge in leisure with Qing Yu. The little ones were quite the handful, necessitating a male escort. Upon arriving at their destination, Qing Yu realized Feng Yi had brought her to the seaside. Feng Yi, concerned that she might go hungry, caught prey nearby, ensuring he could keep an eye on his partner. Qing Yu sat on a rock, the sea breeze refreshing her spirit and allowing her thoughts to drift far away. She reminisced about the days when her grandmother was still alive and recalled her school days and part-time jobs, which felt like distant memories. Just after arriving in the beast realm, she had been rescued by Sister Yanduo, who occasionally fed her. She remembered climbing trees to pick fruit, which left her calves marked with scars. She had been frightened at the time, but was determined to survive. Turning to the side, she saw Feng Yi returning with some prey. His muscular arms and legs were as striking as the first time she had seen him, radiating strength. The initial aloofness had transformed into profound tenderness. She remembered her desire to explore and her craving for crabs. Feng Yi raised an eyebrow, curious as to what had captivated his little partner's attention so completely. He was almost covered in bites. It was not appropriate to gaze at him so intently in broad daylight. Scanning their surroundings, he noted the absence of cover and predicted that she might feel shy. Just wait. After you've had your fill, I'll find a nice spot, and while we're still here, you can do as you please. Qingyu realized what he meant and nearly choked, understanding that when with her, he thought of nothing else. Receiving a stern glance from her partner, Feng Yi remained unbothered, diligently roasting the meat. On this outing, he had brought numerous spices, including salt and ground chili pepper and sesame seeds that Qingyu had prepared, generously sprinkling them atop the meat. The wind by the seaside was strong, and upon catching a whiff of the chili powder, Feng Yi scrunched his nose, puzzled as to why his partner enjoyed such a thing. It was overwhelming. Qingyu gazed at the sea, knowing that with the impending strong wind season and cold snap, they wouldn't be able to go outside again, and if she wanted to see it, she would have to wait until next year. Seizing the opportunity, she wanted to savor every moment. Feng Yi sat beside her, tearing the roasted meat into small pieces to feed her. When I first saw you, I vowed to raise you plump and healthy, yet so much time has passed. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Qingyu. You're still as fair as ever. But you Haven tea gained an ounce. As he spoke, his tearing of the meat quickened. She was indeed eating too little. Before Qingyu finished chewing the meat in her mouth, another large piece was offered to her. This manner of eating was simply overwhelming. Silently, she extended her hand, pushing the meat toward his mouth. I can't finish this, you eat. This is what you said before. Feng Yi was momentarily taken aback, reminiscing about the first time he had roasted meat for her, when she had been too timid to take a piece for fear of getting burned and could hardly eat much. He had indeed mentioned that if Qingyu couldn't finish, he would eat it. Their eyes met, creating a beautiful moment. Yet Feng Yi lowered his gaze to his belly. I still remember how much you loved to touch here. Do you still enjoy it? You've been at it for so long. It seems you can't get enough. Would you like to touch? Feng Yi asked while feeding her meat, allowing her to explore. Qingyu, noticing her greasy hands, unhesitatingly placed one on his abs. Unable to contain her laughter, she tilted her head and pecked his lips. I can't get enough. I want to touch you for a lifetime. Feng Yi chuckled, then hurry and eat. Once you're full, you can take your time. Qingyu had no ulterior motives. After finishing her meal, she washed her greasy hands in the sea and chose a nice spot to enjoy the sea breeze. Even if one rushed to eat, a break was necessary, wasn't it? Feng Yi sat behind Qingyu, wrapping her securely in his embrace. She turned to stare at him, and Feng Yi chuckled, noting that even in haste, they could spare a moment. They had spent ample time together and had all the time in the world. Resting his chin on her forehead, he gently spoke. Many tribes are bound to us by a shared fate. Soon, the entire northern region will be the same. I have promised that you will no longer need to fear stepping out of the tribe. These changes are gradually taking shape. Feng Yi's eyes sparkled with warmth. He would fulfill the promises made to his partner. A wave of warmth enveloped Qingyu, her eyes glistening as she leaned her head on his shoulder and lightly kissed his chin. She loved sweet words, but she preferred a man who proved his love through actions. Feng Yi lowered his head, their eyes meeting, emotions swirling between them. The sea breeze tousled Qingyu's hair as she softly declared, Feng Yi, I love you dearly. And you? Hearing her profess her love. Feng Yi's lips had yet to curl into a smile when she inquired if he loved her. He gazed at her incredulously, and then a thought struck him. He stood up, eager to remove his oversized shorts. Let me strip down for you to see. Tell me, where could I possibly not love you? Is it because I don't say I love you enough at night that you're asking? Did he really need to be asked whether he loved her? Qingyu was taken aback, her eyes wide with astonishment. Her question was merely intended to lighten the atmosphere and create a romantic moment. This was entirely different from what she had envisioned. Before Feng Yi could remove his shorts, the sounds of excited running echoed from a distance. Feng Xing, Feng Shi, Feng Shi, Feng Yu, and Feng Sun shouted joyfully as they ran. Dad, Mom, we're here. Feng Yi gritted his teeth in frustration while Qingyu burst into laughter. The story concludes here. The love between Qingyu and Feng Yi will endure forever. Two individuals possess their own aspirations and ambitions, leading to the increasing strength of the tribe. If the little ones have any side stories they wish to see, they are welcome to express them. I shall endeavor to write them in a few days. Hee. Side story 1. Feng Yan's treasure observing his elder brother and sister-in-law frolicking outside, their faces lit with smiles. Feng Yan felt an overwhelming sense of foolishness. The camaraderie shared between the two was impenetrable, leaving Feng Xing and the others nearby, filled with resentment. Since the elder and his brother had suggested that he and Feng Yang were fit to become the tribe's leaders, he had dedicated himself diligently to the tribe's development. It was not that he coveted the position of chief, but a sense of responsibility compelled him to be informed about the tribe's growth. This way, he could contribute ideas when needed, avoiding ignorance. Hence, he overlooked his partner Siyuan Bao, who had previously intended to study medicine, but had been unable to do so due to the scorching heat and the need to prepare and sun-dry fruits. Frowning, he walked home, where he found Siyuan Bao gathering the dried wild vegetables, occasionally wiping the sweat from her brow. At that moment, Feng Yan's urge to abandon his duties peaked. Siyuan Bao, noticing Feng Yan lost in thought from a distance, joyfully waved at him and hurried over, her excitement palpable. Knowing her partner was busy, she was accustomed to his late returns, making his unexpected early arrival a delightful surprise. She shared that the fruits they had gathered earlier were now dried and sweet, urging him to taste them. Feng Yan looked at the smile adorning his partner's face, feeling both touched and guilty. Among so many brothers, he and Feng Yang had endured the most hardships. With little significant events occurring in the tribe lately, he suggested, while gently caressing Siyuan Bao's small hand, that they venture out to explore other places while she still had the opportunity. Siyuan Bao turned in surprise, uncertain, and asked if he truly wanted to take her out, given his many responsibilities. Feng Yan reassured her, pulling her along, that once he delegated his tasks, he would be free. His elder brother had returned and would handle any pressing matters. Why should he exhaust himself? Observing his brother, who effortlessly delegated tasks and enjoyed leisure time with his sister-in-law, Feng Yan understood why his brother had initially resisted the idea of leadership. Being a chief was indeed a burdensome fate. Siyuan Bao realized that her partner was concerned for her, yet she had never felt wronged. Feng Yan had taken on nearly all responsibilities at home, while she contributed what she could manage. He even found time to take her back to visit her parents. Moreover, she adored him for his diligence. His consistently calm demeanor was particularly captivating. Having him accompany her was indeed a blessing. She pulled him to a stop and tightly embraced his waist, asking where they would go. Her voice brimmed with excitement, her feet fidgeting as if ready to leap onto him. Feng Yan chuckled and tousled her hair, suggesting they first return home. After a while, she expressed a longing to see her parents, and he promised to take her back at a suitable time. Expecting her to be overjoyed, he was taken aback when her expression changed, the smile vanishing from her face. Feng Yan raised an eyebrow, questioning her sudden shift in mood. Siyuan Bao felt somewhat disheartened. After becoming partners with Feng Yan, she initially felt fine, but each time she returned home, the surrounding females would fixate on her belly, subtly inquiring if she was expecting. While her partner and family showed no urgency, others seemed overly eager. Yet, they always inquired with smiles, never uttering harsh words, which made her pent-up frustration grow over time. Feeling wronged, she quietly asked Feng Yan why she had not conceived yet. He inquired who had planted such notions in her mind. Knowing her parents were loving and would never pose such questions, her kin were similarly preoccupied with the tribe's growth or planning outings. Did someone nearby her father inquire? Yes. Kun Bao Ziplit Sopti. She adored children and was always delighted when Feng Zhe and the others visited. However, she understood that conceiving relied on fate and could not be rushed. Feng Yan gently grasped her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze, and with a tender tone, he remarked on her unexpected vulnerability. Next time we visit, I shall inquire if any males in their family have partners, and whether the females with partners have conceived, and how many they had. If not, they ought to manage their own affairs first. Siyuan Bao's eyes sparkled at this suggestion, and her mood brightened as she playfully agreed, I'll listen to you. Feng Yan lifted her, carrying her inside. While the matter of conceiving should unfold naturally, the journey to that end was equally important. The first time he encountered Siyuan Bao was when he noticed her sitting in one spot, often passing by. Over time, he could not help but wonder what the little female was doing there daily. Whenever he turned to look, she would beam and wave, and he finally understood that she was waiting for him. Their fate began with a bump on his head from running too many times. Side story 2. Feng Ming and Mian Yu recently. Feng Ming was in high spirits as his elder brother and sister-in-law had gone out to enjoy themselves. With a few young ones to train, and the tribe's affairs delegated to his second brother, he took Mian Yu to the Bailing Shu tribe, where they spent much time at home engaging in activities they both enjoyed. Life was blissful. However, this joyful existence vanished upon the return of his elder brother and sister-in-law. One morning, Feng Ming sweetly took Mian Yu out, but as they stepped out of the cave, his smile froze. His elder brother stood at the entrance with 5 young ones, having evidently been waiting for a while. Feng Ming felt a pang of bitterness. Ever since he had instructed a few young ones to stay close to his sister-in-law, seizing any opportunity, his brother had made it a point to send the children to him, making it clear that he would not allow Feng Ming any respite. Though he cherished the little ones, his brother was clearly retaliating, leaving him with unspoken grievances. "Brother, I can't today. I have matters to attend to and need to take me on you mushroom picking." Feng Yi regarded his guilty expression with a neutral demeanor. "Oh, these young ones have keen noses and can assist you in finding mushrooms. I brought them today since you were busy. Tomorrow, I shall have your sister-in-law bring them." Feng Ming realized he was trapped. He had previously vowed to help care for the children once his sister-in-law gave birth, even if he had to crawl out of bed with a broken leg to fulfill his duties. How disheartening. Determined to maintain his last shred of stubbornness, he asserted that when he had children, his brother would have to assist in their training. Without hesitation, Feng Yi agreed, leaving Feng Ming skeptical but resigned to take the children mushroom picking. Mian Yu paid no heed to her partner's conversation with his brother and had already begun playing with Feng Shi and the others. Feng Xing was aloof, not resisting Mian Yu's touch but displaying no other emotions. Feng Zhe was similarly reserved, while the other 3 were exuberant, eagerly pouncing on Mian Yu, bringing her immense joy. After training, the young one's gazes had transformed, yet they remained adorably naive in front of family. Noticing her partner's troubled expression, Mian Yu found it amusing. "The little ones are quite well behaved. Let us all go together." Previously, in the Bailing Shu tribe, she often lived in fear. During the hot season, she had to venture out to gather food. Though she loved the young ones, time with them was scarce, as her own safety was a concern. After all, female members venturing out were at risk of being captured by males from the Jingangxiong tribe. Now, she was content with her life and eagerly anticipated the arrival of her own children. Feng Ming set aside his worries and began leading the way to find mushrooms. Upon discovering a sizable patch, he excitedly called Mian Yu over to gather them, and the young ones rushed in, clawing at the mushrooms. In the blink of an eye, the mushrooms were reduced to shreds. The 2 individuals stared in astonishment, with Mian Yu shaking her head in exasperation, remarking on how swiftly the child had fled. Feng Ming's mouth twisted in irritation, and throughout their journey, he issued warnings. "If you act like this again, I shall send you back, and your father will arrange for further training." Only then did the children behave themselves. Upon arriving at Hanqiao, Feng Ming realized he would not see Feng Xing and the others for quite some time, reveling in the joy of being home. Was it easy for him? Each day was filled with countless tasks, allowing only fleeting moments to spend with his partner, while also being exploited by his elder brother. Now, however, he could stay with Mian Yu throughout the entire Hanqiao, without anyone to disturb them. As soon as the hot season arrived, news of good fortune came from Cunbao, Mian Yu, Chenghe, and Yu Yu, bringing smiles to the faces of all the males on the mountain. Feng Yao also ceased his mischief and refrained from taking the children out. Mian Yu was expecting, and Feng Ming vowed to accompany her diligently. He devoted most of his time to her, and their bond grew ever stronger. Gently caressing his partner's belly, he promised, "If we have a male cub, once he is ready for training, I will seek my brother's assistance. If that fails, I shall approach my sister-in-law. We can learn from my brother's methods and find time for outings together." Mian Yu, who had initially tenderly stroked her belly, urged him not to stir up trouble. In their tribe, when it came to benefits, the first thoughts of the elder brother and sister-in-law would invariably turn to them. Therefore, regarding the training of cubs, once the time was right, the elder brother would naturally take charge. Mian Yu felt somewhat exasperated. Her partner was astute with others, but seemed to lose his wits when it came to his brother. "Whether you seek out my brother or not, he will agree. But if you do, you will inevitably endure some hardships. This is akin to self-inflicted suffering." Feng Ming appeared quite reasonable. He heeded his partner's words, doing as she suggested. "Let us minimize our losses." In the third side story, Yunduo first encountered Qingyu while she lay on the ground, her face obscured by leaves. Startled, she wondered how a female could be present when males from other tribes frequented this area. Having previously lived in the West, she was always on guard, especially after Jingangxiong had stolen their prey, prompting Xiao Ning to confront them, leaving her alone. Filled with trepidation, she felt that after moving here from the West, she had faced no life-threatening dangers, but her time spent with Xiao Ning had not yielded much kindness. Yet, as a female, she felt compelled to act. If she were to leave, and Jingangxiong discovered this female, her future would be bleak. Thus, upon Xiao Ning's return, they brought her to the tribe. But when she awakened, she was dazed and unable to ask questions, only knowing her name was Chinyu. The wary and fearful look in her eyes reminded Yunduo of the time in the West when she heard Chinyu softly call her sister Yunduo, leaving her heart softened. She decided that when Chinyu came of age, she would have Xiaoning find a gentle and diligent male to be her partner. Surely, Xiaoning would know which males in the tribe were the best, allowing Yunduo to rest assured. Who could have anticipated that the usually brusque Yi Ge had set his sights on Chinyu? During this hot season, Yunduo and Xiaoning returned to the place where they found Chinyu. She stood there, lost in thought. Xiaoning spread a hide on the ground and looked up at her, saying, "Don't just stand there foolishly. Do you wish to collect another Chinyu to take back?" The tribe was quite accommodating towards females, so when his partner suggested bringing Chinyu home, he had readily agreed without hesitation. Little did he know that Chinyu would bring such immense joy to the entire tribe. Yunduo shot him a glare, asserting that Chinyu was Chinyu and others were others. Xiaoning jested, "Why am I being glared at?" Yunduo replied earnestly, "Upon arriving at the tribe and becoming your partner, I had prepared myself for a lack of friends. But with Chinyu's arrival, she has not only silenced my mother, but has also taught me many things and shared numerous strengthening fruits with me. Now I have you, a child and dear sisters, and I am even learning medicine. To me, Chinyu is the best Chinyu." Yunduo spoke with immense pride, and Xiaoning pressed his fingers to his forehead, knowing without her stating it how significant Chinyu was to her. After being apart for a while, Yunduo felt restless, continuously chattering in his ear. The interactions between males were different. With Yi Ge, they could go long periods without seeing each other and resume their conversations as if no time had passed. During the great wind season, they planned to go out. Staying together was less tedious, while at other times he and Fengye had a tacit understanding to keep their time together to a minimum. Otherwise, they would have little to do. After a moment of silence, pondering how to respond, he finally uttered a few words. "You are right." Yunduo expressed her dissatisfaction with what Xiaoning had said, pointing at a fruit tree they had previously picked from, declaring, "Those fruits are delicious, and Chinyu likes them too. Let us gather more to take back." Xiaoning sighed, knowing Yi Ge could be quite demanding. Their home must be overflowing with fruits at this time. "Shouldn't we enjoy ourselves for a couple of days before we start picking? We can't just come out to gather fruits." Their home had an abundance of fruits, and they would still need to help with the preparations once they returned. Yunduo quickly understood Xiaoning's implication, grinning, "Then let us return in a few days." Without a child, they could indulge in their desires as much as they wished. Hearing his partner's laughter, Xiaoning found himself both amused and exasperated, pulling her down onto the hide. After an intimate encounter, Yunduo felt flushed, signifying that their time alone together was immensely pleasurable. She eagerly asked this time, "We send the cub to your father. How about next time we send them to Yi Ge?" Xiaoning replied, "You dare to think that far? Is Yi Ge the kind of person to suffer losses? Tomorrow, we will send the cub over, and the day after, he will devise a way to return the cub, bringing along his 5 cubs. Xiaoning did not wish to elaborate. The last time he and Li Qi took their partner to the coastal area, when it was time for Yi Ge to train the cubs, they did not even catch a glimpse of him. He and Li Qi exchanged glances, resigned to the situation, thinking they would return once the cubs had finished their training, yet they waited in vain. Yunduo soon lost interest, realizing that Yi Ge's transformation was solely for Chinyu. His manner with them remained unchanged. With only a few days left, they needed to cherish every moment. The two of them began to flirt intensely, and the content was too risque to write about, so readers could use their imagination. In the 4th side story, the cub's daily life was depicted. At that moment, Fengxing felt dizzy, languidly sprawled on the ground, expending all his energy just to move a paw. Glancing at his brothers, he saw their vacant expressions, their eyes devoid of movement. Closing his eyes, he recalled the intense training they had undergone recently, lamenting his father's harshness. It all began when his mother had planted several fervent kisses on his face, inadvertently provoking his father, who had then devised a series of rigorous training sessions for them. While he spoke sweetly, claiming that the brothers needed to be able to protect their mother, Fengxing understood that his uncle, having reached maturity long ago, still could not best their father, and he had a long way to go before he could. When would he be able to compete? Their grandfather had stated that once males came of age, they were responsible for protecting the tribe and seeking partners, with numerous duties to fulfill. There was no time to spend every day with their mother. Previously, he had naively thought his father was correct, but now he understood that their father found them bothersome, hindering his time with their mother. After what felt like an eternity, the cubs finally regained some energy. Fengxing began to shout, but his voice lacked strength, turning into a whimper. "Father truly left us here. I'm so tired. I'm so hungry, so hungry. I can't get up. My legs are weak. He attempted to stand. While he managed to rise, he swayed unsteadily as he walked. The next moment, he collapsed back onto the ground, softly lamenting, I miss Mother. If she were here, she would have picked me up already. Fengzi glanced at his incessantly chattering brother, nearly rolling his eyes. Already exhausted to the point of being unable to stand, he continued to shout, depleting the little energy he had regained. To think he believed Mother would have lifted him had she been there. What a delightful fantasy to entertain. Anyang can no longer hold any of them. He remains silent, conserving his strength to seek food later. Fengshi feels a gnawing hunger, glancing anxiously at his elder brother. Gij, I'm hungry. Fengxing responds. I'm hungry as well. Fengyu joins in. We have no strength to catch any prey now. Are we going to faint from hunger here? Seeing that his elder brother ignores him, Fengyu droops his head in despair. If only he had the energy to cry, he could weep the entire night. How pitiful this is. Li Gao and Li Sheng are exhausted from training. Yet Uncle Li will carry them back, albeit scolding them all the way. But at least they will be taken back. Unlike us, this is simply too miserable. Fengshi recalls their father's departure. When Fengyu asked him to take them all back, only to receive the reply, Uncle Li has only 2 cubs. He can carry 1 in each hand. But you have 5. How can I carry you all? Do not worry. It is not cold now. You will not freeze. Just lie here for a while longer. Regain your strength, then return slowly. Clearly, their father did not wish to carry them, or else he could have transformed into his beast form and effortlessly transported them without needing to use his hands. Fengshi closes his eyes, unable to dwell on it any longer, as the more he thinks, the angrier he becomes. Fengxing finally regains his strength and stands to stretch. The 4 cubs lift their heads to stare at him. Gij, let me rest a bit longer before we head back. It's so far from home. If we walk slowly, how long will it take? Fengxing replies, until dawn. The cubs complain. Fengyu can hardly rise, and Fengxing never considers returning. Let us see which uncle is closest and go get some food. Fengshi perks up, knowing this well. Uncle Mo and Uncle Lin are nearby. We can go to them. Last time they mentioned having many horned beasts and plenty of wild chickens at home. We can eat a little to regain our strength and have father compensate them another day. Fengzi voices his disagreement. Uncle Hai is also close, and Uncle Mo has plenty of supplies. But if we go, father will find out tomorrow. Uncle Mo is the type who would be eager to tell father the story repeatedly. Fengshi glances at Fengshi, wondering why the 3rd brother is still so naive. Forget about father compensating for the prey. Otherwise, we would have returned the horned beasts long ago. Fengyu and Fengsun think simply. Going to Uncle Hai is good. He likes us. We can return the horned beasts later. Or should we just eat wild chickens? Horned beasts are hard to catch, but wild chickens are easier to snatch, so we might return sooner. After the last incident with the horned beasts, they all understand the situation. With males from other tribes, if they can overpower them, they will. However, within their own tribe, they cannot steal things without reason, especially not prey that has been raised. Everyone knows how hard it is to catch prey. Anything consumed must be returned. There is no such thing as eating for free. Fengxing promptly decides to go to Uncle Hai and urges them to get moving. Fengyu, the slowest, receives a paw to hurry him along. Hurry up. If you dawdle any longer, you will truly faint from hunger. Just as Fengyu staggers to his feet, he is knocked back down, flailing his legs in the air. Feeling aggrieved, he wonders why they cannot wait just a moment longer. Upon arriving at Uncle Hai's cave, they do not enter, but instead howl outside. Hearing the commotion, Haida steps out with a piece of animal skin draped around his waist. Upon seeing the nearly collapsed cubs, he is taken aback. He knows they are training, but how could they have ended up like this? This is truly pitiful. What happened to you? Where's your father? The cubs respond, don't ask. Our state is entirely due to our heartless father. He left us here without care, and we have no strength to find food. Uncle Hai, we are so hungry. May we eat your prey? Fengshi raises his chubby head to ask. We won't eat for free. Once we regain our strength, we will catch prey and return it. The cubs nod in agreement, assuring him they will indeed repay. At that moment, Hoyu also emerges. Having just birthed cubs herself, her heart melts at the sight of these young ones. She gently pats their heads, wondering what trouble they have gotten into this time, for they would not be in such a state otherwise. You won't be able to eat much. Let Uncle Hai catch some for you. No need to return it. Her tone is warm and affectionate, and upon hearing this, Feng Sun nuzzles her face. Thinking Aunt Ho is truly kind. Understanding the situation, Haida realizes they are merely starving. Once they are fed, all will be well. With a hearty smile, he assures them Do not worry about repayment. I will go catch some prey right now, so you can fill your bellies. The famished cubs, feeling anxious, cannot wait any longer and follow Haida to hunt for food. Along the way, Fengze specifically requests wild chickens, as they are easier to catch. Although Uncle Hai says there is no need to repay, they all know that such behavior is unacceptable. Eating for free once is manageable, but doing so multiple times becomes tiresome. They will repay what they consume and can eat again next time they find themselves weak. He has a foreboding feeling that according to their father's training methods, they will face many more occasions of weakness. Extra 5. Daily life of the cubs. Haida takes a turn, leading the cubs to the wild chicken enclosure, easily opening the gate. Go catch something to eat. I will come in shortly. Feng Xing is the first to dash inside, his green eyes glowing in the dim light as he spots the prey and leaps forward. Even Feng Yu, who had just struggled to stand, finds an unprecedented surge of strength and successfully catches one. Feng Xing is the first to grab one and hands it to Feng's son, who has been unable to catch one until now, casting a disdainful glance at the feathers on his brother's claws, uttering a few words. You eat first. Feng Sun grins widely, baring his teeth, nearly receiving another paw swipe for his antics. Just eat the meat properly. Haida observes the wild chicken enclosure, ensuring the exit is secured to prevent the chickens from escaping. In a matter of moments, the cubs have begun to eat. He is momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, they were on the verge of collapse, and now they are running about energetically. Could they have been pretending? After observing for a while, he confirms they are genuinely starving, so he assists in catching more wild chickens. The wild chickens, realizing the danger, begin to fly around, causing quite a commotion in the night and alarming many males on the mountain. Umo is the fastest runner, knowing that Hoyu has just given birth. Yet, it seems odd for them to be hunting at this hour. Even if they were hunting, it shouldn't take this long. With curiosity, he approaches to investigate, only to find feathers flying everywhere. The cubs are eating, while some are helping Haida catch wild chickens. Upon seeing the commotion, Haida briefly explains the situation to Umo, who then gazes at Feng Xing and the others with sympathy. What a pity. Let them eat. If Hoyu wants some, she can come to my place to catch prey. Their relationship has improved significantly, with Hoyu just having given birth. Umo is quite loyal. Since Haida has slimmed down and increased his strength, along with training the cubs, his confidence has grown considerably. Although he still prefers to keep quiet, he is much more talkative than before. Their friendship has blossomed, and they do not hesitate to watch the cubs eat together and chat for a while before Umo takes his leave. On his way back, he notices Yigu quietly observing the cubs from a distance, clearly worried and stealthily following them. Unsure of what to say, the cubs remain oblivious to his furtive conversation, fearing being overheard. If he is so concerned, he should have taken them back from the start. Feng Yi maintains a calm demeanor, stating, I came here merely to prevent them from truly fainting. He feels reassured that the cubs are not foolishly attempting to catch prey themselves. They have handled the situation well and will repay what they have consumed. Umo quietly comes and quietly goes. After eating their fill, Feng Xing initially intends to return, but the training has exhausted them so much that all he wants to do after eating is sleep. After bidding farewell to Uncle Hai, he finds a cool spot and falls into a deep, comfortable slumber. The following day, even before dawn, the inhabitants of this mountain peak gathered to witness the commotion. Alas, those poor cubs had once again been driven out, pitifully sleeping here, too afraid to return home. Indeed, just last night, I witnessed Haida capturing prey to feed them, and their manner of eating was quite ferocious, indicating they were severely starved. Feng Yi truly lacks decorum. I have never seen a father in the tribe treat his cubs in such a manner, and the chief does nothing to intervene. One of the more rational males observed, just look at how splendid these cubs are. They exude strength in their physiques. Their fur shines with a radiant gloss. They are indeed pitiable. Feng Yi has been training the males relentlessly. How could he possibly be unaware of moderation? Those of you who have cubs should focus on training them more, lest they grow up to be woefully inferior. If he were to have cubs, he too would need to learn from Feng Yi. High prowess is the greatest assurance for his future. The onlookers murmured, this fellow speaks rather harshly. Their gazes then shifted back to the cubs. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that among cubs of similar size, theirs were indeed the finest. Initially, some had claimed Feng Yi did not feed the cubs sufficiently, so seeing them lying here led to the immediate assumption that they had been expelled. How tragic! Although the words just spoken were irksome, they contained a kernel of truth. It would be wise to return and keep a close watch on their own cubs. Otherwise, it is they who will suffer. Feng Xing and the others, having overheard the commotion, were already awake. They now realized that news of last night's wild chicken hunt had spread throughout the mountain. They feigned sleep, having trained so long without even catching prey, and now could only rely on Uncle Hai for sustenance, which was truly a disgrace for wolves. However, the more they listened, the more they felt it was amiss. These individuals were speaking ill of their father, rising simultaneously to counter the remarks. They felt a sense of admiration for him despite his harshness. Before they could voice their rebuttal, someone spoke a word of conscience, and their hearts felt relieved. If their father were to learn that they had come here to eat wild chicken while tarnishing his reputation, they could expect a hefty punishment upon returning home. The crowd dispersed swiftly, and Feng Xing stood up, invigorated. It has been several days since we last saw Mother. Let us hasten back. I will complain that Father has drained our strength during training and yet offers no care, Feng Sun said, fuming. A word of advice. It would be best not to mention it, Feng Zhe observed. He understood that Mother might not always side with them. Have you not noticed? When it comes to training matters, Mother does not intervene. Were Feng Sun able to transform into human form at that moment, his brows would surely be furrowed. For this was indeed the case. Their father had keenly recognized this point and only troubled them during training. With that piece of advice, the group settled down. Upon arriving home, they found Mother had already gone to Grandmother S' place. They had no choice but to find a cool spot to rest. Suddenly, Feng Yu kicked at his elder brother beside him, a puzzled expression on his face. Why is Father picking flowers? Though they are beautiful, they are inedible. The others perked up immediately, stretching their necks to look. Father was indeed on his way back, plucking flowers along the path, his left hand nearly unable to hold them all. Feng Shu observed for a while before averting his gaze, deeming whatever purpose it served irrelevant to them. They preferred meat, and Father had often remarked that overeating would make them round and plump. They loved spending time with Mother, yet he insisted they must first become strong. There were many such matters, too numerous to recount in a single sitting. Feng Xing was at a loss for words. He had recently instructed them that males should act decisively and avoid engaging in trivial pursuits. Yet today, Father was off picking flowers? Of course. It is because Mother likes them, Feng Zhe replied sullenly. He admired his father, but did not let that prevent him from feeling resentment now. An idea surged in his mind, and he spoke confidently. What is it but flowers? Father is picking red ones. We shall gather pink and yellow ones. We will collect more than he did, in greater quantities, and arrive before him, so that Mother will see us as soon as she exits the cave. Having said that, he quietly retreated. Let us go. I know where to find them. Let us gather those flowers now. In the daily life of the cubs, Feng Xing could not fathom what had them so exhilarated. Picking flowers seemed far less rewarding than gathering fruit. With nothing pressing at the moment, he eventually followed along. Upon arrival, Feng Zhe's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the flowers on the trees. I have observed that the larger fruit trees are laden with fruit, while only these smaller trees bear flowers. He placed his forelegs upon a branch, and Feng Shu bit through the branch, proudly clutching the flowers. Feng Yu and Feng Sun imitated him, though they lacked finesse. For every flower they picked, a branch snapped. As they began to see their haul grow, they ravaged one area before moving on to the next. Feng Xing ambled along and soon found them. Feng Shu was already standing on his hind legs, clutching a bundle of flowers, while Feng Zhe was using his mouth to tie them together. The other two were stuffed to the brim, drool cascading down. Feng Xing thought, what a nuisance. Glancing at the small trees that had been broken in the midst of their play, he felt something was amiss. His instincts warned him they had caused trouble yet again. Not long after, a nearby male heard the noise and hurried over. Upon seeing the broken and tilted saplings, he stared in shock and asked, who is so cruel as to break the saplings for no reason? In the tribe, every mountain peak devoid of large trees had been planted with saplings. Although males prioritized planting on their own mountain peaks, once theirs were done, they filled any available gaps elsewhere. This male had planted quite a number in this area. Another male surveyed the surroundings, following the trail of destruction to yet another ravaged location, his temper flaring. It was not just one spot. The signs indicated it was the work of cubs. Upon uttering these words, the two exchanged glances. They both understood the footprints leading away from the scene clearly pointed to the culprits. Qingyu had just emerged from Yi's cave that afternoon when she spotted several cubs waiting outside for her. Some held flowers in their mouths, while others were adorned with them, their eyes sparkling as they gazed at her. Where did you pick these from? As she approached, Feng Sun pressed against her shoulder, eagerly leaning in. Mother, we picked these flowers for you. They are prettier and more numerous than those father picked. Fengze held his head high, pride radiating from him as he awaited praise. Qing Yu understood these were for her, and she affectionately patted each of their heads, giving them kisses in turn. Having received their mother's affection, the cubs wagged their tails joyfully, circling around her. Qing Yu crouched down, holding the flowers in her hands, examining them closely. Perhaps due to their exuberance, many petals had already fallen off. Did you see the few branches of flowers I often place on the table? Which prompted you to go pick these? When Feng Yi and the cubs were away, the cave was excessively quiet. She would gather some flowers or pretty leaves to place on the table, making the cave feel less monotonous. The cubs leaped up, clamoring for praise. Their expressions filled with eagerness. Qing Yu's heart softened immensely. Just then, Yin Duo emerged, noticing the flowers in Qing Yu's hands, purportedly gathered by the cubs. She first offered compliments, then scrutinized the flowers closely, questioning, why do these flowers seem increasingly familiar? Do they resemble the fruit trees we previously planted? Qing Yu's heart sank as she realized that some fruit trees in the tribe had already borne fruit, while those saplings acquired from elsewhere were blooming later. Fengze stood as if struck by lightning, frozen in place, his mind consumed by two words. It's over. Fengxing finally grasped what was amiss. They had indeed ravaged the newly planted saplings. You merely picked flowers and did not break any branches, right? Qing Yu clung to her last shred of hope. The fruit trees planted in recent years typically bloomed without producing fruit. As long as the topmost segment was not broken, it would grow back the following year. Yin Duo unhesitatingly shattered her hopes. The retrieved branches are quite long. They should be sufficient, having not broken. With a look of unspoken distress, I turned to Feng Sun and the others, suggesting, perhaps you should flee first? The group of younglings simultaneously cast their gazes toward Fengze, their intention unmistakable. It was you who instructed us to pick them. Fengze pondered the likelihood of receiving a beating. Feng Yi, noticing the time, set out to fetch Qing Yu. Along the way, he encountered two males seeking to lodge a complaint. After hearing the account, he was both exasperated and amused. He assured them he would resolve the matter. Yet, only a few steps later, Qing Yu returned, cradling flowers. The younglings stared at him in stunned silence for a moment before taking flight. Come back. The simple words halted Fengxing, causing the others to collide into a chaotic heap behind him. They exchanged glances, then fell in line behind their mother. With the arrival of the younglings, Qing Yu sighed. Fatigue etched her voice. They always seemed to inadvertently stir trouble. Inside the cave, the younglings stood obediently in a row while Feng Yi seethed, gripping the flowers tightly. You truly excel at this. The horned beast from Uncle has yet to be returned, and now we must repay the wild chicken from Haida. It appears we must also go dig for fruit trees, quite adept at finding trouble for ourselves. Qing Yu exclaimed in disbelief, after all I've done for you. Not a soul has informed me. Upon hearing her father's words, Fengxing silently mused. Isn't that because you abandoned us there? Left to hunt for prey. He had fainted from hunger midway. Fengze felt that he had acted impulsively. He should not have picked flowers upon seeing his father planting them. Wouldn't picking fruit have been a safer choice? Feng Sun summoned his courage and spoke. We didn't know it was a fruit tree seedling. Otherwise, we certainly would not have tampered with it. Feng Yu and Feng sure nodded in agreement. They trained daily and recognized fruit tree seedlings, but were unaware of which ones they were. Feng Yi, in a fit of exasperation, retorted, Can't you see the traces of digging on the ground? What is going on in your heads? Do you not think before acting? When well fed, do you not use your brains? Feng Shi raised his head, blinking his bright green eyes. We haven't eaten today, so we couldn't think. He attributed their lack of thought to their empty stomachs. Feng Yi, taken aback, was momentarily speechless, grabbing a branch from the table to strike. Without a moment's hesitation, Feng Shi turned and ran, recalling his father's admonition that when outmatched, one must flee swiftly. With this thought in mind, he dashed outside, moving with the speed of lightning. Feng Yi, flustered and enraged, had no intention of letting them off this time, and he pursued them outside. Feng Shi, however, could not outrun him. As he felt his father closing in, he did not even consider the steep slope ahead and charged forward recklessly. With astonishing agility, he propelled himself into the air, expecting to land on the ground, but instead became lodged in a tree fork. Realizing he could not escape, Feng Shi, trapped in the fork, did not forget to admit his fault. Father, I was wrong. I will dig for seedlings. If I do not gather enough this year, I shall continue next year. Feng Yi stood behind, watching as he struggled, becoming ensnared even more tightly. Just then, Qing Yu and the younglings emerged. Father, Please help me out. I'm stuck. And it hurts. In the dead of night, the younglings groomed each other's fur. Fengze nearly cried out, "Be gentle, that hurts." After realizing that the idea had originated with him, he bore the brunt of the punishment. Fengyu decided to stop grooming, still feeling the ache from earlier. The joy of picking flowers was now overshadowed by pain. Feng Sun had lapsed into silence, lying to one side without uttering a word. Feng Xing had received the least punishment, feeling no pain, even experiencing a slight itch. After scratching against the wall, he contemplated what they should do next. After our recent training, we must hunt wild chickens and horned beasts. Let the seedlings go for now. We can only return to dig for them next year. He feared that the debts would continue to accumulate, uncertain of when they could be repaid. Let's settle what we can. Feng Shi weakly agreed, raising his head to inquire. Brother, is my face swollen? Feng Xing regarded his face for a few moments before responding flatly, no. Feng Shi was unconvinced, muttering to himself. I surely think it is swollen. He had been caught in the branches, and although his father had pulled him free, he had bloodied his sides. Thus, while his body bore no bruises, his face had received a few slaps, leaving it slightly numb. The younglings finally settled down, their bodies no longer in pain, alternating between training and hunting horned beasts and wild chickens. In their eagerness to repay their debts, they never consumed the prey they caught, but instead sought meals from their uncles. That night, Feng Yang observed the younglings returning, both amused and exasperated. Uncle, do I seem familiar to you? You come here every day. Feng Shi, utterly exhausted, did not forget to flatter. Uncle, you are the best. When you grow old and can no longer hunt, we will catch prey for you. Feng Yang chuckled heartily. Had the horned beast been fully repaid? What about the wild chickens? All settled, Feng Xing replied, his expression stern yet unable to conceal his delight. For so long they had never been clean, especially after chasing horned beasts that had left their eyes dazzled. Finally, the debts were settled. Feng Yang pointed toward the cave. I've saved a spot for you. Go eat. They would have to wait until next year to dig for fruit trees, so that they could rest for a while. After nodding, the younglings darted outside, finally able to feast and enjoy a good night's sleep. However, the energetic young males, after a single restful night, soon felt restless. Feng Yu suggested, let us go see Sui Sui and Mimi. We've been too busy to visit them lately. To date, only 2 female cubs have been born on this hill, making them quite rare. They would periodically check on them. Feng Xing and Feng Zhe declined, as their grandfather had instructed them to visit today and suggested they go another time. Feng Shi, not wanting to move, declared he would lie at home all day. Ultimately, only Feng Yu and Feng Sun made the trip. Han Han, noticing their arrival, went inside to fetch fruit for them. Whatever the younglings had done, the inhabitants of this hill were well aware of it. They had not had a moment's rest. As soon as he turned around, Feng Yu eagerly approached Sui Sui, gently rubbing his face against hers. Sui Sui often played with them and was unafraid of him. Seeing Feng Yu sprawled on the ground, her small body climbed onto him with all her might. Leaning close to Feng Yu's ear, she chirped in a tiny voice, usually, my father lets me ride on his back to play. Today he is not home. Will you take me out to play? Feng Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he readily agreed. Once she was settled, he swiftly stood to head outside. Mimi, observing, insisted on going, and Feng Sun followed suit. By the time Han Han emerged with the fruit, they had nearly vanished from view. Sui Sui and Mimi wobbled on Feng Yu and Feng Sun's backs, their hearts racing with excitement. The young males, still small, were unaware of their strength. Running a little too fast could send the girls tumbling. They shouted for them to slow down, but Sui Sui and Mimi were having none of it. This was far faster and far more fun than riding on their father's back, and they urged the boys to go even quicker. Thus, Feng Yu and Feng Sun sped up even more. Han Han chased after them, calling out, which attracted the attention of many, including Xiao Ting, Xiao Kong, and Xiao Lai. It seemed they had stumbled upon something entertaining and joined in the chase. The joyful laughter echoed among the hills, while Han Han trailed behind with a heart nearly leaping from his chest. The mountain path was uneven, and the excited younglings soon found themselves dizzy with joy. Before long, Sui Sui had tumbled to the ground. Even though she landed on the grass, the shock left her dazed. She immediately burst into tears, and Feng Yu sensed something was amiss. He quickly halted, rushing over to lick her face. Do not cry, do not cry. Let me see where it hurts. Sui Sui was momentarily stunned by his licking, unsure of what he was saying, and continued to wail. Mimi had just descended from Feng Xing, her short, chubby legs carrying her swiftly to console her sister. Despite her efforts, the comfort proved futile, and soon, The two were frightened into tears by the sound of each other sobbing. Feng Yu and Feng Xuan, at a loss, circled around them, occasionally nuzzling to coax them into silence. They reassured that once they picked themselves up, all would be well. Yet, Sui Sui and Mimi paid them no heed. Xiao Ting, Xiao Kong, and Xiao Lai joined the fray, enveloping the two female cubs completely. When Han-in arrived, breathless, the others parted to let her through. Xiu Ting nudged Feng Yu, suggesting they might as well flee since they had knocked Sui Sui down. Having been instilled with the imperative to protect females, Xiao Ting feared they would be reprimanded again. Both Feng Yu and Feng Xuan shook their heads in unison, knowing that running away would only lead to a harsher punishment. Han-in quickly inspected her daughter for injuries. After a thorough examination revealed only minor scrapes on her arms and forehead, she sighed in relief. You two are far too mischievous. It will be fine soon. Stop crying. Once she had soothed her own cubs, she turned her attention to Feng Yu and Feng Xuan, cautioning them that Sui Sui and Mimi were still unsteady and such reckless behavior must cease to avoid further falls. As she exited, she distinctly heard Sui Sui urging Feng Yu to run faster, suggesting that a fall might teach them a lesson. The cubs nodded eagerly, vowing not to repeat their mistakes. Noticing their lack of spirit, Han-in reassured them, Sui Sui and Mimi are fine. I will take them home. You two should hurry back as well. Compared to the offspring of her sister-in-law, the cubs of Qingyu lived a far more comfortable life, free from frequent beatings. The loud calls to stop had attracted attention, and they were wary of receiving another thrashing. Feng Yu and Feng Xuan, feeling guilty, walked stealthily, fearing their father might appear from anywhere. Throughout the afternoon, news spread across the mountain. Their escape that morning would not hold against the night. Feng Ye's brow was furrowed, his expression dark enough to evoke fear. Qingyu, equally exasperated, lamented that even their first day of rest was disrupted, ignoring the pitiful sight of Feng Yu and Feng Xuan. The disparity in resilience between the female and male cubs was apparent. Falling hard would bring them considerable suffering. Previously, they had warned that the physical differences between male and female cubs necessitated maintaining distance from Sui Sui and Mimi, yet all those warnings seemed forgotten. They had no intention to speak in their defense, believing their previous punishment had been too lenient. Witnessing Feng Ye's ire, she approached and gently squeezed his shoulder. With the great wind season still some time away, it would be prudent to find them some tasks to expend their energy. The two cubs mistakenly interpreted their mother's words as a subtle plea for their father not to punish them, filling their hearts with gratitude and hopeful anticipation. Feng Xing, Feng Ze, and Feng Shi, observing from a corner, cast sympathetic glances their way before disappearing in an instant. Feng Yu and Feng Xuan cried out in distress, their plight pitiable, an irate father, a swift brother, and a mother watching the spectacle. In a different scene, outside the giant strength wolf tribe, representatives from every northern tribe gathered. The western males had mobilized entirely. Sun Yu spoke with an uncharacteristic gravity. The murderous intent in Feng's eyes was unmistakable as he smiled grimly, prepared for battle. He had anticipated that the West would remain dormant for several more years, but the North had developed rapidly. In just a few years, each tribe had expanded significantly. The West could no longer contain itself. The giant strength wolf, Red Moon Tiger, and Diamond Bear led the charge. The giant strength wolf had become the leading pack of the North, with no reason to shrink into the background. The Red Moon Tiger tribe, known for its combative nature, recognized the inherent competition among northern tribes. To have a voice, one must pay the price. The Diamond Bear, having suffered greatly in recent years, was compelled to act. Rumors of males seeking refuge in the West had spread through all tribes, and failure to perform well this time would leave them vulnerable in future confrontations with the West. As the thunderous sounds of running echoed, Song Ying led the airborne males of other tribes towards the west. A dark cloud gathered, blotting out the sun, with each male clutching a leather bag. What lay within remained unspoken, but they were instructed to fly above the western males and release its contents. The Sun Zone Wolf, Blackhorn Serpent, and other tribes lay in ambush, ready to ensnare the western males as soon as they entered their domain, leaving no opportunity for escape. With all preparations complete, Song Ying soared above the western males, tearing open the leather bags while shielding his eyes, furiously flapping his wings. Moments later, the western males below erupted in enraged howls, blinded and frantic, running amok. The leading trio of tribes lunged forth, tearing at their throats, while the surrounding males joined the fray. The White Spirit Mouse led a surprise attack with its smaller tribe. The western males, hearing the screams of their own, descended into chaos. Aware of the North's territorial expansion and growing strength, they were unprepared for this brutal scene. The anguished cries belonged entirely to the Western males. Just as they had begun to rally, the next moment found their throats severed, blood gushing forth. Lying on the ground, faces contorted in disbelief. Their limbs twitched as silence claimed them. Another Western male, witnessing the carnage, howled desperately, prompting a retreat as they regrouped with others. The Northern males had already surrounded them, leaving no chance for escape, charging forward with wild abandon. Did they still hope to withdraw? While you contemplated plundering, we plotted your demise. The animosity between the two sides had long been established. The West was devoid of humanity, protecting only male offspring. Females and non-combatants were not within their purview of care. Their nature was defined by cruelty and plunder. In contrast, the North considered the welfare of their females and young, resulting in greater caution and compromises. This time, they finally seized the initiative. The initial wave of Western males was few, and without question, the North emerged victorious, launching a relentless pursuit. Fengye, lost in a bloodlust, wore a coat stained crimson. His gaze fixated on the path to the west, visions of his father, battered and on the brink of death, flashed through his mind. And his hatred reached a boiling point. After years of waiting, the day had finally arrived. Brother Yi, are the underage cubs still following? High Air approached from behind, uncertainty lacing his voice. Fengye replied tersely, they are. Their combat prowess is insufficient to confront the Western males, but they must observe. They must understand that a stable life is hard-won, and without diligent training, dire consequences await. Males who survive this battle would gradually age, should the immature males falter. The tribe's stability would be fleeting. Upon receiving the directive, High Air wasted no time and returned to ensure the younger males followed. Brother Yi entrusted this task to him because of his meticulous nature. He could not afford a single mistake. Ignoring the blood and corpses strewn across the ground, the Northern males advanced towards the west. Not a single male faltered. Memories of their kin perishing before their eyes fueled their strength, driving them to annihilate the Western males and eliminate any future threats. Qing Yu, Mu Yu, and several younger siblings were organizing medicinal supplies when they heard distant, anguished cries, causing them to pause. Closing her eyes, she endeavored to calm herself, realizing that overthinking was futile. Mu Yu approached and gently patted Qing Yu's shoulder, wishing to say something. But now, any words felt painfully inadequate. 8 cubs remained, with only Fengyang and Fengyan left, a decision made by their mate and Fengye. They had to consider not only this battle, but also the future of the tribe, a burden they had to bear. She was terrified. While she could hold herself together alone, the presence of others offering comfort made it impossible to remain composed. She yearned for calmness, yet Fengye charged to the forefront, accompanied by the 5 cubs. Countless voices reassured her that Fengye, having experienced battles years ago and possessing considerable martial prowess, would be fine. The cubs merely observed from a distance, understanding the cruel nature of war, while designated males provided protection. Still, fear gripped her heart as the females around her wiped away tears, praying for a swift conclusion and the safe return of their mates and cubs. Before long, her sorrow was eclipsed by urgency as a multitude of injured males were brought back. Realizing the necessity of the war, she proposed forming a team to expedite the return of the wounded males, aiming to reduce casualties. After years of study, Qing Yu was nearly ready to graduate, moving with remarkable efficiency. The sight of the injured males, their bodies battered and bloodied, made her acutely aware of the war's brutality. Shutting out all other thoughts, she focused intently on saving lives. During the waiting period, all the females, except when tending to the injured, wore expressions of dazed distress. Qing Yu, too, became increasingly numb until the return of several cubs eased her anxious heart, and she embraced them as if they were treasures. The cubs gently nuzzled her face in silence. What they once feared most, being chastised by their father, no longer frightened them, as they finally understood the importance of their father's insistence on rigorous training. The harsh realities of war had altered their perceptions of others, transforming their naivety into a sharpened awareness. After countless battles, the North emerged victorious, though many males returned wounded, their excitement overshadowing their pain. Qi Yuehu, unrelenting in his curiosity, pressed Fengye for details about the battle formations used by the tribe's males. Although Sun Zonglong believed Fengye would remain tight-lipped, he still perked up his ears. The surrounding males held their breath, eagerly awaiting Fengye's response. With a fleeting glance, Fengye dismissed their inquiries. You wish to know what our tribe's secrets are? Perhaps you should first reveal yours. The other tribes were aware that Fengye would not divulge any information, yet the curiosity lingered. What were those things you had to scatter? They inquired, recalling the frenzy it had caused among the Western males. Good things, Fengye replied. He had little interest in their expressions. Who would reveal their cards? Certainly not him. He needed to return quickly. Qingyu would undoubtedly be worried. In the aftermath of the great battle, the subsequent events stretched on for quite some time, as all those trained in medicine were occupied with tending to the wounded. Among the brothers, Feng Ming had sustained the gravest injuries, leaving Qinyu's eyes swollen from tears. Fortunately, the prognosis was positive, and he would be able to rise and walk within days. Fengye leaned against a tree trunk, watching Qingyu busily at work, warmth swelling in his heart. Following the deaths of their parents, his thoughts had grown heavier, focusing solely on training the males. His brothers often approached him, sensing a change, but he preferred solitude. With the passage of time, he realized some things were beyond his reach and had to be kept hidden within. As for his uncle and aunt's persistent nudging to find a mate, he dismissed it as inconsequential. He had traversed the mountains of the tribe and encountered many females, yet none stirred anything within him. Aside from fulfilling his obligations, he spent his time in slumber. He had prepared himself for a solitary existence. But upon first laying eyes on Qingyu, an unfamiliar stirring ignited within him. Following their hearts, they successfully became mates. His love for her ran deep. With the matters of the West resolved, life resumed its rhythm. Each warm season, when Qingyu no longer needed to study medicine, Fengye took her on adventures. Such blissful days continued until the cubs reached maturity. One day, Fengzhou strolled through the tribe, thoroughly pleased with its progress. Upon returning home, he saw the cubs and boisterously inquired, "Where is your father?" "Unknown," Fengxing replied, head bowed as he continued working on animal hides. On their first day of adulthood, before they could revel in their newfound status, their father's tasks were already assigned. Everything usable at home needed to be renewed. Supplies for the impending cold waves had to be prepared. Fengzhou, ignoring Fengye, scrutinized Fengxing's face and asked, "Why do you always wear such a grim expression? Can't you manage a smile?" When Fengye was your age, though he was exasperating, he at least smiled. "Unlike you, whose face is perpetually frozen." Fengxing furrowed his brow. "What do you mean frozen? Shouldn't my expression reflect the absence of joy? Who smiles broadly at everyone for no reason?" Not wishing to argue with his grandfather, he shifted the conversation. "Every year at this time, father would take mother out. He just left this morning. You could still catch him if you hurry." Feng's bamboo tube clattered noisily as he worked. The north has been thoroughly explored. Why would he go out again this year? Who can say? But I've heard from the tribe's males that father enjoys taking mother to the uninhabited peaks. Fengshu chimed in while crafting wooden bowls. Fengshu added, "I've heard that the trails to that peak were all blazed by father." Fengzhou remarked, "The cubs have grown, yet Fengye remains irresponsible. I won't seek him out. Regardless of where they go, focus on yourselves first. Now that you are adults, you can seek mates. Brother, there's no need to panic. We aren't worried either." Fengyu thought to himself, eager to find a place to rest once these tasks were complete. From childhood to adulthood, aside from the coldest months, he had either trained or traveled to train. Now that he had finally reached adulthood, he could pursue what he desired. Fengxing cast a cool glance at him. "Have you considered taking the lead when there are matters to address?" Fengyu smiled ingratiatingly, and upon seeing their demeanor, Fengzhou realized that his words had fallen on deaf ears. All the cubs were handsome, brave in battle, and adept hunters. They should not struggle to find mates. Even if they did, it would be Fengye and Qingyu who would fret, which eased his heart considerably. As they walked home, Fengzhou's expression softened. Following the great battle, Fengye and Fengyan seemed to have completed a mission, delegating many responsibilities to Fengyan. Everyone understood the underlying sentiment, and ultimately, Fengyan was appointed as the tribe's leader. Fortunately, Fengye remained committed, as promised, to lend his full support when necessary. The brothers convened to discuss matters, achieving better outcomes than he had. Qingyu became a shaman, leading those skilled in healing and teaching more individuals. He and Muyu could finally enjoy a life of comfort. On an unnamed peak, Qingyu lounged comfortably in a hammock. Swaying gently, she beckoned Fengye, who stood nearby, intently watching her. "Come join me. This vine is sturdy. There's no need to worry." Fengye remained motionless, fully aware of its strength. He had woven it himself, cautious of his mate's safety. The height of the sides ensured her secure positioning, almost as if she were bound. To gaze elsewhere, she had to push the vine aside to reveal her view. Fengye was not particularly interested. Recognizing his disinterest, Qingyu playfully coaxed him to join her. With a resigned sigh, Fingya wrapped his arms around her. Is this swaying enjoyable? It's making my head spin. How could it possibly be unfun? I'm snug in your embrace, she replied, swaying back and forth. Fingya adjusted his position for her comfort. I'll go back and bring some trees from outside the cave. If you wish to play, then play. His initial intent was to ensure his mate lived in a secure environment. With no threats looming over them now, they could embrace joy unrestrained. Qingyu made a request, wishing for a more aesthetically pleasing outcome. Laughter echoed in her ears as she leaned closely against Fingya. She contemplated that no matter the circumstances, they would forever hold each other's hands tightly. It is indeed romantic to share diverse experiences with the same person. Thus concludes the tale. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all who diligently follow the updates and accompany the author to this conclusion. The story of Qingyu and Fingya comes to an end here.